The scorching summer sun gleamed down on the bustling streets, where groups of youthful faces emerged from the examination halls. The radiant sunlight seemed to perfectly accentuate the carefree smiles blooming on their faces. Among this crowd of students, a silver-haired boy stood out, not for joining the lively chatter, but for his quiet solitude. He exuded a pale, almost sickly complexion, yet his face was strikingly handsome. His sharp, sculpted features, defined cheekbones, slender brows, a high-nose bridge, and a pointed chin, combined with a pair of eyes as brilliant as diamonds, painted the picture of an extraordinary young man. If one looked closely, they would notice that his eyes were an eerie crimson, like the color of blood. Such an unusual appearance, however, didn't seem to garner much attention from passers-by. Most of the pedestrians themselves had hair and eye colors that deviated from the norm, a phenomenon linked to the global anomaly that had occurred a century ago. 100 years ago, an unidentified energy wave had swept through the universe, enveloping Blue Star and triggering miraculous transformations in its living organisms. These changes in appearance were minor compared to another phenomenon. A small fraction of the population began to develop extraordinary abilities. They came to be known as supernatural powers. These powers appeared to have connections to one's nationality and lineage. As a result, each nation developed its own unique system of abilities. In the divine nation of Huaxia, the system was based on elemental powers. Fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, wood, light, darkness, and space, these were the 9 mainstream elements currently identified in Huaxia. Of course, there were also individuals with rare and unique abilities. These supernatural individuals became the ultimate secret weapons of their nations. As the systems for these abilities became more refined, nations established management structures for them. Every child in Huaxia who turned 18 was required to undergo an ability awakening test and then be assigned to a specialized academy for training. By now, awakening a supernatural power had become the dream of nearly every student on the brink of entering college. After all, not only did ability users enjoy superior benefits, but their powers also came with an undeniable sense of grandeur. "Hey, Qianyu." A boy with short, fiery red hair approached briskly. His ruggedly handsome face radiated energy, and his deep black eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He threw an arm around the silver-haired boy's shoulder and asked excitedly, "The exams are over. How did you do?" "Not bad." Hua Qianyu brushed off the boy's arm with a cold expression, replying curtly, "Linny, didn't I tell you to stay away from me?" Linny shrugged, his lips curling in resignation. All right, you win. You're too aloof for human contact." Hua Qianyu averted his gaze, remaining silent. Seeing no way to continue the conversation, Linny switched topics. "Qianyu, now that the written exams are over, what are your thoughts on tomorrow's physical ability test?" "No thoughts," Hua Qianyu answered briefly. Linny widened his eyes in disbelief. "Come on. Aren't you even curious about what kind of power you might awaken?" "Whether I awaken a power or not, it makes no difference," Hua Qianyu replied indifferently, his face pale yet composed, devoid of emotion. Linny was momentarily stunned, then sighed in exasperation. "You might be the first person I've met who doesn't care at all about this. With grades like yours, why are you so indifferent to everything?" Hua Qianyu remained silent. Unable to get a response, Linny dropped the subject and walked alongside Hua Qianyu, muttering to himself. "By the way, there's a gathering tonight. Are you coming?" "No," Hua Qianyu replied flatly. "I figured." Linny chuckled lightly. "I already declined on your behalf." "Thanks," Hua Qianyu said stiffly. "No problem." Linny waved dismissively, glancing up at the blazing sun. He mumbled, "It's so hot today. Want something to drink?" Hua Qianyu stopped in his tracks and fixed his crimson eyes on Linny. The intensity in his gaze startled Linny, who felt an unsettling sense of hunger emanating from them. "Tomato juice," Hua Qianyu said coolly, without a hint of politeness. Linny exhaled sharply and shook his head in disbelief. "I'll never understand your taste. Always tomato juice. You know most bubble tea shops don't even have that, right?" Despite his complaints, Linny skillfully pulled 2 plump, ripe tomatoes from his backpack. For some reason, the moment the tomatoes appeared, a dangerous glint flickered in Hua Qianyu's eyes. Linny walked over to a nearby bubble tea shop and politely said, "Excuse me, miss. 1 cup of lemon water, please. And could you juice these 2 tomatoes for me?" "Sure thing. Is the tomato juice for that handsome guy over there again?" The shop assistant smiled, glancing at Hua Qianyu in the distance. Linny chuckled helplessly. "Yep, same as always. Lemon water, 70% sugar, light ice. Tomato juice, light ice, nothing added. Alright, that will be 10 yuan in total." "I'll scan your payment," the cashier girl said with a sweet smile. Linny opened his phone, completed the payment, and quietly stood aside waiting. Before long, he came back carrying 2 cups of cold drinks. Here, your tomato juice. Linny handed the cup of red liquid to Hua Qianyu, who took it directly, inserted a straw, and began drinking. Hua Qianyu drank quickly, so quickly that before Linny even inserted his straw, the freshly squeezed tomato juice was already gone. Damn! Linny exclaimed in shock, staring blankly. How much do you love tomato juice? Hua Qianyu licked his lips, a fleeting look of satisfaction crossing his face. Closing his eyes, he murmured, I don't like tomato juice. Then why did you? Linny started to ask, but Hua Qianyu took another step forward, leaving behind only a solitary figure. Hey, wait for me. Coming back to his senses, Linny hurried to catch up and once again walked alongside Hua Qianyu. Unintentionally, he glanced at Hua Qianyu's profile. This cold and aloof young man had caught his attention from the very first day of school. Linny had always believed that they could become good friends. Tomorrow, I'll come find you. Okay. Deal then. I'll bring you breakfast tomorrow. Thanks. After parting with Linny, Hua Qianyu returned home alone. It was a standalone villa, purchased by his father, Hua Shitian, specifically for him to use while attending school. His parents, however, lived abroad long-term, managing the family business. In short, ever since he started high school, Hua Qianyu had always been alone. Hua Qianyu collapsed wearily onto the sofa, the sensation of hunger vividly echoing in his mind, making him even more agitated and restless. Arg ha! A heart-wrenching, desperate scream tore from his throat as he suddenly pounded the sofa with his fists. His heart thudded violently, an unrelenting thirst for something reaching its peak. This was the only way he could vent the bloodthirsty longing consuming him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally stopped his actions, curling up motionlessly on the sofa. At some point, like a puppet being pulled by strings, he rose to his feet. His scarlet eyes were already vacant and lifeless. He stood up and began walking step by step toward the door. From his lips came a constant, murmured whisper. Blood. I need blood. Hua Qianyu's whole body convulsed, an intense numbness sweeping through him, while his wide, bloodshot eyes brimmed with an insatiable thirst for blood. He stumbled into the kitchen, extending a trembling hand to open the refrigerator. His gaze fell upon dozens of tomatoes packed inside. Without hesitation, Hua Qianyu grabbed one and bit into it directly. The unique scent of the tomato gradually brought clarity to his nearly lost sanity. He quickly consumed all the juice from it. He hurriedly picked up another, then another, consuming them one by one until the bloodthirsty urge within him completely subsided. As his breathing steadied, his body ceased trembling. At his feet lay a pile of shriveled tomato husks. He stood frozen in place, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Ever since he started high school, he had felt an inexplicable craving for the blood of all living creatures. At first, he dismissed it as a mere illusion. But later, whenever he saw his classmates, he would feel an overwhelming urge to sink his teeth into them. Recently, this sensation had grown even more intense. Earlier, when Linny had patted his shoulder, that desire had surged uncontrollably within him. Cough, cough, Hua Qianyu coughed, leaning against the refrigerator before slowly sliding to the ground. He wrapped his arms around himself, burying his head tightly into them. Droplets of crimson tomato juice dripped from the corner of his mouth, staining his pale face and adding an eerie, sinister aura to the room. Damn it, he rasped in a hoarse whisper, what should I do? If this continues, I won't be able to resist drinking blood. Bang! Lost in thought, he suddenly swung his arm fiercely, smashing it against the sharp corner of the nearby wall. A ghastly wound appeared on his slender, pale fingers, with droplets of blood seeping from the gash. Yet Hua Qianyu's expression remained emotionless, as though he felt no pain at all. In less than 3 seconds, the wound healed rapidly, his skin reverting to its pristine, alabaster state, as if it had never been injured. Hua Qianyu's pupils flickered violently. He stared at the scene before him, his face devoid of any trace of amazement. This self-healing ability, which could drive most people to madness with envy, was nothing but a nightmare from an endless purgatory for him. The self-healing ability had emerged almost simultaneously with his craving for blood. Since high school, Hua Qianyu had barely suffered any injuries. No matter the trauma, be it cuts or punctures, his wounds would always heal instantaneously. Moreover, his physical capabilities, stamina, speed, memory, everything had been enhanced dramatically. No matter how grueling the physical activity, he could complete it without breaking a sweat, even shattering several records along the way. In academics, whatever the teacher taught once was etched vividly into his mind, never to be forgotten. Yet these extraordinary abilities, which should have brought him joy, only filled him with disgust. He loathed it all, loathed everything he had become. If having all these powers meant turning into a bloodthirsty demon, he would rather give them all up and return to being an ordinary person. After sitting in a daze for a long time, he staggered to his feet, muttering gloomily to himself, "Does this make me a vampire?" Hua Qianyu's physical traits indeed bore a striking resemblance to the legendary vampires, almost identical in every way. He slowly stretched out his hand, the dim light in his blood-red eyes flickering repeatedly. After a long while, it seemed as if he had made up his mind. He tidied up the mess around him briefly, donned a black coat, and walked out the door. Night had fallen, and the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Under the moonlight, Hua Qianyu walked slowly toward the neighboring villa, which stood next to his own. The villa was old and appeared uninhabited for a long time. Hua Qianyu stood silently for a moment before stepping forward to press the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed through the quiet night. Hua Qianyu pressed it only twice before shoving his hands into the pockets of his coat, waiting silently. The night wind was unexpectedly cold. Creak! With the sound of the door opening, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles emerged. He smiled knowingly, as if he had been expecting this, and said, "Heh heh, so you've come after all. Although you look like a quack, I've decided to trust you this once," Hua Qianyu said coldly. The old man smiled faintly without responding and said, "Come inside first." Hua Qianyu entered the house and glanced around casually. Surprisingly, the interior was clean and tidy, though it appeared somewhat plain. He sat nonchalantly at the table in the living room, showing no signs of unease. The old man poured Hua Qianyu a cup of tea before sipping his own. He chuckled and said, "Young man, you seem quite scared." Hua Qianyu turned his head away awkwardly, his tone stiff. "What do I have to be scared of?" Although he said this, his hands were visibly trembling. "You're afraid of turning into a monster, aren't you?" The old man chuckled and shook his head, as if he had long been aware of Hua Qianyu's thoughts. "Cut the nonsense. Just tell me what to do, and I'll pay you." Hua Qianyu averted his gaze, speaking coldly. He had no intention of wasting time in further entanglement. The old man before him had identified his condition long ago and was the only person to do so. Moreover, he claimed to have a solution. Although, in Hua Qianyu's eyes, the old man resembled nothing more than a charlatan, he had no other options at this point. As long as he could rid himself of the bloodthirsty urge, he was willing to pay any price. The old man did not respond immediately but continued speaking at his own pace. "Young man, the tea I brew is quite good. Wouldn't you like to try some?" Hua Qianyu frowned and replied coldly, "You know very well I can't drink tea." The old man chuckled softly and said in a leisurely tone, "After tonight, you will be able to live like a normal person. However, what I need isn't money. I need you to do something." "What is it?" Hua Qianyu asked with a frown. "Relax. It's something harmless to you, on the contrary, it's connected to solving your problem," the old man replied with a faint smile. "Since you know my problem, can you tell me, what exactly is happening to my body?" Hua Qianyu asked in a deep voice. For the past 3 years, he felt as if he was on the verge of losing his mind. Every single day, he battled against the desires within him. Now, he could endure it no longer. He didn't want nor could he bear the thought of being seen as a monster by his friends. The old man's body stiffened slightly, and he asked in a suddenly grave tone, "Do you know what a blood clan is?" "Blood clan?" Hua Qianyu muttered under his breath. Suddenly realizing something, he shot up from his seat. "Are you saying I'm part of the blood clan?" The blood clan was not uncommon in the world of superhumans. After the global mutation, it became a title for certain groups of superhumans in the West. They possessed physical capabilities, lifespans, and regenerative powers far beyond those of ordinary humans. Their sole drawback was their dependence on blood for sustenance. From the symptoms, it seems likely. The old man nodded affirmatively but then sighed slightly as he added, "But unfortunately, you're still human. You merely carry the bloodline of the blood clan, and not an ordinary one. It's an extremely high-grade lineage. Thus, it's inevitable that you're exhibiting flaws that only occur in the blood clan." "I have vampire bloodline?" Hua Qianyu murmured in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe a single word he had just heard. Both his parents were pure Chinese, how could he possibly have a vampire bloodline? Even with the global mutation phenomenon, there was usually some traceable cause. How could a vampire bloodline appear out of thin air? But the old man nodded affirmatively, smiling kindly. "As unbelievable as it may seem, it is indeed the truth. Moreover, your thirst for blood undoubtedly confirms it. And I believe you should have already noticed that your physical attributes and cognitive abilities have undergone tremendous enhancements. You've long surpassed the limits of human beings. And even more so, you possess extraordinary regenerative abilities. Hua Qianyu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze narrowing. This was his deepest secret. How could this old man standing before him know so much? These are just surface-level changes, ones you can already sense yourself. The old man stroked his long white beard and smiled. But I can tell you with certainty that you also possess the vampire's exceptional longevity. And these coveted abilities come with a price that is merely sustaining yourself on blood. Are you sure you still want to give it all up? Hua Qianyu sat back down, crossing his hands beneath his chin, falling silent as though he were lost in thought. The atmosphere grew heavy and cold. The old man remained unhurried. He sipped his tea leisurely, waiting quietly for Hua Qianyu to make his decision, his demeanor calm and confident. Let's hear it. How do we resolve this? What do you want me to do? After a moment of contemplation, Hua Qianyu made up his mind. No matter how alluring these abilities were, if it meant he had to feed on blood, he just couldn't do it. The old man set down his teacup, seemingly surprised. Have you truly made up your mind? I have. Hua Qianyu replied succinctly. Once he made a decision, he would not waver. The old man froze for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Young man, you're quite amusing. This old man has never seen anyone so indifferent to supernatural powers. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and refuted, with great power comes great responsibility. Superhumans may seem enviable on the surface, but I imagine their lives are fraught with extreme danger. In that case, what's so bad about living as an ordinary person? The old man's dim eyes suddenly brightened. With an air of authority, he said, Young man, you have a clear understanding of things. However, it's evident that living as an ordinary person is no longer an option for you. What do you mean? Hua Qianyu frowned, his voice lowering. You said you could resolve my problem. Are you toying with me? The old man shook his head, chuckling softly. Not at all. Since I've said I can resolve your issue, I'll undoubtedly keep my word. But what? Hua Qianyu's frown eased slightly as he asked, puzzled. But I can only eliminate your thirst for blood. I cannot remove your other characteristics. In other words, you will no longer need to feed on blood, but you will still retain all the supernatural abilities of a vampire. The old man's tone was calm, but his words stirred a tempest in Hua Qianyu's heart. Eliminating the thirst for blood while retaining all the powers of a vampire? It meant the only flaw Hua Qianyu had would disappear, and he could still keep all the abilities? Was such a thing possible? Hua Qianyu found it hard to believe. With a wary expression, he asked, What you're saying sounds too ideal. I have my doubts. The old man chuckled lightly and teased, Of course, there's no such thing as a perfect solution in this world. What I can do is merely convert your flaw to its maximum extent. Convert? Hua Qianyu murmured, then asked, Convert it into what? The old man stood up slowly, hands clasped behind his back as he paced back and forth. Convert your thirst for blood into the 7 deadly sins. From now on, your flaw will no longer be feeding on blood but the potential emergence of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust at any time. Now, are you willing? The 7 deadly sins. Hua Qianyu fell into deep thought and didn't answer immediately. The flaws represented by the 7 deadly sins were undoubtedly severe, but compared to feeding on blood, Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered. Suddenly, he asked, Is this the only way? The only way, the old man affirmed with a nod, his expression entirely sincere. Then what do you need me to do? Hua Qianyu inquired further. The old man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he walked over to a safe. After pressing his fingerprint, the safe opened. Under Hua Qianyu's curious gaze, the old man retrieved a small black box from within. Opening the box, he revealed an ancient, circular wheel that appeared before Hua Qianyu's eyes. The wheel was entirely silver, no larger than the size of a palm. It had 9 differently colored grooves arranged neatly around its edges. Its peculiar appearance made it evident that it was no ordinary object. It is called the 9-spirit disc. The task I entrust to you is to fuse it into your body, the elder said solemnly, holding the disc with both hands. Fuse it into my body? Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows and retorted, What do you mean by that? Are you treating me like some kind of vessel? No, the elder slowly shook his head, a hint of pleading in his voice. You carry the bloodline of the vampiric clan, granting you extraordinary regenerative abilities. Even if it is embedded into your body, you will recover instantly without leaving a single trace. More importantly, you also possess the bloodline of Huaxia, ensuring you won't be rejected by the 9-spirit disc. In this world, you are the only one who can merge with it. And this is also the only way to rid you of your flaw. By fusing with the 9-spirit disc, your bloodthirsty desire will vanish, transforming instead into the 7 deadly sins. After the elder finished speaking, Hua Qianyu's previously expressionless face began to show a trace of emotion. His cold, indifferent eyes were filled with inner struggle and hesitation. Under the elder's tense gaze, Hua Qianyu coldly said, "From the very beginning, you've been using me." "Sigh, it's not what you think." The elder tried to explain further. But Hua Qianyu interrupted him directly, his voice softening. "No need to say more. Just get started. You, boy." The elder's expression shifted. Hua Qianyu remained calm, speaking lightly, "Since you've already said this is the only solution to my problem, I naturally have no reason to refuse. I use you, you use me, fair enough." The elder's face grew complicated, and he could only sigh helplessly. "Take off your shirt." Without hesitation, Hua Qianyu casually removed his jacket and pulled off the short-sleeved shirt beneath, revealing his perfectly proportioned upper body. Hua Qianyu's physique was not overly muscular but far from frail. Every muscle was exactly where it should be, yet he lacked the exaggerated bulk of a fitness trainer. In short, his build appeared flawless. His skin was pale, and at a glance, it was strikingly beautiful. The elder slowly picked up the 9-spirit disc, and flames suddenly ignited in his hands. The disc began to heat up rapidly in his grasp. An ability user? Hua Qianyu's gaze toward the elder shifted slightly. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary old man to be an ability user. He gave the elder a long, meaningful look but refrained from speaking further. After a few seconds of heating, the elder suddenly said, "This might hurt a bit. Bear with it." Without giving Hua Qianyu a chance to respond, the elder's flame-encased hand seized the searing 9-spirit disc and swiftly pressed it against Hua Qianyu's exposed chest. The scorching 9-spirit disc touched Hua Qianyu's chest, and in that instant, his expression twisted in agony, his face contorting as the unbearable pain surged through him. He bit down hard on his teeth, desperately trying to suppress the screams that threatened to escape. Zzzt zzzt zzzt. The sound of the disc searing into flesh echoed sharply. Under the elder's control, the blazing, molten 9-spirit disc continued to burrow deeper. Hua Qianyu's skin darkened to a charred black before the naked eye, fresh blood gushing forth in torrents. The torment was no less excruciating than an ancient branding punishment. Ugh, ah! Finally unable to endure it any longer, Hua Qianyu let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet his body did not recoil, he allowed the elder to continue. Embedding the 9-spirit disc into his chest. His eyes clenched shut, and beads of sweat the size of peas dripped relentlessly from his forehead. No one could tell how much time had passed, but at last, the 9-spirit disc was fully embedded in his chest. Hua Qianyu could distinctly feel a solid object lodged within the left side of his chest. At the same time, the unique regenerative power of the bloodkin began to take effect. The wound on Hua Qianyu's chest began to heal rapidly, and the 9-spirit disc soon disappeared beneath his pale, unmarred skin. Shortly after, a faint gray pattern began to emerge slowly on the surface of his chest where the disc had been embedded. Upon closer inspection, the mark appeared to be a design of 9 petals. But Hua Qianyu, his eyes still tightly shut and his body severely weakened, was utterly unaware of the anomaly on his chest. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, his consciousness blurred, and he collapsed forward like a marionette with its strings cut. The elder lowered his arms, catching Hua Qianyu's falling form with steady hands. On his weathered, aged face, a trace of relief finally appeared. At last, the successor of the 9-spirit disc has been found. My mission is complete. He gently laid Hua Qianyu down on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the faint gray floral mark. With a sudden, soft chuckle, the elder raised his withered hand, revealing a crimson pearl that shimmered faintly. The fire spirit pearl. It has followed me for so many years, but now, it's time for it to return to its rightful place. The elder murmured softly, his tone tinged with reluctance and deep sentiment. He slowly brought the crimson pearl closer to the floral mark on Hua Qianyu's chest. In an instant, the crimson pearl dissolved into specks of red light. At the same time, one of the 9 faint gray petals in the mark began to glow a brilliant crimson. Having completed his task, the elder carefully dressed Hua Qianyu, draping a black coat over his body. The global upheaval. The strength of ability users will determine the future of China. All of this will rest upon your shoulders now, the elder sighed softly. Turning away, he departed, his hunched figure bearing the weight of mountains. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Hua Qianyu's strikingly handsome face. The light stirred him, causing his brows to twitch slightly as his consciousness began to return. Hua Qianyu slowly opened his eyes, but the sudden brightness made him shut them again reflexively. After a while, he finally managed to adjust and fully open his eyes, his face visibly marked by exhaustion. He stared at the ceiling for a long moment, lost in thought, before suddenly snapping back to reality. Sitting up abruptly, his right hand instinctively moved to touch the left side of his chest. The wound from the burn had already healed completely, leaving no discomfort behind. This confirmed that his regenerative abilities were intact. Lowering his gaze, he noticed the distinct floral mark on his chest. 9 petals. One was crimson, and the rest were faint gray. Hua Qianyu stared at it with a mix of confusion and curiosity but didn't dwell on it for too long. Glancing around, he realized he was still in the elder's house. However, the elder was nowhere to be seen. Is anyone there? Hua Qianyu's dry lips parted, his voice hoarse and cracked. There was no response. He staggered to his feet, wobbling slightly as he pressed a hand to his faintly aching head. His gaze shifted and was suddenly drawn to a piece of white paper resting on the coffee table. Hua Qianyu picked it up, and the bold, vigorous handwriting leapt out at him. Kid, though we haven't known each other for long, I can tell you're someone without a shred of ambition, someone who drifts through life without much care. But remember this, you're destined to possess great power. You are an extraordinary ability user, favored by the heavens. I hope that this power of yours won't go to waste. When immense strength falls into the hands of someone with no goals or aspirations, someone who only desires a simple and quiet life, what will happen? I'm curious to see. You were right about one thing, I used you, and you used me. Our transaction is over. This is where we part ways. By the way, this villa is yours now. The keys are on the coffee table. It was nice meeting you. I hope that one day, we'll cross paths again. Gu Lao. After reading the note, Hua Qianyu looked at the set of keys on the coffee table, a strange, indescribable emotion stirring within him. It seemed that the old man he had once dismissed as a swindler wasn't quite the villain he had imagined. Ancient. Hua Qianyu murmured softly, a fleeting trace of gratitude flashing through his blood-red eyes. He casually folded the note, picked up the key, and headed out the door. He returned to his own home. The first thing Hua Qianyu did was head to the bathroom for a shower. After a night of turmoil, his body inevitably felt sweaty, and besides, he had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Warm water cascaded down his face, washing away the exhaustion of the entire night. He felt at ease because he could clearly sense that the bloodthirsty desire that had once plagued him was now gone. I can finally live a normal life. Hua Qianyu closed his eyes and tilted his face upward, allowing the warm water to flow over him. At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. The nightmare that had haunted him for 3 years had finally dissipated. After finishing his routine, Hua Qianyu stood in his bedroom drying his hair when suddenly his phone vibrated. The name Lin Yi appeared on the screen. With a swipe of his finger, Hua Qianyu answered the call. Hey, Qianyu, are you up yet? Lin Yi's excited and lively voice came through the line as soon as the call connected. Still focused on drying his hair, Hua Qianyu replied calmly, I'm up, just drying my hair. Great. Qianyu, hurry up. I'm right outside your door. Today is the martial arts exam and the day to awaken abilities, I can hardly wait. Lin Yi's voice grew more animated. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, silently lowering the phone's volume. He responded succinctly, got it. I'll be out soon. After hanging up, Hua Qianyu slipped on a black and white baseball jacket and stood before the mirror for a final look. His exquisite features, paired with his silver hair and the strikingly alluring blood-red eyes, were undeniably captivating. With a faint smile, Hua Qianyu slid his hands into his pockets and walked straight out the door. As the door opened, Lin Yi's figure appeared before him. Dressed in a light blue tracksuit, with a handsome, resolute face, a warm and friendly smile, and short, neat red hair, Lin Yi radiated youthful charm and energy. Sorry to keep you waiting, Hua Qianyu said softly. Lin Yi paused, momentarily caught off guard, then asked in surprise, Qianyu, you seem different today. Did something good happen? Really? Hua Qianyu seemed unaware, replying with a faint smile, it must be your imagination. Noticing the subtle smile on Hua Qianyu's face, Lin Yi grew even more astonished. He quickly gave Hua Qianyu a once-over and exclaimed, you look like you're in a great mood, something good definitely happened. It was no surprise Lin Yi thought so. After shedding the torment of craving blood, Hua Qianyu's natural aura had subtly transformed. It no longer carried the oppressive gloom of before but instead exuded a sense of ease and tranquility. Seeing that Hua Qianyu wasn't keen on elaborating, Lin Yi let it go with a cheerful smile. Never mind. As long as you're in a good mood. I brought you some buns and a cup of tomato juice. With that, Lin Yi pulled 4 buns, a cup of soy milk, and a cup of tomato juice out of his backpack. Hua Qianyu's gaze quickly landed on the tomato juice, but surprisingly, he felt no urge to drink it today. 2 with pickled vegetables and 2 with beef. Which do you want?
Lin Yi asked absent-mindedly as he rummaged through the food.
Hua Qianyu stood still for a moment, then took 2 buns from Lin Yi's hand and, to Lin Yi's shock, also grabbed the single cup of soy milk.
1 pickled vegetable, 1 beef. And, I don't feel like drinking tomato juice today. Hua Qianyu silently took a sip of soy milk. Unexpectedly, it was very sweet.
After 3 years, he finally drank something other than tomato juice again. He took a light bite of the steamed bun, and a look of satisfaction gradually appeared on his face. This was undoubtedly the most satisfying breakfast he had eaten in 3 years.
Lin Yi froze in place and murmured, "Qianyu, what's with you today? Are you sick or something?" Hua Qianyu glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, "What are you talking about? I'm perfectly fine."
Lin Yi's eyebrows lifted slightly in surprise as he said, "But for all 3 years of high school, you've been drinking tomato juice almost every day, morning, noon, and night.
And now this. From today onward, I won't drink tomato juice anymore."
"You don't need to prepare it for me either," Hua Qianyu interrupted him. The thing that had once served as his lifeline now, for some reason, filled him with an inexplicable aversion.
"All right then."
Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, "As long as you're happy.
But honestly, it might take me a while to get used to this."
He had long become accustomed to preparing a set quantity of tomato juice for Hua Qianyu every day. Now that it was no longer needed, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emptiness in his heart.
Hua Qianyu paused slightly, then suddenly spoke, "Lin Yi." "Yeah?"
Lin Yi hummed in mild confusion.
"Thank you. I'm really glad to have a friend like you," Hua Qianyu said with a smile, his expression full of gratitude.
Over the past 3 years, no matter how coldly he treated others, Lin Yi had always stayed close to him, like a loyal companion. He made sure to prepare 3 glasses of tomato juice for him every day, persisting in this routine for 3 entire years. In Hua Qianyu's cold and solitary world, Lin Yi had always been a genuine friend. Because of Lin Yi, despite battling his bloodthirsty urges every day, Hua Qianyu never lost himself.
Hua Qianyu wasn't truly cold.
On the contrary, his heart was very soft, and he could naturally feel Lin Yi's sincerity. Lin Yi smiled warmly from the heart and casually patted Hua Qianyu's shoulder.
"Why say stuff like that? I've always thought of you as my brother.
There's no need to be so formal between brothers."
As soon as he spoke, he suddenly realized something and quickly withdrew his hand, hastily saying, "Qianyu, I didn't mean to touch you." To his surprise, Hua Qianyu didn't mind at all.
Instead, he reached out and clasped Lin Yi's retreating hand, their palms locking together.
Lin Yi's gaze trembled intensely.
"Lin Yi, you said it yourself, we're brothers," Hua Qianyu said, his crimson eyes suddenly bright as he stared straight into Lin Yi's.
"I'll remember that."
A gentle morning breeze swept through, lifting the hair of the 2 young men under the dawnlight. The scene suddenly became somewhat picturesque. The unusual silence between them lasted only a short while. Just as Lin Yi's lips began to move, attempting to say something, Hua Qianyu abruptly released his hand, stuffed his hands back into his pockets, and turned to walk away.
"Let's go. Isn't the martial arts exam about to start? Your long-awaited awakening of abilities, we'll witness it together."
A faint smile played on his lips, reflecting the wonderful mood he was in. Everything that had happened the night before felt like a rebirth to him. The awakening of abilities, which had previously stirred no interest in his heart, now seemed like something he could look forward to, even if just a little. Lin Yi stood there in a daze for a long time, only snapping out of it when Hua Qianyu's figure began to fade from his sight.
"Hey, Qianyu. Wait for me. Jiangcheng University First Affiliated High School."
As the martial arts exam approached, more and more candidates gathered at the school gates.
The wide entrance of Jiangcheng's First Affiliated High School was soon packed to the brim.
For all students in Huaxia, the martial arts exam represented a pivotal moment that could change their destiny.
If they awakened in ability.
During the exam, regardless of their academic performance, they could directly enroll in a specialized ability school established by Huaxia. Due to the tremendous benefits granted to ability users, for children from ordinary families, this was akin to a path to instant success.
As a result, many candidates were accompanied by their parents. "Son, do your best. Dad believes you'll definitely become an ability user and bring glory to the Chen family. Sweetheart, don't stress. Relax.
Even if you don't become an ability user, with your academic achievements, you'll still find a good job in the future.
You brat, you'd better become an ability user.
If you fail, just wait for the 7 Wolves belt to teach you a lesson when you get home." Around them, the voices of parents were endless, some offering blessings, some encouragement, and others placing high expectations. Amidst all this, none of it had anything to do with Hua Qianyu or Lin Yi.
Hua Qianyu's parents had lived abroad for many years.
He had always been alone, accustomed to solitude, and rarely contacted them. As for Linny, from what Hua Qianyu knew, although Linny came from a well-off family, his relationship with his parents was not very good.
Naturally, he was unaccompanied as well. The two of them walked side by side along the road, their striking appearances drawing the attention of many candidates from Jiangcheng First Affiliated High School, particularly the female candidates. Hey, look! It's Hua Qianyu, the campus heartthrob and academic genius.
He's so handsome, a girl pointed in his direction, shouting with a face full of infatuation. In no time, almost all the girls present had their eyes fixed on them.
Isn't that Linny standing next to Hua Qianyu? Two male gods appearing together. Ah, they're both so handsome.
If I could just have a full conversation with Hua Qianyu, the cold and aloof male god, before graduation, I'd be satisfied.
Give it up. When have you ever seen him talk much? He only ever speaks a little when he's with Linny.
Nowadays, handsome guys just keep it within their circle.
Ugh, it's so frustrating.
Just as the girls were busy gossiping, an ill-timed and audaciously loud voice broke through the chatter.
What's so great about this Hua Qianyu and Linny? They're just pretty boys. With their looks, I'd bet awakening any powers would be a long shot.
The remark came from a wiry guy with dyed yellow hair, sneering disdainfully. But in the next second, he faced the wrath of the crowd of fangirls.
Ugh! What nonsense are you barking about? Someone like you dares insult our male gods? Exactly.
Our two male gods are this handsome, of course, they'll awaken powers. Unlike you ugly and shameless, showing off your face like this.
Bleached your hair yellow and think you're a school bully now?
You're so skinny you look like you've never eaten a proper meal.
My hair's naturally yellow, damn it.
The guy's face darkened as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Like I care what color your hair is, a fierce girl retorted.
Do you even know who I am? I'm from the Sister Xie squad.
Insult my male gods, and even if you were a dragon, you'd better coil up for me.
Ladies, let's deal with him for real.
In the end, the poor yellow-haired guy was forced to offer a meek apology under the collective justice of the fangirls. Meanwhile, the two stars of the show, Hua Qianyu and Linny, remained oblivious to the commotion. They stood quietly, waiting patiently for the school gates to open.
Qianyu, what kind of power attribute do you hope to awaken? Linny suddenly asked, breaking the silence. Anything's fine.
To me, awakening or not doesn't really matter, Hua Qianyu replied indifferently. He already possessed all the abilities of a bloodline race. In some ways, he had been an ability user for 3 years now. Whether or not he awakened an attribute was of little consequence to him. Of course, it'd be better if I did awaken, Hua Qianyu added. After all, I've heard that elemental abilities in our country are quite strong.
But as for which attribute, I'm not picky.
Linny shook his head helplessly, sighing, You're still the same as ever, completely uninterested in this sort of thing.
Who said that?
Hua Qianyu shot him a glance, countering, I'm somewhat interested. Linny was at a loss for words.
Hua Qianyu shifted his gaze and asked proactively, What about you? You've been looking forward to this for so long. What attribute do you want to awaken?
Fire, Linny answered without hesitation, his eyes lighting up.
In terms of attack power and destructive force, fire is absolutely top tier. Fire?
Hua Qianyu lowered his head slightly, lost in thought.
For some reason, the image of ancient flames wielded by a mysterious figure last night surfaced in his mind.
That does sound pretty good, Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement. Linny laughed heartily and said excitedly, If I can awaken the fire attribute, I'll qualify to directly enter Jiangcheng University of Abilities for study.
It's one of the strongest ability academies in the entire country.
Besides, Jiangcheng University of Abilities is right here in our city, close to home.
No need to go far away. Don't you think that's great? Indeed, Hua Qianyu nodded. At that moment, a dignified voice sounded from the school gate's loudspeakers. Good morning, examinees.
I am Zhang Junlong, the vice principal of Jiangcheng University of Abilities.
It's an honor to serve as the examiner
for today's martial ability test at this affiliated high school.
I hope all of you demonstrate outstanding performance in your awakening.
Now, candidates, please enter the venue. The martial ability test will commence in 15 minutes. Hua Qianyu and Linny followed the crowd to the school playground. Under the orderly organization of the school teachers, all the candidates stood in their designated positions. On the viewing platform, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit sat quietly. His short black hair, stern face, and commanding presence made him stand out. It was none other than the proctor of the martial exam, Zhang Junlong, the vice principal of Jiangcheng Supernatural University. Zhang Junlong scanned the crowd around him and suddenly remarked with a hint of inexplicable emotion, This year's candidates seem far more passionate than last year's. I truly hope they won't have to face such a cruel reality.
After all, the success rate for supernatural awakenings was not high.
In recent years, it had hovered around just 30%. This meant that 70% of the candidates present were destined to fail in becoming supernatural beings.
A staff member beside him whispered in agreement, "Vice Principal, do you think Jiangqing First High might produce one or two outstanding candidates with exceptionally high compatibility this year? Who knows?"
Zhang Junlong sighed softly, his tone tinged with melancholy.
The awakening of supernatural powers is, in essence, a test of one's bloodline. That is destiny.
If possible, I hope that in this awakening ceremony, we can see a few candidates with high compatibility. Zhang Junlong slowly stood up, a trace of expectation flickering in his deep gaze.
15 minutes passed quickly.
The candidates stood silently in their designated spots, waiting for the proctor's instructions.
Visible tension hung in the air among the candidates. Some were so nervous that their legs trembled, their minds spun, and their bodies shook uncontrollably.
In such a pivotal moment, one that would determine the course of their lives, it was impossible for anyone to remain entirely composed.
Hua Qianyu was an exception. He stood there relaxed, hands casually tucked into his pockets.
However, his gaze remained fixed on Zhang Junlong, who was seated on the viewing platform. It was as though he could distinctly perceive Zhang Junlong's identity as a supernatural being, sensing a unique aura about him, one that bore the essence of something ancient. Noticing his gaze, Zhang Junlong lowered his eyes from the platform and locked onto those blood-red pupils that were quietly observing him.
Zhang Junlong murmured in surprise, "The silver-haired boy seems unusual."
Realizing his gaze had been detected, Hua Qianyu calmly averted his eyes, his expression unchanging. He appeared entirely unbothered, as though nothing had happened.
Zhang Junlong suddenly chuckled.
Taking a step forward, he announced in a resonant voice, "Candidates, the time for the martial exam has arrived. I now declare the start of the awakening test for supernatural powers. Our school has a total of 997 candidates. For this test, we only have 10 testing crystals.
The test will proceed in groups of 10. Please ensure the process is carried out in an orderly fashion."
As Zhang Junlong's voice faded, the proctors quickly called out the names of the first group of candidates.
Hua Qianyu and Linny were not among them.
"First group of candidates, please place your right hand on the testing crystals and wait for 10 seconds. Following the proctor's instructions, the 10 candidates in the first group hesitantly placed their right hands on the testing crystals, nervously awaiting the result.
The entire playground fell into a heavy silence.
All eyes were fixed on the 10 candidates, unwilling to miss a single moment of the awakening ceremony up close.
1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Not a single reaction came from the 10 testing crystals.
The proctor, seemingly accustomed to such results, declared expressionlessly, "Awakening failed."
Next group. These plain words, however, sent shockwaves through the crowd of candidates. What? 10 people, and not a single one awakened? Is awakening supernatural powers really this difficult? It's over. If I can't awaken, my dad's definitely going to kill me. Damn it, does this mean I'm destined to be an ordinary person for the rest of my life?
Amid the uproarious discussions of over 1,000 candidates on the playground, the 10 candidates from the first group left the stage.
With their heads hanging low.
Their departure signified that they were forever fated to be excluded from the ranks of the supernatural.
Though harsh, this was the reality. Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows slightly and murmured, "It seems that the success rate for awakening supernatural powers is alarmingly low. 10 candidates, every single one of them failed."
Though it could be attributed to coincidence, it also reflected, to some extent, just how challenging supernatural awakening truly was.
He turned to Linny and softly reassured her, "Relax. Don't be nervous." Linny nodded and smiled in return. "Qianyu, I suddenly feel that having your mindset is such a blessing. It makes everything seem so pressure-free." Hua Qianyu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "It's fine. Fate is determined by the heavens. If it's not meant to be, there's no use forcing it." Silence.
From the viewing platform, Zhang Junlong's authoritative shout interrupted the endless chatter of the candidates. "You must understand, the martial examination is designed to select talented individuals with supernatural abilities for the Huaxia military. Each year, only about 30% of candidates globally successfully awaken their abilities. You must always be prepared for the possibility of elimination. Never overestimate yourself or think too highly of your potential. Only by approaching the awakening ceremony with humility can you avoid failure due to psychological factors. Now, the second group of candidates, proceed with the test." Zhang Junlong's stern and weighty voice echoed in the ears of every candidate.
The previously bustling field, reminiscent of a noisy marketplace, instantly fell silent. Soon, the second group of candidates completed their tests.
This time, one of the testing crystals showed a faint reaction, emitting a soft green glow.
Chen Tianyu, elemental attribute, wind, the examiner announced indifferently. Ha ha ha. I did it. I succeeded. I can become an awakened now. The candidate named Chen Tianyu leapt up excitedly. Damn it, I'm so jealous of this guy.
Many cast envious glances at Chen Tianyu, which only made him even more smug as he lifted his head proudly. But in the next moment, the examiner's cold voice cut through the air.
Compatibility, 37%. Disqualified.
The smile on Chen Tianyu's face froze instantly, and his once arrogant expression turned rigid. Why, he blurted out, his voice filled with confusion.
Chen Tianyu stared at the examiner in disbelief. Did you not see it? The testing crystal lit up. I'm an awakened. A wind attribute awakened.
The examiner glanced at him and replied calmly, only elemental compatibility reaching 60% or higher qualifies one as an awakened.
A mere 37% connection to your bloodline is far from sufficient to utilize supernatural abilities. 60% is the minimum standard.
Even if you were at 59%, you would still be disqualified.
Chen Tianyu stood frozen as the devastating news sank in.
The unexpected elation he had felt just moments ago shattered like an
illusory dream, leaving him utterly despondent.
He remained motionless as dazed until staff members forcibly escorted him off the field. For a moment, the heavy atmosphere on the field seemed to permeate every corner, spreading among the once enthusiastic candidates.
The unwavering belief in certain victory began to waver bit by bit.
From the stands, Zhang Junlong observed the scene with a cold, indifferent gaze, his heart devoid of any emotion. Year after year, he had overseen countless awakening ceremonies. The initial feelings of pity and sympathy had long given way to apathy, and now, to complete detachment. In this mutated world, there was no room for so-called sympathy, compassion, morality, or righteousness. Under the weight of absolute power and the greed of human nature, the brutal realities of life left no space for hesitation or leniency. Only by cultivating true strength could the divine nation of Huaxia remain at the center of the world, unshakable for eternity.
The minor disturbances in the first and second groups quickly passed, and the awakening of abilities continued methodically. Compared to the earlier anticipation and confidence, the light in the eyes of the examinees present had dimmed considerably.
So far, 46 groups had completed the tests, totaling 460 examinees, but only 156 showed elemental reactions. Among them, only 129 had compatibility exceeding 60%, while the remaining 27 were deemed unqualified.
The highest compatibility recorded was 74%, none exceeded 80%.
On stage, Zhang Junlong's expression had darkened, and the disappointment in his eyes was no longer concealable. This year's batch of students was far more disappointing than he had imagined, arguably the worst he had ever seen. Shaking his head, he sat back in his chair with a sigh, muttering, "This trip might be a waste."
Compatibility below 75% isn't even enough to qualify for Jiangcheng Ability University. The accompanying staff shared his grim expressions, remaining silent.
Meanwhile, the ability awakening test had proceeded to the 52nd group, and Lin Yi happened to be among them.
Lin Yi, stay calm and don't get nervous.
Watching Lin Yi's back as he walked forward, Hua Qinyu gave a final reminder. Lin Yi didn't turn back, merely waving a hand behind him to signal Hua Qinyu not to worry. At the same time, he took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming serious. He placed his right hand slowly on the testing crystal, his eyes fixed intently on it without the slightest movement. A faint red glow emerged in his vision, starting as a small spark before growing and expanding until it shone as brilliantly as the sun. The gaze of everyone present was drawn to this sight, and Zhang Junlong, who had just sat down, instinctively stood up again.
Lin Yi, elemental attribute, fire. Compatibility, 89%. Excellent. Hu Feng, elemental attribute, wood. Compatibility, 63%. Qualified.
In this round of testing, there were 2 qualifiers, but the most astonishing fact was that Lin Yi's fire attribute compatibility reached a staggering 89%.
Even the usually indifferent testing staff couldn't help but show shock, their calm demeanor utterly broken. Hey, did you hear that? 89%. It's 89%. Lin Yi, it's Lin Yi, the male god. Fire attribute compatibility at 89%, the highest compatibility so far. Ah, as expected of my idol.
Not only is he handsome, but his talent is off the charts. Honestly, comparing myself to him is infuriating.
Damn it, I'm so jealous. Lin Yi, you're really something else.
If the earlier awakening tests were lukewarm at best, Lin Yi's performance was nothing less than a thunderclap, igniting the previously subdued atmosphere of the entire venue. Even Hua Qianyu, who was usually unperturbed, was momentarily stunned before breaking into a genuine smile.
Well done. I worried for nothing.
Fire attribute, 89%, it's more than satisfactory. Zhang Junlong could no longer contain himself. Regardless of decorum, he leapt down from the stage and strode straight to Lin Yi.
Excitement evident in his
tone, he said, "Student Lin Yi, I am Zhang Junlong. On behalf of Jiangcheng Ability University, I sincerely hope you will consider applying to our school." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted.
Why does Lin Yi get a personal invitation from the vice principal? I'm so envious. This is the difference between brilliance and mediocrity, isn't it? Lin Yi, you're unbelievable. Unbelievable, I tell you.
Lin Yi, the center of attention, took a moment to calm his emotions. After some thought, he smiled politely and declined, "I'm sorry.
Vice Principal Zhang.
My friend hasn't undergone the awakening yet, and the martial exams aren't over.
Could I give you my answer later?"
Jiangcheng Ability University was a prestigious institution, on par with the Imperial Capital Ability University and the Magic Capital Ability University.
Coupled with Zhang Junlong's personal invitation, it was undoubtedly an enticing opportunity.
However, Lin Yi did not agree immediately. He needed to witness Hua Qianyu's awakening ceremony first. Following Lin Yi's gaze, Zhang Junlong noticed Hua Qianyu, who had been looking back at Lin Yi with a light smile, seemingly genuinely happy for him. Understanding the situation, Zhang Junlong nodded knowingly and decisively asked, "That silver-haired boy over there, what's your name?"
"Hua Qianyu," he replied calmly. "Excellent. Hua Qianyu, is it? Come here."
"I'll have you take the test next," Zhang Junlong said with a broad grin. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, puzzled.
This doesn't seem to follow protocol.
Ability tests were strictly conducted in order.
Randomly disrupting the sequence could easily provoke dissatisfaction among the other examinees. But Zhang Junlong couldn't care less.
He slightly raised his eyebrows and spoke with authority. "During the awakening ceremony for abilities, my words are the rules.
Changing the testing order doesn't count as breaking the rules."
What a joke! With a monstrous genius boasting an 89% compatibility standing right beside him, he had to do everything in his power to
keep him here.
Otherwise, after the martial arts exam concluded, countless top-tier institutions would come vying to snatch him away. If simply altering the testing order could secure such a rare talent ahead of others, Zhang Junlong saw no downside whatsoever.
"All right," Hua Qianyu reluctantly nodded.
Since even the proctor himself had spoken, he naturally wouldn't refuse.
Under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Hua Qianyu walked forward at a steady pace.
He extended his slender, fair hand, slowly placing it atop the testing crystal. Buzz! With a peculiar hum, the crystal in Hua Qianyu's hand instantly radiated a dazzling brilliance akin to the blazing sun.
Waves of scorching heat emanated from him as the center.
Simultaneously, he clearly felt a faint burning sensation in his left chest, reminiscent of that night when he had been consumed by flames. Zhang Junlong's expression shifted from anticipation to profound astonishment, a joy even more intense than when Lin Yi had awakened earlier.
"Hua Qianyu, elemental attribute, fire, compatibility."
The testing official stammered, barely believing the reading.
"Compatibility, 100%, perfect." Silence. An eerie, deathly silence. Everyone present was frozen in place, speechless for what felt like an eternity.
Then, after the stillness, the crowd erupted with a fervor that surpassed all previous excitement by hundreds, thousands of times.
"Flower god Hua Qianyu, a perfect compatibility awakener?
Not only is he handsome and academically exceptional, but even his ability compatibility far surpasses ordinary people.
Is he even human? Ah, my flower god is too amazing. How can someone be this incredible in every way? Hua Qianyu, damn you, damn you, ah." Hua Qianyu himself was utterly dumbfounded. He hadn't expected to awaken with perfect fire attribute compatibility. This luck was simply too extraordinary, wasn't it? His brows furrowed slightly as he instinctively touched his left chest.
The faint burning sensation lingered, and his intuition told him that none of this was mere coincidence.
"Qianyu. Qianyu?" Lin Yi's soft call interrupted Hua Qianyu's thoughts.
He looked up, slightly flustered.
Oh, what is it?" Lin Yi gave him a firm pat on the shoulder, exclaiming excitedly, "What are you thinking about? Qianyu, a perfect compatibility awakener, this is amazing. Now we can both get into Jiangcheng Ability University."
Hua Qianyu's eyes curved slightly as he smiled warmly from the heart. Only then did Zhang Junlong snap out of his daze. His expression turned unusually serious, and he solemnly declared, Hua Qianyu, Lin. I, Zhang Junlong, as the vice principal of Jiangcheng Ability University, formally invite you both to enroll at our institution. Our school promises to provide all available resources and fully nurture your talents. If Lin Yi was a rare prodigy, then Hua Qianyu was an unparalleled genius seen only once in a century. Zhang Junlong never expected that his unintentional action would unexpectedly uncover yet another talent, one that brought him even greater joy. A perfect affinity for the fire element. Since the global mutation 100 years ago, only one such individual had ever appeared. Every perfect affinity holder that had emerged without exception became one of the most elite figures in the divine nation of Huaxia. And now, he had encountered another one? Zhang Junlong's expression turned solemn, and his heart was uncharacteristically filled with excitement and nervousness. He knew that after the martial examination ended, countless ability academies would offer immense rewards to recruit this talent. Fortunately, Jiangcheng University of Abilities had the clear advantage of being the local institution. Thus, he decisively offered conditions to secure Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi at any cost. What do you think? Hua Qianyu turned his gaze to Lin Yi. For him, it didn't matter which school they attended. Lin Yi didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, Qianyu, let's apply to Jiangcheng University of Abilities. Didn't we agree on this earlier? Besides, staying local is more convenient. Okay. Hua Qianyu nodded and then gave Zhang Junlong a slight bow. Politely, he said, Principal Zhang, we'll trouble you with this matter. Ha ha ha, it's no trouble at all. Zhang Junlong shook his head, delighted beyond measure. Having you both join our school is the greatest honor for us. It's a privilege, not a bother. Zhang Junlong grinned widely, his eyes narrowing into slits. Today's ability awakening ceremony had truly brought him a windfall. If other schools found out, they'd surely die of envy. He immediately pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, old phone? Listen, quickly transfer the files for Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School to me. This is urgent, make sure no one intercepts them. Also, right now, print 2 admission letters for them and deliver them to me immediately. I'll personally hand them over. Don't ask why, just do it. I'll explain later. After hanging up, Zhang Junlong finally let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress the grin on his face. He had not only completed his task but overachieved it. He could now return with a triumphant report. This scene left Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi speechless. They never expected that the vice principal of a prestigious academy would act so cautiously for the sake of 2 students. Well then, Qianyu and Xiaoyi, Zhang Junlong said, rubbing his hands with a somewhat ingratiating smile, why don't you stay here with me for a bit? Once your admission letters arrive, I'll have someone escort you home. Alright, the 2 exchanged glances and nodded. One had to admit, Zhang Junlong's arrangements were meticulous. Every step was seamless, each service connected perfectly, leaving Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi with no room to reconsider. He was indeed deserving of his position as the vice principal of a top-tier academy, not just decisive but highly organized. It was evident why he held such a rank. For the rest of the time, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi stood silently behind Zhang Junlong, watching the continuation of the awakening ceremony. After the dazzling moments brought by Lin Yi and Hua Qianyu, the remaining ceremony became relatively lackluster. Several more individuals awakened their abilities one after another, but none achieved a compatibility rate above 80%. This left Zhang Junlong yawning and utterly uninterested. His entire focus remained on the 2 individuals behind him, occasionally striking up a conversation with them. Xiaoyi, do you have any wishes? Tell me, and I'll do my best to fulfill them. No. None. What about you, Qianyu? None. Ha ha ha, as expected of heaven's favored children, free of desires. Excellent, excellent. Let me tell you, Jiangcheng University of Abilities doesn't just have top-tier facilities and resources, it also boasts plenty of beautiful girls. You're going to love it there. Finally, when the last group of candidates completed their tests, the martial examination centered around ability awakening officially came to an end. Hua Qianyu silently observed, doing some mental calculations. Out of the school's 997 students, only 296 successfully awakened abilities, a success rate of less than 30%. The success rate of ability awakening was, without a doubt, extremely low. With the examination concluded, the admission letters Zhang Junlong had arranged for were delivered just in time. Under Zhang Junlong's beaming gaze, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi slowly accepted the letters. The cover of the admission letter was unique, adorned with images of volcanoes, glaciers, storms, lightning, rocks, ancient forests, eternal night clouds, eternal light, and fractured space. Amidst this extraordinary artwork, the words Jiangcheng University of Abilities admission letter were clearly visible. This admission notice symbolizes the glory of the entire Huaxia divine nation, something countless people dream of but can never obtain. Yet, as it rested in Hua Qianyu's hands, his expression remained unusually calm. "Thank you," Hua Qianyu said first as a gesture of gratitude, then handed the admission notice directly to Lin Yi. The latter received it in sync, wordlessly placing it back into his bag. Zhang Junlong nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "This is what you deserve. I look forward to seeing you at Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities." He glanced at his watch, and suddenly his expression shifted slightly. "It's getting late. Where are you staying? I can give you a ride back." "No need," Hua Qianyu declined with a shake of his head, his tone calm. "Lin Yi and I live close to the school, we can walk back." "All right then," Zhang Junlong thought for a moment and didn't insist. He reminded them, "Just be careful on your way. Also, our university starts in a week, so the break isn't very long. Make sure you prepare anything you might need in time." Hua Qianyu nodded slightly. This didn't surprise him. Unlike ordinary schools, supernatural ability academies rarely have long vacations. After all, they are tasked with cultivating talent for the nation. But to Hua Qianyu, no matter where he went or what he did, it was merely to add a little entertainment to his lonely and monotonous life. After bidding farewell to Zhang Junlong, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi walked home together. "By the way, Qianyu, shall we go check out that place tomorrow?" Lin Yi asked eagerly. "What place?" Hua Qianyu asked, his gaze fixed ahead, his tone indifferent. "The martial arts gym, of course. Now that we're supernatural ability users, shouldn't we train our combat skills?" Lin Yi exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement. Hua Qianyu cast him a sidelong glance and said calmly, "Didn't Principal Zhang mention that there are specific courses for martial arts training?" Lin Yi jogged a bit ahead, turning to face Hua Qianyu as he walked backward. "But we could get a head start. Think about it, what if someone challenges us and we lose? How embarrassing would that be? Training at the gym for these 7 days will make us much more effective when we take the martial arts classes later." Lin Yi spoke with great enthusiasm, already planning what to do before even entering university. His passion for supernatural abilities was in stark contrast to Hua Qianyu's indifference. Hua Qianyu suddenly stopped in his tracks and grabbed Lin Yi, who was still backing up. His voice was cold as he said, "Red light, watch out." Lin Yi turned around in a panic and suddenly realized he had unknowingly backed up to the edge of the road. Just then, a large truck roared past him, missing him by a hair. Startled, he quickly stepped back several paces. "That was close, way too close. You really saved me there, Qianyu," Lin Yi said, patting his chest, still shaken. Without even glancing at him, Hua Qianyu spoke matter-of-factly, "With reflexes like that, you definitely need some training. Come find me tomorrow. I'll go to the gym with you." After bidding farewell to Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu returned home. Because he had lived alone for so many years, his home was unexpectedly cold and quiet, but Hua Qianyu had clearly grown accustomed to it. He took off his jacket and casually leaned back onto the sofa. Lifting his short-sleeve shirt, the mark left by the nine-spirit disc fusion was clearly visible. Hua Qianyu stared at it intently, the burning sensation in his chest still lingered. The crimson petal-shaped mark faintly glowed. He lightly touched the mark with his fingers, instinctively stroking it, his blood-red eyes flashing as if deep in thought. "Fire!" Hua Qianyu murmured softly. He raised his right hand, and a cluster of crimson flames ignited silently, swaying in his palm. This scene was very similar to what happened last night. The ancient figure's hand had also released identical flames. Hua Qianyu had a suspicion his fire element ability seemed to have been granted by the nine-spirit disc. Although he had no evidence, he just had a hunch. If that were the case, Hua Qianyu's gaze unconsciously shifted to the remaining 8 faint gray petals. 8 more, he muttered softly, his eyes flickering. In Huaxia, elemental abilities comprised fire, water, wind, lightning, earth, wood, light, darkness, and space. Excluding Hua Qianyu's fire ability, there were exactly 8 remaining. Somehow, he had a premonition if he could light up all the petals, he might gain mastery over all elemental abilities. But, how could he light them up? Amid the chaos of his thoughts, the image of the nine-spirit disc before its fusion appeared in his mind. Entirely silver-white, its edges bore 9 grooves. Hua Qianyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and his lips moved slightly. "The nine-spirit disc has 9 grooves. Perhaps they're meant to hold something. And my fire ability is likely the result of the ancient figure's actions." As his thoughts became clearer, Hua Qianyu's lips curved into a helpless smile. He suddenly felt as though he had been dragged into something rather troublesome. Forget it, I'll take it one step at a time, Hua Qianyu said indifferently, his expression returning to its usual calm.
Who knows, it might even be fun.
Not dwelling on it further, he walked slowly toward the bathroom, shirtless.
The next morning,
Hua Qianyu arrived early at a private dojo where he had arranged to meet Lin Yi. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, layered with a black and white baseball jacket, paired with black casual pants and white sneakers. With his hands in his pockets, he leaned against the dojo's entrance, head lowered, silently waiting for Lin Yi to arrive.
Good morning, Qianyu. The voice came first.
Hua Qianyu raised his head slightly and saw Lin Yi jogging toward him with a smile, carrying that familiar backpack. You're 5 minutes late, Hua Qianyu said calmly, looking directly into Lin Yi's eyes. He raised his phone to show him the time 8:35. 5 minutes had passed since their agreed time of 8:30. Lin Yi froze for a moment, then quickly smiled apologetically.
Sorry, Qianyu.
The line at the bun shop was too long today, I spent too much time waiting. As he spoke, he pulled a bag of buns and 2 drinks out of his backpack, asking with a grin, same as always for the buns today. As for drinks, I got soy milk and mung bean slush.
Which one do you want?
Hua Qianyu's expression shifted slightly, his tone indifferent.
Mung bean slush.
He had decided to try all the things he hadn't tasted over the years.
Got it.
Lin Yi, already accustomed to following Hua Qianyu's preferences, immediately handed him 2 buns and a cup of mung bean slush. In less than 5 minutes, the two quickly finished their breakfast in front of the dojo and pushed the door open to enter. Inside, the first thing Hua Qianyu noticed was a large arena, and a flicker of amazement flashed across his eyes. Private dojos had become quite common after the global upheaval, particularly popular among ordinary people who couldn't awaken abilities. After all, in this chaotic era, everyone hoped to gain some degree of self-defense ability. It was precisely these dojos that produced a considerable number of powerful martial artists. Though these martial artists lacked abilities, their skills and strength often surpassed some ability users. In the early stages of an ability user's cultivation, it wasn't unusual for martial artists to defeat them. Unfortunately, martial artists were ultimately bound by the limitations of the human body.
No matter how much they improved, they couldn't surpass the physical limits of humanity.
As a result, the further one progressed, the more apparent the advantages of ability users became, a gap that martial artists could never bridge. Even so, many people remained fervently passionate about becoming martial artists. After all, high-ranking martial artists could still achieve upper-middle status in society, something ordinary people could never attain.
The dojo owner quickly noticed Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. He approached them with a smile and asked, "Young men, are you here to learn martial arts?"
"Yes, boss, can you arrange a private coach for us?" Lin Yi stepped forward and said with a smile. The boss's face lit up with joy, and he boasted, "Oh, young man, you've come to the right place. Our martial arts gym has several martial arts instructors.
You definitely won't be disappointed."
Lin Yi immediately responded, "Then what are we waiting for? Arrange the best coach for us right away." The boss's expression faltered for a moment, looking a bit troubled as he said, "It's just that, the price is somewhat high."
"Just say it, how much?"
Lin Yi frowned ever so slightly, hiding his annoyance.
This boss dared to doubt the financial capabilities of young Master Lin?
"For the two of you, this much for a day," the boss said slowly, extending one finger cautiously while secretly observing Lin Yi's reaction. Lin Yi glanced at the gesture, his expression unchanged. He replied calmly, "No problem.
1,000 a day, right?
Book us for 7 days.
Put."
The boss nearly spit out a mouthful of hot tea and stammered, What?
1,000 a day?
Isn't it 1,000? Lin Yi looked at the boss with a puzzled expression, leaving him momentarily stunned.
These two young men already exuded an extraordinary aura, and now casually tossing around amounts in the thousands?
Clearly, they were wealthy heirs. After a brief silence, the boss respectfully said, "Sir, actually, our gym charges 100 per day. For the two of you to book 7 days, it would only cost 700.
So cheap?"
Lin Yi was a bit surprised. In his mind, martial arts gyms were sacred places, so he hadn't expected the fees to be so low. Nodding slightly, Lin Yi pulled out his bank card and said casually, "Swipe it." 700 was merely pocket change to him, not worth any further thought. Hua Qianyu stood silently behind him, observing the entire process. It was his first time in a martial arts gym, so he didn't have a reference for the pricing. Besides, for him, 700 was already quite affordable. The boss took the card, swiped 700, and then cheerfully said, "Gentlemen, please follow me." Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi followed the boss to a private room at the back. The room was spacious, featuring a sizable sparring ring and various gym equipment that was very well equipped. Inside, a muscular, dark-skinned middle-aged man was doing push-ups on the floor. His movements were swift, his breathing steady, and, most impressively, not a single drop of sweat was visible. Not bad, Hua Qianyu thought to himself. So these so-called martial artists aren't as unimpressive as he had assumed. Master Wang, these two students wish to learn martial arts. I'll leave them in your capable hands, the boss called out loudly. He then turned to Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi and said, Gentlemen, this is Master Wang Chen, a first-level martial artist at our gym. You can follow Master Wang and learn well. With that, the boss exited the private room. Outside, he glanced at the notification on his phone confirming the payment and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha, a clean profit of 630. I really am a kind-hearted man. I even turned down what could have been a 7,000 windfall. Such generosity, ha ha ha. Inside the martial arts gym's private room, Wang Chen, who was doing push-ups, slowly stood up. His skin was dark, his short black hair was sharp, and his fierce gaze, combined with his muscular build, made him look rather intimidating. He glanced at Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi briefly, then scoffed with a rough voice, So, you two kids want to learn martial arts? Yes, we'll trouble Master Wang, Lin Yi nodded politely, replying with utmost courtesy. Hearing this, Wang Chen began scrutinizing them both once more, his disdainful expression growing even more pronounced. Soft skin, skinny arms, and legs, just with the two of you, you think you can learn martial arts? Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, and even Hua Qianyu frowned. It was obvious that both felt belittled by Wang Chen. But it wasn't surprising, judging by their appearances alone, it would be hard to believe they were serious about learning martial arts. From Wang Chen's demeanor, it was clear he had pegged them as wealthy young masters merely here for some novelty experience. Hua Qianyu shot Wang Chen a cold glance and said icily, That doesn't seem to concern you. We've paid, so all you need to do is your job. Wang Chen looked at Hua Qianyu in surprise, his eyes filled with astonishment. Kid, you've got some nerve. But nerve aside, with the way you look, I guarantee you won't last an hour. Master Wang, I call you master out of respect, but instead of teaching properly, you've belittled us again and again. Mere first-level martial artist, aren't you a bit too full of yourself? Lin Yi said in a low tone, his face completely darkened. Don't be fooled by his usual warm demeanor toward Hua Qianyu. Lin Yi had quite the temper. After all, he'd grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. It was only in Hua Qianyu's presence that he restrained himself. Wang Chen wasn't angered, instead, he turned around and leisurely pointed at a strength tester in the room. Kid, see that strength tester over there? If either of you can punch out 150 kilograms, I'll acknowledge you and even apologize. But if you can't, you'll serve out your 7 days here and then get lost. How about it? Do you dare? As Wang Chen's taunting words landed, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi's gazes involuntarily followed the direction of his finger. A strength tester? Hua Qianyu's expression remained stoic, though a strange light flickered briefly in his eyes. Generally speaking, punching power is related to a punch's speed and the body's coordination. Muscle strength plays a significant role in the force behind each punch. In practical terms, there are two types of punching power. The first is muscle power. Under normal circumstances, an average person's muscle strength when punching doesn't exceed 50 kilograms. The second is impact force, which is the maximum force exerted on the target upon striking. For an average man, the maximum punching impact force typically ranges between 100 and 150 kilograms. And 150 kilograms, accounting for impact force, is nearly the upper limit for an ordinary adult man. While this may seem insignificant to martial artists, for high school graduates like them, it was indeed a bit of a stretch. This Wang Chen was clearly making things difficult for them. Just as Hua Qianyu was contemplating how to handle the situation, Lin Yi began stepping toward the strength tester, muttering excitedly under his breath, All right, just 150 kilograms? I'll show you. As he spoke, he reached the strength tester, raised his fist, and prepared to strike at the sensor. Wait a moment. Hua Qianyu suddenly stopped Lin Yi. Lin Yi paused, turning to give Hua Qianyu a questioning look. Hua Qianyu turned his gaze to Wang Chen and calmly asked, Can body momentum be used? Wang Chen looked astonished, clearly surprised. Never thought you'd know about that, kid. Of course, no problem. I'm not here to bully you, he said with a casual smile, completely dismissive of the pair. One more question. Hua Qianyu nodded and continued, If you lose, simply apologizing for your rude behavior seems like too small a price to pay, doesn't it? His deep gaze locked onto Wang Chen's eyes, and for a moment, the latter felt an inexplicable shiver. What do you want, then? Wang Chen frowned, his voice a bit softer. Hua Qianyu's eyes darkened as he replied in a hoarse voice, if you lose, for these 7 days, I want you to personally train with us.
Wang Chen froze, staring at Hua Qianyu as if he were a fool.
He clearly hadn't expected the other to make such a seemingly suicidal demand.
Ha 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 ha. Wang Chen burst into laughter and sneered, fine, no problem at all.
If you've got what it takes, this master will agree to anything.
All right.
Hua Qianyu's expression remained unchanged as she turned her head and instructed Lin Yi, take a short run to build momentum and then engage your muscles.
This will make it easier to succeed.
Lin Yi grinned confidently and said, don't worry, Qianyu. Today, I'll make this uncle truly open his eyes. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yi stepped back a few paces, then accelerated into a dive and delivered a fierce punch to the sensor of the strength tester.
Boom! With a dull thud, the numbers on the strength tester's display began to climb rapidly. 10, 20, 50, 100, until it finally stopped at 163. This scene nearly made Wang Chen's eyes bulge out of their sockets. He spoke in a mix of shock and anger. Not bad, kid. You've got some strength.
Hua Qianyu chuckled lightly, as if she wasn't surprised in the slightest. 150 kilograms might have been impossible for the old Lin Yi, but for Lin Yi after his awakening of supernatural abilities, it was relatively easy. Though Lin Yi's physique seemed unchanged on the surface, the truth was that his physical attributes had been subtly enhanced by his fire-based abilities, and they would only continue to grow stronger with each passing day.
Qianyu, I did it.
Lin Yi raised his fist in triumph and smiled at Hua Qianyu.
Congratulations. Hua Qianyu replied with a gentle smile.
Lin Yi shifted his gaze and spoke smugly, so?
Uncle, I hit 150 kilograms. Aren't you going to apologize now?
Humph.
Wang Chen snorted coldly and said in a hard tone, you succeeded, but what about that silver-haired kid? He hasn't even tried yet.
Wang Chen's gaze turned toward Hua Qianyu, who had remained calm and composed all along. Inwardly, he sneered, this silver-haired kid's physique looks even less robust than the red-haired kid's. Plus, his face is pale as a sheet, clearly frail.
There's no way he can succeed. Hua Qianyu approached the strength tester with a calm demeanor. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly paused and turned to ask, can I try twice? Fine. Wang Chen waved his hand impatiently, clearly eager to see the results and get it over with.
Only then did Hua Qianyu shift his focus back to the sensor. With a casual motion, he threw a light punch.
Bang!
The sound was not particularly loud, and the display quickly climbed to 51 before halting, refusing to rise any further.
Pfft, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Wang Chen doubled over with laughter, mocking him disdainfully. What's the matter, kid? You're even weaker than a girl. Ha 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 ha. But Hua Qianyu paid no attention to him.
Instead, he reflected on the entire process of the punch. Because of his vampiric bloodline and the fact that he'd never tested his own strength before, he had no sense of his limits.
If he accidentally unleashed an absurdly high number, Wang Chen might be so frightened he'd spiral into a breakdown.
Thus, Hua Qianyu decided to first gauge the level of his power. So 51 kilograms feels this light, Hua Qianyu murmured quietly to himself. Then, with another casual motion, he threw a second punch.
Boom!
The sound was heavier this time, and as the display climbed to 150, Wang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his laughter abruptly cut short. 150 kilograms, not a gram more or less, precisely meeting Wang Chen's requirement.
Hua Qianyu slowly retracted his arm and said indifferently, is this acceptable? How is this possible? Wang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he stared in disbelief. You didn't even use any external force? Hua Qianyu hadn't even shifted his footing. From the looks of it, he simply threw a casual punch on the spot, but had managed to produce a force of 150 kilograms? It's well known that a normal adult's punch, relying solely on muscle strength, wouldn't exceed 50 kilograms. How could this seemingly frail young man possibly achieve such a feat?
Wang Chen squinted his ox-like eyes, filled with suspicion, and muttered, could it be, the strength tester is broken?
Hey, uncle, what's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to avoid admitting your loss? Lin Yi said discontentedly.
Hold on, let me test it first, Wang Chen said doubtfully. He walked past Hua Qianyu, clenched his dark fist tightly, and punched with incredible speed, even generating a strong gust of wind.
Clang!
The strength tester vibrated intensely, and the number soared again, this time reaching 250 kilograms. Hua Qianyu's eyebrows twitched, a flash of astonishment crossed his eyes.
This man didn't seem to be using his full strength either. Not broken?
Wang Chen muttered in a deep voice, his expression shifting unpredictably. He turned around, his gaze toward Hua Qianyu now filled with complexity.
Apologies, kid. Judging by your appearance, I thought you were all show and no substance.
I didn't expect both of you to be this impressive, Wang Chen said, his tone softening with a hint of apology.
A bet is a bet.
For the next 7 days, I'll do my utmost to teach you some combat techniques.
Of course, I'll personally spar with you as well.
Wang Chen crossed his arms, his gaze unconsciously drifting toward Hua Qianyu. It was the first time he had encountered someone making such a request, and he felt a slight sense of anticipation.
Very well.
Hua Qianyu's lips curled into a faint smile.
Casually removing his jacket, he said in a low voice, "Let's begin then."
In the days that followed, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi began learning the most basic combat techniques under Wang Chen's guidance.
To make things
difficult for them, Wang Chen deliberately sped up his demonstrations, only performing each move once without a second demonstration.
At first, Lin Yi struggled immensely.
Being a beginner, it was naturally difficult for him to follow Wang Chen's fluid and effortless movements.
However, Wang Chen had clearly underestimated Hua Qianyu's capabilities.
No matter how fast Wang Chen's actions were, Hua Qianyu could always replicate them flawlessly and seamlessly, as though it wasn't his first time executing them. To Hua Qianyu, Wang Chen's smooth and flowing movements were merely a series of frozen frames, like stills captured by a camera. Every single move was crystal clear to him. His dynamic vision had already far surpassed human limits. As time went on, what appeared to be Wang Chen leading the two in training was, in reality, Wang Chen guiding Hua Qianyu, who in turn guided Lin Yi. As a result, their combat training progressed without much difficulty.
This left Wang Chen feeling rather frustrated.
Having been outdone by Hua Qianyu, he had hoped to see the two of them in despair, helplessly begging for assistance. However, with Hua Qianyu around, that notion was obviously out of the question. As time passed, even the initially clumsy Lin Yi gradually adapted to Wang Chen's pace.
He no longer needed Hua Qianyu's guidance to keep up.
The duo's progress repeatedly shattered Wang Chen's expectations. What began as scornful disdain had transformed into serious respect, and he found it increasingly difficult to hide his inner astonishment. What surprised him even more was the sparring sessions Hua Qianyu had requested. Initially, Wang Chen thought he could simply go through the motions, but reality far exceeded his imagination. In terms of speed, strength, reflexes, and combat skills, Hua Qianyu was undoubtedly top tier.
He not only went toe-to-toe with Wang Chen but did so with ease, appearing utterly unbothered.
At one point, Wang Chen even found himself doubting his own abilities, wondering if he had grown weaker. Yet after several bouts, he finally came to a startling realization. With Hua Qianyu's level of skill, he didn't even need to train at a martial arts gym.
Most likely, he was just here to pass the time while pretending to be harmless. This left Wang Chen deeply frustrated. Unable to defeat Hua Qianyu and lacking grounds to berate him, Wang Chen could only vent his anger on the comparatively weaker Lin Yi. His punches landed hard, mercilessly, each strike brimming with force.
But Lin Yi was no pushover. Though not as versatile as Hua Qianyu, he exuded a fierce determination, aiming each move directly at vital points.
Wang Chen
had no choice but to defend continuously, his face dark throughout.
Any attempt to retaliate seriously would be met with a warning glare from Hua Qianyu.
Thus, under Hua Qianyu's intervention, Wang Chen could be said to have taken his role as a toolman to the extreme.
A dignified level 1 martial artist even felt a sense of being oppressed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days.
This situation persisted, and by the 7th day, standing before Hua Qianyu, Wang Chen even felt at a disadvantage. Even when facing Lin Yi, he was no longer as confident and composed as before. Inside a private room of the martial arts gym,
Wang Chen, with his muscular physique, was exchanging blows with Hua Qianyu on the ring.
He launched attacks relentlessly, but they were always easily diffused by Hua Qianyu. Below the stage, Lin Yi widened his eyes as he watched. Over the past 7 days, his demeanor had become much calmer and more composed, but his aura carried a faint heaviness. On the stage, Hua Qianyu tilted his head slightly to avoid Wang Chen's heavy punch, then swiftly reached out and caught it steadily.
A playful expression filled his handsome face. "Uncle Wang, you're just not good enough,"
Hua Qianyu quipped, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight, mocking smile.
Wang Chen's face darkened as he panted heavily.
"I never thought that your strength, kid, would actually be this formidable. And that red-haired kid over there, his progress is simply beyond my imagination." As he spoke, he suddenly withdrew his right fist and spun in midair, delivering a sweeping kick aimed fiercely at Hua Qianyu's face. Hua Qianyu squinted his eyes slightly, naturally raising his arm to block the attack firmly.
He smiled faintly and said, "Have you ever considered that maybe you're just too weak?"
As he finished speaking, Hua Qianyu rotated his arm, grabbing Wang Chen's leg firmly with one hand, then slammed him fiercely onto the ground.
With a loud thud, Wang Chen's body, suspended in midair, was caught off guard and slammed face-first onto the ground. Qianyu, you've won. Below the stage, Linny clenched his fists with excitement, grinning as he said, Uncle Wang, it's my turn now. Wang Chen stood up with a gloomy expression, glaring fiercely. You little brat, I may not be able to beat Qianyu, but do you think I can't handle you? Get up here. Not necessarily, Linny replied with a confident smile. Without waiting, he executed a backflip and landed steadily on the ring. His progress in physical skills was nothing short of remarkable. Kid, today I'll go all out with you and see just how capable you are, Wang Chen said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. That's exactly what I wanted. Linny grinned, seizing the initiative to launch an attack without giving Wang Chen any chance. 10 minutes later. With a thunderous crash, Wang Chen's body was once again knocked down. On the stage, only Lin Yi's proud and upright figure remained. Uncle Wang, I won, Lin Yi said with a bright smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Wang Chen lay on the ground, panting for a moment before slowly standing up. He spoke with a hint of melancholy. 7 days ago, you two were just clueless kids. But now, you've already surpassed me. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. Sigh. Today is your last day of training. There's nothing more I can teach you. Take a rest and prepare to go back. I believe you'll both become excellent martial artists in the future. Martial artists? They were far more than that. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi exchanged a glance and smiled. The former spoke coolly, Uncle Wang, thank you for taking care of us these past few days. After tomorrow, we'll be off to university, and we might not have the chance to meet again. Wang Chen's body trembled slightly. He moved his lips but forced a smile. I almost forgot, you two are still university students. Work hard in college, you're both very talented. Lowering his head in melancholy, something suddenly occurred to him. He asked, by the way, what university did you two get into? Why is the semester starting so early? Hua Qianyu smiled faintly but said nothing, turning around and walking slowly toward the martial arts gym's doorway. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then smiled at Wang Chen and explained, we're soon to be freshmen at Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities. It was nice meeting you, Uncle Wang. With that, Lin Yi waved, turned, and quickly caught up with Hua Qianyu. Their figures grew more distant in Wang Chen's line of sight. Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities. Wang Chen murmured softly, staring blankly at their retreating figures. Then, as if coming to terms, he chuckled, no wonder, they couldn't possibly just be martial artists. Imperial Capital Supernatural University. Inside the principal's office. A blue-haired man with a cold expression sat at a desk, his hands supporting his chin. His piercing blue eyes stared directly at the computer screen, his sharp gaze flickering incessantly. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Hua Qianyu, a perfect fire attribute compatibility candidate. Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Lin Yi, fire attribute compatibility at 89%. Reading the latest information in front of him, the man fell into deep thought. He moved the mouse, slowly scrolling to the next line, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Already pre-admitted by Jiangcheng Supernatural University's vice principal, Zhang Junlong. The man's fists clenched tightly, and a low murmur escaped his lips, filled with unspoken emotions. Zhang Junlong of Jiangcheng Supernatural University, quietly admitting such a genius with perfect compatibility, truly impressive. The seemingly light words carried a chilling undertone, freezing the air in the office. If I can't break the rules, then let's spread this news and see how the other two schools react. After a brief moment of contemplation, the man's expression remained stoic. With a swift click of his finger, the latest intelligence in his possession was sent out without the slightest hesitation. Magic Capital Supernatural University. Inside a quiet office. A graceful and alluring woman lounged sideways, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee in her slender, jade-like hand. She gently brushed aside the strands of her red hair that obscured her view. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she savored the aroma. Ding-dong! A notification sound chimed. Squinting her enchanting eyes, the woman set down her coffee cup and opened the unnamed file. As her gaze landed on the content, her once dreamy expression turned instantly grave. Jiangcheng's Hua Qianyu, a perfect compatibility candidate, she murmured in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Already admitted by Jiangcheng Supernatural University's Zhang Junlong, she continued reading aloud, followed by a sneer laced with disdain. Ha! That Zhang Junlong, still as shameless as ever. However, the fact that the Imperial Capital sent this information over likely means they want to see how we'll respond. In this case, it's best to observe and wait.
With that thought, the woman curled her lips into a seductive smile, picked up her coffee once more, and sipped leisurely.
Beiliang Supernatural University.
An imposing elderly man with a robust build took a drag from his cigarette, his eyes scanning the message he had just received.
He let out a casual chuckle. Jiangcheng Supernatural University still has such a distasteful approach. A perfect compatibility candidate? It's not like our school doesn't have any.
But the imperial capital, sending this over at this time, clearly has ulterior motives.
Trying to use me to put pressure on Jiangcheng? Wishful thinking.
The students from the imperial capital have nothing to do with me. With that, the old man extinguished his cigarette, deleted the file outright, and immediately emptied the recycle bin, leaving no trace behind.
Jiangcheng. Today marked the opening day of Jiangcheng Supernatural University.
Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi arrived early at the school gates, only to be awestruck by the scene before them. The bustling crowd consisted entirely of prodigious talents who had successfully awakened their supernatural abilities during the martial exams.
To enter Jiangcheng Supernatural University, one needed at least 75% elemental compatibility.
Many students were accompanied by their parents, dragging heavy luggage into the campus.
Though exhausted, every face beamed with joy and excitement.
In contrast, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi appeared particularly unencumbered. Apart from their phones and themselves, they had brought nothing else. Since their homes were nearby, they had no plans to live on campus.
Look, Qianyu.
I didn't expect so many new students, considering how few succeeded during the awakening ceremony, Lin Yi exclaimed in awe at the spectacular scene. Well, this is a national institution, Hua Qianyu replied calmly, reminding him, China has a massive population base. Although the supernatural awakening rate is relatively low, globally, we are undoubtedly the largest powerhouse of supernatural abilities. Our classmates should come from all over the country, not just Jiangcheng. Indeed, with a population exceeding 1 billion, even with only a 30% awakening rate, the number of awakened individuals
was still staggeringly large.
This was an unparalleled advantage that countries with smaller populations couldn't hope to match. However, there was one thing Hua Qianyu couldn't help but ponder: if China had such a vast number of supernatural beings, capable of forming numerous supernatural forces, why hadn't China pursued global dominance? True, Lin Yi nodded in agreement before changing the subject.
Qianyu, let's head to the registration area. I think we're assigned to the fire faculty.
Hua Qianyu responded with a calm nod. Unlike regular universities, all supernatural universities were divided into 9 faculties based on the 9 elemental attributes: fire faculty, water faculty, wind faculty, thunder faculty, earth faculty, wood faculty, light faculty, dark faculty, and void faculty.
This division adhered to the unified rules established by China.
Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi, as awakeners of fire-based abilities, were naturally assigned to the Fire Institute. This was clearly stated in their admission letters.
The two walked along the campus pathways of Jiangcheng Ability University, drawing the attention of many passers-by.
Their outstanding appearances had already destined them to stand out no matter where they went. The campus environment of Jiangcheng Ability University was excellent. Tall trees and vibrant flowers could be seen everywhere, decorating the entire campus in a riot of colors and making it appear even more full of life. Buildings with various architectural styles showcased state-of-the-art modern technology at just a glance. Yet, with the lush greenery of the trees
and the delicate adornment of countless flowers, an unexpected aesthetic charm emerged, an intriguing blend of artificial beauty and natural splendor.
It was said that in spring, cherry blossoms could be seen everywhere in Jiangcheng Ability University, painting a scene as breathtakingly beautiful as a fairyland. Although cherry blossoms were not in sight now, Hua Qianyu could still catch the continuous fragrance of osmanthus flowers wafting into his nose, unexpectedly pleasant. So fragrant, Hua Qianyu murmured softly, almost involuntarily. Indeed, Lin Yi turned his gaze slightly and smiled. Among the 4 major universities, Jiangcheng Ability University has the best natural environment.
It's known as the most beautiful campus.
Upon hearing this, Hua Qianyu smiled faintly.
It's wonderful.
Living in such a school should be more comfortable and relaxing than I imagined.
What are you saying, Qianyu?
Lin Yi frowned, his tone disapproving. We are ability users, destined to be the talents sent to the battlefield in the future.
How can you have such thoughts?
Hua Qianyu closed his eyes briefly, then shook his head with a faint smile, speaking indifferently. That's your thought.
As for me, I only wish to live a peaceful life. The battlefield? What does that have to do with me? No way.
Your talent is so extraordinary, and your combat aptitude is equally outstanding. You'll definitely be heavily relied upon in the future.
Why are you so unwilling to strive forward?
Lin Yi's tone revealed his helplessness and a hint of dissatisfaction.
The admonishing words unexpectedly grated on Hua Qianyu.
He halted his steps, his voice suddenly dropping lower, and his blood-red eyes stared coldly into Lin Yi's.
Lin Yi, are you meddling too much?
Qianyu, Lin Yi hurriedly shook his head, about to explain, but was mercilessly interrupted.
You're my friend, not my parent.
It's best not to interfere in my matters. The chilling words fell, and Hua Qianyu walked ahead on his own, completely ignoring Lin Yi, who was already frozen in shock.
Qianyu, Lin Yi opened his mouth, his mind stunned into a blank. It was the first time he had seen the usually aloof and indifferent Hua Qianyu reveal such an expression. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed somewhat arrogant.
Hua Qianyu walked forward at a steady pace, neither too fast nor too slow. His crimson eyes stared straight ahead, but at this moment, they resembled the eyes of a devil, capable of captivating one's soul.
Thump!
His heart suddenly pounded with a heavy, muffled sound that fiercely provoked his nearly out-of-control rationality. It was as if he had been struck hard. He abruptly regained his senses, and his footsteps came to an abrupt halt as his sharp gaze refocused.
What just happened to me?
He muttered to himself, bewildered. It felt as though, for an instant, he had been manipulated by something.
That arrogant demeanor, how could it possibly belong to him?
Transform your desire for blood into the 7 deadly sins. From now on, your flaw will no longer be the craving for blood but the constant threat of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust.
Do you accept this?
The ancient words suddenly echoed in his mind, causing Hua Qianyu's vision to ripple violently. His previously calm face gradually showed a trace of horror. Right, he murmured softly, finally realizing, it's the sin of pride from the 7 deadly sins. I no longer crave blood, but now I'm constantly at risk of falling into the negative emotions of the 7 deadly sins.
Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Pride, the foremost of the 7 deadly sins, represents arrogance and conceit.
Hua Qianyu, by nature, possessed an otherworldly indifference and lack of desires, making the arrival of the 7 deadly sins an unimaginable contrast.
Damn it, I didn't think much of it at first, Hua Qianyu said with a bitter smile.
He had never expected the 7 deadly sins to affect his personality and emotions so profoundly.
If such things were to happen frequently, it would be no different from developing a split personality. The price is steep.
Hua Qianyu shook his head helplessly. Though he had escaped the nightmare of craving blood, he was now deeply entangled in the control of the 7 deadly sins. Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu's gaze shifted slightly as he thought of his earlier harsh words, a sense of guilt inexplicably surfacing in his heart. Just as he turned around, intending to apologize, a soft body suddenly collided directly into his chest.
Hua Qianyu lost his balance and fell backward, his body tilting.
In the same instant, he extended one hand to support himself against the ground, preventing his head from hitting it.
Ah! A startled cry rang out from a young woman.
The figure, seemingly off balance, toppled directly onto Hua Qianyu. Seeing that he was about to be struck again, Hua Qianyu instinctively placed his free hand around the person's waist. Looking closely, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. It was a girl, a stunningly beautiful girl. Her figure was exceptionally slender and tall, her golden hair shimmered luxuriously under the sunlight. Her waist was as delicate as a willow branch, and even through her clothing, Hua Qianyu could feel its soft texture. Her eyes were particularly captivating, a clear and mesmerizing emerald green that seemed to draw one in, stealing their soul. Her lips, like cherry blossoms, glistened with a radiant sheen, curving into a graceful arc. Her finely sculpted, jade-like face glowed softly, flawless in its beauty. At this moment, her expression was filled with panic. She lay on top of Hua Qianyu, visibly flustered and at a loss for what to do. The astonishment in Hua Qianyu's eyes flashed briefly before disappearing. He quickly returned to his usual composure, raising his gaze slightly and asking coolly, "Miss, do you think you might want to get up?" "Ah, I'm so sorry, so sorry." The girl, realizing how awkward the situation was, stammered out an apology while scrambling to get up as quickly as possible. Hua Qianyu then stood, brushing the dust off his back with a slight frown.
He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He hated having his clothes dirted.
But this wasn't entirely her fault, it was his own haste in turning around without watching his steps.
With this thought, Hua Qianyu looked at the girl and said indifferently, "Are you okay?"
"Sorry, I didn't watch where I was going."
No, it's fine." The girl waved her hands repeatedly, her expression apologetic as she glanced at Hua Qianyu. She asked with a hint of concern, "What about you? Are you hurt?"
"I'm fine," Hua Qianyu replied expressionlessly with a shake of his head. Given his physical strength, such an incident was hardly enough to injure him. He tilted his head slightly, noticing the black suitcase that had fallen to the side during their collision. Bending down, he picked it up and placed it in front of the girl.
Thank you.
The girl reached out to take it, but her fingertips accidentally brushed against Hua Qianyu's hand, which felt cold to the touch. Startled, she instinctively pulled back, her ears turning faintly red. At that moment, Lin Yi came jogging over. He quickly examined Hua Qianyu from head to toe, making sure he wasn't hurt. Finding nothing amiss, Lin Yi asked again, clearly worried, Qianyu, I saw you fall just now.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm fine, Hua Qianyu replied softly, shaking his head.
Let's go. We should hurry and complete the registration.
As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to the golden-haired girl. With a single, succinct word, he said, goodbye.
Oh, goodbye. The girl responded instinctively, offering Hua Qianyu a charming smile. Hua Qianyu nodded, gave Lin Yi a glance, and the two quickly left.
The girl stood alone in place, staring slightly dazed at Hua Qianyu's departing figure. Her lips parted slightly as she murmured, quite handsome, but a bit cold.
Seems like someone not easy to get along with. Qianyu, who was that girl? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask on the way.
Don't know her, Hua Qianyu replied indifferently.
Just accidentally bumped into her. She's pretty, though.
Principal Zhang wasn't lying. Zhongqing Ability University's got a lot of beauties, and they're top-notch too, Lin Yi remarked with a grin. From his expression, it seemed he hadn't taken Hua Qianyu's earlier words seriously at all. Hua Qianyu didn't respond, but the stunning face from before involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, Lin Yi, I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have said that earlier.
Lin Yi glanced at him and smiled nonchalantly.
It's fine, Qianyu. We've been brothers for so many years, how could I care about something like that? But you're right. This is just who you are. I really shouldn't force you to do things you don't want to. Still, just now, seeing that side of you, honestly, it made me pretty happy. Hua Qianyu, puzzled, asked, why?
Lin Yi looked up, thought seriously for a moment, and said slowly, think about it, we've known each other for so many years.
When? Have you ever shown any other emotions? You always have that cold demeanor. People who don't know you might think you're a robot.
Just now, even though you seemed a bit arrogant, it's a good thing. At least it proves you do have other emotions.
Heh, Hua Qianyu chuckled self-deprecatingly and said a bit awkwardly, so that's what you think. I can't tell if you're complimenting me or insulting me. So, my emotions actually need the 7 deadly sins to grant them? Hua Qianyu mused silently, suddenly finding it a bit ironic. Ha, just take it as a compliment.
Lin Yi laughed heartily, resting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes leisurely. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi soon arrived at the registration office of the Fire Academy. From a distance, they saw a senior in uniform busily handling the enrollment process for new students. Senior, we're here to register, Lin Yi said with a smile, taking out 2 admission letters from his backpack. The senior, who had a sturdy build, looked the two up and down with a hint of surprise before verifying the admission letters against the student roster.
Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi. He muttered their names quietly and then took out 2 black wristbands from a box.
The wristbands were not large but were made of a unique material that emitted a faint, mysterious glow. Each band was marked with their respective names. Here, put the wristbands on, the senior handed them the devices and then ticked off their names in the student roster.
Lin Yi took the wristbands, handing one to Hua Qianyu, and couldn't help but ask, what is this?
This is a power band, the senior replied nonchalantly. It symbolizes your identity as students of Jiangcheng Ability University and also verifies your status as ability users. When you wear it, it will automatically generate your personal information, including your name, attribute, elemental level, personal rank, and more. It will assist you in your future training. It also features the most advanced communication functions. As long as ability users add each other as friends, they can exchange messages, make voice calls, and more, under any circumstances. Unlike mobile phones, the power band is free for life. This is a privilege reserved for ability users. Of course, each power band is unique. Once you wear it, only you can use it. No one else in the world can activate it besides the original owner. Additionally, it's not recommended to remove the power band after wearing it, as it is extremely valuable and cannot be purchased on the market. It serves as your identity card in the world of ability users, and it's recognized internationally. Replacing it requires a lot of paperwork, which is a huge hassle. After this detailed explanation, Lin Yi eagerly put the power band on his wrist. Almost instantly, the band emitted a dazzling light. Ding! With a crisp chime, a faint blue light screen appeared in front of him. User Lin Yi detected.
Activating the wristband and syncing user information. User, Lin E. Age, 18. Attribute, Fire. Elemental level, Ability rank, 9. On the faint blue screen, lines of pale red text appeared, displaying all of Lin Yi's information as an ability user. Hua Qianyu couldn't help but glance at it, and two pieces of information immediately caught his attention: elemental level and ability rank. What were those? As Hua Qianyu pondered in confusion, the senior suddenly let out a startled cry. His gaze toward Lin Yi was filled with shock. A-level. Freshman, you're an A-level. Seeing his overly emotional reaction, Hua Qianyu furrowed his brow and asked, Senior, what is elemental level? The senior, still recovering from his shock, glanced at Hua Qianyu absent-mindedly and explained, elemental level is a classification based on elemental compatibility, ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, C, D, E, F. And elemental compatibility between 60% and 65% is F-level. Between 65% and 70% is E-level. Between 70% and 75% is D-level. And so on. Between 85% and 90% is A-level. And elemental compatibility above 90% is the legendary S-level. After finishing his explanation, the senior's gaze toward Lin Yi grew increasingly excited. But you, freshman, you're an A-level. In a world where S-level individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers, A-level is almost the highest innate talent an ability user can have. Your potential is immeasurable. I never imagined that among this year's freshmen in the Fire Academy, we'd have an A-level. This is incredible. After hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but glance at Hua Qianyu. His expression suddenly turned strange, and he thought to himself, S-level individuals are rare? But there's one right next to me, Are S-level ability users really that rare? Hua Qianyu asked flatly, his expression calm and his tone indifferent. Of course. The senior looked at Hua Qianyu as though he were an idiot and raised his voice. If the ability awakening rate is only 30%, then S-level individuals are 1 in 1,000 within that 30%. The entire Jiangcheng Ability University, with about 4,000 students across all 4 years, would be lucky to have 4 S-levels. And for the Fire Academy to have even 1 S-level? That's practically a miracle. In addition, do you think there are many A-levels? At our school, A-level ability users absolutely don't exceed 100 people. If this junior comes to our Fire Academy, he'll definitely be a national treasure level figure. The senior grinned, baring his teeth, already calculating in his heart how to establish a good relationship with Lin Yi. Hua Qianyu nodded silently, casually putting the ability ring onto his left wrist. Ding! The same crisp sound rang out, and an identical light blue screen appeared in front of Hua Qianyu. Detected user Hua Qianyu activating the bracelet, matching user information now. User, Hua Qianyu. Age, 18. Attribute, Fire. Elemental grade, S. Ability level, 10. On the screen, the same pale red text appeared before Hua Qianyu's eyes. However, among the array of pale red, a strand of golden light stood out prominently. It was the S symbolizing the elemental grade. After pausing for just a moment, Hua Qianyu's gaze remained steady, falling precisely on the last line. Ability level 10. Hua Qianyu pondered silently. Lin Yi's ability level was 9, while his own was 10. If his guess was correct, this should represent the initial strength of the ability, a number reflecting one's power. What? The senior let out another strange yell, his eyes widening like saucers. He stammered, S level. Compared to his shock, Hua Qianyu appeared remarkably calm. He continued to fix his gaze on the data on the screen and asked calmly, Senior, what exactly is ability level? The senior stood frozen in silence for a long time, unable to utter a word, as if he hadn't heard Hua Qianyu's question. It wasn't until he met Hua Qianyu's cool, distant gaze that he snapped out of his daze as though startled awake. Oh. That ability level actually reflects the strength of an ability user. The higher the level, the stronger the power. This is the internationally recognized standard. To put it simply, it's like cultivation. And your current initial value is actually related to your elemental grade. The higher the elemental grade, the higher the initial ability level. The senior's tone suddenly carried a trace of respect and seriousness, with undisguised envy in his eyes. Back when he first awakened, his initial ability level had only been 5. Comparing oneself to others was truly maddening. I see. Hua Qianyu nodded in understanding, his gaze returning to the screen as he inexplicably asked, Elemental grade S. Is it always marked in gold? The senior was visibly taken aback. He stared closer and indeed noticed the striking golden S amidst the pale red. He shook his head in confusion,
frowning as he replied, the colors of the text on the screen have always corresponded to the attribute. Logically speaking, students from our fire academy should all have pale red.
This golden S of yours.
Unconsciously letting out a bitter laugh, he continued, forgive my ignorance, but I've never seen anything like this. Hua Qianyu's eyebrows lifted slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he said, thank you, senior.
Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, silently pondering.
If the text on the light screen corresponds to attributes, as the senior had mentioned, it should be pale red.
Yet, the text marking his elemental level was golden?
This was very likely related to his perfect 100% compatibility with the fire element. Unlike the S-level compatibility above 90% for most elements, perfect compatibility surely had some unique significance.
Or perhaps, it was the 9-spirit wheel.
Seeing Hua Qianyu's polite but distant attitude, the senior waved his hand repeatedly and said casually, no need to thank me, this is just part of my duty as a senior. His eyes shifted slightly, and he added, by the way, new students in the Fire Academy need to attend their respective classes' opening ceremony and give a self-introduction. It's also a chance for classmates to get to know each other. You two are both above A level, so you should be in Flame God Class 1, located in the number 3 teaching building in the Southern District.
Would you like me to take you there? No need.
Hua Qianyu came back to his senses and directly declined his offer.
He softly said to Lin Yi, let's go. All right. Lin Yi nodded, putting the admission notice back into his bag and turning to leave.
Seeing the two about to walk away like that, the senior seemed a bit anxious. He quickly stepped forward to block their path and said hurriedly, wait a moment.
Hua
Qianyu frowned slightly, stopping in his tracks.
Junior. The senior rubbed his hands awkwardly and said, seemingly hesitant, could you add me as a friend on the ability ring?
As he spoke, he directly extended his hand wearing the ability ring in front of Hua Qianyu. His intention was so clear that Hua Qianyu's expression subtly changed. Compared to the S-level Hua Qianyu, it seemed that Lin Yi, whom he had so enthusiastically flattered earlier, no longer mattered as much.
Hua Qianyu did not respond, simply sidestepping the senior.
He said in a slightly cold tone, that won't be necessary, senior.
I don't think we'll have the chance to meet again. Let's go, Lin Yi.
With a call, he and Lin Yi walked away without looking back, leaving the senior standing alone, watching their retreating figures in disarray.
Why did you turn down that senior?
Lin Yi asked softly after they had walked a little farther.
Because it wasn't necessary. Hua Qianyu replied coldly and then gave a faint laugh.
Besides, he obviously had ulterior motives. He wouldn't act like that for just any new student. He had undoubtedly taken a liking to their potential and talent, thinking he could seek their help in the future if trouble arose. Hua Qianyu saw through this little scheme at a glance. He had no time to meddle with strangers.
That's true.
Lin Yi chuckled and turned his gaze.
But not necessarily.
Maybe there are beautiful new female students, and seniors like him just can't help but want to add them as friends. Hua Qianyu slipped his hands into his pockets and smiled faintly.
You really love to joke. I'm not joking.
Seniors like them, single until their second year of college, love targeting freshmen.
Who knows, that pretty girl you bumped into earlier might be dealing with this right now.
Lin Yi waved his hand, saying casually.
Unexpectedly, this offhand remark made Hua Qianyu stop in his tracks, a faint discomfort rising in his chest. What's wrong?
Lin Yi also stopped, asking.
Nothing.
Hua Qianyu took a deep breath and replied slowly, just feeling a little stuffy in the chest. By the way, let's add each other as friends. It's a good chance to test out the functions of this ability ring. Hua Qianyu quickly changed the subject, extending his hand to tap his ability ring against Lin Yi's.
Ding!
Friend list unlocked.
First friend added, Lin Yi.
Friend list unlocked.
First friend added, Hua Qianyu.
With a soft chime, the pale blue light screen on both their ability rings appeared simultaneously. Their information was instantly displayed on each other's screens.
That's it.
Hua Qianyu glanced at the light screen, casually swiping with his fingers to get a feel for the advanced technology exclusive to ability users.
He had to admit, the experience was unexpectedly enjoyable. My first friend is Qianyu. I wonder how many friends I'll make in college.
I'm looking forward to it, Lin Yi said with a smile. Hua Qianyu swiped his fingers lightly, closing the light screen, and said indifferently, probably not many.
After all, there aren't that many important people in this world. Lin Yi clearly disagreed with this. He retorted, I'm telling you, that's only because you haven't met enough people yet. Eventually, you'll realize. I told you, I don't know you.
Out of nowhere, a soft and graceful voice suddenly interrupted, cutting off Lin Yi mid-sentence. The voice was clear and melodious, yet gentle and harmonious, like a dreamy celestial tune.
It was ethereal as clouds, tender as the breeze.
In Hua Qianyu's ears, however, the voice clearly carried a trace of anger. The two of them turned almost simultaneously to see a delicate-featured man blocking the path of a young girl at the new students' registration area of the Water Academy. And that girl was none other than the blonde woman who had previously collided with Hua Qianyu.
Junior, don't say it like that. We're all part of the Water Academy. As a senior, it's only right to take care of juniors. Just giving me a spot as a friend on your ability ring isn't too much to ask, right?
The effeminate senior refused to give way, shamelessly pressing on. The blonde girl's lips tightened as she bit down lightly, her delicate face unable to suppress her anger any longer.
I said we're not that familiar. Move aside. I won't. The effeminate senior crossed his arms and not only refused to step back but even took 2 steps forward. Unless you add me as a friend on your ability ring. Behind them, Lin Yi couldn't stand it any longer and nudged Hua Qianyu's arm. Hey, Qianyu, that girl is from the Water Academy. Shouldn't we step in? Hua Qianyu remained silent, watching the helpless expression on the blonde girl's face. After a brief moment of thought, he stepped forward and muttered under his breath, Lin Yi, you're such a jinx sometimes. Lin Yi watched Hua Qianyu's retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. I told you, these second-year single seniors are all trouble. You just didn't believe me. Still, usually you'd call me to handle things like this. This time you're stepping in yourself? Interesting. A glint of amusement flickered in Lin Yi's eyes as he looked on like he was about to enjoy a good show. Hua Qianyu walked unhurriedly toward them, not bothering to lower his footsteps. His deliberate approach quickly drew the attention of the effeminate senior and the blonde girl. It's him?
The blonde girl turned her gaze toward him, murmuring in surprise. What's your business here, Junior? The effeminate man, seeing his plans interrupted, looked displeased and asked somewhat awkwardly.
Hua Qianyu didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, he directed his words to the blonde girl, what are you doing? We've been waiting for you for ages. Ah, huh?
The blonde girl was visibly stunned, but she quickly caught on and played along. This senior wants me to add him as a friend on my ability ring, but I don't even know him. As she spoke, a hint of grievance slipped into her voice, which made Hua Qianyu's brow twitch slightly. He hadn't expected this woman to be such a good actress. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. Hua Qianyu nodded, naturally grabbing her hand and turning to walk away. Caught off guard as her hand was taken, the blonde girl instinctively tried to pull back. But Hua Qianyu seemed to have anticipated this, gripping her hand firmly so she couldn't break free. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and after considering her current predicament, she lowered her head and reluctantly followed Hua Qianyu. Wait! A cold voice called out, and the effeminate senior's gaze darkened instantly. Junior, is this how you show respect to your seniors? For a mere first year to treat a senior with such disdain, it was utterly outrageous. The effeminate senior clenched his fists tightly, seemingly prepared to teach Hua Qianyu a lesson. Hua Qianyu paused but didn't turn around. Instead, he mocked, Ha, you're just a year older than me. Am I supposed to bow and scrape to you? With that, he ignored the man's expression entirely, continuing to lead the blonde girl away without so much as a backward glance. How dare you, you arrogant brat! Do you think you're still in an ordinary high school? The effeminate senior gritted his teeth, his tone filled with malice, as he said, Let me, your senior, teach you how to survive in a university for the gifted. As he spoke, he took a sudden step and appeared behind Hua Qianyu, transforming his open palm into a fist, striking mercilessly at Hua Qianyu's back. Everything happened in an instant, so fast that nobody seemed to have time to react. Ah, watch out! A girl's terrified scream pierced the air, but the effeminate senior's speed was too quick. Her scream had just begun, and the fist, charged with full force, was already about to land on Hua Qianyu's back. The senior's right fist drew closer to Hua Qianyu's back. The blonde girl's eyes even shut instinctively, as if she couldn't bear to witness what was about to happen. But, when she reopened her eyes, what she saw was not Hua Qianyu being struck and sent flying. Instead, what entered her vision was the effeminate senior suspended midair, his face frozen in terror, his pupils trembling uncontrollably with fear. Hua Qianyu still faced forward, without turning around. His body merely shifted slightly to the side, his posture still relaxed and calm, unchanged. His right hand still held the girl's hand, not letting go even amidst the chaos. Only his left hand was raised, its palm firmly gripping, or rather, restraining, the senior's attacking fist. Lin Yi, watching from behind, widened his eyes in shock. He hadn't even seen when Hua Qianyu's arm moved or how he managed to block the punch in an instant. Hua Qianyu's expression remained indifferent as he nonchalantly flung the suspended senior away, tossing him forward, down by his feet, leaving him within his line of sight.
Thud. The sound of the landing wasn't heavy. The effeminate senior quickly regained his footing, hurriedly lifting his head. His trembling gaze met Hua Qianyu's cold, emotionless eyes. Blood-red pupils, devoid of any feeling, as if they were the terrifying gaze of a demon from the abyss. Ah, ah! The senior suddenly let out a bizarre scream. That single glance shattered the last shreds of his inner defenses, and he stammered pathetically, "I'm sorry, Junior, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I was really wrong." Hua Qianyu cast him a cold glance but said nothing, pulling the girl along as he walked away, his face devoid of expression. On the other side, Linny saw Hua Qianyu walking toward him. He immediately stepped forward, exclaiming with excitement, "That was awesome, Qianyu. I couldn't even see how you moved just now." Hua Qianyu smiled faintly. "That's why your skills are still lacking. The speed, strength, and reflexes of a vampire, how could humans even begin to compare?" Hua Qianyu could confidently say that among all the students in Jiangcheng University's 4 years of gifted studies, if no one used their powers, purely in terms of physical ability, there wasn't a single person who could match him. "Heh, my progress has been pretty obvious, okay?" Linny muttered in dissatisfaction, then suddenly brightened up. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the blonde girl nearby. "Hello, classmate. Nice to meet you. I'm Linny. Please take care of me," Linny said with a wave and a genial smile. "Oh, hello." The blonde girl was momentarily startled but then returned a sweet smile. "I'm Mu Wanling. Thank you both for your help." Mu Wanling? Hua Qianyu, standing silently nearby, pondered the strange name. It sounded like something out of a novel. "No, no, no. The one who helped you wasn't us, it was him," the stone-faced Hua Qianyu, Linny teased with a grin. Hua Qianyu's brow furrowed slightly at the unwarranted jab, his tone turning cold. "Who are you calling stone-faced? Whoever gets defensive first is who I'm talking about." Linny replied shamelessly, averting his gaze as if he had no guilt. Hua Qianyu's eyes darkened slightly, and a faintly dangerous aura began to emanate. Linny seemed to be getting a little too bold lately. "Put." Just as Hua Qianyu was about to say something, Mu Huanling's delicate brows arched, and she let out a soft laugh. "So your name is Hua Qianyu. Your friend isn't wrong, you do look a bit stone-faced." Hua Qianyu's handsome face darkened, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Then, with another smile, she said gratefully, "But thanks to you, I didn't know how to turn down that senior otherwise." "It was nothing." Hua Qianyu's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent. Linny gave him a slightly disdainful look and teased, "That was more than nothing. You never meddle in other people's business. Mu Huanling, let me tell you, you're the first stranger Qianyu has ever personally stepped in to help with. You should feel honored. Even I am kind of jealous." "Really?" Mu Huanling's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed directly at Hua Qianyu. "I just bumped into you earlier and felt a little guilty." "Don't overthink it." Hua Qianyu turned his head slightly, his tone awkward as he gave a stiff explanation. However, such reasoning seemed somewhat far-fetched in Lin Yi's eyes. He suddenly lowered his gaze and, with a smile, said, "Qianyu, you've been holding hands for so long, aren't you planning to let go yet?" Following Lin Yi's gaze, Hua Qianyu then realized that he was still holding Mu Huanling's hand, which he had yet to release. The soft, boneless sensation in his hand was still present. Unhurriedly, he withdrew his hand and said nonchalantly, "My apologies, I forgot." Mu Huanling, however, apparently lacked Hua Qianyu's ability to remain unfazed in any situation. Upon hearing Lin Yi's teasing remark, her face instantly flushed red. Hua Qianyu's hand was cold to the touch, and when holding hers, it didn't feel sweaty or uncomfortable due to heat. Instead, it gave her a sense of reassurance. Yet, when his hand left hers, a faint sense of emptiness unexpectedly surfaced in Mu Huanling's heart. "No, no problem." Mu Huanling shook her head and softly said, Which academy are you two freshmen from?" "The Fire Academy," Linny replied, then asked back, "You're from the Water Academy, right?" "That should be correct," Mu Huanling responded somewhat hesitantly. "What do you mean by should be?" Linny asked again, puzzled. After all, she had reported to the Water Academy registration area. Wouldn't that make her a Water Academy freshman? Mu Huanling opened her mouth slightly and explained, "I'm a student in Ice God Class 1. While it's part of the Water Academy, it's somewhat different." Lin Yi's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock, "You're not an Ice Element Awakener, are you? Ice God Class 1, does that mean your elemental level is also grade A?" Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered intensely, and he unconsciously shifted his line of sight, as if re-evaluating this overly beautiful girl. Sure enough, Mu Huanling directly nodded and admitted, "That's right. My compatibility with the ice element is 92%, and my elemental level is grade S."
As soon as these words were spoken, not only did Lin Yi's eyes widen in astonishment, but even Hua Qianyu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise.
Another grade S freshman, and an ice element grade S at that.
The ice element isn't one of the main 9 elements, but rather a branch of the water element, or perhaps a benign mutation. Whether it's in terms of power, destructive capability, or the unique properties exclusive to ice element ability users are far stronger than those with pure water element abilities.
However, because awakening the ice element is inherently more difficult than the water element, ice element ability users are exceedingly rare.
In the entirety of Jiangcheng Ability University, there might only be enough to form a single class.
And now, among this rare group, an S-grade ice element ability user had appeared. You? S-grade? Oh, come on, isn't S-grade supposed to be as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns? Why have I encountered 2 of them?
Lin Yi suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. Originally, his grade F fire element made him a rare prodigy, but the sudden appearance of 2 S-grades right in front of him dealt a serious blow to his self-esteem.
2?
Mu Huanling quickly caught the key word, first expressing surprise before turning her gaze toward Hua Qianyu.
Don't tell me you're also S-grade?
Fire element S-grade, Hua Qianyu said lightly, then patted the frustrated Lin Yi beside him. Lin Yi is grade A, but his compatibility is 89%.
In my eyes, that's no different from being S-grade.
Hearing Hua Qianyu introduce him this way, Lin Yi felt a warm current flow through his heart, inexplicably touched.
1 S-grade and 1 A-grade. I didn't expect both of you to be so amazing.
Mu Huanling exclaimed in astonishment, seemingly not expecting that the Hua Qianyu she had bumped into would possess such extraordinary talent.
Hua Qianyu remained silent, casually glancing at the time.
He noticed that there were only a few minutes left before the orientation assembly would begin. If there's nothing else, we should get going, Hua Qianyu said softly to Mu Huanling.
The orientation assembly is about to start. You should also head to your class. Wait a moment.
Mu Huanling stopped Hua Qianyu and extended her ability bracelet toward him.
Add me as a friend. I'd like the chance to properly thank you.
Looking at the slim, fair wrist adorned with the ability bracelet, Hua Qianyu, surprisingly, didn't show the same resistance as before. Instead, he quietly leaned closer, appearing unusually cooperative.
Ding dong!
The sound of a successful friend request rang out, and a bright, genuine smile appeared on Mu Huanling's breathtakingly beautiful face. Someone just said it wasn't necessary earlier, but now look at you adding that girl right away. What a hypocritical face. Bidding farewell to Mu Huanling, Lin Yi curled his lips in disdain on the way back to their classroom. He was utterly speechless at Hua Qianyu's double standards. Earlier, when faced with the senior, his attitude was so arrogant, his gaze so cold, and his rejection so merciless. That was the icy and indifferent young master Hua everyone knew. But the moment a girl threw in a casual suggestion, Hua Qianyu didn't even hesitate and directly added her as a friend. And then there was Mu Huanling. When facing the senior, she was so righteously adamant about not being familiar with him.
But when it came to Hua Qianyu, her attitude completely flipped. Lin Yi couldn't wrap his head around it. Wasn't it just a brief encounter? Why act like they were old friends, even going so far as to break her own principles? Hypocrites, both of them. Lin Yi even had reason to suspect that Mu Huanling was lusting after Hua Qianyu's looks.
After all, with Hua Qianyu's face, there weren't many girls who could resist.
Did you not hear her?
She said she wanted to thank us and might even treat us to a meal, Hua Qianyu replied coolly, ignoring the sarcasm in Lin Yi's tone. Oh please, like you, Hua Qianyu, would care about a free meal, Lin Yi scoffed, rolling his eyes in disdain. Others might not know Hua Qianyu, but Lin Yi certainly did. Though he appeared low-key, every piece of clothing he wore was a luxury item. The money he spent was like play money, as if he'd care about a free meal from someone else. Who was he fooling? And there's another reason, Hua Qianyu shot Lin Yi a sideways glance, speaking earnestly, she's an S-class ice element user.
Getting to know her isn't a bad thing, is it?
Ah, right. Lin Yi rolled his eyes again and chose to ignore him. The two soon arrived at the number 3 teaching building in the southern district.
After the global mutation, human technology had
advanced rapidly over the span of a century, achieving remarkable breakthroughs.
Unique, unheard-of innovations were now commonplace.
Especially in ability universities, many futuristic technologies that once only appeared in movies could now be seen everywhere.
Even the teaching buildings exuded a sci-fi vibe. So different from high school. Both of them thought the same thing simultaneously. So this is the Fire Gods Class 1. When they arrived outside the classroom, the two took a good look around. The first thing that caught their eyes was the fiery depiction of the words fire, God, written in a way that seemed ablaze with flames. The crimson hue radiated an intense heat that seemed to surge toward them with just a glance. Below Fire God was marked Class 1. Even through the door, Hua Qianyu could hear the noisy, bustling atmosphere inside. Someone who always preferred peace and solitude, he suddenly felt an urge to flee. "What are you standing there for? Go in." Linny gave Hua Qianyu a push, urging him forward. Shaking his head helplessly, Hua Qianyu braced himself and pushed the door open. Linny smirked mischievously and followed closely behind. The moment the two stepped in, the rowdy classroom fell silent. Almost every pair of eyes locked onto them instantly, and once locked, they couldn't look away. So handsome. Two hotties at once. Ah, two completely different styles of handsome guys. I'm in love. I thought the fire department would just be full of muscleheads. Who would have thought there'd be such refined and charming guys here? If it's these two, I wouldn't mind if the whole department looked like them. As expected, the instant they entered, the entire female population of the class erupted into a frenzy. Some even let out bold, suggestive remarks, causing the already lively atmosphere to become utterly chaotic. Hua Qianyu and Linny remained unfazed, their expressions indifferent. They had encountered such scenes countless times and were long used to maintaining their composure. Letting out a soft sigh, Hua Qianyu walked toward the back row, found a quiet spot near the window, and sat down. Linny followed, casually opening the window just a crack before plopping down beside Hua Qianyu. A gentle breeze slipped through the gap, tousling Hua Qianyu's silver hair and brushing lightly against his flawless face. He turned toward the window, closing his eyes slowly as he quietly awaited the teacher's arrival. Linny chuckled softly, shaking his head, and closed his eyes as well. However, the gazes fixed on the two of them didn't waver. Instead, they grew even bolder. Some even whipped out their phones to snap photos, uploading them to the school's confession wall. Before long, the crisp sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed from a distance. The entire classroom instantly fell silent, and all eyes turned toward the doorway. Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, tilting his head slightly. The moment his gaze landed on the entrance, his previously drowsy expression sharpened instantly. A seductive and enchanting woman stepped into the room. She possessed a devilishly alluring figure, her deep red wavy hair cascading in luminous waves. Her long legs were adorned with a black miniskirt paired with enticing black stockings, her flawless and proud physique revealed in its entirety. "Hissed, damn, Qianyu, look! A queen!" Linny exclaimed excitedly, his eyes glued to the red-haired enchantress. It wasn't just him. Every male present, except for Hua Qianyu, turned red-faced, their eyes sparkling with fervor, their breathing quickened, and their faces filled with undisguised desire. Hua Qianyu shot him a sidelong glance and sneered, "Pathetic. It's just a curvaceous woman with long legs. She's not even as beautiful as Mu Huanling," he muttered internally. Strictly speaking, Mu Huanling was also a queenly figure, but her aura was completely different from that of the red-haired woman before them. Mu Huanling exuded a pure, sacred allure, like a noble goddess. On the other hand, this red-haired enchantress radiated an irresistible charm, her every unconscious movement a tempting invitation, more akin to a bewitching siren. "Heh, as if you're any better," Linny rolled his eyes in retort. After pondering for a moment, Linny suddenly smiled knowingly and asked, "So, who do you think is more beautiful, this stunning teacher or Mu Huanling?" Hua Qianyu deliberated before replying candidly, "It's a close call. In terms of looks, Mu Huanling has the edge." "Looks?" Linny murmured, then turned with a sly smile. "What about her figure?" This question rendered Hua Qianyu speechless. He first looked up at the red-haired enchantress's chest. Even with the simplest of steps, it stirred waves of allure. Then, he recalled the soft sensation of Mu Huanling pressed against him. After a long pause, he concluded, the teacher, still. Though he hated to admit it, he had to acknowledge that this teacher's figure was truly extraordinary. "Ha! See? I told you, as long as someone looks decent, it's the figure that really matters," Linny declared confidently, as if speaking from vast experience. Hua Qianyu didn't respond, as the enchantress-like teacher had already stepped onto the podium and was scanning her students. "Everyone, quiet down." A voice like a siren's call resonated, originating from the depths of the soul. It sent shivers through everyone present, leaving them dazed and compliant, their willpower surrendering entirely to her command. Not a single person dared to speak further. Hua Qianyu's gaze momentarily lost focus before snapping to attention. That voice, imbued with boundless allure, had managed to momentarily disorient his mind. Meanwhile, Linny appeared utterly entranced, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the woman before them, as if under a spell. Hua Qianyu's expression grew grave. He knew his vampiric bloodline endowed him with exceptional mental fortitude, yet even he had felt a fleeting moment of bewitchment. This woman, was her devastating allure innate, or was it some kind of special ability? While he was deep in thought, the red-haired enchantress on the podium let her mesmerizing eyes drift over the room, landing directly on the only person who remained somewhat clear-headed, Hua Qianyu. Her crimson lips curved into a meaningful, knowing smile. Sensing the gaze upon her, Hua Qianyu raised her eyes and immediately met a pair of mesmerizing, autumn-like eyes, shimmering with ripples as if stirred by a gentle breeze. Momentarily entranced, Hua Qianyu quickly averted her gaze. The red-haired woman with a striking aura tilted her starry eyes slightly, smiled faintly at Hua Qianyu, and then withdrew her attention, lightly clapping her hands. Asterisk clap. Clap, asterisk. At once, all the students, who had appeared entranced as if under a spell, snapped back to consciousness, looking around in a daze as though waking from a dream. Linny refocused his gaze, looking at Hua Qianyu with confusion. What just happened? You were just bewitched, Hua Qianyu responded calmly. Bewitched? Linny asked, puzzled. Yes. Hua Qianyu nodded, speaking with seriousness, enthralled by the teacher's voice, unable to resist. Really? Linny exclaimed in disbelief. Not just you, Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered slightly, her tone solemn. Apart from me, nearly everyone had their mental defenses shattered in an instant. If this isn't some kind of unique ability, then this teacher must be a terrifying enchantress capable of stealing souls. That kind of alluring and captivating charm wasn't deliberate or contrived, it emanated naturally and effortlessly. Hua Qianyu analyzed seriously, but Lin Yi's focus was evidently different. He curled his lips and said, apart from you? So full of yourself. It's the truth, Hua Qianyu retorted, her tone turning colder. Their conversation was quiet and did not attract the attention of others. By this time, all the students had fully snapped out of that peculiar state. The red-haired enchantress observed the scene before her and finally spoke again. Hello, students. I am your counselor, Feng Meifei. Her voice was as clear and delightful as a flowing spring, soothing and refreshing, seeming to have shed some of its enchanting allure, leaving behind only a pure and ethereal resonance. This time, no one was bewitched by her voice. Hua Qianyu glanced at Linny and noticed that he was now calmly gazing ahead, his expression relaxed but not vacant. It seemed that the captivating charm she wielded could be controlled at will. If that were the case, then it was indeed a fearsome ability. It was no surprise that the counselor for Class Flame God 1 was anything but ordinary. As if worried they hadn't fully caught her name, Feng Meifei wrote it on the whiteboard. Her handwriting was elegant and distinctive. Hua Qianyu stared at it for a moment, softly reading aloud, Feng Mei Flame God Phoenix Dance. Enchanting Demoness. Humph, she certainly lives up to her name. He murmured a faint compliment, his eyes narrowing slightly as if dozing off. Feng Meifei turned around, her face adorned with a radiant smile, and said, I'm delighted that all of you chose to apply to Jiancheng University of Supernatural Abilities and that you have the privilege of becoming part of the Fire Academy family. Welcome! I believe you are all aware that Class Flame God 1 consists of prodigies with elemental compatibility levels of B grade or higher. In other words, each of you has an elemental compatibility rate exceeding 80%. Undoubtedly, you are the most outstanding group in the entire Fire Academy. However, you must understand that with the glory you enjoy comes the responsibility of a heavier mission. In the future, you will face countless trials and tribulations. Being a supernatural ability user is not as glamorous as you might imagine. In fact, it may very well cost you your life. I hope you will not squander the talents gifted to you by the heavens and that you can dedicate them wholly to your country. Feng Meifei's impassioned speech transitioned from ethereal to solemn to grave, causing many students to bow their heads, their faces filled with solemn determination. However, such rhetoric was clearly ineffective on Hua Qianyu, whose gaze remained indifferent, utterly devoid of emotional resonance. In contrast, Linny instantly transformed into a figure brimming with enthusiasm, as though filled with boundless dreams for the future. Observing the expressions of the students below the stage, Feng Meifei nodded in satisfaction. Her eyes inadvertently landed on Hua Qianyu, whose relaxed and drowsy demeanor made her brows furrow slightly. This young man, so distinct from the others in her eyes, seemed utterly devoid of drive. She averted her gaze and continued, Now, to help everyone integrate more easily into the group, I'd like each of you to introduce yourselves, your name, age, elemental grade, explain everything clearly. Let's start with you. Feng Meifei pointed to the boy seated at the front of the class, closest to the podium. Hello, everyone. My name is Kai Kuan. I'm 18 years old, my elemental grade is A level, and I enjoy singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. It's a pleasure to meet you all. A handsome boy with a middle-part hairstyle stood up, raised his head slightly, and spoke with an air of pride. His good looks, combined with his A-level elemental talent, immediately drew the attention of many girls, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. It was evident that Kai Kuan thoroughly enjoyed this moment of admiration, basking in it before finally sitting down leisurely. So full of himself. Lin Yi commented disdainfully. Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement. Next. Feng Meifei nodded, her gaze shifting to the girl behind Kai Kuan.
The girl slowly stood up, revealing a captivating smile. She spoke shyly, "Hello, everyone.
My name is Wang Chanqian. I'm 18 years old and my elemental level is B.
Please take care of me.
Chen Yu, 18, elemental level A."
The next voice was somewhat cold, belonging to a plain-looking boy dressed in black. His thin frame made him appear difficult to approach. Hua Qianyu's gaze lingered on him briefly. Besides Lin Yi and Kai Kuan, he was the third A-level student to appear in Class Yenshin so far, hard not to notice. But it was just that, notice.
The self-introductions proceeded methodically.
As Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi were seated at the back near the window, by the time it was their turn, everyone else had already introduced themselves. It's worth mentioning that, apart from Zhang Kuan, Shen Yu, and Lin Yi, whom he already knew, everyone else was at B level. In other words, in the highest level class of the Fire Academy, including himself, there were only 4 students above A level. Calculating the proportions, if there were 3 A-level students in the freshman year of the Fire Academy, then across 4 academic years, there would be, at most, 12 A-level students. Given that the academy is divided into 9 schools based on the 9 major elements, assuming the ratios are roughly equivalent, the entire university might have only around 108 A-level students, perhaps even fewer. It's important to note that Jiangcheng Ability University is one of the top 4 prestigious institutions. Yet, even so, the number of outstanding ability users is still remarkably scarce. This realization stirred a wave of emotions in Hua Qianyu. Suddenly, he felt as though his own aura of brilliance was somewhat excessive compared to ordinary people. Just then, Lin Yi stood up calmly, smiling as he said, "Hello, everyone. I am Lin Yi, 18 years old, elemental level A. My dream is to reignite the fire of our nation and restore the glory of Huaxia." Lin Yi's voice was loud, so loud that Hua Qianyu instinctively covered his face with one hand. How to describe it? It was just inexplicably awkward. Wow! So handsome. Not only is he handsome, but he's also talented and has such a noble ambition. I hereby declare Lin Yi my Prince Charming. Who wouldn't fall for that? To Hua Qianyu's surprise, what he considered a ridiculously dramatic self-introduction was actually met with a chorus of adoring fangirls. Kai Kuan, sitting ahead, immediately grew wary. He glanced at Lin Yi's face, then took out a mirror to check his own reflection, suddenly feeling his status was under serious threat. Meanwhile, Feng Meifei's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she unreservedly praised, "Lin Yi, that was excellent." Everyone should look to Lin Yi as a role model and always remain steadfast in their loyalty to the nation. Now, let's move on to the final student. Please introduce yourself, so we can proceed to the next segment. Feng Meifei's gaze landed on Hua Qianyu, her eyes brimming with expectation. As the advisor for Class Yenshin, she was fully aware that the Fire Academy had specially recruited an S-level student this year. Hua Qianyu's name had long been marked as a priority in her roster. Although Feng Meifei didn't know Hua Qianyu personally, his name had already been etched in her mind. Even the Academy's leadership was paying close attention to this student named Hua Qianyu. Now, with only one person left to introduce themselves, and Hua Qianyu's name still unspoken, Feng Meifei was already certain of his identity, even if he didn't formally introduce himself. But never in her wildest dreams did she expect that this overly handsome boy, who remained unaffected by her charm, was the legendary Hua Qianyu. For reasons she couldn't explain, a sudden surge of excitement welled up inside her. Receiving her cue, Hua Qianyu rose slowly under the gaze of all present. In a calm and measured tone, he said, "Hua Qianyu, 18, S-level. Hua Qianyu, 18 years old, S-level." His voice was extremely flat, and his pupils were filled with indifference, devoid of even the slightest hint of emotion. In his eyes, there was nothing worth being surprised about. However, this expression, when seen by others, conveyed a completely different attitude. Everyone's gaze toward Hua Qianyu transformed. What might have initially been admiration for his appearance had now turned into shock at his talent. S-level? Our Fire Academy actually has an S-level freshman? Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu. I remember now. He's the student from Jiangcheng No. 1 High School who was pre-admitted during the martial exam. So, it's him. I heard his elemental compatibility is 100% the only perfect match in our academy. This kind of talent, I can't help but envy. This guy's talent being so high is one thing, but he's genuinely so handsome that even as a guy, I find him stunning. Unlike Lin Yi's charm toward the girls, Hua Qianyu's appearance and talent seemed to ignite a frenzy among the entire class, regardless of gender. At the front, Kai Kuan's brows furrowed tightly, and a sense of crisis grew stronger within him. The sudden emergence of two peers who surpassed him in both appearance and talent left him feeling inexplicably jealous. Even Shen Yu, who was usually somewhat reclusive, couldn't help but cast his gaze toward Hua Qianyu. From beginning to end, Hua Qianyu remained composed, his icy and aloof eyes seeming unfocused. A profound calmness filled his deep gaze. He sat down slowly, his dazzling silver hair draping over his ears, swaying softly in the breeze. That strikingly handsome face was hard not to secretly marvel at, and combined with the naturally cool aura surrounding him, his temperament carried an air of mystery. Clap, clap, clap. Feng Meifei couldn't help but applaud. Looking at Hua Qianyu, she offered unabashed praise. Very good, student Hua Qianyu. An S-level ability. User and the strongest talent among all the freshmen. There's no doubt that this year, the Fire Academy will be stronger than ever before. The self-introductions are over now. I'm here to announce the second matter, appointing S-level student Hua Qianyu as the class president of Yenshin Class 1. What do you all think? Though phrased as a question, Feng Meifei's tone was resolute. In her mind, no one was more suited to the position of class president than someone with Hua Qianyu's S-level talent. Only geniuses with exceptional talent and capability were qualified to lead Yenshin Class 1. I disagree. Kai Kuan immediately stood up and protested indignantly. Teacher Feng, why must it be Hua Qianyu? Just because he looks too good? I believe that if class committee positions aren't determined through elections, there's no fairness whatsoever. Kai Kuan's expression shifted unpredictably. Hua Qianyu's sudden appearance had overshadowed all of his previous glory in an instant, leaving him deeply unsettled. You're right. This approach is indeed somewhat unfair. Feng Meifei's expression didn't change, nor was there the slightest trace of panic. She responded calmly, in that case, let's decide by a vote. Those who agree with appointing Hua Qianyu as class president, please raise your hands. As soon as she finished speaking, aside from Kai Kuan and Hua Qianyu himself, everyone present raised their hands in unison, without the slightest hesitation. To a certain extent, absolute strength leads to only two outcomes: opposition and exclusion, or admiration and support. The atmosphere in Yenshin Class 1 was clearly positive, with the majority of the students being quite sincere. Kai Kuan's face stiffened, as if he had swallowed a fly. His expression was unsightly, full of unwillingness. Very well. Feng Meifei nodded in satisfaction, then looked at the grim-faced Kai Kuan and said lightly, Student Kai Kuan, do you have any further objections? Kai Kuan remained silent and reluctantly sat back down. Does anyone else have any objections? Feng Meifei asked again. I have an objection. The unusually cold four words seemed to carry a peculiar kind of power, cutting through the air with remarkable clarity, echoing in everyone's ears. Instantly, all eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Hua Qianyu? Feng Meifei frowned in confusion and asked, do you have any concerns? Hua Qianyu did not rise. Instead, he slightly raised his gaze, looking directly into Feng Meifei's eyes. His voice was calm as he said, Teacher Feng, let me ask you, what qualities should a class president possess? Feng Meifei was momentarily stunned and blurted out, of course, the strongest person in the class, someone who can easily become the core of the group. You're wrong. Hua Qianyu shook his head and replied indifferently, the so-called class president, while talent is indeed a factor in the evaluation, what matters more are management skills, communication abilities, leadership, organizational capacity, as well as ambition and a sense of responsibility. I don't think I possess those qualities. Or, do you, teacher, think I do? A string of words left Feng Meifei momentarily flustered. She froze for quite a while before she slowly asked, You don't want to be the class monitor? That's right, Hua Qianyu responded calmly. To spend one's entire university life sacrificing time for others was utterly foolish. Unless, of course, one genuinely found joy in helping others. But Hua Qianyu clearly was not such a person. Now it was Feng Meifei's turn to be surprised. She hadn't expected that her well-intentioned offer for Hua Qianyu to become the class monitor of Yenshin Class 1 would be directly declined. But upon giving Hua Qianyu's words more thought, every sentence hit the mark and was entirely reasonable. Feng Meifei began to realize that her choice of class monitor had been too hasty. Still, she quickly shifted her thoughts. If S-rank Hua Qianyu wasn't willing, weren't there 3A-rank students left? Not everyone was as indifferent as Hua Qianyu, surely someone would be eager to take up the role of class monitor. After brief consideration, she relented. Well, all right then. Feng Meifei sighed in resignation, shaking her head before asking, since Hua Qianyu has opted out of the election, the choice for class monitor will now be between Linny, Kai Kuan, and Chen Yu. I forfeit, came a cold voice from a corner of the room. It was Chen Yu, who had no intention of taking on the responsibility of class monitor. Feng Meifei's alluring face darkened noticeably. She had never imagined that the coveted position of class monitor, seen as a prize in other classes, would be so thoroughly despised in Yenshin Class 1. Then, Linny and Kai Kuan, what about you two? Feng Meifei's previously charming voice softened, tinged with uncertainty. She worried that these two might also refuse to participate in the election, but fortunately, her concerns were unnecessary. Kai Kuan stood up once more, brimming with excitement. Teacher, let me be the class monitor. I'll do a great job. His face beamed with joy, as though the position of class monitor was already within his grasp. And what about you, Linny? Feng Meifei didn't immediately agree but first sought Lin Yi's opinion. I'm in, Linny said with a grin, flashing his bright white teeth. Hua Qianyu closed his eyes without surprise. He knew Lin Yi would participate. That was just the kind of person Lin Yi was, someone entirely different from himself. Now, let's proceed to the voting. Raise your right hand if you support Lin Yi for class monitor, and raise your left hand if you support Kai Kuan, Feng Meifei announced. Quickly, the students made their choices. Hua Qianyu naturally raised his right hand. Although he had no interest in this matter, since Lin Yi wanted it, he wouldn't object. Looking around, it became apparent that the majority of the class had also raised their right hands. Ha! Feng Meifei let out a curious sound, her enchanting eyes focusing on a slightly chubby boy. Zhao Kai, why are you raising both hands? Hee, teacher, I support both Kai Kuan and Lin Yi. Is that not allowed? Zhao Kai scratched his head and chuckled. Ha ha ha. His words sparked a wave of laughter throughout the room. This guy's train of thought was truly unique. Even Feng Meifei was amused, smiling as she said, well, I didn't say it wasn't allowed. So, with that, Lin Yi gets 57.5 votes and wins the class monitor election. Kai Kuan gets 2.5 votes. I'm sorry, but don't be discouraged, keep trying. As Feng Meifei announced the results, a thunderous round of applause erupted in the classroom, filled with heartfelt congratulations for Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Kai Kuan sat down silently, his face flushed with anger. Congratulations! Hua Qianyu looked at Lin Yi and offered his well wishes. This is something you gave to me, Lin Yi replied with a smile. It's what you deserve. You know I have no interest in these things, Hua Qianyu said flatly. Lin Yi simply smiled. Between the two of them, no words were needed, some things were better remembered silently. Alright, moving on to the third and final matter for today's meeting. Feng Meifei's voice rang out once more. She scanned the room, her lips curling slightly as she spoke. This concerns the cultivation of fire elements, a matter that will accompany you for the rest of your lives. Please activate your ability rings. Now, we will proceed with the fire element technique matching process. Fire element technique matching? Hua Qianyu frowned and looked at Lin Yi. Do you know what that is? I don't know. Lin Yi chuckled bitterly. It wasn't just the two of them, everyone present exchanged confused looks, their faces full of bewilderment. Noticing their puzzlement, Feng Meifei smiled and asked, do you still remember the last section of that blue light screen when you first received your ability rings? The last section? Hua Qianyu muttered, then suddenly had a moment of realization. It's the ability level. At that time, Hua Qianyu had already noticed it and even asked a senior about it. However, back then, he only knew that the ability level symbolized their strength, or rather, their cultivation level. Since it represented cultivation, there must naturally be methods to improve it. It seemed that this so-called fire element technique matching was related to this matter. Teacher, it's the ability level. At this moment, Kai Kuan suddenly shouted loudly, proudly lifting his head. That's correct, Feng Meifei nodded approvingly, her face lighting up with a smile. The numbers above the ability level represent your level, in other words, your strength. Although each of you has an initial ability level, it won't increase out of nowhere. To raise it, you can only rely on meditation and cultivation. Meditation and cultivation? Isn't that just like cultivating immortality? Kai Kuan froze for a moment, recalling all the novels he had read on this topic. You could think of it that way. Feng Meifei didn't refute but rather nodded in agreement. You must understand, this blue star is no longer what it was 100 years ago. Now, elements ripple through the air and the land everywhere. As she spoke, she raised her slender, jade-like hand. On her smooth, porcelain-like skin, a golden flame gently ignited, flickering quietly. Everyone stared wide-eyed in shock. This magical, dreamlike scene unfolded so vividly before them that it filled their hearts with excitement and awe.
That's so cool. She lit fire in her palm. Did you see that? My god, is this for real? Does this mean we can do it too in the future? Just thinking about it makes me so excited. Feng Meifei withdrew the flame, smiling softly. I trust you've all seen it now.
Using flames is a unique ability granted to those with fire element powers. By connecting with the fire elements in the world, one can reach the level of releasing flames.
This is the divine gift of fire element ability users.
Hua Qianyu silently observed, his eyes calm as still water.
The ability to release flames was something he had already attempted and could easily accomplish.
Teacher, how can I release flames from my hand like you? The chubby Zhao Kai asked, his eyes sparkling with excitement.
Good question.
Feng Meifei's beautiful eyes gleamed as she explained, to freely manipulate flames, two factors are especially important. First, you need sufficient energy support.
Second, you need excellent control. As for control, that's a topic for later.
Today, we'll focus on sufficient energy support. I believe you've already noticed that the energy I speak of is the ability level displayed on your ability rings.
The higher the level, the stronger the energy you can release.
And as for all of you here, your ability levels are between 6 and 10. Except for Hua Qianyu, no one else should have reached level 10. As Feng Meifei spoke, her gaze once again landed on Hua Qianyu. She continued unhurriedly, only S-class ability users have an initial ability level of 10, which is also the minimum requirement for controlling flames. In other words, as long as Hua Qianyu possesses sufficient control, he can also, like the teacher earlier, effortlessly release flames.
So, what do you think? Would you like to give it a try?
Feng Meifei's charming eyes narrowed slightly, a faint smile playing on her lips as she looked at Hua Qianyu. In truth, within Feng Meifei's heart, kid, you're so proud. Let me make a fool of you first and take you down a notch. The corners of Feng Meifei's lips curled into a sly smirk, resembling a fox hiding a knife behind its smile. But Hua Qianyu merely glanced at her briefly before calmly extending his right hand.
Buzz! The sound of flames igniting gently filled the room.
A crimson flame quietly flickered in the palm of his hand, adding a hint of heat to the classroom air.
Feng Meifei's smile froze instantly. It's actually quite simple, Hua Qianyu said faintly, his lips curving into a slight smile. As he spoke, he casually waved his hand, extinguishing the crimson flame.
With a light chuckle, he said, Teacher, please continue.
Ah ha ha ha. Well, Hua Qianyu did an excellent job. You all saw it, right? His demonstration was incredibly perfect. This is your goal for the future.
Feng Meifei forced an extremely awkward smile, maintaining her composure as she spoke. She had never expected Hua Qianyu to actually be capable of controlling flames.
Wow, Hua Qianyu can do that too. So cool. I must get him to teach me. Me too. It's just too awesome, way cooler than Teacher Feng.
Since all of you are choosing Hua Qianyu, I'll take Teacher Feng then, huh?
Dream on. Everyone was chattering enthusiastically.
Meanwhile, Lin Yi nudged Hua Qianyu's arm, exclaiming in disbelief, Qianyu, when did you learn that move? After the martial arts exam, I tried it once, Hua Qianyu answered directly. To be precise, it was to test the effects of the 9-spirit wheel.
You sly guy, Qianyu. You found something this fun and didn't teach me? That's so not brotherly of you. Lin Yi protested indignantly. Hua Qianyu rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, it's pretty simple.
Once you reach level 10, you'll be able to pull it off easily too.
Then I've got to level up quickly. Why hasn't Teacher Feng explained the leveling up method yet? It's driving me crazy.
Lin Yi was starting to lose his cool.
Don't worry, she's about to say it now.
Hua Qianyu said, his eyes fixed on Feng Meifei.
Sure enough, Feng Meifei clapped her hands, signaling everyone to quiet down.
She then continued, alright, the principle behind leveling up through the meditation method is essentially to enter a state of extreme focus, allowing you to connect with the elemental forces of nature and absorb them into your body. Under normal circumstances, as long as you're an ability user, almost everyone can do this. But this basic form of meditation absorbs elemental energy far too slowly. Even raising your level by just one would take a very, very long time. That's why, over the span of 100 years, our ancestors in Huaxia compiled all the ancient texts and conducted tens of thousands of experiments, finally summarizing a set of more efficient cultivation methods. These cultivation methods are also known as techniques, and they form the most refined cultivation system we have today. As Feng Meifei finished speaking, the crowd's breathing grew noticeably heavier.
The chubby Zhao Kai even stood up and exclaimed, so they're basically martial arts manuals? If we practice them, our levels will increase rapidly, right? That's correct, Feng Meifei suddenly smiled, though there was something enigmatic about it.
These techniques are stored in digital form within Huaxia's national security database.
They are one of our nation's top secrets.
And the only way to access these techniques is through the ability ring. Each of your ability rings will analyze your unique circumstances and match you with the most suitable technique. In other words, while your techniques may differ, they will undoubtedly be the ones most fitting for you. As Feng Meifei spoke, she suddenly revealed the ability ring on her wrist, her expression turning solemn. One thing you must remember, each ability ring only has one chance to match a technique.
Make sure to perform the match when you're in your best condition, as there won't be a second opportunity.
When you're ready, place your right thumb on the ability ring, remain silent for 3 seconds, and issue the match command.
As Feng Meifei's voice fell, everyone's attention was drawn to the ability ring. Hua Qianyu did not act immediately, seemingly lost in thought.
Lin Yi was about to activate the ability ring but inadvertently noticed Hua Qianyu looking a bit distracted.
Unable to hold back, he asked, "Qianyu, what's wrong?" She said, "There's only one chance for technique matching, right?" Hua Qianyu suddenly asked. "Yeah, that's right. What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Yi asked with concern. "I'm fine."
Hua Qianyu shook his head, his gaze suddenly flashing as he urged, "Don't worry about me, just hurry up."
Without hesitation, Lin Yi placed his right thumb on the ability ring.
As the fingerprint verification passed, the interface for technique matching appeared.
Fingerprint of user Lin Yi detected. Verification successful. You may issue commands. A robotic voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind.
Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he said decisively, "Technique matching, activate."
Ding! Command received successfully. Technique matching begins now.
Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes and began to focus on the technique inheritance process.
At the same time, all the students entered a meditative state.
The classroom fell utterly silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only Hua Qianyu remained seated, motionless.
Hua Qianyu seemed hesitant.
Within his body resided the 9 spirit wheel, and according to his previous assumptions, the 9 spirit wheel could accommodate 9 different attributes.
But, the chance for technique matching came only once.
This meant that if he successfully matched with a fire-based technique this time, then, if he awakened other attributes in the future, there would be no technique suited for cultivating those attributes. His fingers lightly tapped the desk as he pondered the best solution.
Hua Qianyu, why haven't you started yet? Do you have any questions?
On the podium, Feng Meifei frowned as she looked at Hua Qianyu, who had yet to act.
What is this kid trying to do? Feng Meifei's call brought Hua Qianyu back to reality.
He lowered his gaze and said lightly, "It's nothing.
I'm about to start." Forget it, he thought. He'd just have to take it one step at a time.
With that thought, he extended his hand, placing his right thumb gently on the ability ring.
Fingerprint of user Hua Qianyu detected. Verification successful. You may issue commands.
Technique matching, Hua Qianyu said calmly and steadily.
Ding! Command received successfully. Technique matching begins now.
As the mechanical, robotic voice fell, Hua Qianyu's vision suddenly turned pitch black. It felt as though streaks of electricity were flashing through his mind.
Welcome to the National Security Database virtual space. After a long moment, the voice rang out again.
Instinctively, Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, only to find that he was no longer in the classroom of Flame God Class 1. Instead, he was in a space that resembled a dreamy starry sky.
It felt as if he were suspended in an endless starry domain, dazzling and beautiful.
Looking down, Hua Qianyu saw an expanse of darkness beneath him. Yet within that darkness, specks of starlight shimmered faintly. It was as if he were floating in the vast cosmos, an extraordinary sensation.
What is this place? Hua Qianyu murmured, ripples of emotion stirring in his eyes.
This is the National Security Database virtual space, which is also your mental world. Please rest assured, everything here is an illusion and not real.
Mental world?
Hua Qianyu felt slightly reassured. User Hua Qianyu's mental state detected as stable.
Physical constitution analysis will now begin.
Before he could react, countless pale blue light particles in the surrounding space seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, rushing relentlessly into Hua Qianyu's body.
What is this?
Hua Qianyu was bewildered, but his body had no way to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the light particles entered him. Notably, there was no physical sensation at all.
Physical constitution analysis complete. Data as follows. User, Hua Qianyu. Bone age, 18 years. Body functions, S-grade, upgradable. Lifespan, 500 years, upgradable. Attribute, fire. Elemental grade, S. Ability level, 10.
Based on the above data, matching the most suitable technique.
Technique matching in progress, please wait. Ding. Match successful. Fire Attribute Supreme Technique Burning Heaven Flame God Art is being issued. The mechanical voice of the ability ring continued to echo in Hua Qianyu's mind. During this process, his mind was in complete chaos, leaving him no time to think. He could only passively accept it. And at that moment, the 9 petals of different colors on his chest suddenly lit up. In this dim, starlit space, they radiated a dazzling 9-colored brilliance. Ding! An unknown energy reaction has been detected in the user's body. The technique issuance has been interrupted. A secondary physique assessment will now commence. Comprehensive scan complete. Secondary physique assessment finished. The latest data is as follows. User, Hua Qianyu. Bone age, 18 years old. Physical functions, S level, upgradable. Lifespan, 500 years, upgradable. Attributes, fire, awakened, water, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space. Elemental rank, S. Ability level, 10. Ding dong. Severe anomalies detected in user Hua Qianyu's personal data across various indicators. The system has automatically initiated classified processing. Establishing classified file for ability user Hua Qianyu in the Divine Nation of Huaxia. File established, automatically stored in the National Security Database of the Divine Nation of Huaxia. Access level, restricted to King level or higher national personnel with abilities. Based on the latest data, an adaptive technique for ability user Hua Qianyu is being automatically matched. Matching completed. Forbidden technique of the Divine Nation of Huaxia. 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex. In Hua Qianyu's mind, that mechanical voice continued persistently. Somehow, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, increasingly distant. Until, he completely lost consciousness. Shan Yu. Shan Yu. Shan Yu. Wake up. Shan Yu. Hua Qianyu. Is that Lin Yi? A familiar voice gradually stirred ripples in Hua Qianyu's soul. His mind was drowsy, yet he desperately tried to gather all his consciousness to wake up. However, within his soul, there seemed to be nothing but weakness and exhaustion. At last, at a certain moment, Hua Qianyu struggled to open his eyes. A faint light pierced his vision, causing a sudden sting and dryness, prompting him to instinctively shut them again. After repeated attempts, he quickly adjusted to the brightness and opened his eyes. Lin Yi's face was close by, gazing at him with deep concern. Qianyu, you're awake!" Lin Yi exclaimed with joy, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Hua Qianyu did not respond. He sat up, pressing his slightly aching forehead. "What happened? You don't know?" Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly, a hint of reproach in his tone. "I can't believe you falling asleep during something as important as technique matching. You really have nerves of steel. By the way, what's the name of your technique?" "Mine seems to be the Blazing Heaven Flame God Art. Technique matching?" Hua Qianyu closed his eyes, trying hard to recall. Ding dong. Matching successful. Supreme Fire Element Technique, Blazing Heaven Flame God Art, currently being issued. Ding. An unknown energy reaction has been detected in the user's body. The technique issuance has been interrupted. A secondary physique assessment will now commence. Matching completed. Forbidden technique of the Divine Nation of Huaxia. 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex. Right, technique matching. Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, murmuring, "My technique is?" He lowered his head. In his ability ring, at some point, a new icon had appeared, a symbol resembling a book. Instinctively, Hua Qianyu tapped on it. A string of blue text quietly floated before his eyes, slowly etching itself into his vision. Technique, 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex. Available to use, Fire Spirit Art. Fire. Spirit. Art. Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered as he whispered softly, 9 Spirits. Forbidden. Codex. 9 Spirits. Hua Qianyu's eyes dimmed slightly. For some reason, the words 9 Spirit will suddenly flashed through his mind. This is too much of a coincidence. Hua Qianyu muttered to himself. He lightly swiped his finger, shutting down the ability ring. It seemed that the so-called physique examination had detected the presence of the 9 Spirit Wheel. Well, what technique is it? Lin Yi, seeing Hua Qianyu muttering to himself, asked again. The Fire Spirit Technique, Hua Qianyu replied. He didn't mention the 9 Spirit Forbidden Tome because he had a nagging feeling that something secretive was hidden within. The Fire Spirit Technique? Lin Yi's eyes shifted as he muttered, "Why does it feel like it's not as imposing as my Burning Heaven Flame God technique?" "It doesn't matter," Hua Qianyu smiled, his brows arching slightly. "As long as it works for me."
However, this burning heaven flame god technique should indeed count as one of the top-tier fire techniques. After all, before the second physique examination, the ability ring had matched him with this very same burning heaven flame god technique. Woohoo! At that moment, Kai Kuan from the front row suddenly leapt up, performing a perfect backflip, followed by a series of between-the-legs dribble moves.
Everyone stand up. My technique is the Fire Koan technique.
Kai Kuan shouted excitedly. Heh, mine is the Crimson Flame technique. The chubby Zhao Kai scratched his head and said with a silly grin.
Mine is the Flame Dragon skill. Hee hee, mine is the Fire Phoenix manual. In the corner, Chen Yu coldly watched the screen before him and murmured indifferently, the Nether Flame Devouring Sun technique, sounds decent. Feng Meifei glanced around at the passionate, fiery youths, a mesmerizing smile gracing her enchanting face. Surprisingly, she did not interrupt them. However, her gaze paused slightly when it landed on Hua Qianyu. It was still that same lazy, indifferent attitude that caused her suppressed anger to flare. It took all her restraint to push it back down. After a long while, Feng Meifei finally called everyone to order. She clapped her hands and smiled gently. It seems everyone has been matched with a technique suited to them. Congratulations are in order, you've taken another step toward becoming stronger. I believe everyone is eager to try cultivating your techniques, but there are a few important reminders I must share with you. At this point, Feng Meifei paused for emphasis, creating a sense of suspense that made everyone instinctively hold their breath. Satisfied, she nodded, then continued, first, and most importantly, your techniques are treasures that will accompany you for life. Under no circumstances should you disclose them casually to outsiders. The truth is, there are both good and bad ability users. While you are all ability users recruited under the national system, not all ability users are supportive of our country's policies. Often, these dissenters form their own organizations to oppose the government. And these people, lacking government support, do not have access to sufficient technique resources. They often target university students whose strength and mental fortitude are not yet fully developed. The techniques you possess are extremely tempting to them. Additionally, there are foreign ability users. The overt and covert struggles between nations pose a grave threat to the security of our country's ability user system. Feng Meifei's words clearly targeted those students who had excitedly revealed their technique names. Indeed, those overly enthusiastic students now hung their heads in shame. Their embarrassment brought with it a sudden realization. Second, Feng Meifei continued, when cultivating a technique for the first time, do not be reckless or greedy. The initial stage is often the most challenging. Progress steadily to ensure safety. There have been numerous cases of students being sent to the hospital the day after obtaining a technique. This was not an exaggeration. After all, the purpose of a technique is to guide elemental energy from the air into one's body. Since every individual's physique is different, even a small mistake could lead to disaster. Finally, from this moment onward, technique cultivation will be a compulsory subject for all of you. From the moment you receive your technique, you must practice daily without fail, until the end of your life. Adequate energy is the foundation of everything. Whether in martial arts or elemental control, if your level and energy are insufficient, no amount of talent and technique will matter. In other words, in the ability university, ranking is everything. As long as you have a high enough rank and sufficient strength, any request you make will be met without hesitation. Even resources will be allocated preferentially to you. From now on, you will no longer enjoy the relative equity of high school. If you want fairness, fight for it with your strength. Her rather merciless words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. At that moment, they finally realized that the world of ability users was not as idealistic as they had imagined. It was a cruel world where strength reigned supreme. The first class meeting ended quickly. After emphasizing some related rules and requirements, Feng Meifei announced the conclusion of the meeting. According to her, during the first year, the primary courses would focus on elemental cultivation, martial arts, and actual combat, relatively straightforward and singular in nature. The classmates left one after another. Hua Qianyu called Linny, and the two were just about to leave when Feng Meifei directly called out to them. Hua Qianyu, can you tell me, what is your cultivation technique? She was a bit curious. What kind of technique would match an S-class ability user? Could it be the Burning Sky Flame Deity technique? Hua Qianyu halted his steps but did not turn back. He responded lightly, Teacher Feng, you mentioned before that cultivation technique should not be casually disclosed to outsiders. And to me, the teacher is still an outsider. With those words, Hua Qianyu stepped forward silently and walked away slowly. Goodbye, teacher. Linny glanced apologetically at Feng Meifei and quickly followed. You detestable little brat. Feng Meifei clenched her pink fists tightly, gritting her teeth as she stared at his departing figure. But, fine, she loosened her fists, murmuring with resignation, the more he acts like this, the more he's capable of bearing great responsibility. Hopefully, he won't perish prematurely. I wonder, has the government sent someone to guard him secretly? After parting ways with Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu walked alone on his way home. He had not chosen the school dormitory. Having been accustomed to solitude, he naturally couldn't tolerate the lively atmosphere of the dorms. The sky was dim, and the surroundings were somewhat desolate. With both hands in his pockets, Hua Qianyu's mind kept sorting through the information he had gained today. The most unexpected, of course, was the cultivation technique named 9 Spirits Forbidden Tome and the chapter exclusive to the fire element * fire spirit technique star. This was also the reason he didn't want to tell Feng Meifei about it. He wasn't sure if his situation was normal and didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. As for cultivating the fire spirit technique, he thought he could try it once he got home. As he walked, Hua Qianyu suddenly noticed a vending machine by the roadside. He approached it, his attention caught by the various flavors of drinks displayed inside. Come to think of it, it had been a long time since he'd had one of these drinks. Compared to before, the variety was noticeably broader, and the packaging much flashier. Some he had never even seen before. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Hua Qianyu slowly raised his right hand, his finger instinctively pressing the button, activating facial recognition. Ding dong! A can of soda dropped down. Hua Qianyu bent over to pick it up, the coolness in his hand deepening his inner longing. Click! The tab on the can was pulled open. Hua Qianyu lifted his arm, the opening of the can just brushing his lips, ready to take a sip, when his motion suddenly froze. He turned sharply, his blood-red eyes locking onto a shadow across the road. With a cold voice, he demanded, "Who's there?" Tap, tap, tap. From the shadowy side of the road, a black-cloaked figure with his face concealed emerged slowly. His eyes were dark and deep, like an unfathomable abyss. Not bad. The masked man parted his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. You actually managed to notice me? Hua Qianyu took half a step back, frowning as he asked, Who are you? What do you want? You should be a student at Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities, right? The masked man chuckled coldly. So what? Hua Qianyu's expression remained unchanged. Calmly, he raised his arm and casually took a sip of soda. Let me be straight with you, hand over your cultivation technique. Obediently, the masked man said as he stepped forward, his tone forceful. Otherwise, you might not make it to school tomorrow. As he spoke, a not-so-small dagger appeared in his hand at some point. Hua Qianyu instinctively glanced at the dagger, then said indifferently, You're an ability user? Humph, less talk, hand over the technique, and I'll spare your life, the masked man growled viciously. Let me guess. Hua Qianyu fell silent for a moment before sneering. A cultivation technique isn't exactly something everyone has, is it? Could it be, you've never been to university? You brat, courting death. With an angry roar, the masked man took a sudden step forward, appearing directly in front of Hua Qianyu. Wielding his dagger, he slashed fiercely toward Hua Qianyu's face. Swoosh! Hua Qianyu casually raised his right arm, blocking the dagger that was closing in on his face. The blade tore through his sleeve effortlessly, leaving a merciless wound on his arm. Crimson blood began to seep out, drop by drop. Yet, Hua Qianyu seemed utterly unfazed. His expression remained impassive as he stared coolly at the masked man, letting his blood soak his sleeve, staining it scarlet. Humph! A soft snort, almost mocking, escaped Hua Qianyu's lips. His injured right arm twisted slightly, and in an instant, he clamped down firmly on the man's wrist. The masked man's cold, lifeless eyes contracted abruptly. He could feel it clearly, the overwhelming strength in this silver-haired boy's grip. Though I don't know what organization you're from, your sense of choosing prey is utterly pathetic. Crack! With a sharp twist, a resounding crack echoed as the masked man's wrist snapped. His previously cold stare now brimmed with sheer panic and terror. Ah! The masked man's legs gave out, and he collapsed to his knees, letting out agonizing cries of pain that echoed relentlessly. Hua Qianyu gazed down at him, his icy eyes devoid of emotion. The man before him, in terms of skill, posed no threat at all. This? You call this an ability user? With a slight sigh of disappointment, Hua Qianyu finally released his grip. His blood-soaked right hand slipped back into his pocket as he turned and began to walk away, without sparing another glance. Ah! Die! Wind blade! Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from behind him. Hua Qianyu turned sharply, only to see 2 green wind blades slashing toward him, one from each side of his face. *//. 2 fresh cuts appeared on Hua Qianyu's cheeks. He wiped them with his hand, staining his fingers with blood. Looking up once again, he noticed that the masked man now held two rapidly spinning, green projectiles in his hands. Ha 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 ha. The masked man threw his head back and laughed wildly, his voice filled with arrogance. A mere freshman like you managed to show such skill. He fixed his gaze on Hua Qianyu, his eyes now gleaming with an unsettling excitement. But it's a shame. The greatest gap between us lies in the mastery of elemental abilities. Ah ha 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 ha. Wind. Blade. The masked man spun his body, flinging out two more merciless green blades from his hands. Boom! The wind blades struck the ground, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Squinting, the masked man peered ahead, only to find that Hua Qianyu had vanished. I was planning to let you go. Are you a masochist? A cold, calm voice echoed through the empty night. Though intangible, this voice sent a chilling sensation straight to the soul. Panicking, the masked man spun around to find Hua Qianyu's slim figure standing not far away. The blood trails on Hua Qianyu's cheeks had disappeared, and the torn, blood-stained sleeve on his right arm now revealed smooth, unblemished skin. The expression on his handsome face was one of quiet amusement, as if the attacks he had endured were nothing but trivial. You. The masked man opened his mouth, but no words came out. His body trembled uncontrollably, his eyes filled with unmasked fear. Hua Qianyu raised his right hand. In his palm, a scarlet flame ignited silently, flickering at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a swift, forceful motion, he hurled the flame directly at the masked man's right cheek. Smack! The masked man's body was propelled into the air under immense force, spinning 3 full times mid-air before crashing down face-first with a resounding thud. Bang! As expected, or rather, unexpectedly, the masked man was in trouble. The black cloth covering his face had been completely incinerated by the crimson flames, revealing a rugged face marked by a strange black bat tattoo. Hua Qianyu crouched down, using his fingers to check the man's breathing. It was faint, but still there. Still alive. Hua Qianyu let out a sigh of relief, followed by a helpless groan. What a hassle. What am I supposed to do with this guy? After all, Feng Meifei hadn't explained the laws governing the world of the gifted. He couldn't just kill him outright, could he? Shaking his head, Hua Qianyu slowly stood up. Forget it. Let nature take its course. He should be able to make his way back once he wakes up tomorrow. With that thought in mind, Hua Qianyu walked away without looking back. A long while later, under the cover of night, a masked figure slowly emerged. The figure glanced down at the seemingly lifeless body of the masked man at their feet, then looked in the direction Hua Qianyu had disappeared. So this is what a genius perfectly attuned to their abilities looks like, truly extraordinary. From behind the mask, a voice as strange as a mechanical distortion echoed, making it impossible to determine if it was male or female. However, still too inexperienced. A trial is necessary. A pitch-black longsword materialized from thin air and landed firmly in the masked figure's hand. Without hesitation, they drove it through the heart of the masked man lying at their feet. Squelch! Blood sprayed out as black mist radiated from the masked figure, enveloping the surroundings. When the mist dissipated, no trace of the scene remained, as if nothing had ever happened. Nightfall, every year around this time, always trying to target these children. Someday, I'll wipe you all out. Returning home, Hua Qianyu stripped off his tattered clothes, remnants of the earlier attack. Apart from the damaged clothing and a bit of blood loss, he hadn't sustained any significant injuries. All of this was thanks to the unique self-healing abilities of the bloodline. Judging by the situation, the attackers were most likely from an organization opposing the government. After all, the masked man's goal had been the cultivation technique. He never would have anticipated, though, that just after Feng Meifei had given her first warning today, he'd encounter such an incident. It seemed the reality was far more serious than she had described. Hua Qianyu entered the bathroom, carefully washing away the blood still lingering on his face and arms. After filling the bathtub with hot water, he removed his clothes and submerged his entire body in the warmth. I wonder if anyone else encountered something similar. He murmured to himself, leaning his head back and closing his eyes. Still, those staying in the dorms at school should be fine. No matter what, these people wouldn't be foolish enough to commit crimes at Jiangcheng Ability University. But for someone like him, living at home, it might be a different story. Perhaps others could also. No, wait. Hua Qianyu suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping open. Lin Yi. Among those who didn't stay in the school dormitories, the only one he knew was Lin Yi. They had parted ways at an intersection, each heading home. If Lin Yi had also been targeted. Though Hua Qianyu had handled the situation relatively easily, it was thanks to the unique physique of his bloodline. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was purely human, he couldn't even conjure flames. Facing an elemental ability user, the consequences would be unimaginable.
The chilling thought made Hua Qianyu shiver, despite being submerged in hot water. The icy dread seeped deep into his heart. He quickly grabbed his ability ring and frantically dialed Lin Yi's number.
Beep beep beep. Hello? Qianyu, what's up?
Finally, the call connected, and Lin Yi's voice came through the ability ring. Hua Qianyu visibly relaxed, his entire body releasing its tension.
Nothing. Did you make it home? Hua Qianyu asked, reclining back into the tub. Yeah, I got home half an hour ago. What's going on?
Lin Yi sounded confused.
Nothing. Did you run into anyone strange on your way back?
Hua Qianyu placed the ability ring to the side and reached for a towel.
Strange?
No, I ran into my dad halfway home, and he gave me a ride back, Lin Yi replied honestly.
Really?
Hua Qianyu stood up, draping the towel loosely over himself.
That's good. Nothing to worry about, then. See you tomorrow.
With that, Hua Qianyu ended the call abruptly, a look of relief spreading across his face. Meanwhile, in Lin Yi's room at the Lin household.
Hey, Qianyu, what on earth? Beep beep beep. The call had been cut off.
Lin Yi scratched his head, muttering in mild exasperation, what's with him? Whoosh! Hua Qianyu exhaled softly, his eyes closing slightly. No matter how you looked at it, tonight's heart-stopping attack was the first of its kind for him, yet, for some reason, he managed to remain so composed. Moreover, though his wounds could heal on their own, the instant pain from the injuries didn't just vanish. It was still something he had to bear alone.
But, it didn't seem as agonizing as he had imagined. Abilities, huh? Hua Qianyu opened his eyes. The sound of rushing water echoed as he stood up. Whatever the case, it does add a bit of excitement.
His faint voice carried an indescribable tone, as if it bore a weight that pressed directly on the soul. Hua Qianyu dried himself off and walked straight toward the bedroom.
In a certain country in the west,
in an unknown location stood a luxurious skyscraper that pierced through the clouds. From a distance, it seemed as though it reached the heavens.
At the very top floor of the building, in a grand office,
a middle-aged man in a sharp suit sat in the main seat. His short, silver-white hair betrayed no signs of age, and his face exuded authority. A natural aura of dominance surrounded him. In front of him stood a woman in a professional uniform, standing respectfully with her head lowered. From start to finish, she never raised her gaze. Boss, the young master was attacked 2 hours ago, the woman reported solemnly, a faint undercurrent of killing intent lacing her words. The middle-aged man paused briefly, raising his head slightly.
He asked indifferently, "What's the situation?"
"Nothing serious," the woman replied, with a hint of relief in her voice. As expected of royal blood, such an attack was healed in the blink of an eye.
"Is that so?"
The middle-aged man lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand.
He asked, "Was it the Nightshade Group?"
"Correct," the woman nodded, her tone casual.
"Should we eliminate them?" "No need. Just some small fry."
The middle-aged man waved his hand, his voice slightly heavier.
"Take out one of their bases as a warning. Regardless, my precious son was injured." "Understood.
I'll handle it immediately," the woman responded dutifully.
"And?"
The middle-aged man's voice paused, then commanded, "Don't forget to send him some money."
"That kid is far too proud to ever call me first."
"Heh, don't worry, boss.
The young master is far more frugal than you think.
Apart from daily necessities, he doesn't spend extra. Honestly, he probably hasn't even touched the allowance you've sent him," the woman replied with a chuckle. "But since it's your order, I'll transfer 10 billion to him now. After all, money is something one can never have too much of," she added.
"I see."
The middle-aged man murmured to himself with a sigh. "The more he's like this, the more guilt I feel."
"Ah, his birthday is coming up soon. Let's give him that as his gift."
"You'll be in charge of all the arrangements." "Understood, boss." In the bedroom, Hua Qianyu didn't go to bed as usual. Instead, he was wholly focused on cultivating the fire spirit technique. If it were any other day, he might not have been so interested in the technique. However, after tonight's unexpected events, Hua Qianyu had to admit the importance of strength. Just like the black-clad man had said, Hua Qianyu was a beginner. Compared to true ability users, the greatest gap lay in mastering the use of elemental abilities. Simply releasing flames held almost no offensive power for an ability user. Thus, he needed to achieve perfect control over the fire element in the shortest possible time. The fire spirit technique was not a complete cultivation method, it was merely a section of the 9-spirit forbidden tome.
Hua Qianyu could tell that at first glance.
But even this single section had such a complex flow of energy that it encompassed nearly all the meridians in the human body.
He didn't know what level the fire spirit technique belonged to, but since it was part of the 9 spirit forbidden tome, and the tome itself bore the name forbidden, it could never be ordinary. Even though I've gone over it once in my mind, actually performing it doesn't seem so simple.
Hua Qianyu murmured to himself with his eyes closed. The biggest challenge he now faced was how to accurately guide the fire element in the air through all the meridians in his body along the correct trajectory. Any mistake, as Feng Meifei had said, he'd end up in the hospital tomorrow.
No worries. I have self-healing abilities. Even if I mess up, I can somewhat correct it. Let's give it a try.
Hua Qianyu's blood-red eyes flickered slightly, as though he had made up his mind. He exhaled deeply, clasped his hands together, and shut his eyes tightly. In that instant, the only sound in the room was Hua Qianyu's steady breathing.
His senses expanded and spread outward.
He could distinctly feel them, those red specks scattered throughout the air, representing the energy fluctuations of the fire element. The scattered light spots drifted erratically through the air, without any discernible pattern. Suddenly, at a certain moment, those scattered red light spots began converging toward a single point. It was like a tornado, yet also like a deep-sea whirlpool. The red light spots rotated at an incredible speed, swiftly forming a turbulent vortex of air, and at the very center of this vortex stood Hua Qianyu.
Ah!
The sudden influx of energy caused a soft moan to escape from Hua Qianyu's lips uncontrollably, as a surge of heat rose within his body, akin to flames igniting. Hua Qianyu's body temperature kept rising, and his pale, handsome face suddenly flushed with a tinge of red, bringing a hint of vitality that had been absent before. The violent fire element rampaged through Hua Qianyu's meridians like a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast, seemingly intent on tearing his body apart.
Hua
Qianyu let out a muffled groan, hurriedly focusing all his mental energy to control the unruly fire element within his body. However, the heat of fire is unlike the tranquility of water. His meridians were being scorched, and amidst the pain, it felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, an unbearable itch and agony combined. Gritting his teeth tightly, Hua Qianyu's rising body temperature caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, trickling down his face.
Arg!
The moment his concentration slipped, the unrestrained fire element seized the opportunity, rampaging wildly within his body as if possessed. Yet, as his meridians were burned to a charred black, they would instantly regenerate as good as new. The endless cycle of burning and regeneration balanced out, but for Hua Qianyu, though his life was preserved, it was nothing short of cruel torment. Because he would never die, he was doomed to endure the relentless roasting of the flames without end.
Arga! Ah! Hua Qianyu's agonized screams echoed through the room.
Compared to the physical pain, his spirit was on the verge of collapse under the continuous torment. He could no longer even think. At this moment, the red petal on his chest unexpectedly began to glow, emanating a gentle red light that soothed the intensity of the fire. Within Hua Qianyu's meridians, the previously raging fire element suddenly became docile, flowing in an orderly and gentle manner, as if paying homage to its king.
The groans of pain ceased, and Hua Qianyu's furrowed brows finally eased.
His breathing steadied, taking on a unique rhythm. From the outside, through the window, the illuminated room revealed his figure, radiant and dazzling beyond comparison.
The next morning,
the fire element around Hua Qianyu's body pulsed with gentle rhythm, and at a certain moment, the fiery aura suddenly dissipated completely as his eyes opened. The clearest sensation was strength. Yes, for the first time, Hua Qianyu could truly feel his own power. His meridians had undergone a transformation, becoming more resilient and expansive under the tempering of the fierce fire. A faint spark seemed to dance within them. The elemental energy flowing through his meridians had gone from sparse to an unimaginably dense state. Even with his typically calm demeanor, Hua Qianyu couldn't help but marvel at the immense power. His already extraordinary physique had ascended to new heights. Every muscle and bone in his body brimmed with explosive strength. If he were to encounter the masked man from the previous day again, he wouldn't get injured this time. His crimson eyes appeared brighter, reflecting images from even greater distances.
His hearing became sharper, capable of detecting the wing beats of bees far away.
Even his perception of the elements in the air had become clearer. What once seemed like identical points of elemental light now appeared to have distinct shapes, and Hua Qianyu could feel a closer connection to them.
So this is the cultivation of a technique?
Hua Qianyu murmured softly to himself. This sensation of rebirth, this peculiar pleasure, he found that he didn't dislike it. Raising his left hand, as the glow of the ability ring flickered, a new set of information appeared before Hua Qianyu's eyes. User, Hua Qianyu.
Bone age, 18 years. Physical functions, S level, upgradable. Lifespan, 500 years, upgradable.
Attributes: fire, awakened, water, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space.
Elemental grade, S.
Ability level, 12.
Level 12. Hua Qianyu was momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, isn't this too fast?
Advancing 2 minor levels in a single night, though he wasn't too knowledgeable about cultivation, still felt somewhat surreal to him.
After all, at this rate, he'd probably become a powerful esper in no time.
It's probably just a fleeting boost from the first cultivation session, nothing to take seriously. Hua Qianyu pursed his lips and shook his head, speaking to himself. And yet, the energy coursing through his body was fuller than ever before. Despite not having slept all night, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Aside from the initial pain, the entire process had been far easier than he had imagined. It was as though he had been reborn. Hua Qianyu lowered his eyes and reached for the phone beside his bed. At some point, a new text message had arrived. Your savings account ending in 4869 received a deposit of 1 billion yuan on December 15 at 11:34 p.m. Your current balance is 1,999,913,467 yuan. Huaxia Bank.
Ha!
A soft, cold chuckle, tinged with a trace of indifference, escaped Hua Qianyu's lips as he marked the message as read. Glancing at the time, it was 6:53 a.m. over an hour before the first class of the morning. Hua Qianyu got up and headed straight for the bathroom without a second thought. The intense heat he had endured last night had left him drenched in sweat, making a shower a necessity.
Zhangcheng Esper University.
Inside the classroom of the Flame God Class 1, most of the freshmen had already arrived, their eagerness for today's lessons evident in the lively atmosphere. Amid the chatter, Hua Qianyu strolled leisurely through the back door, as usual opting for a seat in the last row. The moment he entered, his eyes met Lin Yi's displeased gaze. Hua Qianyu ignored him completely. Lin Yi had already called him countless times earlier, but since Hua Qianyu had been in the shower, he hadn't picked up a single one. It was no wonder Lin Yi was upset.
What's wrong?
Hua Qianyu asked as he casually sat down next to Lin Yi, feigning ignorance.
Why didn't you answer your phone?
Lin Yi squinted at him, his tone accusatory. Hua Qianyu leaned back slightly, smiling faintly.
Isn't it about the cultivation method? Wouldn't it be better to talk about it here at school?
After 3 years of friendship, Hua Qianyu certainly understood Lin Yi well.
Lin Yi widened his eyes in surprise, exclaiming, how'd you know that? You really are my best bro. Hua Qianyu didn't reply, his gaze drifting naturally to Lin Yi's backpack.
Where's my breakfast? He asked, his lips curving slightly. Lin Yi rolled his eyes but obediently pulled out a packed bowl of noodles and a carton of pure milk from the drawer beneath the desk.
Beef noodles, is that okay? Lin Yi asked tentatively. These noodles are all soggy. Hua Qianyu frowned, his tone openly disdainful. But that was all the complaint he made. Without hesitation, he began digging in, eating large mouthfuls.
Well, that's your fault for being late, Lin Yi retorted, rolling his eyes again before changing the subject. By the way, I hit level 10 last night.
Excitement and joy were unmistakable in Lin Yi's voice. Hua Qianyu froze mid-bite, then asked in a low voice, you cultivated?
Yep. Last night, I followed the circulation pathway of the Blazing Flame God technique and started cultivating. At first, I wasn't very familiar with it, so it took me a long time to complete each meridian circuit. But as I got used to the process, I finally managed to complete one full cycle early this morning. Instantly, I felt a significant boost in strength, and my Esper level rose to 10.
Lin Yi explained every detail thoroughly.
While his experience was largely similar to Hua Qianyu's, there was one glaring difference.
He hadn't mentioned any pain.
Hua Qianyu turned slightly, facing Lin Yi directly.
You didn't feel uncomfortable at all?
Not at all, Lin Yi shook his head firmly. The whole process felt warm, gentle, not painful. I just sweated a lot.
Hua Qianyu nodded subtly, though inwardly puzzled. Why was their experience so different? Last night, it had felt like his internal organs were almost incinerated.
If not for his ability to self-heal, he might not have survived.
Was it possible that the manifestation of the technique varied for each individual?
Hiding his doubts, Hua Qianyu maintained a calm expression as he casually asked, after reaching level 10, can you use fire? Haven't tried yet, Lin Yi replied confidently with a grin.
But I think it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, Hua Qianyu said, wiping his mouth. Try it now.
Gather the fire elements in your body into your palms and shape them. He described the sensation of releasing flames as he had experienced it. Though it sounded simple, in practice, it was far from easy to control.
Lin Yi understood immediately.
Slowly, he extended his hands, palms open, as he guided the chaotic, flickering fire elements within his meridians toward his hands. The energy heat flow formed by the fire element was continuously transferring from Lin Yi's chest to the palms of his hands. Hua Qianyu could sense the subtle elemental aura. Even if it was diluted 1,000 times in the air, it would still be unmistakable. Let alone the highly concentrated fire element within Lin Yi's body. All of it was clearly visible under his pair of eerie blood-red eyes. The fire elements gathered quickly, and under Hua Qianyu's gaze, Lin Yi's palms had already reached the critical point of ignition, showing signs of bursting forth. Buzz. In Lin Yi's hands, 2 blazing crimson-gold flames roared to life, spreading waves of scorching heat outward. I did it, Qianyu! Lin Yi shouted with excitement, waving toward Hua Qianyu in his exhilaration. Seeing the strange golden flames about to touch his beautiful silver hair, Hua Qianyu instinctively leaned back. But he quickly realized that, despite the peculiar golden flames causing a noticeable rise in the surrounding temperature, they felt exceptionally warm to him. Since the 2 of them were still sitting in the back row by the window, and the university classroom was much larger than a high school one, the last 3 rows were entirely empty except for the 2 of them. This was precisely why the dazzling flames hadn't drawn anyone else's attention. Golden? Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow, murmuring softly. Unusual colored flames were rare. In real life, red, yellow, and blue were the most common. So cool, Qianyu. Doesn't it feel hot? Lin Yi tilted his head smugly, eagerly watching Hua Qianyu's reaction. Hot. Hua Qianyu, with a slightly complex expression, deliberately leaned closer to the golden flames, yet still didn't feel much of a difference. Yeah, look at your leftover beef noodles, they've already evaporated under the supreme fiery might of the great me. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi's laughter carried a hint of arrogance. Hua Qianyu glanced sideways, and sure enough, the remaining broth was steadily steaming away, every bit of it showcasing the high temperature around them. At that moment, Hua Qianyu fell silent. With a belly full of questions, he suddenly thrust his hand directly into the terrifying golden flames. Hua Qianyu's calm gaze met Lin Yi's eyes, which were widening with growing fear. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. None of this was expected. It left Lin Yi completely stunned. He had never imagined Hua Qianyu would be so bold. His mouth opened and closed, yet no words came out. The golden flames were not dense in color, making it easy to discern Hua Qianyu's hand white, slender, and entirely unscathed. Hua Qianyu was, of course, testing the temperature of the flames. Only he would dare to probe their true nature in such a way. And his conclusion? He felt nothing. Yes, absolutely no burning sensation. Compared to the agony he had endured the previous night, it was worlds apart. After a few seconds, he suddenly withdrew his hand as if startled, and under Lin Yi's peculiar gaze, he flicked his hand in the air a few times before tucking it back into his pocket, as if to conceal it. Hua Qianyu forced a strained smile, seemingly shaken, and said, "So hot." Words spoken aloud could never fully reflect Hua Qianyu's truest inner self. Lin Yi's golden flames were domineering, their released temperature far exceeding the ordinary. This fact, Hua Qianyu was fully conscious of. Yet, he seemed unafraid of the flames, not even such a powerful golden fire. Even when his body made direct contact, it felt no different from being surrounded by air, as if a warm breeze had passed by. This sensation was akin to being drawn to something of the same kind. Fire could not sense the heat of another fire, nor could it fear the pressure from its own kind. And within his chest, there resided a fire energy of an even higher echelon. "Are you burned? Do you want to go to the school infirmary?" Lin Yi asked with some concern. As the master of the golden flames, he was naturally more aware of the temperatures they emitted. "No need," Hua Qianyu shook his head directly, smiling lightly. "I'm fine. There's no reason to go to the hospital. Not to mention that he wasn't injured. Even if he were burned, his body would likely heal before he could even make it to the hospital." "Well, alright then," Lin Yi's eyes flickered as he added, "but, given the physical resilience of an ability user, I suppose that makes sense. Still, Qianyu, you need to be more careful. My golden flames are extremely destructive, much hotter than ordinary fire. You absolutely cannot touch them directly with your hands." Lin Yi reminded him with lingering fear. The scene earlier, when Hua Qianyu plunged his entire hand into the golden flames, had nearly scared him to death. Fortunately, nothing bad had happened. Hua Qianyu chuckled, then praised, "From my initial impression, the level of those golden flames is very high. It's not just about temperature. In every aspect, they surpass ordinary fire. Moreover, they seem to carry a special attribute, likely related to your cultivation technique." "I can feel that," Lin Yi replied, as he carefully retracted the golden flames. The classroom's temperature instantly dropped. Then, Lin Yi's expression turned serious as he suddenly said an odd term, "Huajini transforming into ashes."
It is the first principle of the Burning Skyflame Deity Manual. Transforming into ashes? Hua Qianyu frowned in confusion. Explain in detail.
In reality, due to the influence of cultivation techniques, even among fire element ability users, the ways different people manifest fire are not the same. In other words, your flames and mine are different. Linny stroked his chin and began to explain, but the source of everyone's energy is almost identical.
It all originates from the most fundamental fire elements dispersed in the air.
Therefore, during cultivation, it's necessary to perform an initial transformation of the fire elements entering the body.
This process is called transforming into ashes. Hua Qianyu pondered for a moment, then interjected, so, essentially, it's about imbuing them with uniqueness. Would that be correct?
Linny nodded affirmatively.
Yes, that's exactly it.
My flames, which can ultimately manifest in gold, are closely tied to this transforming into ashes process. And more than 90% of the power an ability user can exhibit depends on the strength of this uniqueness.
Hearing Lin Yi's confident and assured tone, a faint trace of deep astonishment flickered in Hua Qianyu's gaze. How do you know so much about this?
Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, apologetically replying, I've actually never told you. My dad is also an ability user, so a lot of this is knowledge he taught me beforehand.
Your father?
Hua Qianyu raised his eyebrows knowingly, though a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of melancholy flashed through his eyes. However, the lower his spirits, the less he would display it outwardly. He looked into Lin Yi's eyes and, in as calm a tone as possible, asked, Lin Yi, I've been curious.
In your view, what is the purpose of an ability user's existence? To protect? To govern? Or to invade and conquer? The question was a challenging one.
It seemed directed at Lin Yi, but in truth, it was probing what kind of philosophy Lin Yi's father had instilled in him. Because in Hua Qianyu's heart, true strength was never so noble. The stronger someone was, the less likely they were to be so. What people called justice was but the wishful thinking of the naive masses, a means to manipulate hearts and minds.
Of course, it's the first one, Lin Yi answered without hesitation. He stood up, slamming his hands heavily on the desk.
His eyes gleamed with an unusual brilliance, radiating an unparalleled aura of fervor and passion. I can't speak for other countries, but in Huaxia, we stand on the side of justice. And the ability users of Huaxia naturally maintain the safety and order of the entire world.
That's the direction I've always been striving toward.
After a long silence, Hua Qianyu suddenly lifted his gaze and smiled faintly.
If just hypothetically you one day realized that many of the things you've done run counter to your original intentions, what would you do?
He had not mentioned right or wrong. Every person had their own interpretation of those two words, and for those with differing stances, the disparity was even greater. To him, the distinction held no meaning at all. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, staring at Hua Qianyu with a puzzled expression.
Why are you asking this? Hua Qianyu didn't answer. Lin Yi wasn't ready to understand yet. Some things could only be deeply felt through personal experience.
He slowly extended his hand, crossing his middle finger and thumb, and with a light flick,
snap,
a crimson flame rose slowly in his palm, dazzling like a rose in full bloom. In truth, Hua Qianyu's flame carried its own unique properties. It had always been tinged with an unusual red hue. The scarlet flame rested in his palm, appearing from a distance more like a sinister red mist, mysterious and profound, just like his eyes. Lin Yi, there is nothing in this world that can ignite my passion. It is hard for me to become obsessed with anything. Hua Qianyu's eyes, like crimson gemstones, narrowed slightly, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. But, fortunately, during the most difficult 3 years of my life, I met a good friend like you.
From now on, your goal will be my direction. Let my flame serve as the witness.
As his words fell, the crimson flame in Hua Qianyu's hand, which resembled an eerie mist, suddenly danced wildly in chaos before vanishing in an instant. These consecutive actions in cryptic words left Lin Yi's mind blank.
He asked repeatedly, Qianyu, what are you doing? Hua Qianyu's expression had returned to normal.
He merely smiled casually.
Nothing, just a ritual, or perhaps a pact. You can ignore it.
Qianyu, you're acting strange today, Lin Yi remarked, taking a deep breath as if trying to compose himself.
Hua Qianyu didn't respond.
Instead, he turned around, scanning the view ahead, his face maintaining a faint smile throughout. His lazy gaze swept over some vaguely familiar faces, and his fingers began to tap absent-mindedly on the table.
Speaking in a leisurely tone, he said, it's 8 o'clock sharp, and that kid with the 2.5 votes doesn't seem to be here. Lin Yi followed his gaze and looked over, exclaiming in surprise, Kai Kun?
Yeah,
with him absent, the class is much quieter today. It's not just him.
The number of students in class seems off. Besides Kai Koen and that chubby guy, many others are missing. Hua Qianyu added, his mind flashing back to the attack from the previous night. At that moment, Feng Meifei gracefully entered the classroom. The noisy room fell silent along with the crisp sound of her high heels striking the floor. Unlike the first time, Feng Meifei's expression was no longer enchanting. Her stunningly beautiful face now carried a heavy solemnity, and unmistakable anger. Her gaze swept across the room before quickly locking onto Hua Qianyu's figure. Their eyes met for a brief instant. Quiet. Her soft, delicate voice held a commanding authority, laced with a hint of coldness. Her entire demeanor contrasted sharply with the previous day. Feng Meifei withdrew her gaze and spoke heavily, "Let me start by announcing that 5 students will not be able to attend class today." "Ha? Why? What happened?" The classroom erupted in chaos, filled with confusion and murmurs. Clap clap. Feng Meifei clapped her hands, raising her voice slightly. "Silence. I know you're all curious, and I will explain everything." The situation arose suddenly. 3 students ignored their teacher's warnings and forcibly practiced their techniques last night, leading to a fire element backlash. They are currently being treated in the school hospital and should recover in about a week. Feng Meifei spoke calmly, but her eyes were dark, as though brimming with stormy anger. The very warnings she had emphasized were treated as trivial by some, blatantly disregarding her. Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress the rage surging within her and continued, "As for the other 2 students, Kai Koen and Zhao Kai, they were both attacked by a terrorist organization and have sustained serious injuries. They are currently undergoing emergency treatment." A terrorist organization? The students' faces turned pale with shock. "That's right," Feng Meifei nodded solemnly. "This terrorist organization, known as Nightfall, is a fearsome group comprised of fallen ability users. As I mentioned before, they are hostile to the government and aim to disrupt societal order. Their targeting of you is directly related to your cultivation techniques." "I knew it," Hua Qianyu murmured, as though he had anticipated this outcome. Since this was an attack, it wouldn't have been directed solely at him. Any university student living off campus could have been a target, especially those who were weaker. And in his class, 2 students had already fallen victim. Such a ratio was alarmingly high. Lin Yi, noticing Hua Qianyu's murmuring, lowered his voice to ask, "Qianyu, did you encounter them?" He suddenly recalled Hua Qianyu's strange phone call from the previous night. Thinking back, something must have happened. Hua Qianyu remained silent. Both Kai Koen and Zhao Kai are students who live off campus. Feng Meifei's voice trailed off for a moment. She deliberately or inadvertently fixed her gaze on Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. "And in our class, there are only 4 students living off campus. This recent attack by Nightfall, its scope was incredibly vast. Teacher, who were the 2 that managed to escape unharmed? Their luck must have been unbelievable," a student immediately asked. Feng Meifei smiled faintly, her expression cryptic. Her gaze seemed to unintentionally land on Hua Qianyu as she lightly asked, "Hua Qianyu, I'm curious as well. Did you and Lin Yi really not encounter anyone from Nightfall?" In an instant, all eyes in the room were fixated on Hua Qianyu, including Lin Yi, who stood right by his side. Hua Qianyu raised his eyes, calm and unperturbed, with not even the slightest ripple of emotion visible in his gaze. He smiled serenely and said, "Teacher, Lin Yi and I live very close to the school. We went home early last night. I doubt those people had any opportunity." "Is that so?" Feng Meifei responded with a gentle, enigmatic smile and a tone laced with subtle implications. "Yes," Hua Qianyu replied succinctly, then added, "Besides, you can see that I'm still here." Their gazes locked, and Hua Qianyu faced her stare without the slightest hint of fear. His calm demeanor was almost unnatural, exuding a composure far beyond his years. "Fair point," Feng Meifei smiled faintly, her soft voice like a gentle breeze through a secluded valley. It was clear she hadn't extracted the answer she sought from those unwavering eyes. "In any case, it seems the area around the school won't be safe for a while. To ensure the safety of all students, the government will conduct a week-long clearance operation. During this time, the school will be completely sealed off. No one will be allowed to enter or exit." Feng Meifei's announcement was like a bolt from the blue, causing an uproar in the classroom. Sealed, the campus. This is a nightmare. High school was already under closed-off management, and now, on the first day of university, we're hit with this. No way. How are we supposed to eat? This is the worst. I just booked a room for tonight. You don't need to worry about any of that. The moment Feng Meifei spoke, the subtle aura she carried instantly shifted the atmosphere in the room. As for food, the campus stores are fully stocked: snacks, milk tea, gourmet meals. Whether in terms of safety or variety, they're on par with what you'd find outside. Rest assured. Of course, the school does not provide accommodations for couples.
Students with such needs will have to bear with it for now. Feng Meifei narrowed her eyes slightly, casting a glance at the student who had just mentioned booking a room.
The student awkwardly lowered his head, unable to muster a single word of retort.
Additionally, regarding Lin Yi and Hua Qianyu's accommodation for this week, I've arranged a double dormitory for the two of you. Daily necessities are already prepared. As for clothing, you'll be wearing the academy uniforms exclusively. Does that work for you?
I've got no objections, Lin Yi replied with a hearty smile, seemingly unbothered by the arrangement.
Strangely, the thought of sharing a dorm with Hua Qianyu even filled him with a faint sense of excitement. Hua Qianyu responded coolly.
The suddenness of the situation left him no room for objection. He could only comply with the school's decision.
Good. That settles it.
As you've seen for yourselves, possessing cultivation techniques but lacking power makes you no more than lambs to the slaughter, innocent targets for terrorists.
Feng Meifei's tone grew sharp and stern, carrying an aura of undeniable authority.
Right now, you're like children holding priceless treasures, utterly defenseless, yet irresistibly enticing. In your current state, don't even think about shouldering your nation's responsibilities.
The question of whether you can even survive is still up in the air.
How dare you call yourselves the pride of Huaxia?
The students present were all elites among the gifted and top-tier students of a prestigious academy.
Yet Feng Meifei's relentless questioning left them flushed with embarrassment and at a loss for words. She reined in her imposing aura, her voice softening but retaining its weight. Therefore, starting today, you will make the pursuit of strength your lifelong goal and commence relentless cultivation. Not just to protect yourselves but also to serve as potential military talents for the nation. Fortunately, aside from a few exceptions, most of you are highly motivated, Feng Meifei remarked, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally drifting toward Hua
Qianyu. This is evident from the fact that some of you have begun training ahead of schedule.
While it goes against the teacher's advice, the spirit is commendable. Starting today, your mornings will be dedicated to cultivation training, enhancing your source energy strength. In the afternoons, you'll have martial arts practice to refine your combat skills. One special note, since this will be your first time cultivating, I'll personally guide you through the initial process to prevent accidents or injuries.
After that, you'll be on your own. Woohoo!
Cheers erupted, especially from those who felt less confident in their abilities, who were elated by the prospect of direct guidance from the instructor. As for the afternoon martial arts class, our Fire Academy will be attending combined sessions with the Thunder Academy. Naturally, our Flame God Class 1 will face off against the Thunder God Class 1, the strongest
class in the Thunder Academy.
The two classes are fierce rivals, both embodying the dominant and destructive elements of fire and lightning.
Our fire must not lose to their lightning. If we embarrass ourselves.
Feng Meifei paused for a moment, a dangerously sharp gleam flashing in her eyes.
Just wait for your punishment from me. Clashing with Lei? Interesting.
Hua Qianyu raised her eyebrows in surprise.
Both being powerful elemental forces, their encounter was sure to spark fiery clashes.
One had to admit, the academy truly knew how to stir things up.
Right? I'm getting excited too.
Qianyu, I want to crush the strongest from the Thunder Academy and show them who the true representative of offensive elements is.
Lin Yi was visibly exhilarated.
Hua Qianyu pressed his forehead helplessly and said, combat class isn't meant to compare the strengths of different elements.
It's only for demonstrating personal skills. This guy, how could he be so clueless? Doesn't matter.
Lin Yi shrugged it off nonchalantly, his enthusiasm undiminished. At the very least, I can fight for some respect for our Fire Academy.
Qianyu, I've made up my mind, leave the strongest one to me.
Do as you please, Hua Qianyu sighed lightly and responded indifferently.
Ahem, ahem.
On the podium, Feng Meifei cleared her throat and spoke once again. Now, everyone, quickly skim through the cultivation techniques. I will guide you one by one in order, so no need to rush. As she spoke, she walked over to the front row near the door, stopping by a female student. In a gentle tone, she said, follow the general principles of the technique to channel the fire element into your body. I will ensure it remains stable without any disruptions. Just focus on cultivating. All right, the girl replied timidly, then closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and decisively began her practice. At that moment, a fiery glow suddenly flashed in Feng Meifei's eyes, igniting a vibrant red flame. Centered on her body, an intense heat wave surged outward. The air twisted under the high temperature, distorting the figures ahead into wavering shapes. The rising heat pressed against their faces, and Lin Yi's breaths grew uneven. Struggling, he muttered, this fiery aura is so much stronger than my golden flames.
What a powerful presence! Hua Qianyu's previously wandering gaze focused sharply. This aura, compared to the one he encountered last night, it wasn't even on the same level. So this was the mentor of the Flame God class? Hua Qianyu stared at her figure, his heart overwhelmed by unending shock. Under the astonished gazes of the students, Feng Meifei placed her jade-like hand atop the girl's head. The surging fire element under her control flowed gently, continuously channeling into the student's body. A soft, almost inaudible moan of pain escaped the girl. Her expression briefly twisted in discomfort but soon calmed. Her face flushed red as the fire element coursed through her, yet her breathing remained steady. Watching this, a tinge of envy flickered in Hua Qianyu's eyes. With a mentor's assistance, that first cultivation attempt would carry no pain at all. But that thought only lingered for a moment. Hua Qianyu wasn't accustomed to relying on others, especially for things he could accomplish on his own. Lin Yi, stop staring and start cultivating. Hua Qianyu suddenly broke the silence, his gaze returning to calm. You could absorb quite a bit of energy this morning. Don't waste the opportunity. Got it. Lin Yi nodded, tearing his gaze away and focusing. Becoming stronger by seizing every moment perfectly aligned with his desires. The two formed seals with their hands. In front of Lin Yi, a golden, chaotic mark appeared, its shape undefined. Before Hua Qianyu, however, a rose-like petal shadow materialized. As the fire element gathered, the rose petal gradually became more vivid and solid. Both quickly entered a meditative state. In a far corner, another slender figure sat with eyes tightly shut. The boy, dressed in black, was none other than Qianyu. Between his palms, a fiery seal also began to form. But unlike the others, his seal was black with a faint trace of eerie purple. Though it was a flame, it exuded an unnervingly cold and chilling presence. The three coincidentally remained in the corner, unnoticed by others. All eyes were fixed on Feng Meifei at the front, oblivious to their actions. Otherwise, the onlookers would surely have been struck with deep fear. After all, even in a gathering of prodigies, there were always a few monsters who could achieve feats beyond what geniuses could dream of. At Jiangcheng Ability University, in the central main building, inside a spacious meeting room, the empty space was occupied by only two figures. One of them was none other than the vice principal in charge of admissions, Zhang Junlong, who had personally recruited Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. He stood silently, gazing out of the window in front of him, overlooking the lush green sports field in the distance. Beside him was a bent old man with white hair and a white beard. His attire was plain, and his eyes were remarkably cloudy, as though he were nothing more than a frail elder nearing the end of his days. Junlong, the old man began in a raspy voice, his tone indifferent. What were the casualties from the Nightfall operation? Zhang Junlong returned to his senses and respectfully replied, Elder Jun, over 100 new students at our school were attacked, the vast majority of whom were seriously injured. As for the senior students, their abilities and experience are slightly more substantial, so they handled it with relative ease. Humph. A faint, cold snort escaped from the elder referred to as Ju Lao. His cloudy eyes suddenly became sharp and piercing. The Nightfall has grown increasingly brazen, daring to act so recklessly under my very nose. Rest assured, Elder Jun. The government responded to this matter with remarkable promptness. Nearly all of last night's terrorists were annihilated, Zhang Junlong replied respectfully. Oh? Elder Jun showed a slight hint of surprise, questioning repeatedly, why was the efficiency so high this time? Zhang Junlong's expression shifted slightly. He leaned in closer to Elder Jun and spoke in a measured tone. It said that a certain faction of the Divine Temple intervened. The Divine Temple? Shock flashed across Elder Jun's face, followed by a faint smile. In such a small place as Jiangcheng, could something or someone have appeared to catch the attention of the temple? I am uncertain. Zhang Junlong lowered his head slightly before continuing. However, our school does have a prodigy with 100% elemental compatibility. It is very likely related to him. Elder Jun's gaze grew more focused as he inquired, the young man from the Fire Academy you mentioned last time? Indeed. Zhang Junlong nodded heavily and spoke slowly. This might be the most extraordinary prodigy I've ever encountered in my life. Elder Jun began pacing, the dim light in his aged eyes flickering as if lost in deep thought. After an unnaturally long silence, a solemn, aged voice finally broke through the eerie stillness. What is his name? Hua Qianyu. Surname Hua? Elder Jun squinted his eyes slightly, murmuring under his breath. Zhang Junlong's brows furrowed as he pressed, Elder, did something come to mind? No. Elder Jun hesitated for a moment before shaking his head, his gaze becoming even deeper. Pull up his file. I need to confirm it myself. Understood. Zhang Junlong acknowledged the order. He raised his hand, revealing a violet-blue energy ring on his wrist.
At the same time, a blue holographic screen silently appeared. With a swipe of his finger, a list filled with countless names emerged, and Hua Qianyu's name happened to be the very first.
Without any unnecessary movements, Zhang Junlong extended his right index finger and tapped on Hua Qianyu's name.
Ability user Zhang Junlong, identity verification complete.
Retrieving student information, please wait. We regret to inform you that the data you are trying to access is classified as a national secret. Your clearance level is insufficient, access denied. On the blue screen, 2 lines of extremely concise text slowly appeared, leaving Zhang Junlong almost dumbfounded. No access. As the vice principal of one of the 4 most prestigious schools, he lacked the clearance to access a student's file. This was utterly absurd. To make such a fool of himself in front of Elder June, Zhang Junlong felt his scalp tingle with cold sweat. I'll try again. Just as he prepared for a second attempt, Elder June waved his hand, forcefully interrupting his next action. Wait! In the scorching heat of summer, a sudden chilling wind howled through the confined space, causing Zhang Junlong to shiver uncontrollably as his clothes fluttered wildly. Elder June's expression grew solemn, and his aged figure erupted with an unparalleled and terrifying aura. Around him, the air began to distort in an indescribably peculiar manner. Elder June. Zhang Junlong dared not move a muscle. He could only widen his eyes and cautiously probe. Step back. The elder's voice, no longer frail, was as cold and piercing as icy blades. His imposing presence lingered, and he abruptly issued a command for Zhang Junlong to leave. Yes. Not daring to utter another word, Zhang Junlong promptly and respectfully complied, retreating from the conference room with beads of cold sweat trickling down his back. Now, the conference room was left with Elder June alone. He raised his withered arm, and a green energy ring materialized from the void, slowly taking form. Retrieve data on student Hua Qianyu. Elder June rasped the command. Identity verification in progress. Verifying clearance level. Identity verified. Wind Erosion King Jun Shen, the requested data is now available. An ethereal voice echoed in his mind. With his eyes closed, Elder June allowed the retrieved data, projected by the energy ring, to unfold quietly within his consciousness. As time passed, the quiet atmosphere of the conference room was gradually consumed by a storm of high-intensity whirlwinds. The tempest centered on Elder June, twisting the surrounding light and rendering his figure increasingly indistinct, leaving no one able to discern the events unfolding within. At a certain moment, Elder June's tightly shut eyes finally opened. Within the uncontrolled aura, 2 azure blades of light suddenly shot forth from his gaze. In an instant, the raging storm that had filled the conference room was cleaved into stillness by the cutting wind blades. Where the azure blades passed, visible spatial fractures extended forward, directly toward the wall ahead. Just as the berserk light blades were about to strike the wall, Elder June's raised hand suddenly clenched like the fingers of a corpse. As if tethered by an invisible force, the 2 azure light blades froze in midair just before the wall. The edges of the blades, glowing with halos generated by their high-speed rotation, skimmed past the wall, seemingly a second away from shattering into chaos. Still, the air displaced by their rotation left 2 distinct grooves on the wall's surface. Elder June's fingers subtly twitched, and the 2 azure light blades spun rapidly, arcing into semicircles in midair before colliding with each other and vanishing in an instant. All that remained was a faint ripple in the space, lingering for an extended moment. 9. Spirit. Forbidden. Codex. His murky eyes, lifeless as stagnant water, seemed to have a stone dropped into their depths, causing ripples as profound and continuous as the still dissipating spatial waves. Class of the Flame God. Feng Meifei's guidance was nearing its conclusion. With her personal instruction, coupled with the inherent talent of the students present, the process had gone exceptionally smoothly. Over the course of 3 hours, she had successfully helped most of the students grasp the fundamentals of their cultivation techniques. Notably, when she noticed that Hua Qianyu, Linyi, and Shenyu had already begun cultivating on their own, a wave of emotion stirred deep within her. She couldn't deny it, these children truly had extraordinary talent. Among the 3, however, her gaze lingered the longest on Hua Qianyu. It wasn't just because he represented the strongest contender of the Fire Academy, but also because of the cultivation technique he was practicing. The flame-like mark before him, resembling a rose, this form of manifestation, she had never seen before. After all, no matter who it was, regardless of their elemental alignment, the elemental sigil formed during cultivation always took the shape of a playing card, adorned with more or less unique totemic runes. Until now, every ability user she had encountered, without exception, followed this pattern. Linyi was one of them, his golden card-shaped sigil engraved with ancient, indecipherable script. Shenyu was the same, his purple-black card-shaped sigil etched with a scythe and a skull.
Although these totems varied, they were always carved and adhered to the general norm. But Hua Qianyu, the rose-shaped sigil of flames before him was three-dimensional, vivid, and lifelike. He was the only student she could not see through, radiating an air of peculiarity and mystery. Yet, the more enigmatic he was, the stronger the urge to uncover his secrets grew.
"What are you hiding?" Ru Feng murmured softly.
Feng Meifei bit her lip, her gaze on Hua Qianyu growing more and more hazy. In the corner of the back row, as time passed, the operation of the flame spirit technique no longer required Hua Qianyu's guidance. Instead, it began to function autonomously under the pull of the Nine Spirit Wheel. The Nine Spirit Wheel seemed to transform into a vortex, continuously drawing fire elements from the air and gathering them around him. As more and more fire energy surged into his meridians, Hua Qianyu's body seemed to be submerged in a furnace. Yet the searing flames, which should have been scorching, were instead soothingly repairing the flaws in his body. Even the hidden injuries left from last night's battle gradually dissipated without a trace. The one benefiting from this wasn't Hua Qianyu alone. Under the pull of the Nine Spirit Wheel, the fire element concentration in the classroom steadily increased. Though this change was subtle and gradual, over time, the disparity between the fire element concentration inside and outside the room became increasingly pronounced. This shift was like boiling a frog in warm water. These first-time cultivators were entirely unaware. But Feng Meifei's expression had completely changed. Her ability to perceive was far beyond what these students could fathom. The unusual environment quickly snapped her out of her reverie, but her gaze never left Hua Qianyu. Because the fire elements being drawn from all directions were converging onto Hua Qianyu. To be able to manipulate such a vast amount of fire element, with his current rank, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, the shock on Feng Meifei's face impossible to conceal. Such a feat was something she herself could achieve now, and with ease. But for someone of Hua Qianyu's age, it was beyond absurd, it was outright fantastical. Beside Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi, who was almost at the center of the energy gathering, found the accumulation of fire elements outpacing his own cultivation technique's operation. Clenching his teeth, Lin Yi could only quicken the pace of his cultivation technique to balance the elemental flow within and outside his body. All the while, his proficiency was quietly yet steadily improving. And through it all, Hua Qianyu remained entirely oblivious to the commotion he was causing. When he discovered that the Nine Spirit Wheel could autonomously drive the flame spirit technique, he focused all his mental energy on one specific chapter of the technique, controlling and efficiently utilizing fire elements.
Though seemingly unremarkable, this chapter was critically important.
After all, it was located just beyond the next page of the core mental technique. This was hardly surprising. People often judged strength by the density of their elemental power. But the more powerful the energy, the harder it was to control.
In other words, an increase in elemental energy must be accompanied by an elevation in control over that energy. Power that cannot be wielded will never truly belong to its possessor.
Uncontrollable power becomes more dangerous the stronger it grows, ultimately turning against its wielder. What Hua Qianyu needed to do was integrate the fire element into his body, so that every change it underwent would align seamlessly with his will. This was clearly a long and arduous process requiring practice, yet within him, an earth-shattering transformation was taking place.
Ding-ling-ling.
Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the bell signaling the end of class rang out in the classroom. The flame in Lin Yi's hand receded as he opened his eyes. For the first time, he felt that half a day had passed astonishingly quickly. Moreover, his strength had improved slightly.
Level 11.
Lin Yi hurriedly checked his ability ring. The number displayed confirmed his expectations, and a genuine smile spread across his lips. Finally, I can call myself a true ability user. Level 10 was often considered a critical threshold, and Hua Qianyu had stepped over it right from the start. Turning slightly, Lin Yi directed his gaze toward Hua Qianyu. The latter also chose this moment to open his eyes, a strange red glint flashing briefly across his pupils.
How do you feel? Lin Yi asked.
Hua Qianyu's aura hadn't increased significantly, yet his presence seemed subtly transformed.
Hua Qianyu remained silent.
Slowly, he raised his arm, his pale, slender fingers spreading open gently. This action left Lin Yi puzzled, and Feng Meifei, who had been watching from the side, also furrowed her delicate brows. As the two were filled with confusion, a cluster of crimson flames suddenly blossomed in Hua Qianyu's palm, instantly transforming into an enchanting rose. The crimson rose carried an aura of netherworldly flames, silently emanating an almost otherworldly red glow, reflecting Lin Yi's golden eyes into the same blood-red hue as Hua Qianyu's. Lin Yi's pupils contracted sharply. This. Lin Yi froze in place, his mouth involuntarily agape, his blood-colored eyes wide as he struggled to speak. Qianyu, how did you do that? Hua Qianyu's talent and strength were formidable, even surpassing his own. This, Linny was well aware of.
However, he could still clearly sense that Hua Qianyu's power hadn't increased significantly.
Because, the energy fluctuations from the flaming rose blooming between his fingers were no different from the original crimson flames. Yet, for an intangible flame to bloom into such an enchanting rose, this surreal scene was hard for Linny to believe.
The blooming process was extremely brief. From the flames sprouting to the rose's formation, it took only an instant.
It was even faster than his own simplest flame release techniques, and far more precise and effortless. What was even more astonishing was that the flaming rose in Hua Qianyu's hand was unusually tranquil. There was an indescribable gentleness. Flames are violent by nature, they symbolize aggression and destruction, and the fire element is no exception. When fire manifests from the element, it's akin to unleashing a merciless demon, brimming with ferocity and mania. The degree of this demonic frenzy is inversely proportional to the restraints imposed upon it. The stronger the restraints, the gentler the flames become.
In the divine nation of Huaxia, in people's understanding, this is the most basic of principles.
And these so-called restraints are none other than the control exerted by the wielder themselves. However, no matter how reliable the restraints might be, it's impossible for blazing fire to become as tranquil as still water. Yet the fire ability in Hua Qianyu's hand was so gentle it seemed to defy all logic. It was like complete submission to a higher being, entirely guided by Hua Qianyu's will without even a hint of resistance. In other words, the restraint Hua Qianyu imposed on the fire element was something akin to absolute control that shouldn't exist in this world.
What on earth is this? Feng Meifei finally spoke, her short words laden with difficulty.
Even with her broad horizons, her eyes still reflected deep confusion. This scene before her, she couldn't achieve it either. Hua Qianyu still remained silent, for he understood the changes in his body better than anyone else. His slender fingers slowly closed, and in just a moment, the crimson rose dissipated in his palm. At the moment it vanished, it left no trace of elemental fluctuation, not even the temperature varied from normal.
Feng Meifei's eyes trembled again.
Her perception told her that the fire element concentration inside and outside the room had returned to equilibrium, as if no anomaly had ever occurred.
No traces. How could that be possible? Even for someone like her, it was utterly unachievable.
How interesting, Hua Qianyu finally spoke, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light.
Linny, I finally understand the marvels of the elements. Although I still don't think abilities have any practical value, they are indeed an amusing toy.
Toy?
Lin Yi's lips twitched.
It was the first time he'd ever heard such a description. That's right, Hua Qianyu's lips curved into a faint smile as he said, without abilities, the world would continue to function normally.
The world won't perish just because abilities disappear.
In fact, it seems like the world a century ago was even better, without as many conflicts as there are now. So for now, abilities serve no purpose other than adding trouble. Until I discover their practical utility, I'll simply treat them as a kind of toy for the time being.
As Feng Meifei announced the end of class, a leisurely midday break arrived.
Due to the lockdown on campus, Hua Qianyu and Linny had no choice but to dine at the school cafeteria. Fortunately, the higher the level of the Ability University, the better the food. Not only was it affordable, but the taste and variety of the dishes were also quite remarkable. Coupled with the fact that both of them had made significant progress in their cultivation, their moods were quite uplifting, making their lunch an enjoyable experience. Although ability academies were different from ordinary universities and did not require freshmen to undergo at least half a month of military training, they instead subjected students to nearly grueling martial arts practical classes almost every afternoon. These martial arts practical classes began at 2 p.m., and before that, students were free to rest or engage in activities of their choice.
Dormitory Building 11, Room 130. Hua Qianyu and Linny stood silently before the small door in front of them. This is it? Hua Qianyu looked at Linny and asked calmly.
Yes, Teacher Feng said Building 11, Room 130.
It can't be wrong, Linny nodded, then inserted the key and opened the door.
The two stepped inside, and the sight before them made Hua Qianyu's eyes light up. The room was unexpectedly tidy, far cleaner than he had imagined. It was evident that someone had cleaned it beforehand. He wouldn't believe that a dormitory left empty for an entire summer could be this spotless. Well, that certainly saved them a lot of trouble. The interior was simple.
Against one wall were two bunk beds with desks underneath.
The beds were opposite each other, connected in the middle by a small ladder. Even the bedding, pillows, and quilts were neatly arranged and ready to use. On the two desks below, there were identical black packages placed.
On the opposite wall was a mirror and a wardrobe.
Near the door stood a shoe rack. Further inside, There was a private bathroom and a balcony. Overall, the space wasn't large, but it felt cozy and comfortable.
Qianyu, staying in the dorms seems pretty nice.
Lin Yi's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered a new world. Both of them had grown up as young masters and, regardless of their school year, had always commuted from home.
Neither had ever stayed at a school dormitory before. This was their first time seeing a school dormitory.
It's quite nice, Hua Qianyu smiled faintly.
For someone who had always been alone, this feeling was unprecedentedly novel.
He scanned the room, observing everything closely. The essentials like air conditioning and a washing machine were all present.
Aside from the lack of a kitchen, there wasn't anything missing. How about we talk to teacher phone and just stay in the dorms from now on?
It doesn't matter to either of us if we don't go home, Lin Yi suddenly suggested, his thoughts brimming with excitement.
Hua Qianyu paused and replied, we can consider it. Let's see how we adjust first and decide after a week.
All right. Lin Yi agreed, casually tossing his backpack onto the desk.
They hadn't brought much with them.
Hua Qianyu always preferred to travel light, while Lin Yi, at most, carried a small backpack usually filled with snacks and drinks. Hua Qianyu's gaze fell on the black package on the desk, next to which lay a black pair of scissors.
This should be the academy uniform we'll need to wear for the martial arts class later.
Lin Yi sprawled on a chair, sipping water, and casually remarked. Hua Qianyu nodded, picking up the scissors and deftly cutting the package open.
2 sets of uniforms immediately came into view.
The uniforms were mainly red with white accents, consisting of jackets, long pants, and short sleeves. They even included 2 pairs of white sneakers. Overall, the design was very casual, like a set of sportswear. The collar of the jacket bore a badge with the character, Flame, and the number 1 printed on it.
On the back was Hua Qianyu's name in pinyin, making it appear somewhat custom-made. This is it? Lin Yi's eyes widened in surprise, disappointed.
I thought it'd be something cooler, like the combat suits they wear on missions.
But it's just sportswear.
It's just for class, there's no need to be so flashy, Hua Qianyu said indifferently, inspecting the short sleeve in his hand. The short sleeve was mainly white, with no extra markings or text, extremely simple.
Don't say that.
Becoming a hero is every man's dream, Lin Yi declared righteously.
If the gear isn't cool, how can you get into the spirit? Doesn't matter.
Hua Qianyu remained indifferent. Without much thought, he casually removed his clothes, baring his upper body right in front of Lin Yi.
Put.
Lin Yi spat out the water he hadn't swallowed, utterly stunned. It wasn't because of any inappropriate reaction but because he had seen something that completely shocked him.
Qihane, when did you get a tattoo?
Lin Yi's voice trembled as he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Hua Qihane's chest. There, a 9-colored petal totem had formed naturally from the 9 spirits wheel.
Hua Qihane's figure froze momentarily.
He had somehow completely forgotten about this, but his expression remained unchanged as he calmly said, a long time ago.
That's so cool. Damn, I really want one too.
Lin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement, and his gaze at Hua Qihane turned covetous.
But Qihane, with so many badass tattoo designs out there, why would you choose to tattoo 2 flowers?
Because my name is Hua Qihane. Hua Qihane blurted out instinctively, then immediately realized something was off. His tone dropped as he asked, what did you say, 2?
The mark formed by the 9 spirits wheel had always been a singular one. When did it turn into 2?
He lowered his head, and his gaze landed on his chest. The 9 colored petals were still there, unchanged. Letting out a subtle sigh of relief, Hua Qihane frowned slightly and said, stop joking.
I only have 1 tattoo.
No, Qihane, Lin Yi scratched his head, looking puzzled as he stared at Hua Qihane.
There are 2.
The one on your left arm is a rose, and the one on your chest has 9 petals.
I don't even know what to call it. Just 1 tattoo. Could the other one be a birthmark?
Ha ha ha.
Lin Yi laughed, teasing.
Hua Qihane reflexively glanced at his left arm and, sure enough, there was now a rose tattoo on his forearm that hadn't been there before. Its appearance was identical to the scarlet flame rose he had summoned earlier in the morning. A cold sweat broke out instantly, and Hua Qihane stood frozen in place for a long, long time.
But Qihane, you really shouldn't have tattooed it on your forearm. It's summer, and with short sleeves, the tattoo's exposed.
Sure, we're university students now, but it doesn't leave a good impression.
People might think you're some kind of street thug. Lin Yi didn't seem to notice Hua Qihane's unease, assuming that his friend was simply confused by his memory lapse. He kept talking as if nothing was wrong.
Later in martial arts class, when the students from Thor Class 1 see the tattoo on your arm, combined with your icy demeanor, anyone even slightly timid is going to be scared out of their wits, ha? Lin Yi's logical and detailed analysis finally pulled Hua Qihane out of his chaotic thoughts. Temporarily setting aside his doubts, Hua Qihane came back to his senses. He first let go of his short-sleeved shirt, then put on a long-sleeved jacket, zipping it all the way up to the top.
How about this?
Hua Qihane said with a faint smile. The collar of his jacket conveniently covered his chin, revealing only his lips, and both of his tattoos were now entirely hidden.
Linny was stunned.
Hua Qihane's appearance was already extraordinarily handsome, and his physique was perfect. He was practically a walking
mannequin.
With the addition of his current outfit, Linny felt that if his resolve wasn't strong, he might have just turned on the spot. But at the same time, for some reason, this style of dressing gave off a feeling of pretentiousness.
You really know how to dress,
Linny muttered, half in jest, but deep down, he couldn't suppress the urge to imitate Hua Qihane's style. The activity field at Jiangcheng Supernatural University was vast, with 6 fields of the same size. Typically, these fields were bustling with students sparring, and popular students often attracted large crowds of spectators. 2 of these fields were designated for the freshmen's martial arts practice classes, which largely met the teaching needs of the 9 major colleges. Of these, the southern field for freshmen was even livelier than the fields for upperclassmen sparring. The area was packed with a dense crowd of students, and upon closer inspection, over 80% were girls, specifically, senior girls. The reason for this peculiar scene was both amusing and, in a way, understandable. Someone had posted pictures of Hua Qihane and Linny on the university's confession wall. Within just 1 hour, this sparked a frenzy among the female students across the entire school, nearly all of whom were drawn in by sheer infatuation.
Have you seen the confession wall?
2 super handsome freshmen from the Fire College this year. Not just handsome, but I heard they're from Flame God Class 1.
Their talent is supposed to be exceptional too. Handsome, talented, and freshmen? I'm absolutely smitten.
It's not that I'm shallow, it's just that those 2 are so ridiculously good-looking.
Their faces are criminally attractive.
The chatter around them grew increasingly chaotic, to the point that it seriously disrupted the normal teaching environment. The atmosphere was far from ideal, and the 2 subjects of all this attention were currently sitting quietly in a shaded patch of grass, trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible.
I really can't believe it. Who the hell posted on the confession wall? Linny muttered under his breath, keeping his head down to avoid being recognized. These female university students were as fierce as wolves and as crazed as fanatics.
He was genuinely afraid they might devour him whole. Hua Qianyu buried half of his face under his collar, even wearing a hat to conceal his overly dazzling silver hair. His gaze was equally unpredictable.
Why hasn't the teacher arrived yet?
Teacher Feng is contacting the school's broadcasting room. The situation has escalated, I reckon some special measures will have to be taken, Linny replied, similarly burying his face deeply within his collar. At this moment, he felt a bit fortunate. Thank goodness he followed Hua Qianyu's lead and wore an extra jacket, otherwise, his face wouldn't be covered enough. The only slight difference between his jacket and Hua Qianyu's was the badge on the collar, which was imprinted with the Chinese character, yen, and the number 2. As the class monitor, Linny had even instructed classmates to form a circle around them to block the gazes of the flock of fanatical girls.
Look! It's Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng is here.
The crowd parted, and a stunning woman slowly approached. She was dressed in black, her face alluring, but at this moment, her every move carried an intimidating aura. She was none other than Feng Meifei, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. She came to stand before Hua Qianyu and Linny, casting them a sharp glare and scolding angrily, "You 2 really know how to cause trouble for me." Since Hua Qianyu and Linny were seated, and Feng Meifei was standing and looking down at them, her invisible aura exerted a faint sense of pressure on them. Hua Qianyu raised his head innocently and said calmly, "Teacher, you can't blame this on us." Sigh, Feng Meifei sighed softly, speaking with a hint of pity. It seems that being too good-looking isn't always a blessing. She stared at Hua Qianyu's exquisite face, deeply agreeing with herself. If he grew out his hair and softened the intensity in his eyes, no one would doubt he was a beauty. Her gaze shifted, and Feng Meifei suddenly noticed the collarbone exposed unintentionally through Hua Qianyu's slightly open collar.
It was exceptionally sensual and alluring.
She subconsciously averted her eyes, her expression stiffening and becoming somewhat unnatural. "Hua Qianyu, although I can't control how you dress, I still hope you'll wear your clothes properly." Hua Qianyu reacted and immediately adjusted his collar, replying leisurely, "It's just more comfortable this way."
Feng Meifei.
Non-first-year students in training ground number 5 are to vacate the area immediately.
Failure to comply will result in disciplinary actions for disrupting the teaching order.
We hope all students will leave voluntarily, otherwise, bear the consequences. At this moment, a commanding voice echoed from all directions. The sound from the broadcasting station seemed to envelop the entire school. Hua Qianyu's eyes flashed with recognition. The voice felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before.
Qianyu, this voice, could it be Principal Zhang? Lin Yi whispered cautiously.
It is, Hua Qianyu finally recalled. That inexplicable sense of familiarity came from none other than Zhang Junlong, the person who had personally recruited them into the academy. Now that he thought about it, he hadn't seen him at school since that day at the martial arts entrance exam.
Who would have thought that the esteemed vice principal would personally step in to broadcast a message?
Though it seemed a bit excessive, the effect was astonishingly effective.
Oh no, this voice, it really is Principal Zhang. We're doomed.
Girls, retreat quickly. As much as I want to see the handsome guy, my life is more important.
Agreed. I'm leaving now. Bye-bye.
In less than 15 minutes, the previously surging crowd had dispersed by more than half, finally revealing the vastness of the training ground.
So this is the principal's deterrence, Lin Yi muttered dumbfounded, his face filled with awe. Principal Zhan looked so kind, who knew he could be this intimidating? Watching the crowd scatter, Feng Meifei's tension also quickly eased.
She reminded them, Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi, your martial arts instructor might arrange a sparring match with the students from Lei Academy later.
Hua
Qianyu still tilted his head, his gaze calm. What I mean is, no matter who your opponent is, make sure to deal with them swiftly and decisively.
Got it?
Feng Meifei's gaze turned unusually ruthless, carrying an uncharacteristic negativity for an instructor.
If someone claimed there wasn't any personal grudge involved, even a dog wouldn't believe it.
Hua Qianyu let out a soft chuckle and lightly patted Lin Yi's shoulder.
Doesn't matter, Lin Yi will handle it. Lin Yi? What do you mean I'll make a move? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel helpless. Qianyu is just too mischievous. No matter who among you takes action, you absolutely cannot embarrass yourselves.
Feng Meifei spoke, her voice as cold and sharp as ice forming on still water, despite the fiery power she wielded. And one more thing, since its establishment, the Thunder Institute has never lacked young talents.
In Jiangqing's 9 institutes, the Thunder Institute has always been the most prestigious.
Among this year's Thunder Institute students, there's a pair known as the S-Class Double Stars. They won't be easy to deal with, so do not underestimate them. Though phrased as a command, Feng Meifei was fully aware of the difficulty of this mission. The Thunder Gods Class 1 boasted 2 S-Class prodigies, while her Flame Gods Class 1 had only one nearly unmotivated Hua Qianyu.
And one Lin Yi, who was infinitely close to S-Class. But the latter, close was still only close. Even that mere 1% difference was insurmountable, as the gap between S-Class and A-Class was far greater than it seemed. Fortunately, this was a martial arts class without the support of elemental abilities, giving the Flame Institute a decent chance of victory. This was why Feng Meifei dared to issue such a demanding order.
For now, she could only place her hopes on Hua Qianyu, who was always an enigma to her. Though it was a gamble, she had a hunch.
Hua Qianyu's strength was immense, far beyond others in his age group.
With these thoughts in mind, Feng Meifei offered a final word of concern, and, be careful.
With that, Feng Meifei said no more.
She turned and walked away, disappearing from sight in moments.
After Feng Meifei left, Lin Yi looked at Hua Qianyu and asked, Qianyu, what do you think of the S-Class Double Stars?
You said earlier that you'd leave the strongest to me.
You're not scared now, are you?
Hua Qianyu turned his head, meeting Lin Yi's gaze.
Ha!
Lin Yi sneered, his surging battle intent almost spilling from his eyes.
How could I be? Hua Qianyu couldn't help but laugh.
He stood up and reached out to pull Lin Yi to his feet. Class leader, isn't it just S-Class? His voice grew deeper and more resonant, his blood-red pupils darkening further, becoming even more enigmatic.
Let's go all out, and crush them. In the northern corner of training ground number 5.
A group of bold young students stood in unison, their outfits matching a blend of purple and white athletic wear. Without exception, every gaze was fixed on the Flame Institute, where Hua Qianyu was.
To think such a commotion could happen. I heard it's because the Flame Institute has an S-Class student this year, and somehow, he's also become the school heartthrob? The speaker was a sunny-looking young man with striking purple hair. His deep black eyes glimmered faintly, accentuating his sharp brows, long lashes, and a distinctly prominent nose that gave him an air of rugged handsomeness. Despite the summer heat, he wore his symbolic outer jacket neatly, seemingly unbothered by the warmth. At his collar, the markings Thunder and 2 gleamed brightly under the sunlight. I know him. His name is Hua Qianyu.
My master has mentioned him before, he's a troublesome opponent.
The response came from a cold-voiced youth.
His face was stern, his dark purple eyes glinting with icy light.
Mid-length black hair danced lightly in the breeze. Though his features weren't as striking,
his sharp aura made him the most eye-catching presence in the group. He crossed his arms, casually draping his jacket over his shoulders. The thunder and one markings on his collar were clearly visible. The wind continued to blow, but the jacket on his shoulders, though billowing, never slipped off. Ha, the purple-haired youth sneered disdainfully, his tone arrogant. Who would have thought that even the lowly Flame Institute could produce an S-class? A guy who relies on his looks to garner attention is probably all show and no substance. Big brother, leave him to me. I'll show him what it means when they say the victor takes all. The black-haired youth frowned slightly, warning, Luoyin, although your strength isn't weak, no S-class ability user is simple. Don't take them lightly. Ha ha, I know. Isn't that why you're here, big brother Lu Jin? My confidence comes from having you around. Luoyin grinned cheekily, trying to flatter him. Exactly. With big brother Lu Jin and big brother Luoyin here, don't even mention one S-class, bring on another one, and our Thunder Institute can still handle them with ease. The Flame Institute? Those clowns that have always been trampled underfoot by us in the Thunder Institute? They think they're worthy of making both of you act? What a joke! I can't believe the school even considers them Class 1 like us. Thunder God and Flame God? We're not even on the same level. Grouping us together is downright laughable. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. As Luo Yin's words left his mouth, a chorus of eager followers immediately chimed in. In an instant, the emotions of disdain and contempt towards the Fire Academy poured out unrestrained. And through it all, Luo Yin showed no intention of stopping the escalation. On the contrary, he grew even bolder. Ha ha ha, you heard that, brother Lu. Let's make a deal, just leave that Hua Qinyu kid to me. I promise to make sure he loses all face. Lu Jin's face remained cold and stoic, without the slightest hint of relaxation. Luo Yin, this is a martial arts class. Without lightning, you might not even be his match. Your attitude will surely land you in trouble one day. Brother, why are you always raising the enemy's morale while diminishing our own? Luo Yin's face showed his displeasure. Lu Jin didn't respond immediately. His gaze swept steadily across the crowd until it finally landed on Hua Qianyu, who was chatting with Lin Yi. It was unsurprising, Hua Qianyu's distinctive silver hair was hard to miss, a striking beacon that caught everyone's attention. First, the Fire Academy isn't an enemy. They're classmates, comrades, and fellow Chinese. Second, I'm not undermining our morale. Do whatever you want, and I'll back you up. His words lingered in the air, and at last, Lu Jin's arms, which had been crossed for a long time, dropped to his sides. He took a step forward, heading directly toward his target. Meanwhile, Hua Qianyu had his back turned to the north but couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of eyes were fixed intently on him. It wasn't a fleeting glance, it was a gaze that had lingered for quite some time. He turned around, wanting to see who exactly was watching him. A pair of cold, piercing eyes came into view, causing Hua Qianyu's own eyes to twitch involuntarily. What he saw was a group of students clad in purple uniforms, advancing toward them in a grand and imposing manner. And those eyes, they belonged to Lu Jin, who stood at the center of the group. Hua Qianyu's movement naturally drew the attention of the Fire Academy students. Lin Yi was the first to follow his gaze and turn around. The moment he saw the approaching group, his expression froze in astonishment. Qianyu, it's the Thunder Academy, Lin Yi said, his voice trembling slightly, filled with a strange mix of excitement. Hua Qianyu didn't respond. The icy, intimidating eyes staring at him grew larger and closer in his field of vision. Soon enough, led by Lu Jin, the Thunder Academy students stood directly across from the Fire Academy. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Hua Qianyu and Lu Jin stood face to face, each glancing at the emblem on the other's collar. When their eyes caught sight of the number 1 engraved there, their gazes simultaneously sharpened. No words were exchanged. The Thunder Academy students, led by Luo Yin, exuded an air of arrogance, their eyes filled with disdain as they looked down on the Fire Academy. In contrast, most of the Fire Academy students, apart from Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi, were visibly tense. After all, standing before them was the Thunder Academy, the so-called Ace Academy of Zheng City. And Thunder Class 1 was the elite among elites. Hello, I'm Lu Jin, the class leader of Thunder Class 1. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hua Qianyu of the S rank. Several seconds passed before Lu Jin broke the silence, diffusing the stifling tension in the air. The Fire Academy students collectively exhaled, as if they had just survived a disaster. The oppressive atmosphere had been so overwhelming that their hearts were still pounding furiously in their chests. Hello, Hua Qianyu responded coldly, then added with a faint, mocking smile, S rank. Lu Jin? Lu Jin caught the teasing tone in Hua Qianyu's words, but his icy expression remained unchanged. He extended his hand slowly, maintaining a
polite demeanor. You must be the class leader of Flame Class 1. I hope this joint training goes smoothly and successfully for both of us. Hua Qianyu didn't take his hand. Instead, he replied indifferently, S-rank Lu Jin, while I appreciate the compliment, I'm not qualified to be the class leader of such a disastrous group. As he spoke, he gently nudged Lin Yi, who was standing beside him, forward. With a faint smile, he continued, here you go, S-rank. Lu Jin. Let me introduce you to Lin Yi, the true class leader of Flame Class 1, a genius far more capable of leading than I am. Lin Yi showed no trace of fear. He shook Lu Jin's hand briefly, almost perfunctorily, and said, hello, I'm Lin Yi, class leader of Flame Class 1. Lu Jin's eyebrows twitched slightly, and for a fleeting moment, his cold eyes revealed a hint of bewilderment. However, his well-practiced composure prevented him from showing it openly. He remained polite as he said, my apologies for the misunderstanding. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Yi. May I ask what your ability rank is? For someone to replace an S rank like Hua Qianyu as class leader, could it be that Flame Class 1 was deliberately hiding a special genius? Lu Jin's eyes gleamed with a hint of vigilance. A rank, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, without a shred of hesitation. He didn't see any shame in not being an S rank. On the contrary, he firmly believed he could outperform any so-called S rank. The confusion in Lu Jin's eyes deepened. He couldn't comprehend how an S rank like Hua Qianyu had lost the class leader position to an A rank student. Could it be that the legendary Hua Qianyu was not as exceptional as he had imagined? That he could actually be replaced by an A-level student? Just as he was about to say more, Luoyin, who had been silent all this time, could no longer hold back. Pointing at Lin Yi with one hand, he burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. To abandon an S-level and let an A-level nobody become the class leader of Yenshin Class 1 looks like not only are the students in Yenshin Class 1 trash, but even the teachers have brains full of crap. Ha 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 ha. What did you just say? Lin Yi let out a furious laugh, his fists unconsciously clenching tight. If it was just an insult directed at him alone, he could have let it slide. But Luo Yin's words had clearly insulted everyone in Yenshin's first class, from the instructors to the students, leaving no one unscathed. That was intolerable. Enraged, Lin Yi swung his fist, intending to land a punch on Luo Yin. However, just as his fist was halfway through, it was firmly caught by Lu Jin, who stood in front of him, stopping it dead in its tracks. You! Lin Yi's pupils shrank. This was, without a doubt, one of the strongest individuals he'd encountered since Hua Qianyu. The class president of Thunder God's first class truly lived up to his reputation. I'm sorry, Class President Lin. As the class president, it's my duty to protect my classmates, Lu Jin stated with an expressionless face, astonishingly endorsing Luo Yin's vile and insolent remarks. Ha 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 ha. You? And what about you? Luo Yin laughed so hard he clutched his stomach. Trash like you all, how dare you even think you're worthy of sharing a class with us from the Thunder Institute? Crawl away with your tails between your legs before you humiliate yourselves further. Oh, by the way, let me introduce myself. I'm Luo Yin, Thunder Institute's number 2, S rank. Care to come over and kneel down and worship? Ha 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 ha. A glint of coldness flashed through Hua Qianyu's eyes. He stared coldly at Luo Yin. This person was quite remarkable. He had managed to awaken a long-dormant sense of anger within Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu took a leisurely step forward, and in the next second, he was in front of Luo Yin at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Luo Yin, still lost in his moment of triumph, suddenly noticed the light in front of him dimming. Hua Qianyu's figure was now standing directly in front of him. Luo Yin's pupils contracted as he tried to retreat, but his reaction was no match for Hua Qianyu. The next moment, his throat was locked in a vice-like grip, and he was lifted off the ground. Show some respect. If your words continue to be so filthy, I have every reason to suspect you feed on excrement. Otherwise, how else could you spew so much garbage? S rank. Luo Yin? Hua Qianyu's voice was icy, so cold it carried not a shred of emotion. In this moment, Hua Qianyu was terrifying beyond measure. Even Lin Yi, who would normally avoid provoking him, dared not intervene. Ugh, Luo Yin's throat was tightly gripped by those slender fingers, leaving him unable to breathe. He could only manage a few guttural sounds as his face turned an increasingly deep shade of red. Everything happened so fast that no one could react, not even Lu Jin. By the time he regained his senses, he saw Hua Qianyu holding Luo Yin up in the air. So fast. That was Lu Jin's only thought at the moment. But there was no time to dwell on it. Luo Yin's breathing had already grown labored. His entire body was showing signs of severe oxygen deprivation, and he seemed on the brink of collapse.
Fortunately, though Hua Qianyu was furious, he hadn't lost his reason. Noticing Lu Jin preparing to intervene and realizing Luoyin was nearing his limit, Hua Qianyu released his grip, letting Luoyin fall unceremoniously to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Luoyin sat slumped on the ground, gasping for large gulps of air. For a brief moment, he felt as though he had been to hell and back. He could never have imagined that someone so young could be so ruthless. Student Hua Qianyu, you. Lu Jin could no longer hold back his frown, his gaze turning icy and sharp. To blatantly humiliate his classmate right in front of him as the class president, this was a direct slap to the Thunder Institute's face. But just as Lu Jin opened his mouth to speak, Hua Qianyu interrupted him. His previously cold demeanor transformed into an innocent-looking smile, his tone playful but mocking. Apologies, esteemed S-rank class president Lu. As a student, it's my duty to stand up for my own classmates. Hua Qianyu's words were almost identical to what Lu Jin had said moments ago, perfectly exemplifying what it meant to return the favor in kind. Cough, cough, damn it. Hua Qianyu, how dare you ambush me? Luoyin, having finally recovered somewhat, struggled to his feet. He glared at Hua Qianyu with seething hatred. The extreme lack of oxygen earlier made the red veins in his eyes stand out, giving him an unsettling, menacing appearance. Do you dare to duel me one-on-one? Luoyin's challenge made Hua Qianyu chuckle. Normally, he had no interest in such childish antics. But with someone like Luoyin, unless he was shown the consequences, he would never learn his lesson. Just as Hua Qianyu was about to accept the dull challenge, an unexpected voice boomed out, "What are you all doing?" A thunderous shout echoed through the room, and a middle-aged man strode in with the ferocity of a tiger. His short, purple hair and broad, muscular frame exuded immense strength. Even a single glance at him gave off an aura of raw power. Teacher Luo, Lu Jin lowered his head slightly and greeted with respect. Uncle. Luoyin's tone turned excited, as if spotting a savior. The middle-aged man nodded solemnly and spoke with authority. Lu Jin, tell me, what exactly happened here? Yes, Lu Jin dared not hide anything and truthfully recounted the entire incident, without any embellishments or falsehoods. Setting aside his bias toward Luoyin, Lu Jin's character was still considered decent. After hearing the account, the middle-aged man first glanced at Luoyin, his expression filled with disappointment as he said, Luoyin, your temper and personality remain as terrible as ever. I've warned you before that if you don't change, you'll suffer for it. So, how does it feel now, taking such a big loss? That was a sneak attack. Luoyin, clearly unconvinced, retorted angrily, if it were a fair and square battle, do you think someone like him is even qualified to be my opponent? Humph. The middle-aged man let out a cold snort, then directed his gaze toward Hua Qianyu. And you're Hua Qianyu, right? I'm your martial arts instructor, Luo Wuyo. Let me ask you, you're all classmates at the same school, so why did you strike so ruthlessly? Maliciously harming a fellow student is a serious violation of school rules. Can't you resolve matters through reason and virtue? Ha! Resolve through virtue? Hua Qianyu scoffed, his gaze growing even colder. Teacher, if I insulted your classmates, your colleagues, or even your parents, would you resolve it with virtue as well? As expected of Luoyin's uncle, Luo Wuyo appeared to be mediating, but in reality, he was clearly biased toward Luoyin. You! Luo Wuyo's face darkened, but he was left without a rebuttal. If he had indeed encountered such a situation, he would undoubtedly have struck back without hesitation. How could he possibly resolve it with virtue? Teacher, why bother arguing with him? Luoyin narrowed his eyes, his tone sinister as he spoke. Our Thunder God class refuses to merge for lessons with Flame God class. Their members are of inconsistent skill levels, most of them pathetically weak, and they will absolutely hinder our progress in class. I hope, teacher, you will give this serious consideration. This? Luo Wuyo hesitated for a moment before turning to look at Lu Jin. Lu Jin, is this the consensus of Thunder God class? Though Luoyin had spoken, Lu Jin was the nominal leader of Thunder God class, so it was necessary for Luo Wuyo to seek his opinion. Luoyin's opinion is my opinion, Lu Jin said coldly, his face expressionless. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, his expression subtle. While Lu Jin was a decent person, his indulgence of Luoyin was excessive. Wasn't this just enabling his bad behavior? However, the lesson arrangements are planned by the academy. As a teacher, I don't have the authority to make changes. The conflicts between you will have to be reported to the Academic Affairs Office. Until then, I hope you all can focus on your lessons. Luo Wuyo sighed, his voice tinged with reluctance. Luoyin gritted his teeth, clearly dissatisfied, but he could only take a step back and propose, then let's have one person from each side represent us in a martial arts duel. the loser will voluntarily withdraw from this martial arts course.
Hua Qianyu, do you dare?
Luo Yin's challenge was directed squarely at Hua Qianyu.
Lu Jin also turned his gaze toward Hua Qianyu, as if the two had no intention of consulting Luo Wuyo's opinion.
At this moment, Lin Yi, who had been ignored all along, stepped forward from behind Hua Qianyu, his expression dark and somber.
Lin Yi.
Hua Qianyu was slightly startled but did not stop him.
Lin Yi coldly fixed his gaze on Luo Yin and spoke slowly, word by word. Luo Yin, I understand that as an S-class lightning ability user, you have your pride. But what you absolutely should not have done is to insult my teacher and my classmates. Your challenge? Flame God class accepts. But unfortunately for you, your opponent won't be Qianyu, because you are not worthy. To ensure your loss won't be too humiliating, allow me to be your opponent. You? Ha ha ha.
Luo Yin's expression froze for a moment before he suddenly threw his head back and laughed. Almost instantly, the entire Thunder God Class 1 erupted in laughter as if they had just heard the joke of the century. Even the expressions of the students in Flame God Class 1 twitched, their faces contorting with unease.
An A rank challenging an S rank, wasn't the disparity painfully obvious?
Even the usually composed Lu Jin looked at Lin Yi with a trace of peculiarity in his eyes. And it wasn't just him. Mentor Luo Wuyo was also staring at Lin Yi with an extraordinarily strange expression. While his nephew's character was indeed rather unruly, his strength was undoubtedly among the top among the freshmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the title of one of the Thunder Academy's S-rank twin stars.
A mere A rank, this was far too insignificant.
Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged.
With a faint smile, he said, what is it? Luo Yin, what's so funny?
Since martial arts lessons are about strength,
duels, naturally there will be stronger and weaker, winners and losers.
In this world, there's no such duel where one side is absolutely guaranteed to win.
As he spoke, his gaze shifted meaningfully, and he added, or do you believe that simply having S-rank talent makes you invincible?
If that's the case, then you're being incredibly shallow. Luo Yin's laughter faltered slightly, and his gaze toward Lin Yi began to carry a tinge of interest. Initially, he had thought that Flame God Class 1 only had Hua Qianyu as
someone worthy of notice.
Yet now, facing the Thunder Academy, Lin Yi was calm and composed, his gaze unshaken, completely unaffected by the disadvantage of his lower ability rank. A smirk tugged at the corner of Luo Yin's mouth.
You're right. Since it's a duel, the outcome is naturally uncertain.
Although, in my opinion, you have no chance of winning.
But that doesn't matter.
If you insist, I'll make sure you're thoroughly convinced.
However, Hua Qianyu, are you really at ease letting this person represent the honor of your entire Flame God class?
Luo Yin turned his gaze to Hua Qianyu, his eyes still carrying an ambiguous mockery.
Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow, letting out a cold laugh. Don't overestimate yourself. To deal with an arrogant and disrespectful person like you, it doesn't matter who steps up, the result won't change. In fact, if Lin Yi takes action, I'd consider it a waste of his talents.
Hua Qianyu's words were utterly merciless, reducing Luo Yin to someone utterly insignificant.
And as a prodigy of the Thunder Academy, how could Luo Yin endure such humiliation silently? Luo Yin's face darkened, veins bulging on his once handsome face, and his expression turned sinister. His gaze grew as cold as ice. Fine, very well. Hua Qianyu, remember what you said.
I hope you understand, if you win, you can stay.
But if you lose, you'd better leave obediently.
Your words are utterly ridiculous, Luo Yin. Hua Qianyu shot him a sidelong glance and suddenly sneered mockingly.
Ridiculous? Luo Yin frowned.
Utterly absurd. Hua Qianyu's gaze sharpened, her tone dripping with scorn. If we lose, Flame God Class 1 has to leave the classroom, and all of our classmates will miss out on a precious martial arts practice session.
Most of the students here are encountering martial arts for the first time.
The first lesson determines whether they can properly get started.
And if we win, we get to stay?
Hua Qianyu's voice grew colder with every word.
Such an unfair gamble. How can you say it so matter-of-factly? Do you really think sharing a classroom with your Thunder Academy is some kind of favor to us?
Hua Qianyu spread her hands, her eyes brimming with disdain so intense it seemed to overflow.
Although it might sound harsh, Luo Yin, S-rank lightning? In the eyes of others, you might be haloed and godlike. But to me,
you're not even worth a single blade of straw. If it weren't for having to attend class with you, I wouldn't even bother to know who you are. That baseless arrogance of yours is truly laughable.
You. Luo Yin's lips twitched uncontrollably.
Hua Qianyu's sharp and merciless words stoked the flames of anger already burning in his chest, making them blaze even hotter. For the first time, the revered Thunder Academy was reduced to nothing more than a laughingstock. His pride was shattered without hesitation.
Lu Jin's gaze grew colder.
From the day he became the leader of Thunder God Class 1, everyone had treated him with respect and reverence. This was the first time someone dared to publicly belittle the Thunder Academy. No matter how good his self-restraint was, he couldn't suppress the fury swelling within him. This grudge was bound to be settled.
Even Lin Yi's eyelids twitched involuntarily.
Hua Qianyu, who usually spoke little and stayed composed even when angry, had unleashed a torrent of sharp words today, leaving no room for subtlety. Such merciless mockery in words, this was the first time he had encountered it, and it unconsciously brought his thoughts back to the scene where Hua Qianyu had lost control of her emotions that day. He seemed to feel that Hua Qianyu's personality had become increasingly erratic.
Lu Jin furrowed his brows and said indifferently, "Then what do you mean?"
"Simple." Hua Qianyu's blood-red eyes flickered, her deep pupils reflecting a bloodthirsty haze.
"This is an interesting game, but the premise to keep a game interesting is the fairness of its rules."
As she spoke, Hua Qianyu took 2 slow steps forward, bypassing Lu Jin to stand before Luoyin. She bent down slightly, aligning her gaze with his and bringing her face uncomfortably close.
"If we lose, we leave. But if you lose, what price will you pay?"
Hua Qianyu sneered coldly.
Luoyin instinctively stepped back 2 paces. For some reason, Hua Qianyu's gaze inexplicably frightened him. Yet, he had never
considered the possibility of losing and found himself unable to come up with any stakes.
He stammered awkwardly, this. You're afraid to wager anything?" Hua Qianyu's mocking smile deepened. "Or is it that you can't even come up with an equivalent stake? Then what's the point of this game?"
Seeing Luoyin's composure crumble, Lu Jin quickly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Luoyin.
He said coldly and firmly, "Hua Qianyu, since you want stakes, I'll give you a promise.
If we lose, not only will we apologize for Luoyin's previous rude remarks, but we will also admit before the entire school that your fire court is superior to my thunder court."
"How about that?"
"Big brother!" Luoyin exclaimed, his face aghast. Lu Jin, outwardly cold but inwardly obsessed with honor, especially the honor of the Thunder King's court, valued it above all else.
Yet at this moment, he was willing to stake this inviolable pride as a wager? "Class rep, don't be rash. Please don't. There's no need to fall for their provocations. How could the honor of our Thunder Court be compared to their mere class privileges?"
"Exactly, class rep. We of Thunder King's Class 1 have nothing to prove to them." The moment Lu Jin's decisive words resounded, Thunder King's Class 1 erupted into a commotion.
To them, the honor of a king outweighed everything else, it was their untouchable reverse scale.
"No need to say more," Lu Jin declared resolutely, silencing the uproar with a wave of his hand.
"He's right. Since this is a competition, fairness must prevail. If you don't even dare to wager something, what right do you have to call yourself a king?"
He turned to Luoyin, his gaze encouraging.
"Luoyin, do you think you'll lose?"
"Of course not." Luoyin blurted out, his previously shaken confidence now steadied. That's right, he was Luoyin, an S-class ability user chosen from thousands, one of the Thunder Court's illustrious twin stars.
Against some mediocre A-class opponent, what was there to fear? How could he possibly lose? Lu Jin nodded in satisfaction, exuding dominance. "In that case, it's decided. Hua Qianyu, are you satisfied?" Clap. 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 A series of crisp claps echoed as Hua Qianyu couldn't help but applaud. She looked at Lu Jin with a playful, mocking expression, her eyes glinting with a rare touch of arrogance. "Excellent. Very good. As expected of S-class Lu Jin, it's admirable. Not bad at all. I'm very satisfied with your wager." She turned around and slowly walked back toward her own team, her blood-red pupils dimming with an unprecedented, ominous glow. From Lu Jin's words, she had heard the wager she'd been yearning for the most. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Could there be a more exhilarating game? The honor of a king meant everything to Thunder Court. For that king to lose to a class they had never even acknowledged, such a loss would be the cruelest blow to their faith. Hua Qianyu didn't just want victory, she wanted to utterly shatter what they held most dear, to destroy their beliefs and let their faith crumble. By tearing down the pedestal of a king, burying it entirely, she could hardly wait to witness that moment. A slight, excited smirk unfolded at the corner of her lips. Such an intriguing game brought an unprecedented thrill to her otherwise dull existence. Even more thrilling was the prospect of watching the grand spectacle she had orchestrated unfold from the vantage point of a detached observer. It was utterly enchanting. Hua Qianyu walked up to Lin Yi, her smile carrying a subtle yet profound meaning. "Lin Yi, you heard it too, didn't you?
To represent the fire court and personally bring an end to the king's myth, I believe you can do it. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned. At this moment, Hua Qianyu felt unfamiliar to him. But no matter what, their goals were aligned. All right, he responded, his voice more resolute than ever. Rest assured, I won't let you down. So, have you all made up your minds? Finally, Luo Wuyo had a chance to speak. The confrontation between the two sides had played out entirely before his eyes, leaving no room for him to interject a word until now. As a mentor, he should have stepped in to stop such private duels between students. However, the school did not prohibit conflicts between classes, as these struggles could foster progress and served as a meaningful form of cultivation. Moreover, his troublesome nephew was currently fuming with anger. If he didn't let him vent it out, he might stay frustrated for the entire day. Indeed, from the very beginning, he never believed the Fire Academy stood a chance of winning. It's decided. Lin Yi and Luo Yin spoke in unison. Their gazes locked, and the air between them seemed to spark with tension. In the training grounds clearing, a large central area was swiftly vacated under the organization of Luo Wuyo. Lin Yi and Luo Yin stood face to face at the center, poised and ready. The spectators gathered at the north and south sides, clearly divided in red and purple camps. Standing between the two, Luo Wuyo began to announce the rules of the match. Next, we will witness the martial arts duel between Luo Yin of Thunder God's class and Lin Yi of Flame God's class. The rules for this sparring match are as follows. First, the use of any form of elemental power is strictly prohibited, as is the use of any type of weapon attack. Violators will be disqualified. Second, maliciously injuring the opponent is forbidden. Physical strikes must be restrained to avoid inflicting serious harm. Any violations will result in shared liability. Third, if one party loses the ability to fight or voluntarily concedes, it will be considered a forfeit, and the other will be declared the winner. Clearing his throat, Luo Wuyo asked, "Do either of you have any questions?" "No questions," Lin Yi and Luo Yin replied in unison, simultaneously channeling their strength into their bodies. "Very well." Luo Wuyo nodded and said slowly, "I hereby announce, the duel begins." Barely had Luo Wuyo's words fallen when Luo Yin, as swift as lightning, charged at Lin Yi with blinding speed. His clenched left fist swung downward, aiming directly at Lin Yi's abdomen. So fast. Lin Yi's expression changed. His impression of Luo Yin was still stuck on the scene of him being easily subdued by Hua Qianyu. He never imagined that someone like him could possess such nimble skills. Caught off guard, Lin Yi had no time to evade. His abdomen took a direct hit, causing his body to arch backward as he staggered 4 or 5 steps. However, before Lin Yi could recover, Luo Yin's eyes turned sharp. With astonishing agility, he leapt into the air, twisted his body mid-flight, and aimed a heavy leg sweep directly at Lin Yi's face. Bang! Reacting instinctively, Lin Yi crossed his arms in front of him, hastily blocking the blow. His body was forced backwards several more steps. Yet Lin Yi paid no heed to this and quickly twisted his wrist, gripping Luo Yin's leg tightly, leaving the latter suspended mid-air. Luo Yin, however, remained unperturbed, even smirking mockingly. With a powerful push from his legs, he easily broke free from Lin Yi's grasp. Spinning mid-air, Luo Yin landed gracefully back on the ground. "Is this all you've got?" Luo Yin sneered, refraining from pressing his advantage. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Hua Qianyu. Mocking, "Hua Qianyu, the person you've pinned all your hopes on can't even hold his ground. Doesn't this feel like a slap in the face?" Hua Qianyu did not respond. Indeed, judging by the current situation, Luo Yin's strength was not as poor as he had previously shown. His skills were decent, impressive, even. But a cruel smile crept onto Hua Qianyu's lips as he softly murmured, "Do you think Lin Yi has been sparring with amateurs all this time?" As his whisper faded, Lin Yi, standing in the distance, launched an offensive. With rapid footsteps, he approached Luo Yin, his legs powering him as he leapt into the air. Similarly twisting mid-air, Lin Yi unleashed a powerful sweeping kick aimed straight downward. "Trying to beat me at my own game?" Luo Yin remained unfazed, raising his arms in defense with composure, meeting Lin Yi's attack head-on. "With your skills? You think you're worthy?" Unexpectedly, Lin Yi abruptly changed his move mid-air. Twisting his body again, he flipped face downward, raising his right elbow in a sudden strike aimed directly at Luo Yin's cheek. Luo Yin's pupils constricted. He never anticipated that Lin Yi could alter his move at such a moment. Panicked, he stabilized his stance and tried to dodge, but his hasty adjustment came too late. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Lin Yi's elbow struck Luo Yin's left cheek with brutal force. Luo Yin staggered backward, losing his balance entirely and falling heavily to the ground. Thud! Luo Yin's body crashed onto the grass of the training ground, his back scraping against the terrain with a harsh, grating sound. The scraping noise lingered for some time before Luo Yin's body finally came to a slow stop. Compared to before, Luo Yin's face now looked considerably worse, less from pain and more from the weight of the situation. His expression turned grave. In this round, Lin Yi had clearly gained the upper hand. Lin Yi landed steadily on the ground, his calm gaze sweeping over the figure lying ahead. In a faint and indifferent tone, he said, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Silence. The entire verdant training field fell into a deathly stillness, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the Thunder God students or the Flame God students, as they stared at the surreal scene before them, each person's eyes shimmered with a deep sense of disbelief. It wasn't until Lin Yi's calm voice slowly echoed out that the crowd snapped out of their shock. Looking at Lin Yi, standing proudly at the center of the field with a serene smile and steady gaze, their hearts pounded wildly, as if echoing the spasms of their trembling souls. How is this possible? This can't be true. A Thunder God student widened his eyes in disbelief. Even after several seconds had passed, he refused to accept what he had just witnessed. He's just an A rank? An A rank fire element user managed to make brother Luo Yin suffer? Another Thunder God student stammered, his voice trembling as he stared blankly at Lin Yi, as if looking at some kind of monster. This is fake, it must be fake, that guy must be cheating somehow, right? The previously arrogant Thunder God first-class students were now utterly silent. That A-rank rookie they had mocked, derided, and looked down upon had, in front of everyone, instantly taken down the S-rank genius they had idolized with the most ferocious offense. The fact that Luo Yin was defeated in a single exchange left them feeling as though their faith had nearly collapsed. Lin Yi, our class leader. He's the class leader of Flame Academy's first class. The students of Flame God's first class seemed to awaken from their prolonged stupor at this moment. Almost simultaneously, they took a few steps forward, unable to contain their excitement. Who says Flame Academy is inferior to Thunder Academy? And who says our Flame God is weaker than Thunder God? A rank? So what if it's A rank? Our class leader still crushed him. Damn, I feel inspired again. Who says you can't win from a weaker position? Didn't our class leader just prove it? The Flame Academy students were ablaze with enthusiasm, their excitement flooding out like a broken dam. The ridicule, scorn, and derision they had endured earlier were now vented completely in this moment. Their hearts swelled with unprecedented pride. For the first time, in front of the reigning Thunder Academy, their bodies and spirits, every inch of their beings, had never felt so proud and fortunate to belong to Flame Academy. Lu Jin stayed silent. He knew the battle wasn't over yet. His arms, crossed in front of him, tightened their grip unconsciously. As for Luo Woyo, he didn't show any reaction. As a mentor, his perspective and composure far surpassed those of the students. Hua Qianyu stood quietly, his expression relatively unperturbed. After all, the opponent was an S-rank fighter, not someone to be taken lightly. This game had only just begun. Good, keep going. Don't let it end like this. The blood-red hue in his eyes deepened, and the light in Hua Qianyu's gaze became even more dangerous. Luo Yin stood up. His face darkened slightly, and his back had collected some dirt from the grass after the fall. He casually dusted himself off and, for the first time, gazed seriously at Lin Yi. You've got some skills. No wonder you're the class leader. Is that so? I think it's just that you're too weak, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Luo Yin's pupils contracted. Suddenly, his body leaned forward, and he charged at Lin Yi with incredible speed. This time, his speed was at least twice as fast as before. And those nearly invisible fists came mercilessly towards Lin Yi's body. Fortunately, Lin Yi was prepared this time. With his heightened focus, he managed to keep up with Luo Yin's movements from the very first moment. No matter which direction Luo Yin's attacks came from, Lin Yi could always counter them with precision. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk, asterisk thud. Thud, 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 asterisk. In the heart of the training field, only the sound of fists and feet colliding echoed, along with the blurring images of two figures moving at lightning speed. The battle grew increasingly intense. And the onlookers' attention became even more focused. A duel of such intensity and duration was rare to witness, even in training sessions among senior students. Yet here it was, unfolding between two first-year freshmen. Regardless of the outcome of this match, the strength of these two would undoubtedly earn the recognition of all the students. The victor, however, would become the idol of their respective group. So strong, Being able to witness a fight like this in person makes this martial arts class totally worth it, a student murmured to himself. As a fellow freshman, I feel like such a failure by comparison, another student said with a bitter smile. The scene was unprecedentedly quiet. Everyone unconsciously held their breath, their minds entirely focused on the unparalleled spectacle before them.
They didn't even notice the faint whispers exchanged between the two combatants.
In the midst of their heated battle, every intense collision between the two left minor injuries on each other's bodies.
Gradually, small bruises began to appear on their faces and arms.
Under the scorching summer sun, beads of sweat slid down like raindrops, adding an extra sting to their wounds. This pain only made the fight even harder, especially as their stamina drained with every passing moment. Lin Yi's breathing grew rapid. Luo Yin, truly worthy of his S-rank title, relentlessly pressed forward, putting Lin Yi at a disadvantage. Yet, even at this point, Luo Yin's breathing remained steady and calm.
Although the gap between S-rank and A-rank was primarily reflected in the strength of their elemental powers, their physical attributes also improved significantly with the awakening of their abilities. And in terms of physical enhancement, S-rank would always surpass A-rank.
This was why, as time went on, Lin Yi found himself increasingly struggling to keep up.
"What's wrong?"
Luo Yin suddenly spoke, his voice slightly breathless.
"You seem to be losing pace with me."
A fist roared toward Lin Yi's left cheek. Lin Yi staggered to the side, dodging it, and retaliated with the same move.
Bang!
His punch landed in Luo Yin's palm.
Luo Yin withdrew his fist slightly, sweat sliding down his cheek. "Honestly, I recognize your
strength," he said, "but judging by the current situation, you might as well admit defeat.
Continuing will be unfavorable for you."
With that, he grabbed Lin Yi's arm and twisted it sharply.
"Ah!"
Lin Yi let out a pained groan and struggled to break free. He touched his head, slicking back the hair dampened by sweat.
"Admit defeat?"
His voice was hoarse, a clear sign of dehydration from prolonged combat.
"Yeah, or do you still want to keep going?" Luo Yin countered.
Lin Yi's pupils trembled violently, his mind momentarily blurred.
"Admit defeat?"
Murmuring those nearly humiliating words, his thoughts drifted to a few days earlier, to that day at the martial arts hall, practicing with Hua Qianyu.
"Ah, enough, I give up."
Lin Yi slumped onto the ground, grabbing a bottle of electrolyte water nearby and taking a big gulp.
Hua Qianyu remained standing, his relaxed expression showing no signs of exertion. "What's the matter? Is that all you've got?" He looked down at Lin Yi, his gaze still cold. "Yeah, how are you like a monster? We fought for a whole hour, and you didn't even break a sweat. I'm starting to think you're not human." Lin Yi grumbled, clearly frustrated.
"There's no point in continuing if I can't win.
Might as well admit defeat."
Hua Qianyu shook his head with a faint smile. "Lin Yi, practicing martial arts is a process of constant breakthroughs, it's a way to refine yourself.
If it's just about winning or losing, then why do you train?
To get stronger, of course." Lin Yi blurted out, then muttered dejectedly, "But you're just not human.
Fighting you takes all the joy out of winning. Isn't that a good thing?"
Hua Qianyu's gaze wavered slightly as he smiled faintly. "Having someone like me, a monster, to train with means you'll never run out of challenges.
It allows you to continuously improve."
"Well, when you put it that way, it does make sense. Besides, I'm special. Look at Uncle Wang, a seasoned martial artist, yet he fell to you in less than 3 days.
You're improving very quickly.
Get lost, you two brats. I'm not comparing myself to you freaks."
"Ha ha ha. So, Lin Yi, will you still admit defeat?" "Ha, bring it on, Qianyu. Let's keep going." "Admit defeat?"
Lin Yi murmured softly, looking at Luo Yin, who was within arm's reach. Raising his right hand, he clenched his fist, fury burning in his eyes. He roared with all his might. "Even when facing people 1,000 or 10,000 times stronger than me, I've never admitted defeat. So how could I possibly yield to you?
Let's continue." With a furious shout, Lin Yi transformed his fist into an open palm and struck hard at Luo Yin's left temple. Crack!
Caught off guard, Luo Yin's temple was struck heavily, causing his head to snap to the side.
His mind went blank in an instant.
Luo Yin's eyes rolled back, and his body fell straight to the ground.
Ah!
Luo Yin groaned in pain, clutching his left temple as his face turned deathly pale. Such a merciless attack to one of the body's most vulnerable areas would render anyone unconscious in moments.
Luo Yin. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. Brother Luo, are you okay?
Seeing Luo Yin collapse and remain motionless, the students from the Thunder Academy were struck with panic and despair.
Deep down, a sense of hopelessness began to creep in. Could this be the end of the match? Had their champion, the Thunder God, truly lost? Lu Jin's expression was solemn, and his arms, once crossed, now unconsciously dropped to his sides, his eyes visibly tense. Truly spectacular.
Hua Qianyu stroked his chin, his expression filled with extreme delight.
Student Luoyin, are you still able to continue fighting?
Luo Wuyo's face was grim, though more than that, he was deeply shocked.
His own nephew had ended up in such a pitiful state, and his opponent was only an A-rank student? Young people these days, are they all this fierce? It hurts like hell. Luoyin covered his face, staggering as he stood up.
That strike had almost cost him half his life, but fortunately, it wasn't enough to render him incapable of fighting. However, compared to the physical pain, Luoyin's inner turmoil was even worse, a tangled mess of confusion.
How could this be? How could I be inferior to him? How could I lose to him? Absolutely, unacceptable. Lin.
Luoyin raised his eyes, a flicker of violet light flashing within them.
He, ha 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 ha. I'll show you, the power of the Thunder God.
He released his hands, and the blood streaming from his struck left cheek became painfully evident, making him appear unusually sinister and terrifying. At the same time, purple lightning began to flicker from the palms of his hands, crackling and growing in intensity. Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted sharply. His previously carefree demeanor was replaced by a frantic panic.
Linny, get out of the way.
He shouted at the top of his lungs, his entire figure moving at lightning speed as he dashed toward Linny.
What? Linny, oblivious to the impending danger, looked in Hua Qianyu's direction, somewhat bewildered. But at that very moment, Luoyin's charge-up was complete.
The sky above training ground number 5 darkened as thunderclouds spread, blotting out the sun. Within the clouds, streaks of violet lightning occasionally flashed. In Luoyin's palms, a destructive and domineering thunderball began to take shape, encapsulating both fists entirely.
Violet. Thunder. Fist. Ha! With an icy murmur, Luoyin's eyes gleamed with manic violet light.
His thunder-imbued fists tore through layers of air, traveling at near light speed, and arrived right in front of Linny.
At this moment, Hua Qianyu was already very close.
If he went all out, he could surely save Linny before the thunder struck. But, at this critical instant, a figure wreathed in lightning suddenly appeared in Hua Qianyu's path. It was none other than Lu Jin, who had always worn an indifferent coat. Hua Qianyu, with his attention entirely on Linny, was caught completely off guard by Lu Jin's sudden intervention. Even more unexpectedly, Lu Jin not only blocked Hua Qianyu but also wielded the elemental power of lightning. A dense violet glow flashed before Hua Qianyu, followed by an explosion directly at his chest. Accompanied by the sound of a sonic boom, the entire training ground erupted with a thunderous roar.
Boom!
Under the violent force of the lightning, Hua Qianyu's body was sent flying.
Meanwhile, not far away, Luoyin's thunder-wreathed fist struck directly at Lin Yi's chest. Crackle! Ah!
Lin Yi turned his head just in time to be enveloped entirely by violet lightning, a pained cry escaping his lips. Yet, before his screams could fully cease, his body was hurled backward under the immense force.
Bang! Hua Qianyu and Linny both hit the ground simultaneously.
Linny lay sprawled on the ground, his entire body emitting a burnt smell. His once handsome face was now marred with blackened marks from the violet thunder. As for Hua Qianyu, the clothes on his chest had been shredded by the lightning explosion, revealing smooth, pale skin now marked by a bloodied gash.
He lay flat on his back, eyes closed, his breath faint and weak. In the span of mere seconds, the whole venue was in an uproar. The speed of the lightning was incomparably fast, so much so that even Luo Wuyo hadn't been able to react in time. You too. Luoyin, Lu Jin, do you realize what you're doing? Luo Wuyo was furious, utterly shocked that in the blink of an eye, they had blatantly broken the rules, not only using elemental lightning but also injuring 2 students in the process. How was he supposed to explain this? But Luoyin paid no heed to his words. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the spectators on the Fire Academy's side and laughed maniacally. Ha 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 ha. Now you know who the true king is, ha 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 ha. Fire? How could it possibly beat lightning, ha ha ha. Lu Jin also ignored him. He walked step by step toward Hua Qianyu, his gaze cold and indifferent as he looked down. Hua Qianyu, in a sparring match between classmates, outsiders, are strictly forbidden from interfering. You too, are you even listening to me? Your actions are a serious violation of school rules. Seeing himself blatantly disregarded, Luo Wuyo's aura shifted, unleashing a powerful and oppressive force. So what? Luoyin remained completely unaware, instead laughing even more brazenly. I'm an S-rank student. Do you think the school would actually punish me for these 2 nobodies? You! Luo Wuyo was instantly left speechless. What the hell is this?
Using elemental power in martial arts class, this is a serious violation of the rules.
How are the class monitor and Hua Qianyu right now? Are they going to be okay? Damn it!
So Thunder God Class 1 can't take a loss? They actually stooped to such despicable tactics after losing. In an instant, all the students of Flame God Class 1 were filled with righteous indignation. They glared at Lu Jin and Luo Yin with such fury that it seemed they might devour them alive. But Thunder God Class 1 wasn't about to back down either. Each and every one of them retaliated with sharp words, and their mutual hostility caused the scene to spiral out of control. It seemed as though, at any moment, both sides would break into a massive brawl. Just as Luo Wuyo was overwhelmed with frustration, in a corner that had been largely overlooked, where Hua Qianyu had fallen, a crimson figure slowly stood up.
Hua Qianyu lowered his head and touched the bloodstain on his chest.
His bloodstained fingers moved to his lips, where he sucked on them briefly. His eyes, with blood-red pupils, burned with an unprecedented scarlet hue, as if they were formed from pure blood, vicious and terrifying. He lifted his face. The once serene and handsome features were now twisted into an eerie expression, like a monster breaking free of its cage. A faint crimson spark flared on his chest, and in the blink of an eye, it erupted into a fierce and raging blaze. Hua Qianyu's entire body became engulfed in scarlet flames, as though an ancient fire god had descended upon the world. His eyes widened, and within them, it seemed as though demons were howling. His lips curved into a sinister, enchanting smile.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Thunder? Ha 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 ha. I finally understand. So this is it, the truest way to wield elemental power, is to kill.
A cold voice, like a piercing chill wind, swept through the air, silencing everything in an instant.
All eyes turned to Hua Qianyu.
Among the Thunder God Academy students, some gazes became particularly complex and strange. As for the Flame God Academy, their expressions were more of amazement and shock. Lu Jin's brows twitched slightly as Hua Qianyu's aura abruptly surged. The temperature in the surrounding space rose significantly, and even the demeanor and temperament of the individual underwent a drastic transformation. Yet, his cold eyes remained indifferent, meeting Hua Qianyu's gaze with a detached calm. He spoke icily, Hua Qianyu, the conflicts of others are not for bystanders to intervene in. This is the school's rule, one that must not be violated. Therefore, I must stop you.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha.
Hua Qianyu suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, a laugh that was both deranged and mocking, disdainful and ironic.
Stop me?
He chuckled lowly as crimson flames danced wildly around him, accompanied by violent ripples in the space. In the next moment, his entire figure vanished into thin air. Everyone's gaze froze in place. Where is he? How did he disappear? Amid their confusion, their eyes darted around, searching frantically. Look quickly! Over by Lu Jin, someone suddenly shouted in alarm. All the students turned toward the voice, their movements synchronized. Upon seeing the scene, they were all rooted to the spot. The faces of Thunder God Academy's Class 1 students instantly turned ashen, drained of all color. In the distance, Luo Yin's purple eyes narrowed, his entire body exuding an icy chill. Before Lu Jin stood the figure of Hua Qianyu, appearing out of nowhere. It was as if he had vanished and reappeared from thin air. His blood-red pupils burned with a scarlet flame, and his seemingly frail figure radiated an overwhelming presence that demanded fear and submission. One of his hands was firmly gripping Lu Jin's neck, his 5 sharp fingers dug mercilessly into the cartilage. With a casual lift of his arm, he effortlessly hoisted the strongest student of the Thunder Academy into the air. Ugh! Ugh! Ah! Lu Jin's eyes widened, his hands desperately clutching at Hua Qianyu's arm. Purple lightning continued to crackle and coil around his palms.
Zzzzzzzt.
Yet no matter how powerful the purple lightning might be, its strength was entirely insufficient to break free from Hua Qianyu's hold.
The light in Lu Jin's eyes grew dimmer and dimmer.
Gazing at the face so close before him, his dilated pupils reflected endless fear. Hua Qianyu grinned wickedly, allowing the purple lightning to leave faint, insignificant impressions on his arm. Hua Qianyu, let him go. Luo Yin's voice roared from deep within, filled with fury.
Hua Qianyu, don't act impulsively.
Harming fellow students is a serious crime, and the school has the authority to deal with it directly. Don't do anything foolish, don't jeopardize your future over this.
Luo Wuyo's heart pounded violently.
As the situation spiraled to its current state, he could no longer absolve himself of responsibility. He could only hope this farce would end as soon as possible. However, he overlooked the most crucial fact.
Reputation? Punishment? Future? To Hua Qianyu, these things were utterly insignificant. Losing them, what would it matter?
Ignoring the voices from the outside world, Hua Qianyu glanced at Lin Yi, still lying motionless on the ground. His fingers unconsciously tightened further, a more savage smile spreading across his face. "Is all your confidence born from lightning?" he asked softly, staring at the pale-faced Lu Jin. Hua Qianyu then lowered his gaze to the nearly healed scar on his chest, his expression growing increasingly manic. Crimson flames ignited in his palm, gradually spreading toward Lu Jin's neck. "You! Aha!" Lu Jin's agonized screams echoed throughout the training grounds, a sound that sent shivers through anyone who heard it. No one could fathom the level of pain the owner of that voice must be enduring. I've suddenly thought of something interesting, something I must verify myself. Your lightning versus my fire, which one inflicts greater agony? I've already personally experienced the power of your lightning. Hua Qianyu glanced at the bloodstains on his chest, the glow in his crimson eyes turning darker. Now, as for fire, I'll let you feel it for yourself. S-class student Lu Jin. No. NNGH ugh. Lu Jin's pitiful groans sounded even more wretched as Hua Qianyu's icy words fell. Crimson flames swirled chaotically around Lu Jin's neck, silently consuming every inch of his skin. What was even more terrifying was the close-range burning. The fear it invoked within him gradually surpassed the physical pain. The mental torment far exceeded the bodily destruction, leaving his soul on the brink of despair. Suddenly, the light in the area dimmed. A suffocating, oppressive force swept over Hua Qianyu, enveloping his very being. In an instant, the already heavy atmosphere became even more stifling. Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed deeply as he prepared to search for the source of this aura. But before he could act, an enormous stone materialized out of nowhere in front of him, forcibly separating the two bodies. Under his subconscious reflex, Hua Qianyu retracted his arm, as tiny shards of stone continued to coil tightly around it. With the restraint gone, Lu Jin's body collapsed to the ground. His neck, scorched red, emitted a faint burnt odor. Gasping heavily, his pale face slowly regained its color. At the same time, a domineering and robust figure appeared between the two of them. He turned his back to Lu Jin, his cold expression directed toward Hua Qianyu. "Luo Woyo, have you had enough?" His voice was deep and resonant, his face tense, clearly showing genuine anger. "Luoying, Lu Jin, Hua Qianyu, you three openly violated school regulations by using elemental powers during my martial arts class, severely disrupting classroom order. According to the rules, you will be handed over to the school's disciplinary enforcement office for punishment. Do any of you have objections?" Luo Woyo declared with authority, revealing his commanding presence for the first time. "Get out of the way." Hua Qianyu murmured coldly, never once sparing Luo Woyo a proper glance. Luo Woyo's face stiffened slightly, his gaze flickering between dark and light. "Get out of the way? Are you talking to me? Whoever stands before me, it applies to them." Hua Qianyu's face remained utterly unmoved. His chest heaving, Luo Woyo suppressed his anger and spoke earnestly. "Hua Qianyu, Lu Jin hurt you, and you hurt him. Consider it settled. Give me some respect and let this go." Ha ha. Hua Qianyu laughed, his laughter chillingly cold. "Respect? What are you? Do you even deserve to say that to me? A mentor who can't even protect his students is such a failure, and you expect me to show you respect? Yes, I hurt him, and by logic, it should end here. But Lin Yi, he's still unconscious. How do we settle that score?" Hua Qianyu stepped closer with every word, each syllable as cold as ice. "Now you decide to intervene? What were you doing earlier? Don't tell me it was sudden." A mentor who cannot even react to their students' actions should resign early to avoid embarrassing themselves. "Get out of the way." Luo Woyo was momentarily speechless. Being reprimanded by a freshman student, his fury had reached its peak. "Hua Qianyu, your talent is exceptional, and your strength is indeed impressive. But you are far too arrogant. Today, I'll teach you properly what it means to respect your mentor." With a wave of his hand, the earth element in the air rapidly gathered in his palm, forming a long spear of solid rock. Holding the spear, Luo Woyo spun it in the air, his expression proud and aloof, demonstrating his commanding presence. "Hua Qianyu, stop now." Luo Woyo did not attack immediately but offered one final warning. "If you won't move, then I'll crush you first." From Hua Qianyu's chest, a crimson flame array burst forth, glowing vividly as it awakened the fire element within him. Like a god of fire, he erupted into a frenzy, flames surging wildly around him. His silver hair danced in the air, and his pupils glowed with the brilliance of an endless domain of fire. Intense flames raged violently around him, wrapping his entire figure in a chaotic inferno. The blazing light of fire reflected sharply in everyone's eyes.
The fiery gusts lifted Luo Wuyo's clothes as he narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering between astonishment and admiration, yet devoid of any fear. He let out a resigned sigh, and the rock spear in his hand stirred up a mist of dust. Hua Qianyu, why must you push this far? At your age, you simply aren't. Before he could finish, a sea of flames suddenly engulfed his vision. Hua Qianyu's figure moved like a flash, his flame-covered hand instantly gripping the iron wall like rock spear. The deep and intense crimson flames surged and mercilessly shattered it. Though his personality had taken a drastic turn, appearing incomparably arrogant, Hua Qianyu's ability to think calmly remained intact. Luo Wuyo, as a school mentor, even at his weakest, would have an ability level exceeding 20. Meanwhile, he himself was only at level 12. Facing such a vast gap in level, engaging head-on would leave Hua Qianyu at a complete disadvantage. Moreover, the opponent could so effortlessly manipulate the elements into solid form, indicating a high degree of mastery. When it came to skill proficiency, Hua Qianyu, as a novice, was clearly outmatched. The only advantage he held was his vampiric physique. His close combat prowess. Even against a mentor, there was no guarantee he couldn't win. And Luo Wuyo's elemental power was earth, better at defense than attack. He needed just one chance. Hua Qianyu had to break through his defenses at all costs, even if it was just once. If he could succeed, he would immediately take control of the situation. With this thought in mind, Hua Qianyu gathered all his fire elemental power, aiming straight for Luo Wuyo's most exposed chest. Before Luo Wuyo could finish his sentence, the newly formed rock spear had already shattered into fragments, and Hua Qianyu's blazing fist followed without pause, relentlessly driving forward. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, but he remained composed. Without haste, he raised his hand, and a layer of solid rock armor instantly covered his chest. Boom! The flaming fist struck the rock armor. With a deafening sonic boom, a sudden shockwave roared outward in all directions. Yet, after the massive impact, Luo Wuyo's body remained unmoved. Hua Qianyu's fist was frozen against the rock armor. Stop! Luo Wuyo's gaze gradually calmed as he smiled faintly. Continuing this will lead to the same result. Hua Qianyu was equally composed. He slowly lifted his eyes, his dim pupils now veined with blood, a chilling sight that seemed to pierce the soul. Explode! An icy murmur of judgment followed, and in Hua Qianyu's palm, high-density fire elements violently detonated. Boom! At such close range, the uncontrollable fire energy erupted into chaos right at Luo Wuyo's chest. Crack! The seemingly unbreakable rock armor shattered instantly. Luo Wuyo's pupils widened to their limit, but he had no chance to catch his breath. Hua Qianyu's blood-streaked hand was already crashing toward him. Boom! Amid the earth-shaking roar, Luo Wuyo let out a muffled grunt as he retreated rapidly. His feet scraped against the grass, leaving marks that extended over 10 meters. His breathing was slightly uneven, but he remained unharmed. The sturdy rock armor had absorbed most of the damage at the cost of its destruction. Hua Qianyu exhaled deeply, his body charging forward once more, but this time, his target was no longer Luo Wuyo. It was Luo Yin, the one responsible for Lin Yi's injury, standing in the distance. No matter what, this man must pay the price. Luo Yin. A bloodied and hoarse roar erupted. Collapsed on the ground, Lu Jin endured the pain spreading from his neck. Summoning the last of his lightning power, he concentrated it into his legs. Crackle! Lightning sparkled as Lu Jin's body teleported through layers of space, suddenly lunging forward, aiming straight for Hua Qianyu's back. But just as his figure darted out, a palm engulfed in dark purple flames descended toward him. It belonged to a shadowy figure, who sneered with boundless disdain. Get back! Lu Jin's face turned pale with shock. He abruptly veered his trajectory, but the flaming hand still brushed lightly against his chest. Boom! As if consumed by a black inferno, Lu Jin's body was hurled into the air, then sent flying backward. Thud! Lu Jin's body slammed heavily into the ground. The flames had burned away the fabric on his chest, leaving a gaping, tattered hole that exposed his impressively muscular physique. Across his torso was a bloody fissure. The scene mirrored exactly how he had previously struck down Hua Qianyu. Painfully stabilizing himself, Lu Jin's gaze locked onto the shadowy figure advancing toward him once more. He froze in place. The face was unremarkable yet icy, its stiffness devoid of vitality. Dressed entirely in black, the figure's outstretched hands burned with black flames that seemed to originate from the depths of hell. Who are you? Lu Jin's voice trembled. He never imagined that among this group, there was someone so overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the black flames in this person's hands clearly revealed his affiliation. This seemingly inconspicuous individual was from the Fire Institute. Lu Jin felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, a suffocating frustration he had never experienced before. An S-class dual-star lightning wielder? At this moment, it was nothing but the greatest and most humiliating joke for the Thunder Institute. The shadowy figure ignored him, stepping closer and closer until he stood before Lu Jin. With cold, indifferent eyes, he gazed down on him, just as Lu Jin had looked down on Hua Qianyu earlier. This man was none other than Shen Yu. In the Flame God's first class, apart from Lin Yi and Kai Kuan, the third A-rank ability user. He did not strike again but instead smirked coldly. Lu Jin, he said, his tone icy, didn't you say that in fights between others, outsiders, are strictly forbidden to interfere? In the silent training grounds, regardless of which side they stood on, everyone remained frozen in place, as if their very souls had been entirely stripped away. Their eyes trembled, their spirits quivered, and not a single person dared to speak or step forward, except for Luo Wuyo. In the current scene, not one dared to intervene, nor did anyone have the ability to do so. However, their shock was far from over. Because Hua Qianyu had already stepped before Luo Yin. The scarlet flame in his hand, after breaking through Luo Wuyo's defense, had become severely weakened. The fire element within his body was nearly entirely consumed, leaving only a small trace, barely enough to release a faint flicker of scarlet flame. Yet, even such a faint flicker of flame was enough to terrify Luo Yin to the point of losing all courage. His trembling legs wobbled as he staggered backward, his gaze filled with endless fear. A patch of uneven grass caught his heel, causing him to collapse heavily to the ground. Even so, his legs continued to kick frantically forward, dragging his body backward in a fit of panic. Afraid? Hua Qianyu stepped forward slowly, his gaze cold and sinister, a grim smile playing on his lips. On the ground beside him lay Lin Yi, quiet and still. His exceptionally handsome face was marred with black scorch marks, his brows faintly twitching as his breathing came in uneven rhythms. Fortunately, it seemed his life was not in danger. The physical resilience of ability users allowed them to withstand attacks from others of their kind. Moreover, the level gap between the two was not so vast, making the damage somewhat bearable. But Hua Qianyu would not let Luo Yin off just because of this. Even after venting for some time, the hatred in his heart remained impossible to extinguish. He cared for no one, not even his own parents. But Lin Yi. Lin Yi was the only sanctuary in his empty, barren soul. No one was allowed to violate that. Hua Qianyu crouched down, his bloodied hand grabbing Luo Yin's face entirely. Let me smear your face black as well, ha ha ha. His voice was as cold as ice, like the whisper of a demon. Buzz. The scarlet flame ignited in response, ruthlessly devouring Luo Yin's face. Ah! Ha. Luo Yin's screams were heart-wrenching, so piercingly horrific that even the coldest, most unfeeling person would find them unbearable to hear. A young man. Barely stepping into adulthood, how could he endure such unspeakable agony? Even seasoned soldiers would draw a sharp breath upon witnessing this scene. The chaotic lightning swirled uncontrollably around his body, yet it could not extinguish the fire's dominance, nor could it free him from Hua Qianyu's grasp. Boom! A massive rock flew in from nowhere, striking Hua Qianyu's arm and forcing it away. The flames were forcibly interrupted as Luo Wuyo finally arrived, though it was already too late. Luo Yin collapsed heavily to his knees. His face, now completely disfigured, was covered in festering black scars, making it impossible to recognize the once handsome visage beneath. With what little consciousness he had left, he let out a hoarse cry, "Uncle, save me, save me." The entire number 5 training ground fell into an eerie, dreadful silence. An indescribable terror enveloped every nerve, every soul of the students present. First, Luo Yin and Lu Jin violated the rules, using lightning powers and injuring Lin Yi and Hua Qianyu. Then Hua Qianyu erupted, retaliating against Lu Jin with overwhelming strength. Even the instructor Luo Wuyo's direct intervention seemed futile, as Hua Qianyu broke through his defense head-on. And then Shen Yu appeared out of nowhere, mirroring Lu Jin's moves, posture, and tone, mercilessly crushing his arrogance. Finally, Hua Qianyu showed no mercy, completely disfiguring Luo Yin's face. Madness. This was utter madness. The students' hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. What had started as a simple martial arts class had devolved into an uncontrollable elemental power brawl. And all of this stemmed from Luo Yin's use of lightning powers. No! It all began when the lightning powers injured Lin Yi. From that moment, the atmosphere spiraled out of control, heading toward chaos. Hua! Qian! You! Luo Wuyo ground his teeth as he gently lifted the collapsed Luo Yin. His rugged face twitched incessantly with rage. You're truly, beyond reason, reckless, utterly reckless. In all his years of teaching, Luo Wuyo had never encountered a student as brazen as this. Flawless strength. And almost monstrous talent. but coupled with the most unrestrained, most uncontrollable personality. Such a person, if allowed to grow, would be both a blessing and a curse for the nation. Hua Qianyu offered no response. Instead, he turned and walked to Lin Yi's side, crouching down and gently touching his wrist, carefully feeling for his pulse. It was steady, abnormally steady, indicating there was likely no major issue. However, the injuries on his face caused by elemental powers, who knew how long it would take to heal. Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, his expression calm and indifferent. The eyes of nearly all the students present were fixed on him. Their steps remained frozen, and an astonished look spread across their faces in unison. In a very short span of time, Hua Qianyu's image in their hearts had been completely overturned. A genius? A campus heartthrob? A beautiful boy? No. What a joke! Clearly, he was nothing more than an unrestrained, reckless devil. Even his classmates now looked at him with a hint of fear in their eyes. At that moment, a flash of blood-red lightning suddenly streaked through the air. At the center of training ground number 5, Zhang Juanlong's figure gradually materialized amidst the crimson lightning, transitioning from ethereal to solid form. His face was stern and cold, his sharp gaze sweeping across everyone present. He glanced at the bloodied Lu Jin, the disfigured Luo Yin, and the unconscious Lin Yi. Finally, his gaze landed on Hua Qianyu. Principal Zhang. Luo Wuyo's face lit up with excitement, as if he'd just seen a lifeline. After so much chaos, someone had finally arrived to take charge. The burden in Luo Wuyo's heart slowly eased. Master! In the distance, Lu Jin roared, his voice filled with rage. The sudden outburst startled Chen Yu, who stood nearby, but only for a moment before his mocking grin deepened. Principal! Luo Wuyo hurried forward, vividly recounting the situation. Hua Qianyu, Lu Jin, Luo Yin, and Chen Yu violated the rules of the martial arts class by using elemental powers. For Hua Qianyu's actions were the most egregious, causing severe injuries to both Lu Jin and Luo Yin. The others' offenses were secondary. I ask the principal to deliver punishment accordingly. Master! Hua Qianyu ruined my junior brother's face. You must not forgive him lightly. Lu Jin's words were full of venom, his eyes glinting with malice. Listening to their furious accusations, Zhang Junlong remained silent. He was staring at Hua Qianyu, who, in turn, met his gaze. After several days apart, their eyes locked once again. Yet, this time, the joy and warmth of their first meeting were nowhere to be found. Why? A calm question broke the silence, though Zhang Junlong's furrowed brows betrayed his deep confusion. In his memory, Hua Qianyu was an exceptionally quiet and obedient student. His demeanor exuded poise and calm, while his talent had once left Zhang Junlong in awe. But why, then, had he become so ruthless and cold-blooded? He shouldn't have hurt Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu replied in an indifferent tone, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Yin. Who was the first to use elemental powers? Zhang Junlong asked, his expression unreadable. It was Luo Yin, Luo Wuyo answered, his voice tinged with guilt. A long silence followed before Zhang Junlong finally spoke. Luo Wuyo. Yes, sir. Luo Wuyo answered respectfully. Take Lin Yi, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin to the Light Academy for treatment. Find the Light Academy's dean, Shang Qi, and ask him to personally tend to them. Tell him I owe him a favor, Zhang Junlong ordered. Understood, Luo Wuyo replied. He quickly gathered a few other students to help support the injured and unconscious. Hua Qianyu, Zhang Junlong's gaze shifted as he called out, "Come with me." Hua Qianyu frowned slightly but handed Lin Yi over to a female classmate from the same cohort. After ensuring Lin Yi was in safe hands, he followed Zhang Junlong quietly. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Junlong sat down casually, pouring himself a cup of tea. Hua Qianyu stood before him, his once sinister expression now replaced by the gentle and peaceful look that everyone knew so well. He had returned to being the charming and graceful figure he was renowned for. Along the way, the fury that had consumed him gradually faded as his inner calm returned. He was fully aware that he had been influenced by the 7 deadly sins. Yet, for the first time, he didn't resent the negative emotions brought about by the sins. On the contrary, he even felt they had come at just the right time, perfectly timed. In fact, even without their interference, he wouldn't have let them off the hook. The emergence of wrath from the 7 deadly sins had only further eradicated what little guilt he might have felt. The wound on his chest had already healed perfectly. Aside from the emptiness caused by his depleted fire elemental energy, his mental state was almost flawless. Without realizing it, he had grown increasingly dependent on his current body. Take a seat, Zhang Junlong said with a faint smile, his gaze soft and kind as he motioned to Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu's brows twitched slightly. As he sat down, he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to punish me?" Punish you?
Zhang Junlong chuckled, his gaze deep and thoughtful. If anyone else had done what you did today, I'd have slapped them to death on the spot. He sighed deeply, his tone tinged with regret.
But alas, it had to be you.
The flawless gem I painstakingly found. I simply can't bring myself to scold or strike you. I can only let my 2 apprentices suffer a bit of injustice.
Then why did you summon me here? Is there something you need from me? Hua Qianyu asked bluntly. Can't I just call you over for tea and a chat, you brat? You're young, but your temper is something else. Do you even realize the mess you've made? It was just a fight, couldn't you have stopped before things escalated? Those are my only 2
precious apprentices, and you almost ruined them both.
Zhang Junlong rolled his eyes, his tone equal parts exasperation and amusement.
Hua Qianyu's eyes gleamed coldly as he spoke without hesitation. I have my principles.
Even if I had to do it all over again, Luoyin must pay the price.
Oh? Zhang Junlong raised an eyebrow, showing no anger, but instead a hint of surprise.
So, from the very start, you only intended to deal with that brat Luoyin?
That's right, Hua Qianyu nodded, a cold smile curling on his lips. As for those who tried to stop me, they brought it upon themselves.
Ha ha ha.
Zhang Junlong suddenly burst into laughter, his tone satisfied as he said, Good, I knew you wouldn't do something like this just for yourself.
But honestly, giving that brat Luoyin a lesson isn't a bad thing.
If he doesn't get a taste of the world's cruelty, he'll really think no one can keep him in check.
But
Zhang Junlong's broad face suddenly leaned closer, his expression turning meaningful as he said, That kid Lin seems to hold a special place in your heart.
Enough to make you, someone who usually just drifts through life, actually take action?
Hua Qianyu's expression froze for a moment before he slowly said, You wouldn't understand.
No matter who it is, they can come for me. But if they come for him,
suddenly letting out a cold snort, his gaze turned icy and menacing. Then they'd better be ready to face my wrath. Zhang Junlong was momentarily stunned, but soon he broke into a light-hearted laugh.
Ah, very good, very good. Loyal and righteous.
I must say, I'm growing more and more impressed by you.
Hua Qianyu raised his face and said indifferently, Principal Zhang, is this why you sought me out today? Just to talk about these matters?
Zhang Junlong's smile faded slightly, his eyes narrowing.
As expected, I can't hide anything from you. Here's the thing, after observing today's martial arts class for the
new students, the senior school officials noticed that some students' combat skills have already reached the required standard, making additional training unnecessary. And among them, the performance of your training field number 5 was the most outrageous. As he said this, Zhang Junlong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A proper martial arts class had been forcibly turned into a military drill. This year's batch of students was insanely intense. The school's original plan was to arrange elemental battle technique training for you all, to further accelerate your cultivation progress. But unfortunately, none of that will apply to you anymore.
What do you mean? Hua Qianyu's brows knitted together.
Zhang Junlong stood up, clasping his hands behind his back. It just so happens that there's a simple task at hand.
Normally, first-year students in their first semester wouldn't qualify to take it on.
But given the negative impact of the commotion you all caused, the school has decided to use it as a form of punishment for you.
The task will take place 1 week from now. Punishment? Hua Qianyu was momentarily stunned, then asked calmly, What kind of task?
Zhang Junlong gave a mysterious smile. Recently, mysterious elemental fluctuations have been detected in the outskirts of the city. There may be some kind of arcane treasure or a mutated beast present.
The school intends to send you to investigate. The outskirts? Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed as he asked thoughtfully, If I'm not mistaken, there shouldn't be any government troops stationed there. Does that mean there are mutant beasts in the area? Mutant beasts were extraordinary creatures born in the aftermath of the global mutation.
The primary difference between them and ability users was that most mutant beasts originated from the transformation of wild animals. This was common knowledge recorded in the ability rings, and Hua Qianyu had recently familiarized himself with such details.
You're absolutely right.
Since this is a punishment, of course, we want you to endure some hardship.
Did you think the world of ability users was so easy to navigate?
Zhang Junlong sneered. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, he reassured, But don't worry.
The mutant beasts in that area aren't particularly strong.
If you manage to hone your combat techniques this week, you should have no problems at all.
Combat techniques? Hua Qianyu asked, puzzled.
Zhang Junlong smiled faintly without answering. Instead, he slowly retrieved a card from his drawer. The card was a shimmering violet gold, translucent like a crystal. He placed the card on the table and slid it in front of Hua Qianyu, explaining with a smile, "This is a combat technique card. Each combat technique card stores a specific combat technique, and the contents within can only be decoded using an ability ring. Each card can only be decoded once, after which it becomes void. This design ensures that combat techniques are not widely leaked." Hua Qianyu picked up the card, examining it closely in his hand, and couldn't help but ask, "Does that mean this card can only be used by me?" "Exactly." Zhang Junlong nodded, his tone turning serious. "Hua Qianyu, this is no ordinary combat technique card. It's a violet gold card, which means the technique it holds is extremely rare. It's one of the country's scarce resources. This card was personally selected for you by the principal, and he entrusted me to deliver it to you. You must not waste it." "Then I must thank you, Principal," Hua Qianyu said without hesitation. After all, combat techniques were something every ability user had to engage with. Though he was prone to slacking, his principle was that he had to master everything necessary. That way, even if he slacked off, he could do so with confidence and peace of mind. Zhang Junlong nodded in satisfaction, then reminded him again, "The method for practicing combat techniques will be provided by the ability ring. With your talent, I probably don't need to emphasize this too much. By the way, all 5 of you will participate in this operation, including Lin Yi, Lu Jin, Luo Ying, and Chen Yu. After all, you all broke the rules." "Lin Yi?" Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, asking, given his current condition, can he take part in the operation a week from now? The attack power of elemental thunder was extraordinarily fierce, otherwise, it wouldn't have caused Lin Yi to faint on the spot. Hua Qianyu had experienced its power firsthand. Zhang Junlong laughed heartily, saying lightly, "Don't worry, I had Luo Wuyo take them to the Light Institute for treatment. If all went as planned, they should already be fully recovered." "That fast?" Hua Qianyu exclaimed in surprise, murmuring to himself. "Of course." Zhang Junlong shot Hua Qianyu a sidelong glance, then reassured him, "I even sacrificed one of my personal favors to make the Light Institute's head intervene personally. Didn't take more than a moment to heal them." As he spoke, a trace of pain suddenly appeared on his face. "Damn it, that old crook Xingqi will definitely use this opportunity to take me for a ride. It's all thanks to you little troublemakers. Is the ability of light element really that miraculous?" Hua Qianyu found it hard to believe. If injuries of that magnitude could be healed so quickly, then perhaps abilities weren't as useless as he'd thought. "Don't underestimate abilities," Zhang Junlong said gravely, his gaze becoming profound. "You're only just stepping into the world of ability users, so it might seem unimpressive now. But as you grow, you'll come to understand just how important power really is. Work hard and learn. One day, you'll thank yourself for the effort you put in now. Like I've said before, the world of ability users isn't as simple as you think, nor is it as easy to navigate. Don't underestimate it." "I understand." Hua Qianyu rose to his feet, asking coolly, "Principal Zhang, is there anything else?" "Nothing else, but don't forget to train in combat techniques. Even though I said there's no danger, the stronger you are, the more at ease I'll feel," Zhang Junlong said earnestly. One couldn't blame him for being long-winded. Hua Qianyu was not only someone he personally recruited, someone he deeply valued, but also someone who had caught the attention of the headmaster. The decision to grant him the purple gold combat technique reflected more than a few things. In the future, Zhangcheng Ability University might very well revolve around Hua Qianyu. "Alright, I'll give the combat techniques a try today. As for the mission, I'll make sure it's completed successfully." Hua Qianyu spoke with his usual calm demeanor, his indifferent expression a stark contrast to his frenzied and wild state during training. The disparity was so striking that it left a deep impression. In that moment, Zhang Junlong even felt as if the two versions of Hua Qianyu were entirely different people. Yet, he had no idea which one was the real him. With a soft sigh, Zhang Junlong's expression shifted as he pulled out another Crimson Combat Technique card from his drawer. This Combat Technique card records a Fire Element technique. It's the most suitable for Lin Yi to practice at this stage. You can pass it on to him. Zhang Junlong slid the Combat Technique card across the desk to Hua Qianyu, continuing, "Normally, combat technique cards are only distributed after new students successfully complete their final exams. But given your special circumstances, the school is making an exception this time. Additionally, if you successfully complete the mission, the school will provide you with appropriate rewards." Hua Qianyu silently put the card away, then suddenly frowned and asked, "Is Luo Yin's Purple Thunder Fist considered a combat technique?" "Of course," Zhang Junlong admitted with a smile, "I am his mentor, after all. Giving him a little gift upon meeting is perfectly normal, right? What's the matter, jealous?"
Want to become my disciple?
Though we're not from the same department, I'm quite well known at this school. Oh, Hua Qianyu's expression remained indifferent as he chuckled lightly.
Then you're a rather stingy mentor. The power of that purple thunder fist is pretty average.
Before Zhang Junlong could react, Hua Qianyu turned and strolled out of the office, his pace unhurried.
Then, a thunderous roar echoed from within, Qianyu, you little brat. On the way back to the dormitory, Hua Qianyu walked at a steady pace.
He couldn't help but take out the purple gold card, gently swiping it across the surface of his ability ring. As a blue veil of light quietly emerged, the detailed contents of the battle technique gradually appeared before his eyes.
Ding! Purple gold battle skill card detected. Decoding in progress. Ding! Decoding successful. The battle technique details are as follows.
Purple gold battle technique, Moonless Blaze. Recorded in ancient Chinese classics as a battle skill of destruction and slaughter, it belongs to the fire element category and cannot be used by non-fire element ability users. The manifestation of Moonless Blaze generally takes the form of energy attacks concentrated from fire elements, which can also be combined with weapons for use.
The specific method of cultivation is as follows.
Hua Qianyu skimmed through it briefly, and within a short time, he grasped the core principles of the battle technique's cultivation. According to the cultivation method provided by the ability ring, the most crucial aspect of perfectly executing the battle technique was to continuously release fire elements while shaping them uniquely as described in the battle technique. This process, however, required a remarkably high level of control over one's elements. Yet, for some reason, Hua Qianyu felt that he could achieve it effortlessly. When it came to shaping the fire, his absolute control over flames posed no challenge whatsoever. This was something he had already proven earlier that morning. The instant creation of the crimson flame rose was a clear testament to Hua Qianyu's profound mastery over fire. As for whether the concentration of fire elements within his body could meet the standards required to unleash the battle technique, that was something he'd need to test for himself.
He wasn't certain just yet. Moonless Blaze? Hua Qianyu murmured softly, questioning, is it truly a purple gold battle technique?
Looking down at the card in his hand, the purple glow of the purple gold battle skill card had already dimmed significantly.
Hua!
Qianyu gently tightened his grip, and the card instantly disintegrated into fine dust, slipping through the gaps of his fingers.
A mission in a week? And this so-called world of ability users? Let me witness it for myself.
A faint whisper escaped his lips, and his blood-red eyes shimmered with a peculiar light.
Back at the dormitory.
As soon as Hua Qianyu entered, Lin Yi rushed over with a worried expression.
Qianyu, how did it go? Did Principal Zhang reprimand you? Did he punish you? No worries. Hua Qianyu smiled, raising his head.
His first glance fell on Lin Yi's face, which, to his surprise, was smooth and flawless, devoid of even the slightest scar. A hint of amazement flickered in his eyes. Even though he had anticipated it, the scene before him was still astonishing. The healing effects of light elements were truly miraculous.
It looks like your injuries are completely healed. Hua Qianyu smiled sincerely, feeling much more at ease. Forget about me for now. Qianyu, just tell me the truth. Did Principal Zhang punish you? Lin Yi's expression was full of anxiety.
The moment he woke up, he had learned the full story from his classmates. Knowing that Hua Qianyu had openly defied the teacher and even seriously injured 2 students for his sake, Lin Yi felt deeply moved but also couldn't help worrying. He was well aware that the rules of the Ability Academy were not to be violated, and serious transgressions could lead to direct punishment by the school. What's more, the injured students were disciples of Zhang Junlong.
In Lin Yi's mind, it was almost certain that Hua Qianyu would be punished.
If the punishment was severe, he wouldn't hesitate to share the burden with Hua Qianyu.
Don't worry, really, it's no big deal.
Hua Qianyu chuckled lightly, giving Lin Yi a reassuring look.
Principal Zhang didn't punish me. He just talked to me about something that concerns us. What is it? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked.
Well, it's roughly this: our martial skills have reached the standard, so we don't have to attend martial arts classes anymore.
Also, we'll be assigned a mission in a week. Hua Qianyu explained. Lin Yi's expression grew even more bewildered, and he pressed on, no martial arts classes? A mission? What kind of mission? Just the 2 of us?
They said there's an unusual elemental reaction in the outskirts of the city, and we're being sent to investigate, Hua Qianyu explained without holding
anything back. But it's not just us.
Shenyu, Lu Jin, and Lu Owen, everyone who violated the rules and used their abilities today, will also be participating.
They're calling it a punishment, but I don't think it feels like one. In fact, it sounds rather interesting. The outskirts?
Lin Yi's face changed, and he exclaimed in shock, Xianyu, the outskirts, there might be ability beasts there.
Isn't this mission too dangerous for us?
That's exactly why the mission is scheduled for a week from now, Hua Qianyu said as he removed his tattered jacket, casually tossed it into the trash, and picked up a new set of clothes to wear.
The academy uniform was already in such a ruined state that it was no longer wearable.
After finishing this, Hua Qianyu leaned back in a chair and said lazily, Principal Zhang wants each of us to master a battle technique within this week.
Learning battle techniques? Lin Yi's gaze was blank as he muttered in confusion. Aren't battle techniques supposed to be a reward for passing the final assessment? Why are we being taught them so early?
Hua Qianyu raised her eyebrows and asked instinctively, how do you know that?
Lin Yi snapped back to his senses and explained, didn't I mention before that my dad is also an ability user? I've learned a lot of things from him.
I see. Hua Qianyu nodded in understanding, then took out the battle technique card that Zhang Junlong had prepared for Lin Yi. The card, glimmering with a fiery red hue, appeared intensely hot.
This is a battle technique card?
Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. Hua Qianyu lowered her gaze and said calmly, it seems you know what it is, which saves me the trouble of explaining. This was prepared for you by the principal, who said it's the most suitable battle technique for you right now. You must master it within this week. As she spoke, Hua Qianyu handed the card to Lin Yi. Lin Yi accepted it in a daze, then suddenly said with a hint of inexplicable emotion, Qianyu, this is really strange. The school actually broke the rules like this.
Isn't it normal?
If they're sending us on a mission, we obviously need the ability to protect ourselves. Giving us a battle technique is no big deal, Hua Qianyu responded casually, seemingly unaware of any deeper implications.
No, it's not right.
Lin Yi shook his head gravely, his expression serious. He spoke slowly, sending us, mere freshmen, on external missions is already highly unusual. You have to understand, even senior students with extensive experience rarely get such opportunities. On top of that, the school went so far as to issue us battle technique cards. There must be a special reason behind all this. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, his tone resolute. Hua Qianyu frowned as well and asked, so what you're saying is, the so-called punishment is just a pretext, and the school's true objective is to have us complete this mission?
Very likely.
Lin Yi nodded emphatically, though still puzzled. But why?
Senior students older than us should be much more suited for this kind of task, shouldn't they?
Lin Yi's question stirred the same deep sense of doubt within Hua Qianyu. As she calmly reflected, the events of the day began to seem increasingly strange. From his observations, the school was riddled with surveillance cameras, and as one of its key training grounds, the number 5 training field was no exception. Every corner of the field, including its central area, was within the range of monitoring equipment. Additionally, Zhang Junlong's earlier comment about observing today's martial arts class for all the new students made it clear that their every move had been under the school's scrutiny.
So what was the reason behind it all?
The number 5 training field had seen such a commotion, yet Zhang Junlong only appeared to intervene when the situation was nearing its conclusion. Based on the timing of Zhang Junlong's appearance, had he acted as soon as he noticed the disturbance, Hua Qianyu might never have had the chance to severely injure Luo Yin and the other student.
Could this, too, have been orchestrated by the school?
Hua Qianyu stared blankly at the ground, her gaze flickering as she murmured softly, were they willing to risk their students' safety just to observe something?
Or, were those two simply pawns in a bigger game? Moreover, Zhang Junlong doesn't seem to care much about his disciples' injuries?
This deep question lingered in Hua Qianyu's mind, but she didn't voice it out.
No matter how you look at it, for someone she's never met before, whether it was Luo Yin or Lu Jin, their hostility toward her seemed inexplicably excessive.
A normal classmate relationship wouldn't escalate to such irreconcilable levels upon first meeting, nor would anyone suddenly develop hatred for a complete stranger. The cliched plot of antagonists deliberately lowering their IQ to provoke the protagonist, only to be humiliated in the end, is something you'd only find in lowbrow web novels.
But if such a thing truly happened in reality, it's hard to believe there isn't some hidden truth behind it. Do you think this could be some kind of test from the school?
Lin Yi suddenly asked, his expression gradually relaxing. Hua Qianyu looked up at Lin Yi as he spoke, her brow slightly furrowed, quietly waiting for him to continue. The academy might want to assess the abilities of its new students, but among the freshmen, there are bound to be people like you. Lin Yi said with a speculative tone.
Me?
Hua Qianyu pointed toward herself, visibly surprised.
Yes.
Lin Yi shifted his gaze and grinned.
Someone like you, who never easily reveals their true strength.
Hua Qianyu's eyes darkened suddenly. Lin Yi's guess seemed quite reasonable. Without paying attention to the change in Hua Qianyu's expression, Lin Yi continued, for instance, if today's incident hadn't occurred, we wouldn't have known that Qianyu, also an A rank, actually has the strength to take on an S rank like Lu Jin. Don't you think? Hua Qianyu's gaze shifted again, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk. Indeed, if not for this incident, Qianyu wouldn't have revealed his strength by stepping in to help. And she herself had, inadvertently, exposed certain abilities. For instance, her control over fire, or her remarkably strong physical constitution. These things must have been clearly observed by Zhang Junlong, who was lurking in the shadows. The only question was whether her body's self-healing ability had been noticed. Hua Qianyu's gaze grew darker. She suddenly felt that her impulsive actions this time might not have been worth it. No matter what, exposing the traits of a vampire in front of Chinese ability users was extremely dangerous. Moreover, she had no idea what kind of treatment vampires received in the Divine Kingdom of China. Looks like I'll need to act even more cautiously in the future, Hua Qianyu murmured softly to herself. These old foxes, represented by Zhang Junlong, had schemes and depths of thought far beyond her grasp. What are you saying? Lin Yi turned his head and asked, clearly not hearing Hua Qianyu's muttered words. It's nothing. Hua Qianyu shook her head and changed the subject. Forget it, no need to speculate. Just let things take their course. Let's go out for a while. It's already late at night. Instead of resting properly, where are we going? Lin Yi blinked in confusion. Hua Qianyu stood up, exhaling a long breath. A faint smile appeared on her handsome face. Find a place to practice combat techniques. We can't exactly practice in the dorm, can we? That'd tear the place down. Now, is it really that urgent? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask. Why not? Hua Qianyu glanced sideways. The best time to train is at night. I won't openly compete with others. Come on, let's go. With that, Hua Qianyu walked out at a leisurely pace. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment before jogging to catch up, shouting, Qianyu, wait for me. At Jiangcheng Academy of Supernatural Abilities, in the central main building, Zhang Junlong and Jun Shen sat across from each other. Old Shen, everything has been arranged according to your instructions, Zhang Junlong said solemnly. Good. Jun Shen stroked his beard, his eyes closed. He asked, Hua Qianyu didn't question you, did she? About why they were tasked with this mission, for example. No, Zhang Junlong's expression grew serious as he replied firmly, although Hua Qianyu is extraordinarily talented, she lacks experience. Coupled with the fact that her exposure to supernatural abilities has been brief, she naturally wouldn't notice anything unusual. Then I'm relieved. I wouldn't want this matter to create a rift between her and the academy, Jun Shen sighed softly. He leisurely picked up the teacup in front of him and said lightly, however, that child seems to be nearly perfect in every aspect. Her skills are comparable to that of a martial arts grandmaster, and she possesses formidable elemental control. If she can master combat techniques, there will likely be few peers who can rival her. Perfect? Zhang Junlong sneered disdainfully and retorted, that kid's good at everything, but his personality is way too extreme. This time, just to test his strength, I deliberately guided my two disciples to clash with Hua Qianyu. I didn't expect they almost got crippled by him. With such a personality, if he ever steps into the real world of abilities, I'm afraid he'd face constant obstacles. Ha 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 ha. Jun Shen suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this, and said with absolute certainty, Junlong, if someone else had his personality, then yes, just as you said, they'd struggle to move forward in the world of abilities. But if it's that boy Hua Qianyu, the ones who should be worried aren't him, it's his opponents. With such a ruthless personality combined with his strength, those who try to hinder him may very well be eradicated. Zhang Junlong's eyes flickered intensely as he asked, what do you mean by that? Jun Shen sipped his tea and smiled mysteriously. To make a name for oneself in the world of abilities, the one thing to avoid above all is emotion. Acting on emotions is the greatest taboo for ability users. But Hua Qianyu, I can see it, he's nearly devoid of emotions. None of the people he's interacted with so far have truly entered his heart, except for that young man named Lin Yi. Perhaps, in this world, he's the only one who could potentially become Hua Qianyu's weakness, and because of that, his weakness is almost non-existent. As he spoke, Jun Shen set down his teacup, his gaze suddenly becoming profound. Junlong, I believe you understand what this means. Hua Qianyu is a top-tier ability user in both talent and strength, with almost no weaknesses. One day in the future, the landscape of the ability world will undoubtedly change because of him. And what we need to do now is to focus all of the Academy's top resources and spare no effort in cultivating him. Among the 4 great academies, Jiangcheng Ability University
has always been at the bottom.
The imperial capital, the magic capital, Beiliang, every year, their new students include ones at Hua Qianyu's level.
Finally, it's our turn. This year's 4 Academy Friendship Tournament, our Jiangcheng must win the championship, at least once. Zhang Junlong remained silent, his shifting gaze alternating between seriousness and excitement. He cautiously glanced at Jun Chen and asked tentatively, "So, you're saying that Hua Qianyu could potentially change Jiangcheng's embarrassing streak of being last in the friendship tournament?"
"That's exactly right. Not just potentially, but very likely. I have great confidence in him." Jun Chen nodded solemnly and slowly. Zhang Junlong interlaced his fingers, resting his chin on them, his eyes flickering with thought.
"Elder Jun, there's actually something I've been wondering about. I don't know if you could help clarify for me?" "Speak your mind," Jun Chen said bluntly. Zhang Junlong hesitated, his expression conflicted.
"It's like this earlier, when we observed through the surveillance. Hua Qianyu's chest was injured by Lu Jin's lightning strike, and he bled quite a bit because of it. But when he came to my office, there was no wound on his chest, not even a trace of injury. Only a bit of bloodstain remained on his clothes."
"What are you trying to say?"
Jun Shen's expression didn't change, but his voice turned colder as he asked. Zhang Junlong's voice faltered, and he replied somewhat confusedly, "Well, at his age and level, his body shouldn't have healed that quickly."
"Isn't that a bit unusual?"
Jun Chen's face immediately turned icy. He slammed the teacup in his hand heavily onto the table, the sudden action startling Zhang Junlong into a shudder.
"Humph."
Jun Chen gave a cold snort and then warned, "Junlong, from now on, you are forbidden from mentioning such matters again.
There are many secrets about Hua Qianyu that are off limits. Don't pry into things you shouldn't know."
"Understood. I understand, sir," Zhang Junlong responded hastily, fearing he might provoke Jun Chen's displeasure.
"Dismiss yourself. Keep me informed of any developments with Hua Qianyu." Jun Chen waved his hand, signaling for him to leave.
Zhang Junlong lowered his head and silently retreated. At that moment, Jun Chen's eyes suddenly snapped open, and he murmured softly, "What he's cultivating is the 9 spirits forbidden tome.
No matter how
illogical things may seem when they happen to him, we can only accept them as they are.
After all, it's classified, even I don't fully understand it."
The night sky was exceptionally crisp and cold. The solitary bright moon, accompanied by a few scattered stars, created an indescribable sense of ethereal beauty.
Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi walked side by side along the academy's path. It had to be said, Jiangcheng Ability University's night scenery was surprisingly enchanting.
The night breeze brushed against their faces, carrying with it an inexplicable chill even on a summer evening.
From the trees and grass on either side, the occasional sound of insects chirping could be heard. The hazy moonlight spilled onto Hua Qianyu's face, lending him an aura of holiness.
"Where are we going?" Lin Yi asked, the serene surroundings calming his heart. "To the training ground," Hua Qianyu replied, her voice soft and calm. "If nothing unexpected happens, practicing combat techniques might cause intense elemental fluctuations.
Try not to disturb others."
"All right," Lin Yi agreed.
"Have you deciphered your combat technique card?"
Hua Qianyu turned her gaze to him and asked again.
"Not yet," Lin Yi chuckled and said, "I'll do it now."
As he spoke, the Crimson Combat Technique card was already between his 2 fingers. With a faint smile, he smoothly swiped the card over the energy ring.
A blue light screen quietly unfolded before the 2 of them.
Ding! Combat Technique card detected, deciphering in progress.
Ding! Deciphering successful.
The combat technique details are as follows.
Combat technique, 100 strikes converge.
A standard high-level combat technique recorded in ancient Chinese texts, categorized under the fire element.
Non-fire elemental ability users cannot utilize it. 100 strikes converge refers to a highly concentrated energy attack of the fire element. It possesses immense destructive power but is extremely unstable in its energy form.
Specific training methods are as follows.
100 strikes converge.
Lin Yi murmured softly, then glanced at Hua Qianyu.
"It seems quite decent."
"Yes." Hua Qianyu nodded firmly, though her gaze lingered on the light screen. The text displayed on Lin Yi's light screen did not include the words purple gold, but the 6 words standard high-level combat technique caught his attention firmly. It was entirely different from his own. He recalled that when his blazing moon trace was deciphered, it displayed as a combat technique of destruction and slaughter.
This made him curious, how exactly were combat techniques classified? As he pondered, the 2 of them unknowingly arrived at the gate of training ground number 5.
In the center of the field, remnants of previous battles were still visible on the grass, yet to be repaired.
Hua Qianyu briefly surveyed the area.
The verdant field was unusually quiet and empty, with no one in sight. Bathed in the moonlight, the two walked leisurely forward. Linny reached out and gently pushed the iron gate before him. Creak! With a soft sound, the iron door was easily pushed open. The two entered the center of the training ground. Hua Qianyu slightly tilted his head upward, his face under the moonlight appearing more serene than ever before. It seemed that at night, his spirit was far more energized than during the day, his entire body brimming with an overflow of energy that had nowhere to be unleashed. He stretched lazily, unintentionally letting out a soft murmur. The night truly is captivating.
Captivating? I just feel a chill in the air, Linny interjected, adding, besides, are you serious about practicing fire element combat techniques under the moonlight? I get the feeling this won't be very effective.
Hua Qianyu raised his head, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky.
A faint ripple stirred in his blood-red eyes. And so what? The moon's light is nothing but the lingering radiance of the sun.
In essence, there's no real difference. He raised his hand, half covering his cheek, and continued, moreover, with our current strength, the power of combat techniques is hardly influenced by external factors.
This light is just right.
Linny was momentarily speechless.
Hua Qianyu's words always carried an unexpected weight of logic. We'll go north and south to keep our distance. Let's leave the central area clear to avoid any interference caused by the intertwining of different energy waves.
Before Hua Qianyu could finish his sentence, he suddenly stopped.
An image of himself cultivating appeared in his mind.
Fire elements would constantly gather toward him from all directions. If this were to happen, it could greatly affect Linyi's practice.
Forget it.
Hua Qianyu shook his head helplessly and turned to Linyi, saying, you stay here to train.
I'll head to training ground number 1. Why? Linyi frowned in confusion.
Training ground number 1 was the farthest from training ground number 5.
Hua Qianyu explained calmly, we're both fire element practitioners.
If we train different combat techniques in the same place, the fire elements in this space might not be sufficient.
The chances of failure would be high.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hua Qianyu turned and walked away, waving his hand without looking back.
Just focus on your training. I'll come find you when I'm done. Come find me?
Linny stared at his retreating figure, slightly stunned.
You mean you think you'll finish before me? Hua Qianyu did not respond, but the implication was clear. All right. Instead of being upset, Linny laughed excitedly.
Just wait, Qianyu.
Let's see who finds who.
Growing more exhilarated, Linny sat cross-legged on the spot, quickly entering a meditative state. He relished and cherished the feeling of competing with Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianyu soon arrived at training ground number 1.
Everything here was identical to training ground number 5, with no differences whatsoever. Reaching the center of the field, Hua Qianyu sat cross-legged. Closing his eyes, the combat technique manual he had only glanced at once vividly resurfaced in his mind. Hua Qianyu mobilized his spiritual energy, his consciousness gently sweeping through the manual. In that instant, a profound sense of awe enveloped his soul. In his subconscious, fire element combat techniques were supposed to be blazing, embodying the ferocity and dominance of fire.
However, this scorching moon's tracelessness gave him no such impression.
On the contrary, it seemed tranquil, yet within that tranquility lay an ancient aura, so majestic that his insignificant consciousness felt like it was facing a primordial king, evoking a strong sense of submission. Hua Qianyu's mind spun slightly, and his body swayed faintly. That brief glimpse had already drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. Steadying himself, he straightened his body once more, fully focusing his mind on comprehending the combat technique's essence.
Scorching moon's tracelessness.
This was the first combat technique Hua Qianyu had chosen to cultivate after becoming an ability user.
Yet, in his current naivete, he had no idea what these 4 words truly signified.
At the same time, outside Hua Qianyu's residence, a woman dressed entirely in black stood silently. She wore both dark sunglasses and a mask, concealing her mysterious face. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded casually down to her waist.
Between her hands, she held a black box. Ding dong!
The woman pressed the doorbell, but even after a long wait, no one answered. Growing impatient, she removed her black gloves, revealing an exceptionally beautiful hand.
Her index finger gently pressed against the fingerprint lock by the door. Click!
The door slowly opened. The woman stepped into the pitch-black house, clearly noticing that no one was home. So, the young master isn't here. Her voice carried a hint of disappointment. She didn't turn on the lights, yet her figure moved through the darkness as if it were broad daylight. She quickly reached the living room and gently placed the black box on the table. After completing everything, she did not linger and immediately retreated, softly closing the door behind her. However, she didn't leave right away either, instead staring at the door, standing there for a long, long time. Ultimately, without making any extra movements, she gently turned around, her figure quickly vanishing into the vast night.
Hua Qianyu kept his eyes tightly shut.
As time passed, his consciousness, under the prolonged state of enlightenment, gradually entered a strange state. Within his chest, the red glow of the ninth spirit wheel was always timely, shining brightly. Meanwhile, in his mental sea, the burning moon imprintless art, which had been progressing at an extremely slow pace, suddenly began to operate at an eerie speed, all on its own, no longer needing his tentative guidance. Crimson fire elements surged and roared throughout Hua Qianyu's entire body. In that moment, his level 12 ability intensity unfolded completely, radiating unreservedly in all directions. Flames burned, accompanied by turbulent gusts of air. In the dark night, the light on the training ground appeared exceptionally striking. Above Hua Qianyu's head, the faint silhouette of a moon slowly emerged, pure and sacred, as if embodying all the serenity and harmony of the world. After a few breaths, the moon's shadow gradually solidified, and at its base, a trace of crimson firelight ignited, spreading upward little by little. Under the cover of the crimson flame, the moon's shadow began to slowly transform into a blood-red hue. That sense of purity and peace vanished in an instant, replaced by a chilling and sinister aura of killing intent.
Burning moon.
In a short span of time, the luminous moon shadow completely disappeared, leaving only a mirror-like fiery red moon composed entirely of flames, suspended silently above Hua Qianyu.
Imprintless. At the same time, the ninth spirit wheel in his chest glowed ever brighter, greedily pulling all the fire elements in the space into Hua Qianyu's body. Arg!
Hua Qianyu suddenly tilted his head back, his abruptly opened eyes shooting out twin beams of sharp, fiery light. Within the training ground, an unknown crimson mist had spread, completely obscuring his figure. Only the fiery mirror above his head remained distinctly visible, radiating the most dazzling brilliance in the world.
Boom! Boom boom boom!
A series of thunderous roars erupted. Fueled by the high concentration of fire elements, a fiery storm centered on Hua Qianyu swept outward, driving the crimson mist into a wild surge. Hua Qianyu's silver hair danced wildly in the storm, his garments flapping uncontrollably.
Even the grass near him was uprooted under the immense energy.
Yet his body stood motionless at the storm's core. As the crimson mist gradually dissipated, Hua Qianyu's figure slowly came into view. His pale face had turned a hellish crimson red.
Burning moon. Imprintless.
Forcing himself to endure the pain racking his body, Hua Qianyu's slightly parted lips let out a low murmur, as if expending his last ounce of strength.
Clink. A crack appeared in the fiery mirror hanging above his head. Crack, crack, crack. Following the initial fracture, the mirror shattered like a dam bursting. The fragmented flames didn't dissipate but instead began converging wildly behind Hua Qianyu in another form. Tap, tap, tap. Amid the chaotic blaze, the faint sound of footsteps echoed, slow and deliberate.
At the sight of the shattered fiery mirror, a human-shaped phantom, glowing pure white, materialized gradually. His long hair flowed freely, and though his features were slightly blurry, they were incomparably delicate. His face bore a gentle smile, exuding an aura of warmth and nobility. Yet his half-lidded eyes glimmered with an unsettling, contrasting bloody hue. He looked identical to Hua Qianyu, yet his presence was akin to that of an ancient deity.
Zing! After a brief moment of manifestation, the phantom instantly fused with Hua Qianyu's body. In that instant, Hua Qianyu's aura underwent a dramatic transformation.
His silver hair began to grow rapidly, soon cascading down to his waist.
An unparalleled, terrifying presence gathered within his body. Unable to suppress it any longer,
Hua Qianyu instinctively took a step forward, and to his astonishment, he was walking on air, standing proud in the sky.
Clink 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 clink.
As the energy within him grew increasingly violent, the 8 cameras positioned around the center of training ground 1 shattered simultaneously. The surrounding stone platforms, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, exploded in unison. In an instant, the small space was engulfed in swirling dust and debris. Such overwhelming power came at the cost of rapid energy depletion. It was evident that this strength could not be sustained for long. In less than 5 breaths, the fire elements within Hua Qianyu's body were nearly exhausted. And with that, the burning moon imprintless technique began to unravel at a rapid pace. In the blink of an eye, the elemental storm that had stirred up so much chaos vanished entirely, without any transition, as though the shift had occurred out of nowhere. Hua Qianyu's silver hair returned to its original state, his entire body hovering in midair for a few seconds on residual momentum. Then he plummeted downward at great speed.
Thud!
With a thunderous crash, his entire body slammed heavily onto the ground, back first. Hua Qianyu's face was deathly pale. The fire element within his body had been completely depleted. This time, even the lingering strength to release flames no longer existed.
Burning Moon Scar. The consumption and power of this battle technique had entirely exceeded his imagination. He had no idea how much time had passed before a trace of color finally returned to Hua Qianyu's face, though it remained utterly pale. He wobbled as he tried to rise, but his remaining strength was far from enough to support him to his feet. He could only drop to one knee, half crouching on the ground. Put! Hua Qianyu spat out a mouthful of dark blood. This attempt to move had instead inflicted significant internal injuries, far more severe than any wound he had suffered previously. This battle technique is truly lethal. Hua Qianyu exhaled deeply, wiping the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth. He murmured softly, but still, as expected of me, I barely managed to succeed. Hua Qianyu remained motionless in a half-squatting position for a long while. While waiting for his injuries to heal, he silently replenished the nearly depleted fire element within his body. Ever since obtaining the 9 Spirit Wheel, he had moved from initial resistance to gradual reliance on it. Hua Qianyu had long since come to accept its existence calmly. Not only did it perfectly suppress the bloodthirst in his heart, but more importantly, it provided an endless and ceaseless enhancement of fire elements every single moment. In less than 15 minutes, a portion of the fire element in Hua Qianyu's body had already been restored, and the faint sense of fatigue was slowly fading. Furthermore, the internal injuries in his body were healing at an eerie speed, far quicker than at any other time before. This indicated that Hua Qianyu's vampiric physique was not immutable, it was constantly strengthening alongside the improvement of his abilities. Of course, all of this made perfect sense. Although vampires were defined as a separate race, they were ultimately humans transformed into another form, akin to individuals with special abilities. Since vampires were essentially part of the global community of ability users, their capabilities were naturally not fixed upon initial awakening. Like all ability users, vampires, especially those focused on the physical body, could enhance their abilities through proper cultivation. However, for a unique individual like Hua Qianyu, both his elemental and physical abilities were entirely tied to his overall power level. In other words, his level 12 ability determined not only the strength of his elemental power but also the resilience of his physical body. This meant that, even with the same intensity and style of training, Hua Qianyu would gain more than double the benefits compared to others. Thus, as time went on, the gap between him and his peers would only continue to widen. Hua Qianyu stood up. Although his body had not fully recovered, he was more than capable of simple movements. Such a powerful combat technique, yet using it even once leaves me almost crippled. What use does it have in real combat? Hua Qianyu muttered to himself, at a loss for words. If his opponent survived the attack, he'd be left entirely defenseless. From this perspective, unless he could effortlessly perform Burning Moon Trace, in terms of cost-effectiveness, it might not even be as good as Lin Yi's hundredfold return to origin. That principal he had never met, was quite the trickster. If only I could learn hundredfold return to origin as well, Hua Qianyu mused, rubbing his chin as the thought suddenly popped into his head. Although combat technique cards could only be used once, they weren't the only method of learning combat techniques. Glancing at the time, Hua Qianyu paused in surprise. He was astonished to find that it had already been 2 hours since he arrived at Training Ground 1. 2 hours? Lin Yi is probably still not done. I should go check on him. Maybe, just maybe, I'll pick up hundredfold return to origin just by watching him. The corners of Hua Qianyu's mouth lifted slightly as he tread lightly with unsteady steps, slowly making his way out. Just as he was about to follow the same path back, a wave of icy cold energy came at him from his left. This was no natural chill but a very pronounced elemental fluctuation. Hua Qianyu frowned, and the fire element within his body instinctively surged to resist the incoming cold. So late at night, who could it be? After a moment's hesitation, Hua Qianyu turned toward the source of the cold, as if drawn by some unseen force. Following the trail of energy, Hua Qianyu arrived at a lakeside. The moonlight reflected on the lake's surface, making it shimmer brilliantly in the dark night. It was an unremarkable lake, more like a pond. The water was exceptionally clear, allowing Hua Qianyu to see straight to the bottom, where small fish swam visibly. The night was dark, but with the faint moonlight, Hua Qianyu directed his gaze toward the energy source sensed by his spiritual perception. A small section of the lake's surface had frozen into ice, and a delicate figure stood steadily atop the ice. Though her back was turned to him, it was clear that the person was a woman. Moreover, the aura emanating from her body surpassed Lin Yi's by far and even faintly rivaled his own.
From her silhouette, Hua Qianyu could discern a cascade of casually draped, radiant golden hair.
Mu Wanling.
It was the girl he had once impulsively helped.
Now that he thought about it, Hua Qianyu couldn't even fathom why he had acted so out of character back then. Who would have thought that the seemingly gentle and frail girl secretly possessed such terrifying strength? In hindsight, his assistance back then seemed utterly unnecessary.
After taking a long look, Hua Qianyu took half a step back, intending to quietly leave without revealing himself. Clearly, he had no desire to be noticed. But things rarely go as planned. Just as he shifted his footsteps, 3 sharp crystal-like ice spears suddenly shot toward his face with deadly precision.
SSSS.
The ice crystal pierced through the air, reaching Hua Qianyu's face, but in the next instant, it was transformed into a gentle mist by a silent blaze of crimson flames. Tiny droplets of water splashed onto his face, the cool sensation instantly dispelling the last trace of indifference in Hua Qianyu's heart.
"Who's there?"
A voice as cold as frost forming on water flowed out. Mu Huanling slowly turned around, revealing a face of exquisite beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. Seeing her full appearance for the second time, Hua Qianyu's expression froze momentarily in a daze. However, it wasn't her beauty that stunned him, but rather the sheer intensity of her aura. If the first impression of Mu Huanling was dreamlike and gentle, then now it was a chilling detachment that pierced straight into the soul. Her gaze, as glacial as a diamond, emanated a forbidding aura that warned against any approach. Hua Qianyu's breath hitched briefly. This dramatic shift left a significant impact on him, and his instincts couldn't ignore the faint trace of danger. He didn't doubt for a second that, if he lacked the capability to handle her, the consequence of getting too close would be nothing short of utter annihilation. Hiding his emotions, Hua Qianyu calmly stepped forward, finally revealing his face that had been concealed by the shadows of the night.
"So, it's you," Mu Huanling said, momentarily taken aback.
Her gaze rested on Hua Qianyu's distinctive silver hair and strikingly handsome features, and it was hard not to recall the scene of their first meeting.
"Why are you here so late at night?"
Her voice was cold, an inherent chill that needed no disguising. "Passing through," Hua Qianyu replied flatly, his tone devoid of any emotion.
"Passing through?"
Mu Huanling's expression turned skeptical as she locked eyes with Hua Qianyu.
"So late at night, instead of resting, you just happened to pass by here?"
"It has nothing to do with you," Hua Qianyu said calmly. The woman before him seemed like a completely different person compared to the Mu Huanling he had once known.
Mu Huanling nodded, choosing not to press further. Instead, she suddenly asked, "I heard, you fought the entire Thunder Institute alone during the day? Even the S-rank Lu Jin wasn't a match for you."
"Impressive. Who would have thought that a small city like Jiangqing could produce someone as talented as you? Though I did sense something extraordinary about you when we first met, your strength has far exceeded my expectations." Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, replying leisurely, "Likewise, I didn't expect someone I thought to be a gentle, frail girl to turn out to be so cold, and possess such formidable power. What's more surprising is how ungrateful you seem towards someone who once lent you a hand."
Giggle.
Mu Huanling suddenly covered her mouth, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Teasingly, she said, "Oh, but isn't it true that delicate girls are better at invoking a boy's protective instincts, Brother Qianyu?" The sudden coquettish tone made Hua Qianyu pause briefly, his brows furrowing imperceptibly. "As for the help you mentioned, Brother Qianyu, even if you hadn't helped me, that senior wouldn't have been able to do anything to me," Mu Huanling said, blinking innocently, her voice still soft and sweet.
Hua Qianyu remained silent, unwilling to argue further. He said directly, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
With that, he turned to leave. Right now, all he wanted was to quickly get away from this place and sever any connection with this dangerous woman. Hold on, Hua Qianyu," Mu Huanling called out, her tone shifting abruptly. Gone was the earlier coquettishness, replaced by a bone-deep chill.
Hua Qianyu stopped in his tracks.
Seeing this, Mu Huanling took a few steps forward, closing the distance between them. Her words carried a layered meaning as she said, "To be honest, I admire your strength.
Your power could be useful to me, it might even help me achieve a certain goal.
Of course,
I wouldn't ask you to help me for free. I'd offer you a reward equivalent to your efforts. Whether it's money or anything else, I try to meet your needs."
"Not interested," Hua Qianyu interrupted bluntly. This matter had nothing to do with him, and Mu Huanling's confident tone made her request seem all the more absurd.
"Oh?"
Mu Huanling's beautiful eyes rippled slightly, but she didn't seem angry or anxious.
"That's fine. I have plenty of time. I hope to win you over, and move your heart.
As her words fell, Mu Huanling stepped back, increasing the distance between them once more. At some point, a small vial appeared in her hand, containing a bright green liquid.
Brother Qianyu, you look a little weak.
This is an energy recovery potion, it can help speed up your healing, Mu Huanling said softly, her voice languid and alluring enough to make any man's heart race. But Hua Qianyu neither turned around nor accepted the vial. His expression and posture remained unchanged. You should keep it for yourself, he said calmly, rejecting her without hesitation. Ignoring Mu Huanling's reaction, Hua Qianyu walked away, his figure gradually disappearing into the distance. Mu Huanling watched Hua Qianyu's receding figure, gradually curling her lips into a smile filled with deep meaning and an air of mystery.
On the road to training ground number 5. Hua Qianyu's thoughts lingered on her conversation with Mu Huanling.
This woman was truly terrifying, clearly brimming with schemes and cunning, yet in front of others, she exuded an illusion of gentleness, noble grace, and approachability. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. This saying certainly wasn't without merit, at least today, Hua Qianyu deeply experienced its truth.
However, Hua Qianyu's blood-red eyes glimmered faintly as he caught the subtleties in Mu Huanling's words. She said, this little Jiang city? It seems she's not a local but rather an S-class ice element wielder from elsewhere. How strange. Why would such a genius come to a place like this?
Inside training ground number 5, Lin Yi's cultivation continued.
Immersed in a state of epiphany, he didn't even notice Hua Qianyu's arrival.
Golden flames formed two equally sized fireballs in Lin Yi's palms. Time and again, he tentatively brought his hands closer together, seemingly attempting to fuse the fireballs into one. Hua Qianyu stood quietly nearby, observing him. Based on Lin Yi's current actions, it seemed that he had only recently memorized the fundamentals of the combat technique.
In other words, Hua Qianyu hadn't missed the initial stage of Bai Lai Guiyuan's cultivation.
In this situation, there was a chance he could gain insights through observation, perhaps even perfectly replicate the technique. With this thought in mind, Hua Qianyu leaned on the railing behind him, completely at ease. Raising his hands before his chest, he began to observe Lin Yi while tentatively releasing fireballs of his own, imitating Lin Yi's attempts at fusion. Thanks to his nearly supernatural sensitivity to fire elements, Hua Qianyu's eyes could even discern the flow of fire elements within Lin Yi's body. The unique aura of the fire element emerged vividly through his eyes, sketching the operational trajectory of the combat technique in his mental sea with precision. This wasn't a direct cultivation of the combat technique based on its fundamentals. Instead, it was an indirect cultivation using Lin Yi as a medium. Thus, the accuracy of the medium's operation largely determined whether Hua Qianyu's attempt would succeed. In other words, if Lin Yi made a mistake, Hua Qianyu would inevitably suffer backlash from the incorrect operational route. This was, in essence, a gamble. Perhaps Hua Qianyu shouldn't have taken such a risk. However, he had immense faith in Lin Yi, unwaveringly convinced that no accidents would occur. As a result, Hua Qianyu completely relaxed his body, letting the fire elements within him flow in an orderly manner along the route etched in his mind. Ba, Lai, Gui, Yuan. After a long while, with a thunderous roar from Lin Yi, the fireball between his palms suddenly merged. In an instant, it unleashed a terrifying aura like a raging storm. The golden flames roared like a fierce wind, causing the surrounding space to tremble incessantly. The air was forcibly displaced by the domineering golden flames, creating a brief vacuum-like field around Lin Yi. With his hands pressed together, his palms slowly and rhythmically pushed forward. Behind him, a phantom of a scroll inscribed with strange runes flickered briefly, exuding an ancient and desolate aura as though it had come from a distant past. Boom! The fireball, compressed from the golden flames, shot out like a blazing missile. The spectator stand made of special materials in front of it instantly caved in. Countless cracks spread and expanded in all directions, and fragments of rubble were flung everywhere. For a moment, the entire training field number 5 began to shake violently, kicking up a chaotic cloud of dust and sand. Under Lin Yi's strike, the already unrepaired training field number 5 became even more dilapidated. Finally, I did it! Lin Yi wiped the sweat off his forehead, panting heavily, but his face revealed a deeply contented smile. I finally succeeded in casting Ba Lai Guiyuan. Hua Qianyu's figure was half hidden amidst the swirling dust and debris. The movements of his hands had stopped following Lin Yi's successful execution. However, this did not mean his attempt had failed. On the contrary, it was a remarkable success. Just moments ago, the flames between his hands had reached the brink of explosion. Yet, to avoid causing greater destruction, he stopped just in time. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly. This attempt held great significance for him. The national monopoly on combat techniques was largely for security reasons. Scarcity breeds value. If combat techniques were freely distributed, it would wreak havoc on the economy and fiscal stability of the nation.
More critically, if some unlawful terrorist organizations gained control over these techniques and methods, China would undoubtedly lose its dominance over the supernatural realm within its borders. This was no baseless fear.
Some nations, in their pursuit of freedom, neglected to manage their domestic supernatural individuals, leading to a sharp rise in supernatural-related terrorist incidents.
In other
nations, the government could not determine the ownership of supernatural resources, resulting in true power being controlled by supernatural factions, effectively turning governments into mere puppets. Only in China, since the global mutation began, have the lives of ordinary people remained peaceful and largely unchanged. By distributing combat techniques in the form of combat technique cards as rewards, the country not only avoided certain risks but also fostered talent more effectively. However, perhaps in the future, such restrictions would no longer matter as much to him. Hua Qianyu's eyes could see through the essence of combat techniques and perfectly replicate them. As the dust gradually settled, Hua Qianyu, smiling, walked toward Lin Yi step by step under his stunned gaze.
Qianyu?
Lin Yi was startled, a fleeting sense of disappointment crossing his heart.
So you've already mastered it?
He had thought his speed was fast enough, but it seemed he still couldn't match Hua Qianyu in the end.
Yes, I mastered it, though I did sustain a bit of an injury.
Hua Qianyu nodded, smiling as he spoke. It seems you made great progress as well.
Injured?
Lin Yi was alarmed, stepping forward with concern.
Was it because you were too reckless, leading to combat technique backlash?
Yes, I rushed it a bit to surpass you. Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze slightly, deliberately playing along. But don't worry, it's just some blood-energy imbalance. I'll recover after a short rest.
Hua Qianyu did not discourage him.
He had always seen Lin Yi's efforts. Despite the difference in their talents, Lin Yi had persistently followed in his footsteps, never slacking off. But even someone like Lin Yi, when faced with Mu Huanling's true strength, would most likely end up defeated. If there was ever a chance to compensate for Lin Yi's shortcomings in talent, Hua Qianyu would do everything in his power to make it happen.
As long as you're okay.
Lin Yi patted his chest, finally letting out a sigh of relief. You must have noticed as well, Ba Lai Gui Yuan is a purely energy-based attack.
Its strength lies in its power, but its weakness is in stability.
Lin Yi glanced at the now ruined training field inside. Training field number 5 is destroyed because of this. I wonder if I'll need to pay for the damages.
Don't worry.
The situation with training field number 1 is about the same.
I'll handle it.
It's just 2 training fields, they aren't worth much, Hua Qianyu said indifferently.
Training field number 1 is destroyed too?
Lin Yi was initially shocked, but then, as if he realized something, he said, Qianyu, do you think there's a possibility that combat technique training shouldn't be conducted in training fields at all?
Quite possible.
Hua Qianyu replied seriously. Ordinary training grounds simply cannot withstand the energy released during the execution of combat techniques.
Without specialized facilities, the school would endlessly waste funds just on rebuilding training grounds.
But Principal Zhang didn't mention it, so I have no idea either, Hua Qianyu said helplessly, spreading his hands.
Lin Yi, by the way, in your prime, how many consecutive uses of 100 strikes return to origin could your elemental reserve sustain?
Hua Qianyu suddenly asked, clearly very concerned about this question. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately focused inward to sense the remaining fire elements within his body. Then, looking up, he confidently replied, about 3 times. I still have 70% of my fire elements left.
3 times?
Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips as he softly muttered, that's enough.
Zhang Junlong's office.
At this moment, Zhang Junlong was snoring away on the bed in his office. As the school's vice principal, he was always prepared to rush to the scene immediately whenever an issue arose. Since he was also single, with no wife or children to worry about, he spent more than half the year in his office, enduring lonely nights on his own. Tonight, due to overtime work, he had conveniently stayed behind once again.
Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks came from outside the office. The just-asleep Zhang Junlong was rudely awakened.
Sitting up and rubbing his eyes, he grumbled irritably, who's there?
Knocking in the middle of the night, don't I deserve to sleep?
Principal Zhang, 2 training grounds have exploded, came a male voice from outside, laced with a mix of apology and urgency.
What? Zhang Junlong's drowsiness disappeared in an instant.
He swiftly threw on his clothes, not even bothering with his shoes, and dashed to the door in a panic. Opening the door, he found the reporting staff member visibly tense.
Zhang Junlong grabbed the man's shoulders tightly and asked in a deep voice, what did you just say? 2 training grounds exploded? What on earth happened?
Zhang Juanlong's grip was so tight that the staff member winced in pain, gritting his teeth as he replied, "The surveillance footage shows that it was two students practicing combat techniques in the training grounds."
Ack!
Zhang Juanlong's brows furrowed deeply as he finally loosened his grip. The staff member, now able to breathe properly, couldn't help but feel a numbing ache in his arms.
Practicing combat techniques? Well, that's a relief. Zhang Juanlong's tightly strung nerves finally relaxed. As long as it wasn't some unlawful terrorist activity, it was manageable. After a moment of silence, he asked calmly, "Which two students? Don't they know the rules for practicing combat techniques?"
"They seem to be first-year students," the staff member replied hesitantly, lowering his head.
"First years?"
Zhang Juanlong's eyes flickered with thought before he urgently said, "Quick, show me the surveillance footage."
"Understood. It's already prepared for you. Training grounds number 1 and 5.
The staff member presented 2 data chips respectfully while speaking. Zhang Juanlong took the chips and waved his hand dismissively.
"You can go rest now. I won't hold you accountable for this incident.
Also, make sure to delete these 2 surveillance records.
Keep this confidential. If it leaks, I'll hold you personally responsible."
"Yes, sir." The man bowed gratefully before retreating without delay. Holding the chips in his hand, Zhang Juanlong felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement rising within him. First years, could it possibly be Hua Qianyu?
However, he didn't allow himself to get carried away.
Instead, he calmly dialed a number.
"Hello, Vice Principal, what can I do for you?" a voice on the other end asked.
"Here's the situation. I need you to immediately find people to repair training grounds number 1 and 5.
It must be done before they reopen tomorrow.
No matter how severe the damage is, I want no one to notice anything by morning," Zhang Juanlong ordered firmly. There was a long silence before the other person finally said slowly, "Principal Zhang,
This is an order, not a discussion.
Just get it done, no matter the cost." Zhang Juanlong's voice turned sharper.
"All right," the other person eventually conceded.
After hanging up, Zhang Juanlong walked over to his desk and slowly sat down. With a mix of excitement and complex emotions, he slid one of the chips over the energy
ring on his desk.
Soon, with a flickering light, a clear holographic display appeared, fully revealing the surveillance footage of training ground number 1. The moment Hua Qianyu's figure appeared, Zhang Juanlong's entire attention was locked onto him. His eyes filled with excitement, his breathing at times trembling and at times halting. He saw Hua Qianyu sitting calmly in the center of the training ground, his entire body enveloped in a crimson flame. The dazzling, radiant fire illuminated the darkened night, piercing through the shadowy veil with brilliant light. What amazed him even more was that the surrounding fire elements seemed to be drawn irresistibly towards Hua Qianyu's body. Over time, the concentration of fire elements within him seemed as though it could overflow right through the screen. Under Zhang Juanlong's stunned gaze, a shadow of a moon suddenly appeared above Hua Qianyu's head.
It first solidified, then shattered.
Moments later, a phantom of a man, glowing in radiant white, slowly emerged from the shattered flames. When that figure fully materialized, even through the surveillance footage, Zhang Juanlong's spirit was overwhelmed by an ancient and terrifying aura of power.
Burning moon. Traceless.
As Hua Qianyu's weak voice fell, the radiant phantom instantly merged with his body, followed by the sound of several shattering glasses.
The screen abruptly went pitch black. The footage ended there.
The subsequent scenes were lost as all 8 surveillance cameras were destroyed, leaving no further recordings. Zhang Juanlong leaned back in his chair, his chest heaving, and his wide-open eyes flickering with intense emotion.
Even though he
hadn't witnessed the final power of the combat technique firsthand, the mere process of its release had already left him deeply shaken. He seemed to finally understand why Hua Qianyu was so proud, yet Junshin still praised him so generously.
2 hours.
To master a purple-gold combat technique using 12th level source power.
Such strength truly justified his pride.
Zhang Juanlong took a deep breath, picked up the teacup on the table, and sipped from it to calm his surging emotions.
Simultaneously, he pressed the second chip against the energy ring.
The footage appeared again, this time showing Lin Yi training in the center of training ground number 5, with Hua Qianyu quietly watching from the side.
Zhang Juanlong only watched for a few seconds before directly shutting off the video.
After all, his interest had always been solely in Hua Qianyu, and this footage held little value for him. Zhang Juanlong casually crushed the second chip, choosing only to preserve the first recording that documented Hua Qianyu's training. However, what he did not know was that the surveillance in training ground number 5 remained perfectly intact. It had flawlessly recorded Hua Qianyu's detailed process of mastering the 100 strikes convergence without any combat technique cards. Unfortunately, his actions caused him to miss this entirely, sparing Hua Qianyu from unnecessary trouble. A whole day had passed, and Hua Qianyu had been through so much. Morning cultivation, afternoon martial arts class, and nighttime combat technique training. While fulfilling, it left both his body and mind utterly exhausted. Not even the physique of a bloodline clan member could endure such strain. Thus, the first thing Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi did upon returning to their dormitory was to sleep. They collapsed onto their beds and fell into a deep slumber. Forget about bathing, neither of them even ate dinner. Even Hua Qianyu, who was usually meticulous about cleanliness, merely changed into a fresh set of clothes before collapsing onto the bed. Within moments, he was fast asleep. Since they no longer needed to attend martial arts classes in the future, what would skipping tomorrow morning's cultivation lesson matter? Cultivation is a gradual process, and Hua Qianyu had never lacked foresight for the long term. Moreover, after mastering Burning Moon Traceless, he even exceeded expectations by completing 100 Strikes Convergence. Having achieved this, he was naturally satisfied. As for other troublesome matters, those could wait until he woke up. In his dreams, the 9-spirit wheel on Hua Qianyu's chest began to rotate on its own. The day's intense battles and combat technique training had increased the concentration of fire elements in his body, naturally pushing his source power to the brink of a breakthrough. As the 9-spirit wheel continued to absorb fire elements from the air, Hua Qianyu's level quietly advanced in the most natural way, steadily reaching level 13. However, in his slumber, he remained completely unaware of this transformation. This time, the sleep lasted until the afternoon of the next day. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the afternoon that Hua Qianyu slowly woke from his slumber. Groggily opening his eyes, Hua Qianyu sat up straight and stretched lazily. His mind, upon waking, was not clouded but unusually clear and refreshed. It was the first time he had felt such utter satisfaction from sleeping in. Raising his head to look forward, he saw Lin Yi still sound asleep, his entire body, including his head, buried under the blanket. "Lin Yi?" Hua Qianyu called out, casually running his hand through his messy silver hair. Lin Yi let out a reluctant grunt, turned over lazily, and continued sleeping. It wasn't surprising he was still asleep. They had only returned to the dormitory at nearly 3 in the morning, and the physical fatigue from their training made it difficult to adjust in a short time. Hua Qianyu didn't call out again. At that moment, his ability ring suddenly flashed with light, followed by 2 text messages, both were voice messages. "Hua Qianyu, you're quite bold, aren't you? Skipping class on just the second day? Even if something came up, you should have asked for leave. Don't let it happen again." The first message was Feng Meifei's exasperated, scolding voice. Hua Qianyu, already accustomed to such reactions, casually replied with a simple okay. The second message, however, surprised him. It was from Zhang Junlong, whom he had just met yesterday. "Qianyu, kid, once you and Lin Yi wake up, come to my office. I have something to tell you." Hua Qianyu pondered briefly, muttering to himself, "Looks like last night's incident was discovered. He's probably asking for compensation." Zhang Junlong likely never imagined that during only their second meeting, Hua Qianyu had already labeled him as stingy. "Lin Yi, get up," Hua Qianyu called again, raising his voice a bit. Lin Yi tossed and turned on the bed before finally sitting up reluctantly, mumbling, "What is it, Qianyu? Didn't we agree not to go to class today?" "It's already afternoon," Hua Qianyu said calmly. Rubbing his eyes and yawning, Lin Yi responded, "Afternoon, huh? Then it doesn't matter even more. We're not taking martial arts classes anyway. Let's just keep sleeping." Helpless, Hua Qianyu shook his head, swung out of bed first, and muttered, "You don't usually sleep this much. Get up already. Zhang Junlong is looking for us." With that, he headed toward the bathroom, adding through the bathroom door, "Wake up properly. Also, I'm starving. Order some takeout. The school should have some options." Got it, Lin Yi replied dismissively, lying back down again. He grabbed his phone, tapped at it swiftly for a moment, then once more buried his head under the blanket. Half an hour later, under Hua Qianyu's firm measures, Lin Yi finally got up and tidied himself. By then, the takeout he ordered had also arrived. "What does Principal Zhang want with us?" Lin Yi asked, the two sitting across the table from each other. In front of them was a delicate spread of 4 dishes and a soup, the aroma enticing. Like starving wolves, they devoured the meal with abandon. "I don't know," Hua Qianyu replied vaguely, swallowing his food. "Probably about last night." By now, enough time had passed for someone to have discovered the damage to the training ground. However, Hua Qianyu wasn't overly concerned about that at the moment. Instead, he began to feel puzzled. Despite eating for so long, why did he still feel so hungry? His appetite wasn't usually this large, and this had never happened before. Perhaps it was because of the excessive physical exertion yesterday, or maybe.
Sigh, it's the first time I've ever damaged public property.
I wonder how much I'll have to pay. Lin Yi's grumbling interrupted Hua Qianyu's thoughts. Looking up, Hua Qianyu chuckled, you're worried about that?
Of course I am. My dad's money doesn't grow on trees.
Indulging occasionally is one thing, but yesterday was just reckless, it wasn't worth it. Lin Yi exclaimed with a pained expression.
This time, it's my fault. Put it all on me.
That way, your dad won't blame you, Hua Qianyu said casually, smiling.
He'd been wondering how to make use of that long string of untouched numbers in his bank account. Finally, his dormant funds could see some action. I won't hold back, then, Lin Yi chuckled, knowing full well that Hua Qianyu wasn't short on money. 20 minutes later, the two had polished off every bit of the meal on the table, most of it consumed by Hua Qianyu alone, not even a grain of rice left. Oddly, he still didn't feel full. His sharp mind quickly recognized that this was no coincidence. The most likely explanation was the sin of gluttony. From his previous experiences with the 7 deadly sins, Hua Qianyu had already noticed that their emergence wasn't random but triggered by specific factors. For instance, the arrogance he first displayed was triggered by Lin Yi's excessive meddling. Although he knew Lin Yi was concerned about him, once that feeling was provoked, he still couldn't control it. Similarly, the unintended assistance he rendered to Mu Huanling, or even the frivolous actions he took, could entirely be attributed to external environmental factors inducing lust. As for the subsequent rage, it was because he lost his rationality when Lin Yi got injured. Now, the gradually emerging gluttony was more due to the fact that he hadn't eaten dinner the previous night, causing his hunger and craving for food to be infinitely amplified by the 7 deadly sins. In other words, the role of the 7 deadly sins was merely to amplify his inner desires. As long as the triggering factors didn't appear around him, such negative effects would generally not occur. Moreover, when he met Mu Huanling for the second time, he didn't experience the same emotional tremor. This also meant that the same cardinal sin would only manifest once in a short period. Although it couldn't be determined how long this interval was, Hua Qianyu at least wouldn't exhibit the same abnormality as before in the short term. As Hua Qianyu's thoughts gradually became clearer, the problem that had been troubling him for a long time was finally resolved. At that moment, his heart suddenly thumped violently. Thump! Hua Qianyu instinctively clutched his chest, his cheeks turning pale in an instant. Lin Yi immediately noticed and his expression turned alarmed. He hurriedly supported Hua Qianyu and asked, Qianyu, what's wrong? So hungry. Lin Yi, give me your bag. Hua Qianyu clutched his chest tightly, swallowing hard as he looked at Lin Yi with pleading eyes. Lin Yi didn't have time to think, as Hua Qianyu's expression at that moment was truly terrifying. There was a look of unprecedented hunger in his pupils. He quickly grabbed his bag and handed it to Hua Qianyu as fast as possible. Hua Qianyu snatched it with a near-brutal force, tearing it open. Inside were packed sandwiches, bread, and other snacks that Lin Yi always carried with him. Rip! The packaging was savagely torn apart. Hua Qianyu grabbed a sandwich and shoved it into his mouth, devouring it ravenously. Within seconds, 2 sandwiches, each the size of a fist, disappeared into his mouth without any chewing. Not even catching his breath, he grabbed another piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing rapidly. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he gulped. Lin Yi stood frozen, completely stunned for a while. When he finally reacted, he quickly stepped forward and patted Hua Qianyu's back, saying, Qianyu, slow down, you'll choke if you eat like this. It's fine. I'm just too hungry, Hua Qianyu replied, his voice muffled as he continued to devour the food like a man possessed. No, Qianyu, slow down. Eating this way is bad for your stomach, Lin Yi said anxiously, trying to stop Hua Qianyu, but even with all his strength, he couldn't move Hua Qianyu an inch, nor could he stop his near-mad feasting. With no other options, Lin Yi poured a cup of tea and urgently urged, Qianyu, drink some tea first, you'll choke if you keep eating like this. Hua Qianyu didn't respond verbally but picked up the cup and took a big gulp of tea before continuing to gobble down the food. Qianyu, are you really that hungry? We just ate not long ago, Lin Yi said, his eyes fixed on Hua Qianyu with extreme concern. Although having a good appetite wasn't a bad thing, such binge eating was incredibly harmful to the body. Yes, so hungry. Before long, the entire bag of food was completely devoured by Hua Qianyu in less than 15 minutes. Qianyu, are you full now? Lin Yi asked hesitantly, his voice full of uncertainty. Seeing all those snacks, meant for casual indulgence, wiped out by Hua Qianyu in seconds, Lin Yi was both shocked and deeply worried. He even started to suspect that Hua Qianyu might have been infected by the legendary gluttony virus. Hua Qianyu lowered his head, panting heavily, and didn't answer immediately. If you're still hungry, should I go buy you some more? Linny asked nervously.
Hua Qianyu exhaled slowly, his voice hoarse as he said, "No need.
I'm already full."
As he spoke, he took another sip of tea, soothing his sore throat. His grip on the teacup tightened, and the blood-red glint in his eyes deepened.
Qianyu, don't you think you've been acting strange lately?
On the way to Zhang Juanlong's office, Linny finally couldn't help but ask, ever since you awakened your powers, so many odd things have been happening to you.
Hua Qianyu remained silent. He didn't know how to answer this question. Should he just directly tell Linny that he carried the mark of the 7 deadly sins?
That would be far too abrupt, and he himself wasn't entirely clear about the matter of the 9 spirit wheel.
How could he explain it to someone else? I don't know.
After a long silence, Hua Qianyu could only force out this single sentence.
Actually, it's not unusual for someone's personality to change after awakening an ability. But Qianyu, your changes are too erratic.
I'm really worried, Linny suddenly said.
I can't control myself for now.
But don't worry, one day, I will become a complete Hua Qianyu, not a broken man, Hua Qianyu replied faintly, his tone carrying a trace of melancholy. Linny turned his head, looking directly into Hua Qianyu's eyes, and said, no matter what happens, don't carry it all by yourself.
You still have me.
If it weren't for me, your high school days wouldn't have been nearly as smooth, Linny said proudly.
That's true, Hua Qianyu didn't deny it and joked. Do you need me to pay you back somehow? No. Linny waved his hand quickly, replying with righteous confidence, that won't do. I enjoy the feeling of you owing me a favor. Ha ha. Hua Qianyu chuckled lightly.
Linny also retracted his gaze, and the two of them didn't continue speaking. When they arrived at Zhang Juanlong's office, they were greeted by Zhang Junlong smiling and waving at them as soon as they stepped inside. In addition, Qianyu, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin were also present. The moment Hua Qianyu and Linny walked in, all 3 pairs of eyes focused on them. Qianyu remained calm and composed, but Lu Jin and Luo Yin both displayed a hint of fear. Especially Luo Yin, who shrank behind Lu Jin completely, not even daring to meet Hua Qianyu's gaze. Hua Qianyu merely glanced at them indifferently without saying a word. It was worth noting that Luo Yin's face, which he had once destroyed, had already been restored to its original state.
You're here? Zhang Junlong greeted them with a warm smile. Principal Zhang, did you call us here because of…
Linny was about to ask if it was about the destruction of the 2 training grounds last night, but Zhang Junlong cut him off with a wave of his hand, signaling him not to continue. This strange gesture left Linny utterly confused, while a flicker of curiosity passed through Hua Qianyu's eyes. I called you all here today not only to reconfirm the details of this mission but, more importantly, to let you make a choice.
A choice? Hua Qianyu looked puzzled, quietly waiting for Zhang Junlong to elaborate.
Since all 5 of you have now mastered battle techniques, the remaining days shouldn't go to waste.
I plan to teach you something new.
What? Before Zhang Junlong could continue, Luo Yin suddenly pointed at Hua Qianyu and Linny, exclaiming in shock, They've already mastered it?
How could they have gone from having no foundation to mastering battle techniques in just one night?
He and Lu Jin had barely managed to learn them ahead of time thanks to Zhang Juanlong's early instruction.
But them? Hua Qianyu aside, he was an S-class. But even Linny and Qianyu, both A-class, had achieved this? Were they all geniuses? Hua Qianyu's heart was equally shaken. He looked at the ever-mysterious Qianyu, momentarily lost in thought. Just when did this happen? What's the big deal?
Luo Yin, calm yourself, Zhang Junlong scolded, glaring at him before clearing his throat to continue. For ability users, aside from manipulating elements, most of them choose to wield a weapon like a blade, sword, axe, and so on. Mastering a unique skill will give you an irreversible advantage compared to others in the future. The choice I want you to make today is to select the weapon that may accompany you for a lifetime.
As Zhang Juanlong's words fell, the room fell momentarily silent. No one asked any questions. After a brief pause, Hua Qianyu cut straight to the point, asking, does it have to be a cold weapon? What's wrong with hot weapons, like a handgun?
Zhang Junlong smiled mysteriously, as if he had anticipated such a question. Without any rush, he pulled out a black handgun from the drawer and tossed it toward Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu extended his hand, and the gun landed steadily in his grasp. He stared at Zhang Junlong with a puzzled expression. Zhang Junlong gave a faint smile, adopting the demeanor of a worldly sage. With an air of theatrics, he said, come, Hua Qianyu, shoot me in the head.
Are you sure?
Hua Qianyu tilted his head. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange request. Of course.
Do you think you could possibly? Bang!
Before Zhang Junlong could finish his arrogant statement, the sound of a gunshot rang out, and a bullet mercilessly shot toward his head. The sudden noise startled the others, leaving them trembling in shock. Crackle! In front of Zhang Junlong, a flash of blood-colored lightning streaked by, instantly reducing the bullet to dust in midair. Zhang Junlong's eyelid twitched, his face showing a trace of lingering fear.
He glared at Hua Qianyu and complained, "You brat! At least let me finish my sentence."
If something unexpected had happened, you'd have gotten yourself into serious trouble. Hua Qianyu shrugged casually and replied in a calm tone, "Whether as a principal or a mentor, your strength should be able to withstand challenges."
I had no reason to hold back. Zhang Junlong. So? Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, stroking the gun's surface as he asked, "Is it because firearms are ineffective against ability users?" "That's not the main reason."
Zhang Junlong shook his head and explained, "In truth, any ordinary weapon has minimal effect on ability users. If you want a weapon to be more lethal, the best method is to imbue it with elemental power."
"Elemental power?" Hua Qianyu murmured, attempting to channel fire elements into the gun.
However, as soon as the flames appeared, the gun's frame quickly melted.
Hua Qianyu's eyes flashed with realization. "I see."
"Ha, as you just witnessed, ordinary metals can't withstand elemental power," Zhang Junlong said, glancing at Hua Qianyu's palm with a smile. "So, for a weapon truly suited for ability users, it must be made from special materials. And these materials are not only rare but also incredibly difficult to mine. If we were to make firearms, think about it. Just supplying the ammunition for a single mission would require an astronomical amount of resources. Using rare materials to craft disposable bullets, do you think that's reasonable?"
Hua Qianyu fell into contemplation.
Indeed, if that were the case, the nation might find it hard to bear the cost.
"Is it only about the raw materials?" Hua Qianyu asked again.
"Not just that," Zhang Junlong continued. "Firearms are primarily designed for long-range attacks, but for ability users, long-range attacks are the easiest to counter. Especially for some powerful ability users, just their aura alone can prevent your bullets from getting close, like what you just witnessed." As he spoke, Zhang Junlong stepped forward, patted Hua Qianyu on the shoulder, and said, "Cold weapons, on the other hand, conserve materials and are the most lethal and suitable weapons for ability users."
"So, does that make sense to you all?" Hua Qianyu nodded.
As sharp as he was, he naturally understood Zhang Junlong's point. He had originally thought that with the development of abilities, certain technologies were gradually being sidelined.
Now it seemed that it wasn't about halting development, it was simply unnecessary. "All right, I've explained everything clearly. Now it's time for you all to make your choice."
Zhang Junlong glanced around the group and issued his command once again.
The group exchanged uncertain glances. Being asked to choose a weapon so suddenly left them at a loss. "Qianyu, what do you want to train with?"
Lin Yi leaned in close to Hua Qianyu and whispered.
"I'm not sure."
"I don't have any particular preference," Hua Qianyu replied softly. Lin Yi's eyes lit up as he asked, "I want to choose a blade, not one of those wide broadswords, but a tang sword."
"What do you think?" "That's fine, but..."
Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, unsure of the criteria behind Lin Yi's choice.
"Why don't you pick a sword?"
"A long sword," Lin Yi interrupted, his expression unusually serious.
"To me, swords are just as cool as tang swords.
Whether they're strong or not doesn't matter. For guys like us, who combine strength and looks, our style has to match."
Hua Qianyu was speechless. That reasoning was so quintessentially Lin Yi. Still, Lin Yi wasn't entirely wrong.
Whether a weapon was strong or not indeed didn't matter much.
Ultimately, a weapon's power depended more on its wielder.
"All right, a sword it is," Hua Qianyu agreed without hesitation. Letting Lin Yi decide for him wasn't a bad idea, especially since he didn't feel like overthinking it himself.
After a brief discussion among the group, Zhang Junlong spoke again. "So, have you all made up your minds?" "Principal, I've made up my mind.
I'll choose the tang blade." Lin Yi spoke first, then pointed to Hua Qianyu and said, "As for Qianyu, she will take the sword." Zhang Junlong nodded and then turned to the other three.
"What about you?"
"Master, this disciple wishes to learn the spear," Lu Jin replied respectfully.
"Master, can I use tiger teeth? Or claws would work too, hee hee."
Lu Oyin scratched his head awkwardly. Zhang Junlong gave him a glance, sighed, and said, "Of course, you would choose the weakest option, you little rascal. Luckily, there's one weapon that combines both teeth and claws, it will suit you well." Though his words seemed reproachful, his tone was filled with affection.
"Hee hee, thank you, master."
Luo Yin's eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed. "Then I'll choose daggers, preferably dual daggers."
"Thank you, principal," Qianyu said coldly. "Are you sure?"
Zhang Juanlong's expression grew serious as he tried to persuade him.
If you're not planning to take the assassin's path, it's better not to choose daggers. This kind of weapon is inherently weak, and if used poorly, it might backfire.
I've made up my mind, daggers it is, Chen Yu affirmed, his tone firm and resolute.
In that case, follow me,
Zhang Juanlong said. His expression turned solemn. He turned around and clapped his hands lightly. After a brief, continuous vibration in the air, a small door slowly appeared in front of Zhang Juanlong. It was clear that this was a secret chamber.
This is one of the two main armories in the school.
One is under my care, while the other is overseen by the principal.
The rarity of the weapons differs between the two.
But for now, what's inside this door will be more than sufficient for your needs, Zhang Juanlong explained as he strode inside.
Hua Qianyu and the others followed closely.
The group walked in silence.
At first, the space was dimly lit, but Hua Qianyu, with his excellent night vision, moved steadily.
After taking about a dozen steps, light began to appear, and the group's vision became clearer.
Hua Qianyu's gaze wandered around.
The room was almost a perfect cube, with its length, width, and height appearing roughly equal. What caught the eye first wasn't the weapons but the neatly arranged clusters of light glowing on all four walls.
What are these light clusters? Linny couldn't help but ask.
A special technique for storing spiritual weapons. The weapons you need are inside them, Zhang Juanlong said casually.
Spiritual weapons? Hua Qianyu murmured softly.
It was his first time hearing such a term.
That's correct.
Spiritual weapons are tools used by ability users, a general category of sorts, Zhang Juanlong patiently explained.
Hua Qianyu nodded thoughtfully,
then turned and asked, Principal Zhang, I've always been curious, are techniques, combat skills, and spiritual weapons not categorized into levels?
Zhang Juanlong turned to him, squinting slightly. This kind of thing is hard to define.
But in my opinion, these three do have levels.
However, if you insist on specific classifications, it's absolutely impossible. What do you mean? Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow. For example, the same combat skill, how likely is it that the power you unleash with it will be identical or even similar to someone else's?
Zhang Juanlong posed a sharp question, then continued, combat skills themselves do have strengths and weaknesses, but their actual power depends on the ability user. Or, to put it another way, for a peak-level supreme expert, even the simplest thunder strike could be as powerful as an ultimate combat skill.
What do you think?
Similarly, the same applies to techniques and spiritual weapons.
Even if there are inherent differences in quality, what truly matters is the user's ability.
To a strong person, any combat skill is a supreme skill, any technique is a holy scripture, and any spiritual weapon is a divine artifact.
Classifying them into levels is inherently foolish.
People have indeed tried to create detailed classifications in the past, but there will always be those who defy logic.
Naturally, such classifications were eventually
disregarded, Zhang Juanlong said, suddenly turning to face the five of them. The only classification that truly matters is your own level, your realm.
Everything else, external tools, will evolve alongside your realm.
So, don't dwell on irrelevant things.
Focus on cultivating and growing.
Someday, you'll naturally understand what I mean. After Zhang Juanlong finished speaking, a flash of understanding struck Hua Qianyu. His earlier confusion about the difference between the purple-gold combat skill and ordinary advanced combat skills seemed to clear up. The burning moon trace, though immensely powerful, fundamentally consumed all his fire elemental source energy to activate. On the other hand, the 100 strikes return to origin was much weaker because it required far less source energy to execute.
Energy is conserved.
The greater the consumption, the mightier the power.
There was no doubt about it.
Then, following this line of thought, if the same amount of source energy were used to perform the 100 strikes returning to origin technique, would its destructive power truly differ so greatly from Moonless Blaze? If the term purple gold isn't just a facade, then there must be a difference, but the gap would definitely narrow significantly. The light in Hua Qianyu's eyes grew brighter and brighter. As the fog in his mind gradually cleared, he gained a more comprehensive understanding of his abilities.
I understand now.
Thank you for dispelling my doubts. Hua Qianyu sincerely expressed his gratitude.
Zhang
Juanlong nodded in satisfaction for the first time, smiling as he said, as for Luoyin, the weapon he needs is singular. There's no need for him to choose. But as for the rest of you, you still have the privilege of selecting your own weapons. As Zhang Juanlong spoke, he reached out his hand and made a grasping motion in midair. A black orb of light suddenly appeared in his palm, which he then casually tossed to Luoyin. The tiger fangs you wanted, naturally, include the tiger claws as well, Zhang Juanlong said with a faint smile. Once you have it, infuse it with your primal lightning to imbue it with specific elemental power, making it easier for you to wield. Luoyin looked at the black orb of light in his hands. As he gently squeezed it with both hands, it mysteriously phased right through. A few seconds later, the orb vanished, and in Luoyin's hands appeared a pair of jet-black, gleaming tiger fangs.
Luoyin's face lit up with excitement.
A flash of lightning appeared in his hands, and soon, the black tiger fangs bore the imprint of violet lightning.
Zheng.
The sharp sound of a weapon rang out as four long, slender black claws sprang from the four protrusions of the tiger claws, looking exceedingly fierce and imposing.
Crackle, crackle, crackle.
Among the claws, arcs of lightning flashed vividly.
These are amazing.
Luoyin shouted excitedly, starting to fiddle with his tiger fangs with a look of utter delight. Seeing this, Lin quickly grew impatient and hurriedly asked, "Principal Zheng, the Tang sword, quick, tell me where the Tang sword is." "There aren't many Tang swords in the collection, only 4 in this chamber. They represent the Yi sword, the Zhang sword, the Hung sword, and the Mo sword.
You can choose one for yourself."
Zhang Junlong pointed to one of the walls, and Lin immediately darted over.
"Hua Qianyu, swords are the most abundant.
Half of the wall to your right is filled with them, you should be able to find one you're satisfied with. Lu Jin, there are still a few good guns on the wall directly in front of you, near the top.
As for daggers, they are somewhat niche.
There are plenty of single-edged ones, but Chenyu, the double-edged daggers you want, there's only one pair.
They may or may not suit your taste. How about considering them, at least?"
Zhang Junlong hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly.
"Double-edged, huh? Might as well take a look." Chen Yu replied indifferently.
Seeing his insistence, Zhang Junlong could only summon another black orb of light and hand it to Chen Yu. Chen Yu reached his hands into the black light, which dissipated, revealing a pair of purple-black daggers in his left and right hands.
The aura emanating from them was eerie and sinister, matching his personality perfectly.
Chen Yu smiled in satisfaction. It was clear that he liked them, and Zhang Junlong let out a sigh of relief.
"Thank you, Principal," Chen Yu said with a slight bow.
In his hands, black and purple flames coiled around the daggers, like emissaries from the underworld. Meanwhile, the other 3 were meticulously making their selections. Compared to Lin Yi and Lu Jin, Hua Qianyu had the most diverse choices. Before him, a dazzling array of orbs of various colors shimmered, so numerous they overwhelmed his senses. Each orb carried a unique aura. Hua Qianyu's gaze swept slowly over them, carefully making his choice based on intuition.
Elsewhere, Lin Yi quickly made his decision.
Since there were only 4 Tang swords available, he didn't hesitate to choose the most stylish one. A golden orb of light slowly floated into his hand. Lin Yi grinned and crushed it with one hand.
Ping!
The orb shattered with a sharp sound, and Lin Yi's right hand gripped a white hilt. At the same time, a white scabbard materialized before him.
Zheng!
As the scabbard was drawn, a crisp friction sound resonated, and the blade of the Tang sword was revealed before his eyes. The entire blade was silver white, and as Lin Yi infused his golden flames into it, golden runes slowly emerged on the silver-white blade. The already extraordinary Tang sword became even more mysterious.
Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with amazement, and his heart swelled with unprecedented excitement. He loved it. This was exactly the weapon he wanted.
At the same moment, Lu Jin also finalized his choice of spear. Soon, out of the 5, only Hua Qianyu had yet to make his decision. Hua Qianyu stood quietly, his gaze sweeping back and forth until it finally rested on an orb of light that was pitch black with a hint of crimson, like a blood-red glow. He smiled faintly and slowly extended his hand. At that moment, the black and red glowing orb seemed to be drawn by some unseen force and flew directly toward Hua Qianyu's palm.
Ding!
The glowing orb gently touched Hua Qianyu's fingertip and instantly shattered with a crisp sound. Following this, the entire secret chamber was illuminated by a radiant red light. As the red light faded, a uniquely designed longsword appeared in Hua Qianyu's hand and presented itself before his eyes. The blade was entirely black and red, with chaotic crimson patterns etched across the dark surface. At the very tip of the sword, a faint yet persistent black and red glow swirled ominously. The sword measured 5 feet in length, approximately 1.67 meters. When stood upright, the hilt reached slightly past Hua Qianyu's chin, even exceeding it by a small margin. While its length could not rival Lu Jin's spear, it was far longer than most swords or blades. 5 feet equals 167 centimeters. For reference, the shoulders of a man standing at 180 centimeters are typically 150 to 160 centimeters above the ground. Data was verified, please excuse any minor inaccuracies. The black hilt was neither too thick nor too thin, fitting perfectly into Hua Qianyu's single-handed grip, providing an unexpectedly excellent feel. Below the hilt, the width of the sword's blade remained uniform, tapering down with smooth, even lines until it reached the tip. The sharpness of the blood-tinged point was accentuated by the blade's gradual narrowing, giving it a linear and precise edge. In terms of appearance alone, the sword was significantly longer than most, but it was neither heavy nor cumbersome. Instead, it was unexpectedly agile and lightweight. The razor-sharp tip exuded a sense of extreme penetration. The entire weapon emanated an aura of bloodthirsty, murderous intensity. The moment it appeared, the air seemed to fill with the faint scent of blood. Hua Qianyu gripped the hilt tightly, his arm rotating and weaving in the air, creating a series of crimson sword arcs. With a low hum, scarlet flames silently ignited along the blade, making the blood-red patterns on the dark sword even more sinister. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, raising the sword horizontally in front of his chest. The junction between the hilt and the blade aligned perfectly with his line of sight, marking the blade's widest point. At the center of this portion, a dark red gemstone about 4 inches in diameter was embedded. Its surface was irregular and jagged, etched faintly with a pattern resembling the ferocious maw of a fanged dragon. Under the light, the gemstone shimmered with a crystalline brilliance. Hua Qianyu stared at it intently for a long moment. Suddenly, with a sharp swish, the sword that had been held horizontally across his chest swung outward with the motion of his right arm, slicing diagonally to Hua Qianyu's right. The blade cut through the air, producing piercing sword whistles. The blood-red tip of the sword pointed directly, unwaveringly, at Zhang Juanlong's throat, stopping just 2 centimeters away. Gulp! Zhang Juanlong swallowed hard. Hua Qianyu's sudden strike sent his heart racing, and his body shivered involuntarily in alarm. But as the headmaster, Zhang Juanlong couldn't afford to lose face in front of his students. Pretending to remain calm, he extended his hand, using his index and middle fingers to lightly pinch the sword's tip and move it aside. He spoke calmly, "Ahem, Hua Qianyu, the sword you've chosen is quite long." It was worth noting that Zhang Juanlong was standing over 2 meters away from Hua Qianyu. Yet the combined reach of Hua Qianyu's arm and the sword's length had nearly sent Zhang Juanlong to his doom. Hua Qianyu chuckled softly, leisurely retracting the long sword. With a smile, he said, "This sword feels just right for me." Zhang Juanlong was speechless. In Hua Qianyu's eyes, he felt he had no authority or dignity as the headmaster. Not only that, but regardless of age or gender, Hua Qianyu always carried himself with an air of equality or even superiority when interacting with others. "Wow!" Linny exclaimed, tilting his head back in excitement. He quickly approached Hua Qianyu, inspecting and caressing the sword as if it were a rare and precious treasure. "It's so cool. Way cooler than my Tang Dao. This design, these colors. It's perfect for you, Qianyu. As I expected, red and black suits you best." Linny rattled on enthusiastically, seemingly more thrilled by Hua Qianyu's choice of sword than Hua Qianyu himself. "It's not bad, but carrying it around is a bit inconvenient," Hua Qianyu remarked with a light laugh, his brow furrowing slightly. The sword lacked a sheath, and its considerable length would make it cumbersome to carry. And Hua Qianyu had always been someone who disliked carrying too many items on his person. "You don't need to worry about that," Zhang Juanlong interjected, stepping forward and speaking confidently. "Unlike ordinary weapons, spirit armaments can be stored in ability rings. Every ability ring comes with a certain amount of storage space. Though the space isn't large, it's more than enough to store a spirit weapon. All you need to do is assign it a name and number, and the ability ring will allow you to retrieve or store it at will." "Self-contained storage space?" Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Linny interrupted him, speaking first, "This advanced? Is it technology, or what do you think?" Zhang Juanlong deliberately teased, leaving the group in suspense. "It's a spatial ability user," Hua Qianyu said with certainty, staring straight into Zhang Juanlong's eyes. "Am I right?" "Good guess," Zhang Juanlong gave him an approving glance and said, "You all know that if an ability ring is lost, replacing it can be quite troublesome. Not only because it symbolizes identity, but also because it requires an attached space. And attaching space can currently only be done by a spatial ability user. Spatial ability users are quite rare. The Spatial Academy at our university doesn't even have enough new students each year to form a single class. However, their abilities are highly sought after, making them very popular among ability users. Who would have thought that such a small ability ring could hide so many functions? I really envy spatial ability users. Having a personal space is just too convenient," Linny said enviously. "Every element has its own advantages. There's no need to envy others. In this world, there probably isn't anyone so perfect that they have no weaknesses," Zhang Juanlong said meaningfully. "All right, let's hurry up and name your numbers."
You're fortunate to be able to use the abilities of spatial ability users, but they can't feel the heat of fire or the power of lightning. As Zhang Junlong finished speaking, Lin Yi lowered his head in thought. Soon, he looked up and smiled brightly. My Tang blade will be called Bai Li. The blade is white, and fire is golden. The color of Li fire wasn't found, so it's determined to be golden in this story. Qianyu, doesn't that fit? Lin Yi asked Hua Qianyu eagerly. Yes, it's quite fitting, Hua Qianyu replied with a faint smile. Then my tiger fawn will be named Lei Ming, Luoyin said boldly, swinging his fists adorned with tiger fawn in the air. As for me, I'll call it Tianwei, Lu Jin said steadily, his eyes fixed on the tip of the Tianwei spear. Both Lu Jin and Luo Yin's naming choices clearly reflected their reverence for lightning. Zhang Junlong himself was quite pleased with this. Sha, Chen said concisely, his gaze never leaving the black dual blades in his hands. The moment the naming was complete, a blue light flashed on the ability rings, and the weapons of the four disappeared into thin air. At the same time, they all felt a faint connection to their respective spirit weapons, as if with just a thought, the weapons could immediately appear before them. Seeing that Hua Qianyu had yet to speak, Lin Yi volunteered, Qianyu, do you want me to name your sword for you? Hua Qianyu shook his head and said calmly, no need, I've already decided. What will it be called? Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then looked at him expectantly. Zhou Ling Shui Yan, Hua Qianyu said slowly, his blood-red eyes shimmering. Yan, beautiful jade. Zhou Ling symbolizes the supreme power granted to him, as well as the haunting nightmares that accompany it. Blood represents the source of conflict between his spirit and body, and it also symbolizes the crimson hue of this sword. Yen refers to the dragon-head jade stone at the intersection of the hilt and blade, symbolizing the beauty of this sword like fine jade. From the moment he first laid eyes on it, the name of this sword had already been determined in Hua Qianyu's heart. This time, no suggestions from anyone were needed. Scholars sure are something else. Not only do they come up with a four-character name, but they make it so no one can figure out what it means, Lin Yi said a bit sourly. But he had to admit that Hua Qianyu's naming choice was indeed far more sophisticated. Hua Qianyu didn't respond. A flash of light appeared on the ability ring on his wrist, and the Zhou Ling Shuiyan sword was stored back into its personal space. With just a thought, it could appear at any time for his use. Spatial abilities were so fascinating. He wondered when he, too, would be able to command the most mysterious element among the 9 great elements with such ease. Alright, since the spirit weapons are chosen, the next stop is to take you all to see the training grounds for battle techniques in spirit weapons. Otherwise, some people might cause trouble, Zhang. Junlong clapped his hands, his gaze subtly falling on Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. The implication was naturally a reprimand for their reckless behavior, which had left him with a troublesome mess to clean up. The Battle Martial Academy, a rather unique institution within Jiangcheng Ability University, served as a special place for students to train in battle techniques and spirit weapons. It was located at the far eastern side of the campus, a relatively remote area of the school. No wonder Hua Qianyu and the others hadn't known of its existence. Without Zhang Junlong's guidance, they would never have thought such a place existed on campus. Following Zhang Junlong, the group arrived at the entrance of the Battle Martial Academy. As soon as Hua Qianyu stepped within its boundaries, he immediately sensed the surge of elemental power in the surrounding air. The intensity was at least 10 times that of the outside world. Such a significant difference in elemental concentration was quickly noticed by the others, even without Hua Qianyu's keen senses. They all displayed expressions of astonishment. Principal Zhang, the elemental power in this Battle Martial Academy is incredibly rich, Lin Yi murmured. As soon as he stepped in, the fire elements in the air surged into his body, making him feel instantly refreshed. Zhang Junlong grinned proudly and said, of course. The area of the Battle Martial Academy is equipped with an elemental absorption array specifically set up by our school. This technique is a combination of superpowers and technology, which is highly effective in gathering elemental energy. Considering that cultivating martial techniques requires consuming vast amounts of elemental power, we established this array here. This is the first unique feature of the Battle Martial Academy. The elemental power within Jiangcheng University's campus was already denser than in the outside world, but this place, the so-called Battle Martial Academy, could only be described as saturated with elemental energy. Compressed slightly, the elements might even condense into liquid form. Hua Qianyu's entire meridian stretched open simultaneously. As his 9 spirit will rotated, his body began greedily absorbing the surrounding fire elements. As they stepped into the Battle Martial Academy, what unfolded before them were rows of individual and enclosed compartments, each the size of 2 classrooms.
The walls and floors of the compartments were smooth and pristine, resembling jade, as if made from some special material.
Faint elemental fluctuations emanated from their surfaces.
The second unique feature of the Battle Martial Academy lies in its walls, floors, and ceilings, Zhang Junlong explained. They are made from special materials, which, again, combine elements with advanced technology.
Unlike ordinary training grounds, here, you don't have to worry about destroying the facilities.
No matter how much damage is done, everything will automatically restore itself. Incredible, the group marveled inwardly. They hadn't expected a single academy to possess so many astonishing, unheard-of technological marvels. Hua Qianyu silently lowered his head to examine the floor of the compartment in front of him.
On each tile, nearly sacred elemental fluctuations flowed.
If his guess was correct, every compartment's walls in the Battle Martial Academy were imbued with light elements. This was likely the secret behind the self-repairing mechanism.
However, light elements alone could never achieve such a feat. The so-called technology and special materials were indeed intriguing and mysterious. Moreover, hearing was believing, but seeing was confirming. To truly determine the effectiveness, one had to test it personally. Hua Qianyu opened his right hand.
In his palm, crimson flames erupted, forming a faintly visible sword-like shadow of fire. The scarlet flames transitioned from illusory to solid, and the nine-spirit blood flame sword gradually materialized. Against the backdrop of its black blade, the sword's blood-red tip glimmered strikingly, carrying an aura of danger within its brilliance.
With a faint smile, Hua Qianyu raised his arm high.
The nine-spirit blood flame sword followed his motion, pointing directly at the ceiling above.
Without hesitation, Hua Qianyu swung his arm downward.
The nine-spirit blood flame sword slashed straight down, arcing a semicircle like a crimson blood moon. Swish! The nine-spirit blood flame sword, lightweight yet long, whistled through the air at incredible speed, creating a sound akin to a sharp wind slicing through the atmosphere. Everyone's gaze shifted toward him. Following this, a heavy gust of sword wind swept across their faces. Zhang Junlong smiled faintly, making no move to stop Hua Qianyu. Though the nine-spirit blood flame sword was exceptionally light, it lacked the overwhelming, mountain-crushing aura of some heavier weapons. However, its sharpness, along with the aura of bloodlust and death, was almost suffocating. With a single slash, even Lin Yi and the others, standing behind Hua Qianyu, felt a profound sense of looming death. The long sword tore through the air, causing ripples of spatial tremors. In almost an instant, the nine-spirit blood flame sword struck the compartment floor heavily.
Boom!
With a thunderous roar inside the compartment, the so-called special material floor shattered the moment the sword tip touched it, spreading cracks several meters forward. Yet, the cracks did not last long. Under the astonished eyes of everyone, they slowly mended themselves. Within seconds, the floor was restored to its original, flawless state. Hua Qianyu cast a deep gaze, remaining silent for a long time. The cracks in his vision slowly disappeared, returning to smoothness as if everything earlier had been nothing more than an illusion of his unfocused sight.
Hua Qianyu shook his head.
As he turned, the blood-red light in his eyes had already dimmed. Ahead of him, Lin Yi and the others all wore expressions of astonishment, except for Zhang Junlong, who remained utterly composed, as if everything was under his control.
Well?
Zhang Junlong turned his gaze and asked. Not bad, Hua Qianyu replied as the dueling blood flame sword silently returned to its sheath.
He added, an excellent place for cultivation.
Ha! Zhang Junlong chuckled lightly and advised, there are 4 days left. You can familiarize yourselves with your spirit weapons, practice your combat techniques, or do whatever you want, just follow your own plans. As he spoke, Zhang Junlong's gaze swept over the 5 consecutive compartments ahead. He said slowly, from here to over there, I've ordered rooms 1 through 5 to be vacated. For the next few days, no other students will be using them. Each of you gets 1 room. Don't disturb each other, and definitely don't cause any more trouble. His gaze fixed firmly on the 5 members of Hua Qianyu's group, his tone filled with a clear warning.
Understood.
The 5 exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Zhang Junlong turned around and, from who knows where, pulled out a cigarette. With 2 fingers, he held it lightly to his lips and leaned slightly toward Lin Yi.
Light it.
Lin Yi froze for a few moments before realizing what was asked. Extending his hand, a small golden flame ignited at his fingertips and instantly lit the cigarette. Zhang Junlong took a deep drag, closed his eyes, and a contented smile gradually spread across his face. Over time, he had come to understand the personalities of this group of students. Among the 3 fire element students, only Lin Yi had a relatively mild temperament and was most likely to show him due respect. Whoosh! Zhang Junlong exhaled a puff of white smoke and continued, as for how to use your respective spirit weapons, the most basic cultivation.
Methods are all in your ability rings. Look them up and study them yourselves. Time is short, so I hope you can use them flexibly. One more thing. Although the school has made an exception this time to provide you with combat techniques and spirit weapons, in the future, you'll have to exchange your contributions for them. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In the world of abilities, everything must be earned with your own hands. Zhang Juanlong's tone was surprisingly fervent, but Hua Qianyu's focus wasn't on his words. Instead, the sharp, acrid scent of cigarette smoke wafting into his nose made him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Hua Qianyu frowned, instinctively holding his breath, and said with some dissatisfaction, "Principal Zhang, isn't smoking prohibited in the school?" From a very young age, he had developed an unusual aversion to the smell of smoke. Poof! Zhang Junlong glanced at him indifferently and snorted dismissively. "That rule is just for you students. I am the principal, after all, it's none of your business whether I smoke or not. Principal Zhang, smoking is harmful to your health. Aren't you afraid of getting lung cancer?" Linny, too, pinched his nose with one hand and spoke in a tone of persuasion. "Lung cancer?" Zhang Junlong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, as an ability user, I'm not even afraid of death. What can some insignificant lung cancer do to me? Kid, you're an ability user yourself now. Why are you still looking at things from an ordinary person's perspective? You still have a lot to learn. Just don't end up dying one day because your body can't handle it," Linny muttered quietly, lowering his head. "What did you say?" Zhang Juanlong's expression instantly turned sharp and intimidating. "Nothing," Linny quickly replied with an awkward laugh, scratching his head. "Linny, let's go." Hua Qianyu shot a cold glance at Zhang Junlong, then turned and walked toward the door. "We're not training?" Linny hurriedly asked while catching up, though his body instinctively quickened its pace to follow. Hua Qianyu, with his hands in his pockets, replied nonchalantly, "Let's eat first. That's more urgent." After all, the sin of gluttony was far too terrifying, he had no intention of triggering it again. Eat? Linny froze for a moment, then recalled Hua Qianyu's state when he was hungry. Even now, the memory sent chills down his spine. Whoosh! Watching Hua Qianyu's departing figure, Zhang Junlong exhaled another wisp of smoke and slowly extinguished the cigarette butt. Steady, this kid is naturally composed and never shows his emotions. At least, when faced with such childish provocations from him, Hua Qianyu had chosen to ignore it entirely. Getting him to lose control of his emotions would truly be as difficult as reaching the heavens, Zhang Junlong murmured softly. Sizzle! A flicker of blood-colored lightning danced at Zhang Junlong's fingertips, reducing the remaining cigarette butt to fine ash that scattered into the air. Over the next 4 days, Hua Qianyu and his group of 5, aside from adhering to their usual routines, spent every other moment tirelessly practicing with their spirit weapons. For a long while, none of them even stepped foot outside the martial arts academy. The cultivation of spiritual weapons posed significant challenges for the 5 newcomers when they first entered the academy. Although this era was one of supernatural abilities, modern society was still dominated by technology. Ordinary individuals had almost no exposure to the cold weapons used by ability users. The only reference available to them was the basic methods recorded in the ability rings. Even with their exceptional talent and comprehension, it was difficult for them to achieve progress in a short period of time. When it came to the techniques for using spiritual weapons, Luo Yin's Tiger Fang and Chen Yu's twin blades were relatively straightforward. Both weapons had a short attack range, and their effectiveness depended heavily on the user's close combat skills. However, Hua Qianyu's longsword, Ling Yi's Tang blade, and Lu Jin's spear required much more advanced techniques due to their unique shapes and extended attack ranges. As a result, the challenges faced by Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi, and Lu Jin were even greater. Hua Qianyu's 9-soul blood Yayan sword wasn't a heavy, imposing sword that relied on raw power to sweep through enemies. Its use demanded intricate and ever-changing techniques, alongside the sword's inherent sharpness. Over the past 4 days, Hua Qianyu had spent every second practicing with the 9-soul blood Yayan sword, never allowing herself a moment of slack. From initial unfamiliarity to wielding it freely, she mastered movements such as horizontal slashes, diagonal chops, upward thrusts, and direct strikes. Following the foundational sword techniques recorded in the ability ring, she became proficient in just 2 days, even developing muscle memory. In the following 2 days, Hua Qianyu went directly to Ling Yi's training space. The two began sparring with their respective spiritual weapons. While familiarizing herself with sword techniques, Hua Qianyu occasionally offered Lin Yi advice. The techniques for the Tang blade and the sword were
fundamentally similar, with only minor differences due to their shapes. Under her guidance, Linny also made rapid progress. What Zhang Junlong had initially planned as a basic grasp of the weapons was instead turned into full mastery, and the two exceeded expectations with their proficiency. Meanwhile, at Jiangcheng Academy of Supernatural Abilities, an undercurrent was beginning to stir.
Ever since the story of Hua Qianyu single-handedly defeating
the entire Thunder Institute spread, her name had quickly become known throughout the campus, even drawing the attention of upperclassmen.
The Thunder Institute
was known for producing champions, a fundamental rule at Jiangcheng Academy. However, a freshman, a member of the Fire Institute, had soundly defeated not just
one but multiple S-tier talents from the Thunder Institute.
This unprecedented event shocked not only the Thunder Institute but also the other 9 institutes. What's more, even upperclassmen who had never seen Hua Qianyu in person began paying attention to her. Those senior students who had previously admired Hua Qianyu for her looks ceased making bold declarations of love on the campus confession wall. They even deleted all their previous posts about her. Especially after hearing about the miserable defeats of Lu Jin and Lu Oyin, the upperclassmen were both alarmed and filled with curiosity about Hua Qianyu's strength. After all, rumors were just rumors.
The true extent of Hua Qianyu's abilities could only be confirmed by those upperclassmen willing to test her. Still, among them, a few astute individuals began to notice some unusual clues in the aftermath of the incident.
For days later, a silver-haired youth walked slowly toward the villa's entrance. It was Hua Qianyu. The special training had ended, and as the team's mission approached, the week-long lockdown at Jiangcheng Academy of Supernatural Abilities had also come to an end.
Hua Qianyu and Linny, after some discussion, decided to return home before embarking on their mission.
While Linny went home to visit his parents, Hua Qianyu found himself with a rare moment of solitude. Pushing the door open, Hua Qianyu took a cursory glance around. Everything in the house was just as it had been a week ago, quiet and cool, yet inexplicably comforting. He walked slowly into the living room and lay down quietly on the sofa. Closing his eyes, the soft sensation against his back seemed to melt away all the fatigue of the past week. After a long while, he felt a slight thirst and got up to grab a drink from the refrigerator. Just as he was about to take a step, a rectangular black box on the coffee table caught his eye.
Hua Qianyu murmured, his gaze narrowing. He thought to himself, what's this? Did someone come here while I was away? Frowning slightly, his eyes shifted to a small note beside the black box. Picking it up, he noticed the elegant and slender handwriting, unmistakably a woman's. The note read, "Young master, this is an early birthday gift from the boss. I hope you like it."
Early? Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows, instinctively glancing at today's date. September 23rd. It was his birthday. It seemed someone had indeed come by earlier, but since he had been at school, they had missed each other.
Ha! Hua Qianyu let out a cold laugh.
The fiery flame in his hand flared up, and the slip of paper was burned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Just as he was about to open the black box, Hua Qianyu suddenly noticed that beneath the slip of paper, there was another envelope, neatly packaged.
Hua Qianyu's expression shifted slightly as he carefully opened it.
A sheet of white paper slowly unfolded in his hands. This time, what met his eyes was a page filled with fresh, flowing, and vigorous handwriting. Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered faintly. This handwriting was all too familiar to him. It belonged to someone he hadn't seen in years, his father.
"Qianyu, it's been 3 years. How have you been?"
Hua Qianyu's hand holding the letter tightened abruptly. Just that one line stirred up waves in the heart he had kept calm for so long. His hands trembled ever so slightly. The grip left several visible creases on the letter. He carefully loosened his hold and gently smoothed the paper. "Happy birthday. Although this wish might be a bit early, without realizing it, you've already turned 19. Time really flies, doesn't it? I know very well that you are a strong-willed child, someone who would never yield or compromise in the face of anything. That's why, all these years, you've never reached out to me of your own accord." Hua Qianyu closed his eyes. A peculiar feeling suddenly surged within him, heavy and stifling. It took him a long moment before he opened his eyes again.
"I know I've let you down a lot over the years.
I didn't accompany you as other fathers do, nor did I fulfill the responsibilities of a father. But in this world, there are too many things beyond one's control.
I have things I must accomplish. I don't ask for your understanding, nor do I have the right to demand it. I only hope that you can live the life you desire. I heard that you've become an exceptionally gifted ability user, truly worthy of being my son. You've always been the best among your peers, from childhood to now. I'm sorry for you. I can only make it up to you in other ways, though they may seem insignificant to you. But this is the only thing I can do for you.
Hua Qianyu appeared momentarily lost in thought.
I used to worry about your future, but it seems you have friends who treat you well. That brings me comfort because you're not alone.
You weren't alone before, you aren't now, and you won't be in the future. Even though I'm not by your side, I will never let you suffer any grievance. The world of ability users is dangerous.
No matter what path you choose in the future, follow your heart. As for the consequences, I'll bear them for you. Qianyu, do you see that black box? That's the gift I prepared for you. Though I know you don't like celebrating birthdays, the sense of ritual that should accompany it cannot be omitted. This gift is rather special, but it's the most suitable one for you. I believe you will like it.
Qianyu, your world is monotonous, but your life and your bloodline are destined to be extraordinary. They shouldn't remain confined to such a dull and lifeless existence. I hope you can bring color to it, even if it's the crimson of blood. After reading the letter, Hua Qianyu's gaze briefly clouded with a faint mist, but it lasted only for a fleeting moment. By the time he lifted his head, his gaze resting upon the black box had returned to calmness, the same cool detachment he always carried. Unlike earlier, when he had mercilessly burned the slip of paper, Hua Qianyu now carefully folded the letter and placed it back into the envelope. A blue glow emanated from the ability ring, and the envelope vanished along with the light, stored within its own small spatial compartment. Using the spatial power of the ability ring was no challenge. Hua Qianyu could now wield it with ease. He sat back on the sofa, slowly pulling the long black box closer to himself. The black long box opened. A surge of blood-red light, as if devouring the sun and swallowing the heavens, instantly filled the entire living room. Hua Qianyu's vision was momentarily blinded by the dazzling radiance. However, Hua Qianyu's heart remained as calm as still water. The sudden darkness did not bring him the slightest panic or fear, nor did it cause even the faintest ripple in his mind. On the contrary, in this state of heightened mental focus, his other senses became even more acute. A strange and inexplicable aura was released in an instant, rushing wildly into every corner of Hua Qianyu's nasal cavity. Hua Qianyu felt suffocated. It was an extremely dense scent of blood, an unsettling odor that surged straight into his mind, bringing with it an indescribable and terrifying dizziness. Frowning deeply, Hua Qianyu instinctively raised a hand to press lightly against his forehead. His body swayed involuntarily, and he collapsed backward. Stimulated by the blood-scented aura, a dormant bloodthirsty instinct, long suppressed, began to stir again. Hua Qianyu gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his body's primal urges. The bloody red light had come suddenly, and it dimmed just as quickly. Hua Qianyu's vision soon returned to clarity. Lowering his gaze, Hua Qianyu's expression shifted. What appeared before him was a scythe that seemed utterly ordinary. The scythe was entirely black, from its blade to its handle. Its size was no different from that of a regular scythe, resembling more of a slightly refined farming tool.
Hua Qianyu frowned deeply and murmured, "A scythe? Was this the so-called special gift?" Hua Qianyu fell into contemplation. With his father's wealth, it was highly unlikely he would send such an ordinary gift. In his subconscious mind, he had long assumed that the contents of the black box would be something extraordinarily valuable. But, a mere scythe. A faint and almost imperceptible glimmer of blood-red light flashed in his eyes. Hua Qianyu's expression changed slightly, as if he had suddenly realized something. "A special gift," he murmured under his breath, lowering his gaze thoughtfully. "Indeed, compared to vulgar wealth, this gift is certainly special. It seems worth anticipating." Hua Qianyu reached his hand into the black box unhurriedly. The moment his hand touched the scythe, a bone-chilling coldness pierced through his palm. The icy sensation carried a frigid sting that seeped directly into his core, spreading throughout his body. His expression turned grave in an instant. Every hair on his body stood on end. An instinctive sense of danger told him that the scythe in his hand was radiating an extremely perilous aura. The terrifying coldness from his palm made Hua Qianyu's face change repeatedly. Suddenly, his right hand loosened, and the scythe fell mercilessly from his grasp. However, the seemingly ordinary scythe suddenly revealed a black metal chain at the end of its handle. The chain appeared out of thin air, with a sharp tip that shot straight toward Hua Qianyu's palm. The abrupt change caught Hua Qianyu completely off guard. He had no time to react, let alone defend himself. Swish! The metal chain, with its sharp and fierce momentum, pierced straight through the center of his palm, creating a ghastly, horrifying wound. The chain rapidly advanced along his arm, surging deeper into Hua Qianyu's body. Ah! The long silent living room was suddenly filled with a heart-wrenching and terrifying scream. Hua Qianyu fell to his knees, his entire right hand raised in an unnatural posture pointing upward.
His palm faced the ceiling, and the black metal chain continued to burrow ceaselessly into the wound.
Ah! Erga! Hua Qianyu shut his eyes tightly in agony.
His delicate features turned deathly pale in an instant, replaced by an expression of utter despair, like that of a man on the brink of death. It was his first time experiencing the agony of having his body pierced through, and he couldn't comprehend why this sight had suddenly turned so bizarre. In this moment, his mind was left with nothing but a blank void, as though struck by a heavy blow.
Pain and dizziness dulled the last remnants of clarity in his mental sea. The chain's movement suddenly slowed down.
Suddenly, the black metal chain began to shift toward a blood-red hue. At first, it was just a faint trace, but it grew deeper and more vivid, turning into a rich crimson. Starting from Hua Qianyu's palm, the scarlet color spread along the chain and swiftly approached the scythe connected to it. The scene looked as though the scythe was feeding on Hua Qianyu's blood to nourish itself.
And indeed, that was the truth. Hua Qianyu could clearly feel the blood within his body being greedily siphoned away.
The eerie scythe, along with the chain that had invaded his body, seemed to change over time. Slowly, as it melted, it fused seamlessly with his blood.
The sensation was unmistakably vivid.
Unlike the constant hard sensation in his chest from the 9-spirit wheel, the chain that had penetrated his body quickly vanished without a trace, leaving no discomfort behind. As the final segment of the chain entered Hua Qianyu's palm, the handle of the scythe finally fell into his grasp. The moment the scythe came into contact with his blood, its handle suddenly extended and contracted. The end of the handle struck the ground heavily, while the blade rose just above Hua Qianyu's head.
Hua Qianyu looked up in astonishment, ripples of shock surfacing in his eyes. This scythe, just its handle, was nearly as tall as he was.
And the blade, with its crescent moon-like curvature, widened slightly where it connected to the handle, then tapered into a razor-sharp tip at the end. The blade itself seemed to be nearly half the length of the handle. It was utterly unrecognizable compared to its initial form. Hua Qianyu silently stared at the scythe in his hand.
Only now did he finally understand what kind of birthday gift his father had given him.
A spiritual weapon. Hua Qianyu's lips parted slightly as he murmured softly, and it seems to be far superior to the 9-spirit blood flame sword.
No, the two aren't even on the same level.
As he spoke to himself, Hua Qianyu instinctively examined the wound in his palm. As expected, it had already healed completely. Even the effects of excessive blood loss had vanished as the chains reintegrated into his bloodstream. A cluster of vibrant crimson flames ignited in his palm as Hua Qianyu silently channeled his fire element. It was unclear whether it was the flame's heat or the surge of Hua Qianyu's power, but the previously jet-black scythe began to undergo a miraculous transformation.
The black coating on its surface peeled away, revealing a scythe that emitted a resplendent silver-white glow.
The handle and blade were no longer smooth but etched with intricate, raised patterns.
Hua Qianyu nodded in satisfaction.
The appearance of this scythe was quite to his liking, both ornate and highly aggressive. Just as he was about to store it back into his ability ring, an intense flash of blood-red light erupted from the scythe, preempting his intent, and in an instant, the light disappeared into Hua Qianyu's palm. Dazed, Hua Qianyu lifted his hand. At some point, a mark had appeared in the center of his palm, a miniature version of the scythe, etched clearly into his skin. And then, within his mind, a hoarse and powerful voice slowly resounded.
Gue! You! Shui! Lian! Infernal blood scythe! Guiyu blood scythe!
Hua Qianyu murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the mark at the center of his palm. He could feel it, the unique connection between himself and the Guiyu blood scythe.
It was a bond of bloodline, inseparable and profound.
With just a faint thought from Hua Qianyu, the Guiyu blood scythe could easily manifest itself. Yet, he couldn't understand, why had his father bestowed such a power upon him?
Knock, knock, knock.
The knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. Hua Qianyu clenched his right hand instinctively, concealing the mark on his palm, and then moved toward the door in response.
Qianyu, are you home?
Lin Yi's voice came from outside, carrying a hint of excitement and delight. Hua Qianyu paused briefly but eventually opened the door silently. Lin Yi stood before him, grinning cheerfully.
What are you doing here?
Hua Qianyu asked, surprised.
Lin Yi didn't respond directly.
Instead, he turned around, picked up the large and small bags behind him, and walked past Hua Qianyu into the house as if it were his own, completely ignoring Hua Qianyu's expression. Hua Qianyu squinted his eyes slightly, closed the door without a word, and followed him unhurriedly. By this time, Lin Yi was already busying himself in the living room. He cleared everything off the long table, swiftly spread out a large sheet of aluminum foil, and began unpacking all the bags he had brought.
Soon, the room was filled with tantalizing aromas. The long table was quickly adorned with an assortment of dishes: barbecue, seafood, fried chicken, snacks, a feast of all kinds, everything one could imagine. "Hey! Did you come to my house just to eat?" Hua Qianyu leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed over his chest, watching Lin Yi's back with an indifferent tone. "What are you talking about?" Lin Yi didn't even glance back. He calmly placed the last drink on the table, ensuring everything was neatly arranged, before slowly standing upright and turning around. Then, holding a small cake in his hands, he walked up to Hua Qianyu and said with a smile, "Today is your birthday." "Honestly, I can't believe you forgot your own birthday." Lin Yi sighed heavily, lamenting, "You don't really have many friends, and for the past 3 years, who else but me has celebrated your birthdays with you? This marks the 4th year now." Hua Qianyu stared at Lin Yi for a long moment and finally said, "Thanks. It's nothing, don't be so formal with me." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, grinning. "Tomorrow marks your first ever mission. Before that, let's relax and enjoy ourselves." "Alright," Hua Qianyu nodded, his tone cool. "Zhang Junlong said this mission is relatively simple, but I have a feeling it won't go so smoothly. If possible." Stop. Lin Yi quickly interrupted, pulling Hua Qianyu to sit on the sofa with him. Smiling, he said, "Let's not talk about that today, Qianyu. It's a rare occasion to celebrate your birthday. Eating and drinking well is the priority." Ha! As he spoke, Lin Yi picked up some candles and stuck them into the cake. The cake was small, probably only 6 inches, but more than enough for the two of them. It wasn't that Lin Yi was stingy, rather, neither of them had much of a sweet tooth, so buying more would only go to waste. 2 candles, one shaped like the number 1, the other like 9, marked Hua Qianyu's 19th birthday. Without realizing it, a year had already passed since he became an adult. Golden flames ignited at Lin Yi's fingertips, and in an instant, both candles were lit. Lin Yi's face was brimming with an uncontrollable smile, not just because it was Hua Qianyu's birthday, but more so because their identities had drastically changed compared to the previous year. Back then, Lin Yi would have needed to prepare an extra lighter just to light candles. But now, fire elements obeyed his will as naturally as a part of his own body. "Qianyu, since it's just the two of us, we'll skip the birthday song. Go ahead and make a wish, then blow out the candles," Lin Yi urged, picking up a knife as if he could hardly wait. "I don't have any particular wishes." Hua Qianyu shook his head but still closed his eyes obediently. "But since it's my birthday, then let there be fewer troubles in the days to come." After silently making his wish, Hua Qianyu opened his eyes and gently blew at the candles. However, to his embarrassment, the golden flames didn't extinguish and continued to flicker brightly. Both of them froze in place, and an awkward silence filled the air. Sorry about that, Qianyu. Let me put out the fire for you," Lin Yi said apologetically, shaking his head while muttering, "I knew I shouldn't have shown off." "Wait." Hua Qianyu's cool voice interrupted, his tone steady. "If you put out the fire, doesn't that make my wish invalid?" Beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yi's forehead. Hua Qianyu gave him a sharp look and said firmly, "I'll handle it myself. It's just a small flame, after all." As he spoke, Hua Qianyu raised his hand. The 9-spirit wheel at his chest controlled the fire elements, causing them to swirl madly. Golden flames quickly transformed back into elements under his palm. After completing all of this, the stiffness on Hua Qianyu's face suddenly eased significantly. Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Ha ha 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 ha. What are you laughing at?" Hua Qianyu asked angrily. "Ha ha ha ha, nothing. I just think this year's birthday ritual is quite interesting." "Ha ha 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 ha." Lin Yi, trying to suppress his laughter, pulled out the candles, cut 2 small slices of cake with a knife, placed them on plates, and handed one to Hua Qianyu casually. "Here, have some cake." Hua Qianyu took the plate, used a fork to cut a small piece, and put it into his mouth. The sweetness of the cake was unexpectedly delightful, prompting him to take another bite. By the way, regardless of everything else, there are still 3 other participants in this mission. Qianyu is fine, after all, he's from our class. But Lu Jin and Luo Yin. Lin Yi's words abruptly stopped halfway. Without a second thought, he opened the 2 bottles of cocktails in front of him. While they might fear you, they probably don't truly respect you. Getting along harmoniously with those 2 might be quite difficult. As he finished speaking, Lin Yi picked up one of the bottles, took a light sip, and observed Hua Qianyu's expression. "Ha!" Hua Qianyu let out a cold laugh, also picking up a bottle. He swirled it slowly in his hand with a slight twist of his wrist. "Whether they fear me or don't respect me, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't get in my way, whatever they want to do is their business and has nothing to do with me." His voice was calm and detached. Hua Qianyu raised his hand and took a bold sip. The faint alcoholic aroma mixed with the fruity sweetness caused his eyes to sparkle. He looked at Linny as well, speaking confidently. Besides, if I want to accomplish something, why would I need their help? A few mere burdens are better off staying far away from us. Oh? Lin Yi's expression shifted slightly. He couldn't help but press on. Even if they encounter danger, it has nothing to do with you? No matter what, we are still schoolmates. A prolonged silence lingered. Hua Qianyu eventually shook his head and murmured softly, that would depend on my mood. On a nearly deserted highway, 2 rows of tall and stately trees stood neatly along both sides of the road. The farther one went, the more desolate and silent the surroundings became. Unlike a century ago, the present Blue Star wasn't entirely safe everywhere. In remote and rarely visited areas, there often lurked powerful and unknown supernatural creatures, making such locations places where humans seldom dared to tread. Whoosh! A black sedan sped through, its swiftly turning wheels kicking up gravel and sand, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. Inside the car, Lu Jin in the driver's seat focused all his attention on driving, not daring to relax for even a moment. In the passenger seat sat Luo Yin, his face full of smugness. He occasionally turned his head to glance back at the others with a provocative expression. Hey, you guys from Flame God Class 1 to 3 people, and not a single driver's license? Ha ha ha. Luo Yin's voice oozed with undisguised mockery, but none of the others responded. Hua Qianyu sat quietly on the left side of the back seat, propping his face with one hand, his body slightly turned as his gaze lingered on the scenery outside the window. A light breeze blew in through the slightly open car window, brushing against his face and ruffling his striking silver hair. Seated to Hua Qianyu's right was Lin Yi, who was idly playing on his phone, while on the far right, Chen Yu reclined quietly, seemingly indifferent. None of the 3 uttered a word. When Luo Yin's taunt reached their ears, the trio simultaneously closed their eyes, blatantly ignoring him. The 5 of them were heading to a location in the suburbs of Jiang City, a place identified by Zhang Junlong as having mysterious energy fluctuations. It was an ungoverned area. The so-called ungoverned areas were places without government military presence. Such regions often saw the appearance of wild supernatural beasts. For this reason, Hua Qianyu and his companions had to be extra cautious and remain vigilant at all times. Hey! You 3! Like it or not, we're teammates right now. Why won't you say anything? Feeling ignored, Luo Yin was instantly furious, shouting in frustration. Shut up! Hua Qianyu turned his face slightly, giving him a cold glare. Until we reach our destination, you'd better speak less. You! Luo Yin gritted his teeth but, intimidated by Hua Qianyu's strength, didn't dare to retort further. He could only turn back in anger, sulking in silence. Haha, Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head as he spoke teasingly. Luo Yin, we've only just come of age. It's normal not to have a driver's license. Besides, you don't have one either, do you? What's there to gloat about? Humph. Luo Yin pouted and said nothing. Alright, let's all say less. Chen Yu leaned forward slightly, his tone stiff and cold. We've already entered the suburbs. This isn't the time for idle chatter. If we attract some powerful supernatural beast, with our current strength, we won't stand a chance. Oh? Chen Yu's words piqued Hua Qianyu's interest. He turned his gaze slightly and asked, you seem to know a lot about supernatural beasts. Chen Yu's eyes swept over Hua Qianyu's face as he responded in a low voice, somewhat. More than you, at least. Let's hear it. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, speaking casually. After a moment of thought, Chen Yu began to explain slowly. Supernatural beasts, like supernatural beings, follow the same tiered classification system. They are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, with every 10 levels comprising a tier. For example, we, with our supernatural strength in the teens, are merely at Tier 1. We haven't even touched the threshold of Tier 2. However, it's said that the supernatural beasts in the suburbs of Jiang City have reached as high as Tier 3. If Tier 1 beings like us encounter a Tier 3 supernatural beast, there's only one outcome, death. After Chen Yu finished speaking, everyone was visibly stunned. Lin Yi couldn't help but voice his concern. Didn't Principal Zhang say this mission is absolutely safe? Why didn't he tell us something so critical? It makes sense if you think about it. Leaving aside the fact that this is common knowledge, even if he told us, it would only cause unnecessary panic. If I were him, I wouldn't mention it either, Chen Yu said indifferently. Hua Qianyu remained composed, saying, don't worry. Zhang Junlong wouldn't leave us unprotected. He's likely arranged for someone to watch over us in secret. Exactly. My master isn't the kind of person who shirks responsibility, Luo Yin added with a raised brow. And another thing, Hua Qianyu, stop calling my master by his full name. Ha! Hua Qianyu smirked faintly, paying no attention to Luo Yin. Instead, he turned back to Chenyu and asked, "What about beyond Tier 9? Are there no beings stronger than that?"
Chenyu froze at the question, then replied uncertainly, "There shouldn't be. At least, in the 100 years since the mutation began, no being stronger than Tier 9 has ever appeared."
"I see." Hua Chenyu nodded thoughtfully, gaining a clearer understanding.
Though his strength surpassed that of his peers, his knowledge about supernatural matters was still woefully limited. The so-called division of classes had been unheard of before this.
However, are these classes truly absolute? Is it really impossible for a first-tier ability user to defeat second-tier or higher ability beasts? Countless doubts lingered in Hua Qianyu's mind.
He closed his eyes silently. Information obtained from others could never fully apply to himself. Everything, all of it, would need to be unearthed by his own efforts. No one knew how much time had passed when the car, which had been speeding along the road, suddenly started to slow down. Inside the car, apart from Lu Jin, who was driving, the other 4 passengers began to wake from their drowsy states.
"What's going on? Have we arrived?"
Lin Yi asked, yawning as he opened his bleary eyes.
"No, it seems we're out of fuel."
"Luo Yin, there's still some gas in the trunk. Get out and fill it up," Lu Jin said to Luo Yin, who was seated beside him. "Got it," Luo Yin replied weakly. As he rubbed his eyes with his left hand, he reached out with his right to open the car door and stepped out. The moment he exited the car, a cold gust of wind blew past, making Luo Yin shiver uncontrollably. Even his drowsiness dissipated significantly. He looked up and saw that the sky had already darkened. It was clearly evening.
"Strange, it's summer. Why is the wind so cold?"
Luo Yin muttered to himself, shrinking his neck against the chill. He didn't give it much thought, however, and quickly found the gasoline in the trunk as instructed by Lu Jin. The evening chill drove him to work faster, eager to return to the warmth of the car.
He poured the entire can of gasoline into the tank without spilling a single drop.
Breathing a sigh of relief, he placed the empty can back into the trunk and closed it softly.
Phew!
Luo Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite the sweat, he still felt an unshakable coldness. This simultaneous sensation of heat and chill was undeniably strange. Inside the car, Hua Qianyu's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, his deep blood-red pupils flickering with a crimson glow.
"In a low, slightly grave voice," he said, "something's wrong.
There's a sudden influx of unfamiliar energy fluctuations around us."
Lin Yi and Chen Yu's expressions immediately grew serious. Lu Jin's face shifted as well.
In a hurried motion, he rolled down the car window and shouted toward Luo Yin, "Luo Yin, get in the car now."
"What?"
Luo Yin was momentarily dazed, but before he could react, the sharp sound of something slicing through the air reached his ears.
Shhhhht.
A blade of cyan light streaked through the air, hurtling toward Luo Yin's back with a ruthless, spinning trajectory.
Squish!
Dark red blood sprayed violently from Luo Yin's left shoulder.
"Aha!"
Luo Yin cried out in agony, instinctively clutching his wound with his right hand as he turned toward the direction of the attack.
"Awah!" Before Luo Yin could discern the assailant's identity, a fierce and resounding wolf's howl echoed from the trees by the roadside.
Immediately following the howl, a massive cyan shadow shot out from the woods, charging straight at Luo Yin. The cyan figure moved at an incredible speed, as swift as a gust of wind.
In the blink of an eye, it was upon Luo Yin, raising a claw enveloped in cyan light that slashed toward his head like a flash of lightning.
Caught in the raging wind, Luo Yin struggled to stabilize himself. In the brief moment he gained, he summoned the Thunder Nether Tiger Fang. The weapon crackled with unleashed lightning as he swung it to meet the cyan light claw head-on.
Boom!
The collision of energies erupted with a deafening roar. The cyan shadow flipped backward multiple times in midair, while Luo Yin was forced back over 10 meters before he managed to steady himself. When he raised his head again and finally got a clear look at the cyan shadow, his face immediately filled with terror and disbelief. The blue shadow stood approximately 3 meters tall, its eerie green eyes glowing ominously. Its gray and dim claws were as sharp and hard as steel hooks, and its light green fur emitted a terrifying aura, akin to the howling of a fierce wind.
"What is that?" Luo Yin's voice was almost a cry of disbelief.
Having grown up sheltered, he was witnessing such a horrifying beast for the first time. No, this wasn't just a beast, it was a monster. His hands trembled, whether from the collision of power earlier or from the sheer terror boiling within him, it was unclear. Even though he gripped the Thunder Nether Tiger Fang in his hand, even though he was 1 in 10,000, an S-rank talent, facing a legendary mutant beast directly left his heart unable to calm.
"Awoo!"
The blue shadow did not immediately attack but instead let out a howl filled with menace, causing the ground to tremble. One after another, similar blue shadows began emerging, surrounding them from all directions.
The commotion was so great that it naturally caught the attention of the 4 people in the car. "It's wind wolves," Shen Yu said in a deep voice, his eyes peering through the car window to confirm the identity of the mutant beasts approaching them. Incredibly fast, but lacking in attack power, wind wolves are wind elemental mutant beasts. Their abilities aren't particularly strong. They're merely first tier. However, wind wolves are pack creatures. Their numbers are massive, and they're not easy to deal with. Shen Yu remained calm and methodical as he explained. Then, his gaze shifted to Hua Qianyu. "What should we do?" "What else? Quickly get Luo Yin into the car." "We need to leave immediately," Lu Jin interrupted anxiously, his tone agitated. "Getting entangled with pack mutant beasts is definitely not a wise move." Without responding quickly, Hua Qianyu cast his gaze outside the car at the growing number of wind wolves closing in. His blood-red eyes flickered several times, as if he had made up his mind. Then, he took an extremely reckless action. He opened the car door. Under the stunned and confused stares of his companions, Hua Qianyu calmly stepped out of the vehicle. Spreading his right hand, his voice, soft as the breeze, drifted out slowly. "Get out of the car. There are too many wind wolves, and their speed is too great. We can't escape. If we stay in the car now, we'll have absolutely no chance of getting away." "It would be beyond foolish." "You mean?" Shen Yu asked, his tone tinged with doubt. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly as the 9-spirit blood flame sword materialized in his right hand, solidifying from an ethereal state amid a glow of interwoven red and black light. His expression turned cold as he sneered. "We'll kill them." "Kill them?" Lu Jin muttered, then exclaimed in shock, "Are you insane? Just the 5 of us?" With just a brief glance, there had to be at least 30 wind wolves encircling them. On average, each person would have to take down at least 6 wolves. To suggest killing them all, wasn't that sheer madness? "Do you have a better idea?" Hua Qianyu replied lazily, letting his fingers glide slowly along the blade of the 9-spirit blood flame sword. "If it weren't for this so-called mission, tricked into coming to a place like this by your master, this wouldn't have happened. Besides, the one in danger right now is your junior disciple." Hua Qianyu turned his head slightly, his gaze faintly falling on Lu Jin through the corner of his eye as he spoke indifferently. "Not me." Shen Yu nodded in agreement, affirming, "He's right. Staying in the car will just get us wiped out in one go. It's better to take the initiative and fight with no way back." "Ha ha. I was just worried about not having mutant beasts to test my strength. This is perfect. Trouble comes knocking when you're drowsy," Linny said with a wide grin, his excitement evident. "Count me in. If they dare to block my path, they'll leave with nothing." With each person voicing their stance, Lu Jin's last shred of hesitation melted away. He gritted his teeth and reluctantly conceded, "Fine. But let me make one thing clear, I'll only ensure my safety and Luo Yin's. The rest of you are on your own." Hua Qianyu took a leisurely step forward, a cold smile playing on his lips. "No need to trouble yourself, Lu Jin." Luo Yin remained on high alert, scanning the surroundings. These entirely green creatures seemed to have a certain level of intelligence. After their initial clash, they no longer recklessly leapt forward but instead advanced cautiously, tightening the encirclement step by step. "Luo Yin, are you alright?" A slightly worried voice came from behind him. It was Lu Jin, who had hurried over. Lu Jin's brows were furrowed tightly as he nervously stared at the wound on Luo Yin's left shoulder. Hearing the voice, Luo Yin's spirits lifted, and he forced a brave front. "Boss, I'm fine. Just a little scratch, a bit of blood." "Holy crap, your shoulder's been clawed open that badly?" Linny exclaimed in shock, then muttered softly, "Shen Yu, we absolutely cannot let ourselves get scratched like that. Imagine how much it would hurt." Hua Qianyu glanced briefly at the wound and said nonchalantly, "It should be fine. The bone's not damaged. With some energy circulation, it can still be repaired." "But your blood." As he uttered the word blood, Hua Qianyu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. After a pause, he added, "Luo Yin, go rest in the car and try to stop the bleeding. We'll handle things here." "Why should I listen to you?" Luo Yin retorted rebelliously. "Do as he says." Lu Jin abandoned his usual gentle demeanor and reprimanded, "Get back to the carriage and tend to your wounds. We can manage without you here. Big brother, Luo Yin stepped forward, attempting to speak further. "Listen to me." Lu Jin patted his uninjured shoulder and spoke softly, "It hurts, doesn't it? If the bleeding doesn't stop, you'll die. Don't let a moment of bravery cost you a greater price. Do you understand?" Although Luo Yin was reluctant, he knew the gravity of the situation. Without further resistance, he obediently returned to the carriage. After he left, Hua Qianyu and the other 3 simultaneously turned, each facing a different direction, their movements impeccably synchronized. one on each side. Finish this quickly. Don't let them get close to Luoyin. Understood?
Hua Qianyu commanded calmly, her tone exuding the composure of a leader.
Understood, understood. Lin Yi's entire body trembled with excitement.
The Bai Li Tang blade appeared in his left hand as he grasped its hilt with his right, giving it a gentle pull.
Zing!
With a soft hum, the brilliant white blade revealed itself, golden flames unique to Lin Yi igniting along its edge.
Today, I'll baptize Bai Li with the blood of these beasts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi leapt forward.
He swung Bai Li down toward an approaching wind wolf, the blade carving a crimson gold arc in the air as golden flames trailed its path. With both hands clasped tightly, he brought the blade crashing down.
Asterisk crack. Crack. Crack, asterisk.
A series of sharp clattering sounds erupted as a massive wolf claw intercepted Bai Li.
The descending flames froze mid-air.
Lin Yi's pupils widened silently as he noticed a verdant green wind barrier shimmering over the wolf's claw, successfully blocking Bai Li's blade without leaving so much as a scratch. On the other side, Lu Jin flipped his palm, and a lightning-wreathed spear, the Heaven's Might lance, materialized in his grasp. The lance pointed skyward, purple lightning coiling around it like a thunder dragon bared its fangs. He vaulted into the air, opting not to strike at the wolf's face as Lin Yi had, but instead soaring over its head, driving the Heaven's Might lance straight toward the wolf's back.
Clang! A sound akin to metal striking metal reverberated.
The spear tip of Heaven's Might successfully hit the wind wolf's back, but the sensation transmitted to Lu Jin's hands was not the smoothness of piercing flesh. It felt as if he had struck solid rock.
Awu howl! The furious howls of the two wind wolves erupted simultaneously.
In an instant, a violent storm surged forth, blowing Lin Yi and Lu Jin backward, sending them staggering into the distance.
Damn it!
Lin Yi panted lightly, muttering with frustration, their movements are too swift.
There's no chance to break through their defenses. Lu Jin, also panting, nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even with the added power of lightning on Heaven's Might, I couldn't breach their backs.
Chen Yu, who had yet to make a move, nodded as well, issuing a warning. Wind wolves aren't particularly strong, but their unique wind attribute makes their movements extremely agile. A frontal assault will most likely be deflected. And their backs are the most heavily fortified part of their bodies.
Ordinary attacks are utterly ineffective against them.
So,
Chen Yu paused briefly.
His outstretched hands ignited with black flames, and the Shadow Reaper twin blades emerged from within the inferno.
As the demonic flames roared and black mist swirled, Chen Yu's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the wind wolf. Slash!
The Shadow Reaper twin blades, faster than the eye could follow, pierced into the wolf's eyes.
Black flames spread mercilessly along the blades, consuming its eyeballs. Woo-woo!
The struck wind wolf let out an agonized wail, no longer the fearsome roar that shook the land but a weak, pitiful whimper. With the black flames relentlessly devouring it, the wind wolf's life force quickly faded, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground. Chen Yu landed steadily, casually wiping the green blood from his twin blades before continuing. To kill them, you need to employ techniques faster than their movements, as well as
boom!
Before Chen Yu could finish speaking, yet another wind wolf collapsed with a thunderous crash in Hua Qianyu's direction.
Unlike the one whose
eyes had been pierced, this wolf's death was even more gruesome. Its entire neck had been severed by the Nine Spirits' blood flame sword. And, you need to target their most vulnerable spots, like their eyes or their necks.
Am I right?
Green blood droplets slid down the edge of the Nine Spirits' blood flame sword, evaporating as the crimson flames consumed them. Hua Qianyu stood proudly and turned to Chen Yu with a smile. Chen Yu froze for a brief moment before nodding approvingly.
Exactly so. Awoo-oh-oh-oh.
In less than 10 seconds, 2 of their companions had inexplicably fallen dead. The remaining 30 wind wolves howled toward the sky in unison.
Their deep green eyes locked onto Hua Qianyu, and the aura emanating from their bodies grew even more frantic than before.
Every roar was filled with suffocating ferocity. 4 wind wolves roared simultaneously, leaping toward the group of 4. Their claws, sharp as steel hooks, carried the cutting edge of wind blades, slashing down mercilessly. Be careful, Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed as he leapt into the air. Despite the towering 3-meter height of the wind wolf, he easily reached its eye level. The scarlet flames on the Nine-Spirit blood flame sword burned ever brighter. Hua Qianyu no longer aimed for the wolf's neck but instead focused on its hardest area, its back. Sword raised, sword fell. Hua Qianyu lightly flicked the Nine-Spirit blood flame sword, sending it accurately downward. The wind wolf's face displayed a peculiarly human-like expression. Its gaze carried a mocking, disdainful air. Hua Qianyu's sword strike was slow, unbelievably slow given the speed of the wind wolf.
Yet, the wolf made no defensive move, as if it deemed it unnecessary. However, to everyone's surprise, Hua Qianyu's figure suddenly shifted, teleporting in midair. With a flip of his body, he aimed a powerful kick at the nine-spirit blood flame sword, now airborne. Swish! The descent of the nine-spirit blood flame sword accelerated dramatically, leaving behind afterimages wherever it passed. Crack! The wind wolf's back, said to be its hardest, most impenetrable area, was pierced effortlessly by the nine-spirit blood flame sword. It was as smooth as slicing through melons or vegetables. Whimper! The wind wolf let out its final, dying gasp. As its ghostly green eyes turned gray, its last trace of life faded away. Hua Qianyu pulled the nine-spirit blood flame sword from the corpse, landing steadily on the ground. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer as he remarked disdainfully, "So much for an impenetrable back." Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Lu Jin, inspired by the demonstrations of Hua Qianyu and Xin Yu, quickly grasped the technique to kill the wind wolves. With their considerable strength, the two wolves that had recklessly pounced forward soon met their demise. Chen Yu's movements, however, were even more practiced. He finished his fight almost simultaneously with Hua Qianyu, his expression remaining ever calm. If Hua Qianyu's performance spoke of sheer talent, then Chen Yu's was a display of refined skill. The sudden deaths of 4 wind wolves planted seeds of retreat in the cunning and suspicious creatures. They fixed their gaze on the group ahead while slowly stepping backward. Trying to leave? It's not that easy, Lin Yi sneered, raising his white Li Tang blade and preparing to give chase, only to be stopped by Hua Qianyu raising a hand. Qian Yu? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. It's unnecessary to fight to the death. They're retreating because they know they're no match for us. If we press too hard, they'll fight back desperately, Hua Qianyu said plainly. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his tone brimming with determination. And so what if they fight back desperately? They're not our match. This is a golden opportunity for training. Hua Qianyu still shook his head, his voice calm. Indeed, they're no match for us. But our source energy isn't infinite either. If we waste all our strength on them, we'll go from hunters to prey when we're weak. He slowly turned, gently patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. I never believed having special abilities made us inherently superior. Nor do I think. Hunting ability beasts is some kind of game. Lin Yi, don't always think of playing the hero. After all, the stakes of this game are our lives. Lin Yi's eyes flickered with realization, and he said with a hint of awakening, I understand, Qianyu. I'm sorry, I let my pride get the better of me. It's fine. For your first venture into the world of abilities, you're already far better than most. I just hope you'll always prioritize survival above all else, Hua Qianyu replied with a gentle smile. Chen Yu glanced at Hua Qianyu, his expression showing a hint of surprise. His gaze carried newfound respect as he nodded and added, Hua Qianyu is absolutely right. When traveling, conserve your source energy whenever possible. Preserving stamina is the top priority. We've already wasted enough time. Let's get moving. The group nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to return to the vehicle, a thunderous and deafening wolf's howl echoed once more. Awu! Everyone turned their heads abruptly, only to find the retreating pack of wind wolves advancing once again. This time, however, their formation was completely different from before. The remaining wind wolves huddled tightly toward the center, but a wide and spacious path was deliberately left open. Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed as his eyes fixed on the cleared path. Is something coming? He murmured softly, his expression growing noticeably tense. Sure enough, a gigantic creature, standing 4 meters tall, slowly emerged amidst the dense crowd. From its appearance, it resembled an enlarged version of a wind wolf. Similarly clad in a cyan hue, this creature's color was even darker and more eerie. Its eyes burned blood red, and its gray claws, nearly twice the size of a regular wind wolf's, had tips that glistened with blood like crimson. A pale crescent, moon-shaped mark shimmered on its forehead, and the aura it exuded was so overwhelming that the surrounding wind wolves bowed their heads in submission. The Azure Wind. Wolf King? Chen Yu exclaimed in shock, his pupils, locked onto the terrifying creature, trembling uncontrollably. After a brief mental jolt, Chen Yu almost immediately turned to flee, shouting as he ran, Run! It's the Azure Wind Wolf King, and judging by its aura, it's likely close to the 2nd tier. Lu Jin snapped out of his daze shortly after, panicking as he bolted toward the car. Qianyu, let's go too. Lin Yi grabbed Hua Qianyu by the wrist, but the latter gently broke free. It's useless, Hua Qianyu said calmly, without moving. His gaze remained fixed on the Azure Wind Wolf King, whose bloodthirsty fangs were bared in his direction. Chen Yu scrambled back into the car, with Lu Jin following close behind. Once in the driver's seat, Lu Jin glanced at Lu Wuying, who was sitting with his eyes closed, healing himself, and then turned the key without hesitation to start the engine. "What are you doing?" Chen Yu asked, frowning as he watched Lu Jin's actions. "Escaping," Lu Jin replied, releasing the handbrake without even looking back. "Are you crazy? What about Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi?" Chen Yu roared in anger. "You know the Azure Wind Wolf King's speed. If no one stays behind to hold it off, none of us will get out alive," Lu Jin said slowly. "Besides, I've already made it clear I'll only ensure the safety of myself and Lu Wuying. If you don't like it, you're free to get out now. No one's stopping you." "You!" Shen Yu pointed a trembling finger at Lu Jin, but in the end, his hand dropped, and he said no more. Seeing this, Lu Jin stepped hard on the accelerator, speeding away in the car. The roaring engine caught Lin Yi's attention. He turned to look and saw that Lu Jin had chosen to abandon them and flee alone. "Damn it! Cowards!" Lin Yi cursed, grabbing Hua Qianyu's wrist once again in frustration. "We need to catch up." But no matter how hard he pulled, Hua Qianyu's feet remained firmly planted. "Qianyu, what are you doing? Let's go!" Lin Yi almost screamed in desperation. "In the face of a near second-tier Wolf King, it's impossible for all of us to escape," Hua Qianyu said calmly, stepping forward as his nine-spirit blood-flame sword dragged along the ground, leaving a long fissure in its wake. Lu Jin really played his cards well. "As long as we hold off the Azure Wind Wolf King, they'll be able to retreat safely." Even in such a dire predicament, Hua Qianyu's expression remained serene, devoid of any visible emotion. "Qianyu, you're not thinking of..." Lin Yi's face froze, his outstretched hand hanging in midair, forgotten. Hey! Crimson flames ignited around Hua Qianyu, converging onto the nine-spirit blood-flame sword. His lips parted slightly, his voice light as a breeze. "I just said earlier not to waste source energy, and now here I am, slapping myself in the face. Lu Jin, treating me as your lackey, let's see if you can afford the price for that." His tone grew colder, and his gaze suddenly turned terrifyingly bloodthirsty. He abruptly raised his head, his dim blood-red pupils locking onto the Azure Wind Wolf King that loomed above him. Following this was a faintly cruel, icy chuckle. "Burning moon. Trace. Slash." A crimson shadow of a blood moon appeared above Hua Qianyu's head. In an instant, the fire elements dispersed in the air began to converge. Burning moon imprint. Since its first successful cultivation, this was the first time Hua Qianyu had unleashed its full power in actual combat. Using his body as a medium, the fiery blood moon suspended in mid-air connected with the aura of the nine-spirit blood-flame sword, gathering unimaginably terrifying fire energy. Finally, using the nine-spirit blood-flame sword as a vessel, this unique fire energy was unleashed without reservation in the form of sword energy. As a combat technique based on energy, the activation of Burning Moon imprint should have been formless and chaotic. However, once this formless energy merged with a tangible vessel, its explosive power far surpassed the former. Yet, at the moment Hua Qianyu was about to deliver his strike, the previously motionless Songfeng Wolf King suddenly leapt into the air with its massive body. A gray-white crescent shadow flashed across the sky in an instant. The Wolf King's body tore through it, its entire cyan hue fading away as all its energy concentrated onto its steel-like blood claws. Its blood-red pupils flared with a dazzling green light as the wind-bladed iron claws came slashing down at an almost imperceptible speed. Hua Qianyu's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that the Songfeng Wolf King would strike first or that it could instantly gather such formidable energy after he had already initiated his attack. But Burning Moon imprint had already been activated, and the nine-spirit blood-flame sword had already been swung. No matter what, there was no turning back now. In an instant, Hua Qianyu shifted his stance. With a flip of his palm, the sword blade shifted from a downward slash to an upward sweep. The raging fiery sword energy surged upward to meet the Wolf King's descending claws. However, as he adjusted his movement, he suddenly noticed that the Wolf King's descending iron claw was not aimed directly at him but slightly veered to the right. And to his back right was precisely where Lin Yi stood. Hua Qianyu's gaze turned icy. This cunning beast clearly intended to eliminate the relatively weaker Lin Yi first. What a pity! The speed of Hua Qianyu's sword movements suddenly surged. The fiery sword energy of the nine-spirit blood-flame sword slashed fiercely against the Wolf King's iron claws. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The sword energy clashed heavily with the iron claw, creating a deafening explosion in the air. The Songfeng Wolf King's massive body was flipped over, tumbling several times mid-air before barely coming to a halt. When it steadied itself, its menacing blood-red eyes carried a trace of astonishment, mixed with an ever-intensifying rage and hatred. Hua Qianyu did not pause.
With a light tap of his toes on the ground, he charged forward again, not intending to give the Tsongfeng Wolf King even a moment to breathe. The nine-spirit blood flame sword slanted horizontally in front of his chest. When he was less than a meter away from the Wolf King, he swung it horizontally. Awu! The Tsongfeng Wolf King howled angrily at the sky. Its blood-red eyes, filled with ferocity, locked onto Hua Qianyu. Its two claws stomped heavily onto the ground, and a layer of cyan-storm, like a barrier, surrounded its body. Boom. The nine-spirit blood flame sword struck the barrier with immense force, creating shockwaves as the barrier rippled violently. Yet, not a single crack appeared. The sword blade was embedded in the barrier, unable to advance further or withdraw. Hua Qianyu's entire body froze in place. So this is the power of a near second-tier creature. For the first time, Hua Qianyu's usually calm heart was stirred. Even for someone as powerful as him, the struggle was immense. Compared to ordinary wind wolves, the Tsongfeng Wolf King's strength was on an entirely different level. The last trace of crimson flame dissipated from the nine-spirit blood flame sword, signaling the complete exhaustion of the burning moon imprint's residual power. Within Hua Qianyu's body, only traces of fire element remained. The Tsongfeng Wolf King finally dropped its defenses. It stomped heavily on the ground with its 2 feet, sending 2 wind blades flying left and right. Clearly, it too lacked the strength to gather energy anew. The wind blades flying toward him were easily deflected by Hua Qianyu with the nine-spirit blood flame sword, unable to touch his body. However, Hua Qianyu, at this moment, also lacked the strength to harm the Tsongfeng Wolf King. Yet, his lips curled into a smirk, and he burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Well done, Tsongfeng Wolf King. Your near second-tier strength is truly remarkable. But alas, the one who will die today is you. Hua Qianyu lowered his arm, retracting the nine-spirit blood flame sword into an ethereal state. His blood-red eyes met the Wolf King's blood-red gaze, but his were heavy with fatigue, because, I am not alone. Boom. The moment Hua Qianyu's voice fell, a white Lidang saber engulfed in golden flames, descended from the heavens. The violent flames struck the Wolf King's massive body with devastating force. Boom. The fiery energy erupted uncontrollably. The Tsongfeng Wolf King let out a heart-rending wail as its body was slammed to the ground, creating a half-meter-deep crater. Its back was left in shreds, revealing bloodied flesh and gleaming white bones. Flesh and blood scattered in all directions amidst the explosion. The exposed bones were cleanly fractured, and the internal organs were displaced and chaotically jumbled. Injuries like these meant certain death. Only when the Tsongfeng Wolf King twitched for the last time and went still did the remaining pack of wind wolves begin to retreat and scatter far away. For a pack of wind wolves with such high intelligence, losing their leader meant they no longer had the qualifications to fight head-on. Escaping was the only way to cling to a sliver of survival. Bai Lei Guiyuan. Hua Qianyu murmured softly. His gaze fixed on the distance as Lin Yi slowly landed, sheathing his Bailey Tang blade, waving excitedly toward him. Qianyu, how was our teamwork this time? Lin Yi called out loudly. Hua Qianyu responded with a faint smile, squatting down somewhat weakly, and said, truly, impeccable timing. His voice carried traces of exhaustion. A single move, burning moon without trace, had nearly drained all his source energy. In his current state of depletion, he felt as if he had been transported back to his very first days of training. Well, it's all thanks to you wearing it down and depleting most of its strength. Otherwise, who knows if my attack would have succeeded. Lin Yi quickly jogged over and helped Hua Qianyu to his feet. In truth, Lin Yi's own source energy was also almost entirely spent, but compared to Hua Qianyu, he was in much better shape, at least not feeling completely drained. What do we do now? Lin Yi took out a bottle of water from his ability ring and asked. Lu Jin drove off with the car. Should we go after them or act on our own? Regarding Lu Jin's act of burning the bridge after crossing it, Lin Yi was naturally filled with indignation. But now that the immediate danger had passed, settling such grievances could wait for another day. How far are we from the target location? Hua Qianyu took a sip of water and countered with a question. Lin Yi glanced at the display on his ability ring and replied, less than 3 kilometers. Less than 3 kilometers? That means the source of that anomalous energy reaction is already very close to this location. Hua Qianyu stroked his chin, deep in thought. Lin Yi, see if there's a place nearby where we can rest. Hearing this, Lin Yi immediately opened his phone and began searching. It didn't take long before he found some information. There's a hotel nearby, 983 meters away, Lin Yi answered. Excellent. Hua Qianyu nodded and smiled faintly. We'll head to the hotel first and restore our source energy before investigating further. As for Lu Jin and his group, from the moment he abandoned us, he ceased to have anything to do with us.
Half an hour later, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi had long since left.
Beside the corpse of the Tsungfeng Wolf King, a figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a mask appeared out of thin air. The figure crouched down, pressing 2 fingers against the abdomen of the Tsungfeng Wolf King. Then, their entire hand plunged deep into the wolf's abdomen, retrieving from within a crystalline, emerald-green object. Rising slowly, the figure observed the crystal and murmured, "Not close to Tier 2, but a genuine Tier 2.
Hua Qianyu? What an exceedingly intriguing child.
But that boy called Lu Jin, abandoning his companions in a moment of crisis for selfish gain, he should be crossed off that list."
Bang!
The hand clenched tightly, and the green crystal instantly disintegrated into useless dust, cascading through the figure's fingers. A gust of wind swept up sand and stones, and when the dust settled, the black-robed figure had vanished without a trace. By the time Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi found an inn, the sky had already grown dim. They booked 2 rooms but didn't immediately go to sleep. From the city to their current location, most of their time had been spent inside the car. Coupled with the unexpected attack from the Wind Wolf Pack and the Gale Wind Wolf King, they were already utterly exhausted. However, compared to physical fatigue, the emptiness caused by the depletion of fire elements was even more overwhelming. To ensure their subsequent actions wouldn't be affected, they had to first restore their source energy. Hua Qianyu sat cross-legged on the bed, his hands clasped together. The influx of fire elements into his body caused a flush of red to creep up his face. The operation of the fire spirit art, paired with the auxiliary cultivation of the 9 spirit wheel, allowed the meridians throughout Hua Qianyu's body to greedily absorb the fire elements, recovering rapidly like bamboo shoots sprouting after rain. 2 hours later, Hua Qianyu slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. The redness on his face faded, and his breathing gradually returned to normal. Finally recovered, Hua Qianyu exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. This recovery was noticeably faster than the first time. In the same amount of time, only less than half had been restored previously. Hua Qianyu stepped out of his room and glanced at the door next to his. Lin Yi's room was still tightly shut. In terms of recovery speed, there was indeed a gap between him and Hua Qianyu, who possessed the 9 spirit wheel.
He walked to the front desk and gently knocked on the counter. Facing a yawning middle-aged man, he said, "Boss, could you prepare some food?"
The middle-aged man immediately perked up upon hearing business. His drowsiness dissipated significantly as he rubbed his hands together and replied with a smile, "Of course, we have food. This way, young man, let me take you to a private room." Hua Qianyu nodded and added, "When the person who came with me wakes up, just send him directly to the private room."
"All right, no problem." The boss readily agreed and then asked, "What would you like to eat, young man?"
"Just a few of your local specialty dishes will do."
"Not too much, enough for 2 people, Hua Qianyu said casually. "Understood. I'll notify the kitchen right away. Is there anything else I can assist you with?"
The boss responded respectfully. Having been in business for decades, he had encountered all kinds of guests.
The young man before him gave off an extraordinary air at first glance, either wealthy or powerful.
It wouldn't hurt to treat him well.
Hua Qianyu looked into the man's eyes.
His gaze was clear and friendly. He then casually said, "There is indeed something I'd like to ask you."
"Oh?"
The boss's eyes lit up, and he eagerly promised, "Ask away. If I know anything, I'll tell you everything without reservation." Hua Qianyu poured himself a cup of tea and smiled faintly.
"It's like this. I wonder if anything unusual has happened around here recently."
As he spoke, he lifted the teacup and took a light sip. This inn was already quite close to their target location, so there was a chance the boss might know something. The boss's expression changed noticeably.
He leaned forward slightly and asked in a low voice, "Young master, could it be that you are an ability user?"
Hua Qianyu's hand paused slightly, and the tea in his cup rippled gently.
He looked up and replied meaningfully, "Boss, what do you mean by that?"
"Oh no, I didn't mean anything by it." The boss hurriedly shook his head and explained, "It's just that recently, many teams of ability users and martial
artists have been coming here.
Seeing how young and extraordinary you are, I figured you must be a highly talented ability user to come here alone."
The boss rambled on, even throwing in some flattery, but Hua Qianyu clearly wasn't buying it. He put down the teacup and said calmly, "Martial artists and ability users? What are all these people coming here for?"
The boss's posture bent even lower, his face now only a palm's distance from Hua Qianyu's. He lowered his voice and said, "About 2 kilometers from here, there's a cave. Inside that cave is a place called the Fountain of Immortality.
The fountain is famous for its crimson red water and was originally just a tourist attraction.
But recently, the fountain's water suddenly began boiling. Its temperature rose to a terrifying 1,300 degrees Celsius. The water turned a fiery
golden red, resembling molten lava.
Many people speculate that some kind of treasure might have appeared in the fountain, so
now, all these daredevils are flocking here to join the excitement, is that it? Hua Qianyu interjected, shaking his head with a hint of pity.
Exactly, the boss nodded, praising, young master, you're indeed perceptive. But if you've also come for this so-called fountain of immortality, I would advise against going there.
And why is that?
Hua Qianyu frowned, puzzled. The boss straightened up and sighed. During the days of the fountain's anomaly, it's already been taken over by a peak second-tier ability beast.
That creature seems intent on using the fountain's energy to break through to the third tier in one go.
In these past few days, the vast majority of adventurers who came here, whether warriors or ability users, had met their demise in its belly.
Young master, you are still so young and a 1 in a million ability user. Your future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary.
Please think this through carefully.
Thank you for your kind advice.
I will consider it carefully, Hua Qianyu said gratefully, clasping his hands together.
He then asked curiously, may I ask, what kind of ability beast are you referring to?
It's the ghost-faced Fire Jiao, a fire element ability beast with a bloodthirsty nature. It's an extremely ferocious creature and one of the more powerful evil beasts, the owner replied truthfully, with a troubled look on his face. Even when it was only at the second tier, it already dominated this area. If it breaks through to the third tier, sigh, I'm afraid I'll have to close my shop.
Ghost-faced Fire Jiao, a Jiao dragon?
Hua Qianyu murmured to himself, frowning.
An ability beast that has any connection to dragons must have some extraordinary traits.
It was clear he couldn't afford to be careless.
Thank you, boss. I understand. Hua Qianyu expressed his gratitude.
No matter what, the man had provided him with a lot of useful information.
The owner waved his hand quickly and said sincerely, it's nothing, it's nothing.
Talented young people like you are truly rare to come
across in China.
Recently, many young people like you entered the Undying Spring and never came out again.
It's really such a pity. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the owner's phone rang.
He glanced at it and hurriedly said, young master, the food you ordered is ready.
I'll bring it over right away. The owner turned and left the private room.
As he passed the front desk, he encountered Linny, who had just finished his practice. The owner greeted him politely, this guest, your friend is waiting for you in that private room. Linny followed the direction the owner pointed, nodded politely, and stepped towards the private room.
How's your recovery? Hua Qianyu asked with a smile as soon as Linny entered the room.
Not bad, Linny smiled back, naturally sitting beside Hua Qianyu. He asked, you were so weak earlier, and now you've recovered completely in such a short time.
As expected of you.
My body is a bit special, particularly sensitive to elemental forces, so I recover faster, Hua Qianyu replied, somewhat vaguely.
Linny didn't dwell on it.
Instead, he picked up the kettle in front of him, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it all in one go. At that moment, the owner and several waitstaff carried the dishes into the room. They neatly arranged the food on the table without saying a word and then quietly left. Just before leaving the private room, the owner glanced at Hua Qianyu one last time and reminded him again, young master, remember what I said, be very cautious. Understood, Hua Qianyu nodded, gently tearing open the wrapper of his chopsticks. He picked up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork and took a bite. The dishes were simple and homely, but the flavors were remarkably good.
After the owner left, Linny looked at Hua Qianyu with confusion and asked, Qianyu, what did the owner mean by that?
Our destination is a place called the Undying Spring. Rumor has it there's a ghost-faced Fire Jiao there, nearing a breakthrough to the third tier. It's very dangerous, Hua Qianyu explained succinctly.
Third tier? Lin Yi's eyes widened in shock.
They had barely survived their encounter with the second-tier Azure Wind Wolf King. How could they possibly handle a third-tier beast?
Are we still going, then? Linny asked cautiously.
Of course we are, Hua Qianyu said, taking a bite of rice. After swallowing, he continued, if the ghost-faced Fire Jiao can break through to the third tier at the Undying Spring, then there might be some treasures there.
Not to mention, this is Zhang Juanlong's mission.
Besides, I'm genuinely curious about this matter. It serves both purposes, fulfilling Zhang Juanlong's request and satisfying my curiosity.
It's a win-win.
As for our safety, there's no need to worry. He didn't believe Zhang Juanlong would allow them to act alone so easily. Although he didn't know who the person in the shadows was, he assumed they would be sufficient to protect them from a third-tier ability beast.
True, N.
Chen Yu and the others are probably already at the Undying Spring. Third tier. Lin Yi's voice grew weaker, and he couldn't help but swallow nervously.
Qian Yu, do you think we should?
Hua Qianyu raised his hand to stop him from continuing and said coldly, I've told you before, they have nothing to do with us.
We are not obligated to care about their safety. Let's eat. Fill your stomach, and then we'll set off. Lin Yi opened his mouth but ultimately didn't say another word. Dragon Phoenix Cave, Undying Spring. In the dark cave, beams of flashlight occasionally flickered, accompanied by rhythmic footsteps gradually approaching. These were none other than Lu Jin and his companions, who had successfully escaped. This should be the Dragon Phoenix Cave they mentioned. Rumor has it that the Undying Spring is within, Lu Jin said, surveying his surroundings. The cave echoed his words, reverberating for a long time. Brother, are we really not going to wait for Hua Qianyu and the others? Luoyin asked with some hesitation.
If our master finds out, we're definitely going to be punished. The wound on his shoulder had already healed.
Apart from his tattered clothes, there were no major issues.
For someone with special abilities, this kind of injury was nothing more than a minor scratch.
Lu Jin shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice.
Given the situation at the time, even if we had stayed, we wouldn't have been of any help.
A near second-tier Songfeng Wolf King is not something we can contend with.
Heh, such noble words, Chen Yu mocked with a cold expression.
A near second-tier Songfeng Wolf King is dangerous? Yet knowing theirs.
A ghost-faced fire Jiao on the verge of breaking through to the third tier, you, Lu Jin, still rushed here without hesitation.
Is it truly about being outmatched, or are you just afraid Hua Qianyu will steal the spotlight? I'm really curious.
You better hope nothing happens to them, or the academy will hold you accountable.
Lu Jin remained silent for several moments before saying, think whatever you want.
If the academy punishes me, I, Lu Jin, will accept it.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha.
Chen Yu suddenly laughed, his tone becoming increasingly mocking.
What are you laughing at? Lu Jin asked, his voice deep.
I'm laughing at your scheming nature, and also at your ignorance, Chen Yu sneered, fixing his eyes on Lu Jin.
Do you think that just because you're an S-class genius, the academy won't do anything to you even if you make a colossal mistake? Lu Jin didn't respond, seemingly acknowledging it by default.
Ha! Chen Yu let out a cold chuckle. There are plenty of geniuses in this world. The academy needs talent, sure, but they definitely won't invest in someone like you, selfish, arrogant, ungrateful, and cowardly.
To put it bluntly, Lu Jin, why would the academy waste resources on cultivating someone like you?
Chen Yu's words were like daggers, each piercing straight to the heart. Lu Jin clenched his fists slowly, his teeth grinding audibly as he glared at Chen Yu.
What gives you the right to criticize me? If you're so capable, why didn't you get out of the car earlier? Why did you follow us here? In the end, aren't you just the same as me? Lu Jin roared.
Chen Yu was momentarily at a loss for words but then began laughing again, this time with a strange, inexplicable tone.
Lu Jin, you underestimate Hua Qianyu, and you underestimate how much the academy values S-class students. Tell me, if Hua Qianyu is still alive, how do you think he sees you? After all, the only one who could have driven the vehicle away was you. Lu Jin's expression became unpredictable. Thinking of Hua Qianyu's personality and methods, a chill ran down his spine.
But he forced himself to stay composed and said, how he sees me is his business.
In any case, our relationship can't get any worse.
All right, enough arguing, Luoyin interjected at the right moment, breaking off their verbal sparring. The most important thing now is the matter of the Undying Spring. Brother, that's a ghost-faced fire Jiao at the peak of the second tier.
Are we really going in?
He stopped in his tracks, clearly afraid. Having been injured by a beast with special abilities before, Luoyin couldn't help but develop an underlying fear. Lu Jin also stopped, analyzing the situation. As we've been moving deeper, the temperature in the air has been increasing steadily, indicating that we're getting closer to the Undying Spring.
Doesn't that just mean we're getting closer to that ghost-faced fire Jiao?
Luoyin's fear was visible, even causing his voice to tremble slightly.
Exactly, Lu Jin confirmed with a nod. Brother, this mission is simply too dangerous. How about we go back and explain everything to our master?
I'm sure he'll understand, Luoyin pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Lu Jin shook his head and closed his eyes. Based on the information we've gathered along the way, it's almost certain that the ghost-faced fire Jiao is active during the early
hours of the night. During that time, it goes out to hunt.
The rest of the time, it stays at the Undying Spring, focusing entirely on breaking through to the third tier. At this moment, the ghost-faced fire Jiao is most likely not inside.
This is the perfect opportunity to approach the Undying Spring. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Jin's eyes as he spoke earnestly.
Luoyin, if we can uncover something during this mission, Master will be thrilled.
We have to take this chance. Luoyin hesitated, a struggle apparent on his face. Since leaving the academy, his once undisguised arrogance had noticeably diminished.
Fear had crept into his heart, making him timid and cautious.
However, in contrast, Lu Jin, who had always been calm and composed, now seemed so eager for success and reckless. It was as if the deepest parts of their true selves were slowly being revealed as this mission unfolded. Wait.
Chunyu spoke softly, his expression suddenly turning somewhat grave. He tilted his head slightly, his ears twitching as if he were carefully listening to something. This peculiar action immediately drew puzzled gazes from the other two.
Frowning, Lu Jin asked, "What's wrong?"
Chenyu's face darkened as he said slowly, "Up ahead, there are sounds of fighting." On the other side, Hua Chenyu and Lin Yi, having eaten their fill, continued on their journey without pause after storing some dry rations in their psionic rings in advance. The distance was less than 2 kilometers, and with their speed, it wasn't long before they arrived at the entrance of Dragon Phoenix Cave, where the legendary Undying Spring was said to be located. As soon as they reached the entrance, they were startled by the mountain of white bones piled outside the cave. It was clear that these were human remains.
"Qianyu, why do I feel a chill down my spine?"
Lin Yi swallowed nervously, staring at the pitch-black cave ahead, unable to muster the courage to take another step forward. Judging by the scene before them, it seemed that many had lost their lives in pursuit of the so-called Undying Spring. A flash of light from the psionic ring revealed a flashlight in Hua Qianyu's hand, prepared in advance by the innkeeper.
He pressed the switch and said calmly, "Let's go. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be in there too." With that, Hua Qianyu stepped into the cave.
It was dark inside, but the flashlight beam allowed them to barely make out the path ahead. Contrary to their expectations of a cold and eerie cave, the air inside carried a peculiar warmth, enough to cause Hua Qianyu's 9-spirit wheel to show signs of spontaneous activation. Lin Yi followed closely behind, exclaiming in surprise, "Qianyu, it's actually warmer inside the cave than outside."
"How incredible!
It's likely due to the Undying Spring." The innkeeper mentioned that the spring's temperature reaches as high as 1,300 degrees Celsius, comparable to molten lava, which naturally contains an abundance of fire elements, Hua Qianyu explained matter-of-factly. "No wonder that ghost-faced Fire Jiao chose this place to break through. It's a truly perfect environment," Lin Yi remarked in awe.
"Exactly, but that's not all. Ever since we arrived here, I've had this constant feeling." Hua Qianyu's gaze grew profound as he said, "Something up ahead is calling to me, or rather, to us." That feeling came from the stirring of the 9-spirit wheel. The two continued to advance cautiously. The cave was eerily silent, and as they moved deeper, the temperature noticeably rose, devoid of any signs of life. At a certain point, Hua Qianyu suddenly halted, his brows knitting lightly. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked, puzzled.
Staring straight ahead, Hua Qianyu said flatly, "Blood, I smell blood."
"Blood?" Lin Yi took a deep breath upon hearing this and said, "I can't smell anything." "I'm certain of it," Hua Qianyu affirmed resolutely.
"And the blood smells fresh." Hua Qianyu's natural sensitivity to blood had often been a source of torment for him, but at this moment, it proved to be a unique advantage. Lin Yi's face displayed shock, and his eyelids twitched involuntarily.
"It seems there are people ahead, and there's a fight happening," Hua Qianyu analyzed, muttering to himself, "The question is it people against people, or people against beasts? In any case, we must proceed with caution." The two of them held their breath, moving forward carefully. Not far ahead, a faint light appeared in Hua Qianyu's line of sight, and the path ahead gradually widened. Hua Qianyu cautiously approached the light source, soon reaching the end of the path, where everything in the deepest part of Dragon Phoenix Cave came into view. A pool of crimson and golden water entered his sight. Even from dozens of meters away, Hua Qianyu could feel the immense energy contained within it, the Undying Spring. However, what truly seized his attention was not the legendary spring, but the 3 bloodstained youths near its edge, their clothes in tatters. It was Lu Jin, Luoyin, and Chenyu. At this moment, they were surrounded by a group of masked, black-clad psionic users, their bodies covered in wounds, looking utterly battered. One of the black-clad individuals bore a black bat emblem on the back of their hand, which caught Hua Qianyu's attention. After a brief moment of thought, a long-forgotten memory surfaced, causing his expression to change dramatically. He blurted out, "It's nightfall." At that moment, from a distance, Lu Jin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His slightly shifted gaze met Hua Qianyu's calm and detached eyes. Startled, he exclaimed in doubt, Hua Qianyu?" As soon as Lu Jin's words fell, the previously tense and combative atmosphere shifted instantly. Almost every figure in black turned their gaze simultaneously toward Hua Qianyu. At that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill, and the silence in the air was so profound that even the drop of a pin could be heard. Such an idiot, Hua Qianyu remarked coldly, striding forward unhurriedly. He hadn't expected this. Originally, he'd intended to observe the situation first and then devise a strategy. However, Lu Jin had just sold him out. Was it intentional or merely a mistake? Lu Jin, did you do that on purpose? Lin Yi cursed outright, unable to suppress his anger. While Hua Qianyu could still endure, Lin Yi could not. Earlier, he had been abandoned by Lu Jin and had already been fuming. He hadn't even had time to settle the score yet. And now, encountering the nightfall, before understanding the situation, this kid had exposed them directly. Lin Yi was starting to suspect whether Lu Jin was a spy. Lu Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Just now, he was purely surprised by Hua Qianyu's sudden appearance and had no other intentions. Who could have guessed it would backfire like this? "Hey, you over there, are you with them?" one of the masked figures in black questioned, pointing a blade toward Hua Qianyu. "No." "Yes." The answers came from Lin Yi and Lu Oyin, respectively. Both gave their responses with absolute certainty, leaving the black-clad man momentarily dumbfounded. When he finally processed the contradictory replies, he roared furiously, "Well, are you or aren't you?" "Humph." Both spoke no further, merely snorting coldly in unison before turning their heads away simultaneously. "Are you people from Nightfall?" Hua Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, responding with a question of his own. The black-clad man's eyes widened in surprise before he shook his head theatrically and exclaimed, "Kid, you've got sharp eyes. We've gone to such lengths to disguise ourselves, and you still figured it out? Another idiot. I originally thought Nightfall was some kind of formidable organization, but it turns out it's just a bunch of low-life thugs," Hua Qianyu said with a slow, mocking tone. "What did you just say? Are you looking down on Nightfall?" The black-clad man's voice turned frosty, an inexplicable killing intent spreading through the air. "A group that opposes the government, committing acts of robbery, and even gangs up on mere children, isn't that the definition of thugs?" Hua Qianyu retorted calmly. "I doubt you're here for anything honorable, are you? Ha 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 ha." The black-clad man suddenly burst into laughter, sneering, "Trying to bait us? Kid, you realized you can't beat us, so you're trying to provoke us into a one-on-one fight? That won't work on me. Honestly, the things you just said, far from being insults, they're actually compliments to us. I'm feeling quite delighted, really. Ha 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 ha." At those words, all the black-clad figures joined in laughter, their mocking gazes fixed on the group as if staring at a trio of insignificant clowns. "I have over 50 men under my command here, and every one of them possesses special abilities. Tell me, how would you like to die?" The leading black-clad man raised the blade in his hand, rotating his wrist lightly before adding, "So, have you prepared for your deaths?" Hua Qianyu remained silent, his gaze steady as he looked ahead. However, a trace of doubt lingered in his heart. Despite the dire situation, the person secretly protecting him still had not appeared. He slowly raised his head, channeling his source energy to transmit his voice over a distance. "Senior, though I don't know who you are, under these circumstances, are you still not planning to show yourself and save the day?" No one emerged. There was no response. Hua Qianyu's voice resonated within the cavern for what felt like an eternity, yet it received no answer. Was there no senior to begin with? Hua Qianyu found this hard to believe and closed his eyes in disbelief. Knowing Zhang Juanlong's personality, this situation was far too unusual. Ha 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 ha. The leader of the black-clad men laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, staring mockingly into Hua Qianyu's eyes. "A senior? Ha ha ha. I'll tell you something, you should know that this operation involves direct participation from the higher-ups of Nightfall. The leader of Jiang City's division is here, one of the 4 Night Kings, Fengshen the Night King. A bona fide king-level ability user. Do you think your so-called senior could handle that? King-level ability user, 5th tier." Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted slightly, a faint ripple passing through his gaze. High above the Dragon Phoenix cavern, a middle-aged man dressed in black armor stood mid-air. His face was strikingly refined, exuding an air of nobility with every movement. Across from him hovered a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes, face hidden behind a mask, their entire being emanating no discernible aura. The two stood facing each other in mid-air, the currents in the atmosphere subtly flowing between them, forming a strange balance. To think, after all these years, I'd still have the fortune of meeting the legendary eclipsing Wind King. "This junior is truly humbled," the man in black armor said, bowing slightly as he broke the silence. "The Wind Shen Night King jests. I have long since withdrawn from worldly affairs.
On the contrary, the Wen Xian Night King retains the elegance of his youth, the figure in the black robe said lightly. Oh? The Wen Xian Night King was momentarily startled, then smiled warmly and said, Erosion Wind King, as a senior who retired from the world of abilities long ago, what brings you to this Dragon Phoenix cave today? Ha 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 ha. The Erosion Wind King tilted his head back in laughter, his hoarse voice carrying an unparalleled force. Slowly, he removed his mask, revealing an incomparably aged face. It was none other than Jun Chen, the principal of Jiangcheng Ability University. Jun Chen replaced his mask and spoke with a faint smile. Some of my treasured students are out on a training expedition, and I naturally have to ensure their safety. But what about you, Wen Xian Night King? What brings you to such a desolate place? The Erosion Wind King jokes. I came here for the legendary Immortal Spring, but unexpectedly stumbled upon another valuable discovery, the Wen Xian Night King said with a quick, appeasing laugh. And what might that unexpected discovery be? Jun Chen raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The Wen Xian Night King spread his hands and said matter-of-factly, naturally, your treasured students. For you to regard them as such, they must be exceptionally talented prodigies, no? If I were to ensure their demise here, tell me, would it not deal a catastrophic blow to Jiangcheng? The Wen Xian Night King's voice turned cold, and his once gentle expression twisted into something sinister. Wen Xian, since when were you capable of such things? A dangerous glint flashed through Jun Chen's cloudy eyes. Terrifying storms began whirling violently around Jun Chen, but the Wen Xian Night King, standing at the eye of the storm, appeared unfazed. His posture remained entirely unchanged. The Wen Xian Night King stepped forward leisurely, his curled lips nearing Jun Chen's ear. Simply because I can hold you off, while your students face my Nightfall Legion, composed entirely of first-tier peak-level elites. Boom! The air suddenly shattered, and the Wen Xian Night King's body was sent flying under the immense force. However, his face showed no anger, instead, it carried a calmness that suggested everything was under his control. Twisting his body mid-air, he lightly tapped the air with his toes. The Wen Xian Night King's figure shot forward, diving directly toward Jun Chen once more. After a brief moment of distraction, Hua Qianyu's gaze regained its calmness. The nine-spirit blood flame sword reappeared in his right hand. How laughable. Facing the likes of you, it's all the same no matter how many come, Hua Qianyu said softly, his lips barely moving as crimson flames ignited along the blade of the nine-spirit blood flame sword. What did this brat just say? At a time like this, he still dares to boast so shamelessly. Has he gone mad? Ha ha ha, arg. One of the black-clad men had just begun mocking him when, in the blink of an eye, Hua Qianyu appeared before him. The nine-spirit blood flame sword slashed cleanly across the man's throat. Shhhk. Blood sprayed wildly. The black-clad man let out only a short cry before collapsing, lifeless, to the ground, never to rise again. The remaining black-clad men stared in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. As they exchanged glances, they saw mutual terror reflected in one another's eyes. The leader of the group, his eyes bulging, stammered nervously at Hua Qianyu, you're second tier? No, that's not right. Your aura clearly indicates first tier. How can your speed be? Dead men have no need for so many questions. Hua Qianyu smirked cruelly and, in another instant, appeared before the man. Gripping his sword tightly, he slashed ferociously. Clang! The nine-spirit blood flame sword collided with a large blade. In a panic, the man had raised his weapon to block, narrowly deflecting Hua Qianyu's lethal strike. Using the resulting force, he quickly pulled back, creating distance between them. Everyone, attack together, the leader shouted, his frustration evident as he barked orders. In an instant, all the black-clad men surged toward Hua Qianyu. Linny unsheathed his white life tang blade and charged into the fray without hesitation. Though Hua Qianyu was strong, the sheer number of opponents was overwhelming. With Linny joining the fight, at least they wouldn't be surrounded on all sides. Lu Jin and the other two exchanged glances, finding mutual resolve in each other's eyes. Despite their injuries, they too threw themselves into the battle. For the first time since embarking on this mission, they were engaging in their first true act of teamwork. The five of them instinctively stood back to back, facing off against the Nightfall Legion soldiers who had encircled them. Hua Qianyu's swordsmanship had reached a level of near perfection. Each strike of the nine-spirit blood flame sword was decisive and fatal. Linny wielded his white life tang blade with precision. While his strikes didn't always kill instantly, they left his opponents with grievous and shocking wounds. Even though Chenyu, Lu Jin, and Luo Yin were injured, as the brightest talents of Jiangcheng Ability University, they could still hold their own against these hardened criminals of the Nightfall Legion. Both inside and outside the cave, the battle grew increasingly intense. Gulp! One of the men in black had his chest pierced by Lu Jin's Tianwei long spear.
With a casual fling, the body was thrown without deviation, landing precisely into the undying spring.
Gurgle, gurgle. The still turbulent surface of the water suddenly began to bubble incessantly. A pair of crimson, lantern-like eyes emerged, staring directly at the shoreline, scrutinizing every single person there. Yet, not a single one of them noticed. As time passed, the offensive from the Night Legion grew sharper and more concentrated. The 5 individuals led by Hua Qianyu found their range of attack continuously shrinking. In terms of talent alone, these black-clad figures before them might not rival their abilities, but even if the enemy's ability levels were low, they were still bona fide first-tier fighters.
And at the later stage of the first tier, no less.
Although Hua Qianyu's earlier words were filled with disdain and dominance, handling the situation was far from as effortless as he had imagined. Humph! With a cold snort, Hua Qianyu swung out the Nine Spirits blood flame sword in his hand. As he slashed forward, the slender blade abruptly expanded to twice its width in flames, sweeping toward the Night Legion before him.
Ah!
The scarlet flames roared out like a ferocious beast breaking free from its cage. Its bloodthirsty fangs slammed into the Night Legion with fury, and amidst the piercing screams of agony, 4 black-clad figures were blasted away simultaneously. Each of their abdomens bore a hideous wound. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, the exposed flesh charred black and emitting a burnt stench. The 4 lay on the ground, unable to writhe in pain because they no longer had the strength to do so. Only the weakening cries of despair echoed in the surroundings. Everyone stared in shock at this scene. Hua Qianyu's strike was nothing short of breathtaking, changing the atmosphere of the battlefield in an instant. "B-Boss, is this guy really first tier? His strength is completely unfathomable," one member of the Night Legion exclaimed, eyes widened in disbelief. At these words, the expressions of everyone changed. Their gazes toward Hua Qianyu were filled with sheer incredulity. Even Lin Yi, who knew him best, was no exception. Everyone present was at the first tier. While there were variations in strength, they all understood the boundaries of such disparities. The tiers were distinct. Within the same tier, it was possible to battle across levels, such as an 11th level fighter facing a 13th level opponent. A mere 2-level gap could sometimes result in an evenly matched fight, entirely plausible. This was due to individual differences and the variance in talents. Those with higher talents were often capable of crossing more levels to challenge their foes. However, even for an S-class ability user, battling someone 5 levels higher was exceedingly rare.
Let alone inflicting injuries?
And not just injuries, but severely wounding 4 at once. The leader of the Night Legion cast a deep glance at Hua Qianyu, thinking to himself, judging by his aura, this kid is only at level 13. Yet, he's managed to severely injure 4 of my 16th level ability users at once. This is beyond absurd. Just as he was about to signal his subordinates not to act rashly, a deafening beastly roar erupted in everyone's ears. Roar! The crowd hurriedly turned their heads, gasping in shock as the sound escaped their lips. Hua Qianyu turned as well, and with just one glance, his previously composed expression transformed into sheer astonishment. His eyes were filled with an uncontainable and undeniable shock.
He saw a dragon. A crimson Jiao dragon.
A crimson Jiao dragon spanning a full 100 meters in length soared out from the undying spring, spiraling above them. Its crimson scales radiated a molten aura, as if endless magma flowed across its body. Its visage bore none of the divine sanctity of a true dragon but instead resembled a ghastly demon from the depths of hell. It was grotesquely terrifying, its red lantern-like eyes gleaming with an icy, piercing light. The moment it appeared, the pressure it exuded felt like the weight of 1,000 towering mountains, suffocating everyone present. This is... Lin Yi's voice trembled, and his overwhelming panic nearly caused him to forget how to breathe.
Ghost-faced.
Fire Jiao, Hua Qianyu muttered softly, suppressing the turmoil in his heart as his mind raced at lightning speed. This aura, it had clearly broken into the 3rd tier.
With his current strength, there was absolutely no way to defeat it. What should he do? What could he possibly do? Even someone as composed as Hua Qianyu couldn't help but feel a tinge of panic.
He gripped the Nine Spirits blood flame sword tightly, unconsciously summoning all the fire elements at his disposal. Roar! The ghost-faced Fire Jiao let out another thunderous roar.
Its terrifying sound caused everyone's ears to buzz.
It twisted its massive body, and its colossal tail swept toward them in a straight arc. To make matters worse, despite its vast size, its speed rivaled that of the Gale Wind Wolf King.
Hua Qianyu's pupils constricted as the ghost-faced Fire Jiao's movements seemed to freeze frame by frame in his vision.
But it was simply too fast. Even with his exceptional dynamic vision, Hua Qianyu could not devise any effective countermeasures. All he could do was shout desperately, "Retreat! Quickly!" As the words left his mouth, he grabbed Lin Yi by the arm and retreated backward. Lu Jin, Chen Yu, and Lu Oyin were very close to Hua Qianyu and naturally heard his urgent warning clearly. Almost instinctively, the three of them retreated backward at the fastest speed possible.
Ah! A series of piercing, miserable screams echoed. Among the Night Legion, the black-clad individuals who failed to react in time were, unsurprisingly, struck by the ghost-faced fire jiao.
With a heavy smash, the sound of bones shattering continuously could be heard. Dozens of figures were flung into the air with the sweep of the ghost-faced fire jiao's tail, and without exception, they were all thrown into the immortal spring below.
That was close.
Hua Qianyu gasped for breath, his heart pounding wildly. He had never imagined that he would come so close to death in his life, just a hair's breadth away.
Lin Yi and the other three were equally shaken, their hands trembling, their lips quivering, and their entire bodies shaking uncontrollably.
Under absolute fear, they were utterly at a loss, unable to muster any reaction beyond their dazed state.
Compared to them, the Night Legion was far worse off.
Out of a group of over 50, apart from the few who had been taken down by Hua Qianyu and his group earlier, the vast majority had perished in this single sweep. Only a handful of more powerful black-clad individuals barely managed to avoid the strike, but even they were significantly injured by the shockwave from the ghost-faced fire jiao's attack.
Damn it!
One of the black-clad men wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke in a tone filled with despair. What exactly is Lord Night King doing?
Are we really going to die here today?
His lament received no response, only the ghost-faced fire jiao's furious roar.
It swept its body once more, unleashing yet another devastating attack. No chance to catch a breath. Damn!
Hua Qianyu exclaimed in alarm. His gaze hardened, and the nine-spirit blood flame sword in his hand suddenly burst into an even more dazzling light. The commotion near the immortal spring could not escape the detection of a king-level awakened. The aura of a Tier 3 awakened beast caused Jun Chen's heart to sink, his breathing growing increasingly agitated.
Feng Xian, I don't have time to waste on you here.
The ghost-faced fire jiao has emerged. It's beyond what my students or your subordinates can handle.
Stand aside! Jun Chen shouted impatiently.
After speaking, the storm surrounding him receded as he bypassed Feng Xian, the Night King, heading straight toward the Dragon Phoenix Cave.
Bang! Jun Chen's body was mercilessly flung back.
When he regained his footing, he found himself returned to his original position.
Does the Erosion Wind King think he can pass without my permission?
Feng Xian, the Night King, said leisurely, a faint smile playing on his lips.
Feng Xian, didn't you hear what I just said? The ghost-faced fire jiao has appeared. If this continues, both my students and your subordinates will die.
Jun Chen said with a grim expression.
Ha 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 ha. Feng Xian, the Night King, burst into laughter, entirely dismissive as he spoke. My subordinates? If they die, so be it. Besides, isn't it their honor to be buried alongside the senior students? Ha ha ha.
They're merely a group of weaklings at the first level.
I can have as many of them as I want.
Feng Xian, the Night King, said with unrestrained disdain.
Feng Xian, do you truly think you can stop me?
Jun Chen's voice dropped even lower, heavy with menace.
Oh?
Feng Xian, the Night King, arched a brow, a playful smile on his lips as he said, What are you implying, senior?
Isn't the outcome already clear? You're old. You can no longer defeat me.
At this point, Feng Xian, the Night King, shed all pretense of respect. Facing the half-retired Jun Chen, he felt no pressure whatsoever.
Humph.
Jun Chen laughed angrily in response, saying, When I claimed my title as king, you, Feng Xian, were still crawling in the
dirt somewhere.
Just because I've stepped back for a few years, some people now think they can disregard the heavens above. A staff, resembling a withered branch, appeared in Jun Chen's hand. Though it seemed worn and unremarkable, the moment it emerged, the turbulent air within the space seemed to freeze. At the same time, Feng Xian, the Night King, who had been so composed moments ago, suddenly had a drastic change in expression.
This is, the Erosion Wind Staff?
Feng Xian, the Night King, stammered, his face visibly shifting between panic and terror.
Erosion Dragon. Absolute Wind Dance. Jun Chen roared with a deep, resonant voice.
The withered staff in his hand instantly summoned a massive tornado, 100 meters wide. From within the storm, a colossal gray dragon made of wind tore its way out. Amid faint dragon roars, the storm dragon opened its massive maw, charging directly toward Feng Xian, the Night King. In his panic, Feng Xian managed to hastily summon a wind barrier, but in such a rush, how could it possibly serve as an effective defense? The barrier quickly began to crack like a spider web. You're a half-emperor. Feng Xian, the Night King, said laboriously.
His face turned ashen in an instant. Ping!
The wind barrier shattered like paper, pierced through by the storm dragon, which then heavily struck Fengxian, the Night King, square in the chest. Boom! King Fengxian seemed to have been struck by a heavy blow. A fleeting mask of agony appeared on his handsome face, and a mouthful of dark blood spurted out. His body, like a deflated balloon, plummeted straight downward. Bang! A massive crater was smashed into the top of the Dragon Phoenix Cave. King Fengxian's back took yet another heavy hit, and he fell downward like a withered leaf. Jun Chen withdrew his aura. The withered wooden staff in his hand vanished accordingly. Gazing at the massive hole below, he spoke with a hint of disdain. Decades of my cultivation, how could it possibly be shaken by the likes of you, mere Fengxian? Seeing the ghost-faced fire flood dragon's tail sweeping in once again, Hua Qianyu's heart began to race uncontrollably. At this moment, the group was positioned right at the edge of the cave, almost pressed against the wall. There was absolutely no space to dodge. In such a situation, if no one could block this attack, everyone present would be doomed. With this thought, Hua Qianyu decisively leaped up, vaulting forward and charging directly toward the approaching ghost-faced fire flood dragon. As the crimson and black glow of the nine-spirit blood flame sword intensified, Hua Qianyu was forced to unleash all his source energy, activating the strongest form of Burning Moon's tracelessness. Within the chaotic, swirling flames, a figure, glowing brilliantly white with flowing long hair, flashed by. In an instant, this figure merged with Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu's silver hair began to grow rapidly, extending down to his waist. The sacred aura emanating from his entire body starkly contrasted with his blood-red pupils, creating a strikingly sinister disparity in his appearance. An aura several times more fearsome than before radiated from him, yet even so, compared to the third-tier ghost-faced fire flood dragon before him, he was still at an absolute disadvantage. Hua Qianyu stepped into the void. In this Burning Moon's tracelessness state, he possessed the short-lived ability to move through the air, a heaven-defying power only wielded by king-class ability users. He swung the nine-spirit blood flame sword, slashing heavily at the creature before him. Boom! The collision between the blade and the dragon's body instantly generated a terrifying vortex of energy, but this equilibrium lasted no more than 3 seconds. Burning Moon's tracelessness was breached, and the dragon's tail struck Hua Qianyu's body with full force. Splurt! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and several ribs in his chest fractured in an instant. Hua Qianyu felt his internal organs churning violently under the immense impact. Even after exhausting all his strength, his power was as feeble as an insect trying to shake a towering tree against the ghost-faced fire flood dragon, utterly futile. Hua Qianyu slowly closed his eyes. His body, swayed by the dragon's movements, floated in the air like a withered leaf in a rushing river, fragile and helpless. Qianyu! Lin Yi roared, his eyes wide and vacant as he ran toward the direction where Hua Qianyu was falling. Watching helplessly as his closest brother was injured, yet being utterly powerless, this agony caused tears to stream uncontrollably down Lin Yi's face. He hated it, hated how his ambitions were lofty as the heavens, yet he was weaker than anyone else. If only he had strength like Hua Qianyu, then. But in reality, there are no ifs. Lin Yi's footsteps halted. He stared ahead, blood and tears cascading like rain down his face, staining his once handsome features. Hua Qianyu naturally heard Lin Yi's cries, but now, his entire body was racked with excruciating pain, rendering him completely immobile. Am I going to die? Hua Qianyu laughed bitterly in his heart. Clearly, he had only just begun living a normal life. Clearly, there were still people in this world he cared about. When true death approached, his heart was not as calm as it had been in the past. Instead, it was filled with an intense, reluctant longing. Roar! The ghost-faced fire flood dragon let out another deafening roar, its massive tail hurling Hua Qianyu into the air. The direction he was thrown toward was none other than the hellish immortal spring. The terrifying 1,300 degrees Celsius heat of the spring would incinerate Hua Qianyu's body to the point where not even ashes would remain, a fate of complete obliteration. Having done this, the ghost-faced fire flood dragon swung its tail again, this time targeting Lin Yi and the others, who were no longer capable of resistance. Lin Yi watched Hua Qianyu's body as it continued to fall, standing frozen in place. His eyes, already filled with blood-red fury, were locked on the sight of the dragon approaching him. Hua Qianyu's consciousness flickered. His body suddenly felt no pain at all, as if all sensation had faded away. He was aware only of the sensation of falling. In his final moments of awareness, his spiritual perception extended into the distance. He sensed the tail of the ghost-faced fire flood dragon sweeping toward Lin Yi, who showed no intention of evading. Hua Qianyu did not open his eyes. Instead, he struggled to turn his right hand. From the center of his palm, a small scythe-shaped mark slowly emerged. Return. Prison.
Blood. Scythe. With blood dripping from the corner of Hua Qianyu's mouth, he murmured a faint, inaudible chant carried away by the wind. As if responding to his call, a silver light glimmered from his palm. A silver scythe materialized out of thin air, cutting a bloody gash across his hand. Blood surged uncontrollably from his body, flowing around the returned prison blood scythe before forming a silver-white chain. One end of the chain tightly coiled around the returned prison blood scythe, while the other remained connected to Hua Qianyu's hand. With a mere thought, the returned prison blood scythe shot forward like a boomerang, appearing before Lin Yi in an instant. Then it slashed fiercely at the ghost-faced fire flood dragon's tail. Slash! As solid as a rock, the dragon scales of the ghost-faced fire jiao, which even the Nine Spirits' blood flame sword could not cut through, were torn open by the Guiyu blood scythe, creating a half-meter-long bloody gash. Roar! The ghost-faced fire jiao let out a piercing howl, its injured tail retreating rapidly, its body also withdrawing backward. Evidently, this strike had inflicted considerable harm. But that was all. With the rapid depletion of Hua Qianyu's blood, the Guiyu blood scythe no longer had the strength to launch another attack. The silver chains frantically contracted, pulling the Guiyu blood scythe back toward Hua Qianyu. It then transformed into specks of silver light, disappearing into his palm. Hua Qianyu's last bit of strength faded. He felt so tired, so exhausted, an unprecedented weariness. He just wanted to close his eyes and, like this, sink into a deep, deep slumber. Splash! His frail body plunged into the undying spring, sending up a faint, crimson splash of water. A ripple so slight that it could barely be called one spread out. Lin Yi's pupils turned dull. The moment Hua Qianyu fell into the water, all color seemed to drain from his eyes. Qianyu? A soft murmur escaped his lips as Lin Yi, panic-stricken, rushed forward, only to be grabbed by Qianyu from behind. Are you crazy? That's the ghost-faced fire jiao ahead. Qianyu shouted sternly. Qianyu! Lin Yi seemed like a lost soul, struggling with all his might to break free from Qianyu's hold. Hua Qianyu barely managed to save you, and now you're planning to throw your life away like this? Qianyu clung tightly to Lin Yi, his voice heavy with urgency. Lin Yi's gaze faltered, and his struggles instinctively paused. Qianyu closed his eyes, his tone filled with sorrow. Lin Yi, don't let his efforts go to waste. Don't let his sacrifice be in vain, okay? I want to kill it. Lin Yi's voice was hoarse, his eyes darker than ever. We're no match for it, Qianyu said after a moment of hesitation. Even so, it's better than waiting to die. If we're going to die anyway, why not fight? If we had attacked together back then, maybe. Lin Yi roared, his voice cracking as he reached the end of his sentence. Qianyu's expression darkened, and Lu Jin and Lu Owen both lowered their heads. Having experienced such a situation for the first time, they were utterly terrified, let alone capable of taking action. It was only now that they truly realized how vast the gap was between themselves and Hua Qianyu. Roar! Another furious roar echoed. The ghost-faced fire jiao, having seemingly recovered from its pain, opened its massive maw once more. Unlike its earlier tail attacks, this time it charged directly forward. The group's faces turned pale in unison. Without Hua Qianyu, there was no chance they would survive. Fight it to the death. Lin Yi growled, blood seeping into his voice. Gripping his blade, Bai Li, his gaze was unyielding like never before. And just then, a deafening crash that seemed to shake the heavens erupted from above the Dragon Phoenix cavern. As the rocks above shattered, a dark figure plummeted straight down, landing right in front of the ghost-faced fire jiao. It was none other than Feng Xian, the Night King. Lord Night King! The leader of the black-clad men clutched his chest, his voice filled with disbelief. At this moment, Feng Xian, the Night King, could no longer be described as merely miserable. His armor was shattered, with not a single part intact. His medium-length hair was disheveled, and he was barely holding on to life. The sudden turn of events caused the ghost-faced fire jiao's attack to freeze mid-motion. Enraged, it spat a fireball directly at Feng Xian. The fireball struck him first, then exploded, sending a massive wave of energy and a cloud of dust soaring into the air. As the dust settled, under the ghost-faced fire jiao's stunned gaze, a green barrier slowly dissipated, revealing Feng Xian's unharmed body. I admit, I'm no match for that old fox Jun Shen, Feng Xian said coldly, his face twisted into a grim expression. But a mere third-tier mutant beast dares to challenge me? As the last word fell, Feng Xian's eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling killing intent as if it came from the very depths of hell. He stood up, gazing at the ghost-faced fire jiao, whose size dwarfed his own by countless magnitudes, and softly murmured, to me, killing you is as easy as slaughtering a dog. Feng Xian raised a single finger, and with a casual motion through the air, aimed at the ghost-faced fire jiao. Slash. Blood spurted wildly. The ghost-faced Fire Zhao's body was severed cleanly in half. Feng Xian's expression remained unchanged as he casually waved his finger once more. Rip. The already severed body of the ghost-faced Fire Zhao split again in mid-air, into 4 parts, its blood gushing out like a fountain, showering the area with a nauseating rain of crimson. It was as though an invisible blade hung in the air, entirely under the Night King's command. With a mere wave of his hand, Feng Xian summoned a storm. The dismembered corpse of the ghost-faced Fire Zhao was swept into the whirlwind, disintegrating into dust. Not even bones remained. This time, the ghost-faced Fire Zhao didn't even let out a roar. Linny, Qinyu, Lu Jin, and Lu Oyin, the 4 of them stared blankly, their gazes frozen, witnessing the utterly tragic death of the previously domineering ghost-faced Fire Zhao. They were shocked and instinctively began to speculate about the power of the person standing before them. You all saw that, didn't you? This is the strength of me, the Night King of the Nightfall. You little brats, hurry up and kneel down to beg for mercy, ha! Nightfall. The crowd stiffly turned their heads, their momentary relief quickly sinking into unease. A defeated underling, merely showing off in front of a third-tier mutated beast. A voice reached them first, followed by a figure descending slowly from the sky. It was none other than Jun Chen, who had arrived late. He stepped in front of Linny and the others and asked with concern, "Children, are you all right?" "We're fine." They shook their heads but asked in confusion, "And you are?" Though the elder before them exuded kindness, his aura was anything but ordinary, stronger, even, than the man in black armor. He was clearly no simple figure. Old Jun Chen, the principal of Jiancheng Academy of Abilities. Jun Chen chuckled, his cloudy gaze sweeping over the 4, but he failed to spot Hua Qianyu among them. "Where's Hua Qianyu? Why isn't she with you?" Jun Chen asked, puzzled. The 4 of them lowered their heads upon hearing this, their faces heavy with pain and resentment. Jun Chen's heart sank, a foreboding unease filling him instantly. He pressed them urgently. "What happened?" "Xianyu, she was struck by the ghost-faced Fire Zhao while saving us and fell into the immortal spring," Linny said, his face ashen. "What did you say?" Jun Chen roared in fury, a violent and oppressive aura bursting forth from him. Linny and the others were forced back more than 10 meters by the force of his aura before they finally stopped. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Feng Xian, the Night King, suddenly erupted into wild laughter. Suppressing his injuries, he mocked spitefully, "Erosion Wind King, it seems one of your prized students is missing. And, from the looks of it, it's one you held in particularly high regard." Jun Chen's withered hand slowly clenched. His heart was a whirlwind of emotions, but what burned brightest was rage. "Feng Xian, since I retired all those years ago, I've rarely felt the desire to kill. But today, you might not leave here alive." "Kill me? Ha 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 ha." Feng Xuanye, the Night King, burst into loud laughter, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Taking a calm step forward, he sneered, "Old man, you are indeed strong. This king did not expect you to have 1 foot in the Emperor realm at your age. But alas, it's only 1 foot. Without fully stepping into the Emperor realm, how exactly do you plan to kill me?" Junshin summoned the corroding wind staff once again, responding coldly, "With this corroding wind staff in my hand." Feng Xuanye cast a casual glance at it. Compared to his earlier panic, he now seemed particularly composed. "The corroding wind staff? Ha ha ha, this king has heard that its accompanying combat technique cannot be used consecutively in a short time, am I right?" Feng Xuanye feigned surprise, covering his mouth mockingly as he said, "Corroding Wind King, are you bluffing me?" "Too much nonsense." Jun Chen no longer deigned to reply. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the corroding wind staff began to rotate gently. A tornado no weaker than the previous one appeared once more. Within the storm, a massive gray dragon formed entirely of wind emerged, its jaws wide open, rushing directly toward Feng Xuanye. Feng Xuanye remained unperturbed. A faint, almost imperceptible gleam flashed in his eyes as a dark black crystal suddenly appeared in his hand. With a firm grip, he crushed it. Ping! Thick black mist swirled around, and a dark shadow materialized in front of Feng Xuanye. Vaguely humanoid in shape, its features were obscured in the darkness. With the shadow's arrival, the light within the Dragon Phoenix cavern dimmed abruptly. The warmth in the air was replaced by a bone-chilling cold that pierced straight to the heart. The shadow slowly raised its massive hand. The gray dragon rushing toward it was effortlessly seized in its grasp. Its 5 fingers clenched tightly, and the storm dragon shattered like brittle stone. Jun Chen's face darkened abruptly. When he looked forward again, the dark shadow had already vanished, dissolving into a dense black mist that quickly filled the entire cavern. The black mist obscured everyone's vision. When it finally dissipated, Feng Shuanye was nowhere to be seen. Only a lingering voice echoed faintly from afar. My, corroding wind king, you certainly possess great skill. If not for the life-saving crystal bestowed upon me by the Grand Master, perhaps you really would have taken me down today. The insufferably smug voice resounded from all directions, filled with the joy of narrowly escaping death. However, this king has lost so many subordinates today, not to mention a life-saving talisman. Old man, as compensation, I'll take one of your precious students with me. Ha 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 ha. The eternal night looms, darkness shall descend. When my nightfall returns, it will mark the rebirth of Huaxia. Ha 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 ha. Feng Shuanye's final words faded into silence. Jun Shen clenched his fists in fury, helplessly watching as his enemy escaped right under his nose. An unprecedented sense of humiliation surged through him, filling his chest. But reality left him no time for reflection. Feng Shuanye's earlier words threw him into chaos. Before he could turn around, Luo Yin's anguished cry came from behind, "Big brother! Where is Big brother? Headmaster, Big brother has been taken." Jun Shen turned back to see only 3 stunned faces staring at each other. The one taken by Feng Shuanye was none other than another S-class student. Lu Jin. Put. Overwhelmed by rage, Jun Shen spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Anger, frustration, sorrow, and despair. A whirlwind of chaotic, conflicted emotions enveloped his mind. Dizzy and disoriented, he could barely stand as his body began to sway. Headmaster, Lin Yi hurried forward to support him. He too was deeply shaken, though he tried his best to hide it. Return to the school, Jun Shen's aged voice trembled, his clouded eyes reflecting an unprecedented storm of fury. Nightfall. Feng Shuanye. No, this king shall never rest until one of us is dead. In a high-rise building that pierced the clouds, a middle-aged man with short silver hair sat at a desk. In his left hand, he held a cup of coffee, while his right hand moved the mouse furiously. His gaze remained fixed on the computer screen. Knock, knock. A light knock on the door interrupted him. The man's posture didn't change as he casually said, "Enter." The person who entered was a woman clad in black, the same one who had previously visited Hua Qianyu's residence. Her steps were hurried. "The matter I asked you to investigate, did you find anything?" The middle-aged man took a sip of coffee, asking slowly. "I did, but there's an even more urgent matter to report right now," the woman replied anxiously. "What is it?" The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly as he set down his coffee. The woman hesitated for a moment before lowering her voice and saying, "Young Master Qianyu was injured by a Tier 3 ghost-faced firejiao during a school mission, and fell into the Undying Spring. It's said that the Undying Spring contains an abundance of fire elements, with a temperature of 1,300 degrees Celsius. The middle-aged man's hand, which was resting on the mouse, trembled slightly, and an inexplicable chill emanated from him. "The Undying Spring? 1,300 degrees Celsius? Are you telling me that my precious son is dead?" The woman lowered her head and remained silent for a long time before speaking slowly. "Although the young master carries royal blood, his strength is ultimately only Tier 1. A temperature of 1,300 degrees Celsius might still be." She didn't continue, but the implication in her words was evident. "The Undying Spring?" The middle-aged man murmured, his expression showing no signs of panic. Instead, he appeared unexpectedly calm and composed. He restrained his aura slightly and said, in a somewhat peculiar tone, "First, tell me about the matter I asked you to investigate." The woman looked up in confusion but still reported truthfully, "Boss, it's been confirmed. The reason the young master possesses elemental power is that he is fused with one of China's greatest treasures, the 9-Spirit Wheel." "The 9-Spirit Wheel?" A glimmer shone in the middle-aged man's eyes as he murmured with some relief, "Just as expected. If that's the case, then the Fire Spirit Pearl has already returned to its place." "What did you say, boss?" The middle-aged man's voice was so low that the woman clearly didn't catch it. "Nothing." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively and said indifferently, "You may leave. Qianyu is fine. Just focus on completing our plan." The woman raised her eyebrows slightly in confusion but didn't ask further. Instead, she inquired, "Boss, regarding the young master's incident. Aside from the negligence of Jiangcheng Supernatural University, it also indirectly involves the Night King of the Night Curtain. Should we?" "No need." The middle-aged man shook his head and said coldly, "Jiangcheng Supernatural University is, after all, Qianyu's alma mater. As for the Night Curtain, it's not frightening, but the forces behind it aren't easy to deal with. If we push too far, it won't be worth the cost. For now, we only need to focus on executing our plan.
Although we originally planned to bring Qian Yu over, it seems unnecessary now.
He can live well in China. Withdraw all the people monitoring him.
For the time being, there's no need to disturb his life further.
Understood. The woman nodded and respectfully exited.
The middle-aged man swiveled his chair to face the transparent glass behind him, overlooking the scenery below from high above.
The 9-spirit wheel, the fire spirit pearl. How could a spring formed by fire elements possibly harm him? Zhangcheng Supernatural University. Principal's office.
Jun Chen sat in the main seat, his eyes closed, his demeanor utterly dejected. In front of him, Zhang Juanlong's face was dark, and the flickering light in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil.
Clearly, he already knew the full story. That damned night curtain.
It caused Jiangqing to lose 2 S-class students at once. One day, I'll wipe them all out.
Zhang Junlong growled viciously.
The fury in his heart was no less than Jun Chen's.
Hua Qianyu and Lu Jin, one was a genius he personally recruited, and the other was his prized protege. Losing either of them felt like being stabbed in the heart.
And now, he had lost both at once.
2 S-class talents, such a loss was a monumental event in the entire Supernatural University community.
Just thinking about the public reaction made him feel humiliated. However, in front of Jun Chen, he didn't dare to voice such complaints openly. Jun Chen was already on edge, and provoking him now would only invite trouble.
Junlong.
Jun Chen's weak voice broke the silence, his already hoarse tone sounding even more lifeless.
Yes? What would you like me to do?
Zhang Junlong stepped forward. For now, don't announce the disappearance of the 2 S-class ability users. It might damage our school's reputation.
Make sure you remember this.
Jun Chen opened his eyes, revealing an utterly vacant gaze.
Understood.
I'll make sure Linny and the others are informed.
You can rest assured, Zhang Junlong responded quickly.
Also, with the loss of Hua Qianyu and Lu Jin, our school will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in this year's 4 Academy Friendship Tournament.
The competition only
allows first-year students to participate, but compared to the new students of the other 3 academies, our school is far behind. Jun Chen said in a low tone.
Are you suggesting?
Zhang Juanlong's expression shifted. Jun Chen's aged eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke slowly. Initiate this year's elemental baptism. From his withered hand, he produced a blue crystal chip, gently placing it on the desk and sliding it toward Zhang Junlong.
Here's the list. Each academy will have 1 slot.
Due to the special circumstances in the Fire Academy and the lack of S-class talents, I've approved 2 slots for them.
A total of 10 slots, make the arrangements quickly. Understood.
I'll get started right away, Zhang Junlong replied, accepting the order.
Wait.
Jun Chen called out to Zhang Junlong, his aged face revealing a ferocity that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor.
With a chilling
tone, he commanded, Junlong, mobilize every available resource within the school and launch a citywide search for Nightfall's whereabouts. I want them to pay for their blood debts with blood. Zhang Junlong, who had just risen to his feet, froze abruptly.
He could clearly sense the murderous intent in that voice.
It was the first time he had ever seen such an expression on Jun Chen's face. Taking a sharp breath, Zhang Junlong dared not object.
He quickly responded, yes, my lord. I will see it done.
Sighed Jun Chen let out a long, weary sigh. Even after going to such lengths, he still couldn't erase the deep guilt weighing on his heart. The Dragon Phoenix Cave, the immortal spring. At the center of the crimson spring, Hua Qianyu's body floated quietly. His eyes were tightly shut, clearly still in a state of unconsciousness. Streams of golden light continuously surged into his body, coursing through every corner like a gentle and warm current. Within his body, the bloodline of the vampire clan was silently at work. Even in his unconscious state, the power of his bloodline tirelessly repaired every lethal wound. No one knew how much time had passed before Hua Qianyu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was somewhat hazy as he looked around in confusion. Everything around him was a deep crimson. His body floated in the spring water, as though submerged in an endless sea of fire.
Where is this? Wasn't I dead? He murmured in bewilderment, raising his hand and clenching his fist.
The sensation in his palm was still present. He chuckled softly to himself, so this is what the afterlife looks like, warm and hot. He had thought it would be a place far colder and more sinister than this.
Have you finally awakened?
As he was lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated. It was ancient, serene, and carried an air of divine authority. Hua Qianyu scanned his surroundings but could not pinpoint the source of the voice.
Yet, he felt no panic.
At this moment, there was nothing in his heart more fearsome than the prospect of death itself. Who are you? He asked calmly, lifting his head. In the crimson world, a pair of massive, fiery golden eyes suddenly lit up. As Hua Qianyu's gaze met them, he felt an overwhelming sense of divinity and searing intensity penetrate directly into his soul. Then, a gigantic bird of an unusual form slowly emerged from a mass of fiery golden flames. It had the head of a rooster, the jaw of a swallow, the neck of a serpent, the back of a tortoise, and the tail of a fish. Its entire body was cloaked in scarlet feathers. Despite being a bird, its fiery golden eyes exuded a wisdom far beyond that of humans. No, it was divine. Hua Qianyu's eyes involuntarily widened. This creature bore an uncanny resemblance to a mythical bird from ancient Chinese legends. Composing himself, he chuckled wryly. I never thought I'd get to see the legendary phoenix after death. This must be heaven, then? After all, a creature as divine as the phoenix would never dwell in a place like hell. Death? No, you have not died. This is the immortal spring. What you see around you, this crimson scene, is the water of the spring itself. The golden eyes flickered slightly as the majestic voice echoed once more. Hua Qianyu was momentarily stunned. Still not fully recovered, he found himself struggling to believe the words he was hearing. He murmured softly, I'm beneath the immortal spring? Impossible. How could I survive in temperatures of 1,300 degrees Celsius? And how am I able to breathe underwater? It sounds unbelievable, doesn't it? The phoenix's shadow seemed to see through him, speaking with surprising patience. Even I was initially curious as to how such a fragile human could remain unscathed in the immortal spring. Until later, I sensed the presence of the fire spirit pearl within you. The fire spirit pearl. Hua Qianyu murmured, his voice tinged with doubt and uncertainty. What is that? The golden eyes gleamed with curiosity as the phoenix shadow asked, You don't know? The fire spirit pearl. Hua Qianyu furrowed his brow, his mind racing. He quickly thought of the 9 petals on his chest, one of them crimson, while the other 8 remained gray. His thoughts flashed to his first encounter with the 9 spirit disc. He vividly remembered the 9 identical grooves on the surface of the disc. Piecing it together, Hua Qianyu suddenly realized that the 9 spirit disc might merely be a container, designed to hold treasures like the fire spirit pearl. And he himself was the vessel meant to contain the 9 spirit disc. As this realization dawned on him, Hua Qianyu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. When he had first fused with the 9 spirit disc, he had immediately fallen unconscious and had not witnessed the return of the fire spirit pearl. It seemed that this had all been orchestrated during his unconscious state by powers far older than himself. Only now were the mysteries that had long troubled him beginning to clear, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. You seem to have recalled something. The phoenix's shadow flapped its wings lightly, its golden eyes observing Hua Qianyu's shifting expressions. What exactly is this fire spirit pearl? Hua Qianyu asked, looking up. Since ancient times, in the lands of China, there have been 9 elemental spirit pearls, each symbolizing the ultimate power of a single element. These pearls are treasures born of heaven and earth. Any individual who masters one of these elemental spirit pearls becomes an unparalleled figure of their era. The spirit pearl controller can exercise absolute control over the elemental force corresponding to their pearl. Because of this, as the possessor of the fire spirit pearl, you inherently possess a certain degree of immunity to fire elements. As long as the attack isn't in the form of combat techniques, something as pure as the undying spring, composed purely of fire elements, cannot harm you. The phoenix's spectral figure continued its patient explanation, though its fiery golden eyes remained fixed on Hua Qianyu. As for why you're able to breathe and speak here, it's because this area has been enclosed by an energy barrier that I've set up, isolating this space from the undying spring's water. Ancient times. 9 spirit pearls. Elemental immunity. Every word uttered by the phoenix god-beast sent shockwaves through Hua Qianyu's mind, as these concepts contradicted certain established common knowledge. Wait a moment. What do you mean by ancient? The emergence of elemental power should have only occurred a century ago. Hua Qianyu said in a low, serious tone. A mere 100 years of ability development, how could there be talk of an ancient past? A century ago? The phoenix's projection first murmured in surprise, then seemed to recall something. Slowly, it said, the so-called explosion of abilities a century ago wasn't the beginning, it was a revival. Do you understand what I mean by that? Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered dramatically. Not the beginning, but a revival? According to the phoenix god-beast, humans had possessed abilities and ability users long ago. You're not mistaken. The origin of abilities can be traced back to 100,000 years ago. Back then, abilities were called inner force, and those who wielded them were known as cultivators. 100,000 years? Hua Qianyu murmured faintly, momentarily lost. This number was beyond his comprehension.
From that time onward, abilities steadily evolved. Each era was filled with powerful individuals, and each generation surpassed the last. Over time, Blue Star even rose to become a dominant force within this star domain.
Speaking of its former glory, the Phoenix's voice shifted from calm to impassioned, and its golden eyes gleamed with ever brighter divine light. But a tall tree attracts the wind.
As Blue Star grew stronger, the planet's energy density reached a level that advanced civilizations couldn't ignore.
And then, 5,000 years ago, through covert manipulations by forces from other star domains, everything related to abilities on Blue Star was completely
sealed away. This included myself and all other divine beings and sacred beasts either slain or sealed. Blue Star plunged into a 5,000-year-long dark age. 5,000 years ago, wouldn't that coincide with the beginning of our Huaxia's 5,000-year brilliant civilization?
Hua Qianyu murmured. That's correct. The historical myths recorded in texts today were all created by ancient great beings. However, history might not be complete history, and myths are not necessarily fictional myths. Hua Qianyu nodded slightly, half understanding. Alas, the Phoenix's projection let out a long sigh, its tone tinged with melancholy. In just 5,000 years, the 10,000-year splendor of ability users has fallen to such a state? Now, Blue Star's dimensional strength is like a speck of dust within the vast star domain. Fortunately, the seals are gradually lifting, and humanity is not entirely without hope.
Hua Qianyu remained silent, listening quietly.
These ancient secrets were indeed astonishing, but for him, as long as he was alive, the most important thing was naturally finding a way out.
Senior, I don't quite understand what you're saying. I simply wish to know, can I still leave?
Hua Qianyu cupped his hands in a gesture of respect as he spoke.
Of course you can. The Phoenix's golden eyes shifted slightly as it responded calmly. However, after waiting so long for a human to appear, especially one bearing the fire spirit pearl, I truly wish to pass my legacy on to you. But, although your body carries the bloodline of the Huaxia people, it also harbors another sinister aura, making it impossible for you to inherit the pure and holy power of the Phoenix. Hua Qianyu's lips twitched slightly. The sinister power the Phoenix referred to was, of course, his vampiric lineage. He hadn't expected that an ancient divine beast would even have the concept of passing on its legacy. As a sacred beast of Huaxia, it could have chosen to rely on its own strength to restore the glorious era. Why insist on passing down its power? Hua Qianyu's puzzled expression was fully captured within those golden eyes.
The Phoenix's gaze dimmed slightly, and its voice carried a hint of sorrow as it said, I know what you're thinking, but unfortunately, after being sealed for 5,000 years, my physical form has long since perished. What you see now is but a spiritual entity formed by the power of Phoenix rebirth, or you could call it a soul. Rather than remaining forever within the undying spring, I would rather contribute something to the descendants of Huaxia. Techniques, combat skills, spiritual weapons. There are countless treasures left behind by the ancient gods. But what I possess is only the blood and soul of a phoenix.
Ah, so that's how it is.
Hua Qianyu murmured softly, then suddenly, as if driven by some unseen force, he said, Senior, though I cannot inherit your power, I have a friend who certainly can. If you trust me, I promise to ensure your legacy thrives and flourishes. The person he spoke of was, of course, Lin Yi. That young man who worked harder than anyone else, yet lacked the supreme elemental talent. If he were to receive the inheritance of the Phoenix divine beast, perhaps it could make up for it. The Phoenix's ethereal figure froze for several moments, the flames in its golden eyes flickering wildly. With a tinge of excitement, it spoke, Do you truly mean it? Are you willing to assist this god? Of course, Hua Qianyu replied with a gentle smile, not to mention that you once safeguarded China's peace for an entire era, and beyond that, your actions now are also for the development of China.
How could I have any reason to refuse?
There was another, more important reason he did not voice aloud.
Ah, good, very good. If you are willing to do me this favor, I wouldn't mind granting you some benefits. Human, tell this god, what is your name? Junior, Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, responding neither humbly nor arrogantly.
Hua Qianyu, very well.
If you are willing to assist this god in inheriting the divine power of the Phoenix, I can grant you the legacy of a divine beast no less powerful than the Phoenix, one that complements the intense and sinister aura within you. Hua Qianyu quickly shook his head, smiling as he replied, Senior, for you to bestow the inheritance of the Phoenix's divine power is already the greatest of blessings. This junior dares not entertain such extravagant desires. A trace of surprise flashed through the golden eyes of the Phoenix's shadow. With a voice filled with confusion, it asked, To obtain the inheritance of a god is a blessing that every supernatural being dreams of.
And yet, why do you show no interest at all?
Even when you first heard of this god's phoenix inheritance, your first thought was not of yourself, but of your friend. Hua Qianyu, you are the most selfless supernatural being this god has ever encountered.
Hua Qianyu chuckled lightly and replied earnestly, Senior, you jest. This junior is not without desires.
It's just that, as you said, the power of the phoenix cannot be inherited by me.
Moreover,
compared to myself, he is the one who can truly wield this power to its fullest potential. To earn such high praise from you, it seems your friend is quite an exceptional supernatural being. In that case, the legacy of this god shall surely endure. The phoenix's shadow suddenly smiled.
Very well.
Since this god has spoken, my words will not change. Both you and your friend shall inherit the legacy of the ancient divine beasts. As its voice fell, the golden flames surrounding the phoenix's shadow suddenly surged. With a resounding cry, a blood-red sphere of light slowly emerged from within the golden flames.
Its appearance transformed the sacred atmosphere of the space into something eerie and sinister.
A cold, blood-tinged aura emanated from it, chilling the air, lowering the temperature noticeably.
Hua Qianyu's gaze could no longer shift away.
His eyes were fixated on the blood-red orb, from which a dense and unmistakable aura of blood emanated. His body, drawn by the allure of the blood aura, began to tremble instinctively. It was a yearning he had never felt before.
This is the blood essence and soul of the ancient blood dragon, the phoenix's shadow stated calmly, though its words stirred immense waves in Hua Qianyu's heart.
Under the guidance of the phoenix's power, the blood-red orb floated slowly before him.
The ancient blood dragon? Hua Qianyu murmured, staring intently at the orb.
The golden pupils of the phoenix's shadow flickered slightly, as if lost in memory.
It spoke with a trace of recollection. The ancient blood dragon was the ruler of the ancient dragon race in the primordial era.
Its bloodthirsty and violent nature wreaked havoc across the lands, causing devastation to the mortals of Huaxia for a long time.
Eventually, it was hunted down and destroyed by its own kin and the gods working together. Yet its body is eternal, its soul indestructible. Even a single drop of its blood essence and dragon soul can bring it back to life. After its defeat, its blood essence and dragon soul have been suppressed by this god ever since.
Even so, one must admit that the ancient blood dragon was the most talented and extraordinary emperor of the dragon race.
In all the ages that followed, no dragon emperor has ever been its equal.
Hua Qianyu clicked his tongue in thought, admiration evident in his expression. To be able to suppress the blood essence and dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon, Senior's strength must be truly unfathomable. In terms of sheer strength, this god is not its match. However, as a fellow divine beast, suppressing its blood essence and dragon soul was far easier for me. The phoenix's shadow first smiled, then spoke with a tone of relief. To refine the blood essence and dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon, the first and foremost requirement is a compatible bloodline, one with a sinister nature like yours. However, in that era, among all the gods of Huaxia, aside from a few gods associated with grave sins, it was nearly impossible to find a
suitable inheritor. But how could the gods allow the blood dragon emperor's power to fall into the hands of such vile, sinful beings?
Thus, this god was specifically entrusted to suppress it with the sacred attributes of the phoenix flame. Unexpectedly, by chance and fate, this god has
encountered a human descendant with such a high degree of compatibility. I can't help but wonder if you might carry the bloodline of the ancient gods of sin. As these words fell, the golden eyes of the phoenix's shadow once again locked onto Hua Qianyu's, its gaze deep and penetrating.
Hua Qianyu's blood-red pupils were clear and pure, devoid of any impurities.
The phoenix's shadow slowly shook its head, denying the notion. But within you, there is not the slightest trace of sinful aura.
Thus, this god believes
that the inheritance of the ancient blood dragon is undoubtedly meant for you.
It also serves as a resolution for the legacy of the ancient dragon race. Hua Qianyu remained silent, but his bloodline surged with an uncontrollable and intense yearning. This junior is willing to accept the inheritance.
Almost involuntarily, Hua Qianyu's response aligned with the truest desire within his heart. Excellent.
The phoenix's shadow let out a soft, satisfied hum. It was clearly pleased with Hua Qianyu's decisive and straightforward nature. Such individuals, unexpectedly, were the easiest to communicate with. The flames in the golden pupils suddenly flared with authority, and the voice of the phoenix's shadow grew solemn. Hua Qianyu, sit cross-legged, hold your breath, and clear your mind of all distractions. When merging with the primordial blood, your body will endure pain as if it were shattering. When merging with the dragon soul, your spiritual sea will suffer an endless invasion of resentment.
I will protect you. You must endure this.
I will remember, Hua Qianyu answered briefly, his expression becoming serious. As soon as Hua Qianyu spoke, the blood-red light mass suddenly teleported forward, landing precisely on his forehead before sinking directly into the center of his brows. The primordial blood and dragon soul of the blood dragon entered his body simultaneously. In just an instant, Hua Qianyu felt his blood nearing a boiling point, while deep within his spiritual sea, it was as if countless ants were gnawing at him. Arg, ah ha. Hua Qianyu let out a painful roar, his body and soul simultaneously crushed under the pressure of an ancient divine beast's power. The torment was far beyond what he had endured when fusing with the nine-spirit wheel or the infernal blood scythe. It was on an entirely different level. The blood dragon's primordial blood began coursing through his meridians, spreading throughout his body. Wherever it passed, his mortal flesh began to transform and regenerate, and with it came an ever-deepening agony. Blood and sweat began oozing from Hua Qianyu's pores, soaking his clothes as his entire body exuded a rotting, decayed aura. Gradually, the torment in his body shifted to a numb tingling. Hua Qianyu's twisted expression began to relax as he calmed his mind, focusing on refining the power of the ancient blood dragon's primordial blood. A golden barrier formed by the phoenix's power materialized, completely enveloping Hua Qianyu's body. This barrier isolated all external sounds and presences, ensuring his cultivation remained undisturbed. Within the crimson space, a pair of massive blood-red eyes suddenly appeared without warning, piercing through the phoenix's barrier. Those eyes, cold and bloodthirsty, stared icily at the phoenix's shadow. "Phoenix, how dare you transfer my primordial blood and dragon soul to a mere human? Blood Dragon Emperor, I have released your seal and even found you such a perfectly compatible inheritor. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also dare adopt such an accusatory tone toward me," the phoenix's shadow said with a light laugh. The Blood Dragon Emperor snorted coldly, his voice icy as he replied, "Phoenix, you are truly audacious. Unsealing me, are you not afraid that I might seize this chance to be reborn?" The golden pupils flickered slightly, and the phoenix's shadow spoke with a trace of mockery. "If you were capable of that, I wouldn't have unsealed you so easily. Even with my divine power of rebirth, I can barely restore a soul. This world can no longer bear the presence of ancient deities." "Poof." The Blood Dragon Emperor snorted coldly but did not refute her, which evidently indicated the phoenix's words were truthful. "But allowing a mere human to inherit my power, isn't that far beneath my dignity?" The phoenix's shadow smiled faintly. "Though this human is weak, his talent is extraordinary. He also possesses the Fire Spirit Pearl. To be recognized by an elemental spirit pearl is no trivial matter. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a ruler of his own domain." Seeing the faint turbulence in those blood-red eyes, the phoenix's shadow seized the moment to continue. "Besides, you were once the Dragon Emperor of Huaxia. No matter how rebellious or unrestrained you are, you cannot deny that identity. The glory of 10 millennia has long since passed. We are no longer capable of doing anything in this era. At the very least, we can leave this world a glimmer of hope." The phoenix's righteous and dignified words elicited nothing but a mocking chuckle from the Blood Dragon Emperor. He sneered with a hint of pity in his tone. "You mean to tell me that I should place the hope of Huaxia in the hands of a mere mortal? After all these years, the mighty divine beast Phoenix remains as naive and foolish as ever. Your compassion truly disgusts me." The phoenix's shadow did not take offense. Her sacred gaze remained serene as she calmly retorted, "Blood Dragon Emperor, you roamed freely throughout your life. Of all the deeds you accomplished, was there ever one that lived up to the title of emperor? The dragon kings of your lineage, though none could rival you in power, were all wise and virtuous rulers without exception. Now, in this end of days, when the world speaks of you, the Blood Dragon Emperor, they remember only a figure of monstrous sin, a being of unforgivable crimes. And yet, the glory of the Dragon Clan ultimately began with you, a truth that can never be erased. So, can you, for the sake of Huaxia's future, wager the dignity of the Dragon Emperor and become, for once, the true progenitor of dragons?" A long silence followed. The Blood Dragon Emperor said nothing, leaving only those blood-red eyes hovering in midair, flickering continuously. Amidst the scarlet murkiness, there was a faint ripple, barely discernible but undeniably present. "Phoenix, remember this, no one can command this emperor, everything this emperor does is for myself alone." A long time later, the majestic and resonant voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor descended once more, still icy cold, but with a trace less of its former chill. In midair, the blood-red eyes that had been locked onto the phantom of the phoenix slowly disappeared, retreating back into Hua Qianyu's mental sea. A feeble body, a feeble soul, such a fragile human, yet the only vessel capable of containing this emperor. Within Hua Qianyu's spiritual world, a voice filled with imperial dominance reverberated slowly. "But even in such a body, there lies a bloodline that this emperor favors.
And yet, why is there something impure within this bloodline? The voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor was first puzzled, then turned contemptuous and disdainful. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. The 7 deadly sins, such lowly vices, dare to coexist with this emperor? Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted, and the blood-red dragon's soul began to spread from Hua Qianyu's mental sea, enveloping his entire being. This emperor is the world's most overwhelming sin. This emperor is the most ultimate evil under the heavens. Blood, slaughter, death, terror. Under the gaze of this emperor's dragon head, all sins are within my grasp. The 7 deadly sins? Kihahaha, they are nothing but fodder for this emperor's dragon soul. Within Hua Qianyu's blood, 7 black spheres connected to his essence shattered simultaneously, disintegrating into black specks of light that humbly attached themselves to the dragon soul. When it all ended, the blood dragon's soul swiftly withdrew and concealed itself in the deepest recesses of Hua Qianyu's mental sea. In an instant, the previously chaotic mental sea became utterly tranquil. Then, a voice, ancient and eternal, one that could make souls tremble and bloodlines kneel in submission, resounded throughout the Dragon Phoenix Cavern. I am the first Dragon Emperor of the Huaxia Dragon Clan, Dijiuju. By the name of the Dragon Emperor, I now bestow my dragon blood and grant my dragon soul. An unparalleled majesty belonging to the Dragon Emperor briefly permeated the Dragon Phoenix Cave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the phantom of the phoenix began to tremble violently. The golden eyes of the phoenix dimmed slightly. The soul of this mighty divine beast wavered intensely under the force of the dragon's aura, faintly showing signs of submission. Primordial Dragon Emperor, once your legacy is complete, the next in line will be this god. The calm voice of the phoenix phantom turned high-pitched, tinged with an indescribable excitement and reverence. At this moment, the souls of 2 supreme divine beasts of Huaxia intermingled with fierce resonance, united by a shared belief. The fusion of the blood dragon's source blood continued. During this process, Hua Qianyu's elemental level did not increase, but his meridians, his bones, and his flesh underwent a subtle, transformative evolution. His meridians expanded, and the fire element that once filled his entire being now only occupied half of his meridians. Even so, this transformation showed no signs of ceasing. Nourished by dragon blood, his already dense source energy condensed further. Eventually, what had once occupied his entire body now filled only a quarter of its capacity. This meant that, even without a rise in elemental level, Hua Qianyu's elemental capacity had undergone a significant elevation. When he unleashed his Burning Moon Traceless technique at full force once more, he would no longer need to exhaust all of his source energy. The depletion of source energy also triggered the automatic operation of the 9 Spirit Wheel. Within the immortal spring formed by high-density fire elements, Hua Qianyu had no need to worry about running out of energy. The elemental power surged into his body under the guidance of the 9 Spirit Wheel. These elemental energies were immediately refined and compressed under the nourishment of dragon blood, eventually creating a strange energy balance. Hua Qianyu's aura steadily rose under this balance. No one knew how much time had passed before Hua Qianyu, whose eyes had been closed for a long time, slowly opened them. A glimmer of blood-red light flickered from his eyes, and a sinister smile curved at the corner of his lips. It's finally complete. Hua Qianyu, you've been cultivating for a full 27 days. At the same moment, as the pair of crimson gold eyes lit up again, the Phoenix Phantom appeared out of thin air and spoke slowly. Hua Qianyu was not surprised. Though he had been in a deep meditative state, his senses had remained sharp, clearly perceiving the passage of time around him. Thank you, Senior, for standing guard. Hua Qianyu expressed his gratitude with a bow before slowly standing up. After sitting cross-legged for so long, every muscle and bone in his body had stiffened. As he stood, a series of cracking sounds reverberated throughout the cave. His clothes, soaked through with blood and sweat, clung tightly to his skin, causing him significant discomfort. However, the joy of his body's transformation overshadowed all the unpleasantness. Even though Hua Qianyu had a slight obsession with cleanliness, the filth covering his entire body now seemed trivial. The most noticeable change brought about by refining the dragon blood was Hua Qianyu's appearance. His features had always been overly handsome, paired with a pale complexion that gave him the image of a refined, elegant youth. Previously, his skin had been deathly pale, but now it had gained a healthy glow, soft and smooth like a newborn's, as if a gentle pinch could yield water. One might have assumed that refining dragon blood would bestow him with a more rugged, masculine demeanor. Yet, contrary to expectations, it had instead added a touch of delicate beauty, making him appear harmless to both humans and beasts. However, his ruby-like, flawless blood-red eyes had grown even deeper and more pure than before. Your appearance and aura have changed significantly, but this is likely just the beginning. The source blood of the Blood Dragon Emperor should bring immense benefits to a mortal body like yours. The Phoenix Phantom's golden eyes scanned Hua Qianyu's entire form, speaking with deliberate intensity.
Feeling his body, both familiar and unfamiliar, Hua Qianyu offered a faint smile.
Senior is correct.
I can clearly sense that my body's strength has markedly improved. As he spoke, Hua Qianyu summoned the nine-spirit blood-flame sword. The sharp tip of the blade lightly grazed his left arm. Previously, with the sharpness of the nine-spirit blood-flame sword, even the slightest touch would have left a noticeable wound. But now, his arm bore only a faint, barely visible white mark. Not a single drop of blood was shed, nor did he feel the slightest pain. The source blood of the Dragon Emperor had not directly elevated his elemental level, but it had forged a body comparable to that of a dragon. Impressive, the Phoenix Phantom remarked warmly, its tone filled with praise. With your current body, even if struck again by that Ghostface Fire Jiao, it would no longer be a lethal blow.
Senior, so you knew all along? Hua Qianyu asked in slight astonishment.
Of course. That ghost-faced Fire Jiao has been attempting a breakthrough in the Immortal Spring for quite some time.
How could I, a deity, not be aware? If anything could
have caused you to fall into the Immortal Spring, it must have been it. The Phoenix's ethereal silhouette chuckled softly before explaining. That ghost-faced Fire Jiao originally
intended to transform into a dragon by absorbing the divine beast aura within the Immortal Spring. Unfortunately, a Jiao is a Jiao, and a dragon is a dragon. Its bloodline is far too impure, it was doomed to fail.
Now, even though you are still no match for a third-tier exotic beast, at the very least, you can now escape unscathed from its clutches.
Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement.
He was more aware than anyone of the transformation in his own body. Back then, a single whip of the ghost-faced Fire Jiao's tail had nearly shattered all the ribs in his chest. But now, if the same strike were to hit him again, Hua Qianyu wouldn't even need to defend. His robust physique alone could withstand it entirely. It's just a pity, my source energy hasn't improved, Hua Qianyu said wistfully, shaking his head. Still stuck at the 13th level, he had originally thought that refining dragon blood would at least increase his source energy a little. It seemed he had been too greedy. The source blood and soul of divine beasts can only enhance physical constitution and spiritual power. After all, these are the foundations for bearing stronger source energy. Hua Qianyu, you must learn to be content, the Phoenix's silhouette remarked indifferently, casting a glance his way.
I understand, Senior.
It's just that the balance between my physical strength and source energy feels somewhat skewed. This odd sensation is difficult to describe, Hua Qianyu replied with a smile.
Once your source energy improves, this sense of imbalance will naturally fade.
Don't be too anxious, the Phoenix's silhouette advised nonchalantly. Another orb of crimson gold light emerged from the flames surrounding the Phoenix's silhouette,
carefully guiding it to float. Before Hua Qianyu, the Phoenix spirit solemnly said, "This is my Phoenix source blood and Phoenix soul. I now entrust them to you."
Hua Qianyu extended his hands and cautiously held the light orb, studying it up close. Its heat and sanctity were his immediate impressions.
Senior, is there any difference between your Phoenix source blood and soul, and the source blood and soul of the ancient blood dragon? Hua Qianyu asked curiously. In terms of source blood, the ancient blood dragons is more focused on enhancing the body.
This enhancement is subtle and gradual. Over time, your physique could
even rival that of the ancient dragon clan. As for my source blood, while it also targets the body, it primarily grants the Phoenix's self-healing ability.
The Phoenix's silhouette hesitated briefly before continuing. You're likely no stranger to self-healing. From my observations, your body already possesses a
strong self-healing capability, which seems to be a bloodline talent. The Phoenix source blood's function is somewhat similar to that innate talent of yours. Self-healing. Hua Qianyu murmured to himself.
This ability was not only something he possessed but also something he was exceedingly familiar with. The miraculous mechanism that could repair his body at any time was incredibly useful in battle.
If Linny could acquire it, he'd be much safer in the future.
As for the Phoenix soul, like the dragon soul, it grants powerful spiritual strength. The soul of a divine beast represents the highest level of spiritual power in the world and holds an absolute and irresistible suppression over lesser spiritual forces. The Phoenix's silhouette, though haughty, spoke with complete honesty. However, in general, the dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon is stronger than my Phoenix soul. Hua Qianyu nodded in understanding and expressed his gratitude once more.
Thank you, Senior, for this generous gift. I am deeply grateful.
Take good care of this deity's legacy, and do not forget the promise you made to me. The Phoenix lineage must not end in my hands, the Phoenix's silhouette reminded him sternly. After storing the orb in the spatial realm of his ability ring, Hua Qianyu responded with equal solemnity, "Please rest assured, Senior.
I will keep my word." "Good," the phoenix's golden eyes gleamed with satisfaction as it said, "Since you fell into the immortal spring, you've been unconscious for 3 days. Adding the 27 days spent refining the dragon blood, a full month has passed. It's time for you to leave." "A month already?"
Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed slightly.
So much time had passed. What might have happened outside? How was Lin Yi? Did he make it back to school safely?
With these thoughts in mind, the urge to return surged within him.
He asked eagerly, "Senior, how should I leave?"
The phoenix's silhouette lightly flapped its wings, chuckling, "Since you've obtained the dragon soul of the ancient blood dragon, your spiritual power must have greatly improved. Why not test it by trying to locate the exit of this barrier yourself?"
Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up.
The phoenix deity's suggestion aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. It was indeed a great opportunity to gauge the extent of his current spiritual power. Acting upon his thoughts immediately, as Hua Qianyu's mind stirred, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, floating in the air above his head. These were the eyes of the ancient blood dragon, crimson like blood, exuding an aura of sinister malevolence. The blood dragon's gaze moved slowly, capturing every detail of the surroundings and transmitting the scenes in the form of spiritual energy directly into Hua Qianyu's mind. Though his own eyes were tightly shut, he could still perceive everything in the external world with remarkable clarity.
This soul-penetrating sensation was far more vivid and authentic than mere sight could provide.
In mere moments, the scarlet dragon eyes had already pinpointed the weak point of this phoenix barrier. It was directly above Hua Qianyu's head. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and was about to withdraw the blood dragon's soul when his casually extended spiritual energy unexpectedly brushed against an extremely icy presence.
Thump! 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 Hua Qianyu's heart began to pound frantically.
From his chest, the dormant nine spirit will suddenly emitted an intense vibration. This trembling struck directly at his soul, knocking on it bit by bit. His body stiffened as he lowered his head, and beneath him, the crimson expanse seemed to reveal a treasure capable of captivating the very soul, luring his body to descend slowly. The phoenix's golden eyes turned slightly peculiar as she observed Hua Qianyu's bewitched expression. Yet, she made no move to stop him, though an unusual glimmer flashed within her golden pupils. Though there was seemingly nothing there, in Hua Qianyu's eyes, a pair of icy blue lights continued to reflect. Those lights seemed to flicker deep within his very soul.
This aura. Could it be? Could it really be? Hua Qianyu's breathing began to grow erratic.
He controlled his body to descend slowly, moving with clear intent toward the source of the icy aura. Before long, his body reached the edge of the phoenix barrier. Extending his right hand forward, his palm was immediately stopped by an invisible force. A golden barrier etched with divine runes appeared before his hand. "Senior," Hua Qianyu spoke in a hoarse voice, his tone laden with suppressed longing.
"Can you open this barrier?"
The phoenix's golden eyes grew sharper, and with a warning tone, it said, "Hua Qianyu, the undying spring is composed of two polar opposites, extreme cold
and extreme heat.
Above it, as you see, is the fire elemental energy. With the fire spirit pearl in your possession, you are barely able to survive within. But beneath the scarlet spring lies the cold spring, a highly condensed water elemental energy body that is no ordinary water. It is ice of the most extreme nature. With your current strength, merely touching it means instant death." The phoenix's voice paused briefly before softening slightly. "Though I do not know what you seek, I am not afraid to tell you this. At the bottom of the cold spring lies the legendary water spirit pearl. Judging by your expression, it seems your fire spirit pearl has sensed its presence." "Water spirit pearl," Hua Qianyu murmured, almost in disbelief. "It truly is the water spirit pearl." Seeing his dazed look, the phoenix reminded him sternly, "Each elemental spirit pearl contains the most extreme elemental power of heaven and earth.
To master even one is a talent among 10,000.
Yet in the past 100,000 years, only those with the nine spirits' divine veins have been able to control multiple spirit pearls simultaneously. The nine spirits' divine veins, however, have not appeared in 50,000 years and are nearly extinct. Hua Qianyu, since you already possess the fire spirit pearl, it is impossible for you to also control the water spirit pearl. If you force it, your body will surely explode."
Hua Qianyu acted as if he hadn't heard, his gaze fixed ahead as he asked, "Senior, what if I can?" The phoenix's golden eyes narrowed slightly before letting out a scoff. "Are you trying to say that you possess the nine spirits' divine veins? That's impossible. I have already examined you thoroughly. You do not." The phoenix's words abruptly stopped. Its golden eyes suddenly shifted to Hua Qianyu's chest,
where an aura emanating 9 elemental energies unexpectedly surfaced. This is the 9 spirits' divine veins. The phoenix exclaimed aloud but immediately denied itself. No, no. This is not a divine vein. It's an artifact. What is this? It carries an aura similar to the 9 spirits' divine veins, yet I have never seen anything like it. Senior, this is called the 9 spirits' wheel. It is a vessel that can contain spirit pearls, Hua Qianyu said as he touched his chest, offering an explanation without any concealment. The flames in the phoenix's golden eyes flickered violently. Still astonished, it spoke again. The 9 spirits' wheel? A vessel for spirit pearls? Hua Qianyu, where did you obtain this artifact? A long time ago, a senior from China gave it to me and instructed me to fuse with it, Hua Qianyu said softly, his gaze fixed on the void ahead. At the time, I had no idea of its purpose, or that I carried the fire spirit pearl. Recalling the memories, Hua Qianyu felt an inexplicable sense of wonder as if everything had happened by an intricate twist of fate. So that's how it is, the phoenix's voice calmed, speaking with a trace of understanding. It seems this 9 spirits wheel was likely forged by humans of a later era using special materials. A vessel for spirit pearls? Ha, how intriguing. Even with 10,000 years of knowledge, the phoenix had no idea what material could contain elemental spirit pearls. Very well. Since you can hold elemental spirit pearls, then the water spirit pearl is your destined fortune. I will open the barrier. Whether you can claim it or not depends on your own ability. As the phoenix finished its words, a circular seal inscribed with strange divine runes appeared before Hua Qianyu. With a thought from the phoenix, the seal dissipated into nothingness. In that instant, a bone-chilling cold swept through, causing Hua Qianyu, still immersed in the scarlet spring, to shiver involuntarily. So cold! Hua Qianyu exclaimed instinctively. This was the first time he had felt such piercing cold since awakening his fire elemental abilities. Yet with the aura of the water spirit pearl so close, how could he possibly give up? Igniting his fire elemental energy, he instantly dispelled the cold around him. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath, held it, and leaped through the barrier. The world suddenly turned an icy blue. Hua Qianyu's small figure plunged into the cold spring, surrounded by freezing energy. The fiery glow emanating from his body dimmed significantly. In this realm almost devoid of fire elemental energy, his body became the sole source of that faint flame. Hua Qianyu forced his eyes open with great effort, faintly seeing a hazy blue light. That blue glow seemed so close yet dreamily distant. He could only keep diving, pressing his body downward, drawing closer to that ethereal blue light. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 full minutes passed, and the blue glow was still far away. Yet by now, the oxygen Hua Qianyu had inhaled was completely depleted. His vision suddenly dimmed, and he immediately dispersed a portion of his fire element, forming a spacious, isolated barrier around his head. Hua Qianyu made a slight adjustment, and once his breathing steadied again, he resolutely continued his descent. Half an hour passed quickly. Hua Qianyu's body continued diving downward, but that dreamlike blue light remained just as distant. No matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't reach it. At this moment, the fire element within Hua Qianyu was nearing depletion. His protective energy was no longer sufficient to block the chilling cold. His body grew colder and colder, and his brain, deprived of oxygen for too long, began to feel dizzy. His body had reached its limit. If not for the prior refining of the Dragon Emperor's source blood, Hua Qianyu's body would have hit its limit by the 10th minute. However, the new physique forged by the Dragon Emperor's source blood granted him extraordinary resistance to the extreme cold. Hua Qianyu's eyes were now half open, half closed. The biting cold had turned his once rosy lips a purplish black, and his eyes faced constant stabbing pain. Just as he was on the verge of despair, ready to give up, an ice blue orb pierced through layers of pitch-black icy water and floated silently before his chest. One of Hua Qianyu's eyes had already closed completely, leaving only the other, half-squinted, observing the orb before him. It was as crystal clear as a gemstone, its aura quiet and cold, like an ice lotus blooming in the vast darkness. As it approached Hua Qianyu's chest, the 9 spirit will seemed to awaken from slumber, erupting with an impossibly dazzling blue light. This light entirely enveloped the orb, causing Hua Qianyu's last half-open eye to fully close. Under the light's illumination, the ice blue orb disintegrated into countless ice blue particles, gently drifting toward Hua Qianyu's chest. The particles, guided by the aura of the 9 spirit wheel, obediently attached themselves to one of the 8 gray petals on Hua Qianyu's chest, swiftly dyeing it ice blue. Buzz. The flames surrounding Hua Qianyu vanished, replaced by a layer of blue light. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The cold was gone, and the suffocating sensation dissipated as well. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a strange, warm current. At this moment, the icy water was no longer icy for him. His body felt as though it were in the air, filled with an indescribable comfort. Simultaneously, as a new wave of ice-blue elemental energy surged through his meridians, the fire element that had previously dominated them began to compress frantically, ultimately forming a bizarre dual-source power, one red, one blue, distinctly separated. Hua Qianyu's aura started leaping and increasing at an extraordinary, almost irrational speed.
Level 14. Level 15. Level 16. Level 17. Level 18. Level 19. Level 20. Crack!
It was as if something inside his body shattered. With a strange sound, the bottleneck marking the first major threshold for abilities broke apart. This signified that Hua Qianyu's source power had reached an entirely new level of strength, the second tier. Hua Qianyu unknowingly raised his hands, staring blankly at his palms, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time.
Jiangcheng Ability University.
In the girls' dormitory building, within a private single room. Before a dressing table, a woman sat quietly, her silhouette graceful and captivating. She wore a casual nightgown, her long golden hair draped loosely down to her hips, exuding an alluring charm.
It was Mu Huanling.
She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her thoughts unknown. A soft breeze brushed past, and behind Mu Huanling, a shadowy female figure had appeared at some point. The woman knelt on one knee, her gaze lowered, seemingly not daring to look directly at Mu Huanling's back.
Miss, just now, for an instant, this subordinate detected the aura of the water spirit orb. Mu Huanling did not turn around.
Only her hands, which had been idly playing with her hair, paused slightly. Her voice was cold, echoing the icy aura she exuded, a chill that seemed to pierce the soul.
Oh, were you able to pinpoint its exact location?
Replying to Miss, the aura of the water spirit orb came quickly and dissipated just as fast.
This subordinate could not locate its precise position.
But it can be confirmed to be in Jiangcheng, the black-clothed woman reported.
Mu Huanling remained silent for a few breaths, then coldly rebuked such incompetence. You failed to gather any information and still have the nerve to report back?
The woman in black was momentarily speechless but dared not retort.
Forget it.
After all, the water spirit pearl is a treasure born of heaven and earth. If it were so easily found, we wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Mu Huanling's enchanting eyes narrowed as she casually offered some comfort. The woman in black finally relaxed and cautiously raised her head, respectfully replying, Miss, the matter you instructed me to investigate last time has been thoroughly looked into.
Let's hear it, Mu Huanling said with a faint smile.
Hua Qianyu is not, as the rumors say, carrying out a special mission for the academy. Instead, he accidentally lost his life during the last expedition to the Undying Spring.
As for Lu Jin, he was abducted by the Night King of the Nightfall clan. The current narrative is just a delaying tactic fabricated by those old fools to protect the academy's reputation. The woman in black reported every word with precision.
Hua Qianyu is dead?
Mu Huanling's voice carried a trace of surprise.
The corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she remarked with a touch of regret, what a pity. An S-grade talent, with such exceptional looks, to die like that, such a waste. But, on the other hand, this means one less obstacle in the future.
You may leave now. Let the rumors about Hua Qianyu and Lu Jin spread unintentionally. I'd like to see what interesting developments this might lead to.
Within the immortal spring, Hua Qianyu had already emerged from the icy spring, returning to the crimson spring where the phoenix's ethereal shadow resided. You actually succeeded, and your source power has broken through to the second tier. The golden eyes of the phoenix's shadow fixated on Hua Qianyu's body, revealing an uncontainable astonishment. Indeed, Hua Qianyu nodded with a smile. He extended his hands forward, his left hand ablaze with scorching crimson flames, while his right hand exuded the tranquil flow of icy water. Two completely opposing forces coexisted peacefully within his grasp. Now, I can control both elements simultaneously without any conflict or interference.
The phoenix's golden eyes held a deep astonishment as it spoke softly. It seems this is the power of the elemental spirit pearl.
No, even with it, others would find it nearly impossible to harmonize such forces. Your body possesses extraordinary adaptability. The powers in Hua Qianyu's hands dissipated as his arms dropped naturally. With a faint smile, he said, Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Over these past days, I've gained far more than I could have imagined.
Dragon's blood and soul. Phoenix's blood and soul.
The water spirit pearl. Each one of these treasures, if revealed to the outside world, would undoubtedly cause a bloodbath. Yet, by some incredible stroke of fortune, they had all come into his possession.
Enough, these are all things you deserve. Time is running out, I imagine you're eager to leave now.
The phoenix's shadow smiled faintly, and a golden beam of fiery light shot from its eyes, hitting the barrier above directly. A golden phoenix sigil emerged, spinning rapidly before slowly fading away. Looking upward, Hua Qianyu saw the exit of the barrier fully revealed before him. It was a curtain of fiery light, and if he passed through it, he would once again see the light of day. Yet, he remained motionless, his steps rooted to the ground. Standing quietly with his back to the phoenix's shadow, he seemed to be contemplating something. Hua Qianyu, the phoenix's voice broke the silence after a long pause, its golden gaze fixed on his back.
Hua Qianyu turned around. The phoenix's gaze lowered to meet his, and in a voice tinged with an unusual emotion, it asked, "Would you grant this god a bow of reverence?" Hua Qianyu's expression remained calm. His brow lifted ever so slightly, and without hesitation, he slowly bent his body, adopting a posture he had never shown before. He knelt. But it was on one knee. This scene startled the phoenix's shadow. Its golden eyes quivered intensely, filled with both excitement and confusion, as it asked, "Why would you kneel? Why not kneel?" Hua Qianyu countered evenly. The phoenix's voice trembled slightly. "In my 10,000 years of existence, I have encountered countless young, proud ability users like you. Yet, every single one was arrogant and full of conceit. With phrases like, 'A man kneels only to heaven, earth, parents, and mentors,' they flaunted their so-called unyielding spirit and an arrogance born of baseless pride. But you are entirely different." Hua Qianyu's demeanor remained indifferent as he spoke calmly. "That saying is nothing more than a weakling's way of preserving their frail and insignificant pride. In front of you, senior, they are but ants. Where would their dignity come from? Moreover, I would not kneel to heaven, nor to earth, nor even to my parents. But you, senior, have shown me generosity, aided me and my friends, and were once the divine protector of our land, ensuring peace for the past 10,000 years. To exchange a bow of reverence for such immense kindness, how could I possibly refuse?" With those words, Hua Qianyu had already risen. He gave a slight bow toward the phoenix's shadow once more and spoke softly, "Senior, it was an honor to meet you. Until we meet again."
A crimson flash of fire swept past, and Hua Qianyu's figure slowly vanished within the flames. Only the phoenix's shadow remained in place. The fiery aura of the phoenix that swirled around it betrayed its inner turmoil. "Ha ha ha! Hua Qianyu, you are the most intriguing human I have ever encountered. After 5,000 years, your bow has finally allowed me to rediscover myself, the phoenix god revered by all beings." Amid the boundless sea of flames, the faint chant of the phoenix's shadow echoed, vast and lonesome. Within the dragon phoenix cave, ripples suddenly spread across the surface of the immortal spring. The ripples grew larger, forming a small vortex, from which a crimson figure emerged. With the sound of splashing water, the crimson figure landed steadily on the ground. As the flames dissipated, Hua Qianyu's slightly slender figure was revealed. He first scanned his surroundings. The traces of battle from a month ago still remained. Four elongated skeletal remains lay on the banks of the immortal spring. Though decayed, one could still discern that they were the corpses of the ghost-faced fire jiao. A pungent, indescribable stench emanated from the remains. Hua Qianyu frowned slightly, holding his breath as a cluster of crimson flames appeared in his hand. "Dragon Phoenix Cave is the resting place of the elder. Since they have passed away, we should not disturb their peace." Hua Qianyu spoke lightly, and with a wave of his arm, the flames in his hand fell onto the corpse of the ghost-faced fire jiao, quickly igniting with intensity. In just a few breaths, the four decaying segments of the corpse were scorched black as charcoal under the blaze, as if a light breeze could scatter them into the wind. Hua Qianyu lightly tapped his right foot, and a blue glimmer sparkled beneath his toe, rapidly forming an icy surface that spread toward the carbonized remains. The pitch-black corpse of the ghost-faced fire jiao was swiftly covered in frost, emitting a white mist of cold air. Clink! A crisp sound rang out as the corpse shattered along with the ice, transforming into tiny particles of frost, leaving no trace behind. After completing this, Hua Qianyu shifted his gaze to himself. His clothes, untouched for a month, were not only tattered but also soaked with stains. Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed tightly. He raised his palm skyward, and a stream of cool water gushed from his palm, flowing gently over his head and washing over his entire body, rinsing away the grime in a swift motion. The fire elemental energy quickly followed his thoughts, floating over his body and evaporating the lingering water droplets. "So dirty, so hungry. Seems like I need to visit an inn first." Hua Qianyu murmured softly, realizing that it had been a month since he last ate or bathed. If it weren't for his elemental energy sustaining his life force to some extent, any ordinary person would likely have perished. He retrieved a black cloak from his special ability ring, casually draped it over himself, and headed out of the cave.
Jiangcheng Academy of Abilities.
At the main gate, a silver-haired boy in a uniform of the Fire Academy walked in at a leisurely pace. It was Hua Qianyu. After visiting the inn he had previously stayed at, he had taken a proper bath, removed the month-old grime, and changed into a brand-new uniform that had been stored in his ability ring. He then ordered a table full of dishes and devoured them ravenously, finally quelling the hunger that had tormented him for a month. After satiating himself, he couldn't wait to return to the school. Seeing the familiar campus, Hua Qianyu felt a sudden sense of surrealism. Because he was wearing the uniform, the security guard at the gate only gave him a perplexed glance but did not stop him, allowing Hua Qianyu to easily enter the school. Walking along the campus paths, Hua Qianyu pondered whether he should first report to Zhang Junlong. After all, everyone likely thought he was already dead.
Hey! Did you guys hear? The Fire Academy and Wind Academy are at it again.
Ahead of him, a few students were gathered, murmuring among themselves. One of them spoke with an air of mystery. An S-class student from Wind Academy's Class 1 is provoking the class leader of Flame God class on purpose again.
Huh? Why?
Why have they been clashing these past few days? Another asked, puzzled.
Isn't it because of the recent rumors? Haven't you heard?
The Fire Academy's S-class student Hua Qianyu and the Thunder Academy's S-class student Lu Jin didn't go missing because of some special school mission.
What? Then what happened to them?
I heard one died during a mission, and the other was captured by the Night Curtain.
It's that serious. Exactly.
Thunder Academy is still okay, at least they have another S-class student, Lu Owen. But as for Fire Academy, being leaderless yet receiving 2 slots for
elemental infusions has naturally caused a lot of resentment.
Not to mention, Lin Yi has a spot to represent the school in the 4 Academy Friendship Tournament.
That's true. I know Lin Yi, he's strong and an outstanding class leader, but at the end of the day, he's just an A-class.
He's no match for Wind Academy.
Sigh, what a pity.
If Hua Qianyu were still around, Fire Academy wouldn't have fallen into such an awkward position.
Where are they? Let's go check it out. Training field number 3.
Behind them, Hua Qianyu listened to their conversation. The joy that had initially surfaced in his blood-red eyes gradually dimmed into a shadowy darkness.
He raised his head and looked into the distance, his gaze locking on Training field number 3. Training field number 3.
At this hour, the field should have been bustling with first-year students practicing martial arts, but it was eerily quiet. There were very few people here, roughly a dozen, but the aura emanating from each was far stronger than that of ordinary students. In the center of the training field, 2 distinct groups stood facing each other. Hostility filled their expressions, and the air was thick with an oppressive tension.
Lin Yi, give up your spot in the 4 Academy Friendship Tournament, and I'll spare you.
A student with black hair and green eyes, dressed in a pale green uniform, spoke arrogantly, his hands stuffed in his pockets.
In front of him stood Lin Yi.
Compared to the sunshine and cheerfulness of a month ago, Lin Yi's face now carried a shadow of gloom. His eyes were lifeless, and he wore a stiff, cold sneer.
Liang Wenjie, what are you? Why should I listen to you?
The student named Liang Wenjie shook his head disdainfully and sneered. Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu is dead. Flame God no longer has an S rank, and you're even less qualified to represent Flame God in battle. Lin Yi's expression remained cold and detached, but at the mention of Hua Qianyu, his gaze flickered slightly. Without hesitation, he raised his head, and the Bai Li Tang blade materialized in his hand.
You want this spot?
Lin Yi chuckled hoarsely, his eyes suddenly turning ferocious as he stared at Liang Wenjie.
Defeat me, and I'll hand it over willingly. Liang Wenjie was visibly startled by Lin Yi's imposing aura, and he muttered begrudgingly, you know the academy forbids private duels. Are you saying this on purpose to intimidate me into backing down? No matter. I'll explain this to the school.
Feel free to come at me, Lin Yi said coldly. Or, are you afraid? As an S-rank ability user, this was the first time Liang Wenjie had been looked at with such disdain. He extended his right hand, and a crescent-shaped scimitar quietly appeared. Lin Yi, I intended to reason with you, but you're truly ungrateful. Though we both underwent elemental infusion, my source energy has already broken through to level 24, while you are barely scraping level 20, right? No matter how strong your aura is, in the face of an absolute gap in talent and rank, what can you possibly use to defeat me? At that moment, Chen Yu and Lu Owen stepped forward from behind Lin Yi. They stood by his side, their faces filled with anger and a burning fighting spirit.
Liang Wenjie, you've gone too far, Chen Yu said coldly.
Liang Wenjie, who do you think you are?
Do you really believe Jiangcheng Ability University boasts to you?
Lu Owen snorted coldly as well, his clenched fists crackling with flickers of lightning. Even when facing the 3 of them simultaneously, Liang Wenjie showed no fear. Instead, his mockery grew sharper.
I've gone too far? Yu, as an A rank, you're lucky to have had one opportunity for elemental infusion, and now you really think you're somebody? And you, Lu Oyin. Without your elder brother, Lu Jin, does your Thunder Institute still dare to call itself a king? Ha! Ha ha ha!
You're quite bold, Lu Oyin smirked through his fury, his tone laced with amusement. Today, I'll show you the power of thunder, and let you know that not just any stray cat or dog can provoke the Thunder Institute.
The entire scene unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers.
Mu Huanling crossed her arms over her chest, watching the spectacle in front of her with a face full of amusement.
Interesting. I wonder which side will come out on top.
Beside her, a golden-haired, golden-eyed young man stared directly at her profile, his gaze brimming with undisguised adoration. Hearing the girl's comment, he merely turned slightly, offering a faint smile.
They're nothing but a bunch of brutes.
Someone as elegant as Miss Mu surely wouldn't lower herself to associate with them.
Mu Huanling did not respond.
Her eyes remained fixed ahead, her face maintaining a gentle and friendly smile. Creak! In the vast, silent training ground, the sound of an iron gate being pushed open echoed clearly, immediately drawing everyone's attention.
Liang Wenjie turned his head and snarled, "Hey! Who are you? Don't you know this isn't a place just anyone can enter?" Hua Qianyu said nothing. He kept his gaze lowered, walking forward at an unhurried pace. Following Liang Wenjie's line of sight, Lin Yi looked over. After just a brief glance, the lifeless look in his eyes began to tremble uncontrollably. Clang!
The Bai Li Tang blade fell to the ground. Lin Yi's arm, which had been hanging by his side, began to tremble uncontrollably.
Chen Yu and Lu Oyin also noticed Hua Qianyu.
They exchanged glances, over and over, seeing the deep astonishment in each other's eyes.
In the corner, Mu Huanling's expression showed a moment of shock, but it was quickly masked by her usual smile.
She curled her lips into a faint smirk and murmured softly, "It's him." The golden-haired student first glanced at Mu Huanling, then shifted his gaze over.
When he saw Hua Qianyu's face, a trace of wariness slipped into his expression. "Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Liang Wenjie frowned and demanded impatiently. Hua Qianyu finally stopped walking. He lifted his head, his dim, blood-colored eyes locking onto Liang Wenjie's face with an unparalleled, domineering presence. "Was it you who said I was dead?"
His voice was cold and hoarse, and simply standing there, he seemed like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating everyone present under its weight. You are
Hua Qian." Liang Wenjie's voice began to tremble uncontrollably.
Although it was his first time seeing this man, the look in Hua Qianyu's eyes struck a primal fear deep into his soul. The moment the word feather had barely left his lips, Hua Qianyu's body instantly appeared in front of Liang Wenjie.
With a casual lift of his hand, he lightly placed it on Liang Wenjie's shoulder and pressed down effortlessly. Boom!
It felt as though countless mountains had crashed down upon him.
Liang Wenjie, an S-rank, second-tier ability user, was forced to his knees in an instant under the terrifying pressure Hua Qianyu exerted. Aha!
A scream tore from Liang Wenjie's throat as his knees slammed into the ground, creating a web-like network of horrifying cracks across the surface. His pants at the knees were already torn, and blood began to seep slowly from the exposed wounds. Hua Qianyu leisurely withdrew his hand. Lowering his gaze, he looked down at the kneeling Liang Wenjie before him. A cold, disdainful smile spread across his face.
"You kneel when you speak to me."
The third training ground suddenly fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on Hua Qianyu. Seeing the figure standing proudly, the expressions on their faces varied widely. "Qianyu," Lin Yi murmured in disbelief. He blinked a few times to confirm that the figure before him was not an illusion. Aside from Lin Yi, the most surprised were Qianyu and Lu Oyin. They had been the direct witnesses to Hua Qianyu's fall into the Deathless Spring, and yet, not only had he returned unharmed, but he also appeared even more powerful. They could hardly imagine what Hua Qianyu had experienced in just a month. Liang Wenjie, who was kneeling on the ground, tried to stand up, but his kneecaps had been shattered from the violent impact. The intense pain made it nearly impossible for him to support his body. He could only manage a difficult half-squat, tilting his head upward with resentment, glaring at Hua Qianyu. "You are Hua Qianyu?" Liang Wenjie's voice was hoarse, and the strength and arrogance he had displayed earlier had completely vanished. His body trembled. Since entering the academy, this was the first time he had been utterly defeated by someone his age. "That's right. You were looking for our class monitor, is there a problem?" Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, as if he were looking at a jumping clown. "And no problem." Liang Wenjie quickly shook his head, letting out an awkward laugh. "It's just that the four academies' friendship tournament is approaching. I heard Brother Hua was performing some so-called special missions and missed the elemental infusion.
I just thought that the Fire Academy's current strength is really not suited to represent the school in the tournament. So, I came. Specifically to ask Lin Yi to give up his spot, for the sake of preserving the school's and the Fire Academy's reputation. As he spoke, he shifted his tone slightly and continued, but since Brother Hua has returned now, and with such formidable strength, it would be natural for Brother Hua to take the spot for the Fire Academy. No one would have any objections. This matter was my mistake, and I hope Brother Hua can forgive me. Liang Wenjia's posture could be described as extremely humble. Although he often appeared brash, he also had an evident sense of self-awareness. Hua Qianyu's casual strike earlier had clearly not drawn upon his source energy. He had subdued Liang Wenjia with sheer physical strength. Alone. Just from that brief moment, Liang Wenjia had a rough grasp of Hua Qianyu's strength and therefore decisively chose to concede. Forgive you? Hua Qianyu pretended to think it over, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold, disdainful smile. You're right. Now, the Fire Academy is qualified to take that spot. But... His eyes darkened, and he lightly kicked Liang Wenjia under the chin. Bang! That casual kick seemed devoid of any force, yet it sent Liang Wenjia flying backward 3 meters before he landed with a thud. When he hit the ground, Liang Wenjia's eyes had rolled back, and he appeared somewhat disoriented. I'm also quite interested in your Wind Academy's spot. Hua Qianyu chuckled softly. He had no intention of holding back when striking in anger. As for mercy, it was a concept utterly irrelevant to him. Classmate, you're being too harsh. The voice was overly gentle and amiable. From beside Mu Huanling, a golden-haired, golden-eyed student slowly stepped forward. While chastising Hua Qianyu's actions, he approached Liang Wenjia. He crouched down, placing his palm over Liang Wenjia's chest. A golden glow, warm and radiant, emanated from his hand. A light element ability user. Hua Qianyu observed the newcomer without expression. He neither intervened nor responded. After a dozen seconds, Liang Wenjia's erratic breathing gradually stabilized. The shattered bones in his knees healed rapidly, and the abrasions on his skin visibly regenerated. Hua Qianyu glanced sideways at the individual. His appearance was gentle and handsome, with a faint, almost imperceptible smile that gave an impression of approachability. Yet, his demeanor carried an unmistakable air of arrogance. It was as if he was judging humanity from the perspective of a god. Unfortunately, such people were precisely the ones Hua Qianyu despised the most. Who are you? Hua Qianyu asked in a low voice. The man did not look up. His face still wore a pleasant smile as he gently helped Liang Wenjia up. My name is Lin Shengxian, from the Light Academy. You're Hua Qianyu from the Fire Academy, correct? I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Seeing you today, you're indeed as arrogant as the rumors say. Lin Shengxian chuckled lightly, standing up carelessly. His tone carried a subtle undertone as he added, but classmate Hua Qianyu, this brute strength of yours, it's best not to use it against your fellow students, Ha! Hua Qianyu sneered dismissively, casting him a deep glance. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? Lin Shengxian shook his head leisurely and replied, of course not. But as a light element ability user, whenever I see a fellow student injured, I can't help but step in. Classmate Hua Qianyu, don't make things difficult for me. Lin Shengxian stared directly into Hua Qianyu's eyes, meeting his gaze without the slightest hint of fear. A faint, calm smile lingered on his face. Hua Qianyu's expression darkened slightly, but he suddenly broke into a strange smile. He glanced at Lin Xingxuan's delicate, fair skin and spoke. With a hint of deeper meaning, I just thought of something interesting. An S-rank light element ability user, I wonder if they can heal themselves? Lin Shengxian, have you ever tried? Hua Qianyu's words made Lin Shengxian furrow his brows. His smile faded as he asked, seemingly confused, no. What do you mean by that? Hearing this answer, Hua Qianyu's smile deepened. He stepped forward with his left foot, and in the next instant, his body appeared right in front of Lin Shengxian. It means, why don't we conduct a little experiment? As the cold words left his mouth, Hua Qianyu raised his palm and struck forward at a deliberate, unhurried pace. Lin Xingxuan's expression changed drastically. He hadn't anticipated Hua Qianyu would suddenly attack him. However, it seemed he had forgotten the one reputation Hua Qianyu had left behind at this school, his unbridled madness. A golden glow materialized instantly before Lin Shengxian, enveloping him in a shimmering barrier. His expression turned serious as he whispered, Holy Light Shield. Bang! Hua Qianyu's palm slammed forcefully against the light shield, and with a deafening sound, his body came to an abrupt halt in front of the barrier. An interesting experiment. But tell me, Hua Qianyu, can you even hurt me? Lin Shengxian asked with a faintly amused smile. Good question.
The three short words carried an almost magical chill, cold and piercing. The hand Hua Qianyu had yet to retract suddenly ignited with a small crimson glow.
The light compressed violently as his fingers tightened into a fist. Boom! The flames exploded under the intense compression.
In just a breath, the once impenetrable light shield was blasted open, leaving a fist-sized hole in it.
The shockwave from the explosion sent Lin Xingxuan's body flying backward a considerable distance.
As he steadied himself and raised his head, his pupils contracted sharply. Hua Qianyu's figure was already charging straight toward him.
Before standing up for someone else, have you considered whether you can bear the price of doing so? Hua Qianyu delivered the chilling remark in a low voice.
His palm pierced through the layers of air, striking hard against Lin Xingxuan's chest.
Crack!
The sound of bones breaking echoed. Lin Shengxian spat out a mouthful of blood, but the light element energy surging around him absorbed most of the impact, preventing him from collapsing entirely in defeat. Wiping the blood from his lips, Lin Shengxian let out a bitter, cold laugh.
Ha, ha! Is standing up for justice something that requires consideration of the cost?
Hua Qianyu showed no trace of emotion, no sign of remorse.
His voice was empty and detached as he replied, "Justice? You really are shockingly naive."
To someone this foolishly naive, Hua Qianyu no longer even felt the need to strike again.
He slowly turned around and once more approached Liang Wenjie.
The latter was so frightened his soul seemed to flee his body. His eyes shut tightly in panic.
Hua Qianyu didn't continue to torment him.
Instead, he lowered his head and spoke in an indisputable tone, "Give up your spot." But, Brother Hua, you only need one spot.
Even if I give mine up, is there anyone more suitable than me?
Liang Wenjie stammered, forcing an expression that was even uglier than crying. From Hua Qianyu to Brother Hua to Big Brother Hua, in less than half an hour, Liang Wenjie's form of address had changed 3 times. It was clear that Hua Qianyu had left an indelible mark of fear on his heart.
Of course there is. I think Lin Yi is much more suitable. Far more than you, Hua Qianyu replied indifferently.
Behind him, Lin Yi's body trembled violently, his dazed eyes becoming even more unfocused.
Big Brother Hua, you must be joking, right?
Lin Yi, he's no match for me, Liang Wenjie argued, unwilling to give up. Hua Qianyu raised his hand in midair, slowly mimicking the motion he had used earlier to crush Liang Wenjie.
He smiled faintly. Don't get it twisted. What I said was an announcement, not a question. And there's no intention of seeking your opinion. You don't even have the right to argue. The words, dripping with humiliation, broke Liang Wenjie's composure in an instant. His head snapped up as he roared in fury, Hua Qianyu, you've gone too far. Do you really think I won't dare to fight back? Hatred and rage surged through Liang Wenjie. He grabbed his curved blade and swung it fiercely at Hua Qianyu's face. Hua Qianyu didn't dodge.
The blade didn't spill his blood, either, because, between the two of them, a burly figure had appeared out of nowhere.
Zhang Junlong.
The curved blade was caught firmly between 2 of his fingers.
Seeing who it was, Hua Qianyu feigned surprise and said, Principal Zhang? I thought you wouldn't show up today.
Zhang Junlong had just withdrawn his hand when he heard Hua Qianyu's somewhat sarcastic tone. Instantly, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. This kid, what's he trying to pull here?
Ahem. Zhang Junlong cleared his throat, trying to appear dignified, and said sternly, Why were you all fighting privately in the training grounds? Principal, I swear I never raised a hand.
I was entirely on the receiving end of Hua Qianyu's abuse, Liang Wenjie quickly jumped in to explain. Principal, I only tried to heal Liang Wenjie's injuries, but I ended up being attacked by Hua Qianyu as well, Lin Shengxian added with a malicious undertone. Hua Qianyu didn't bother to explain, merely casting a glance at Zhang Junlong as if to say, You figure this out yourself.
Zhang Junlong's face darkened again.
He cleared his throat symbolically once more before slowly saying, well,
I think I've got a pretty good grasp of the situation. Let's just chalk this up to some harmless squabble between classmates and leave it at that.
From now on, nobody's allowed to bring it up again.
Liang Wenjie and Lin Shengxian, right?
You two go see the head of the Light Institute for treatment.
Just tell them to put it on my tab. Alright, everyone, disperse. Zhang Junlong's blatant favoritism left everyone stunned.
It was clear to any observer that he was shielding Hua Qianyu.
Harmless squabble, my foot.
Didn't you see that my leg bone is fractured? Liang Wenjie's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in disbelief.
Are all school leaders this irresponsible nowadays?
Principal, Lin Shengxian tried to say more, but Zhang Junlong immediately raised a hand to cut him off.
Principal what? I said the matter's settled, didn't I? Why are you so disobedient, kid?
While speaking, Zhang Junlong frantically winked at Lin Shengxian, signaling for him to shut up and drop the matter.
Lin Shengxian opened his mouth but ultimately held back, swallowing his frustration.
Principal Zhang, there's something I'd like to ask you, Hua Qianyu suddenly spoke up. The moment Hua Qianyu opened his mouth, Zhang Junlong's demeanor shifted entirely. He became almost obsequious, replying with a flattering tone, Qianyu, whatever you want to ask, go ahead. This school is your home, and we as the leadership are like your family. There's no need to hold back, feel free to speak your mind.
The school will fully consider your opinions. Liang Wenjie. Lin Shengxian. Asterisk, does this guy have two faces or what? Asterisk. I just want to ask, what are the requirements to qualify for the friendship tournament among the 4 major academies?
Hua Qianyu turned her gaze and asked. Zhang Junlong furrowed his brows in thought and replied seriously, there aren't any specific requirements. There are 9 spots for participants, and the strongest will earn them. Generally speaking, each academy will have 1 spot.
Generally speaking, that means, this condition isn't mandatory, and strength still comes first, right? Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up. Zhang Junlong nodded, smiling warmly. You could understand it that way. Good.
Hua Qianyu's tone shifted, becoming more assertive.
Each academy should select 1 alternate candidate. In 1 month, we'll hold a ring battle. The alternates from each academy will step into the arena and face challenges from all the school's students. The winner earns the qualification. As soon as Hua Qianyu finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. This was because, with such a rule, the original slots would no longer be predetermined, and anyone could fight for their place based on strength. Zhang Junlong frowned slightly, questioning in a dubious tone, what purpose does this serve?
The students pre-selected by each academy were all S-class, with the highest cultivation talent, and had undergone elemental infusion, without
exception reaching the 2nd tier.
He didn't believe that under such circumstances, other students would stand a chance of winning. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and said, since these 9 spots represent the academies in battle, it's only natural to choose the strongest students. For such an important competition, having the slots predetermined like this, seems a bit too casual. She paused and looked at Zhang Junlong with a deep, meaningful gaze, speaking slowly. After all, no one knows if some people are merely all show and no substance. And no one knows if there are hidden talents among the other students of our school. Hearing this, Zhang Junlong nodded in agreement and said, you make a very valid point.
Predetermining the slots does indeed seem unfair. In that case, the school will consider adopting your suggestion.
Not consider, Hua Qianyu interrupted immediately, her deep crimson eyes locking onto Zhang Junlong's gaze as she reminded him, Principal Zhang, our school's performance in recent years hasn't been
ideal. You are more aware of this than anyone.
A selection process based solely on talent levels, without testing compatibility, won't resolve this awkward situation.
It needs to be eliminated. So it's not about consideration, it must be implemented. Zhang Junlong fell silent, his eyes flickering as if contemplating something.
After a long while, he finally raised his head and said slowly, all right, I understand. I'll report this matter to the headmaster, you all may leave now. As his words fell, a flash of blood-red lightning streaked past, and Zhang Junlong's figure vanished into thin air. After Zhang Junlong left, Hua Qianyu ignored the gazes of the others and walked straight to Lin Yi. Smiling, she said, Lin Yi, come with me. Without another word, she turned and walked casually toward the training grounds exit. Though Lin Yi was puzzled, his years of camaraderie with her stopped him from asking immediately. Suppressing his excitement and questions, he quietly followed. After the two left, the remaining people exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to do. Liang Wenjie glared at Hua Qianyu's departing figure with a venomous gaze and muttered mockingly in a low voice, do you think using this method will make Lin Yi surpass me?
1 month? Even if I gave you 2 months, what could you possibly achieve?
Lin Shengxian said nothing. Instead, he walked over to Mu Huanling, looking somewhat disheveled, and said awkwardly, classmate Mu, as you saw, Hua Qianyu is just a reckless brute, an uncouth madman with no grace. Mu Huanling's beautiful eyes turned, her strikingly captivating icy gaze sweeping over Lin Xingxuan's face as she smiled faintly.
But you can't do anything about this brute, can you?
Lin Shengxian froze in place.
Even as Mu Huanling's presence drifted far away, he remained rooted to the spot, unable to move a muscle. Hua Qian, you.
Lin Shengxian muttered under his breath, his emotions in turmoil as he walked off in frustration. Walking along the path, Hua Qianyu's pace was slow, showing no sign of urgency. In truth, her heart was already brimming with anticipation at the thought of helping Lin emerge with the Phoenix's legacy. Of course, she hadn't made such a suggestion to Zhang Junlong on a whim.
Her return would inevitably impact Lin Yi's qualification for the tournament.
Lin Yi had always relished competition and was highly passionate about such matters. If the spot were simply handed over to her, though he wouldn't say anything on the surface, he might feel a bit disappointed inside.
So, if everything could be resolved through strength, then things would be much simpler. As long as Lin Yi successfully merged with the Phoenix's Divine Beast legacy, whether it was Liang Wenjie, Lin Shengxian, or any of the other pre-selected S-class ability users, they would all be easy to crush.
As for why it was set to a month later, it was because when he merged with the blood essence and dragon soul of the Blood Dragon Emperor, it took him a full 27 days.
Considering both were Divine Beast blood and souls, refining the Phoenix inheritance wouldn't be much different.
A month was an appropriate buffer period, enough time for Lin Yi to fuse with the Phoenix inheritance.
Chen Yu.
In the silence, Lin Yi finally spoke. He looked at Hua Qianyu's profile and asked softly, "That day, I clearly saw you fall into the immortal spring. Why?" Halfway through his sentence, Lin Yi's expression hesitated, as if contemplating how to phrase his next words.
"You want to ask why I'm still alive, right?"
Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and said, "That's not important.
I'll explain it to you later. Right now, there's something more important we need to do, so we must go to a certain place first."
"Where?"
Lin Yi couldn't help but ask.
Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, shifting his gaze toward the east. He said slowly, "The War Martial Academy."
Is that what Hua Qianyu said?
In the principal's office, Jun Chen carefully listened to Zhang Juanlong's report, leaving out not a single word. When he heard the news that Hua Qianyu had returned unharmed and now possessed second-tier strength, even with his extensive experience, his heart was filled with utter shock. Unlike Zhang Junlong, Jun Chen had been present at the scene. As a king-level superhuman, his mental energy could easily detect the temperature of the immortal spring. It was an undeniable 1,000+ degrees. A first-tier superhuman surviving and returning unscathed from a 1,000-degree immortal spring? If Zhang Junlong hadn't placed the training grounds surveillance footage before him, he wouldn't have believed it at all. Yet this absurd scenario had truly occurred.
Not only had Hua Qianyu returned, but he now possessed the power to single-handedly subdue Liang Wenjie, an S-rank second-tier superhuman.
For this reason, Jun Chen could only accept the reality. Moreover, Hua Qianyu's return also alleviated some of the guilt Jun Chen had long harbored.
For Jiancheng Superhuman University, it was undoubtedly a rare blessing. That's right. Hua Qianyu insisted that there must be a ring battle held a month from now to reselect the candidates for the competition.
Zhang Junlong reported truthfully. Moments earlier, he had repeated Hua Qianyu's entire proposition word for word to Jun Chen without missing a single detail. Jun Chen pondered briefly before speaking decisively, "Then do as he says. He's right, the previous selection rules were indeed a bit hasty.
Since there's a demand for change, why not make it thorough?"
"I think so too," Zhang Junlong responded earnestly.
Jun Chen nodded and almost instinctively asked, "Where is Hua Qianyu now? Why didn't you bring him to see me?"
He was genuinely eager to know what had happened to Hua Qianyu after his fall.
Zhang Juanlong's expression turned awkward as he replied, somewhat sheepishly, "Principal. Hua Qianyu is a student with a very distinctive personality and doesn't conform as easily as others. Well, as soon as he returned, he managed to provoke 2 S-rank students in a row.
Honestly, if it weren't for his top-tier strength and talent, I would have been tempted to hit him myself," Zhang Junlong said resentfully.
"Oh? You'd like to hit who?" Jun Chen's elderly eyes narrowed, reflecting 2 unmasked glimmers of danger.
Zhang Junlong was startled and quickly laughed nervously. Just a joke, just a joke." Only then did Jun Chen retract his imposing aura, along with his warning gaze.
"When Hua Qianyu is free, bring him to see me. Tell him I have something to ask him."
"Understood." Zhang Junlong gritted his teeth and accepted the order.
"By the way, how's the investigation into Nightfall progressing?"
Jun Chen suddenly inquired.
Zhang Juanlong's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this.
His demeanor grew serious as he said, "I've already gathered some leads.
It won't be long before we track them down. Intensify the investigation. As I've said before, those who owe blood debts must repay them with blood. Though there's no blood debt left now, Nightfall's abduction of our university's students must come at a price."
Jun Chen spoke each word with deliberate weight, his aged face exuding a murderous aura. His eyes gleamed with a cold and menacing light.
On the outskirts of Jiangcheng, in a remote location.
The land here was desolate, shrouded in an eerie mist that lingered year-round.
The dim light added to the terrifying cold that pervaded the air.
Underground, in a blackened world. No one would have imagined that beneath this lifeless place lay a massive prison.
tap, tap, tap.
In the spacious and quiet underground prison, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly. A man clad in black armor strode leisurely toward a cell.
Feng Shuanye, the Night King. He wore a cold and desolate expression, his gaze sternly fixed on the disheveled figure inside the cell, looking like a beggar. Boy, are you still unwilling to surrender? The figure lifted his head, revealing a somewhat youthful face. Lu Jin. With blood smeared at the corner of his mouth, he spoke weakly, his voice faint. Ha, you want me to surrender, dream on. A ripple of emotion flickered across Feng Shuanye King's usually impassive face. It had been a month.
This boy had barely eaten or drunk, enduring inhuman torment, yet his resolve remained unshaken. To be honest, at your age, you are the most steadfast ability user I've ever encountered, Feng Shuanye King praised generously. But the more unyielding you are, the more I want to personally break you. That said, you are, after all, an S-class ability user. If you cannot be used by me, it would truly be a pity. A peculiar murmur escaped from the corner of Feng Shuanye King's lips. He glanced at Lu Jin with a trace of pity and said, starting today, you will no longer be yourself. I will maximize the use of your talents and groom you as the heir to my Night King legacy under the shadow of darkness.
What do you mean? Lu Jin asked hoarsely, his voice strained. Feng Shuanye King gave a sinister smile.
Raising his hand, he waved his fingers lightly forward.
Men, erase his memories for me.
Behind the Wen Xian Night King emerged a black-clad figure, his face obscured by a veil. In his hands, he held a black box.
What did you say? Erase my memory.
Lu Jin's cold gaze turned frantic. He gripped the iron bars of the prison cell with both hands, shaking them desperately. The Wen Xian Night King said nothing. A cruel smile crept across his face as he extended his hand to the side.
The black-clad figure immediately presented the black box with reverence.
The Wen Xian Night King ran his hand over the lid of the box, and faint wind elemental energy began swirling rapidly around it. Crack! The tightly sealed black box slowly opened in his hand. As black mist emerged and twisted chaotically, a pitch-black, gleaming orb floated out of the box on its own. The moment it reached midair, it shot straight into Lu Jin's forehead. Arg! It felt as though a cold, sharp needle had pierced into Lu Jin's soul.
A groan of pain escaped his lips uncontrollably. The black mist descended upon Lu Jin's storm-filled mental sea in an instant.
The moment it invaded, the boundless power of thunder surged toward the mist, attempting to shred and annihilate it, but without exception, the mist devoured it in return. Ugh! Just as Lu Jin was about to speak, it felt as though countless venomous needles had pierced into his soul. He could distinctly feel his thunderous power being corroded by an unfamiliar force. You bastard!
Aha!
Shrill, blood-curdling screams erupted from his mouth. Lu Jin's face turned pale from the pain, and blood streamed relentlessly from his mouth, nose, and ears, every orifice that could bleed.
To think you can still talk under such circumstances.
The Wen Xian Night King's eyes widened in astonishment, but his tone grew even
more mocking and cruel. Don't worry. Even if your soul dissipates, I will make good use of your body. Stop struggling. Just let go. Aha!
Lu Jin collapsed to the ground, his entire body spasming in agony. His face contorted in a horrifying manner, making it unimaginable what kind of torment he was enduring. His spiritual energy was being assimilated by the black mist, and Lu Jin's consciousness began to waver. Even though his physical body had endured a month of relentless torment, he had never once bowed to the devil standing before him. But if his memory was erased, he would become nothing more than a puppet, a husk to be manipulated at will. I, Lu Jin, would rather die with humility, than become a soulless puppet. This faint thought flashed through his mind. As purple lightning surged rapidly within the dark prison, Lu Jin gripped the thunder in his hand and smashed it mercilessly toward his own crown. Boom! The domineering thunderous energy was abruptly halted by an azure wind barrier. The Wen Xian Night King's expression remained unchanged, as he casually flicked his finger. Lu Jin's arms were forcibly drawn behind him, as though an invisible force in the air was manipulating his every move. Why put up such pointless resistance? If you become the Night King of my Night Curtain in the future, whatever you desire in this world, I shall strive to grant you. Why are you young people so keen on aligning yourselves with those sanctimonious hypocrites? The Wen Xian Night King's voice, light and airy, echoed within Lu Jin's mind. The black mist had already permeated his entire mental sea. Amid the darkness, the faint glimmer of purple lightning flickered, like a desperate struggle in the face of doom. No, it won't end like this. I, Lu Jin, have no regrets. In his final memory, fragments of his past experiences flashed vividly through his mind, like a slideshow speeding by.
You must be the class leader of Flame God Class 1, right? I hope this joint training goes smoothly and pleasantly. Lu Jin from Class S. While I appreciate your regard, I'm not qualified to be the class leader. Someone as hopeless as me doesn't deserve the title. Here, Lu Jin from Class S, let me introduce you. This is Lin Yi, the class leader of Flame God Class 1. A true genius more suited to the role than I am. Hello, I'm Lin Yi, the class leader of Flame God Class 1. Apologies for my presumption. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lin Yi. If I may ask, what is your ability level? A class. What are you doing? Running. Are you crazy? What about Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi? You know how fast the Azure Wind Wolf King is. If no one stays outside to hold it off, none of us will escape. Besides, I said I'd only guarantee my safety and Luo Yin's. If you have a problem with that, you can get off the vehicle now. No one's stopping you. You, Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi, Chen Yu. Honestly, I really hate you people from the Fire Academy. Arrogant and conceited, disdainful of everyone, doing everything with reckless abandon, never taking anything seriously. But even so, even though there were countless unpleasant moments between us, I still am grateful to have had rivals like you all. Luo Yin, though your strength is not weak, any ability user with an S-level talent isn't a simple opponent. Don't take it lightly. I know. Isn't everything under the protection of Lord Lu Jin? My confidence all comes from you. Amid the chaotic memories, a particularly beautiful scene seemed to emerge. On Lu Jin's pale face, a faint smile appeared. Luo Yin. In the next life, if I still wish to be your big brother, would you agree? In the sea of consciousness, the final trace of purple light dissipated. Lu Jin's roars vanished, and his struggles finally ceased. His eyes shut tight as his head tilted back, his hands weakly sprawled on the ground, sitting motionless in place. It's finally all erased. This kid's willpower isn't ordinary, Wind Sovereign Yuan muttered, his expression involuntarily growing solemn as he came back to himself. If things had dragged on just a little longer, the development of the situation would have completely spiraled out of his control. For a long while, under Wind Sovereign Yuan's expectant gaze, that seemingly lifeless figure finally moved. His finger twitched slightly. Threads of black lightning began to swirl chaotically around his body. This lightning had lost its original radiant and fierce nature, instead exuding an icy chill. Lu Jin's head lifted slightly, gradually straightening, revealing a pair of empty, dark purple eyes filled with a lost, heartbreaking confusion. Who am I? Rumble. Above Jiangcheng Ability University, a sudden clap of thunder echoed without warning. The sound wasn't particularly loud, yet it inexplicably weighed on one's heart with a sense of oppression. Luo Yin looked up at the sky. His restless mood unconsciously halted his steps as a strange, sour heaviness welled up in his heart. What's wrong? Chen Yu asked as he stopped alongside Luo Yin. Nothing, Luo Yin shook his head and spoke softly. I just miss Big Brother. I wonder how he's doing. They weren't biological brothers, but they came from the same sect. Their bond was even deeper than that of blood siblings. Ever since Lu Jin was taken, Luo Yin hadn't openly shown much emotion. But even he wasn't aware of how long it had been since he displayed his usual carefree demeanor. Chen Yu was slightly moved and offered comfort. Don't worry. The school has been relentlessly searching for Nightfall's whereabouts. They haven't stopped for a moment. I'm sure there will be results soon. Lu Jin will be fine. I know, Luo Yin replied softly, his gaze returning to the sky. It's just, without Big Brother here, I feel so empty inside. Especially today, so empty, so heavy. Luo Yin's melancholic expression made Chen Yu's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. This was a look he had never seen on Luo Yin's face before. Chen Yu, I'm going ahead. This thunder is unsettling. I need some time alone. Watching Luo Yin's departing figure, Chen Yu stood there in a daze for a long time. Thunder unsettles you? Battle Academy. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi had just arrived at the gates. They didn't step in immediately. Lin Yi frowned at the sudden change in the sky, where thunderclouds churned intermittently. What's wrong? Hua Qianyu asked indifferently. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. Nothing, just looking at the thunderclouds reminded me of Lu Jin. Oh, right, you might not know yet. Lu Jin was taken by Nightfall's Night King and hasn't returned since. Taken by Nightfall? Hua Qianyu murmured, her expression darkening. The Nightfall organization, she had encountered them twice herself. Though the individuals she met weren't particularly strong, the group was undeniably mysterious. Not to mention finding their base, she didn't even have the faintest understanding of their true nature. Judging by the time, it had been nearly a month since Lu Jin was captured. Hua Qianyu could only hope that Nightfall was after his talent, which might mean he wouldn't be in immediate danger.
Yes, although the school has been investigating tirelessly, they haven't made any progress, Linny said heavily. Hua Qianyu pondered briefly before speculating. I think Lu Jin's life might not be in danger, but he may very well be forced to join Nightfall.
What did you say? Forced to join? Lin Yi's face turned pale with shock. That is inevitable, isn't it?
Hua Qianyu said with absolute certainty, when an S-class trainee falls into enemy hands, there are only two outcomes, death or defection. Seeing the tremor in Lin Yi's eyes, Hua Qianyu continued, but if I were that so-called Night King, I would undoubtedly use every possible means to make him defect.
After all, an S-class Thunder Element user would be a waste to discard.
As he spoke, Hua Qianyu gently patted Lin Yi on the shoulder.
Don't overthink this.
These matters are beyond our ability to intervene. Increase your strength, and you will gain the power to decide more things.
Follow me. The two of them headed into the inner area of the Battle Martial Academy. Hua Qianyu first applied for a private training room at the reception desk.
Holding the key handed to him by the staff, he led Lin Yi to the designated training room. Go in, Hua Qianyu gestured with his eyes.
Qianyu, what is this all about? Why did we need to borrow a training room?
Lin Yi entered with a sense of unease.
Hua Qianyu didn't immediately reply.
He first scanned the surroundings, locking onto all the cameras in the training room.
Then, with a flick of his fingers, several tiny flames shot out, instantly destroying every camera. This action, of course, aroused Lin Yi's suspicion. He questioned, Qianyu, what are you doing? Destroying surveillance in a training room?
Lin Yi knew Hua Qianyu disliked being spied on, but this act had crossed the line into damaging public property. Hua Qianyu let out a soft sigh, his expression suddenly growing serious. Lin Yi, from this moment on, every word I say to you must not be mentioned to anyone else. Lin Yi paused, then nodded solemnly in agreement. Only then did Hua Qianyu relax his stance and begin to speak slowly. The day I fell into the undying spring, I didn't actually plunge into the spring water like you all thought. Instead, I landed in a golden barrier. This barrier isolated me from the scorching waters of the undying spring and, by sheer luck, saved my life.
Hua Qianyu's words struck Lin Yi like bolts of lightning, leaving him wide-eyed in shock.
His lips moved as if trying to say something. But Hua Qianyu didn't give him the chance to interrupt and continued. Inside that barrier, I encountered the legendary Phoenix Divine Beast. Not only did she save me, but she also bestowed upon me the legacy of an ancient divine beast. This is why, even though I never underwent elemental baptism, I possess the strength of the second tier. Hua Qianyu's explanation was carefully crafted, deliberately omitting details he deemed unnecessary to reveal, such as the elemental spirit orb and its granted elemental immunity. Even so, these extraordinary and unimaginable experiences left Lin Yi utterly stunned. A golden light glimmered between Hua Qianyu's palms, and with his intent, a sacred orb imbued with the power of the phoenix materialized, quietly hovering in front of him.
Its brilliance instantly captured all of Lin Yi's attention.
As Lin Yi's breathing became erratic, Hua Qianyu spoke slowly. This is the legacy of the Phoenix Divine Beast.
Lin Yi, you will be the sole inheritor of this gift in the world. Phoenix, inheritance?
Lin Yi's voice was as light as the wind. At that moment, he even felt an ethereal sensation as if he were in a dream. It wasn't until the orb, which carried the power of the phoenix, slowly floated into his palm that his unfocused gaze finally concentrated again.
This orb contains the source blood and soul of the divine beast Phoenix.
It can enhance your physical body and spiritual power, even to some extent, alter your innate talents. Hua Qianyu's gaze lingered briefly on the golden orb, and for a fleeting moment, the sacred silhouette of the phoenix seemed to reappear in his eyes. Pulling his thoughts back, he spoke softly, Lin Yi, if you wish to possess stronger talents and power, then refine it.
You will not regret it.
Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on the orb in his hand, his expression still somewhat dazed.
Qianyu, do you think I am worthy of this? Hua Qianyu was momentarily stunned, then laughed with disbelief. What are you talking about? Why wouldn't you be worthy?
Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes, his voice becoming faint and distant. Qianyu, among those who wield the ability to control fire elements, my talent is not the best. As for my strength, it only rivals Chen Yu's, at best, and I'm nowhere near your level.
The divine beast Phoenix? Something as legendary as that is more suited for a genius like you. From any perspective, I am not qualified, am I? Hua Qianyu's expression shifted from gentle to indifferent, and then quickly turned grim.
Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed Lin Yi's collar, pulling their faces close together in an instant. Before Lin Yi could fully react, Hua Qianyu spoke in a cold, sharp tone. Lin Yi, listen to me. The Phoenix's inheritance was something I obtained through my own efforts.
Regardless of how high its level is, its rightful owner is determined by me and me alone. As for whether you're qualified or not, it's not up to you to decide. If I say you are, then you are. If I say it's yours, then it's yours. Hua Qianyu finally released his grip, his voice gradually softening. Besides, the power of the phoenix is supremely pure and sacred. I can't use it, and neither can Chenyu. Across the entire school, only you can. Lin Yi's burning heaven flame god technique, as the supreme cultivation method of the fire element, produced golden flames that complemented the aura of the phoenix's fire. This fact was something Hua Qianyu had already realized the moment he first laid eyes on the phoenix's silhouette. Whether or not to cultivate it is up to you, but let me remind you, failing to cherish the opportunity right in front of you is a foolish act. Leaving this final piece of advice, Hua Qianyu turned and walked away without looking back. It wasn't until his presence completely faded beyond the training room doors that Lin Yi stiffly turned his head. Staring at the golden orb in his hand, radiating a glowing brilliance, Lin Yi's gaze finally grew resolute. At some point, the once passionate and fearless Lin Yi had become hesitant and apprehensive. Was it because someone as radiant as Hua Qianyu had always been by his side? What is there to hesitate about? Lin Yi muttered with a self-deprecating smile. Qianyu, he's my best brother, after all. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Yi sat cross-legged in the center of the training room. The moment he formed seals with his hands and activated his cultivation technique, the golden orb suddenly rose into the air and slowly merged into his brow. Outside, Hua Qianyu, who had been sensing Lin Yi's aura, finally smiled. He knew Lin Yi was not someone who would give up so easily. Hua Qianyu didn't leave immediately. Only when Lin Yi's aura gradually stabilized did the tension in his heart begin to ease. Hey, student! Why are all the training room monitors blacked out? A hurried voice echoed, and Hua Qianyu looked up to see a concerned staff member rushing over. It's nothing. The elemental energy got out of control during training just now, which caused the monitors to malfunction. But everything's fine now, Hua Qianyu explained with a smile. The staff member let out a long sigh of relief, patting his chest as he said, "Thank goodness. I thought something serious had happened in the training room. Student, please come over and register. Someone will come to fix it after you're done." Hua Qianyu nodded. Following the staff member's instructions, he signed his name under the monitor damage section. Paying a bit of compensation wasn't something he cared about. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, an inexplicable surge of energy suddenly reversed through Hua Qianyu's meridians, rushing straight to his heart. Put! Hua Qianyu spat out a mouthful of blood, his heart temporarily halting under the impact of the energy stagnation. Supporting himself on the front desk with both hands, he began gasping for air in large gulps. Student, are you all right? The staff member was clearly startled. Almost all the white paper on the front desk was stained with blood, causing him to not only worry about Hua Qianyu's condition but also secretly fret. What happened? Hua Qianyu forced herself to stand despite the discomfort in her body. Within her meridians, the originally distinct fire and water elements suddenly erupted in a terrifying conflict. Ha! Hua Qianyu let out a bitter laugh, her gaze gradually becoming clear. I should have known. Two diametrically opposing attributes like fire and water, how could they coexist peacefully? Was it really just a fleeting illusion? Seeing that Hua Qianyu neither responded to his concern nor moved, instead murmuring to herself in place, the staff member's voice grew more urgent. Student, if it's really bad, should I call someone to take you to the hospital? No need, Hua Qianyu waved her hand, her voice low. Just give me another single-person training room. Hearing this, the staff member looked at her in disbelief. Student, let me give you some advice. Training while injured is not a good idea. It's fine. I just made an error in my technique, which caused the source energy to flow into the wrong meridians. I just need a little time to adjust, Hua Qianyu said, clutching her chest and enduring the pain. All right. The staff member could only relent, sighing helplessly. Young people nowadays are always so impatient in their cultivation. The more ordinary one's talent, the more one should act with caution. How can you not even understand this basic principle? As he spoke, he took out another key and handed it to Hua Qianyu, not forgetting to remind her, this time, don't destroy the surveillance cameras. Too exhausted to argue, Hua Qianyu grabbed the key and quickly headed to the designated training room. The moment she entered, several bursts of firelight shot out from her body again, instantly destroying all the cameras in this training room as well. The scorched cameras seemed to silently lament, seriously? Hua Qianyu wasted no time, sitting cross-legged immediately. However, she didn't activate her technique, she didn't dare to run the fire spirit technique at all. The fire and water elements within her body were already in an imbalanced state.
Under such circumstances, activating the fire spirit technique would only accelerate the imbalance. Without much thought, Hua Qianyu directly connected to her ability ring and opened her attribute panel. User, Hua Qianyu. Bone age, 19 years old. Physical functions, S level, upgradable. Lifespan, 1,500 years, upgradable. Attributes, fire, awakened, water, awakened, wood, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, space. Element level, S. Ability level, 20, Tier 2. Techniques, 9 Spirits Forbidden Canon. Available techniques, Fire Spirit Technique, Water Spirit Technique. Water Spirit Technique. Hua Qianyu murmured softly. In her spiritual sea, the method for cultivating the Water Spirit Technique instantly materialized. At the same time, the heart method for the Fire Spirit Technique also lit up on the other side of her spiritual sea. Golden and blue text appeared side by side, causing Hua Qianyu's spiritual sea to instantly manifest two completely opposing auras. To the left was an endless sea of fire, to the right, a towering glacier. In the surrounding air, the scattered fire and water elements were rapidly drawn toward Hua Qianyu, forming energy streams and converging on her. Using her body as a medium, the elements began to merge and harmonize. Within her meridians, the previously chaotic fire and water elements quickly calmed under the restraint of the two spirit techniques, flowing quietly along their respective paths. Hua Qianyu exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. After her cultivation, the two conflicting elements finally settled down, though only temporarily. If it weren't for the 9 Spirits Forbidden Canon, she might have fallen prey to her own power today. The combination of the Water Spirit Technique and the Water Spirit Pearl had perfectly showcased absolute control over water elements. A cooling sensation spread from her right arm. Hua Qianyu rolled up her sleeve, revealing an icy lotus flower that had appeared in the same position as the one on her left arm. However, there was no trace of surprise in Hua Qianyu's eyes. Clearly, she had grown accustomed to such phenomena. Kid, the feeling of being backfired by your own power isn't pleasant, is it? Before she could catch her breath, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed in her spiritual sea. Who's there? Hua Qianyu frowned in confusion. The voice, it felt like she'd heard it before. You've inherited this emperor's power, yet you don't know who this emperor is? Kid, you're truly arrogant. The voice seemed somewhat irritated. You're the ancient blood dragon. Hua Qianyu's expression changed as she muttered in a low voice, You're in my spiritual sea? Ha 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 ha. Since you've refined this emperor's dragon soul, of course, this emperor's soul resides in your spiritual sea. Also, you'd better address this emperor as the Blood Dragon Emperor. Do you still possess consciousness? Hua Qianyu's expression darkened further. If even a phoenix can retain its consciousness, why shouldn't I? The Blood Dragon Emperor snorted disdainfully. Hua Qianyu calmed himself and asked indifferently, Since you have retained your consciousness, why did you pass the dragon soul to me? In this current plane, I cannot be reborn. If I don't pass it to you, should I leave the dragon soul to rot forever in that pitch-black, sunless abyss? The Blood Dragon Emperor replied bitterly. As the Blood Dragon Emperor, you should have the ability to seize another's body, Hua Qianyu responded calmly. He did not speak aloud but communicated through the most straightforward mental exchange. Seize another's body? The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice suddenly carried a deep contempt. Seize your body? Ha ha ha. Do you even know who I am? I am a proud dragon of the highest lineage, the mightiest dragon emperor in all of history. Why would I stoop so low as to take over the body of a mere human like you? Not just you, even in the ancient times, if a true primordial dragon knelt before me, begging me to seize its body, I wouldn't even spare it a glance. And you think that just because you carry a measly 2 spiritual pearls, I would be interested in this frail body of yours? What a ridiculous notion. This weak body of yours can't even fully control the power of 2 elements, utterly useless. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow. He wasn't angered but instead asked with keen interest, Then, as the Blood Dragon Emperor, do you have the ability to solve this problem? Kid, do you mean to say you want this emperor to help you? The Blood Dragon Emperor asked in a teasing tone, almost as if he was looking forward to seeing Hua Qianyu beg for help. If it's possible, that would be great, Hua Qianyu replied, his expression calm and devoid of urgency. You've got some nerve to think so. And why should this emperor help you? The Blood Dragon Emperor pressed further, his tone tinged with deliberate difficulty. Hua Qianyu rolled his eyes and snorted coldly, How would I know? Just say it, help or not. A long silence suddenly filled the spiritual sea, faintly accompanied by 2 muffled dragon roars. Why aren't you saying anything now? Hua Qianyu stood up, stretching his body slightly. You little brat, in front of the phoenix, you kept calling senior with such reverence. At the time, this emperor thought you were a calm, collected, and respectful
youngling. Yet when it comes to me, you turn so indifferent?
The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice finally re-emerged, though now it sounded somewhat sullen and jealous.
He had dominated the world for a lifetime.
To all living beings under the heavens, his presence inspired fear and awe.
When had he ever been treated so dismissively by a mere junior?
Hua Qianyu was speechless, his tone perfunctory as he replied, "The Phoenix Senior is virtuous and venerable.
As for you, where do you look like a senior from head to toe? Does being a mythical beast automatically make one worthy of reverence?"
Hua Qianyu clearly didn't think so.
Do you even know who this emperor is? The Dragon Emperor.
I am the sovereign of the dragon race.
In my prime, just one glance from me could obliterate you without a trace, yet you dare show such disrespect to this emperor?
Ignoring the Blood Dragon Emperor's furious threats, Hua Qianyu replied blankly, "So, are you helping or not? If not, stop talking to me. Having you buzzing in my head all day is really strange."
The Blood Dragon Emperor was struck silent.
For tens of thousands of years as an emperor, this was his first time being so blatantly scorned, and by a junior so weak it was laughable.
This feeling was bizarrely unique. Fine, this emperor ultimately resides within your body. If you, brat, were to die from source power backlash, wouldn't my dragon soul perish with you?
For this emperor's own safety, I shall be merciful and teach you a cultivation technique I once used. Although I haven't practiced it in ages, it should suffice to resolve your problem.
A cultivation technique used by the Blood Dragon Emperor?
Hua Qianyu's brows twitched slightly, though he kept his demeanor composed as he said, "But I already have a cultivation technique.
If you pass me another one now, wouldn't I have to abandon the old one?"
After all, the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex had always felt mysterious to him.
Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to give it up. The Blood Dragon Emperor asked nonchalantly, "What technique are you cultivating, brat?"
After a brief pause for thought, Hua Qianyu slowly replied, "The Fire Spirit Art and the Water Spirit Art."
"Heh, so it's the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex."
"Not bad," the Blood Dragon Emperor sneered coldly.
Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered with surprise as he spoke. "You know about it? Do you think you can hide it from this emperor?"
The Blood Dragon Emperor continued to laugh coldly. "You might fool those idiots around you, but you think you can deceive this emperor with tens of thousands of years of experience? Naive. But since you're cultivating the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex, that makes things much easier. Even if you practice this emperor's technique, it won't create any conflict."
"Why is that?"
Hua Qianyu listened intently, unconsciously adjusting into a more comfortable sitting posture. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice shifted, becoming somewhat peculiar as he explained in a low tone, "The Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex is unlike other flashy techniques.
It is primitive and pure.
One could even call it one of the most powerful techniques in existence.
After all, it was created by the ancient Nine Spirits god." Mentioning this name, the Blood Dragon Emperor's voice carried an unmistakable gravity.
The Nine Spirits god was the most mysterious deity of that time, their whereabouts perpetually unknown. However, once during this emperor's travels, I crossed paths with them briefly. Their power was unfathomable. For the Blood Dragon Emperor to describe someone's power as unfathomable, there were likely few among the ancient deities who could earn such recognition, perhaps only the Nine Spirits god. However, cultivating the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex requires the possession of the Nine Spirits' divine veins. But in this world, apart from the Nine Spirits god, no one else has ever borne such divine veins. As a result, even as the divine race flourished and faded, the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex remained without another inheritor. As the Blood Dragon Emperor spoke, he guided a faint strand of dragon soul energy to Hua Qianyu's chest, where the light of the Nine Spirits wheel shimmered. "This little thing on your chest allows your body to possess the same ability to harbor spirit orbs as the Nine Spirits' divine veins.
But harboring is one thing, controlling is another.
Some elemental attributes clash, such as water and fire, while others are fundamentally opposed, like light and darkness.
To simultaneously control them is not something that little trinket on your chest can resolve. Luckily, your body is more inclusive.
If it were someone else, they would have been dead long ago." The words of the Blood Dragon Emperor made Hua Qianyu's expression grow increasingly grim. Back then, he had only fused with the Nine-Spirited Wheel to solve the problem of bloodthirst. He never expected it to come with so many hidden dangers.
"But, it's your luck that you encountered me,"
the Blood Dragon Emperor shamelessly said. "I have a technique called the Blood Dragon Emperor Scripture. Like the Nine-Spirited Forbidden Codex, it's
one of the strongest techniques of that era.
The source energies cultivated by both are equally ancient and pure, and they won't create any conflict.
Not only that, but the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture can also transform the source energies of different elemental auras in your body into Dragon Force. Dragon Force is highly malleable and can be shaped into various attributes of source energies according to your thoughts. Of course, the prerequisite is that you've cultivated them. In this way, the source energy in your meridians, cultivated through the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture, will be Dragon Force. In actual combat, you can freely transform it into water or fire source energy. Moreover, even if you use pure Dragon Force, it's not in the least inferior to your elemental source energies. Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up visibly. If this was true, then the problem of conflicting elements could indeed be perfectly resolved, and without affecting his current strength. As for this so-called Dragon Force, he would absolutely avoid using it unless necessary. Exotic source energies weren't mainstream in Huaxia, and if exposed, it would undoubtedly cause considerable trouble. Then what are we waiting for? Teach it to me. Perhaps because he needed something, Hua Qianyu's tone was no longer cold. The Blood Dragon Emperor's blood-red eyes lit up within Hua Qianyu's spiritual sea, his gaze a bit teasing as he chuckled and said, "Teach it to you? Sure. Call me Senior." Senior. Without even a half-second's hesitation, Hua Qianyu said it with surprising sincerity. This move left the Blood Dragon Emperor completely at a loss, and the majesty in his blood-red eyes dissipated by more than half. Where was this brat's icy demeanor from just moments ago? Do young people these days change their attitude this quickly? You have no principles. He managed to squeeze out these words resentfully, and then a blood-colored light orb emerged from the dragon's soul, floating toward the center of Hua Qianyu's spiritual sea. The light orb shattered, forming a layer of blood-red mist, which immediately transformed into a series of ancient and strange runes. Hua Qianyu didn't respond, thinking to himself, how could this be considered unprincipled? He was simply being genuine. He immediately focused his mental energy, memorizing the blood-colored runes within his spiritual sea. This is the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture. Once you've memorized it all, use my dragon soul for your first cultivation, the Blood Dragon Emperor casually reminded, not forgetting to add, that way, you'll be more proficient. Thank you. Hua Qianyu closed his eyes. In just over 10 seconds, he had memorized all the runes, thanks to his extraordinary memory. These runes were peculiar. They weren't ordinary text, nor did they resemble ancient scripts from distant times. Hua Qianyu couldn't understand this strange writing. However, when he activated the dragon soul, these obscure characters instantly became clear and comprehensible. Even though it was his first time seeing them, he could understand them as though they were etched deep within his memory. With dragon's blood as the guide, condense dragon energy, transform dragon energy into source energy, this is Dragon Force. This was the general outline of the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture. Its core principle was to use the blood of the dragon race as a guide, condense a strand of dragon energy, and then transform this dragon energy into source energy. This source energy was unique to the dragon race, commonly referred to as Dragon Force. Once a strand of Dragon Force was cultivated, the rest became simpler, almost effortless. It only required following the flow of the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture to circulate the Dragon Force, allowing it to grow gradually. During this process, the elemental source energies in Hua Qianyu's body would be assimilated by the Dragon Force, serving as nourishment to become part of the Dragon Force, thus achieving the perfect fusion of water and fire elements. However, under normal circumstances, this cultivation method could only be performed by the dragon race, as no other creatures possessed dragon blood. But Hua Qianyu was different. Not only did he have dragon blood, but he also possessed the most supreme and noble bloodline of the dragon race. Dragon Emperor Source Blood. This was the very foundation that allowed him to cultivate the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture to a certain extent. With everything prepared, Hua Qianyu began to awaken the dormant Dragon Emperor source blood within his veins under the guidance of the Dragon Soul. Zzzzzzzzzzz. As the Dragon Emperor source blood awakened, a sound resembling the boiling of liquid emanated from within Hua Qianyu's blood. Under the operation of the Blood Dragon Emperor scripture, a portion of the source blood began to transform into something akin to blood-red mist. Soon after, this blood-red mist was guided by the Dragon Soul into Hua Qianyu's meridians, where his source energy circulated. The highly refined elemental source energy placed Hua Qianyu's meridians in a state of intense energy pressure, while the surging blood-red mist, under such pressure, was instantly transformed into a torrent resembling pure energy. The first trace of Dragon Force took form in an instant. Under the influence of this Dragon Force, the elemental source energy in close proximity was instantly assimilated. Whether it was fire elements or water elements, they fused together in the presence of this force without hesitation. A faint smile appeared on Hua Qianyu's face. Without a moment's pause,
This subtle trace of dragon force began to circulate through his meridians, flowing throughout his entire body. The most crucial part of the Blood Dragon Emperor technique had been completed. As Hua Qianyu's aura gradually stabilized, the rest of the process was left to time. Dusk was approaching. Within the cultivation room where Hua Qianyu resided, an increasing amount of blood-red mist began to permeate the confined space. These red mists wrapped around his entire body. Though they did not appear particularly dense, it was still difficult to discern his figure through them. In the past, the source power Hua Qianyu wielded was crimson, stemming from the exotic flames produced by cultivating the fire spirit technique. However, it was not the usual color of fire. In most cases, the color of source power was determined by the element awakened within the Esper. Because of this, people often judged an Esper's attributes based on the hue of their source power. But there were some special techniques whose inherent traits could alter the color of source power to a certain extent. These techniques were typically top tier. So Espers with uniquely colored source power were, in almost 90% of cases, no less than A rank in talent. For example, Lin Yi's fire was golden, while Chen Yu's fire was black. Now, within Hua Qianyu's meridians, the crimson fire source power and the icy blue water source power had completely vanished, entirely replaced by this blood-red dragon power. At first, he thought that when his body came into contact with this power, it would require a lengthy adaptation period, much like when he first cultivated fire elements, and that he wouldn't be able to swiftly coordinate its use. Yet the result was quite the opposite. This dragon power not only harmonized perfectly with his body but also felt deeply connected to his bloodline, far more effortless than when he initially mastered the fire element, without the slightest sense of discord. It was as if his very body had been born to channel this power. Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, a demonic blood-red gleam flashing through his pupils. He clenched his hand, and the surrounding red mist gathered, compressing into his palm. How surprising. I didn't expect that merely converting my source power into dragon power would cause my rank to advance yet another level. His eyes fixated on his palm, the floating red mist reflected in his gaze, leaving him momentarily dazed. Indeed, at the exact moment when all his elemental source power transformed into dragon power, his Esper level naturally advanced to level 21. A breakthrough? Truthfully, he rarely experienced the thrill of breaking through techniques. This sensation was much more stable compared to large leaps in level. Kid, you must understand that within the same realm, dragons are absolutely invincible, because dragon power is the most domineering source power in existence. The voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed slowly in Hua Qianyu's mind, filled with profound arrogance. Judging by the quality of your source power, you may already be at the pinnacle of this world. The Blood Dragon Emperor paused, then suddenly corrected himself. No, I should say, you've been at the pinnacle from the very beginning. My dragon power merely adds the finishing touch. He suddenly recalled the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex. As the divine technique created by the Supreme God Nine Spirits ancient deity, the source power cultivated from it was in no way inferior to his own. Hua Qianyu remained silent. He was deeply aware of the transformation in his bloodline and soul, and all of it began when he assimilated the Blood Dragon Emperor's legacy. Blood Dragon Emperor, how should I address you? Hua Qianyu asked abruptly. Although you've helped me a lot, calling you senior feels difficult to say. He wasn't sure why. When in front of the Phoenix, the word senior came to him naturally and with ease. But when facing the Blood Dragon Emperor, he truly couldn't bring himself to say it. Perhaps it was because the Phoenix exuded a sacred aura that instinctively inspired reverence within the soul, whereas the Blood Dragon Emperor was the complete opposite: bloody, sinister, violent. It was as if no words of extreme malevolence could fully describe him. Yet, Hua Qianyu's impression of him wasn't bad. In fact, it was rather favorable. Even though the Phoenix described him as a bloodthirsty and brutal dragon emperor, deep down, Hua Qianyu didn't dislike this evil. He even believed that hypocritical goodness was far scarier than genuine evil. Ha ha ha, the Blood Dragon Emperor burst into hearty laughter. It doesn't matter if you don't call me senior. I prefer a more domineering title anyway. You can simply address me as Dragon Emperor. Speaking of which, last time I think I heard the Phoenix call you by your full name. What was it? Hua Qianyu? From now on, I'll call you by your name directly. What do you think? Hua Qianyu chuckled lightly and nodded. Dragon Emperor, as you wish. Ah, excellent, excellent. I'm very satisfied. The Blood Dragon Emperor laughed heartily with delight. Kid Qianyu, now that your cultivation is complete, why not take me outside for a stroll? Hua Qianyu pondered briefly. Only one day had passed, and Lin Yi's refinement of the Phoenix inheritance would undoubtedly take much longer. He thus readily agreed, saying, all right. With that, Hua Qianyu pushed open the door and stepped outside. Outside the door, the front desk staff waited with a gloomy expression.
As soon as they saw Hua Qianyu come out, they quickly stepped forward and complained, "Classmate, didn't I remind you not to break the cameras again?" There was a hint of resentment in their voice.
Judging by the look in the staff members' eyes, it seemed they wished they could swallow Hua Qianyu whole.
"Sorry, how much is it?"
"I'll pay for it," Hua Qianyu said apologetically.
No matter what, he was the one who damaged public property first, and deliberately so. The staff member pouted, their gaze turning somewhat mournful. "No need.
I'm just here to tell you that Vice Principal Zhang Julong came looking for you earlier.
He asked you to go to the principal's office after you've finished your cultivation. As for the damaged surveillance equipment, the principal said you don't need to compensate for it."
When they said this, their tone was clearly tinged with dissatisfaction. None of the damages required compensation, yet as the person in charge of the Martial Academy's infrastructure, they had to bear the responsibility first. Truly a hardship.
"The principal's office, huh?" Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered slightly as he said, "Got it." After Yuan power transformed into dragon power, Hua Qianyu's steps became extraordinarily light.
Walking quietly along the school's small pathways like this, he didn't even leave behind the sound of footsteps.
"Dragon Emperor, can you tell me at what level of cultivation can I fly through the air?"
Hua Qianyu asked, his gaze drawn to the setting sun in the twilight sky.
The Blood Dragon Emperor's response quickly echoed in his mind. "Fly through the air?
As long as you reach the 5th tier in cultivation, it should be achievable."
"The 5th tier? That feels so far away,"
Hua Qianyu murmured softly.
"Far away?"
The Blood Dragon Emperor's tone carried a hint of puzzled disbelief. He explained, "With your talent, breaking through to the 5th tier won't take long."
Hua Qianyu didn't seem to notice. Instead, he let out a faint smile. "Won't take long? Dragon Emperor, for you, time is nothing more than a string of numbers. For someone like you, accustomed to eternity, even 1,000 years might merely feel like the blink of an eye." Both mythical beasts and deities were beings that existed alongside the heavens and earth. If not for the disappearance of that glorious epoch, they might have achieved true immortality. "You're not wrong," the Blood Dragon Emperor responded with a chuckle.
His voice paused briefly before he continued, "But I am not an eternal being.
In this world, no.
Matter how powerful a deity may be, there will ultimately come a day when they fall. It's just that the periods of glory are so brief that we naturally seem eternal. Moreover, when I said it wouldn't take long, I was referring to just a few short years, perhaps 5, perhaps 3, and you'll break through to the 5th tier, maybe even beyond."
Hua Qianyu's eyes rippled with emotion as he replied casually, "Really? Just a few years? Are a few years really that short?" The Blood Dragon Emperor was silent for several moments.
His voice softened as he said, "Young Hua Qianyu, I can sense that.
Compared to ordinary humans, your life force is far more robust.
Your lifespan is already several times longer than theirs. Based on the current strength of this plane, the strongest beings it can sustain are barely at the 9th tier.
A 9th tier human
ability user might only have a lifespan of 3,000 years, yet you, at merely the 2nd tier, already possess half of that."
Hua Qianyu's steps slowed slightly. Unintentionally, he began to dedicate more of his attention to listening to the Blood Dragon Emperor's words.
"From my observations, this phenomenon can be attributed to 2 main reasons.
First, your original bloodline, it doesn't seem to be purely human, as it inherently carries life force far beyond that of humanity.
Second, my source blood. You must know that dragons are the longest-lived creatures among all beings. And as your strength grows, your lifespan will only increase further. It's not impossible that it might even reach the same extent as the ancient dragon race. Therefore, in the context of your lifespan, a mere few years might be the smallest of numbers." This declaration stemmed from his absolute confidence in his own bloodline. Hua Qianyu's gaze briefly flickered with astonishment before he chuckled. With his thoughts, he responded, "Dragon Emperor, I'm especially curious, at your peak, what kind of existence were you?" The mental sea fell into a long silence, followed by a wild, roaring laughter that made Hua Qianyu's brain spin in dizziness.
"Ha ha 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 ha." Hua Qianyu frowned, lifting a hand to press against his temple as he coldly reminded, "Dragon Emperor, could your laughter possibly be any louder?" The laughter finally subsided. The Blood Dragon Emperor restrained his mirth and replied, "Apologies, I just found it a little amusing. You're rather bold for someone so far beneath their station. Let me put it this way, so long as you remain on this planet, in my eyes, you wouldn't even compare to an ant." Ha 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 ha. Hua Qianyu. Knock, knock, knock. Hua Qianyu knocked on the door to Zhang Juanlong's office.
"Come in," Zhang Juanlong's voice softly called from within the room.
Hua Qianyu stepped through the door.
As he lifted his gaze, the first face that met his eyes was the familiar one of Zhang Junlong. However, seated beside him in the primary seat was an elderly man Hua had never seen before, a stranger exuding an aura far heavier than Zhang Junlong's. Kid Xianyu, a peak 4th tier and a peak 5th tier, these are no ordinary forces to reckon with at your current level. The Blood Dragon Emperor reminded him in his mind, though his tone was notably relaxed. Despite the shock in his heart, Hua Qianyu maintained a calm exterior and asked, "Principal Zhang, did you need something from me?" "Ha, not me, but our principal does. Let me introduce you, this is Principal Jun Chen of Jiangcheng Ability University." Zhang Junlong spoke with a hearty laugh, motioning toward Hua Qianyu. "Come on, Qianyu, have a seat." "Student Hua Qianyu greets the principal," Hua said respectfully, offering a polite bow before reluctantly sitting across from the two men. Jun Chen studied Hua Qianyu, who was now seated close by. His expression shifted between surprise and satisfaction as he smiled gently. "Qianyu, I am the principal, Jun Chen. You can call me Old Jun." "Old Jun," Hua Qianyu nodded in acknowledgement. "Good," Jun Chen replied with a pleased nod before getting straight to the point. "The reason I called you here today is that I have some questions for you." As he spoke, Jun Chen poured a cup of tea and placed it slowly in front of Hua Qianyu with a smile. Hua Qianyu's expression subtly shifted as he accepted the tea with both hands. "Principal, you may speak freely." Jun Chen took a sip of his own tea and began, "During that trip to the Undying Spring, I personally protected you all. However, due to an oversight, we were interrupted by the Night King of the Night Curtain, which led to your fall into the Undying Spring." Here, Jun Chen sighed heavily, his tone filled with regret. "It was my own underestimation of the enemy, my failure to act decisively, that caused me to be one step too late." Hua Qianyu's expression remained calm as he replied nonchalantly, "You are too kind, Principal. Now that I've returned safely, there's no need for you to blame yourself." Jun Chen set down his teacup, his tone suddenly growing heavier. "But I personally investigated the bottom of the spring at the time. I confirmed that there was no sign of life. How is it that you managed to return alive? Not only that, but your strength has already reached the 2nd tier level. What exactly happened during that month?" As Jun Chen finished his words, the room fell into a brief silence. Both Jun Chen and Zhang Junlong fixed their gazes firmly on Hua Qianyu's eyes, as if trying to uncover the truth hidden within them. Hua Qianyu's expression remained composed. He furrowed his brow slightly and spoke in a tone of confusion, "I'm not entirely sure. When I fell, my body didn't come into direct contact with the Undying Spring. Instead, I landed in some kind of barrier." "A barrier?" The two men exchanged questioning glances. "Yes." Hua Qianyu nodded and continued vaguely, "It was a fire-attributed barrier. After I fell, I passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, I was already back on the shore. As for why my level reached the 2nd tier, I'm not entirely sure." Hua Qianyu's tone carried a hint of helplessness, as if he genuinely had no idea. However, Jun Chen and Zhang Junlong were not so easily convinced. Jun Chen narrowed his eyes and pressed further, "You're not sure? Did you encounter anyone suspicious?" "Someone suspicious?" Hua Qianyu adopted a thoughtful expression, pausing for a long moment before responding slowly, "Yes. I vaguely saw a figure in black, but they were wearing a mask, so I couldn't make out their appearance." Jun Chen's expression shifted subtly upon hearing this, his old face cycling through a series of emotions. "A figure in black? Wearing a mask? Could it be?" As the thought crossed his mind, Jun Chen's face suddenly softened into a kind smile. "I see. Well, Qianyu, I think I understand the situation. You may go back and rest for now." "That's it? The questioning was over?" Hua Qianyu was somewhat stunned. He had anticipated this encounter for a long time and had prepared numerous responses in advance. But this was it? Oh well, at least it saved him some trouble. Hua Qianyu exhaled quietly in relief, then cautiously asked, "Then, may I take my leave?" "Yes, go rest," Jun Chen said, waving his hand dismissively as he watched Hua Qianyu's retreating figure with a quiet gaze. After Hua Qianyu had left, the smile on Jun Chen's face gradually faded, replaced by a deep and contemplative look. "Do you think he was telling the truth?" Zhang Junlong glanced at the data displayed on his ability ring and confirmed, he was. The instruments indicate that his heartbeat and pulse were stable and normal. Jun Chen seemed unsurprised, his tone enigmatic. "If that's the case, it's highly likely someone from one of the temples saved Hua Qianyu and even performed an elemental infusion on him." Zhang Junlong drew in a sharp breath, his voice tinged with envy. "That kid sure is lucky. But, honestly, it's a relief. After all, encountering someone from a temple is no easy matter." This indicates that Hua Qianyu has already attracted considerable attention. For now, though, it is undoubtedly a good thing, Jun Chen remarked indifferently.
Did you know there was something wrong with the chair you were just sitting on? After Hua Qianyu left the room, the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed in his mind once more.
What's wrong with it? He asked casually. There was a device on it to monitor your heartbeat and pulse. Hua Qianyu's steps came to an abrupt halt, and his expression instantly darkened.
There's no mistake. From the moment you sat down, I could sense it. At first, I intended to help you deal with it, but then I realized my concern was unnecessary. The Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled inexplicably. What's that supposed to mean? Hua Qianyu frowned. Haha, it means I underestimated you.
You, kid, can actually lie without your heartbeat or pulse fluctuating.
Not even the slightest hint of disorder, the Blood Dragon Emperor said with a tone of amazement.
Truly remarkable psychological strength. No, perhaps it should be called your innate gift? Ignoring the underlying implication in the Blood Dragon Emperor's words, Hua Qianyu's momentary tension quickly dissipated.
Fortunately, it was just a false alarm.
He had narrowly avoided a potentially troublesome situation.
A month later,
outside the door of a single-person cultivation room at the Battle Martial Academy, Hua Qianyu had been leaning against the wall for quite some time, his gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. Over this long month, Hua Qianyu had endured his boredom with nothing much to occupy him. Aside from coming over daily to check on Lin Yi's progress, the rest of his time had been largely squandered.
He neither cultivated nor had any desire to train as fervently as the other students.
Instead, he lived a surprisingly low-profile university life. Hua Qianyu had specifically requested a class exemption from Zhang Junlong, so his days consisted mainly of eating, drinking, and sleeping, with occasional strolls up the mountain behind the school to feel the night breeze.
His life was extraordinarily leisurely.
Aside from that, most of his time was spent communicating with the spiritual consciousness of the Blood Dragon Emperor. This had become his sole source of enjoyment in recent days. As a divine beast with tens of thousands of years of experience, the tales told casually by the Blood Dragon Emperor were enough to captivate Hua Qianyu, even sparking a rare sense of yearning. But he knew that to live a dazzling life in this world, money was no longer the most crucial factor. What mattered more was personal strength.
Dragon Emperor, how much longer, approximately?
Hua Qianyu leaned slightly forward against the wall, asking in his mind.
Very soon.
Your friend's aura is now stable, and the phoenix power is almost entirely restrained. He should be near the end, the Blood Dragon Emperor replied cheerfully. After a month of coexistence, Hua Qianyu and the Blood Dragon Emperor had grown increasingly familiar with one another, and their personalities surprisingly aligned well. By now, even the initial estrangement between them had vanished.
That's good.
Hua Qianyu chuckled softly. There was only an hour left until the scheduled arena match, so Lin Yi would certainly not miss it. Just as he was thinking this, a crisp sound came from ahead, and the door to the cultivation room slowly opened. Hua Qianyu looked up, only to see a figure emerge, slightly disheveled. It was none other than Lin Yi, who had finished his cultivation. At this moment, a smile, far more confident than ever before, adorned his face.
Qianyu. Upon seeing Hua Qianyu, Lin Yi's face lit up with joy.
He called out in excitement and approached him in just a few quick strides. However, the odor of sweat from prolonged cultivation, combined with the grime from the phoenix blood cleansing, created such a pungent stench as Lin Yi moved that Hua Qianyu instinctively sidestepped. Lin Yi's enthusiastic bear hug landed in empty air. Pinching his nose, Hua Qianyu said seriously, "You'd better stay away from me for now." As he spoke, he took 2 more steps back before properly sizing Lin Yi up. In just 1 month, Lin Yi's muscles had become more defined, and he looked significantly more robust. What stood out even more was that Lin Yi seemed to have grown taller. Previously, the two of them were about eye level when facing each other, but now Hua Qianyu's gaze had to tilt slightly upward. It was worth noting that Hua Qianyu wasn't particularly tall, just about 1.8 meters. While this might be average among ordinary people, it was far from impressive in a school for ability users.
Lin Yi finally noticed the grime on his body and the stench emanating from him.
The smell was so intense that it almost made him retch up meals from a month ago.
Damn, I'm so filthy. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock.
This kid's physique and spiritual strength have improved significantly, and his talent is now among the top tier of this school.
Though still not on par with you, it's undoubtedly a transformation. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice echoed in Hua Qianyu's spiritual sea.
The latter smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Lin Yi.
How do you feel? Lin Yi snapped back to reality, his excitement evident. I feel amazing. Let me tell you, my body and spiritual strength are leagues beyond what they used to be, and
He deliberately paused for dramatic effect and, right in front of Hua Qianyu, opened his attribute panel. A blue light screen appeared directly in front of Hua Qianyu's eyes. Lowering his gaze, Hua Qianyu focused on the element level section. The clear mark of an S-class stood out prominently. My talent actually upgraded to S-class. Lin Yi exclaimed in shock. When he first saw his attribute panel, he even thought his vision was playing tricks on him. It took a long time to confirm before he reluctantly accepted it as reality. Isn't that a good thing? Hua Qianyu smiled lightly. This outcome was exactly what he had hoped for. Absolutely. Though I'm still at level 20, if I go up against Liang Wenjie again, I'm 90% sure I can beat him. A confident light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes as he glanced at Hua Qianyu with gratitude. It's all thanks to you. Without you, the old me, relying only on sheer willpower, wouldn't have been able to change anything. It was no exaggeration to say that Hua Qianyu had changed his life, or rather, elevated the limits of what he could achieve. Hua Qianyu smiled without responding directly, deliberately steering the conversation elsewhere. Lin Yi, today is the arena match. You can prove your strength to everyone, are you ready? Exactly what I wanted. Lin Yi exclaimed with excitement. Gurgle. Just as Lin Yi was filled with ambition, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Hua Qianyu suppressed her laughter and reminded him, you should go take a shower first and grab something to eat. After all, it's been a while since you've had a meal. Don't worry, there's still time. Ah ha ha. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed. I got so absorbed in training that I forgot everything. Now I'm suddenly starving. Want to join me? No need, I've already eaten. Besides, I'm one of the designated instructors for the match, so I need to head there early. Hua. Qianyu shook her head with a smile. Once you're ready, just meet me at the arena. I'm looking forward to seeing what you've got. Hua Qianyu watched Lin Yi walk away until he was out of sight. Only then did she turn around and leave the martial arts academy. Arena 1. This was one of the locations where Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities held its practical combat exercises. Unlike ordinary training grounds, the arenas here were equipped with self-repairing mechanisms. However, these mechanisms were slightly different from the training rooms at the martial arts academy. The damage couldn't be repaired immediately, instead, the repair system would activate collectively after each match concluded. At the center of Arena 1, 9 identical platforms rose up in a neat row. On either side of these platforms, dividing the space into spectator areas, the stands were already packed with first-year students from the 9 academies. Some were simply there to watch, but most were hoping to compete for a spot in the 4 Academy Friendship Tournament. Even though the majority knew they had no real chance, they still chose to give it their best effort. At the very least, they could learn and grow from failure. Ha! A low shout suddenly echoed through the arena. A tall figure leapt into the air from 10 meters away from one of the platforms, spinning midair before landing steadily atop the stage. It was Liang Wenjie. At that moment, his face held a faint, confident smile, his demeanor radiating arrogance. He made no effort to hide his pride in his abilities, openly showing off. As soon as his stunt was performed, the watching students widened their eyes in amazement. Their gazes sparkled with envy, and some even exclaimed aloud, "Whoa! That was so cool! When will I ever reach that level of skill? No wonder he's in S rank. I'm so jealous. What's the point of even trying to challenge him? After that, who'd dare step up?" A flood of cheers and praise erupted from all around. Satisfied with the reaction, Liang Wenjie grinned and arrogantly tilted his head back. What an idiot! Nearby, Luoyin mercilessly muttered. Also in S rank with the destructive power of lightning mastery, Luoyin saw Liang Wenjie's antics as nothing more than a clown's performance. What was he even trying to show off for? Other S rank students also smiled wryly. Sharing the same rank as someone so ridiculous, it was difficult to put their feelings into words. High above, Zhang Junlong kept a close eye on the platforms. As the referee for this competition, it was his job to ensure absolute fairness in every aspect. With less than 15 minutes until the match was set to begin, all the pre-selected S-rank ability users except for Hua Qianyu were already waiting at their respective platforms. That kid. Didn't I tell him to come early? Where on earth did he wander off to? Zhang Junlong frowned in frustration. As if on cue, just as he began complaining, Hua Qianyu's figure quietly appeared at the entrance of the arena. She walked calmly along the edge of the crowd, unhurried as she made her way toward the most central platform. Because of this low-key entrance, aside from Zhang Junlong and the S-rank students already on the platforms, no one else seemed to notice Hua Qianyu's arrival. Unlike Liang Wenjie's flashy performance, Hua Qianyu stepped out from the crowd and, under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, climbed the platform step by step. She stood at the center of the stage.
The arena fell into a brief silence, followed by a sudden uproar after a few seconds of stillness.
Is that the Fire Academy's candidate? Why have I never seen him before? Yeah, wasn't the Fire Academy's candidate supposed to be Linny? Plus, during last month's elemental infusion, he wasn't even there. What? Then doesn't that mean he doesn't even have second-tier strength? If someone like that can be a candidate, he must have gotten in through connections. Just look at how he entered the stage, so different from Liang Wenjie.
No way he's second tier.
Exactly. Look at that soft skin, he's just some pretty boy. Doesn't look like he has any real strength. Amidst the storm of chatter, Hua Qinyu seemed completely unfazed. Her expression remained calm as she casually pulled a brand new cushion from her ability ring, laying it on the ground. Without a care, she sat down leisurely. Her posture was relaxed and languid, her gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. She didn't appear to be preparing for a challenge at all.
Damn, arrogant, way too arrogant. I've never seen anyone so arrogant in my life. Who just sits on the ground before a match even starts? Well, now you've seen it.
This guy clearly doesn't care about us at all.
I've made up my mind, I'm challenging him. Count me in. I can't take it anymore. +1. +10,086.
Hua Qinyu's actions were like poking a hornet's nest, not only stirring up the dissatisfaction of all the onlooking students but also drawing the attention of the S-rank students on stage. Liang Wenjie shot him a glare filled with undisguised hostility, clearly displeased with Hua Qinyu's attention-seeking behavior. TCH, show off, he scoffed coldly. On another stage, Mu Huanling glanced over with her beautiful eyes, offering just a faint, unreadable smile. As the outside world buzzed with comments, Hua Qinyu shut it all out. He sat with one leg folded on the cushion, the other foot touching the ground, and his arms propped behind him to support his body. He remained in the most comfortable posture, as though lost in his own world. Kid, is it really a good idea to draw so much hatred? You'll have a swarm of overconfident fools coming after you soon enough. The Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled wickedly, reminding him in his mind. I just want to sit quietly for a while. Though it might sound harsh, there's no one who can set foot on this stage, Hua Qianyu replied indifferently. Suddenly, his gaze met a pair of bright eyes below.
Linny was smiling and waving at him.
Hua Qianyu returned the smile and then closed his eyes to rest. Above, Zhang Junlong had long been at a loss for words. Hua Qianyu had always been a free spirit, doing whatever he wanted regardless of time or place. Even if he wanted to intervene, there was nothing he could do.
He could only turn a blind eye.
He glanced at the time, which coincided perfectly with the moment the competition was set to begin.
Clearing his throat, Zhang Junlong's authoritative voice, bolstered by his powerful source energy, echoed across the arena.
Young students, I am Zhang Junlong, the presiding referee for this tournament. I'm sure you're all aware of the significance of this competition.
That's right, it's to select the 9 students who will represent our school in the 4 Academy Friendship Tournament.
Originally, the participants had already been decided internally.
However, after some students' suggestions and careful consideration by
the school leadership, we deemed this internal selection process to be inappropriate, as it deprived others of their right to compete. Therefore, today, at this very moment, the 9 candidates will stand on stage, accepting challenges from all students of the school.
The last one standing on each platform will earn the right to represent the school in the tournament. Do you think this is fair?
Fair. As soon as Zhang Junlong finished speaking, the arena erupted with a thunderous roar. Most of the students understood that the school's internally decided candidates were undoubtedly the best choices. The only issue with the internal selection was that it made them feel disrespected, nothing more. Hua Qianyu's casual suggestion, regardless of whether it would ultimately lead to better results, at least granted everyone the rights they deserved as students. The overwhelming response from the crowd made it clear this decision had won their hearts.
Zhang Junlong nodded in satisfaction and announced loudly, there are no specific rules for this competition.
As long as only 2 people are on a single stage, and no one is seriously harmed, everyone can rely on their own abilities.
When the countdown ends, the last person standing on the stage will be the final winner.
Now, I declare the competition officially begins.
For a brief moment, silence fell over the arena.
Although Zhang Junlong had declared the start of the competition, no one rushed forward. It seemed that most were unsure whether they had the strength to be the first to make a move. This hesitation lasted until the students who had earlier targeted Hua Qianyu simultaneously dashed out, finally breaking the stalemate.
Ha, that silver-haired kid is mine.
Dream on if you think you can steal this easy target from me.
You two, stop right there. That kid belongs to me.
Three distinct voices rang out as three students, each glowing with red, blue, and green source energy, charged toward Hua Qianyu's platform. Judging from their auras, they were only at the first rank. With such meager strength, even offering themselves as fodder for Hua Qianyu seemed inadequate. Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, leisurely stretched out his right hand, crossed his middle finger over his thumb, and casually flicked forward. Boom! A terrifying wave of flames erupted in front of the three, carrying intense heat that mercilessly blew them backward. Their bodies were sent flying far into the crowd, where they were caught by the human wall formed by the onlookers. Ultimately, they landed safely. In just a single second, three first-tier ability users were simultaneously blasted away. They couldn't even get close before being utterly suppressed. In Hua Qianyu's eyes, they were no different from defenseless children, incapable of any resistance. Everyone instinctively looked up, their eyes wide with shock, staring at the figure at the center of several arenas, the one sitting on the ground, exuding an aura like that of a demon king. Amidst the ghostly silence, Hua Qianyu's lips moved, and his calm voice, amplified by the diffusion of source energy, traveled far and wide. It would be better for you all not to step onto this arena. Hua Qianyu's cold and indifferent voice, along with the casual strike he delivered, stirred up waves of shock in the hearts of everyone present, like a storm crashing into their minds. This can't be real, right? Who exactly is he? Could it be, he's the hidden trump card of the Fire Academy? The students who had previously mocked him with disdainful words were now stammering incoherently, their trembling voices betraying the terror and disbelief in their hearts. No, that's not it. Have you all forgotten? A long time ago, there was an S-class ability user from the Fire Academy who single-handedly challenged the entire Thunder Academy. I remember, his name was Hua Qianyu. One of the students in the crowd scrutinized Hua Qianyu's face carefully, and suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. He shouted impulsively. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard of him too. Could this person really be the legendary Demon King? It must be him. His photo was once uploaded to the confession wall. I saved it on my phone back then. There's no mistaking it. That student opened his phone's photo album and began showing it to the people around him. The distinctive silver hair left no doubt in anyone's mind. Standing before them was indeed Hua Qianyu. Damn, we've really hit a steel wall this time. Steel wall? This isn't just steel. This is a freaking titanium wall. Good thing I didn't rush forward recklessly, or I'd have embarrassed myself beyond repair. Put. Those three unlucky guys, though, they really thought he was an easy target. Above, on another platform, Luoying watched the commotion below, shaking his head with a wry smile. Of all people to provoke, they just had to choose the worst one to mess with. He shifted his gaze and turned to Liang Wenjie, teasing him in a rather unkind manner. Hey, did you see that? Next time you try to put on a show, learn from him. He's way cooler than your monkey antics. You! Liang Wenjie gritted his teeth in anger, ready to snap back, but his slightly shifted line of sight suddenly met Lin Yi's eyes, which were brimming with fighting spirit. Lin Yi stepped out from the crowd and walked straight onto Liang Wenjie's platform, smirking with a hint of arrogance. Liang Wenjie, where do you think you're going? Liang Wenjie raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a disdainful smile. You actually dared to come? You could have just pretended nothing happened and stayed tucked away like a coward, ha. Lin Yi didn't respond immediately. Instead, he nodded briefly in Hua Qianyu's direction before turning back to Liang Wenjie with a cold smirk. Heh, if you're my opponent, why would I run? Defeating you will be a piece of cake. Ha ha ha. Liang Wenjie burst into laughter, as if he'd just heard the most ridiculous thing. Defeat me? Ha 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 ha. His laughter abruptly ceased, and his eyes narrowed into slits, exuding a mysterious aura. Lin Yi, have you ever tasted defeat? Lin Yi frowned in confusion and replied slowly, if we don't count sparring with Qianyu, then no. Liang Wenjie's smirk deepened, and with the tone of someone in a superior position, he asked again, then can you accept your own failure? Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. This guy. Why did he seem a little dim-witted? Enough nonsense. Let's begin. I don't want to waste time. Lin Yi said flatly. In his left hand, which he had just opened, a Bai Tang blade appeared. Clang! Lin Yi gripped the hilt with his right hand and slowly drew the blade forward. Buzz! As the sound of flames blooming resonated, a layer of platinum-colored flames ignited on Lin Yi's hand that held the blade. The flames quickly spread to the blade itself, eventually engulfing it entirely. Seeing this scene, Hua Qianyu, who had been sitting on the sidelines and almost dozing off, suddenly focused his sharp gaze. Platinum, he thought in shock. The questioning tone in his mind was quickly answered by the Blood Dragon Emperor. This is the Phoenix Flame, one of the highest forms of fire in all of heaven and earth.
It is also the purest and most sacred of flames. Phoenix flame?
Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows and silently mused, why didn't my flames ascend when I refined your source blood? The Blood Dragon Emperor paused for a moment before responding patiently, for one, your flames are already at the pinnacle of this world.
Secondly, I am not a fire element dragon, how could I possibly elevate your flames?
Alright then, Hua Qianyu understood and turned his gaze back toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi, holding the Bai Li Tang blade cloaked in platinum flames, took slow, deliberate steps toward Liang Wenjie, his voice ringing
out with a low, chilling tone. Liang Wenjie, have you ever killed an ability beast? Or rather, have you ever killed anyone? No, I haven't. Liang Wenjie, suppressed by Lin Yi's aura and relentless questions, found his tone growing weaker. We're students, not soldiers. What does that have to do with me? There was a time I faced a second-tier ability beast. It was like you wind elemental.
Lin Yi's steps paused. He closed his eyes, recalling the memory vividly. At that time, I hadn't yet undergone elemental infusion, just a first rank that the current you might not even spare a glance at. Though luck played a part, that mutated beast perished under my blade. The glorious moment of slaying the Azure Wind Wolf King with a single strike of the 100 Strikes return was a feat that Lin Yi would always recall with blood-pumping excitement, though the majority of the credit belonged to Hua Qianyu.
As he spoke, Lin Yi finally opened his eyes, staring at Liang Wenjie with an unusually calm gaze.
You have no real combat experience, which makes your aura and pride so easy to shatter. Lin Yi's steps suddenly quickened. While Liang Wenjie was still frozen in shock, Lin Yi appeared directly in front of him in a flash, raising Bai Li horizontally with both hands and slashing mercilessly at Liang Wenjie's chest.
Liang Wenjie's hair stood on end.
In a panic, he conjured a wind barrier to shield his chest.
Boom! The Bai Li katana struck the barrier. The Phoenix fire and Liang Wenjie's wind elements clashed and intertwined.
Within mere seconds, the wind elements collapsed completely. The residual force of the Phoenix fire sent Liang Wenjie's body flying backward over 10 meters, nearly crossing the entire arena, landing at its very edge.
Liang Wenjie hurriedly summoned his weapon, a crescent-shaped scimitar known as the Gale Blade, a spiritual armament.
His expression grew grim, the
last trace of carelessness in his eyes vanishing completely.
He seemed utterly unprepared for Lin Yi's true strength to have reached this level.
Hey! Are you really just at level 20? Liang Wenjie asked in a deep voice. Would I lie? Lin Yi replied lightly, closing the gap between them with another instantaneous movement.
Bai Li sliced through layers of air, drawing an exceptionally dazzling platinum arc in midair, aiming straight for the top of Liang Wenjie's head.
Whoosh! A sudden miniature tornado swept across the arena. The platinum blazing blade aura descended rapidly, splitting the whirlwind mercilessly in two.
As the storm dissipated,
Liang Wenjie's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yi, do you know what wind elemental ability users excel at the most?
A provocative voice suddenly came from behind Lin Yi.
Liang Wenjie dusted off his shoulders, 3 more whirlwinds spiraling around him. Speed is my specialty. Sure, I'm arrogant, but I'm not stupid.
Who would be foolish enough to clash head-on with you fire users?
Liang Wenjie muttered mockingly.
His body disappeared under the cover of the storm, only to reappear less than half a meter from Lin Yi. The Gale Blade, twisting with the movement of his wrist, aimed straight for Lin Yi's temple. If one were to select the fastest displacement speed among all elements, it would undoubtedly belong to the spatial element. You can never predict where a spatial ability user will appear. But, aside from spatial abilities, the next most speed-dominant element is wind. By manipulating airflow directly or indirectly, wind users can enhance their speed, achieving a ghostly and unpredictable effect in combat.
After realizing the true extent of Lin Yi's strength, Liang Wenjie immediately abandoned head-on collisions, opting to turn the
tide of battle with a disparity in speed. This might have been the wisest decision he could make, leveraging his own advantages.
However, bang! A heavy thud resounded as Liang Wenjie's arm was firmly caught by Lin Yi. The Gale Blade froze just 2 fingers' width from Lin Yi's temple, and the smile on Liang Wenjie's face vanished instantly. Lin Yi tilted his eyes, raising a leg to kick Liang Wenjie's stomach without a shred of mercy. The force sent Liang Wenjie crashing heavily onto the ground, sliding backward 8 meters. What a joke! If it had been the Lin Yi of the past, he might indeed have struggled to respond effectively to Liang Wenjie's sudden attack. But now, after merging with the Phoenix's soul, Lin Yi's spiritual senses could detect even the faintest shifts in air currents, let alone something as glaringly obvious as Liang Wenjie's storm. Lin Yi stepped up to Liang Wenjie, pressing Bai Li horizontally against his opponent's neck. Gazing down, he asked, "Do you concede?" Liang Wenjie raised his head, his expression shifting between complexity and unwillingness. In the end, he could only reply with evident reluctance, "I concede." Those three simple words seemed to drain Liang Wenjia's spirit, making him appear as though he had aged decades in an instant. Lin Yi retracted Li and extended a hand to pull Liang Wenjia up. "This time, I defeated you, but I won't let it make me arrogant, nor will I look down on you. I'll always accept your challenge." Liang Wenjia opened his mouth, giving Lin Yi a complicated glance before turning and walking away in silence. His back appeared particularly desolate. Everyone's eyes were on Liang Wenjia's retreating figure. Most of them bore expressions of confusion and shock. They couldn't understand how Lin Yi, with slightly inferior talent and level, had managed to triumph over Liang Wenjia. And he won quite effortlessly. It wasn't just the challengers who couldn't understand, even the other S-class arena masters cast wary glances in his direction. Without a doubt, in this tournament, the Fire Academy had become the undisputed main character, both in terms of the arena masters and the challengers. After Lin Yi was the first to step onto the arena, no other challengers followed immediately. Most chose to observe from the sidelines, quietly gathering experience. However, when Lin Yi, as a challenger, completely dominated arena master Liang Wenjia, the final traces of fear and hesitation in their hearts dissolved. Their newfound confidence spurred them to rush towards the arenas in droves. For a time, nearly every arena was filled with challengers. Of course, with the exception of Hua Qianyu's arena. No one wanted to provoke such an overwhelmingly powerful figure. Compared to the other arenas, Hua Qianyu's was avoided like the plague. But, surprisingly, he seemed to enjoy the situation. Hua Qianyu watched the battles with great interest, occasionally exchanging comments with the Blood Dragon Emperor, as if all that was missing were some snacks and drinks. This made Zhang Junlong, who was also spectating, involuntarily twitch his lips. They were both observers, yet Hua Qianyu's relaxed demeanor was far more carefree than that of the principal himself. What was worth mentioning, however, was that Chen Yu had chosen to challenge Shuwei Academy's arena master, Mu Huanling. This piqued Hua Qianyu's curiosity. He had briefly crossed paths with Mu Huanling before. Although it was only a minor exchange, he could sense that this woman was exceptionally strong, definitely not someone Chen Yu could easily handle. Moreover, this woman exuded an air of mystery that was impossible to penetrate. Combined with a level of cunning far beyond her peers, she gave off the impression of someone who could see through everything. This was also why Hua Qianyu had tried to avoid interacting with her. As expected, not even 5 minutes later, Chen Yu found himself surrounded by a barrage of icy spears, leaving him no room to escape. Moments later, a frosty blue umbrella was pressed against his throat. "Yield," Mu Huanling said, her voice ethereal and cold, accompanied by a polite smile. Chen Yu smiled bitterly, nodded in acknowledgement, and regretfully stepped down. All of this fell under Hua Qianyu's watchful gaze. He could barely sense her source energy aura, it was astonishingly faint. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman, a strange glint flickered in his blood-red eyes. "Dragon Emperor, what's her true strength?" Hua Qianyu asked. "You might not believe it, but this young lady's level is higher than yours, level 29, just a step away from breaking into the 3rd tier." The Blood Dragon Emperor's answer sent ripples through Hua Qianyu's heart. He suppressed his shock and gazed at Mu Huanling with a newfound intensity. "Moreover, it seems she has something on her that can partially obscure her aura, which is why you couldn't perceive it clearly." 2nd tier peak? Nearing 3rd tier strength? Could someone of her age truly reach such heights? With such abilities, why would she even attend this school? Just as Hua Qianyu was lost in thought, Mu Huanling seemed to sense his gaze. She turned, locking eyes with him, and gave an exceedingly gentle smile. Hua Qianyu immediately averted his gaze, pretending as though nothing had happened. But the shock in his heart made him instinctively more cautious. "This woman is someone I must be particularly wary of," Hua Qianyu murmured softly, his eyes deep with thought. "Were you talking to me, Emperor?" The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice rang out. "No, I was just reminding myself," Hua Qianyu replied. Another half a month passed. Though the excitement from the tournament had yet to fade entirely, today, Jiangcheng Ability University was abuzz with an even greater event. The 9 students who excelled in the tournament were set to represent the school in the friendship tournament among the 4 great academies. As for the participants, aside from the unexpected addition of Lin Yi, the rest were predetermined candidates, forming the strongest lineup Jiangcheng Ability University had to offer. Outside the school gates, in a black bus sat 8 young students, quietly waiting. The vehicle had yet to start, seemingly waiting for one last person. Standing at the bus door, Zhang Junlong wore a dark expression as he waved briskly toward the school entrance. "Hurry up! We're about to leave." Hua Qianyu strolled forward, holding a bowl of hot dry noodles in his left hand, with a cup of soy milk hanging from his middle finger,
while his right hand wielded chopsticks as he took a big bite. He continued walking leisurely, responding unhurriedly, "No rush, I'll be done eating soon." Under Zhang Juanlong's murderous glare, Hua Qianyu finally finished the last bite of his hot dry noodles. After tossing the paper bowl into the trash can, he leisurely boarded the bus. "Qianyu, over here." Toward the back of the bus, Linny smiled and waved at Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu understood immediately, walking over with composure. "I'd like to sit inside. It's more comfortable by the window." Linny chuckled, standing up at once to let Hua Qianyu take the window seat while he sat on the outer side. Suddenly, he recalled that Hua Qianyu seemed to get carsick. Zhang Junlong boarded the bus, glaring at Hua Qianyu with a menacing expression. Some people have no sense of discipline or organization, making the whole bus wait for them. "Are you trying to rebel?" Hua Qianyu closed his eyes, calmly inserting a straw into his soy milk and sipping it as if he hadn't heard a word. Ahem, realizing he had lost his composure, Zhang Junlong immediately lowered his voice. When facing different matters, one should adopt different attitudes. For example, the 4 Academy Friendship Tournament, which can enhance our school's reputation, should be taken seriously, not treated perfunctorily. Lifting his gaze, he saw Hua Qianyu lounging lazily in his seat, seemingly uninterested in the lecture. A surge of unexplainable fury rose within Zhang Junlong. But he quickly suppressed his anger, forcing himself to say coldly, "Let's leave it at that this time. Don't let it happen again." Hua Qianyu finally opened his eyes, speaking calmly, "Principal Zhang." "What is it?" Zhang Junlong shot him an impatient glance. "Aren't we leaving yet?" Hua Qianyu reminded him, glancing at the time. "It's already 9:30. Zhang Junlong felt his breath catch for a few seconds, gritting his teeth as he ordered, "Depart." The driver, who had been waiting for Zhang Junlong's command, started the bus, which began to move smoothly. The sudden start caused Zhang Junlong, who hadn't yet seated himself, to stagger. Fortunately, his exceptional strength allowed him to steady himself immediately and take a seat in the nearest spot. From a seat ahead, Lu Oyin couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Zhang Junlong being bested by Hua Qianyu, he suddenly found his usually stern master to have an unexpectedly cute side, which made him burst out laughing. Lu Oyin, feeling itchy?" Zhang Junlong shot a sideways glance in the direction of the sound. Lu Oyin's smile froze, quickly denying, "Master, what are you talking about? I wasn't laughing." Zhang Junlong squinted his eyes and declared mercilessly, "When we reach the capital, your training workload will double." "No, master, Lu Oyin's expression changed. "Triple." Zhang Junlong's eyes widened, drawing out his words. "Lu Oyin." Zhang Junlong smirked slightly, feeling secretly pleased. His disciple was still obedient, far better than that brat with the bad temper. His mood instantly improved as he casually swiped his ability ring, summoning a blue holographic screen in front of him. It displayed a document resembling a roster, listing the names of the students representing Jiangcheng Ability University in this competition. Fire Academy, Lin Yi, level 20. Thunder Academy, Lu Oyin, level 23. Water Academy, Mu Huanling, level 23. Wood Academy, Xiao Muyue, level 22. Earth Academy, Shi Zichuan, level 21. Air Academy, Li Qian, level 24. Light Academy, Lin Xingxian, level 25. Dark Academy, Yi Li, level 23. And, the one whose strength couldn't be quantified by levels, the absolute ace of Jiangcheng Ability University. Fire Academy, Hua Qianyu, level 21. 9 participants in total, 6 males and 3 females. Aside from Feng Academy's Liang Wenjie, who had been eliminated by Lin Yi in a dominant fashion, each of the 8 great academies had one representative, with the Fire Academy occupying 2 spots. Thinking of this, a trace of sorrow appeared on Zhang Junlong's face. If only his eldest disciple, Lu Jin, were still here, perhaps this roster would look different. A sudden pang gripped his heart. Zhang Junlong clenched his fists involuntarily. The investigation into the night curtain had been perfectly executed, yet when the school's leadership went to the target location to rescue people, not a single night curtain member was found. Not even a single insect, as if the night curtain had somehow foreseen their plans, vanishing into thin air overnight, leaving no trace behind. Snapping out of his thoughts and looking at the outstanding roster before him, Zhang Junlong's face remained clouded with worry. He was well aware that this level of strength might still fall short against the other 3 schools. Hopefully this year, we can achieve a decent result. Zhang Junlong sighed deeply. In his frustration, he casually lit a cigarette on the bus. The smoke quickly spread through the confined space, causing all the students to frown in displeasure. Yet, out of respect for the principal's authority and as an elder, they chose to ignore it, saying nothing. The smell of smoke gradually spread backward, directly invading Hua Qianyu's nostrils. The joy on his face instantly vanished without a trace. Hua Qianyu opened his eyes and frowned, immediately locking onto the source of the smell.
In a somewhat cold tone, he said, "Principal Zhang, could you not smoke in the car?" As he spoke, he silently opened the window beside him. The warm breeze from outside dispersed the pungent smell, alleviating the discomfort considerably. The cold reprimand made Zhang Junlong pause just as he was about to take a second puff. He stubbed out the cigarette and said apologetically, "Sorry, everyone. I was thinking about some troubling matters and couldn't help myself." 2 hours later, the bus stopped on the outskirts of Zheng City, in front of a uniquely shaped building. The area was sparsely populated, with this solitary structure standing alone for miles around. As soon as they got off the bus, Luoying couldn't help but ask, "Master, what is this place? Aren't we supposed to go to the airport?" Zhang Junlong first gave a mysterious smile, then said, a little exasperatedly, "You're my disciple, yet how can you be so ignorant? Have you ever seen an ability user take a plane? Then, how are we going to the imperial capital?" Luoying asked, a question that came from the depths of his soul. Zhang Junlong smiled as he extended his hand, slowly pointing to the building ahead. "This is the place. Today, I'll let you experience space travel." "Space travel?" everyone exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the term. In the back, Hua Qianyu, who had been silent all along, suddenly became interested upon hearing this novel concept. Space travel. It sounded intriguing. After all, such a term had only ever existed in fantastical novels. Hearing about it in real life for the first time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. "Though I've never heard of it, it's likely the work of a spatial ability user," the Blood Dragon Emperor speculated. "This place might be a base station connected to different spaces." Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement. He didn't speak but tacitly acknowledged the Blood Dragon Emperor's assumption. Indeed, apart from spatial ability users, he couldn't think of any other possibility. After all, with current technology, such advancements seemed out of reach. Zhang Junlong chuckled and explained, "This is a spatial transfer station. Nowadays, many cities populated by ability users have at least one of these stations. It's developed based on the spatial energy source of spatial ability users, designed to make transportation more convenient. So, traveling from Jiang City to the imperial capital only requires stepping through a single door." Zhang Junlong's words almost made those who had never heard of this spatial transfer station drop their jaws. Crossing a single door to travel from one city to another? Excited and eager, they couldn't wait to experience it for themselves. Under Zhang Junlong's guidance, the group walked expectantly toward the peculiar building. To be able to transfer through space at will, it's amazing. "I'm starting to envy spatial ability users," Linny remarked as they walked. Hua Qianyu didn't deny this. His gaze shifted to a somewhat shy and silent young man trailing behind the group, Li Qian, an S-class spatial ability user. "Li Qian, can you also perform spatial transfers?" he asked proactively. As soon as Hua Qianyu spoke, everyone's attention turned to Li Qian. The sudden focus made Li Qian a bit uneasy. He stammered as he replied, "Well, I can only perform small-scale spatial transfers for now." "What's the exact range?" Hua Qianyu followed up. Li Qian thought seriously for a moment before responding conservatively, "Within a 50-meter radius, it should be fine. But it's limited to just myself, I can't transfer others." Hiss! The group collectively drew in a sharp breath, their gazes toward Li Qian becoming tinged with peculiarity. A 50-meter radius for spatial movement, wasn't that already impressive? Wasn't he just being modest? Even Hua Qianyu looked astonished. Smiling, he praised, "That's quite something. Your opponents would probably find it a headache to catch you." Li Qian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Even so, my combat ability is lacking. If I faced any of you head-on, I'd lose terribly." Hua Qianyu's expression shifted slightly. He glanced at Zhang Junlong's back and asked in as neutral a tone as possible, "Principal Zhang, don't spatial ability users have any strong combat techniques?" Zhang Junlong turned his head slightly, replying indifferently, "They do, but there aren't many, and they're of high levels. Li Qian is only at the second tier, so there are many techniques he can't yet learn." "I see," Hua Qianyu murmured softly. "Don't underestimate spatial ability users," Zhang Junlong said, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. "Though they may lack combat power in the early stages of development, once they mature, they're absolutely among the top tier of the 9 elemental abilities." Zhang Junlong turned his head back, his gaze becoming distant, as if recalling some past memories. "So, you're telling me that you'll be a big shot in the future, huh?" Luoying grinned, throwing an arm over Li Qian's shoulder. Well, there's still a big gap between me and you guys. Li Qian's face turned bright red as he replied awkwardly, clearly unaccustomed to such flattery and praise. Dragon Emperor, if I encounter a spatial ability user, how should I deal with them?
Hua Qianyu withdrew his gaze and silently asked in his heart.
Deal with them?
Are you asking how your enemies should deal with you? The Blood Dragon Emperor teased. Be serious, I'm sincerely seeking advice here. Hua Qianyu's tone grew stern. Spatial ability users can come and go without a trace.
If you can't pinpoint their location, how can you defeat them? Humph, the Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled disdainfully. Do you think my dragon soul is just for show? Spatial transfers leave behind spatial ripples.
While these ripples are very subtle, with your current mental strength, capturing them wouldn't be an issue at all. Moreover, the spatial ability users you'll encounter in competitions won't have a significant level gap with you. If their only spatial movement becomes ineffective against you, well, they're basically just throwing themselves at you to be defeated. Hua Qianyu was silent for a few moments before saying longingly, if only I could control space too.
It feels like that kind of power suits me better.
The innate physical abilities of the vampire race allowed him to teleport short distances to some extent, but teleportation, after all, was just teleportation. It was far from truly reaching the level of spatial manipulation.
Kid, do you know?
In the ancient times, almost all deities could wield simple spatial divine powers.
I don't mind telling
you, even if one isn't a spatial ability user, once their strength reaches a certain level, they can glimpse the mysteries of space. However, spatial ability users can naturally accomplish much more. Alternatively, you could try searching for a spatial spirit pearl, but that's the core divine power of the nine-spirit ancient god, and it's probably incredibly difficult for you to find.
Spatial spirit pearl. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered.
As he continued exchanging thoughts with the Blood Dragon Emperor, he unknowingly followed the group to a massive metal gate. The gate connected on both ends, allowing a clear view of the scene on the other side from where they stood. Zhang Junlong stepped forward, approaching a staff member with a polite tone. Minister Sun, I'm here with my students to apply for the use of the spatial passage.
The man referred to as Minister Sun opened one eye.
First, he glanced at Zhang Junlong, then lazily shifted his gaze toward Hua Qianyu and the others.
Heading to the Imperial Capital for the Four Academies Friendship Tournament?
That's correct, Zhang Junlong replied with a smile. Minister Sun frowned slightly, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction.
Junlong, how many times has Jiangcheng ended up at the bottom? Can't your school properly focus on cultivating exceptional students?
Zhang Junlong gestured behind him, his voice confident. To tell you the truth, Minister, the students behind me are the most outstanding group we've had in years.
I believe they'll achieve excellent results this time.
Minister Sun rolled his eyes, bluntly shooting him down. You said the same thing last year, and yet it ended in a disastrous loss. Zhang Junlong's smile froze, leaving him momentarily speechless. At this point, Minister Sun waved his hand dismissively, as if resigning himself to the inevitable.
Fine. It's just going through the motions anyway. Let's hope you don't lose too badly this time. With that, Minister Sun turned to face the workstation and lightly pressed a red button. Buzz. A strange, muffled sound emanated from the gate. Immediately after, a layer of silvery source energy began to slowly cover the previously empty frame in the center of the gate. Faint spatial ripples emerged in the air around the gate. Thank you.
Zhang Junlong expressed his gratitude, then beckoned to his students with a small wave, signaling them to move forward.
Luoyin stepped up first.
He tentatively extended a hand toward the silvery light screen, and upon confirming that he could pass through, he closed his eyes and took a step forward. With his demonstration, the remaining 8 followed closely, crossing the threshold one by one. Hua Qianyu was the last to move forward. As he walked, the silvery light grew larger and larger in his vision. The instant his body touched the light screen, a dazzling white light suddenly pierced into Hua Qianyu's eyes.
Then came a sensation of spinning and disorientation. And finally, complete darkness. Junlong, do you understand what this friendship tournament among the 4 great academies means this time?
The spatial portal had yet to close. Watching the retreating figure of Zhang Junlong about to step through, Minister Sun spoke gravely. Zhang Junlong froze mid-step. He didn't turn around, but a flash of deep unwillingness flickered across his face.
Of course I know. If our academy fails to achieve a good ranking this time, there's a high chance we'll be demoted.
After all, no country would continue to support an institution allocated with top-tier resources if it only produces mediocre talents useless to the nation.
Minister Sun nodded and said, exactly. Since you understand the situation, you should know.
Zhongcheng Ability University losing its title as a super first-class academy is only a matter of time. These kids are at the peak of their youth. They shouldn't have to endure unbearable humiliation and blows.
Instead of striking a stone with an egg, why not just withdraw from the competition?
Zhang Junlong closed his eyes and laughed self-deprecatingly.
Minister Sun, you don't understand these kids' personalities.
If I were to withdraw from the competition, that would be the true humiliation for them.
Each and every one of them is the best in my heart. Retreat without fighting? Ha! How could I bear to destroy their only opportunity to prove themselves? He opened his eyes, turned to face Minister Sun, and said with a faint smile, as for hardships?
Instead of letting them sail smoothly now and be helpless when facing real adversity in the future, it's much better to temper their will early on.
Minister Sun was slightly moved and let out a long sigh.
Ah, Zhang Junlong, you have many strengths, but you're too stubborn.
If only back then. The past is irrelevant.
Zhang Junlong interrupted coldly. All right, I won't bring it up, Minister Sun said helplessly, then shifted the topic with a serious tone.
But this competition is different from the ones before.
If you can grasp this opportunity, Zhongqing's fate might still turn around.
Zhang Junlong raised an eyebrow and quickly asked, what kind of opportunity?
Minister Sun stepped closer until he was within 2 fists distance of Zhang Junlong and spoke in a low voice. The temple's envoy will be selecting a successor for the temple master during this tournament. The revelation was shocking. Zhang Junlong sharply turned his head, exclaiming, You mean?
Shoo!
Minister Sun placed a finger to his lips, signaling Zhang Junlong to keep quiet. Leaning in closer to Zhang Junlong's ear, he whispered, If someone from Jiangcheng catches the temple's eye, then tell me, who would dare strip Jiangcheng Ability University of its super first-class status?
Zhang Junlong's eyes flickered intensely. Minister Sun finally stepped back, patting Zhang Junlong's shoulder with a smile.
It all depends on whether any of your talented students can become the savior to reverse Jiangcheng's fate.
Zhang Junlong's hands trembled, and his eyes shone ever brighter.
His Adam's apple bobbed for a long time before a trembling voice finally escaped his lips.
There is. If it's him, he can definitely do it.
Hua Qianyu's body passed through a barrier and entered a pitch-black world. For a long time, he felt no sensation at all, until his eyes caught sight of a dazzling white light. As his vision returned, the surrounding world began to come into focus. Hua Qianyu took 2 steps, the solid ground beneath his feet gradually dispelling the surreal feeling of the moment. His heart pounded intensely. It was his first time experiencing spatial transfer, and his body clearly hadn't fully adapted. Shifting his gaze slightly, he saw Linny standing ahead of him, eyes vacant and staring straight ahead. Hua Qianyu was momentarily surprised. Looking around again, he noticed that not only Linny but also Lu Wuyin, Lin Shengxian, Shi Zichuan, Xiao Muyue, and Yili were all frozen in place, motionless.
Except for Li Qian and Mu Wanling.
Li Qian, being a spatial ability user himself and already highly skilled in manipulating spatial forces, naturally showed no signs of discomfort. As for Mu Wanling, she stood there calmly, fingers twirling a strand of golden hair. Her demeanor was serene and elegant, occasionally glancing at the others with mild interest.
Hua Qianyu remained silent and was just about to nudge Lin Yi awake when suddenly 3 warning voices rang out. Don't move! Don't move! Don't move!
One of them came from within his mental sea. It was the Blood Dragon Emperor. The other 2 came from the outside, one slightly timid male voice and the other a relatively pleasant female voice.
Li Qian and Mu Wanling. Hua Qianyu's hand froze mid-air. Confused, he asked, why? He didn't ask mentally but voiced his question out loud.
Mu Wanling let her arm drop, her emerald green eyes fixed on Hua Qianyu's profile.
This is for their own good. The first time experiencing spatial transfer. If they can't overcome the soul displacement caused by spatial disparity on their own, they'll fall into the same state the second time too. Exactly.
Li Qian opened his mouth, his expression solemn as he added, Brother Qianyu, if you forcibly wake him now, it might cause irreparable mental trauma. Their words made Hua Qianyu's eyelid twitch, and a sudden wave of fear surged in his heart.
They're both right, Blood Dragon Emperor chimed in at the right moment. Don't worry. That kid Lin Yi has a phoenix soul. He'll wake up soon enough.
Barely after the Blood Dragon Emperor's voice fell, Lin Yi's arm suddenly moved, and his eyes began to focus.
What just happened? Lin Yi murmured in confusion.
Nothing, it's a normal phenomenon for the first spatial transfer, Hua Qianyu said softly. I didn't expect you all to be so capable. For your first encounter with spatial source energy, you've shown such strong adaptability, Mu Wanling said in surprise. Hua Qianyu maintained a calm expression, though his tone carried a hint of implication. I'm quite curious, excluding Li Qian, who was naturally a spatial ability user. Everyone else fell into that state for varying lengths of time.
But Moo, you seemed completely unaffected.
Well, to be honest, this isn't my first time experiencing spatial transfer, Mu Huanling replied with a radiant smile.
I see.
Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, speaking in a faint tone.
Linny glanced back and forth between the two, observing them.
When they had first met, their impressions of each other seemed quite positive.
But now, why was there this inexplicable tension and underlying hostility? Could it be that I missed something behind the scenes?
Linny secretly speculated in his heart. I didn't expect the four of you to wake up so quickly. A voice filled with mild surprise broke the moment. Under the gaze of the four, Zhang Junlong stepped out of the spatial portal.
You didn't try to wake them up, did you?
Zhang Junlong scanned the group, asking cautiously. Because he hadn't informed them in advance of the relevant precautions, and coupled with his delay while discussing matters with Minister Sun, Zhang Junlong was worried about any potential mishaps. No, Hua Qianyu replied succinctly. Zhang Junlong breathed a sigh of relief.
Good, then I'm reassured.
Remember this, during the first spatial transfer, you must let them wake up on their own, otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable. Next time, please inform us earlier, Hua Qianyu retorted mercilessly. If it weren't for the three experienced individuals, he might have made a grave mistake. Zhang Junlong was at a loss for words. This was indeed his oversight.
So, are we in the imperial capital now? Linny asked, looking around in disbelief. That's right. This is the spatial transit station of the imperial capital.
We just need to take one more bus to reach the city center, Zhang Junlong explained. Only then did Hua Qianyu begin observing his surroundings. As the spatial hub of the imperial capital, the area was significantly larger than that of Jiang City. Even the number of spatial portals here was more than double that of Jiang City. Moreover, not only was it bustling with activity, but all the portals seemed to operate continuously. Only ability users were legally permitted to use the portals, which highlighted the sheer scale of ability user traffic at the imperial capital's hub. This also reflected, to some extent, the stark difference in the distribution of ability users between the two cities. Within a quarter of an hour, the remaining students gradually woke up. After understanding the situation, they followed Zhang Junlong out of the transit station and headed for the city center. 2 hours later, Hua Qianyu and the others arrived at a luxurious hotel where Zhang Junlong booked 10 rooms at the front desk, 1 room per person, including himself. The Inter-Academy Friendship Competition officially begins in 7 days. During this time, you can acclimate yourselves to the new environment or explore the imperial capital. But from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. every night, you must return for training, Zhang Junlong instructed as he distributed the room cards, emphasizing the rules sternly.
Training? Without a proper training facility, what are we even training for?
Luoyin muttered under his breath as he accepted his room card. Zhang Junlong shot him a fierce glare and reprimanded, "Watch your mouth, kid."
What? You understood me? Could it be that you're also? Luoyin's face filled with astonishment. Zhang Junlong's face darkened, choosing to ignore Luoyin.
Instead, he pulled out a different room card, this one golden and slightly larger than the standard black ones.
This hotel has a few training rooms on the basement floor.
There happened to be one left, so I reserved it, Zhang Junlong said nonchalantly, as if it were no big deal.
How much did that cost? Luoyin's eyes widened in disbelief. 100,000.
Zhang Junlong said flatly. Luoyin took a sharp breath, exclaiming in shock, truly, money to burn and a fool to spend it.
With that much, why not take us out for some fun instead? Ow!
Zhang Junlong knocked Luoyin on the head, causing the latter to let out a pained yelp.
Who's the fool with too much money now? Do you think everyone is like you, only knowing how to eat, drink, and play all day?
Zhang Junlong scoffed disdainfully.
Hey, Qianyu, what are we doing tonight? Let's go out and wander around, see if there's anything good to eat. Yay!
I just saw a well-reviewed restaurant nearby on Little Sweet Potato.
Want to check it out later?
Sure. In front of Zhang Junlong, Hua Qianyu and Ling Yi's exchange was anything but discreet. Luoyin clamped his hand over his mouth, trying his best not to burst out laughing, but his shaking shoulders betrayed him, making Zhang Junlong feel utterly embarrassed. Furious, he darkened his face and stormed upstairs without looking back.
Nighttime. On a street in the imperial capital. Hua Qianyu and Linny walked side by side.
They had just finished dinner and were on their way back to the hotel. Hua Qianyu held a cup of milk tea in his hand. Since it was a bit cold, he sipped it in small, delicate mouthfuls. Linny carried a plastic bag filled with goodies, assorted treats Hua Qianyu had just bought from a well-known local bakery, including meat floss cakes, tiramisu, and handmade egg tarts. They had sampled a little of everything, and the taste had pleasantly surprised them, so they decided to buy a bit of each. "I never realized before how much you can eat," Linny remarked in a raised voice. In a bustling city like the imperial capital, even late at night, the streets were still brimming with a steady stream of people. If Linny didn't speak louder, Hua Qianyu might not hear him. "Really?" Hua Qianyu replied, seemingly unaware. "Maybe I just didn't eat much before. Now, of course, I want to make up for it." Linny glanced at him with a smile. "Speaking of which, it's been a long time since you've touched tomatoes. You used to love them." Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered briefly, his tone turning cold. "From now on, I will never eat tomatoes again." "Ha, so you got tired of them, huh? Makes sense. After all, you ate them for 3 years straight." "Ever since I met you, you had them every single day," Linny said, reminiscing. Hua Qianyu gave a faint smile. "Exactly. I got so sick of them that just looking at one makes me want to throw up." As he spoke, he lifted the cup of milk tea in his hand, chuckling lightly. "With something this delicious, why would I ever drink tomato juice again?" "True, you were pretty weird back then. But now you're normal," Linny commented casually. He shifted his gaze back to the street, and his eyes suddenly landed on an old man sitting on the ground, dressed in tattered clothes and begging. A black cloak covered the man's entire body, obscuring his face. "Qianyu, look!" Linny murmured, extending a hand to point at the old man. Hua Qianyu raised his head, following Linny's gesture. "A beggar. So what? To think there are beggars even on the streets of the imperial capital. What do you think? Should we help him?" Linny asked, a hint of sympathy in his voice. "No need. We don't know him, and it has nothing to do with us," Hua Qianyu replied bluntly, withdrawing his gaze. "Well, all right then." Linny hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to go along with Hua Qianyu's opinion. Indeed, in an unfamiliar place, there was no need to let compassion for a stranger complicate things. The two continued walking, passing directly by the old beggar. However, as Hua Qianyu walked past, the beggar's cloaked body gave a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Without warning, the old beggar suddenly lunged forward, gripping Hua Qianyu's leg tightly. His hoarse voice erupted in a wailing, ghostly cry. "Young master! Young master!" Just as he was about to take a step forward, his foot was suddenly grabbed, and a strange howl came from behind. Hua Qianyu slowly turned around, lowering his gaze, and there, before him, was the cloaked old beggar. He didn't want to pay attention to him. Lifting his foot, he stepped forward again, but the old beggar refused to let go. His body dragged across the ground as he clung tightly to Hua Qianyu's leg, moving along with it. "Let go. You've got the wrong person," Hua Qianyu said, his expression unchanging but his tone slightly cold. The old beggar not only didn't let go but pressed his entire face against Hua Qianyu's leg, speaking in a somewhat deranged manner. No, I haven't mistaken you. Even if the young master has grown up, the young master's aura, the young master's bloodline, will never change. I haven't mistaken you. I haven't mistaken you." Strange words. Hua Qianyu murmured inwardly, but the beggar before him, filthy from head to toe and clinging so tightly to him, made his mood grow irritable. He crouched down, pulling back the old beggar's cloak as he said coldly, "I don't know you, nor do I know who this young master you're talking about is. But I can tell you very clearly, I am not the person you're looking for." The cloak was lifted, revealing a head of stark white hair. Though his voice sounded old, his appearance was that of a man in his 30s. Moreover, his skin was even paler than that of ordinary humans. However, none of this was enough to truly shock Hua Qianyu. What made his heart skip a beat was the pair of blood-red eyes, like rubies, staring back at him. Those crimson eyes, as red as blood, they were exactly like his own. These striking features, combined with the deep, innate sense of shared bloodline and spirit, this feeling was undeniable, unmistakable. Hua Qianyu's gaze wavered uncontrollably. The hand holding the edge of the cloak suddenly yanked it back down, covering the old beggar's face once more. Thud. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. His heart pounded wildly. For once, Hua Qianyu lost his composure, his breathing turning ragged. Beads of sweat began to form densely on his forehead. In the past, no matter how dire the situation, Hua Qianyu had always managed to maintain his rationality and composure. Yet, faced with this person, a member of his own kind, he found a strange, unnameable panic rising within him. He had tried so hard to forget the fact that he bore the bloodline of the vampires. But the gifts granted by that bloodline could not simply be forgotten at will. The rapid healing of his wounds, his strength that far exceeded that of humans, his memory, his reflexes, his heightened senses. All of it, whether he wished to remember or not, his body constantly reminded him of it. He had placed himself among the human race, among human ability users, doing his utmost to integrate into human society, to live as a human, masking the cruel truth in his heart. But this unexpected encounter shattered all the mental barriers he had painstakingly built. He was a vampire, a demon who fed on human blood. Hua Qianyu's body trembled. His crouched posture shifted into a kneeling one. His increasingly labored breathing left him with an inexplicable feeling of suffocation. These bizarre actions left Lin Yi, standing nearby, at a loss. He glanced at the surrounding crowd. Many had stopped in their tracks, forming a circle to watch this strange scene unfold. Lin Yi hurriedly stepped forward, intending to help Hua Qianyu up. However, before his outstretched hands could touch Hua Qianyu's shoulders, they were blocked by Hua Qianyu's hand, which suddenly shot out behind him. "Qianyu, you!" Lin Yi exclaimed in shock, retracting his hand halfway as if compelled to do so. "Don't come near." His voice was hoarse yet resolute. Without turning back, Hua Qianyu added in a pleading tone, "Please, don't come near, all right?" Lin Yi opened his mouth, but in the end, he responded softly, "All right." Hua Qianyu let out a faint acknowledgement. His trembling stopped, and his heavy breathing gradually calmed. As his breathing steadied, his gaze grew calm once more. "No, I am not a vampire. I don't need blood to survive. I am human. I am a living, breathing human being. I am different from them, different." Hua Qianyu's eyes grew deep and dark. He leaned forward a little more, his body tilting slightly, and whispered softly into the old beggar's ear, "You are a vampire, aren't you?" He kept his voice deliberately low, controlling it so that an ordinary person, even if they were right next to him, would find it almost impossible to hear clearly. But if the man was a vampire, with senses that were hundreds of times sharper than those of humans, he would undoubtedly hear it. This was both a test and a confirmation. As expected, the old beggar trembled violently upon hearing this. Just as he was about to raise his head to respond, Hua Qianyu swiftly pressed it back down and coldly interrupted, "Do not raise your head. Do not speak unnecessarily. You only need to answer me, yes or no." "Yes." A definitive reply sounded by his ear, and an inexplicable surge of complex emotions suddenly welled up within Hua Qianyu. For a moment, his previously stable composure began to waver, and his mind went blank. A vampire, it was indeed a vampire. He had always wanted to escape this identity, yet he never expected to encounter a true vampire here, within the borders of China. Swallowing hard to moisten his dry throat, he exerted all his effort to calm the unrest in his heart. The surrounding crowd grew larger and larger. If this standoff continued, it was clear unpredictable consequences might unfold. "Lin Yi." Hua Qianyu made a decisive call, his gaze carrying a trace of unwavering determination. "I need to take him, this beggar, back with me." Lin Yi was puzzled, but the situation before him was already quite unusual. He refrained from asking further questions and simply complied, "All right, I'll go with you." "No, I'll take him back first. You go buy a set of clothes, something that fits him." Hua Qianyu stood up, his brows tightly furrowed. He grabbed the old beggar and lifted him up so Lin Yi could roughly gauge his size. Lin Yi was taken aback for a few seconds. Under Hua Qianyu's stern gaze, he hurriedly responded, "Oh, all right. Oh, and get some tomatoes, fresh ones." Hua Qianyu added. If the earlier requests were still reasonable, this one caused Lin Yi to furrow his brows in confusion. Tomatoes? Why tomatoes again? Didn't he just say he would never touch tomatoes for the rest of his life? Thoughts swirling, Lin Yi gave Hua Qianyu a deep, searching glance and responded softly, "All right, I'll go now." Hua Qianyu brought the beggar to a hotel room. As soon as he entered, he immediately locked the door behind him. "Take off the cloak." Hua Qianyu turned to the old beggar and said coldly. The old beggar did not hesitate. Almost the moment Hua Qianyu issued the command, the cloak covering his appearance was removed, revealing his distinctly striking features. White hair, crimson eyes, a tall and upright physique, and a youthful, handsome face. Despite the grime on his face, it couldn't hide his somewhat alluring aura. One had to admit, vampires truly mastered the art of appearance. "Your humble servant, Lucius von Vandro, of the Vandro clan loyal to the Blood King. Your Highness may address this servant as Lucius." "Thank you, Your Highness, for extending your hand to save me." Lucius knelt on one knee before Hua Qianyu, speaking with a reverent tone. However, these words of unwavering loyalty did not bring Hua Qianyu any joy. His face darkened, and he reached out, gripping Lucius by the neck and lifting him up with brute force. "You keep calling me young master and Your Highness. Let me tell you,
I am human, not a vampire.
If you continue spouting nonsense, I'll kill you. The icy words were like merciless blades, and Hua Qianyu's expression twisted, devoid of his usual calm. Your Highness, you may deceive yourself, but your bloodline cannot deceive you. Lucius struggled to speak, his words choked by Hua Qianyu's unrelenting grip. Your Highness possesses the royal blood of our clan, destined to become the emperor leading our vampire lineage. Boom! Hua Qianyu flung Lucius forcefully, sending him crashing into the hotel wall with a loud thud. Yet even so, it failed to cause him any harm. Lucius trembled as he climbed back to his feet and cautiously approached Hua Qianyu once again, speaking with devotion. Your Highness, you carry the noblest bloodline of our clan. Why do you choose to associate with the lowly humans? Silence! Hua Qianyu swung his arm, sending Lucius flying once more. In a flash, he stepped forward, pinning Lucius to the ground with a stomp to his chest, pressing down hard. Leaning closer, he whispered coldly, "Royal blood? Emperor? I don't understand what you're talking about, and I don't want to know. Let me make this clear, I will not drink human blood. My parents are human. I am human. I am not your so-called Your Highness. The life I want to live is not yours to decide or judge." Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, cough, cough. Lucius raised his head with difficulty. Though his breathing was constricted, he still let out a hearty, unrestrained laugh. What are you laughing at? Hua Qianyu frowned and growled. Your Highness, who told you that your parents were human? Lucius's tone suddenly carried an inexplicable arrogance. What do you mean? Hua Qianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Lucius suddenly stood up. Watching Hua Qianyu's ever-changing expression, he spoke the cruelest truth in the calmest voice. Your mother was the direct princess of the Kane royal bloodline, the rightful empress of the Blood Clan. As for your father, though he was of the human race, his near-mad devotion to your mother defied all obstacles. Through sheer strength, he became the only foreign duke in our clan, and even fused with the source blood bestowed by the former emperor. And you, Your Highness, as their offspring, you carry the purest lineage of our clan. You are the young emperor of the Blood Clan. What is there for you to deny? Lucius's light and airy words seeped into Hua Qianyu's ears, echoing endlessly in his mind. Every word tore at his mental defenses with a cruelty that was almost unbearable. Every sentence mercilessly shattered everything he had fought to prove, everything he had ever possessed. Impossible. This can't be true. Hua Qianyu shook his head frantically, his mind plunging into an unprecedented void, dizziness engulfing his entire mental sea. How could this be possible? How could I be of the Blood Clan, and a royal of the Blood Clan at that? He could not believe it, or rather, he simply could not accept this reality. Why did you have to tell me? Hua Qianyu lunged forward, his hands clutching Lucius's shoulders tightly. Under the uncontrollable force, his fingers pierced through Lucius's skin, digging into his flesh. Why? Why must the person you're talking about be me? On what basis? Tell me, on what basis? Why does my identity, the person I want to become, get decided by a single sentence from you? A faint trace of tears glistened at the corner of Hua Qianyu's eye, and every word he spoke was laden with grief, every word drenched in sorrow. Why? Such a powerless question, yet it was the only way he could vent at this moment. The sharp pain from his shoulders and the thick scent of blood that filled the air invaded Lucius's senses. Yet he seemed entirely unfazed, gazing at Hua Qianyu with an expression of tender affection. Because of your bloodline, Your Highness, your bloodline, this old servant can feel it. Perhaps my words sound vague, so let me put it more plainly. Lucius extended a trembling hand and gently placed it on Hua Qianyu's cheek. In the past, if anyone, be it Lin Yi or anyone else, made such a gesture, Hua Qianyu would have dodged without hesitation. But now, he stood still, shockingly unresponsive. Lucius's gaze grew misty as he spoke softly. Your Highness, without realizing it, you have already reached the age of 19. The only flaw of a long life is that, although 19 years have passed, it feels as if it was but a fleeting moment. Hua Qianyu's expression changed drastically. Lucius's brief remark sent waves surging through his mind. How do you know my age? 19 years. For someone he had only just met to state his age so accurately, if it hadn't been through meticulous investigation, there could only be one explanation. Lucius did not answer. He slowly closed his eyes, as if reminiscing about distant memories. September 23rd, this is the most significant day in the history of the Blood Clan, for on this day, the Empress and the Duke's only son was born. Hua Qianyu's mind exploded in chaos, his lips trembling uncontrollably. He opened his mouth repeatedly, but no words came out. At some point, his body had begun to feel numb. On that day, the entire clan celebrated.
Every clansman offered their most devout blessings to the newborn young emperor. Everyone looked forward to the day when the growing prince would lead our clan to unprecedented heights. Lucius opened his eyes, his bright blood-red pupils suddenly clouded with emotion. However, the young emperor, who was showered with boundless love and affection, did not grow up amidst the clan's expectations or within the tribe. Instead, by the duke's insistence despite opposition, he was sent to the land of our enemies. That nation is called the Divine Kingdom of Huaxia, and the place where the young emperor grew up is known as Jiangchang. Time, place, every detail aligned with exquisite precision. Hua Qianyu's grip on Lixius's hand loosened. His body swayed unsteadily, his vision blurring as if oxygen were being drained from his surroundings. For a moment, it felt as though all strength had been stripped from him. The wound on Lixius's shoulder was healing rapidly, yet his gaze never wavered from Hua Qianyu's face. His lips trembled slightly as he spoke with a touch of emotion. Your Highness, with the lowly status of this old servant, I truly have no right to address you by your name. But, to gain your trust, please forgive my impertinence. Lixius paused, taking a deep breath before continuing slowly. Your Highness, your name, could it be Hua? Enough! Hua Qianyu roared, forcibly cutting off the words Lixius was about to utter. At this point, there was no longer any room for doubt. That single word, Hua, had already obliterated his last shred of hope. Even though Lixius had not spoken the full name aloud. It was enough. He didn't want to hear it, couldn't bear to hear it. Only through this self-deceptive method could he suppress the turbulent storm raging in his heart. He collapsed weakly to the ground, his gaze vacant as he stared at the floor, remaining silent for a long time. Lixius obediently fell silent, kneeling quietly before Hua Qianyu. He bowed his head, patiently waiting as Hua Qianyu processed the earth-shattering revelation. Who would have thought, kid, that you'd have such a lineage, came the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor from within Hua Qianyu's mental sea. The voice was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion, as if narrating an utterly ordinary event. Through Hua Qianyu's eyes, the Blood Dragon Emperor was able to perceive everything in the outside world. Thus, he could also experience Hua Qianyu's emotional fluctuations from the most direct perspective. Previously, Hua Qianyu's mental sea had been like a mirror, tranquil, unperturbed, eerily quiet, and deathly still, like a lifeless pool of water. Any emotions that strayed in were ultimately devoured by this mirror-like sea, leaving not even the faintest ripple behind. This was where the Blood Dragon Emperor resided. He had marveled more than once at how such a serene and deathly mental sea could exist within a human being. The 7 emotions and 6 desires seemed to scarcely touch him. Yet now, this mental sea, as still as stagnant water, suddenly erupted into a storm, unleashing torrential rain, causing endless tremors and ripples. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice brought Hua Qianyu back to his senses, if only slightly. He let out a self-deprecating laugh in his heart. Ha! Dragon Emperor, isn't it ironic? The sacred beast of Huaxia, bestowing its essence blood and dragon soul upon someone of another race. What are you feeling right now? Disappointed? Angry? Resentful? Or, ashamed? Feelings? What feelings could this emperor possibly have? This emperor has seen all manner of great storms and waves. What is this to me? Do you think it could stir my emotions? The Blood Dragon Emperor sneered. Hua Qianyu's gaze froze, and he asked, but, as the Dragon Emperor, doesn't it feel like a pity that your legacy has fallen into the hands of someone like me, an outsider? The Blood Dragon Emperor remained indifferent, then asked deeply, bloodlines or races, are they truly that important? Whether you are human or of the blood race, what kind of blood flows within you, and what kind of person you wish to become, what connection is there between these things? Or is it that you simply despise the blood race? No, Hua Qianyu shook his head and replied softly, Dragon Emperor, you don't understand. The blood race feeds on human blood. This race is an eternal enemy of humanity. I don't hate the blood race, I just hate that I am of the blood race. I'm afraid, if my friends learn the truth, perhaps, we will no longer be friends. The Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled faintly, but you've already said it, you're different from them. You don't feed on human blood. In this Emperor's eyes, if you remove that flawed trait of blood feeding, the physical prowess of the blood race clearly surpasses that of humans. If this emperor were in your position, I would certainly not be burdened by the concerns you harbor. This emperor only knows that this body grants me power far beyond ordinary beings, and with it, I could use absolute strength to obliterate all obstacles in my path. Those who oppose me, betray me, harm me, or conspire against me, all deserve to die. No one has the right to dictate what kind of person this emperor is or chooses to become. Why should I care about the opinions of mere ants? The light in Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered faintly. The Blood Dragon Emperor laughed suddenly, as if amused by his own thoughts. Hua Qianyu, this emperor acknowledges you not because you are a
talented human, but because your nature, habits, and way of handling matters just happen to align with this emperor's temperament.
Nothing more.
The little prince of the blood clan, what a grand and majestic title. It seems you and I share some kind of fate, even our titles share the word blood.
Not bad, quite refined,
Hua Qianyu's lips curved slightly. The Blood Dragon Emperor's consolation gradually untied the knot that had lingered in his heart for so long. The light in his blood-red eyes grew brighter.
You're right. So what if I'm part of the Blood Clan? As long as I wish for it, I can still live the way I want.
Hua Qianyu's voice carried a newfound ease. Once everything became clear, all the fear and unease, the worries and terror vanished without a trace at this moment. The deep fissure within his soul, which had been there for so very long, began to show signs of healing and revival.
Hua Qianyu stood up.
Lysias opened his eyes and lifted his head to follow his movements. Looking straight into Lysias's eyes, Hua Qianyu said calmly, Lysias, perhaps everything you said is true.
But I have no intention of living as a member of the Blood Clan.
During this time, I've lived rather well, light-hearted, free, without any troubles, and I have absolutely no desire to bear the responsibilities of the Blood King lineage. Rest assured, for the sake of our kinship, I'll do my best to settle you properly.
All I ask is, that you don't disturb my life. Lysias first appeared shocked.
Then, his gaze softened involuntarily. Your Highness, whatever you choose to do, this old servant has no right to interfere.
In fact,
this old servant would rather your Highness stay here forever and never return to the clan. But I beg your Highness to allow this old servant to remain by your side.
Why? Don't you wish to return to the clan and reunite with your people?
Hua Qianyu frowned in confusion, adding, in Huaxia, if members of the Blood Clan are discovered by human ability users, you should know what the consequences would be.
Upon hearing this, Lysias let out a helpless, bitter laugh.
Your Highness, you may not know, but this old servant was exiled by the clan.
The current Blood Clan is not as united as your Highness might imagine.
Since the passing of the former king, the 15 clans have had their own agendas, and loyalty is far from what it used to be. And the Vanzer clan, to which this old servant belongs, has been oppressed by other clans for a long time because we were loyal to Her Majesty the Queen. Many members of the Vanzer clan were exiled, never to return to the clan for eternity. At this point, tears streamed down Lysias's face as he spoke with sorrow. Your Highness, if this old servant were to return to the clan without permission, death would be the only outcome.
Something like this actually happened? Hua Qianyu's gaze darkened, and a strange sense of indignation rose in his heart.
To some extent, the Blood Clan was his heritage. Now that this heritage faced the threat of being taken away, even if he didn't care much, he still felt a twinge of anger. It must be that Prince foresaw such a situation long ago, which is why he sent you here when you were still young. Otherwise, your Highness, you would have undoubtedly become a pawn in the struggle for power by now.
Lysias spoke with lingering fear.
His genuine emotions caught Hua Qianyu's attention, so much so that he couldn't look away. This was the first time in his life, aside from Linny, that he had tasted the feeling of being cared for. The light in Hua Qianyu's eyes softened, and his voice became gentler. But even if you stay in Huaxia, what if one day you are discovered by humans? You would still die.
Ha ha ha.
Lysias chuckled softly. He reached into his robe and took out a crimson gemstone, presenting it slowly in the palm of his hand before Hua Qianyu. Your Highness, this is a special product of our clan, called the Blood Spirit Stone. It can block the detection of all ability users below the 6th tier. Carrying the Blood Spirit Stone ensures that as long as their power is below the 5th tier, no one will discover our identity as members of the Blood Clan. Hua Qianyu stared at the stone in his palm and guessed, so, this is how you've managed to survive in the capital? The phrase managed to survive was harsh, but it was undeniably accurate. Members of the Blood Clan within Huaxia were no different from rats in the street.
Lysias gave a bitter smile.
Exactly. That's why I beg your Highness to let this old servant stay by your side.
I can assure you that I will never interfere with your Highness's life. Hua Qianyu didn't respond immediately.
He began to ponder silently. In the end, having a member of the Blood Clan nearby was no different from strapping a time bomb to himself.
It could blow up at any moment. Though the Blood Spirit Stone could block detection from 5th-tier powerhouses, this was still the capital. There was no guarantee that there weren't beings stronger than the 5th tier.
If such a situation arose, not only would Lysias die, but Hua Qianyu himself could be dragged into endless trouble.
Should he agree or not?
Hua Qianyu contemplated for a long time, his fingers subconsciously stroking his chin. A few seconds later, a sudden idea struck him. He conjured a bank card out of thin air and handed it to Lysias. How about this,
Hua Qianyu said, I'll give you a bank card. There's probably over 1 billion on it. You don't need to return to the clan. Just stay here in the imperial capital and run some businesses. However, you should see me as little as possible in the meantime. Hua Qianyu turned around slowly and added, Does that work for you? Lixius was momentarily stunned. Taking the bank card from Hua Qianyu's hand, he spoke with rare emotion, Thank you for your grace, your highness. This old servant will not disappoint your expectations. I will establish a business empire for you here in the imperial capital. With her back to Lixius, Hua Qianyu finally let out a sigh of relief. This way, Lixius should be too busy to bother her. Maintaining distance was the safest option. Hua Qianyu turned again, her gaze lingering on Lixius' now-healed shoulder. She asked curiously, Lixius, what is your level of power? Peak of the 4th tier, not yet 5th tier. I may disappoint you, your highness. This old servant is of mediocre talent and not particularly skilled in cultivation, Lixius admitted with some embarrassment. Peak of the 4th tier? Hua Qianyu was taken aback, her voice growing increasingly complex. Then earlier, why didn't you resist? Hua Qianyu was only at level 21. Even with her combat abilities exceeding her level, she could at best contend within the realm of the 2nd tier and was absolutely no match for a 4th tier ability user. Your highness, you are the master, and I am the servant. How could a servant possibly defy the master? Even if your highness commanded this old servant to die, I would not hesitate in the slightest, Lixius said resolutely. Hua Qianyu was deeply moved. The ingrained hierarchy between master and servant among the bloodkin was even more profound than she had imagined. Such loyal servants were treasures that countless higher beings dreamed of possessing. However, in a world driven by greed and self-interest, such absolute loyalty was exceedingly rare. All right, you may rise, Hua Qianyu said with a faint smile. Lixius, remember this, from now on, when we're in front of others, don't address me as your highness or young master. Simply refer to me as young sir in your capacity as my steward. Understood, your highness, Lixius replied with a deep bow. Hua Qianyu immediately shot him a sidelong glance. Did you forget what I just said? Don't call me your highness. Lixius raised his head and replied calmly yet firmly, Your highness instructed me to call you young sir when in front of others. But now, it's just you and this old servant. I dare not disobey. Hua Qianyu. Knock, knock. Qianyu, open the door. A knock came at the door, followed by Lin Yi's voice from outside. Hua Qianyu exchanged a glance with Lixius before nervously and hesitantly opening the door. Lin Yi poked his head through the doorway. He first scanned the room, taking in the scene, then fixed his gaze on Lixius behind Hua Qianyu. Finally, he walked in carrying 2 bags. Qianyu, here's the clothing and tomatoes you wanted, Lin Yi said casually. He placed the bags on a chair and began to study Lixius with a curious expression. After taking a closer look at his appearance, Lin Yi's eyes filled with even greater surprise than when he had first seen Hua Qianyu. I thought you'd be an old man, but turns out you're more of an uncle? Lin Yi blurted out. Lixius also looked at Lin Yi. Compared to Lin Yi's friendly gaze, his own eyes carried a hint of hostility. A faint hunger even flickered in his blood-red pupils. Sniffing the air, Lixius could feel the vitality of the young human. It stirred a deep, primal thirst from within his bloodline. Losing some of his composure, he began walking toward Lin Yi, almost instinctively. Lixius! Hua Qianyu's cold voice rang out, stopping Lixius in his tracks. His mind cleared, and the longing in his eyes quickly dimmed. Hua Qianyu reached into one of the bags, pulling out a tomato. She picked up a water glass from nearby and gently poured the water over the tomato. Then, she wiped it clean with her sleeve and tossed it in Lixius' direction. Eat the tomato, she said coolly. Lixius caught it steadily and took a bite. As the tomato's juices were greedily sucked dry, a look of rapture slowly spread across his face. Ha! Lin Yi's expression turned peculiar as he said suspiciously, This uncle likes eating tomatoes too? Hua Qianyu didn't know how to respond. Also, I feel like this uncle looks somewhat like you. Qianyu, could he be a relative of yours? Lin Yi stared directly at Hua Qianyu. Ahem, sort of. Hua Qianyu felt a bit guilty but tried to maintain his composure as he replied, Lin Yi, let me introduce you. His name is Lixius, and he's a relative of mine from abroad. A relative from abroad? Lin Yi murmured, his gaze shifting to Lixius's face, which was full of delight after finishing the tomato. He muttered softly, Qianyu used to like eating tomatoes, and this uncle Lixius also loves tomatoes so much. Lin Yi paused for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands together as if a realization hit him. Oh, Qianyu, I get it now. Seeing Lin Yi's bright smile and his I figured it out expression,
Hua Qianyu's heart tightened instantly. Beside him, Lixius also clenched his hands into fists, his gaze darkening as if ready to silence Lin Yi in the next second. However, under Hua Qianyu's warning look, he suppressed the turmoil within him and refrained from acting rashly. Could it be that eating tomatoes is a family tradition of yours? Lin Yi declared with certainty, his tone even carrying a hint of affirmation. Lixius. The fists he had clenched slowly loosened. Hua Qianyu lowered his eyes, his face calm as he replied, "You could say that, but this tradition has nothing to do with me." I get it, Lin Yi said proudly, seemingly oblivious to the subtle shift in atmosphere. After all, Qianyu grew up in our country. With so many culinary delights in Huaxia, it's no wonder you lost interest in tomatoes. But, Uncle Lixius, since you're Qianyu's relative, why were you wandering the streets of the imperial capital? Lin Yi asked, his expression filled with genuine curiosity. Though he rarely discussed family matters with Hua Qianyu, he could tell from Hua Qianyu's lavish spending habits, without much concern for money, that his family background was undoubtedly affluent. Anyone related to him couldn't possibly have fallen to such a state, let alone become a beggar. Lixius's gaze shifted as he responded politely, "Young Master Lin Yi, all the businesses I operated in the imperial capital collapsed not long ago. Coupled with the targeting and suppression by rival groups, I ended up in my current predicament. If not for encountering young Master Qianyu, I might never have had the chance to recover." On the surface, Hua Qianyu remained calm, but inwardly, he silently praised Lixius's ability to read the situation. Even though they hadn't coordinated in advance, Lixius's story sounded so genuine. One had to admit that Lixius had great potential as a businessman. So that's how it is. Lin Yi's expression showed evident sympathy as he comforted him, "Uncle Lixius, the fact that fate led you to Qianyu means you're not at a dead end yet. There's definitely a chance for a fresh start." "Thank you for your kind words, young Master Lin Yi," Lixius replied politely. "Alright, Lixius, change your clothes and head back for now," Hua Qianyu interrupted their conversation. "Remember what I told you, and handle the rest as you see fit." Lixius bowed deeply, his voice filled with emotion as he said, "Rest assured, young master. Once I have everything in order, I will come to find you again." 7 days passed quickly. After settling Lixius's matters, Hua Qianyu's life returned to its usual calm, without any major disturbances. During these days, Hua Qianyu spent his days wandering the imperial capital with Lin Yi and his evenings undergoing pre-competition training as per Zhang Juanlong's instructions. Calling it training, in reality, with such a short amount of time, no matter how efficient the process, it was impossible to significantly improve their strength. This so-called training plan was more like Zhang Juanlong's way of helping them adapt to the competitive atmosphere in advance, avoiding scenarios where they might struggle to get into the right mindset during the actual competition. "Alright, everyone, stop for a moment." In the training ground located on the basement level of their hotel, Zhang Junlong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to halt their training. Hearing him, the group immediately stopped what they were doing and gathered around Zhang Junlong. "Master, what's the matter?" Luoyin asked while wiping his sweat. Zhang Junlong scanned the group, his expression serious as he said, "Tomorrow is the 4 Academies friendship competition. I just received a notification from the organizers. The format and rules of this competition are very different from previous ones, filled with randomness and openness. I think it's necessary to inform you all." "What do you mean?" Lin Yi asked with a focused expression. Not just him, but everyone's attention was fully directed toward Zhang Junlong. Zhang Junlong's eyes flickered slightly as he shifted the topic, saying, "Let me first tell you about the rules from previous years. In the past, each of the 4 major academies would send 9 participants, totaling 36 competitors, who were then randomly matched to form 18 pairs for one-on-one battles. Also, participants from the same academy would not be matched against each other. After the first round of matches, the 18 winners would proceed to a second round of pairings. Through these 2 rounds, the top 9 contestants would be selected, and rankings would be determined based on the proportion of these 9 contestants belonging to each academy. 2 academies of roughly equal strength could choose to engage in a 9-person team battle, which served as an additional bonus event. However, last year, in the individual competition, our academy only had 1 person make it to the end, and in the team battle against Beiliang Ability University, we suffered a devastating defeat, ultimately ranking at the bottom." Zhang Juanlong's words left everyone in silence, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Only 1 person advanced in the individual competition, and the team battle was a complete loss. Although they already knew Jiang Cheng was at a disadvantage, they hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. "How pathetic!" Hua Qianyu sneered mercilessly. Sai Zhang Julong sighed deeply and said, "There's no helping it.
The gap in strength is just too wide.
Over the years, our academy has been trying its best to make up for it, but to no avail. I don't expect you to achieve great results, so there's no need for you to feel pressured.
Just do your best. Since we're here, we should naturally aim for victory. I don't like the idea of anyone stepping on my head." Hua Qianyu smiled calmly, then asked in return, "Principal Zhang, what about this year's rules? What's different?" Zhang Juanlong's gaze darkened, and he said solemnly, "This year, there will be 3 rounds of matches. Opponents will be chosen by drawing lots, school versus school, and it will be one-on-one matches.
However, participants can be chosen freely for each match. If a member loses the ability to fight, the losing side will replace them with another member to continue the battle, until one side loses all 9 participants, at which point the match will end. Then, the winning school will face the winner of the second match in a third-round final, following the same rules as before." The new rules Zhang Junlong explained made Hua Qianyu frown repeatedly. Under these rules, leaving aside everything else, the random nature of drawing lots to determine the first-round opponent was already a major factor. If they faced the relatively weaker Beiliang, they might still stand a chance, but if they encountered the Imperial Capital or Magic Capital teams, even reaching the finals would become a distant dream. Moreover, the one-on-one elimination format not only highlighted individual strength but also indirectly reflected the overall strength of the entire team. A truly strong individual could even lead their entire team to victory single-handedly, without needing any of their teammates to step in.
However, suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Hua Qianyu. Changing the competition rules so purposefully, did it mean there would be some important guests coming to watch? So, you're worried that we might lose in the worst possible way, right? Hua Qianyu asked, looking up. Exactly. It seems you figured it out.
Zhang Junlong looked at Hua Qianyu with a complicated expression.
What do you mean by the worst possible way?
Lu Oyin, puzzled by their cryptic exchange, asked, unable to wrap his head around it.
The others also stared at Hua Qianyu with curiosity.
Being defeated 1 versus 9, Mu Huanling suddenly interjected, her expression surprisingly calm.
What did you say? 1 versus 9.
Lu Oyin exclaimed in disbelief, immediately denying it.
Do you think we're just pushovers?
Even if the other side is strong, in a continuous
match like this, we should at least be able to wear out 1 or 2 of them in a war of attrition, right? How could we possibly be defeated 1 versus 9? That's absurd. Zhang Junlong gave a bitter smile and said truthfully, no.
With your current strength, the likelihood of being defeated 1 versus 9 is still quite high.
While not every participant from the other 3 academies is an overwhelming powerhouse, they send at least 1 monstrous secret weapon every year. If the opponent deliberately wanted to humiliate us, they could simply place their secret weapon in the first match.
1 versus 9 wouldn't be impossible to achieve.
No way, Master, are you trying to scare us? We're all of the same age. How could it be that extreme?
Lu Oyin asked bluntly, his voice tinged with shock. Zhang Junlong immediately rolled his eyes at him.
Why would I lie to you? Do you think I'd make up something just to boost someone else's morale?
Hearing this, Lu Oyin fell silent.
Lin Shengxian, Shi Zichuan, Li Qian, Xiao Muyue, Yi Li.
These so-called prodigies all lowered their heads.
Knowing that their future opponents were such formidable existences, they couldn't help but fall into self-doubt.
Seeing their expressions, Zhang Junlong sighed again.
Although undermining his team's morale before the competition wasn't the
wisest move, he needed them to understand the truth. At the very least, they would go into the matches prepared and more vigilant.
It's okay. Amidst the silence, Hua Qianyu slowly spoke, chuckling effortlessly, I won't be defeated in one go, I won't lose.
Me too. I won't lose, and I don't want to lose, Linny said confidently, exchanging a smile with Hua Qianyu. The crowd turned to look at the two of them, their relaxed demeanor relieving much of the tension in their hearts.
That's right. What's there to fear?
Just go for it. Lu Oyin suddenly gritted his teeth, a never-before-seen determination flashing in his eyes. Zhang Juanlong's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The look he gave Hua Qianyu was a mix of reassurance and complexity, emotions that remained unspoken and instead stirred quietly within him, leaving ripples in his heart. At night, the cold moonlight bathed a dead silent, deserted street. A figure cloaked in black arrived at the entrance of an alley. He knocked on a dilapidated wall, and with a series of muffled thuds, a stone door slowly opened. The figure in black entered, passing through a narrow passageway, and soon reached a place resembling a marketplace. The surroundings were no longer quiet but filled with the sounds of human voices hawking wares and the shuffle of footsteps.
Masked figures could be seen everywhere.
This was a hidden underground black market, lurking in the shadows of the imperial capital, a place devoid of sunlight. The cloaked figure removed the hood covering his hair, revealing a head of stark white hair. His face was also obscured by a silver mask that concealed his true appearance. Lysias. With Hua Qianyu's financial support, he first purchased a castle-like residence and then swiftly acquired several businesses capable of yielding high profits in a short time. After completing these tasks, he did not choose to rest. Instead, he ventured alone into the underground black market. No one knew what purpose had brought him here. Moving with the flow of people, he soon arrived in front of a somewhat sinister-looking house. The door was tightly shut, but outside stood a silent and reserved attendant. "Honored guest, may I ask what you're looking for?" the attendant inquired. Lysias had been standing in this place for a long time, searching for so long that he had finally sensed their presence. Upon hearing the attendant's question, he altered his voice slightly and asked with interest, "What I want, do you have it here?" "I'm not sure what the guest is looking for." The attendant remained calm and composed. "Heh," Lysias chuckled eerily. "Do you expect me to say it out loud, here in the middle of the street?" The attendant's expression shifted subtly, and his eyes, visible through the mask, flickered. "Please come in, honored guest." Under the attendant's guidance, Lysias entered the house. As soon as he stepped in, he was confronted with a row of cells, each resembling prison cells. Inside the cells were slaves of various appearances, catgirls, bunny girls, werewolves, tigerfolk, all of them non-human races, with not a single pure human among them. "May I ask what type the guest is seeking?" "We have all sorts here, guards, laborers, and even those for your personal entertainment," the attendant explained in an enticing tone, tilting his head slightly. Lysias glanced around, speaking indifferently, "I'm not interested in these ordinary goods." "Oh? Then, honored guest, please be more specific," the attendant said, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Vampire slaves, do you have them here?" Lysias asked directly. The attendant's face paled instantly as he hurriedly denied it. "Honored guest, please don't joke around. Our establishment conducts legitimate business. How could we possibly have vampires?" Lowering his gaze, Lysias said faintly, "Money is not an issue, and I'm willing to purchase all the vampire slaves you have here in one go." "Is that not possible?" The attendant hesitated, biting his lips as he whispered, "How much is the guest willing to pay?" "State the lowest price you can accept," Lysias said, unwilling to waste time. The attendant extended one finger and said deeply, 1 billion. "Deal." "Let me inspect the goods," Lysias agreed without the slightest hesitation. The attendant's eyes widened in shock. Just like that, 1 billion was offered without even an attempt to bargain? Is there a problem? Seeing the attendant frozen in place, Lysias's tone instantly turned displeased. No, none at all." "Honored guest, this way, please," the attendant replied respectfully. He then led Lysias to the deepest part of the establishment, where 2 entire cells were crammed full of vampires. They sat on the ground, leaning against the walls. Their clothes were ragged, barely covering their bodies. Emaciated and frail, their breaths were weak, they looked like livestock being kept for slaughter. The gaze beneath Lysias's mask darkened instantly. These were his former kin, and now, they lived lives worse than animals. "Honored guest, the vampires you requested, 56 in total. Please, let me know if there are any issues," the attendant asked cautiously, fearing to offend this wealthy patron. "No, let's make a deal," Lucius said indifferently, pulling a bank card out of his pocket. It wasn't the one Hua Qianyu had given him, but a black card he had applied for himself. His mind was meticulous, and he wouldn't let such shady dealings cause even the slightest inconvenience to Hua Qianyu. "Alrighty," the attendant responded cheerfully. As the black card was taken from Lucius's hand by the attendant, a monstrously sinister smile appeared beneath his mask. His blood-red eyes glowed brightly, shimmering with an indescribable ambition. "Your Highness, this old servant will soon establish for you an organization that would sacrifice their lives for your sake. From now on, all the dirty, unspeakable deeds will no longer require you to lift a finger." The next day, Hua Qianyu and the others woke up early. Since arriving in the imperial capital, this was their earliest morning yet. 7:20 a.m. At this time, it was no different from those dreaded 8 a.m. classes. In front of the hotel, Zhang Junlong glanced at the group, who were yawning continuously and looking utterly listless. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. With this kind of demeanor, how did they expect to take the competition seriously? "I've told you all before to regulate your routines. Look at yourselves now. Don't you dare fall asleep during the competition later," Zhang Junlong said with a pout. Haluoyin, eyes half closed and drowsy, couldn't help yawning as he murmured indistinctly, "Master, why so early? I distinctly remember the competition is in the afternoon." Zhang Junlong pressed his palm to his forehead, sighing helplessly.
There's a drawing ceremony in the morning. All personnel related to the competition must attend.
Including your opponents, the participants from the Imperial Capital, Magic Capital, and Northern Liang.
Getting an early look at them won't be a bad thing for you.
Besides, this year's competition is different from the past. Many of the top figures in Huaxia will be personally observing. The competition venue is none other than the Nine Spirits Hall at the heart of the Imperial Capital. Its scale and format surpass anything from previous years by countless magnitudes.
Top figures standing at the summit?
Hearing this is making me a bit excited, Master.
Can you tell us more about them?
Luoyin asked, his expression turning serious. You'll find out soon enough, Zhang Junlong replied, his gaze turning inexplicably profound.
He said no more. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz.
Suddenly, a sound similar to drinking through a straw echoed. Zhang Junlong turned toward the noise, only to see Hua Qianyu with his head lowered, focused on sipping a bottle of pure milk. Whether he had been paying attention to any of the earlier conversation was a mystery.
Hua Qianyu, how old are you now, still drinking milk?
Zhang Junlong suddenly huffed. Hua Qianyu lifted his head, shook the already empty carton to confirm it was finished, and tossed it into the trash can. Only then did he leisurely respond, Principal Zhang, at my age, drinking milk.
I might still grow taller, right?
His tone was ambiguous as his gaze shifted from a level stare to a downward glance, locking onto Zhang Junlong's eyes. A faint smile tugged at his lips. But you, Principal Zhang, at your age, even if you drink milk, you won't grow any taller.
The group couldn't hold it in, they burst out laughing.
Whenever Zhang Junlong and Hua Qianyu bickered, there was never a time when Zhang Junlong could get the upper hand. Watching him suffer defeat had become the greatest source of entertainment for the group on this journey.
And #%. Zhang Junlong's face turned as black as coal. He was rendered speechless by Hua Qianyu's sharp retort.
After spending so much time together, Zhang Junlong had fully grasped Hua Qianyu's nature. Not only was he exceptional in strength, but his sharp tongue was also unparalleled among these kids.
Thankfully, Hua Qianyu wasn't much of a talker.
If he were as chatty as Luoyin, Zhang Junlong figured every word he spoke would be mercilessly countered until he was left in tatters.
This kid's tongue was venomous. Best to provoke him less in the future. If he could avoid talking to Hua Qianyu, he absolutely would. Zhang Junlong took a deep breath, reminding himself internally.
He still wanted to live a few more years and didn't want to waste his life bickering with Hua Qianyu.
Let's go,
Zhang Junlong finally said stiffly as his heaving chest gradually calmed. The Nine Spirits Hall was a grand palace located at the heart of the Imperial Capital. This place belonged to no particular faction and served as the power center of Huaxia. Inside, statues of all the deities in Huaxia's history were enshrined, making it the spiritual heart of the nation and a place of worship for all its people. The Nine Spirits Hall was vast, covering an area nearly 4 times the size of Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities, a full 20,000 mu.
Despite its immense size, the palace was almost always uninhabited.
Only on rare occasions, when national matters were to be discussed, would the hall gather all of Huaxia's top supernatural leaders to deliberate major decisions. But today, the Nine Spirits Hall had become the venue for the 4 academies' friendship competition, a precedent unseen in a century. This alone was enough to underscore the significance of this competition. At the entrance of the Nine Spirits Hall, Hua Qianyu and the others, under Zhang Junlong's lead, entered a massive corridor formed by spatial source energy. They walked for a long time but still hadn't reached the end of the corridor. All around them was nothing but an endless expanse of white. Fortunately, the group had previously familiarized themselves with spatial source energy. Otherwise, even entering the gates of the Nine Spirits Hall today might have been a challenge. I thought we were early, but it seems someone's beaten us here, Zhang Junlong suddenly remarked as they neared the exit. With his formidable foundation in source energy, he could already hear the commotion inside.
Are they robots or something? Waking up this early? Luoyin checked the time and muttered in exasperation.
Doesn't it feel like one of those days when you get up early, wanting to sit in the back row for once, only to find out when you get to class that you're still the last one to arrive? Linny turned slightly and smiled. Damn, that's such an accurate summary, Luoyin exclaimed in surprise, then said seriously, but there's one thing you got wrong.
I always sit in the front row. I'm the top student. Everyone.
The group fell silent, unsure of how to respond for a moment.
You don't believe me?
Luoyin widened his eyes in shock, trying to prove himself.
I really am the top student. Linny, you believe me, right?
Linny turned back, locking eyes with him, his gaze sincere and intense.
Nope. Luo Yin's expression instantly shifted to one of aggrieved indignation as he declared angrily, "Fine. I shouldn't have asked you. Hua Qianyu, what about you?" Hua Qianyu didn't even turn his head, simply shaking it slowly. The meaning was clear enough, he didn't believe it. Luo Yin was so furious his face turned red. The so-called top student being doubted by these truants was a humiliation to both his body and soul. No way, once he got back, he would have to prove himself. Luo Yin swore silently. "Alright, stop embarrassing yourself," Zhang Junlong rolled his eyes and sternly reminded, "We're about to reach the exit. No more joking around, maintain your composure. We can't afford to lose in terms of presence." As they continued forward, Hua Qianyu suddenly sensed the surrounding spatial energy weakening. Clearly, they were approaching the edge of the entrance. In an instant, Hua Qianyu's body seemed to pass through another barrier. Then, the white, misty world vanished, and a massive plaza appeared before him. The plaza was roughly square-shaped, surrounded on all four sides east, south, west, and north by grand spectator stands. These stands were packed with a dense crowd of spectators. "Ha! Why did we end up here directly?" Hua Qianyu scanned the surroundings, frowning in confusion. If nothing was out of the ordinary, this should be the competition venue. According to the map of the Nine Spirits Hall he had seen earlier, the competition venue should be at the center of the hall. Why was it connected directly to the entrance? Zhang Junlong smiled faintly. The Nine Spirits Hall is considered the highest level hall in our nation. It's the meeting place of the Lords of the Divine Halls. For ordinary ability users, visiting this place is almost impossible. Allowing us to compete here is already a significant exception. Apart from the competition venue, do you think they'd let you see anything else? This place is classified. Zhang Junlong gave him a sideways glance and speculated, "I suppose the spatial gate earlier directly connected the entrance to the competition venue." "I understand now." Hua Qianyu's expression remained indifferent. The Divine Hall, yet another new term. However, he had no intention of asking further. The energy aura here is much denser than the outside world. Even those spectators aren't ordinary folks. The Blood Dragon Emperor suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with emotion. "Of course. After all, this is the center for ability users across the nation. If it were too weak, there wouldn't be any surprises," Hua Qianyu replied. This emperor feels like you're getting more and more arrogant," the Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled lightly, then corrected, "but up till now, you do have grounds for your arrogance. Whether you can sustain it, though, remains to be seen." "What do you mean?" Hua Qianyu's voice turned cold. Nothing. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice was ethereal as he leisurely said, "It's just that lately, you haven't been seriously training. Whether it's this Emperor's Blood Dragon Emperor technique or your Nine Spirits Forbidden Tome, these are all top-tier techniques in the world. So many people dream of getting their hands on these things, yet you've left them to gather dust in your mental sea like trash. Hua Qianyu, if you keep messing around like this, you're bound to lose." After a brief pause, the Blood Dragon Emperor's mental energy scanned Lin Yi's surroundings as he continued, "Look at your good brother. With relentless effort in training, plus the residual boost from the Phoenix Source Blood, in just 7 days, he's already reached level 22. If you had half his drive, your cultivation wouldn't be at a standstill." "Humph." Hua Qianyu snorted coldly, dismissively saying, "I'll train when I feel like it. I don't need your reminders." "Do you think this emperor enjoys reminding you?" The Blood Dragon Emperor sneered in response. "This emperor is only worried that if you die, you'll drag me down with you. Don't think that just because you experienced a surge in power last time from the residual water spirit energy in the Aqua Spirit Pearl, you'll never have to train again. Not to mention whether or not you can find more spirit pearls. Even if you can, as your power grows, the energy boost from the pearls will become significantly less effective. The further you progress, the more each level will feel like an insurmountable chasm. Don't let a momentary windfall cloud your judgment." The Blood Dragon Emperor's advice was sincere. Everything about Hua Qianyu had come too easily, whether it was wealth in life or resources. For training, whatever he desired, he could essentially acquire. This had also shaped his carefree and impulsive personality. Someone like him, who had always enjoyed smooth sailing and had rarely experienced the brutal harshness of society, could easily lose himself and fail to see his true self clearly. For this reason, the Blood Dragon Emperor wanted to warn him as much as possible before anything bad happened. Hua Qianyu remained silent. He naturally understood that the Blood Dragon Emperor's words were for his own good. Indeed, among all 9 of them, he might be the least motivated, yet ironically, he was the strongest. Being in such an environment for a long time, it was hard not to become arrogant. Perhaps this competition would allow him to witness more prodigious talents and help shift his mindset. I understand.
After this competition, I'll seriously consider focusing on my cultivation, Hua Qianyu replied earnestly.
It's good that you understand.
If you don't cultivate properly, even this emperor cannot sleep soundly in your mental sea, the Blood Dragon Emperor remarked with rare sarcasm. The man and the dragon communicated secretly within the mental sea, which did not affect Hua Qianyu's external senses. As he casually swept his gaze across the surroundings, he noticed the space portals in 3 other directions. They were situated in the southern part of the venue. Although the other 3 space portals were quite far away, Hua Qianyu's vision was sharp enough to clearly discern them. To his left, at the western portal, a group of figures slowly emerged under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Leading them was a burly elder, a cigarette in his mouth, exuding an overwhelmingly heavy aura. With every step he took, the ground trembled faintly beneath his feet. Behind him were 9 young trainees, each wearing an expression of deep pride. Their relaxed and carefree smiles betrayed not a hint of nervousness.
Beiliang has arrived. Hua Qianyu heard Zhang Juanlong's heavy announcement by his ear. Is that Beiliang?
That elder in the lead looks very strong, Linny said, taking a deep breath as his heartbeat gradually accelerated.
He's Wu Si, the vice principal of Beiliang Ability University. His strength is on par with mine, but his temper is as foul as it gets, a genuine brute, Zhang Junlong said bitterly. The thought of his trainees losing to this old brute last year was enough to fill him with rage. I heard they've recruited another extraordinary trainee this year, and all information about this trainee is being kept strictly confidential. I wonder what kind of trick they're planning. Zhang Junlong muttered gloomily. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Confidential? Interesting.
While everyone's attention remained fixed on Beiliang Ability University's direction, a clear, ethereal sound of footsteps slowly came from the east, drawing everyone's gaze to the right.
Wow, a stunning beauty.
Luoyin exclaimed in shock as he caught sight of the person, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. A tall, curvaceous woman with long hair walked out gracefully, her steps rhythmic and elegant. She wore a radiant smile, exuding a noble,
an approachable aura.
Her crimson wavy locks cascaded casually down her back, blending a sense of grandeur with a hint of allure. Behind her were also 9 trainees, no more, no less.
Their collective presence seemed even more overwhelming than Beiliang's. The vice principal of Magic City, Deng Mengyao.
Zhang Juanlong's words were brief, his tone exceedingly indifferent. It was unclear whether he didn't know much about her or simply didn't wish to say more. However, from Hua Qianyu's perspective, the way Zhang Junlong looked at the woman was not only complex but peculiar, as though they were acquaintances. As if sensing something, Deng Mengyao cast a light glance in their direction. Her gaze rippled faintly, her red lips curved into a subtle, ambiguous smile before she quickly looked away.
Principal Zhen? Hua Qianyu called out.
Zhang Junlong responded absent-mindedly, his focus still on the scene ahead.
You don't happen to have left some unresolved romantic debts out there, do you?
Hua Qianyu asked, his words dropping like a bombshell.
Huh?
Zhang Junlong first muttered a response, then snapped back to his senses, quickly stammering, this, you brat, how can you say such nonsense? His expression was extremely serious, but in Hua Qianyu's eyes, it looked like he was hiding something.
I was just saying it casually. Why is Principal Zhang so nervous?
Hua Qianyu said with a faint smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began looking at Zhang Junlong with strange expressions. Luoyin, in particular, seemed utterly astonished as he exclaimed, Master, I never thought you were this kind of person.
I've truly underestimated you. Get lost. Zhang Junlong smacked Luoyin on the head, warning him, what do you know, kid? Go play in the sandbox. Why am I the only one getting hit? Didn't Hua Qianyu say it too?
Luoyin protested, clutching his head in grievance.
Ahem. Zhang Junlong cleared his throat, quickly composing himself and changing the topic. Well, keep your eyes on the front. The Imperial City team is about to arrive. They're the strongest of the 4 academies overall. Let's hope we don't draw them as opponents.
The crowd's laughter quickly faded, their expressions turning solemn as they fixed their gazes ahead. Zhang Juanlong's deep-set eyes reflected a profound intensity as he spoke with a hint of unease. It said that among the contestants from the Imperial capital, this time, there's a super prodigy. He's hailed as the strongest of the younger generation in the capital and is the young master of a certain prominent family. Moreover, I've heard that this young master has a twisted personality. Though undeniably powerful, he is incredibly arrogant and initially had no intention of participating in this competition. Yet, for some unknown reason, he suddenly changed his mind and forcefully secured one of the Imperial capital's contestant slots. Hua Qianyu listened intently, but unexpectedly noticed Zhang Juanlong's gaze resting on him at some point. Perplexed, he turned his head slightly, only to see Zhang Junlong staring fixedly into his eyes, a faint, inexplicable glimmer flashing within them. That person is the young master of the Hua family from the imperial capital.
Hua Qianzue. Flower Qianzue? This name, why does it feel a bit?
Linny exclaimed in shock, his gaze falling onto Hua Qianyu.
Indeed, if it's a coincidence, it's way too much of a coincidence. After all, there aren't many people with the surname Hua, Luoyin murmured with a complex expression. Hua Qianyu, though equally surprised, firmly denied, I don't know him.
The Hua family of the imperial capital, I have no memory of any connection to them. This matter is indeed very strange, but as Luoyin said, it's too much of a coincidence. When I first learned about it, I also had a very peculiar feeling. Zhang Junlong muttered unconsciously, then suddenly turned his gaze and asked softly, Hua Qianyu, do you have any cousins or relatives like that?
No.
Hua Qianyu replied with certainty but then lowered his voice and corrected himself, no,
I don't know. Don't know?
Zhang Junlong was puzzled.
With family ties like these, it's either you have them or you don't. How could one possibly not know?
At least, I've never met any relatives since I was a child, Hua Qianyu added faintly. Not even his parents were ever seen, let alone relatives. A trace of bitterness surfaced in Hua Qianyu's heart. Alright then, maybe I'm just overthinking. Zhang Junlong relaxed his brows, though the cloud of worry on his face had yet to clear. At the rear of the group, Mu Huanling quietly listened to their conversation, a fleeting dark glint flashing in her eyes. Towards the northern side of the venue, inside a spatial passage, a man with a cold and stern countenance walked forward unhurriedly. His short, ice-blue hair and deep blue eyes gazed straight ahead, radiating a chill akin to an iceberg. Following behind him was an extraordinary young scholar. His face was smooth and fair, exuding elegance yet carrying a peculiar sense of coldness. His eyebrows were thick, his nose high and straight. A head of jet-black long hair, as though condensed from the night itself, was tied high with a black leather band, with only 2 strands hanging down, slightly obscuring his somewhat handsome profile. He held a lollipop in his mouth, walking forward nonchalantly. His dark pupils gazed lazily ahead, like a bottomless, tranquil pool. The 8 remaining students followed behind, meticulously controlling their pace, always maintaining a 2-meter distance from him, not daring to approach in the slightest.
Qianzue, the leading man suddenly spoke, asking in a casual tone, didn't you say earlier that this kind of competition was meaningless? Why did you suddenly decide to participate, and you even seem quite interested?
That's because. With the lollipop in his mouth, Hua Qianzue's words were slightly muffled, so he simply took it out altogether. Because. I want to meet my half-brother from another mother. His voice was laid back, starkly contrasting his cold demeanor.
Just listening to it, one might even sense a hint of roguish playfulness.
My old man told me he'd be representing Jiangcheng in the competition, so he sent me to test his skills, Hua Qianzue said offhandedly.
Oh, a half-brother from another mother? That's interesting.
The leading man clearly grew intrigued, smiling as he probed, but since when do you listen to the head of the Hua family?
As if. Hua Qianzue pouted, placing the lollipop back in his mouth.
Speaking indistinctly, he said, I'm just purely curious about this so-called cousin. And besides, Grandpa said that half of the Hua family's future business will always belong to his father and him. I'd like to see what he's really capable of. If the old master of the Hua family said that, could it be that this cousin of yours is a genius on par with you? The leading man stared at him in surprise. That, I don't know, Hua Qianzue shrugged indifferently. That's why I have to test him out. Crunch! The candy in his mouth was bitten into pieces, and Hua Qianzue used 2 fingers to pluck out the last remaining stick. Buzz! Suddenly, a mesmerizing, soul-stirring black glow began to coil around his palm. The white candy stick dissolved into the black mist, leaving no trace behind. Hua Qianyu quietly stared ahead, at the northern entrance of the competition venue. The team from the imperial capital had yet to make an appearance, but the longer the delay, the more focused his attention grew. Hua Qianzue, the individual described by Zhang Junlong with a name strikingly similar to his, had indeed left a faint mark in his heart.
Are all the people from the imperial capital this arrogant? How long has it been, and they still haven't arrived? Luo Yin's face showed dissatisfaction. Including them, the other 3 schools had basically arrived simultaneously. Yet, 15 full minutes had passed since the team from the magic capital showed up, and still, the imperial capital had not appeared. If you had their level of strength, you could be equally fearless. Zhang Junlong, in stark contrast to the anxious students, remained quite composed. This feeling, truly unpleasant,
as though the inferior were welcoming the superior. Linny frowned, complaining aloud.
It wasn't just him, everyone could feel this stark disparity in status. Emotions of dissatisfaction, shame, and irritation surged within their hearts and souls. Only Hua Qianyu remained calm, his expression as serene as still water, his gaze focused ahead. "They're here." As if sensing something through his spirit, Hua Qianyu murmured softly, his eyes quietly gazing into the distance. Amidst the shifting gazes of the three factions and the countless expectant eyes in the audience, the team leader and contestants from the imperial capital made their entrance, albeit at a leisurely pace. The crowd's eyes first landed on the team leader, a young-looking man who appeared to be a few years younger than Zhang Junlong. His overall demeanor exuded a scholarly elegance. "That's Mu Chenfeng, the vice principal of the Imperial Academy." Zhang Junlong's gaze darkened as he spoke in a cautious tone. "He's very strong, stronger than me. And as for the long-haired young man beside him, that should be the legendary Hua Qianzui." Zhang Junlong's voice echoed in Hua Qianyu's ears. In truth, from the moment the Imperial Capital's team appeared, Hua Qianyu's gaze had already locked onto Hua Qianzui. At the same moment, Hua Qianzui's eyes also landed unerringly on Hua Qianyu, as if guided by some inexplicable intuition. The two locked eyes. Though they were strangers, Hua Qianyu felt an undeniable sense of familiarity. With each of the four academies stationed at the exits of the arena, the arrival of the Imperial Capital's team signaled the complete assembly of all participants. The atmosphere on site instantly reached its climax. A wave of fervent cheers surged like a roaring tide from all directions, filling the air. Above the center of the competition grounds, a massive light screen suddenly materialized, encircling the entire arena. Countless drones hovered in the sky, projecting every scene of the arena onto the immense screen. Simultaneously, beneath the glowing screen, a straight figure appeared out of nowhere. Clad in radiant white armor, his face concealed behind a mask, he stood there silently, exuding an insurmountable aura. With his appearance, the once boiling square fell into a dead silence. Many spectators instinctively held their breath. "Honored guests, I am delighted that you've taken time out of your busy lives to attend this grand event hosted by the Jiuling Hall. I am the arbiter of this competition, Zun Zhijingyuan." His voice was deep and raspy, yet despite the absence of any amplification devices, it resonated far and wide, carried by the force of source energy, reaching every corner of the square. "Zun Zhijingyuan? Is it really Zun Zhijingyuan? He's the legendary close aide of the Holy Radiance Temple's Hall Master. My heavens, I never thought I'd see the legendary Zun Zhijingyuan in my lifetime. He's a 7th-tier sovereign-level powerhouse. I came to watch a competition, but to see such a mythical figure, this is worth every second." The man clad in armor, with just a simple sentence, caused the entire arena to erupt once again. Many shouted at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed with excitement. Zun Zhijingyuan, a 7th-tier sovereign-level power wielder, truly one of the most prominent figures at the pinnacle of Huaxia. Hua Qianyu's gaze unconsciously lifted toward the sky, focusing on the figure standing loftily in midair. Although no source energy fluctuations emanated from him, the air itself had grown noticeably heavier since his arrival. "Ha! In this plane of existence, being merely 7th tier is enough to be called a sovereign? If the true sovereigns of ancient times saw this, I wonder what they'd think," the Blood Dragon Emperor sneered abruptly. "Dragon Emperor, using your perspective to judge the mortal world, don't you find it a bit laughable?" Hua Qianyu replied indifferently. "This emperor is merely expressing some sentiment. The person you are now gazing up at is but a speck of dust in my eyes. Perhaps. But that level you speak of is far too distant, beyond my reach for now. Compared to that, I care more about what lies before me." Under the reverent gazes of thousands, Zun Zhijingyuan spread his hands. Radiant white light emanated from his palms, and as the light dispersed, 9 enormous chairs of varying colors materialized, floating in midair in a circular formation. Suddenly, Zun Zhijingyuan dropped to one knee, his deep voice shaking the heavens and the earth. "Jingyuan humbly welcomes the 9 hallmasters to take their seats." Ha 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 ha. The moment his words ended, a thunderous laugh erupted from the southern seat. Along with the laughter, a chaotic burst of scorching flames surged skyward. Amid the flames, a faint silhouette could be seen lounging lazily, their eyes glowing like blazing suns, exuding a divine presence as they gazed down upon all living beings. Poof! From the opposite side of the flames, a cold, disdainful snort echoed nearly simultaneously. Clatter, clatter. A sudden waterspout surged into the air, unleashing a terrifying chill. The icy water enveloped the seating area, revealing a thin and fragile silhouette. With a slight twist of her finger, the mist instantly dispelled the raging flames burning around her.
The scattering light of water and fire almost simultaneously occupied the entire sky above the plaza, rendering the luminous source energy of Nether Abyss Sovereign dim and lackluster by comparison. Could this be the two temple lords of the Southern Radiance Temple and the Northern Tides Temple? Amidst the interplay of fire and water, two figures slowly emerged. One had the appearance of a middle-aged man, tall and robust, with a faint smile and eyes that seemed to swirl with flames. The other was a young woman, her features delicate and cold, exuding an aura so icy that the very air seemed to freeze around her. Southern Radiance, at your age, still playing such childish tricks. Aren't you embarrassed? The Northern Tides Temple Lord cast a disdainful glance with her beautiful, indifferent eyes. The Southern Radiance Temple Lord's expression was unruly, his tone languid as he replied, Northern Tides, as a woman, you give me the cold shoulder every single day. Do you even act like a proper woman? Dealing with you in this manner is already an act of great mercy from me, the Northern Tides Temple Lord retorted coldly. Say whatever you want. The Southern Radiance Temple Lord chuckled lightly. Standing before the two of them, Nether Abyss Sovereign bowed his head deeply. Observing their sharp exchange, he dared not utter a single word to intervene. The discord between the Southern Radiance and Northern Tides temples was no recent affair. After all, water and fire were inherently incompatible. Ever since the two temple lords took their respective positions, they had never seen eye to eye. Arguments like this were as common as daily meals for them. Southern Radiance, Northern Tides. You two are still the same as always. Can't you calm down for a moment? This voice carried a hint of helplessness. A gentle breeze swept through, and suddenly, another figure appeared on one of the seats, seemingly without anyone noticing. He had a handsome face, a gentle demeanor, and even his voice lacked the slightest fluctuation of source energy. One of the 9 temple lords, the Eastern Mist Temple Lord. Indeed. To outsiders, it might look like the 9 divine temples are constantly at odds with each other. This voice was particularly rough and gravelly. The newcomer was burly, with dark skin and sharply defined muscles, emanating an imposing and domineering aura. One of the 9 temple lords, the Western Ridge Temple Lord. My, Eastern Mist, Western Ridge, such impressive airs from the two of you. The Southern Radiance Temple Lord's tone turned sarcastic before abruptly lowering, his voice tinged with menace. Daring to speak to me in the tone of someone reprimanding juniors, what is it? Do you want to fight? No, I have no intention of fighting you, the Eastern Mist Temple Lord quickly waved his hands, offering a conciliatory smile. Fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The Western Ridge Temple Lord, unperturbed, spoke with open disdain. The two temple lords exchanged sharp words, their bodies moving as if they were about to rise and engage in a physical confrontation on the spot. Stop it already. In front of so many juniors, you'd better not embarrass yourselves. Before the voice finished speaking, a streak of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking firmly onto a seat without leaving a mark. Instead, a figure surrounded by crackling lightning appeared in its place. One of the 9 temple lords, the Thunder Veil Temple Lord. Upon seeing the newcomer, a flicker of wariness flashed through the Southern Radiance Temple Lord's eyes. His previously rising body instantly settled back into his seat as he coldly remarked, Fine, Thundervale, I'll give you this face. And you, Western Ridge? The Thunder Veil Temple Lord shifted slightly to glance sideways. I'll give you this face as well, Western Ridge replied begrudgingly, clearly reluctant but still sitting back down. Now that's more like it. The Thunder Veil Temple Lord nodded in satisfaction before suddenly tilting his head back and calling out loudly, Immortal, Phantom Void, Sacred Radiance, Dark Knight, are you still not going to show yourselves? With the Thunder Veil Temple Lord's summon, 4 distinct waves of source energy, wood, space, light, and darkness, flared into existence simultaneously. Perched upon a towering ancient tree sat an elderly figure with his eyes tightly shut. His face was withered and wrinkled, resembling someone teetering on the brink of death, yet the aura of life emanating from him was overwhelmingly rich. From within a spatial rift emerged a man with an extraordinarily faint presence. Compared to the other temple lords, his existence seemed remarkably inconspicuous, as if he had already merged seamlessly with the surrounding air. The energies of light and darkness did not dissipate but instead transformed into a white glow and a black mist, concealing 2 mysterious figures who clearly had no intention of revealing their true appearances. Immortal, Phantom Void, Sacred Radiance, Dark Knight, the final 4 temple lords of the 9 divine temples arrived at last. Thus, the 9 temple lords, standing at the pinnacle of China's superhuman hierarchy, were now all assembled. Immortal, Phantom Void. Your strength grows stronger with each passing year, the Thunder Veil Temple Lord remarked meaningfully as his spiritual sense swept over them. As for Sacred Radiance and Dark Knight, You two are as enigmatic as ever. The Thunder Veil Temple Lord progresses far faster than this old one, the Immortal Temple Lord responded courteously with a slight bow. The Phantom Void Temple Lord remained expressionless, ignoring the remark altogether, clearly uninterested in engaging further. The fact that you still have time to observe others suggests that the Hallmaster Tingni truly has plenty of leisure.
Why not? Relinquish your position as Hallmaster?
It might restore your freedom, said the Master of the Hall of Nethernight with an eerie smile.
Ha 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 ha.
The Hallmaster Tingni burst into hearty laughter, his bright eyes gleaming as he said, "No need for the Hallmaster of Nethernight to worry.
I intend to keep this seat for a few more years. Your kind intentions are noted."
The Hallmaster of Holy Radiance quietly took his seat. From within the vast expanse of radiant light emanated a melodious celestial voice, calming the hearts of all who heard it.
Jing Yuan, all the Hall Masters have been seated. The time has come, you may begin. Principal Zhang, are these the so-called important figures you mentioned earlier?
Hua Qianyu raised his head and gazed into the distance, his expression dazed. The aura of each individual present was beyond his comprehension. This was the first time he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness, both physically and spiritually, at the mere sight of strangers. Under the aura of these 9 individuals, he suddenly felt as if all his strength had been stripped away, leaving him as ordinary as any common mortal.
So, these are the Temple Lords?
The strongest figures atop the world's hierarchy truly live up to their reputation.
Zhang Junlong did not respond.
He stood there, staring dumbfounded at the sky with a similar expression of astonishment. His pupils contracted violently under the intense shock.
The Temple Lords. It was actually the arrival of all 9 Temple Lords.
Zhang Junlong swallowed hard, his throat moving nervously up and down. According to the information he had secretly obtained from Minister Sun, there would indeed be emissaries from the temples attending this competition to observe and select successors for the Temple Lords. But never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the so-called emissaries mentioned by Minister Sun would turn out to be the Temple Lords themselves, and not just 1 or 2, but all 9 of them. The appearance of the venerable Jing Yuan had already surprised him, though it wasn't entirely unexpected. After all, in the territory of the Jiuling Temple, someone of considerable standing would naturally need to preside. But the 9 Temple Lords personally arriving, this completely shattered Zhang Junlong's understanding of the world. Even now, his heart and soul trembled incessantly.
This was also his first time witnessing the legendary Temple Lords in person.
The shock in his heart far exceeded that of Hua Qianyu. Unlike the uproar caused by the appearance of the venerable Jing Yuan, the arrival of the 9 Temple Lords brought an abrupt silence to the entire square. The air grew heavy and still, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. In the world of the gifted, their arrival was no less significant than the descent of emperors.
Come, the Temple Lords.
In the spectator stands, all the attendees rose simultaneously, bowing to show their respect.
The representatives of the 4 academies below the platform followed suit.
No matter how arrogant they were on an ordinary day, at this moment, they had no ground for such pride. Hua Qianyu raised his head in a daze, but suddenly, a large hand came down on the back of his head. Zhang Junlong, with a serious expression,
quickly pressed Hua Qianyu's head down into a bowing position.
He himself bent low as well, not forgetting to bark a low command.
"Why aren't you bowing already?"
The others took the cue, immediately imitating the gesture and bowing their heads. Hua Qianyu was speechless. He wanted to lift his head, but Zhang Junlong spared no effort, holding him firmly in place. Unable to break free, he eventually gave up struggling and obediently lowered his head. Zhang Junlong exhaled a sigh of relief, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. There's no need for such formalities. From within the white radiance, the ethereal voice of the radiant Temple Lord resounded. She raised her hand gently, and the light elements in the air gathered at her command, lifting everyone who had bowed to their feet. This simple gesture was enough to reveal the immense power of the Temple Lord, filling everyone present with even greater reverence. The venerable Jing Yuan stepped forward, his voice resounding with authority. "As you can see, this year's 4 Academies Friendship Tournament will proceed under the supervision of the temples, ensuring fairness and impartiality. The Temple Lords will observe in person, selecting those among the participants who are destined to enter the temples. Those with exceptional talent may even have the chance to become successors to the Temple Lords. I hereby announce, the grand event begins. Let the drawing ceremony commence. Each academy, please send 1 representative forward to draw lots." "Qianzue, you go," said Mu Chunfeng from the imperial capital direction with a faint smile.
"Ha!" Hua Qianzue was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in disbelief, "You want me to personally draw lots?" Uncle Mu, isn't this a bit of an overkill?
Mu Chunfeng cast him a sidelong glance, his tone cold. The drawing ceremony may seem trivial, but it's a chance to demonstrate strength.
With the temple lords present, do you want the imperial capital to be underestimated? Fine, I get it. Hearing Mu Chunfeng's lecture, Hua Qianzui immediately felt a headache coming on.
He shook his head dramatically and walked forward.
Yuan, it's your turn. Remember, do not show weakness.
Act tough, said Deng Mangyao on the other side, her red lips curving slightly and her watery eyes shimmering.
Understood, teacher.
I'll draw a good lot, replied Moe Yuan respectfully. Calm and composed, he walked forward. As the ace of the Magic City, he would never allow his school to lose face in such a high-profile drawing ceremony. On the northern Liang side, Wu Si chuckled disdainfully and waved a hand lightly. Xiangchen, this is your task, naturally. As you wish, Yun Xiangchen replied calmly. He stepped forward with measured strides, his eyes gleaming with a mesmerizing violet light. Hua Qianyu, Zheng Julong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead. Don't be nervous. Just act according to your own plan." "I understand." Hua Qianyu did not hesitate. He simply waved his hand and walked forward quietly. Nervous? Not at all. This was a rare opportunity to observe Hua Qianzui up close. Under the orders of their respective school leaders, the four individuals stepped onto the center of the field. Their gazes met, and each saw the hostility reflected in the other's eyes. "Good morning, everyone," Hua Qianzui said with a faint smile. As soon as he entered the field, he greeted them nonchalantly. "Hello," Yun Xiangchen nodded in response, a polite acknowledgement. Moe Yuan gave him a cold glance and snorted. "Hua Qianzui, I've heard of your reputation for a long time. I hope you won't disappoint me." "Humph." Hua Qianzui snorted lightly, but the smile on his face remained. His tone, however, was filled with deep disdain. "Well, then you might just be disappointed. This young master has no interest in you." His gaze shifted slightly, suddenly locking onto Hua Qianyu's eyes. "This time, this young master is here for Jiangcheng. And you, brother, what's your name?" Hearing this, Hua Qianyu simply gave him a deep look and replied indifferently, "During the match, you'll naturally find out." Hua Qianzui was visibly stunned for a moment, then smiled in understanding. "All right, I look forward to competing against you." Their conversation did not escape the ears of Moe Yuan and Yun Xiangchen. Both raised an eyebrow and almost simultaneously cast a curious glance in Hua Qianyu's direction. Who was he? To make the number one seed from the imperial capital, someone usually indifferent to competitions, take him so seriously and even display such strong fighting intent? The same thought arose in both their minds. The venerable Jing Yuan descended slowly, arriving at the center of the four. With his right hand raised, a crystal-clear, translucent sphere suddenly materialized in his palm. He stretched his hand forward, lifting the crystal sphere higher, and declared solemnly, "This is the drawing crystal. Inject your source power into it, and it will randomly display either red or black. Schools drawing the same color will be matched as opponents." As for the drawing order, Jing Yuan glanced at the four and, without warning, raised his arm. The crystal sphere was flung high into the air, and at the same moment, his figure disappeared from its original spot. "There is only one drawing crystal. Let's see what you're capable of." The delayed echo of Jing Yuan's voice caused the four to tense up instantly. In the blink of an eye, four distinct spiritual forces locked onto the crystal sphere. Hua Qianzui narrowed his eyes, his excitement evident as he leaped into the air, flying straight toward the crystal sphere. "The first draw belongs to this young master." In midair, Hua Qianzui's arrogant voice resounded. "In your dreams." Moe Yuan leaped upward, his body shooting out like a spring, quickly reaching the same altitude as Hua Qianzui. Yun Xiangchen said nothing but focused intently on the crystal sphere. With his fastest movement technique, he chased after it. The three of them, in tacit agreement, refrained from using their source power. The drawing order was not as significant as imagined. However, in front of the watchful eyes of the crowd, they all wanted to win some glory for their schools. But if they were to reveal their abilities prematurely, potentially affecting future matches, it would not be worth the cost. Geniuses had brains, they might be arrogant, but they were not fools. "Ha!" Hua Qianzui let out a wild laugh. His figure in midair surged forward again, and his outstretched hand was just a fist's length away from the crystal sphere. However, just as he was about to grab it, his hand passed right through the air without touching anything. Hua Qianzui's pupils contracted abruptly. He landed firmly on the ground, his stunned gaze falling on Hua Qianyu, who was looking at him in a relaxed manner. A spherical object rose and fell in Hua Qianyu's hand. It was the drawing crystal. "I'll take the first draw, then." Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze slightly and said calmly. With deliberate control, the dragon power within him transformed into fire source power. Instead of releasing it outward, he quietly infused the restrained source power into the crystal sphere. Hua Qianzui's expression was still unsettled. The other two had just landed back on the ground. Seeing that the crystal sphere was not in Hua Qianzui's hands but rather in Hua Qianyu's, who seemingly had not even acted, Mo Yuan's frustration instantly turned into shock. Impossible. How did he do it? Yun Shangchen's composure faltered for a brief moment as well, a faint purple glow flickering in his eyes. Hua Qianyu is still Hua Qianyu. No matter where he goes, he always manages to stand out. Below, Luo Yin's face gradually broke into a smug smile. As an enemy, he could say he feared and even disliked Hua Qianyu. But as a teammate, Hua Qianyu's presence undeniably boosted the team's morale. And this time, unexpectedly, no one refuted his comment. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. Humph. That's how it should be done. That kid really made me proud as the principal, ha. Zhang Juelong's face was full of satisfaction as he boasted. Look at the other three vice principals' faces, all darkened. This is so damn satisfying. Just as Zhang Juelong mentioned, the vice principal of Beiliang, Wu Si, whose face was already dark as ink, visibly darkened even further. Gritting his teeth, he said, how infuriating. A mere level 21 talent, and yet his speed is this fast. Deng Mangyao folded her arms, causing the softness on her chest to ripple under pressure. She bit her lip lightly and sighed faintly. Zhang Juelong, you really do have a good student, don't you? Interesting. Is this Qianzui's older cousin? Perhaps another prodigy, Mu Chenfeng murmured while biting his finger, his expression slightly grave. Though his level is low, for him to stand out among the elites of the 4 academies is truly intriguing, said the Southern Phoenix Hall Master, gazing below with interest. Humph. Have you forgotten? A few months ago, there was a junior who successfully activated the 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex, the Northern Lawn Hall Master coldly interjected. Oh? The Southern Phoenix Hall Master's curiosity was piqued, and he pursued further, could it be him? Southern Phoenix, if you focused more on your duties, wouldn't you already know? The Northern Lawn Hall Master rolled his eyes in disdain. The Southern Phoenix Hall Master was momentarily speechless, then snorted lightly. I didn't expect the inheritor of the 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex to have such low power. It seems Jiangcheng hasn't taught him well. Southern Phoenix, you're wrong there, the Eastern Lawn Hall Master objected. You must have clearly seen his moves just now. Though his level is low, his strength is formidable. Of course, I saw it. That speed just now was comparable to spatial transfer, the Southern Phoenix Hall Master replied slowly. He hasn't even tapped into spatial abilities, the illusory Void Hall Master suddenly interjected, his voice cold. I heard an old rumor that the Nether Knight Hall Master once assigned people to secretly protect this child, the Eternal Hall Master asked abruptly. From within the black mist came the Nether Knight Hall Master's chilling, low laughter, he, that's correct. My men reported that on the day this child completed his technique compatibility, he encountered an ambush from the Nightfall clan. But he single-handedly defeated the assailants. Such talent truly pleases me. Why don't you all just hand this child over to me? The Nether Knight Hall Master suggested with a sly tone. Nether Knight, your abacus beads are practically bouncing off my face, the Thunderstorm Hall Master sneered with disdain, mocking, the selection of hall successors depends on each hall's capabilities. What you fancy, I fancy too. Well said. This child is someone my Western Yuan Hall will definitely compete for. His ultimate affiliation? We'll leave that to our individual abilities, the Western Yuan Hall Master agreed. Sigh. A gentle, melodious sigh drifted through the white light, followed by the Saint Radiance Hall Master's calm voice. You are all here vying for this child, but I fear in the end, fate may not align. With Hua Qianyu's infusion of source energy, the crystal ball was no longer transparent and was soon dyed red. At the same time, on the light screen hovering mid-air, under the red column, appeared the words Jiangcheng University of Supernatural Abilities. Hua Qianyu gently tossed the crystal ball, which landed in Hua Qianzui's hand, snapping him out of his daze. Hua Qianzui's eyes lit up noticeably, and with a mysterious air, he remarked, You're amazing. I can't wait any longer. As he spoke, he too injected his source energy into the crystal ball. However, this time, the crystal ball didn't turn red as he had hoped. Instead, it turned pitch black like ink. On the light screen's black column, the words Imperial Capital University of Supernatural Abilities lit up simultaneously. A trace of disappointment flashed in Hua Qianzui's eyes as he spoke helplessly. It seems we won't have the chance to face each other in this first round. With a flick of his arm, he tossed the crystal ball backward, where it was firmly caught by Mo Yuan behind him. TCH. Mo Yuan's gaze darkened,
clearly dissatisfied with the fact that he was the third to draw lots.
In his hand, the drawing crystal once again turned black, signifying that the match combinations for the 2 rounds were finally determined at this moment.
Jiangcheng vs. Beiliang. Imperial Capital vs. Modu.
The most unfortunate one was Yun Shangchen, who hadn't even touched the drawing crystal yet but already had his match opponent decided, truly a stroke of bad luck.
Very well, the drawing ceremony is now complete. This afternoon, at this very venue, Jiangcheng and Beiliang will face off in the first match.
I hope everyone will be punctual, announced revered Jingyuan, his voice calm and measured. After speaking, revered Jingyuan was about to disperse the crowd when, unexpectedly, a voice rang out at an inopportune moment.
Hold it!
The source of the voice was none other than the Southern Phoenix Hallmaster, who was brimming with excitement and clearly unwilling to let this event end so soon.
Why wait until the afternoon? Let's announce the start of the match now.
But, Southern Phoenix Hallmaster, the scheduled time is.
Revered Jingyuan hesitated, his face showing uncertainty as he stammered.
The rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Facing such an exciting showdown, whether it's the audience, the participants, or even this hall, we can hardly wait any longer. The Lord of the Southern Radiance Hall immediately interrupted, his posture languid and his voice soft and gentle. So, listen to me.
Right now, let's begin. The revered Master Jingyuan lowered his head, not daring to make a decision on his own.
Let it be as the Lord of the Southern Radiance Hall has said. Jingyuan, you will preside immediately, the Lord of the Sacred Dawn Hall spoke softly.
As you command, my lord.
With the directive from his superior, the revered Master Jingyuan naturally hesitated no longer.
He turned and flew to the center of the arena, his dignified and resonant voice echoing outward.
Jiangcheng Ability University, Beiliang Ability University, contestants from both sides, please step forward.
All unrelated personnel, retreat swiftly to the spectator stands. 15 minutes from now, the first match will officially begin.
After the participants from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital retreated to the spectator seats, Venerable Jingyuan stood in the center of the arena and spoke every word with precision. Both schools, please quickly decide on the first contestant. Zhang Junlong stood at the edge of the arena, gazing at his team of students, sinking into deep contemplation. The outcome of the first match was crucial for the entire competition.
If they could secure a resounding victory, it would undoubtedly boost morale for the subsequent battles.
For newcomers like Hua Qianyu who were participating in such a large-scale competition for the first time, it could also ease some of their pressure.
Should he send Hua Qianyu into the fight?
A flicker of light passed through Zhang Junlong's eyes, but in the end, he shook his head.
No. Though Hua Qianyu was strong, putting him in the first match wouldn't suffice. His 21st level of source power wouldn't hold up long enough in the later stages. If the opponents reserved their ace players for the end, Jiangcheng wouldn't have a fighter to match their strength. Even if Hua Qianyu managed to take down a few opponents, the final outcome would still be uncertain. Lin Shengxian. After much deliberation, Zhang Junlong finally settled on a name.
With a slight frown, he slowly said, "You will go first."
Me?
Lin Shengxian pointed to himself incredulously.
Yes.
Zhang Junlong nodded gravely and said, "Among us, your level is the highest. Go test their depth."
I understand.
Lin Shengxian nodded, his gaze growing resolute.
Remember, no matter what happens, do not concede.
Try to deplete your opponent's source power as much as possible to ease the pressure on your teammates, Zhang Junlong added as a reminder.
Leave it to me. Lin Shengxian took a deep breath and resolutely stepped onto the stage. Jiangcheng, Lin Shengxian. With a loud and unwavering shout, Lin Shengxian walked steadily toward the center of the arena.
In his palm, a sacred radiance of light source energy began to shine, and within that light, a magnificent golden axe slowly emerged.
Ha!
Level 25, not bad. Wu Si squinted and stroked his chin, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. He turned slightly and lazily called out, "Well then, Xiaodu, go take care of him." The Xiaodu Wu Si referred to was dozing off. Hearing someone call his name, he opened his eyes, still drowsy, and said, "Principal, what's the matter?" Wu Si shook his head helplessly and had to repeat himself, "I want you to go up and compete, handle that kid on the stage." "Oh," Xiaodu replied listlessly and reluctantly walked toward the arena. When he finally stood before Lin Shengxian, his eyes still revealed his deep exhaustion.
"What's with this guy?" Luoyin was dumbfounded and couldn't help but comment, "Is this the best Beiliang has to offer? Sending a student with dark circles to compete, are they planning to throw the match?"
"No, his source power aura is higher than Lin Xingxuan's, level 26, not to be underestimated," Zhang Junlong said in a low voice. Hua Qianyu stared for a while and then murmured softly, that person, something about his aura feels strange.
Lin Yi, standing beside him, turned his head curiously and asked, strange? What do you see?
Hua Qianyu shook his head gently and replied in a quiet voice, I can't say for sure, but he feels different from any other ability user I've encountered before.
This unsettling feeling. What is it? Hello, I'm Xiaodu, what's your name? Never mind, it's not important. Let's just get this over with. HAAA.
On the stage, Xiaodu stood before Lin Shengxian, his eyes vacant as he muttered to himself, even letting out an uncontrollable yawn. This behavior made Lin Shengxian, who was usually even-tempered, frown deeply.
Coldly, he said, you don't seem fully awake. Should I give you time to wash your face? No need, I'm perfectly awake. Just get started already. I've got 9 of you to deal with, and I still want to go back to sleep.
Xiaodu lazily gestured for Lin Shengxian to make the first move, not even bothering to reveal his weapon.
Poof! Lin Shengxian was so infuriated that he let out a cold laugh, his eyes almost blazing with fury. You alone think you can take on all 9 of us? Arrogance! With a deep roar, Lin Shengxian leaped into the air. Bright light elements visibly gathered on the axe in his hands. Radiant battle axe. Get off this stage.
In midair, a massive, axe-shaped light projection suddenly appeared. Following the arc of Lin Xingxuan's arm swing, it slashed violently toward Xiaodu, who hadn't made a single move yet.
Starting with a special move, looks like Lin Xingxian is going all out.
No surprise, though, that Xiaodu guy is infuriating, Luo Yin exclaimed in shock.
Hua Qianyu had been silently observing.
At a certain moment, his pupils contracted slightly, and his brow twitched. Xiaodu, who had seemed stationary the whole time, suddenly underwent a change in aura. He extended his hands forward, and from his palms, black water element energy began to ripple. In front of him, a dark, viscous water wall took shape.
Boom!
The massive axe's light and shadow struck fiercely against the water wall. The black water wall quickly caved inward, but no matter how powerful the radiant battle axe was, the water wall showed no signs of breaking, until the light of the massive axe completely faded.
Lin Xingxuan's airborne figure froze in disbelief.
Suddenly, his eyes met Xiaodu's. Xiaodu's gaze was piercingly cold, devoid of even the slightest trace of weariness.
Defeating you? That's far too easy. Isn't it better to make your loss more humiliating?
A cold, detached murmur escaped Xiaodu's lips. His gaze carried a trace of pity, as though he were looking down on ants with condescension.
Bang! 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 The distorted and deformed black water wall was torn into countless black droplets in an instant. Like bullets, they shot towards Lin Xingxuan's body.
In midair, a half-meter-long trail of blood splattered. Lin Xingxuan's body arced through the air, flying off the competition stage and crashing heavily against the stone wall below the spectator seats.
Lin Shengxian!
Zhang Junlong roared furiously, leaping forward to catch the barely breathing Lin Shengxian. Lin Xingxuan's entire body was covered in dense black marks, each oozing horrifying black blood.
Zhang Junlong's expression darkened. Xiaodu had shown no restraint, leaving Lin Shengxian unconscious.
Beiliang had no intention of simply winning, they clearly wanted to utterly crush his student. Pale-faced, Lin Shengxian weakly uttered words filled with shame,
I'm sorry. I lost.
The atmosphere at the scene shifted dramatically.
Who could have anticipated that a duel between 2 equally ranked students, expected to be a thrilling and closely contested battle, would end up as a one-sided domination?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, my water is poisoned.
A playful and mocking voice echoed from the stage.
Xiaodu stood there, a faint smile on his lips, casually reminding them. Zhang Junlong's expression changed drastically. Looking down again, he saw Lin Xingxuan's face had already turned pitch black. Clearly, the poison had seeped into his bloodstream. Hua Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she murmured, I knew something felt off.
He's not just an ordinary water element manipulator. His water, it's poisonous. Poisonous water. The crowd, upon hearing these words, collectively reacted in shock. You bastard, Wu Si! Zhang Junlong's chest heaved violently. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he roared, it's just a competition, and yet you dare to let your student go for the kill. Make him cure the poison immediately.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Wu Si, who had been directly called out, suddenly burst into laughter. Clapping his hands repeatedly, his laughter grew increasingly unrestrained. He raised his head slightly, his eyes filled with ridicule.
Zhang Junlong, you're not young anymore, yet you speak without thinking? Everyone here can see that my student didn't even use his full strength. This outcome is purely because your student is weak and utterly pathetic. That's all. As for your accusation of going for the kill,
Wu Si muttered softly before abruptly clasping his hands together and turning to
face the revered Master Ding Yuan. May I ask, revered Master Ding Yuan, does the competition's rules forbid injuring opponents? As long as it doesn't result in immediate death, any method is permissible, revered Master Ding Yuan replied indifferently. Zhang Junlong, did you hear that? I didn't break any rules. Wu Si hissed venomously. Being called an old dog by Zhang Junlong in front of thousands, as a vice principal, how could he possibly swallow such humiliation? Cut the crap. Cure my student's poison right now. Zhang Junlong's tone was forceful, blood-red lightning already crackling around his body. And if I refuse? Wu Si stood his ground, unmoved, as sand and stones around him began to rise and circle his body. Two peak 4th rank ability users unleashed their hatred and killing intent toward one another without holding back. Enough! Revered Master Jing Yuan erupted in fury. With just a single roar, the source energy pressure from both men was completely shattered. How dare you act so insolently in the presence of the temple lords? Revered Master Jing Yuan's voice was icy. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Junlong and Wu Si were instantly forced to their knees under an overwhelming pressure of source energy. These proud 4th rank powerhouses found themselves utterly powerless to resist. If this happens again, the two of you will be expelled from the Nine Spirits Temple. The terrifying source energy dissipated, lifting the suffocating weight off Zhang Junlong and Wu Si. Revered Master Jingyuan then casually cast a gentle glow of light toward Lin Shengxian. In an instant, all wounds on Lin Xingxuan's body healed completely, and the poison that had seeped into his core vanished without a trace. The purifying power of the light element has always been the nemesis of the world's ailments and poisons. In the hands of a 7th-tier light element wielder, such toxins are effortlessly neutralized. The poison has been purged. Jiangcheng, quickly decide on your second contestant. Sovereign Jingyuan cast a cold glance and then spoke in a softened tone. Thank you, Sovereign, for saving my life. Zhang Junlong gasped heavily but still expressed his gratitude with utmost respect. For a moment earlier, he felt death looming so close. Thank you, Sovereign, for your mercy. Wu Si, drenched in cold sweat, remained in a daze. He was still lost in shock, having been too preoccupied with arguing with Zhang Junlong moments ago, completely forgetting the gravity of the situation, nearly causing a catastrophic mistake. Ah ha ha ha. That was brilliant, absolutely hilarious, ha ha ha. The Southern Huang Palace master leaned back lazily, laughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. Shouldn't we consider revising the rules? What if these youngsters go too far and someone dies? The Northern Lawn Palace master furrowed his brows slightly, expressing concern. I agree with that sentiment, the Eastern Lawn Palace master chimed in. Are you two serious? The Southern Huang Palace master's laughter subsided as he shot them a sidelong glance. The less regulated the competition, the more unpredictable and exciting it becomes. Isn't that just exhilarating? If you impose restrictions, where would the fun be for me? Beilan, Donlan, how come I never realized before that you two are such saints? Better than being a heartless lunatic like you, the Northern Lawn Palace master snapped back with a glare. Ha ha ha, you're right, I am a lunatic. In this world, the crazier you are, the longer you'll survive. Ha ha ha. The Southern Huang Palace master laughed wildly. Southern Huang has a point. Without restrictions, the competition holds more meaning. There's no need to change the rules, the Thunder Ni Palace master interjected unexpectedly, this time siding with the Southern Huang Palace master. The other palace masters remained silent, simply watching the scene below in quiet acknowledgement of the decision. Li Qian, it's your turn. Zhang Junlong patted Li Qian on the shoulder, encouraging him. But, Li Qian panicked. Lin Xingxuan's miserable state was still vivid before him. Not only was his own level lower, but he also knew virtually no combat techniques. Facing Xiaodu, who was 2 levels above him, he had no confidence at all. From what I've observed, Xiaodu's only key advantage is his use of poisonous water elements. Since you're a spatial element user, you can avoid the toxic water by utilizing spatial transfers and then look for an opportunity to launch a decisive strike. Perhaps, you might win. Zhang Junlong analyzed calmly. These words somewhat reassured Li Qian. He glanced at Lin Shengxian, who was still drained of strength, and then, with a resolute expression, said, I understand. I'll do my best. Who's next? Can we hurry up? I still want to take a nap. Xiaodu's arrogant voice rang out. Li Qian turned around, releasing the power of space with his thoughts. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Xiaodu. Jiangcheng, Li Qian. Please guide me, Li Qian said solemnly, his expression intensely focused. Xiaodu's face briefly showed surprise as he scanned Li Qian up and down, exclaiming, a spatial element user? I see, quite the clever plan. Remaining composed, Xiaodu had expended little energy in his previous fight due to Lin Xingxuan's reckless approach, which allowed him to seize an easy victory. Thus, he was still in peak condition as he faced Li Qian. With a swift motion, Xiaodu raised his hand and unleashed a storm of countless black water droplets at lightning speed, targeting Li Qian's position directly ahead. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black water droplets pierced through the air, slamming into the stone walls beneath the spectator stands, but not a single drop landed on Li Qian. In Xiaodu's vision, Li Qian's figure had already vanished, and he showed no sign of reappearing. Suddenly, a chill swept over Xiaodu's back. He spun around sharply, only to see Li Qian somehow standing behind him, both hands clad in a pair of silver metal gloves, swinging them fiercely toward his face. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as Xiaodu's face violently jerked backward from the force. His body staggered several steps in retreat due to the imbalance. Xiaodu's face darkened. To be humiliated like this by someone 2 levels below him was an unbearable insult. His teeth clenched tightly, and his face twitched uncontrollably in rage. Curse you! I'll make you pay with your life. A red mark had already surfaced on his face, with faint traces of blood seeping through. Xiaodu's once lethargic expression twisted into something monstrous. His eyes gleamed with malice as he slammed his hands heavily onto the ground, growling, "Gen Water Domain." As his voice fell, the black and murky poisonous water spread rapidly in all directions from where Xiaodu stood, starting to engulf the entire area. Li Qian was utterly shocked, his body retreating towards the edge of the arena amidst repeated teleports. Yet, the poisonous water seemed endless in its spread. Even as he reached the very edge of the platform, it still came roaring toward him relentlessly. Rise! Xiaodu stood up, raising both hands upward. In that instant, the venomous water that was about to engulf the entire stage shot upward with explosive force, instantly forming a massive cylindrical waterfall. The poisonous water surged high into the sky, only to cascade back down under the pull of gravity. Li Qian stared blankly upward, the venomous water descending above his head, growing rapidly larger in his trembling, shrinking pupils. We surrender! In the nick of time, Zhang Juanlong's near-shrill cry rang out across the plaza. Master Jingyuan reacted swiftly, waving his hand as the power of light spread across the arena, instantly dispelling the poisonous waterfall. The crisis averted, Li Qian collapsed onto the ground in fright, his wide eyes staring blankly, seemingly unable to recover from the terror. With Jiangqing's voluntary surrender, Beiliang takes a temporary lead with 2 consecutive victories. The competition continues. Lin Yi helped the collapsed Li Qian back to his feet. Li Qian's face was pale as he gasped for air, speaking incoherently. It's terrifying. That person's source power can cover the entire arena. Just relying on spatial abilities, there's no way to evade it. That's a domain skill. I really didn't expect that a level 26 student could unleash such a wide-ranging domain. I was too careless, Zhang. Juanlong's expression was more serious than ever. Just the opponent's first contestant had already made him feel an overwhelming pressure. Who should go next? Zhang Junlong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Shengxian and Li Qian were level 25 and level 24 respectively, already among the top in his students. Even so, they lost, and lost in such a miserable way. Apart from Hua Qianyu, he couldn't think of anyone else capable of handling the current situation. Domain skill? A skill of such a large scale must consume a lot of source power, right? Just as Zhang Junlong was troubled, Hua Qianyu, who had been observing Xiaodu for a long time, suddenly asked. Zhang Junlong was slightly stunned and instinctively replied, "Yes, you're not wrong. As I thought." Hua Qianyu's eyes lit up. Ever since Xiaodu deployed that domain, his aura had noticeably weakened. Even from a distance, Hua Qianyu could sense Xiaodu's erratic breathing. Lu Oyin, this round is yours. Are you up for it? Hua Qianyu smiled faintly and suddenly spoke. What? You've gotta be kidding me, right? Sure, I'd love to participate, but my level is 3 whole ranks lower than Xiaodu's. If I lose, that's going to be a 3-match losing streak, Lu Oyin said with a heavy expression. Hua Qianyu turned slightly, his tone filled with deeper meaning. Xiaodu's source power is already less than half. Once you're on stage, don't waste time talking or give him any chances. Just go all out and knock him off the arena. I remember reading in the rules that leaving the competition stage also counts as a loss. Choosing Lu Oyin was not an impulsive decision but one made after careful consideration. Lin Shengxian and Li Qian had already suffered crushing defeats. Sending weaker ones like Xiao Muyue, Shi Zichuan, or Yili would similarly have practically no chance of victory. After Lin Yi refined the Phoenix inheritance, his strength had significantly increased in every aspect, making him another trump card unsuitable for such an early appearance. As for Mu Wanling,
although they had learned from the Blood Dragon Emperor that she possessed an astonishing level 29 source power, easily capable of dealing with small fry. Like Xiaodu, her visible strength was only level 23 for now. Without a suitable reason to let her participate, Zhang Junlong probably wouldn't agree.
Moreover, Hua Qianyu still wasn't clear about her real purpose for infiltrating Zhang City. He also didn't know if she would reveal her strength for the city's sake. The uncertainties and risks were too high. As for Luoyin, though also only level 23, his experience after the trial at the Undying Spring was far superior to the others. What's more, he was a lightning ability user, top-notch in both power and speed. As long as he seized the right moment, there was a good chance he could take down Xiaodu. Everyone was stunned by what they heard. Luoyin looked at Hua Qianyu with a peculiar expression. Zhang Junlong, after hearing Hua Qianyu's suggestion, immediately had a gleam in his eyes and regained his spirits. Great idea. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go with Hua Qianyu's plan. Luoyin, you're up.
Zhang Junlong decided on the spot.
This feels a bit like exploiting a loophole, doesn't it? Luoyin pondered for a moment and hesitantly asked, wouldn't it be unsportsmanlike?
Hua Qianyu laughed, a hint of mischief in his smile.
As long as it's within the rules, it's a legitimate victory.
Besides, if we can make them furious, all the better. Everyone shivered at his words. Hua Qianyu always spoke the most ruthless words in the calmest tone.
Moreover, he seemed to have an unusual fondness for provoking enemies.
The more frustrated they became, the more he enjoyed it.
Ha ha ha, Qianyu's absolutely right. We've got to piss that old geezer Wu Si off.
Zhang Junlong laughed heartily.
Hua Qianyu's penchant for stirring up trouble resonated deeply with him. He patted Luoyin on the back and said, go now. Don't hold back.
Be quick, precise, and ruthless.
If you lose, prepare for punishment when we get back. Alright, then let me secure the first win. Luoyin said confidently. What are you guys mumbling about? Can you hurry it up?
Xiaodu impatiently urged.
Luoyin's gaze turned icy, and in an instant, he transformed into a purple lightning bolt, appearing on the stage. This time it's lightning, huh? Perfect. Let me take down your strongest fighter as well.
Xiaodu's face was relaxed as he looked at Luoyin and asked with a smile, hey,
tell me your name.
I don't want to eliminate you without even knowing who you are.
Luoyin didn't respond. He quietly channeled the power of thunder into his fists.
The thunder nether tiger fangs appeared on his fists, and he diverted a small portion of the thunder's energy to his legs as well.
Then, without giving any warning,
Luoyin's body, bolstered by the power of lightning, appeared in front of Xiaodu in the blink of an eye. In the confined space, the violent energy burst caused a powerful explosion. Purple lightning twisted and turned like a dragon or a serpent. Even though Xiaodu was severely drained of his source energy, Luoyin didn't dare show the slightest bit of carelessness and resolutely unleashed his ultimate move.
Purple Thunder Tiger Claw. Raf! Luoyin roared at the top of his lungs.
The terrifying power of thunder wildly gathered at the thunder nether tiger fangs, forming an enormous tiger claw several times its original size, which struck fiercely toward Xiaodu's chest.
Xiaodu's expression changed drastically.
He hadn't expected Luoyin to discard the formalities of introductions and attack so abruptly without any sense of decorum. In extreme panic, driven purely by instinct, Xiaodu hastily gathered his water source energy, forming a palm-sized water wall in front of his chest. But with his source energy already overexhausted from deploying his domain, and now clumsily forming a water wall in such a dire situation, how could it possibly withstand the thunderous strike Luoyin had unleashed with all his might?
Zrak zrak.
The water wall was mercilessly torn apart by the lightning.
Amid the cascading aftershocks of power, Xiaodu's body shook violently.
In his rapidly contracting pupils, the tiger claw formed by the lightning loomed closer and closer to his chest.
Crack!
His chest bone fractured. Xiaodu spat blood as his body was violently blown away by the thunderous impact, tumbling like a bird with broken wings towards the rear.
But Luoyin had no intention of holding back. Hua Qianyu had made it clear he had to completely knock the opponent out of the arena. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to be careless. Electric sparks danced in Luoyin's eyes as he once again propelled himself forward like a lightning flash. With the thunder tiger fangs aligned, a sphere of lightning energy crazily condensed and expanded between his palms, then compressed into the size of a thumb in the blink of an eye. Nether Prison Thunder Punishment Flash. Boom! A beam of lightning, like a meteor, shot out from Luoyin's fingertips, cutting through layers of air and striking Xiaodu's chest once more as he was flying through the air. Sizzle! The thunder ripped through his chest, shredding his clothing and leaving a sizable bloody hole in its wake. Xiaodu's already falling body was
flung horizontally, this time at an even faster speed, hurtling across most of the arena and crashing heavily against the stone wall at the edge.
Luo Yin landed steadily on the ground. The entire process took less than 10 seconds.
With the power and speed of lightning, he had indeed secured a surprising and decisive victory, instantly shifting the atmosphere of the match.
On the side of Bai Liang, Wu Si was completely dumbfounded.
Initially, seeing that the opponent was merely at level 23, he had
closed his eyes in ease. Who would have thought that upon reopening them, his own fighter Xiao Du would already be sent flying out?
Zhang Junlong, you old scoundrel!
Wu Si was furious, pointing at Zhang Junlong's nose and cursing, "Have you no shame, resorting to such despicable tricks?"
As Hua Qianyu had anticipated, Wu Si was instantly enraged, his mustache bristling as his lips trembled. The cigarette in his mouth quivered with his agitation, scattering ashes all around.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhang Junlong didn't get angry.
Instead, he tilted his head back and laughed heartily. His demeanor was identical to Wu Si's earlier, only even more unrestrained.
Wu Si, you're no spring chicken. Can't you think before you speak? Everyone here saw it clearly, your student was far too overconfident, entirely lacking focus during the match. The current outcome is nothing more than him reaping what he sowed. As for your accusation of despicability,
Zhang Junlong smiled faintly, turned toward the revered Jingyuan, and bowed slightly before
asking, "Revered Jingyuan, may I ask, does the competition rule stipulate that the match begins the moment a contestant steps onto the stage?" Revered Jingyuan hesitated slightly before responding, "Yes."
Zhang Junlong straightened with satisfaction, his face radiant with a grin as he said, "Wu Si, did you hear that?
I haven't broken any rules." It was exhilarating, incredibly exhilarating.
There was nothing more satisfying in this world than returning the exact humiliation one had suffered.
Zhang Junlong's inner joy was written all over his face.
"You!" Wu Si was at a loss for words. His chest heaved violently, but recalling revered Jingyuan's earlier warning, he forcefully swallowed his anger.
"Li Yu, you're up next. Don't hold back.
I want them to leave here on stretchers." Wu Si suppressed his fury, his gaze turning colder and more ruthless than ever.
"Yes," Zhang Liyue responded softly.
Her steps were light and graceful as she ascended the arena, her posture exuding an unparalleled elegance, like a pristine lotus emerging untainted from the mud. At the same time, Yun Shangchen, who stood beside Wu Si, approached the edge of the arena in silence and pulled Xiao Du, who was embedded in the wall, out.
Xiao Du was unconscious by now.
Yun Shangchen raised his hand to check his breathing, though erratic, it was not weak. Only then did the tight furrow between his brows relax. He quietly stood once more at Wu Si's side.
"Zhang Liyue of Northern Liang.
Pleased to exchange pointers." Her voice was as soft as a gentle breeze, so much so that any man who heard it would find his heart unsettled. As expected, Luo Yin let his guard down. Zhang Liyue's frail appearance, coupled with her source power fluctuations that were even weaker than Xiao Du's, made him instinctively believe that this opponent before him was no threat.
Luo Yin.
Luo Yin uttered his name briefly, as if to make up for his previous sudden and unexpected attack.
Zhang Liyue merely smiled faintly.
Her calm gaze began to shimmer with a deep purple light. This light was dreamlike, devoid of any trace of thunderous energy, but it carried an indescribable, profound allure.
"Ilu, Shaun, dream, domain," Zhang Liyue murmured softly, her crimson lips parting as though in a dream.
Suddenly, Luo Yin's world turned deep purple, as if he were transported to a surreal realm. The swirling, dreamy purple left him momentarily dizzy and disoriented. He shut his eyes tightly. The world became eerily silent.
Tentatively, Luo Yin opened his eyes. The arena had vanished. Zhang Liyue was gone.
Everyone had disappeared. Even the sounds around him seemed to be fading away bit by bit.
"Luo Yin, what are you doing? Luo Yin, why aren't you moving? Attack now! Luo Yin."
Luo Yin's gaze turned vacant as he heard Zhang Junlong's urgent shouts and his teammates' voices of concern. But these sounds grew fainter and more distant, until they completely vanished. In this purple world, he groped his way forward, but it felt like he was trapped deep under the sea, boundless and endless. He walked forward for what seemed like ages, until finally, he saw a dark figure. The shadow grew larger amidst the purple mist until it stood fully before Luo Yin.
"Boss?" Luo Yin gasped.
It was Lu Jin's face. His complexion was pale, and he moved toward Luo Yin with a stiff posture.
"What are you doing here? Weren't you captured by the Nightfall faction? Do you know, everyone was so worried about you?"
Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Yin asked several questions in rapid succession.
Lu Jin seemed not to hear.
His face remained pale, his eyes lifeless, and his movements stiff as he continued to approach.
Big brother, what's wrong with you? Luo Yin's grin faded as he finally noticed something was off about Lu Jin's behavior. Why aren't you saying anything? He demanded loudly. Lu Jin stopped before him. With his left arm, he pulled Luo Yin close, while his right hand, holding a Heaven's Might spear that appeared out of nowhere, suddenly thrust it through Luo Yin's abdomen. Any who stand in my way must die. Lu Jin finally spoke, but his voice was utterly foreign, his grin twisted and grotesque, no longer resembling the leader Luo Yin once knew from Thunder Academy. Luo Yin's mouth fell wide open as blood gushed from it. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why? His lips trembled, his voice weak as he murmured. But no answer came. Clang! The purple light shattered, and his world plunged into an eternal darkness. In the outside world, to Hua Qianyu and the others, Luo Yin stood motionless in the arena, as if in a trance. No matter how much they shouted at him, he showed no response. He fumbled blindly, as though he had lost his sight. Then, suddenly, he collapsed heavily to his knees and fell face-first onto the ground. What's going on? What happened to Luo Yin? Lin Yi's face was aghast, finding the scene before him beyond bizarre. Hua Qianyu's expression also turned grim. What kind of attack was this? Why had they never heard of anything like it before? This is a mental attack, the Blood Dragon Emperor explained. That little girl is quite remarkable. She possesses a unique spiritual power, called Illusion Dream. Once caught in it, it triggers the deepest fears in a person's heart, leading them step by step into darkness. Illusion Dream? A mental attack? Hua Qianyu's eyes narrowed, her pupils glinting faintly. Luo Yin lay motionless on the ground. Zhang Junlong immediately rushed onto the arena to check his vital signs. As Luo Yin's teacher, witnessing this scene made Zhang Junlong's heart tremble. He had already lost Lu Jin, his disciple. He could not bear the thought of anything happening to Luo Yin. Fortunately, after repeated checks, he confirmed that Luo Yin, apart from some mental disarray, had suffered no fatal injuries. Lin Yi, Hua Qianyu murmured with a profound gaze. Lin Yi turned his head, confused. The next round, you're up. Hua Qianyu suddenly turned his gaze, his exceptionally handsome face exuding an air of unshakable confidence. With a faint smile, he said, use the soul of the phoenix, and break through her mental domain. Phoenix, as an ancient divine beast, reigns supreme above all spirits in the realm of the soul. In the current world, aside from Hua Qianyu's Dragon Emperor soul, it is nearly impossible to find another soul that can rival the sheer oppressive power of the phoenix's soul. A dreamscape domain? It is nothing more than a falsified illusion created with mental strength, inducing a soul-penetrating fear in those trapped within, rendering them incapable of combat. Under normal circumstances, unless one's energy or mental strength far surpasses Jiang Liyue's, such an attack on the mental plane is virtually inescapable. But, as fate would have it, on their side, there were precisely two individuals who could completely disregard such a mental domain. Hua Qianyu's eyes shimmered with a strange gleam. He was smiling a smile that only Lin Yi could comprehend. One had to admit, Bailion's contestants this year were extraordinarily strong. Perhaps they were even stronger than any team from previous years. After all, to fully master a domain skill, talent alone was far from enough. Without sufficient understanding of combat techniques and rigorous practice, such a feat would be utterly impossible. And yet, Bailiang had produced two such individuals, one of whom was even a rare psychic ability user. What a pity they were born in the wrong era, destined to face defeat. Lin Yi had already stepped onto the arena. His expression was calm, neither arrogant nor timid. The experiences he had endured since entering the world of abilities had all become the nutrients for his growth, tempering his mind into a tranquil state. Zhangcheng, Lin Yi. Without any hint of leniency due to his opponent being a girl, he concisely stated his name and immediately summoned his Bailitang blade. However, he did not summon the phoenix flame right away. Lin Yi stood there quietly, as though waiting for his opponent to make the first move. Jiang Liyue nodded slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. Dreamscape domain. Without hesitation, Jiang Liyue directly reused her previous tactic. The dreamy purple light once again flashed in her eyes, hazy yet dangerous. Lin Yi did not dodge. He simply gazed at her calmly. The dreamy purple light reflected in his eyes, and his body suddenly shuddered. In the next moment, he found himself in an endless world of purple hues. Qianyu, why did you send Lin Yi up? Zhang Junlong asked worriedly, his gaze fixed on the arena. He voiced his doubt, he's only at level 22. Even Luo Yin couldn't escape that domain. Isn't this just sending him to his doom? To his doom? Hua Qianyu raised a brow, his expression one of utter confusion. His gaze lowered, and a faint, amused smile appeared on his lips.
Principal Zhang, perhaps Lin Yi's true strength is not what you think it is.
Just watch. There is no way he will lose this match. No way he would lose?
Zhang Junlong was deeply skeptical and found it hard to believe. Yet, somehow, the confident smile on Hua Qianyu's face instantly calmed his unsettled heart, even stirring a faint sense of anticipation for a miracle.
Zhang Junlong is truly getting senile. Even with level 23 mental strength, it was useless, let alone level 22. Wu Si sneered disdainfully. It appears Jiangcheng has no competent contestants left. This match is ours to win.
Lin Yi's soul was deeply immersed in a purple world, empty and void, yet as inescapable as quicksand, leaving him unable to discern any direction.
A mental illusion and you hope to confuse my mind?
Lin Yi murmured coldly to himself. He closed his eyes and softly called out, Phoenix Divine Soul.
Clang! A resonant and ancient phoenix cry echoed, reverberating through the vortex-like purple world.
The surrounding mental space rippled momentarily.
Above Lin Yi's head, a trace of platinum flame rose, faint yet illuminating the purple around him. The platinum flame expanded, and the silhouette of an ancient phoenix emerged from within it. Its sheer presence instantly dispelled all the fear-forged, nightmarish illusions. The platinum glow spread rapidly, soon occupying half of the mental space, dividing it distinctly from the dreamlike purple light. However, this standoff lasted but a fleeting moment. Lin Yi raised his arm high, and the terrifying phoenix flame began to converge and swirl above him, forming a cloud of platinum fire, sacred and dazzling. The phoenix's silhouette flapped its wings abruptly, unleashing a surge of fiery waves that sent the flaming cloud surging toward the dimming, shrinking purple light. Boom. 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 Within the purple world, a series of deafening explosions echoed, like the apocalyptic collapse of sky and earth. The illusion was ruthlessly torn apart by the Phoenix Divine Soul, and what followed was the rapid disintegration of the entire mental domain, collapsing like a breached dam.
Ugh! On the external arena, Zhang Liyue, who had been standing still for a long time, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood without warning. She slowly crouched down, her delicate and elegant face turning weak and pale, while the two enchanting purple glimmers in her eyes became dim and lifeless. The spiritual domain was too overwhelming, often causing the soul of the afflicted to become incomplete or even extinguished. For this reason, when such a domain was forcibly broken, the backlash pain it inflicted was no less than the shattering of one's soul. This pain far surpassed any physical injury. Zhang Liyue could no longer stand, her spiritual sea was on the verge of complete collapse. Under the oppressive force of Lin Yi's phoenix soul, her very soul felt as though it had been crushed by mountains thousands of times over. In contrast, Lin Yi's purple glow had vanished from his eyes, and his vision returned to clarity. He advanced forward, step by step, until he reached Zhang Liyue. Effortlessly, he rested the blade of the white Li Tang saber against her neck. "You've lost," Lin Yi said calmly. This outcome didn't surprise him. When it came to the clash of soul power, the two of them were never on the same level. Zhang Liyue's breath was feeble, her vision blurred to the point of near blindness. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. How is this possible? Wu Si's face was filled with disbelief. The psychic he took pride in, the one he considered unparalleled, had actually lost in a battle of soul power to a mere level 22 fire user? The clash of soul power occurred entirely within the spiritual sea, making it impossible for outsiders to discern the events within. As a result, Wu Si was left clueless about how Lin Yi had managed to breach the domain. Zhang Liyue has lost the ability to fight. Jiangcheng wins. Bailiang, please quickly decide on your next contestant. The declaration from revered Jingyuan was calm and indifferent, but it confirmed a brutal truth, one that drove a dagger deep into Wu Si's heart. His heart bled. After all, he had only prepared 3 core contestants in advance. One was Xiaodu, capable of unleashing the Gen Water domain, another was Zhang Liyue, who possessed the illusory dream domain. The last one, of course, was the person standing beside him, Yun Shangchen, whose personal information he had meticulously kept under wraps. He had thought that going up against a school as insignificant as Jiangcheng, Xiaodu and Zhang Liyue alone would be enough to secure a perfect victory. Yet first Xiaodu was eliminated in what seemed to be a despicable ambush, and now Zhang Liyue had been gravely injured and defeated in a psychic confrontation. What was going on? Why was Jiangcheng so strange this year? Zhang Junlong was equally stunned. A match they had expected to lose had not only ended in victory but seemed to have been won rather effortlessly. Although Hua Qianyu's reassurances had somewhat eased his concerns, he hadn't taken her seemingly joking words to heart. But in just the blink of an eye, Lin Yi had actually won? Am I dreaming or trapped in an illusion myself? Zhang Junlong muttered, pinching his own face.
If you, a tier 4, were caught in an illusion, wouldn't that make you a complete waste?
Hua Qianyu said, her gaze fixed ahead. She spoke as though to herself, I told you, Lin Yi wouldn't lose.
And, he's going to keep winning. Zhang Junlong was momentarily taken aback.
Then, as he turned his gaze back to the arena, his eyes gleamed with newfound excitement.
Ha! Now I get it.
That kid must also have some sort of special psychic ability, Wu Si sneered darkly, as though he had figured everything out.
But no matter what, he's only level 22. That's a glaring weakness that can't be overcome. Xingyi, it's your turn. Eliminate that boy for me. Su Xingyi nodded silently.
He was a level 23 fire user. While not considered a top-tier powerhouse, he was still one level higher than Lin Yi, so he felt little pressure.
Beiliang, Su Xingyi.
He stepped onto the arena, holding a large crimson blade that gleamed like freshly spilled blood. The blade was engulfed in an ominous blue flame. Please show me what you've got. As soon as the words left his mouth, he gave Lin Yi no chance to react, raising his blade and slashing it directly toward Lin Yi's chest.
This move bore some resemblance to Luo Yin's sudden strikes, though it was noticeably lacking in speed.
The eerie blue blade light charged straight at him. Lin Yi raised Bailey horizontally, facing the attack head-on without the slightest hint of fear.
Clang!
The clash of the two blades erupted with a sharp sound, and sparks flew from the point of collision. Due to the suppression from Su Xingyi's higher source energy level, combined with Lin Yi's failure to unleash his flames in time, Lin Yi's body was forced several steps back by the residual force of the impact. But Su Xingyi gave him no chance to catch his breath. He raised his blade again and charged directly at Lin Yi with astonishing speed. The sinister blue flames on the blade exuded a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the very soul. Buzz. On Bai Li, platinum-colored phoenix fire began to burn faintly. Lin Yi's gaze was resolute as he once again charged forward to meet Su Xingyi's blade in a fierce clash.
Clang! 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 The sound of their blades colliding echoed continuously across the arena.
The two seemed to be consumed by their battle, neither willing to back down even an inch.
Is that Phoenix fire?
The master of the Southern Phoenix Palace exclaimed in a hoarse voice, his previously reclined body suddenly springing upright, his eyes fixed fiercely on Lin Yi.
Phoenix flame? Could it be that child is actually a phoenix divine physique?
The mistress of the Northern Lawn Palace narrowed her stunning eyes, murmuring in shock and doubt. As these words fell, all the palace masters were utterly astonished. Their gazes towards Lin Yi were as if they were beholding a rare and priceless treasure. The Southern Phoenix Palace master did not respond, but his previously languid demeanor had vanished. His expression was now exceptionally grave. Everyone, this child, our Southern Phoenix Divine Palace will take him. His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation.
Ridiculous.
The master of the Western Abyss Palace immediately snapped, his cold eyes narrowing.
Do you think you can monopolize any benefit you find, Southern Phoenix? Are you?
Western Abyss, shut your mouth. The Southern Phoenix Palace master interrupted forcefully, his redirected gaze icy and sharp.
Do you even know what the Phoenix Divine Physique signifies? You're just someone who plays with mud. What qualifications do you have to guide this child?
Only by joining my Southern Phoenix Divine Palace can this child fully unleash the potential of the Phoenix Divine Physique. The master of the Western Abyss Palace was momentarily struck by the shift in the Southern Phoenix Palace master's demeanor. What had initially been a reflexive retort had unexpectedly provoked genuine fury. The Southern Phoenix Palace master withdrew his gaze, his tone lowering but carrying a chilling weight. I will say this one more time, this child will be under the care of the Southern Phoenix Divine Palace.
Should anyone attempt to obstruct, don't blame me for being merciless. The unyielding statement plunged the atmosphere into silence.
Not a single palace master dared to object. Even the Northern Lawn mistress, who typically found him insufferable, tactfully kept her mouth shut. It wasn't that the other palace masters feared him, although their strengths varied, the differences were not so vast as to compel submission to threats. But the Southern Phoenix Palace master was an exception. Everyone knew that he was a bona fide madman. If truly provoked, he wouldn't hesitate to go all out, even at the cost of mutual destruction.
Moreover, under his command, the entire Southern Phoenix Divine Palace would mobilize without hesitation.
A war between divine palaces would rival the scale of apocalypse.
All the palace masters understood that it wasn't worth destabilizing the foundation of their land over this matter.
Thus, even the slightly more powerful master of the Thunder Radiance Palace uncharacteristically remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to the Southern Phoenix Palace master's demand. The Southern Phoenix thanks you all, he said, his purpose achieved. For once, he offered his gratitude, then silently returned to his seat.
However, unlike his earlier posture of mere amusement, his eyes now burned with fervor. After a mere dozen exchanges, Su Xingyi was visibly fatigued. The blue flames on his blade had dimmed, and his breathing had grown unsteady. In contrast, Lin Yi's expression remained calm, devoid of any signs of weariness. The phoenix source blood coursing through him had amplified his energy reserves several-fold. "I can't drag this out any longer," Su Xingyi exhaled heavily, muttering under his breath. The flames on his greatsword suddenly surged, a vivid blue inferno roaring to life. Su Xingyi gathered the last remnants of fire energy within his body, compressing it into the blade. Spectral blade slash. With a thunderous roar, he swung his sword, unleashing a massive crescent-shaped arc of azure fire directly toward Lin Yi. Phoenix flame, 100-fold return. Lin Yi faced it unflinchingly, raising his blade by li high as the phoenix flame wildly converged upon it. In midair, a divine and radiant blade light burst forth. The surrounding light dimmed as everything was overshadowed by the clash of these two immense energies. Strike! Simultaneously, both Su Xingyi and Lin Yi bellowed, their azure and platinum blade energies streaking through the air, colliding in an instant with terrifying force. Asterisk boom. Rumble. Crash. Bang. Asterisk. The entire arena was engulfed in the blinding radiance of their clash, with deafening explosions reverberating throughout. Dust and debris filled the air, concealing the figures of Lin Yi and Su Xingyi. Some of the residual energy began spilling toward the audience. The revered master Jing Yuan extended his hands, a sacred and gentle light forming a barrier to contain the arena's turbulent energy. All eyes were locked on the stage as the dust began to settle, revealing two figures gradually emerging in clarity. One stood tall and unwavering, Lin Yi. The other had collapsed, unconscious, Su Xingyi. The outcome was clear: Su Xingyi was eliminated. This meant that Jiangcheng and Beiliang were now tied at 3 wins each. The competition's result reset to square one. When did Lin Yi become this formidable? Zhang Junlong murmured in a daze, lost in thought. As the principal, he suddenly realized that he knew far too little about these children. Lin Yi's strength had completely exceeded his understanding. Hua Qianyu didn't speak, only smiled lightly. Yes, that's it. Using this stage, prove your strength to everyone. Damn it, this is insane. Level 22, how can there be such explosive power? Wu Xi's face was dark as water. He slowly turned, facing the 5 people behind Yun Xianqian who had yet to take the stage, and said slowly, "You 5, go up one by one and drain that kid's source energy on the stage for me. The rest, leave it to your senior brother." The imperial capital, a desolate forest devoid of human presence. Here, the trees were sparse, and traces of human activity were rare. The sky was an eerie blood red, casting a crimson hue over the clouds, adding to the oppressive and deathly stillness. The light was dim and unusually gloomy. In this sinister place stood a towering structure resembling an ancient castle. Inside the castle's grand hall, the dim light that filtered in only added to the oppressive gloom of the interior, making it resemble a dark and haunted house. This was the residence purchased by Lucius. At this moment, he stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back, facing away from the grand door. Behind him gathered a dense crowd of figures. Without exception, each had long, blood-red hair and piercing crimson eyes, unmistakable traits of the Blood Clan. "Monty," Lucius suddenly broke the silence, softly calling out a name. "At your service," came a rough voice as a burly man stepped forward respectfully from the crowd. "Up until now, how many of our kin have been rescued?" Lucius turned to face Monty, his gaze steady as he asked calmly. "My lord, we currently have 1,273 members of the Blood Clan gathered here, all awaiting your orders," Monty replied with his head lowered. "Very good," Lucius nodded in approval. He scrutinized Monty and casually inquired, "How is your strength recovery coming along?" "I've regained my 4th-tier abilities. It won't be long before I return to the 5th-tier Blood King," Monty said excitedly. Your dormant period has been too long. To recover your strength as quickly as possible, even feeding on human blood is not out of the question." Lucius paused in thought before issuing a stern warning. "But remember, if you do feed, only target solitary humans. Do not leave behind any traces. If anyone dares to expose us, I won't hesitate to clean house." Understood, the Blood Clan members lowered their heads in unison, shouting collectively in affirmation. Lucius relaxed his expression slightly and added, "One more thing, our crown prince has a strong aversion to feeding on human blood. If any of you violate his taboo, don't expect me to plead on your behalf. Be ready to face death." At these words, the faces of the Blood Clan members shifted dramatically, their expressions filled with confusion. Monty furrowed his brow and quickly asked, "My lord, why does the crown prince, as the heir of our clan, despise feeding on human blood?"
Lucius shot him a cold glance and replied, "The crown prince is, after all, the son of a duke.
He grew up in the human world. Do you think it's possible for him to suddenly start feeding on the blood of his own kind?
In short, you only need to remember this: never reveal your vampiric nature in front of the crown prince.
Beware of provoking his wrath." As a competent servant, Lucius had to meticulously arrange every detail in accordance with Hua Qianyu's temperament. Even something as minor as feeding could not afford any mistakes.
"I understand. I'll make sure to warn my subordinates." Monty nodded deeply. Finally, a smile appeared on Lucius's face, and he spoke with satisfaction. "In that case, the Blood Spirit sect is formally established as of today, with me as the sect leader. Our sole purpose is to protect the safety of our crown prince." He paused briefly, his tone resolute and weighty. "When the time comes, I hope all of you are prepared to sacrifice everything for the crown prince. My lord, from the day you saved us, our lives no longer belong to ourselves."
"Monty pledges his life for the crown prince."
Monty was the first to swear his allegiance.
Immediately, the entire hall erupted in deafening unison.
"We pledge our lives for the crown prince."
Bang!
A figure landed heavily on the ground, the sound echoing through the air. On the tournament stage of the Nine Spirits Hall, a participant named Zhizhan was blasted off by Lin Yi's Phoenix Flame. With this, the fifth and final contestant sent by Wu Xi's faction was decisively eliminated. At the same time, Lin Yi appeared visibly exhausted. Including Jiang Liyue, he had consecutively defeated 7 opponents. The source energy within his body was already depleted. The fact that he could still stand was due only to sheer willpower.
This contestant from Jiangcheng is simply unbelievable.
Wow,
consecutively eliminating 7 opponents. Did this guy take some sort of drug? Bailing is definitely doomed this year.
With only one captain left, no matter how strong he is, he can't possibly defeat a horde of opponents.
Not necessarily.
Since Yun Shangchen's records have been entirely sealed, there must be something extraordinary about him. Maybe, like Lin Yi, he can fight multiple opponents at once.
Right, the outcome isn't certain yet.
Stop guessing and just watch the match quietly. The audience buzzed with endless chatter. Lin Yi's 7 consecutive victories had pushed the atmosphere of the match to a fever pitch.
"Xianchen, get ready to enter the stage."
Wu Xi's words were brief. Compared to his earlier anger, his expression now appeared extraordinarily calm.
At this moment, no amount of complaints would change anything.
On his side, there was still Yun Shangchen left.
That was enough. With him here, the scales of victory would never tilt toward Jiangcheng. On the opposing side, Zhang Junlong looked utterly numb. If he had known Lin Yi's strength was this monstrous, why would he have worried so much back then?
He would have been leisurely sitting on the ground, drinking wine already.
"Qianyu, you little brat, you're really something else."
"If Lin Yi had this kind of power, you should have told me earlier," Zhang Junlong complained deeply.
Hua Qianyu kept his gaze straight ahead, smirking sarcastically.
"Aren't you the principal?
You can't even gauge your own students' abilities? What have you been doing all these years, eating for nothing?"
Zhang Junlong was left speechless. He silently turned his head back to the competition stage. After all, he still had to rely on Hua Qianyu to step in.
He didn't want to upset this brat at a critical moment.
There was no choice. His own student might have a bad temper, but he just had to endure it.
No wonder it's the Phoenix Divine Body.
"It's simply invincible at the same level," the Southern Sovereign Hall Master said with fervent enthusiasm. Ever since Lin Yi stepped onto the stage, his eyes had stopped being half closed and half open, instead fixating on the competition stage, scrutinizing every detail. "This also proves that our decision to come and watch in person was the correct one," the Thunderstorm Hallmaster said with a faint smile. "I hope the upcoming matches bring more surprises." "The child who activated the 9-spirit forbidden tome seems ready to take the stage," the Northern Swell Hallmaster remarked casually, though most of her attention was on Hua Qianyu.
"Perfect timing.
Let's witness together if this child's strength can truly shoulder great responsibilities," the Nether Night Hallmaster said with a low chuckle.
"I'm quite curious as well."
The Eternal Hall Master stroked his long white beard, chuckling warmly. Under a soft, flickering light, the Holy Radiance Hall Master's gentle voice flowed out slowly. "In recent years, the order of the world of extraordinary abilities has grown increasingly chaotic. I hope we can decide on a Hall Master successor as soon as possible, to prevent any unforeseen calamities from catching us off guard." Yun Shangchen stepped toward the stage, and almost simultaneously, Hua Qianyu followed leisurely, walking up after him.
Lin Yi's source energy was already depleted.
Under the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for him to be a match for Yun Shangchen.
Forcing himself to continue might even result in injury.
Such a risk was entirely avoidable.
"You've done well. Go rest now, leave the rest to me. Hua Qianyu approached Lin Yi, giving him a faint smile. Good luck.
Lin Yi's voice was weary, but he smiled contentedly. Without forcing himself further, he obediently returned to the resting area. I didn't expect you to step onto the stage at this moment, Yun Shangchen remarked coldly as he watched Lin Yi's retreating figure. During the drawing ceremony, Hua Qianyu's brief display of power and Hua Qianzui's particularly attentive gaze had left a deep impression on Yun Shangchen.
What's your name? Yun Shangchen asked the question that even Hua Qianzui hadn't gotten an answer to.
Hua Qianyu remained silent, merely giving him a cold glance before speaking in a cryptic tone. What a pity.
What do you mean by that? Yun Shangchen frowned, utterly baffled.
Nothing, Hua Qianyu shook his head nonchalantly. If you had stepped onto the stage earlier, you might have enjoyed a few victories. But you chose to go last. Hua Qianyu's tone paused briefly, his blood-red eyes dimming.
And now, you've run into me.
Yun Shangchen was momentarily stunned. He silently scanned Hua Qianyu from head to toe, then remarked with feigned seriousness, the aura you're emitting doesn't make me feel threatened at all.
In fact, you're even more ordinary than your teammates.
If you think you can beat me with speed alone, then let me tell you, you're oversimplifying things.
Hua Qianyu's source energy felt average.
The only thing that had left an impression on Yun Shangchen was the extraordinary speed. But how much of an advantage could that really be in a match?
Ha ha ha.
Hua Qianyu laughed, shaking his head lightly. With a hint of playfulness, he said, I was just having a sudden moment of reflection.
Don't mind me. The match can begin any time. That's what I've been waiting for. Yun Shangchen responded calmly.
The very next second, his figure turned into a silver streak of lightning, charging toward Hua Qianyu at the speed of light. The silver thunderbolt closed in on Hua Qianyu in an instant. As Yun Shangchen's form materialized, a fist wrapped in silver lightning shot out with explosive force.
Boom! A dull sound echoed.
Yun Shangchen's fist was firmly caught by a pale, slender hand with well-defined joints. In Yun Shangchen's horrified and shrinking pupils, Hua Qianyu's brow arched slightly in amusement as he said lightly,
I can see it, and I see it very clearly.
Creak, creak. Hua Qianyu's hand suddenly tightened, and the fist of Yun Shangchen, which was entirely enveloped, emitted a series of creaking sounds. Immediately after, Hua Qianyu swung his arm forcefully, sending Yun Shangchen flying through the air.
At this moment, Yun Shangchen hadn't even utilized his elemental power.
The physical prowess of the Dragon Clan was astonishing, and with the Dragon Emperor's source blood flowing in his veins, Hua Qianyu was no exception. Yun Shangchen's body spun several times in midair before landing steadily back on the arena. When he touched the ground, his expression turned profoundly grave, shedding all semblance of nonchalance and carelessness.
Qianzui, your cousin is up next.
In the imperial capital's spectator stands, Mu Chenfeng shook the sleeping Hua Qianzui awake, speaking with slight exasperation.
Ha!
Hua Qianzui sat up, rubbed his eyes, and drowsily looked toward the stage below.
You were the one who told me to wake you when your cousin had his turn.
Don't blame me later for not reminding you, Mu Chenfeng said with a pout, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction.
What? My cousin's up? Hua Qianzui's spirits lifted instantly, his gaze becoming much clearer. He hurriedly asked, how's the match going? Do I still have a chance to face him?
Bei Liang has no one left except Yun Shangchen. That means as long as your cousin wins this match, you'll have a chance to face him, Mu Chenfeng explained word by word. But if he can't defeat Yun Shangchen, even if Jiang Cheng wins, he won't have the qualifications to compete with you, Mu Chenfeng added indifferently.
That's fine then.
So, I still have a chance to face him, right? Hua Qianzui let out a sigh of relief, speaking with some excitement. Originally, he was a bit worried that Jiang Cheng might lack the strength and be eliminated, which would deprive him of the opportunity to fight Hua Qianyu. But now, it seemed Jiang Cheng's chances of advancing were quite high.
Mu Chenfeng's face darkened, and he said impatiently, You brat, did you even listen to what I just said? Hua Qianzui stopped responding, his entire focus shifting towards the arena. His concentrated gaze left no room for anything else.
Yun Shangchen shook his somewhat aching arm. Even in their brief exchange, the physical strength displayed by Hua Qianyu had left him in awe.
If he continued to treat Hua Qianyu as an ordinary opponent, that would truly be foolish.
He resolved to give it his all.
As long as he could defeat Hua Qianyu, the outcome of the match could be easily reversed.
Taking a deep breath, Yun Shangchen slowly closed his eyes. Hua Qianyu immediately felt puzzled, unable to guess what Yun Shangchen was trying to do. Just as he stepped forward, intending to take the initiative, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed. Hua Qianyu instinctively looked up, and what he saw were countless thick black clouds gathering above the arena, gradually obscuring all light. The audience collectively raised their heads. The sky, now shrouded in dense clouds, had somehow transformed into a tumultuous storm of thunderclouds, with silver lightning churning and writhing within. Boom! The continuous rumble of thunder roared endlessly, like the savage snarls of a wild beast. This sudden and dramatic change in the heavens caused the Hallmaster of Thunderclap to rise abruptly, exclaiming in shock, "This is a heavenly thunder phenomenon." The gazes of all the Hallmasters simultaneously sharpened, locking onto the source of the thunderclouds, Yun Xiangchen. "Ha! All my efforts to conceal this moment weren't in vain. Xiangchen, let everyone witness your innate constitution, ha!" Wu Si laughed wildly, staring obsessively at the ceaselessly churning thunderclouds. He had endured for so long, all for this very moment. Tears of emotion streamed down Wu Si's face as his heart pounded with excitement. Crack! A silver bolt of lightning struck directly, landing squarely on Yun Xiangchen. His body rose into the air, enveloped in chaotic, entwining silver lightning. His hair stood on end, and his eyes reflected a chillingly fierce lightning glow. The sky thunder physique. It really is the sky thunder physique? The Hallmaster of Thunderclap stared intently, his eyes frozen and wide. Around him, the aura of thunder energy surged uncontrollably in his emotional upheaval. His reaction was understandable. The other Hallmasters, upon hearing the words Sky Thunder Physique, also showed visible shock in their gazes. Another unique constitution. Zzzzz. The silver lightning crackled violently as Hua Qianyu calmly looked up, his gaze fixed on the figure in midair radiating terrifying lightning, akin to the god of thunder. Crack! From within the thunderclouds, a world-ending silver lightning bolt suddenly emerged above Hua Qianyu's head. The serpentine lightning writhed and roared, like a bloodthirsty thunder dragon baring its fangs as it mercilessly descended. Hua Qianyu remained motionless, his robes billowing in the energy-filled winds. Within his blood-red eyes, two icy blue glimmers appeared, carrying an aura as chilling as a frozen spring from an icy mountain. The icy blue light flared, and a white mist enveloped Hua Qianyu's entire body. In an instant, a layer of frost spread across the arena floor at his feet. Hua Qianyu continued to look upwards, calmly and indifferently meeting the thunder dragon descending from the heavens. His lips moved slightly, and a cold, crystal-like chant escaped softly. "Freeze, for me!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of ice freezing was particularly piercing. Just as the silver thunder dragon was about to strike down on Hua Qianyu's head, the mist surrounding him suddenly transformed into ice, freezing the thunder dragon at an astonishing speed. As the icy blue light spread upward, the entire silver thunder dragon became encased in a thick layer of ice. The silver dragon transformed into an ice dragon, crystal clear, resembling a masterpiece of art. Ping! The ice shattered, along with the frozen thunder. Countless ice crystals exploded midair, shimmering under the light, creating an exquisite illusionary icy realm. What the this? Hua Qianyu, is he, ice element? Zhang Juanlong's bull-like eyes widened to their limit as he stammered incoherently. If he remembered correctly, Hua Qianyu was supposed to be a student of the Fire Academy. So what on earth was going on with this display of ice element powers on the stage? Moreover, what kind of ice is this? It can even freeze thunder? He blurted out another question, suddenly feeling as if his entire understanding of the world was beginning to collapse. Qianyu can control the ice element? Even I didn't know that. Lin Yi's gaze flickered as he murmured softly to himself. Behind them, Mu Wanling's arms, previously crossed in front of her chest, suddenly dropped. Her pupils shrank to pinpoints, and her beautiful eyes revealed an expression of utter shock. To freeze thunder, this was something even far beyond her current abilities. "Xianzue, your cousin, he's something else." Mu Chunfeng muttered softly, his eyes frozen in stunned disbelief. Hua Xianzue said nothing. A wicked smile spread across his face, his expression brimming with wild elation, and his entire body trembled with excitement. So this is the Nine Spirits' Forbidden Codex? Truly, as terrifying as the legends say. The Northern Lan Palace Master took a deep breath, trying to steady the turbulence in his heart. It can even freeze the thunder of a Tiangang thunder body. TSK, this truly lives up to being a forbidden technique from the Nine Spirits Hall. The Thunder Rainbow Palace Master's gaze tightened, his tone heavy. By the way, about that Tiangang Thunder Body individual joining our Thunder Rainbow Divine Hall, that wouldn't be too much, right? The Thunder Rainbow Palace Master casually remarked, as though speaking offhandedly. But at this moment, the attention of all the Palace Masters was entirely focused on Hua Qianyu. Whether they hadn't heard or had tacitly agreed to his suggestion was unclear. Freezing thunder. Ever since becoming a thunder element wielder, Yun Xiangchen had never encountered such a phenomenon before. His gaze was especially grave, though he did his best to maintain his composure. Yun Shangchen extended his hands forward, and the silver thunder before his palms suddenly erupted violently. From within the swirling silver light, a clear sword shadow slowly began to emerge. His right hand clenched within the thunder, making a deliberate drawing motion. In an instant, a wide, silver greatsword materialized in his grasp. The Tiangang greatsword! Wu Si exclaimed, his eyes brimming with excitement. Yun Shangchen's feet stomped fiercely, and his figure shifted with near lightning speed. Wielding the greatsword, he swung it forward with dominating silver thunder, slashing directly at Hua Qianyu. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Thunder flickered violently, distorting the space it passed through. Accompanied by deafening roars, the entire grand hall seemed to tremble under the oppressive force of the thunder's might. Hua Qianyu flipped his palm outward, and the nine spirits' blood flame sword silently emerged. With water elemental energy fully unleashed, a layer of deep blue ice instantly coated the sword's surface. Gripping the hilt with both hands, Hua Qianyu held the nine spirits' blood flame sword horizontally in front of him, fearlessly clashing head-on with Yun Shangchen's Tiangang greatsword. Boom! The Tiangang greatsword collided fiercely with the nine spirits' blood flame sword. Two opposing energy tides surged wildly, causing their hair to whip chaotically in the energy storm. In just a brief exchange, the ice coating the nine spirits' blood flame sword was shattered by the relentless silver thunder. The entire blade was forced upward, under the weight of the greatsword, destabilizing Hua Qianyu's stance. With great effort, he managed to gather his strength and barely steadied himself. The nine spirits' blood flame sword, a light and agile longsword, was starkly outmatched in weight compared to Yun Shangchen's Tiangang greatsword. The absolute difference in mass left Hua Qianyu struggling to adapt in such a short time. To dare use such a flimsy sword to directly clash with my Tiangang greatsword, and not get blasted away, you're the first among all students. Yun Shangchen's voice carried a mixture of condescension and arrogance, soft yet overbearing. Just then, three silver thunderbolts suddenly shot out from the Tiangang greatsword. They perfectly bypassed the nine spirits' blood flame sword's defense and exploded violently against Hua Qianyu's chest. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Caught off guard, the front of Hua Qianyu's robes was mercilessly shredded by the thunderbolts, and the residual thunder struck heavily against his chest. The resulting shockwave sent Hua Qianyu flipping backward as he tried desperately to distance himself from Yun Shangchen. Qian Yu. Lin Yi unconsciously took 2 steps forward, shouting in panic. He knew better than anyone the devastating power of thunder. The first time he faced Luo Ying, he had been gravely injured by this overwhelming force, a memory that still haunted him to this day. The corners of Wu Si's mouth from the northern Liang side nearly reached his ears, unable to suppress the ecstatic grin. However, his smile did not last long before it froze completely. Hua Qianyu lowered his head, glancing calmly at his chest. His clothes were torn, exposing a part of his chest. The originally fair skin was slightly reddened but showed no wounds, no blood. Such an attack, with his current physical constitution, could even be described as ticklish. Asterisk clap. Clap. Clap, asterisk. Hua Qianyu clapped his hands repeatedly, his gaze distant yet playful, a faint smile forming. Not bad, the power's decent, perfect for scratching an itch. As soon as his voice fell, several images of Hua Qianyu suddenly appeared in the space. The illusory afterimages shifted rapidly through the air, creating a dazzling mirage. When all the afterimages reassembled into one, Hua Qianyu's true form had already appeared before Yun Shangchen. Wearing a cruel smile, his curved fingers gathered between them a radiant ice lotus that silently took shape. As a return gift, let you have a taste of the same. Hua Qianyu spoke softly, his tone cold. In Yun Shangchen's horrified, shrinking gaze, the ice lotus floated toward his chest at an excruciatingly slow speed. Though it moved so sluggishly, it seemed to carry a strange magic, rendering his body motionless. Asterisk ping. Ping. Ping, asterisk. The ice lotus lightly touched Yun Shangchen's chest and then, in an instant, exploded violently. Countless ice crystals, sharp as needles, mercilessly pierced into the flesh of his chest. Ugh, ah! A scream rang out as a crimson spray of blood burst in the air. Yun Shangchen's face contorted in agony. Unlike Hua Qianyu's steel-like physique, Yun Shangchen's body couldn't even directly withstand the icy spears. Staring at the wounds continually appearing on his chest and the blood droplets falling to the ground, Yun Shangchen stood frozen in place. How is this possible? This was the only thought in Yun Shangchen's mind. They were both at the second tier, and his source energy level was clearly far higher than Hua Qianyu's. How could there be such a vast difference in defensive power? Not only him, but all the spectators also displayed expressions of disbelief, even, including the 9 palace lords.
Is that the physical strength of someone at the early second tier?
In the eerie silence, the Palace Lord of Nanhuang spoke. The Palace Lord of Tingmi slowly and heavily shook his head, saying, "No one in this world understands the Heavenly Thunder body better than
I do. Its destructive power is not something an ordinary peer can endure.
what we're seeing proves just how terrifying that child is."
Moreover, his mastery over ice elements, its release, transformation, control, has clearly reached an extraordinary level.
Just the ability to casually freeze lightning is a height that many ice element ability users can never touch. The Palace Lord of Balon added, his tone incredibly grave. "Up to now, we haven't even seen this child use any battle techniques." The Palace Lord of Donglan remarked, his words carrying a deeper meaning.
And the same applies to the Heavenly Thunder body.
The real show has only just begun.
Mist swirled, and the Palace Lord of Minjiziri, raspy voice slowly echoed. "I seem to have heard them discussing something about you being the Heavenly Thunder body?"
Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, his fingers lightly brushing along the blade of the nine-spirit bloodflame sword. He did not rush to attack but slowly looked up, speaking meaningfully.
"A name so grand, it shouldn't be this ordinary. Are you hiding something else?"
Hearing this, Yun Shangchen merely gripped the sword hilt with both hands, suddenly plunging the blade's tip into the arena floor. He sighed helplessly and said, "I had originally planned to reveal my full strength in the finals, but I didn't expect to encounter a freak like you." After the sigh, Yun Shangchen's aura changed abruptly. The chaotic lightning breaths that had surrounded him disappeared entirely, replaced by one silver lightning glow after another, quietly floating like flames.
"Zheng!"
A trail of lightning flashed across Hua Qianyu's pupils. He instinctively squinted, only to see the silver lightning around Yun Shangchen increasing in
number, reaching hundreds.
They seemed like living spirits imbued with life, enveloping his entire body, subjecting it to a chaotic and rampant baptism.
Hua Qianyu's expression shifted sharply, and an overwhelming sense of unease surged within him.
His grip tightened as he pointed the nine-spirit bloodflame sword forward.
"Heavenly Thunder! Inferno Prison!" Yun Shangchen roared deeply. In an instant, the hundreds of chaotic lightning glows around him shot outward in all directions, swiftly occupying the entire arena. ZZZT.
All the thunderbolts seemed to resonate with one another, their shared aura intertwining hundreds of strands of thunder energy. These threads swiftly connected, forming a thunderous domain spanning over 100 acres in the air. Yun Shangchen raised both palms into the void, and hundreds more heavenly bolts struck down in an instant. A terrifying, silvery white prison of lightning engulfed the entire arena. Yun Shangchen's hair had turned into streaks of silver lightning, each strand standing on end.
Under the immense concentration of his Tiangang Thunder physique, a lightning domain known as the Tiangang Thunder Prison cruelly devoured the entire space. The air was filled with nothing but a silvery white radiance, no other colors could be seen. Hua Qianyu felt as though he had fallen into an ocean of lightning. This pure and overwhelming realm of thunder elements instantly brought
to mind the moment he had plunged into the undying spring, a boundless sea of red flames, similarly devoid of any other elemental presence.
"Ha! Another domain?
You northerners sure do churn out domain prodigies."
Hua Qianyu sneered disdainfully.
His spiritual force locked onto Yun Shangchen as he prepared to launch a sudden attack. But before he could act, Yun Shangchen's figure vanished without a trace.
In the next second, he silently reappeared right behind Hua Qianyu. Clang!
The Tiangang heavy sword struck down viciously, the sound of metal clashing reverberating in the air. Hua Qianyu's body lurched forward violently, his face turning pale from the impact. This was a full-force strike bolstered by thunder, and no matter how resilient his body was, it was impossible to completely withstand it. He could feel a significant gash on his back, but with his self-healing ability working at full capacity, the pain was still bearable. Hua Qianyu spun around abruptly, raising the nine-spirit bloodflame sword high above his head and slashing fiercely at Yun Shangchen. Swoosh! The sword's shadow sliced through the lightning but didn't even graze Yun Shangchen's silhouette. He had already retreated to a distant spot, a faintly mocking smile playing on his lips as he looked at Hua Qianyu. "It's useless. In this thunder prison, I am the master.
I can appear anywhere I wish. How much longer can you hold out?"
As soon as he finished speaking, his body vanished once more, seemingly blending into the lightning of the domain itself. There was no way to predict where he might emerge next.
"Ridiculous."
Hua Qianyu's expression remained indifferent as he murmured softly, "Blood Dragon Sovereign Soul." At his invocation, his scarlet eyes suddenly became shrouded in an even deeper, blood-red glow. At the same time, Hua Qianyu's aura subtly transformed, growing darker and more sinister. His vision sharpened dramatically, as though elevated to an entirely different dimension. It was as if he now saw the world through a lens that transcended his prior limits. The lightning around him no longer flickered aimlessly. In Hua Qianyu's eyes, every spark, every shift, every transformation of the lightning seemed to follow a discernible pattern. Each thunder element appeared to him as an independent entity. His gaze swept across the domain, and a conspicuously abnormal flash of lightning was laid bare under the scrutiny of the dragon soul. He could clearly discern it as a human figure, constantly shifting positions across various points. Found you. Hua Qianyu smirked wickedly. His blood-red eyes narrowed sharply, and a layer of crimson flame ignited over the nine-spirit blood-flame sword, casting an unusually bright light within the thunder prison. Scorching moon, no trace. A fiery crescent moon appeared within the thunder prison, forcefully repelling vast swaths of lightning under its blazing glow. Hua Qianyu leapt high into the air, his body piercing through the crimson moonlight. Boom! Crimson flames erupted skyward, forming a fiery domain around Hua Qianyu, burning a substantial hole through the Tiangang thunder prison. Fall down, now. Hua Qianyu's voice was cold and merciless as he whispered. The fiery essence of the nine-spirit bloodflame sword gathered at its tip, descending in a devastating slash that unleashed the full might of Scorching Moon, no trace. Boom! 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 The fiery sword projection struck an unremarkable wall of lightning dead-on. Yun Xiangchen's figure materialized from the lightning, only to realize with horror that he had moved into an inescapable dead corner. He could do nothing but watch as the blade sliced toward his side. Slash! A gruesome wound ripped through Yun Xiangchen's waist, blood gushing out uncontrollably. His entire body was blasted dozens of meters away by the terrifying force, rolling slowly to the edge of the arena. Hua Qianyu's body slowly descended to the ground. As Yun Xiangchen collapsed, unable to rise, the silver lightning of the Skyblaze Thunder Prison gradually dissipated. The brilliance of the outside light seeped in, illuminating the entire arena clearly. The venue was eerily quiet. All the spectators stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded as they watched the scene below. Reverend Jingyuan hovered mid-air, his gaze flickering with a hint of disbelief. For a long time, he did not declare the outcome of the match. How is this possible? How could this be? Wu Si muttered repeatedly under his breath. Yun Xiangchen, with his Skyblaze Thunder Body, a level 27 lightning elementalist, and a prodigy capable of unleashing a domain of innate talent, how could he lose to a nobody? Moreover, how could this seemingly unremarkable nobody wield the power of two elements simultaneously? It was impossible. He couldn't believe it, and he absolutely could not accept it. Fire? Was what I saw at the end, fire? Out of the silent audience, a particularly puzzled shout suddenly rang out. I saw it too. That was definitely fire. Another voice affirmed with certainty. But why? At the beginning, he was clearly using ice, wasn't he? Being able to command two elements simultaneously? Hey, have any of you ever seen this before? No. Elementalists are already 1 in a million, but to command two elements at the same time, that's practically a miracle. This really is something else. It's my first time seeing a dual elementalist. So cool. Being able to utilize two elements already, and he's only at the second tier. Truly terrifying. The Palace Master of Nanhang exhaled, offering unreserved praise. Moreover, his mental strength, he could directly lock onto Yun Xiangchen, who was within the Skyblaze Thunder Prison. The Palace Master of Tingyi furrowed his brows deeply as he spoke. Elemental control, physical constitution, combat strength, mental power. If we set aside his level, this child is at the pinnacle among his peers in every aspect. The Master of the Immortal Palace smiled kindly, speaking with warmth. He ha ha. From within the black mist came hoarse, eerie chuckling. After the laughter, the Palace Master of Nightfall spoke in a cryptic and meaningful tone. Now the question arises, which temple should this child belong to? As the Palace Master of Nightfall's voice fell, the gazes of all the Palace Masters sharpened simultaneously. After a prolonged silence, the Palace Master of Nanhang was the first to speak. Ahem, since this child can command the fire element, I believe, perhaps. Before he finished, the black mist suddenly expanded outward, tightly encircling the Palace Master of Nanhang and gradually enveloping his entire body. Nanhang, some words are better thought through before being said, the Palace Master of Nightfall warned in a firm tone. Poof. The Palace Master of Nanhan's expression darkened slightly. He let out a cold snort, faint flames emanating from him as he forcibly dispelled the darkness that had enveloped him. Fire element? Nanhang, if your eyes aren't blind yet, you should clearly see, the child was using ice at the beginning, wasn't he? The Palace Master of Balon shot a cold glance. The palace master of Donglan raised his eyebrows slightly and immediately spoke in a conciliatory tone. Since this child can cultivate the 9 spirits forbidden tome, mastering 9 elements will only be a matter of time. In that case, there's no need for us to fight over him. How about we each offer our terms after the competition ends, and let the child choose freely according to his wishes? Wouldn't that solve the issue? This proposal is feasible, the palace master of Shiyuan agreed. In that case, let us discuss his placement after the grand ceremony concludes, the palace master of Shangyao said gently. Then, through the void, she transmitted a message to Reverend Jingyuan. Jingyuan, hurry up and announce the result of the match. Only then did Reverend Jingyuan regain his composure. His previously disoriented demeanor returned to calm as he declared. Since all the participants from Bailiang have been eliminated, the first match is won by Jiangcheng, who advances to the next round of competition. The next match, between the Imperial Capital and the Magic City, will also take place on this field and is scheduled for this afternoon. We hope all spectators and participants will arrive on time. We won? Zhang Junlong murmured to himself. Even now, he felt as if he was in a dream. Yet, on his slightly upturned face, an unconscious smile appeared. Smiling through tears, his expression grew emotional. This was the first time in years that Jiangcheng had successfully advanced in the 4 academies' friendship competition. Now, he could proudly lift his head as a victor. All of this was thanks to Lin Yi and Hua Qinyu. This year's Jiangcheng is so strong, Mu Chunfeng muttered deeply. His gaze shifted to Hua Qianzui, who was visibly excited and staring intently. However, with your strength, you shouldn't lose, right? He probed. Who knows? Hua Qianzui bit his finger and smiled meaningfully. Oh? It's rare to see you so unconfident, Mu Chunfeng teased with a light laugh. Hua Qianzui stood up, the smile on his face gradually fading. Uncle Mu, let's go. We need to deal with the trouble this afternoon before we earn the right to face him. Isn't that so? Indeed. Mu Chunfeng nodded and sighed softly. Moe Yuan of the Magic Capital. I've heard that during intra-school battles, he's managed to consecutively defeat several second-year students. His strength should not be underestimated. Ha, I'll take him down with ease, Hua Qianzui said arrogantly. Mu Chunfeng suddenly glanced at him, then smiled with satisfaction. Of course, I have no concerns about your strength. But Jiangcheng, it's not just your cousin, that Lin Yi student seems to be difficult to deal with as well. Still, it shouldn't be a problem. Over in Jiangcheng, I've planted a hidden trap beforehand. It all depends on whether I can convince the referees and the hall masters when the time comes. Hua Qianzui frowned slightly, speaking with some dissatisfaction. Uncle Mu, whatever you plan to do is your business, but when it comes to my battle with my cousin, it has to be absolutely fair. Of course. Mu Chunfeng lowered his gaze gently and said, but Lin Yi, that obstacle. I need to find the right person to take care of him for you. The competition concluded smoothly, and Hua Qinyu and the others returned to the hotel under Zhang Junlong's lead. Throughout the competition, their side hadn't suffered any major injuries. Lin Xingxuan's wounds had already been healed by the light power of revered Jingyuan, and Lin Yi was merely exhausted from depleting his source energy. In contrast, Luo Yin's psychological trauma seemed far more severe. Even now, his brows remained tightly furrowed as if trapped in a nightmare. However, mental wounds can't be healed by light power, they can only be overcome through one's own willpower. Thus, despite Zhang Junlong's concern, he was powerless to help. Qianyu, Lin Yi, this time we owe it all to you, Zhang Junlong said sincerely, his face lit up with a smile. It was what we should have done, Lin Yi replied humbly with a faint smile. The satisfaction on Zhang Junlong's face deepened as he turned his gaze to Hua Qianyu. By the way, Qianyu, when did you awaken the water element? He had personally witnessed Hua Qianyu's awakening ceremony and was certain that, at the time, he had only awakened the fire element. That's a secret, Hua Qianyu said indifferently, his gaze fixed in the distance, where he vaguely spotted a familiar figure. Zhang Junlong was left speechless and awkwardly withdrew his gaze. Ahead of them, a tall figure suddenly approached. Zhang Junlong narrowed his eyes sharply. The aura of the approaching person was formidable enough to make him wary. Who are you? He asked in a deep voice, as thunderous energy surged uncontrollably between his palms. The newcomer was none other than Lixius. Ignoring Zhang Junlong, he walked straight toward Hua Qinyu. Stop! Zhang Junlong shouted sternly, unleashing his thunderous palms with a force that stirred a terrifying energy wave in the air. Lixius neither dodged nor evaded. His long, slender, and pale hand struck out almost simultaneously. Boom! When the two palms clashed, waves of energy roared through the air. Both Zhang Junlong and Lixius were forced 3 steps back. 4th tier peak?
Zhang Juanlong's face paled with shock, his gaze brimming with astonishment.
Lixius, on the other hand, cast him a casual glance before redirecting his gaze to Hua Qianyu.
With utmost respect, he spoke, "Young master, do you have time now?" "Young master?"
Zhang Junlong followed Lucius's gaze, suddenly turning his head to look at Hua Qianyu with a mixture of surprise and doubt.
"Qianyu, do you know this person?" "I do."
Hua Qianyu nodded, his heart secretly on alert while also feeling a slight headache.
Why is he here again?
He had clearly told him not to seek him out casually, yet here he was, ignoring the warning.
Parading around with his vampire identity, wandering the streets so blatantly, does he not fear trouble?
Maintaining a calm exterior, Hua Qianyu asked with a hint of helplessness, "What are you here for?" Lucius glanced at Zhang Junlong, hesitating slightly before saying, "Young master, there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you alone." Upon hearing the word alone, Zhang Junlong's expression immediately grew vigilant. In a low, grave tone, he explained, "Sir, I'm Zhang Junlong, Vice Principal of Jiangcheng Academy of Supernatural Abilities. During this trip to the imperial capital, I am responsible for the safety of all the students. I absolutely cannot allow one of my students to leave with a dangerous person of unknown origin. Principal Zhang Junlong, I completely understand your responsibilities and greatly respect your attitude.
However, I am here to discuss some private family
matters with the young master, with no ill intent whatsoever.
Surely you won't be so unreasonable as to obstruct even this?" Lucius responded coldly.
This, Zhang Junlong found himself at a loss for words. At this moment, Linny interjected, "Principal, Uncle Lucius is a relative of Qianyu's family.
Don't worry, he may be a bit odd, but he would never harm Qianyu." However, the worry on Zhang Juanlong's face showed no signs of easing.
His brows remained tightly furrowed. A fourth-tier peak-level ability wielder, merely a relative? Unless Hua Qianyu came from some kind of extraordinary supernatural family, it was hard to believe otherwise. "Qianyu, what do you say?" To err on the side of caution, Zhang Junlong directly sought Hua Qianyu's opinion.
Hua Qianyu's expression remained indifferent.
He locked eyes with Lucius's gaze, which was filled with subtle intent. After a moment, he finally nodded and said, "All right, Principal Zhang, if you'll excuse me."
"Ha!"
Zhang Junlong extended his hand, as if wanting to say something more, but Hua Qianyu had already walked over to Lucius's side.
"It's fine.
If I don't make it back in time, you can watch the afternoon matches without me," Hua Qianyu said lightly, waving a hand. Zhang Juanlong's expression grew complicated as he watched Hua Qianyu and Lucius's figures gradually disappear into the distance.
He couldn't help but ask, "Linny, are you sure this is okay?" "It's fine. Plus, the second round of the competition is a week away. There's plenty of time."
"Don't worry, Qianyu knows what he's doing," Linny replied weakly but with confidence.
"All right then.
You all should head back and rest, recover as quickly as possible. It's okay to skip the afternoon matches, I'll inform the judges." Casting one last glance at Hua Qianyu's departing figure, Zhang Junlong withdrew his gaze and gave a light reassurance to the students behind him.
"Do you have something to say to me?" Hua Qianyu kept his gaze straight ahead, quietly following behind Lucius. It wasn't until they walked into a sparsely populated street that he calmly broke the silence. "There are some matters that the young master must be informed of," Lucius replied, turning back with a soft voice. "Moreover, there's something even more important that I need your assistance to control."
Hua Qianyu turned his head slightly, his tone turning icy.
"You haven't done anything foolish these past few days, have you?"
Lucius's movements and whereabouts directly concerned whether his vampire identity might be exposed, so Hua Qianyu had to remain cautious. "Rest assured, young master. This old servant acts with absolute precision and would never allow you to be placed in any troubling situation," Lucius said with a faint smile. Hua Qianyu looked somewhat surprised, his walking pace gradually slowing. Nonetheless, his tone remained firm as he warned, "Since you're aware of this, you should also know better than to meet with me so casually."
Lucius seemed to ignore the warning in Hua Qianyu's words and instead asked nonchalantly, "Young master, did you enjoy today's competition? What's your point?" Hua Qianyu didn't respond directly.
Lucius suddenly stopped in his tracks, prompting Hua Qianyu to halt as well.
The two of them now stood at the entrance of a narrow alleyway.
Lucius turned to face Hua Qianyu, a hint of seriousness in his gaze. "Regarding your upcoming opponents in the competition, this old servant has already conducted some preliminary inquiries.
Among them, there are two core figures. Moe Yuan from Modu and Hua Qianzue from the imperial capital. Both possess extraordinarily high-level source energy at level 29 and have unique constitutions. Moe Yuan wields earth, while Hua Qianzue commands darkness.
Especially Hua Qianzue, his combat power is near the third tier."
Hua Qianyu's brows subtly lifted. Without revealing any emotion, he asked, "And? What are you trying to say?"
Lucius's tone paused slightly, a hint of resentment gradually seeping into his voice.
"The strength they've achieved today is not only due to the school's dedicated cultivation but also thanks to the abundant resources of their families. In comparison, Your Highness's resources are far more lacking.
Therefore, it's highly possible that Your Highness is not their match, especially with your current strength, which is considerably weaker in comparison."
Hua Qianyu fell silent.
If what Lucius said was true, then no matter whether Hua Qianzue or Moe Yuan advanced smoothly, it would pose a significant problem.
Mu Wanling. For some reason, this name suddenly came to his mind.
She was also at level 29 and the only contestant in Zhengcheng Ability University with extraordinarily high source energy.
However,
Hua Qianyu couldn't help but frown, muttering softly, "Entrusting my back to this woman is really hard to feel at ease."
He looked up and asked, "So, is the reason you came to me this time to help me increase my strength?"
"Exactly, Your Highness is indeed perceptive." Lucius's eyes lit up, praising him. "Enhancing your strength not only ensures Your Highness avoids injury in the competition but also provides the chance to secure victory, killing two birds with one stone." "I only have 7 days," Hua Qianyu said coldly.
"That's enough."
Lucius smiled mysteriously, then stepped into a narrow alleyway, gesturing for Hua Qianyu to follow quickly. He placed his hands on the wall, and as a blood-red source energy light glowed, a layer of silver spell formations became clearly visible. As Lucius slowly injected source energy, the silver array began to activate, gradually forming a vortex large enough for one person to pass through.
"Your Highness, please."
Lucius did not enter immediately but stood respectfully to the side, making a gesture of invitation toward Hua Qianyu.
"A space array?" Hua Qianyu softly murmured.
Aside from spatial ability users themselves, could there really be other methods to achieve spatial transfer? He had to admit it was quite convenient. After a brief moment of surprise, he did not hesitate and stepped straight into it. The space shifted, and Hua Qianyu soon found himself in a dimly lit secret chamber. The chamber was not large but had a table and chairs. On the table was a lavish meal, clearly prepared in advance by Lucius.
"Your Highness, please have a seat."
Lucius's voice came from behind.
His figure appeared as the silver glowing spatial vortex behind him contracted and reverted to the marking of a spell formation. "This place isn't bad."
Hua Qianyu glanced around, letting out a soft hum of approval as he naturally sat on the nearest chair. Lucius sat across from him and said with a chuckle, "Of course, this small space is a treasure I acquired from the underground black
market.
It's connected to the outside world through a spatial gate, extremely concealed and impossible for anyone to discover."
Underground black market? Hearing the unfamiliar term, Hua Qianyu's interest was piqued, and he asked, "Is it one of those places for secretive trades?"
Lucius pondered briefly and replied, "More or less. However, most transactions in the underground black market are not legal. It's one of the few places where laws can be ignored, so it often has rare and valuable items." Lucius had no intention of revealing his private dealings with the Blood Clan to Hua Qianyu. At least, not until the right moment came, when Hua Qianyu's prejudice and rejection toward the Blood Clan had dissipated.
Only then would he reveal everything.
Until then, the Blood Spirit sect would continue to act in secrecy.
"So, the way you're planning to help me improve my strength is by buying resources at this so-called underground black market?" Hua Qianyu seemed to have seen through his intentions. "Precisely." Lucius nodded solemnly and explained, "Tonight, there will be a large-scale auction at the underground black market. The items
up for auction will undoubtedly include things that could benefit Your Highness.
I believe this is an opportunity not to be missed." "An underground auction?"
Hua Qianyu propped his left hand against his face, using chopsticks in his right hand to casually pick up some food and put it into his mouth. As he tasted it, his eyes flickered with thoughtful light. Seeing Hua Qianyu's prolonged silence, Lucius added quickly, "Your Highness, I've already prepared the funds for the auction. Whatever you desire, I'll ensure it's yours." At those words, a peculiar gleam flashed in Hua Qianyu's eyes.
"All right." He set down his chopsticks, quickly agreeing to the suggestion, and asked, "What time exactly?"
"It starts at 2 in the morning and lasts for 4 hours, Lucius replied.
"Very well.
Come and find me at that time, I'll rest for now." As Hua Qianyu spoke, he stood, preparing to leave, only to be pressed back into his seat by Lucius.
"Wait, Your Highness."
"There's one more matter of greater importance," Lucius said, his expression solemn to the extreme.
"Speak." Hua Qianyu picked up his chopsticks again. "Well, Your Highness, I wish to sign a blood spirit pact with you," Lucius said directly, without preamble. "Blood spirit pact? What is that?"
Hua Qianyu slightly raised her eyebrows.
"It's a kind of bloodline contract.
Between those who signed the Blood Spirit Pact, soul communication becomes possible. This way, when we're outside, it will make our conversations more convenient, Lixius explained truthfully. Hua Qianyu calmed her mind and communicated with the Blood Dragon Emperor in her spiritual sea.
Dragon Emperor, signing such a pact, will it expose your existence? Think about it.
Even if his soul power were 1,000 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to perceive my existence, the Blood Dragon Emperor replied disdainfully.
That's good. A genuine smile appeared on Hua Qianyu's face. She then responded to Lixius, alright, we do lack such a way to communicate. How do we sign this Blood Spirit Pact? Slightly startled, Lixius smiled faintly and said, it requires a drop of your highness's blood. Hold on. Before Hua Qianyu could react, the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor rang out abruptly and without warning. Have him reveal the blood contract formation first so I can observe it. Hua Qianyu, remember this, contracts that involve your bloodline must never be signed lightly. This applies in the future as well, unless it's with someone absolutely trustworthy. Hua Qianyu nodded subtly, and calmly said, Lixius, why does it require my blood? The casting of the Blood Spirit Pact requires the blood of both parties as a medium to activate the blood contract formation, Lixius responded instantly, his gaze extraordinarily sincere. The blood contract formation you mentioned, can I take a look at it? Hua Qianyu's sharp gaze suddenly locked onto Lixius's eyes. Your Highness wishes to see it? Of course. Lixius genuinely smiled, showing no hesitation. He raised both hands simultaneously, and an unusual blood-red pattern immediately hovered in midair. Hua Qianyu shifted her gaze and asked inwardly, Dragon Emperor, is there any problem? A long silence followed. Dragon Emperor? Hua Qianyu frowned and asked again, softly. No problem. The Blood Dragon Emperor finally responded. A trace of amazement accompanied the dragon's roar. In fact, this blood contract even places you in a dominant position. If you wish, you could even enslave his spirit to some extent. Hua Qianyu was profoundly moved. Watching Lixius's calm expression, a fleeting sense of emotion stirred within her. Your Highness, may we proceed with the signing of the Blood Spirit Pact? Lixius asked with a warm smile. Why yes. Hua Qianyu replied softly. She extended her hand, and a single drop of blood gently emerged from her fingertip, floating toward the blood contract formation in midair. At the same moment, Lixius violently tore through the skin on his finger. Unlike Hua Qianyu's tiny drop of blood, his blood surged forth in torrents. The two distinct blood flows converged toward the blood contract formation, but just as they were about to merge, Lixius's blood was repelled as though rejected. Most of it was scattered away, leaving only a small amount to merge with Hua Qianyu's blood and illuminate the blood contract formation together. Buzz. A strange sound resonated. The mingling of blood completed, and the formation was fully formed. Suddenly, a sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced emerged within Hua Qianyu's heart. It was a clear and direct intuition, one that allowed her to communicate with Lixius's soul. Your Highness, can you hear me? Lixius's voice resonated from the depths of her mind, though Hua Qianyu noticed that his lips did not move, just like when she communicated with the Blood Dragon Emperor. Yes, I can hear you, Hua Qianyu replied with her own thoughts. The Blood Spirit Pact's effect only works within a range where both parties can see each other. Beyond that range, the soul connection will vanish. I hope your Highness remembers this, Lixius reminded her. I understand. Hua Qianyu nodded, then suddenly asked, by the way, Lixius, could you help me with something? Please, your Highness, command me. This humble servant will do everything in my power to fulfill your request, Lixius vowed with utmost sincerity. Hua Qianyu narrowed her eyes. Opening her mouth, this time she chose to speak aloud rather than using her soul to communicate. Since you were able to investigate the core members of the Imperial Capital and the Demon Capital so thoroughly, there's a woman on our side named Mu Huanling. Could you also help me look into her? Your Highness's classmate? Lixius was momentarily taken aback, then immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. He nodded and assured, of course. This humble servant will get to the bottom of it right away. Within 7 days, I want the results. If her background is simple, that's fine. But if it's not, we'll need to prepare in advance, Hua Qianyu said softly and calmly. The blood-red light in her eyes glimmered with an unfathomable depth. Dueling Palace. Central Competition Arena. Bang! 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 On the arena stage, sand and dust swirled in the misty air. A massive boulder shot through like a meteor, dragging along a frail figure by comparison. Ugh ah! A pained cry escaped, and the figure was flung backwards, flying straight toward the resting area in the direction of the Imperial Capital. Thud!
A hand extended slowly, effortlessly catching the falling figure before it could hit the ground. Hua Qianzui, his expression calm and indifferent, gazed at the man on the arena stage with intrigue.
It was none other than Moe Yuan. Hua Qianzui, how much longer do you plan on hiding like a coward? There's no one left to fight for your side. Moe Yuan waved his hand, and the swirling sand and dust instantly dissipated with his motion. The match had already reached its final stages. With the elimination of the previous contestant, apart from Hua Qianzui and Moe Yuan, everyone else from both the Imperial and Demonic Capitals academies had been defeated. The intense battles between the two academies, evenly matched in strength, had left countless spectators stunned in awe, including the representatives from Jiangcheng. Zhang Junlong, accompanied by a few uninjured students, had come to scout their opponents, hoping to gather intel for upcoming matches. But they hadn't anticipated that the overall strength of these two academies had reached such a terrifying level. Hua Qianyu had not returned on time, and Lin Yi and Luo Yin were recovering their energy at the hotel. Thus, Zhang Junlong had specially brought a recording device, hoping to capture this visual spectacle. Hearing Moe Yuan's taunt, Hua Qianzui remained silent. He slowly stood up, his dangling arm casually letting go, dropping the defeated teammate onto the ground without a hint of gentleness. His previously lazy gaze suddenly turned razor-sharp. Lifting his eyes, he flashed a devilish smile. Moe Yuan, you're bold. Throwing trash at me, are you tired of living? Mu Qinfeng's eyelids twitched violently. Hearing the word trash, even the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The elite of the top 10 from the imperial capital, reduced to such a designation in this young master's words, was utterly humiliating. I had to test, to see if you could catch it, Moe Yuan replied indifferently, his expression filled with disdain. Ha ha ha. Hua Qianzui laughed, his laughter cold and eerie, his shoulders trembling with the force of it. He began walking step by step toward the center of the arena. With each step he took, the light around him dimmed slightly. By the time he stood before Moe Yuan, the surroundings had grown extraordinarily dark. I'm here. Are you ready to be thrown off the stage? Hua Qianzui's grin widened, his smile brimming with malice. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm, shrouded in a black radiance, swung fiercely toward the exposed side of Moe Yuan's face. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone in the face. Hua Qianzui's actions made it clear he had no intention of showing any mercy. It was a blatant, outright insult to Moe Yuan. Boom! A swirling vortex of dark energy formed, but just as it neared Moe Yuan's face, it was firmly blocked by a thick wall of rock. Yet within mere seconds, the solid stone wall began to erode under the encroaching darkness. It was swiftly pierced through by Hua Qianzui's all-out punch. Moe Yuan's expression changed dramatically, his gaze sharpening as his body instinctively reacted to the impending danger. His right hand rose, glowing with rocky light as a layer of stone swiftly covered it. He struck back with a powerful punch. Boom! Fist collided with palm, and the ground beneath them caved inward from the terrifying energy ripples. Two opposing forces of elemental energy surged violently from their backs. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of breaking echoed incessantly as the ground beneath them shattered. Cracks spread outward from their heels, reaching all the way to the edge of the arena. In an instant, half of the arena was destroyed. Hua Qianzui seemed slightly surprised. Retracting his fist, he remarked with mild regret, "What a pity. I thought I could knock you off the stage right away." Moe Yuan took a slight gasp for breath. The stone covering his hand had disintegrated into fine sand, slipping through his fingers. Compared to Hua Qianzui's relaxed demeanor, his posture was noticeably tense. Even now, his hand, which had forcibly countered the blow, was trembling and numb. Terrifying. Though he had heard the rumors, Moe Yuan couldn't suppress the thought as it flashed across his mind. Only by experiencing it firsthand could he truly grasp the sheer terror, a terror beyond words. Enough, Hua Qianzui sighed leisurely. He raised his arm once more, his palm facing downward, his fingers curling into a strange, claw-like position. Thump! A sudden, heavy pressure gripped Moe Yuan's chest. His pupils constricted as he felt the oppressive weight of the space around him. It was as though something unbearably heavy had descended upon his very soul. He raised his gaze, his eyes locking onto Hua Qianzui's hand. In that instant, the dark radiance emanating from it seemed to steal every trace of light from his vision. Dark energy surged around Hua Qianzui, enveloping his entire figure. The already vast arena was plunged into utter darkness. Moe Yuan, let this young master show you the world of darkness. Descend into it and be lost forever. In the abyss devoid of light, a particularly unfamiliar voice reached Moe Yuan's ears. The sound was hoarse and murky, as though it originated from the depths of the underworld.
However, Moe Yuan could clearly discern that the source of this voice was none other than Hua Qianzue. Amid the hazy darkness, it seemed as though an even deeper shadow was approaching him. Moe Yuan bit the tip of his tongue lightly, striving to restore clarity to his vision. With a thunderous explosion, a churning rocky domain unfolded amidst the boundless darkness. Midnight. In the small space that Lixius had arranged, Hua Qianyu, lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and leaned quietly against the headboard. "Your Highness, did you sleep well?" Lixius smiled faintly. He had been waiting silently by the bedside, motionless, for Hua Qianyu to wake up. "Not bad." Hua Qianyu rubbed his eyes and got out of bed. Originally, Hua Qianyu had planned to return to the hotel for rest, but considering that Lixius would have to find him in the middle of the night and that prolonged exposure to the outside world might not be ideal, he had Lixius purchase a bed for a temporary rest. "Is it time?" Hua Qianyu asked casually while dressing. "Half an hour to go, and the underground auction will begin," Lixius replied. "Let's go then." Hua Qianyu nodded slowly and asked, "Is there anything else we need to prepare?" At this, Lixius quickly took out a beautifully crafted silver mask and a black cloak, smiling faintly. "Your Highness, put on these items. In the underground black market, you must never reveal your identity. Otherwise, it could invite considerable trouble. After all, without the constraints of law, acts of plundering and robbery frequently occur." Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "By that logic, how is order maintained in the underground black market? If it's overly chaotic, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of trading?" Lixius chuckled and retrieved another set of a mask and cloak, explaining, "The order of the underground black market is managed by an organization called Netherworld. However, the rules set by the Netherworld are vague. As long as the black market's trading process isn't severely disrupted, they generally don't interfere. Of course, there was once a tragic incident where a 5th-tier king-level ability user defied the rules and wreaked havoc in the underground black market, blatantly ignoring the authority of the Netherworld. In the end, that person and their entire family were annihilated overnight, leaving no trace of their remains." Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows slightly. "Annihilating a whole family. Such an event didn't alarm the government?" "That's rather strange." "Of course it did, but the government's investigation was mostly symbolic. The interests involved here are far too complex to clarify in a short time," Lixius responded meaningfully. "I see." Hua Qianyu's gaze darkened as he donned the mask and draped the cloak over his shoulders, concealing his radiant silver hair. The underground black market. Following Lixius's lead, Hua Qianyu arrived at a place resembling a bustling marketplace. Despite it being the middle of the night, the crowd here showed no signs of dwindling. It rivaled the busiest times in the outside world. From Lixius, Hua Qianyu learned that while the underground black market was always teeming with a constant stream of people 24 hours a day, it was rarely as packed as it was tonight. The reason for this phenomenon was obvious: the underground auction. Those who appeared here were either ruthless desperados, wealthy merchants with abundant riches, or highly reputable power wielders. Yet upon entering, everyone wore masks to conceal their identities, without exception. This seemed to be an unspoken rule of the underground black market. Hua Qianyu walked quietly, not uttering another word. He simply observed this scenery, which was entirely foreign to his memory. If he harbored any doubts, he only communicated them with Lixius through soul exchange. Soon, under Lixius's guidance, the two arrived at an expansive building. A sign above the entrance bore the words Netherworld Auction House, which were clearly visible to Hua Qianyu. In truth, nearly all the guests had gathered here. In the long queue, Hua Qianyu patiently moved forward, passing through numerous checkpoints until he finally entered the interior of the underground auction house. "Please hold on, Your Highness. This old servant will go and arrange for a private VIP room," Lixius's soul transmission echoed in Hua Qianyu's mind. He said nothing, merely giving a reassuring glance before shifting his gaze to the front, where a seating area even larger than the arena of the Jiuling Palace tournament stretched out before him. The incoming crowd remained silent, refraining from unnecessary chatter. Each person quietly found a suitable seat and calmly waited for the auction to commence. The entire order was exceptionally well maintained, as if they were already familiar with the rules and procedures here. "Your Highness, I apologize for the wait." Lucius's voice resounded once again. Hua Qianyu turned his head slightly, only to see him walking over, accompanied by an attendant. "Honored guests, thank you for waiting. Please follow me." The attendant bowed slightly, and from beneath the mask came the voice of a young maiden. Hua Qianyu nodded in acknowledgement and followed the woman through a concealed door on the left. Behind the concealed door lay approximately a dozen separate dark chambers. Hua Qianyu entered Chamber 6, which was furnished with a massive sofa and a table laden with a variety of snacks and beverages. Directly in front of him was a wall that resembled transparent glass, allowing a clear view of the outside world.
Please rest assured, honored guest. This wall allows visibility only from the inside out.
There's no need to worry about being observed. The woman explained, her voice suddenly softening. She reached behind to unzip her long dress, and with a swish, the entire gown fell to the floor, revealing a seductive and flawless figure.
Might the guest require any special services?
Her voice was dripping with allure, yet she didn't receive even the slightest glance from Hua Qianyu. Instead, her proposition was met with a scornful and disgusted reprimand.
Put your clothes back on and get out. This is your arrangement as well?
After the attendant left the dark room dejectedly, Hua Qianyu suddenly fixed his gaze on Lucius, asking coldly. Lucius's face showed an awkward expression as he hurriedly bowed and explained, this old servant did not know in advance about this type of service. Otherwise, I would never have allowed such a filthy woman to taint your highness's eyes. After all, the royal blood and vital essence cannot be trifled with. Hua Qianyu silently withdrew his gaze, casually picking up a can of drink from the table.
He asked, what is vital essence? Click.
The pull tab of the can was opened. Hua Qianyu took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The flavor was peculiar, and it seemed to make his source energy circulate rapidly.
Vital essence?
Lucius froze, staring at Hua Qianyu's innocent expression. Holding back his laughter, he replied solemnly, Your Highness, vital essence and vitaline refer respectively to the first time of men and women.
Put.
The drink Hua Qianyu had just swallowed suddenly sprayed out, followed by a fit of coughing. His expression turned noticeably awkward.
Lucius's smile lingered as he continued nonchalantly, that woman's bloodline is inferior, and her vitaline is lost.
Given your highness's noble status, she naturally has no qualification to serve closely.
Enough.
Hua Qianyu quickly raised his hand, signaling Lucius to stop speaking. After several seconds of calming himself, he slowly said, How can you talk about such matters so casually? Also, how can you even tell whether a person's vital essence or vitaline is intact? Royal blood and vital essence. He had originally thought it was something profound, but to discover it was actually this. Hua Qianyu was left utterly speechless. Assessing the quality of blood is a fundamental skill for us blood clan members.
Blood from humans who still retain their vital essence or vitaline tastes more exquisite and offers greater benefits to our kin. It's easy to discern with just a quick sniff.
As he spoke, Lucius stepped closer, standing calmly in front of Hua Qianyu. Your Highness, such matters are ordinary in the blood clan.
There's nothing that can't be discussed.
Hua Qianyu felt a complex swirl of emotions within him. He pressed his palm to his forehead and, after a long pause, managed to force out, All right, enough of this.
The auction is about to start. Sit down.
Yes, Your Highness. Lucius responded, then fell silent, quietly taking a seat beside Hua Qianyu. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a voluptuous and alluring woman stepped onto the stage ahead. Beside her was a man whose aura was immensely powerful. Hua Qianyu's expression shifted slightly. His mental energy could easily envelop the entire venue, and he noticed that the presence of most of the guests had suddenly changed as the woman appeared.
Who would have thought that the auction this time would be hosted personally by Lady Kuan Yin?
It seems the underworld has prepared some extraordinary items this time.
I must look forward to this.
In the tense and stifled atmosphere, a carefree and playful voice suddenly echoed from dark room number 2. Judging by the voice, the speaker sounded quite young. This young master has sharp eyes. I believe the items in this auction will not disappoint you, the woman suddenly giggled, her voice dripping
with seduction. It is my underworld's honor to have you all present. How could I dare to use ordinary goods to treat such esteemed guests? I am Kuan Yin, and I will be fully responsible for hosting tonight's auction. I hope everyone will be kind to me and not bully me.
The sudden coquettish tone sent waves of tingling sensations through the young men present, and even their blood felt as if it was about to boil.
May I have the chance to see Lady Kuan Yin's true appearance?
The playful voice from dark room number 2 spoke again. That will depend on whether this young master has the financial means. I certainly hope none of the underworld's treasures go unsold.
Kuan Yin replied, feigning a pitiful expression. Rest assured, Lady Kuan Yin.
With me here, even if the items are a pile of junk, they will definitely not remain unsold, the man replied confidently.
Giggle, you said it.
As soon as the words fell, Kuan Yin clapped her hands lightly, and a stone platform began to rise slowly under the activation of a mechanism.
A glass case emerged, revealing an item inside. A stone. Hundreds of people gazed in confusion. The first auction item was actually a stone, an ordinary-looking stone with no discernible aura. Even Hua Qianyu couldn't help but glance curiously. As you can see, this first auction item is a stone. Its material and properties are unknown, and it doesn't seem to belong to Blue Planet. Its origin is extraordinarily mysterious. Kuan Yin spoke eloquently, her face wearing an unchanging smile.
This stone comes from the divine ruins. Aside from its exceptional hardness, it seems to have no other special uses.
However, it still holds considerable value as a collectible.
The starting price is 1 million, with each bid increment no less than 10,000.
Let the bidding begin. Kuan Yin finished speaking, and for a long while, no one placed a bid. The entire venue fell into an unexpectedly silent atmosphere. What a joke! Who would spend 1 million on a worthless piece of broken stone? Wouldn't it be better to save that money for the upcoming auction items?
Even if it came from the divine ruins.
Kuan Yin looked visibly disappointed.
Although she hadn't expected to sell the stone, she still cast a hopeful glance toward the second private room.
Guest in room 2, aren't you interested in the first auction item? A brief silence followed.
Then, a slightly somber voice emerged from the second private room.
1 million. Anyone could see that this bidder was already angry. Spending 1 million on a useless stone?
No sane person would commit such folly.
Unfortunately, for someone like this, face was more important than money. But Kuan Yin didn't care about that.
Her goal was singular, to ensure the successful sale of the auction items.
What did it matter if she used a little cunning to achieve that?
The esteemed guest in room 2 has bid 1 million.
Does anyone wish to raise the bid?
Foolish, Hua Qianyu said coldly.
The first auction item was a mere broken stone.
What was even more ridiculous was that there truly was a fool bidding on it. To be honest, his enthusiasm for the auction instantly waned. Lixius gave a faint smile but said nothing.
That stone is somewhat special. Its aura is quite similar to the little artifact on your chest. Are you sure you don't want it?
The Blood Dragon Emperor suddenly spoke.
Hua Qianyu's body stiffened slightly, and he asked, surprised, the 9 spirit wheel?
Yes, it contains the same accommodating power, said the Blood Dragon Emperor. To others, it might be a worthless stone, but in your hands, it could prove useful.
Hua Qianyu's expression turned grave.
At that moment, Kuan Yin's voice continued to echo throughout the venue.
1 million going once. 1 million going twice. 1 million.
Just as the item was about to sell, Lixius's voice, amplified by his potent source energy, resonated from the 6th private room.
1,010,000. Kuan Yin was taken aback.
Not only her, but even the young master in the second private room was stunned. He had thought he was about to cement his reputation as the fool of the night, only to be outdone by an even greater fool at the last moment.
In the second private room, the young master's grin stretched ear to ear. 1,010,000 going once. 1,010,000 going twice. 1,010,000 going thrice.
Sold.
Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 6 for successfully bidding on this item. Lixius let out a breath of relief.
At the last moment, Hua Qianyu had suddenly transmitted a soul message, instructing him to secure the stone at all costs. Though he found it odd, for a mere million, there was little reason to hesitate. Your Highness, why this sudden interest?
He couldn't fathom Hua Qianyu's thoughts. It's nothing.
I just realized the stone might be of some use, Hua Qianyu replied lightly.
Lixius raised an eyebrow, casting Hua Qianyu a deep glance before redirecting his attention to the platform. Next is the second auction item.
Fire ability users, you definitely don't want to miss this one, Kuan Yin teased with a mysterious smile. Another stone platform rose beside her right hand. The glass barrier atop this platform was significantly larger. Inside, 2 barely clothed figures knelt silently, one male, one female. Their youthful faces were etched with fear and unease. Hua Qianyu's pupils constricted, and his eyes darkened.
This time, the auction item was people? Does the underground black market even deal in such things?
He turned his face slightly, his tone sharp with displeasure.
This is perfectly normal.
It's not just the auction, there are countless slave merchants operating throughout the underground black market. Slaves are slaves, they're not people, Lixius said with an indifferent expression. He also turned to face Hua Qianyu, their gazes locking.
Does your Highness feel a surge of compassion because of this?
Ha, of course not. Hua Qianyu retracted his gaze, his tone icy.
I'm just surprised.
Ha ha ha, now that is the demeanor befitting your Highness, Lixius laughed heartily. In his excitement, his fists clenched tightly. His own kin were treated as no better than livestock.
How could he possibly feel pity for humanity?
He couldn't, and neither could his prince.
Weaklings had no right to sympathy. This was the law of the world. Kuan Yin scanned the crowd, her smile widening. These two slaves are far from ordinary. They possess the rare violet spirit flame physique, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with. This physique provides tremendous aid to fire ability users in their cultivation. What's more, their vital yin and yang remain intact. They're perfect dual cultivation furnaces. Esteemed guests who practice fire techniques, you won't want to miss this. Let's start the bidding at 10 million. I hope everyone bids enthusiastically.
12 million, a guest shouted, raising the bid by a startling 2 million right from the start. Clearly, such dual cultivation physiques were immensely tempting to ability users.
12.5 million. 13.5 million. 15 million.
In just the blink of an eye, the bidding skyrocketed under the offers of several individuals, quickly reaching 15 million. This instantly caused countless hopeful bidders to abandon any thoughts of participating further.
20 million. It was once again the second VIP room, that same familiar voice. This young master directly raised the price by a staggering 5 million, bringing it to a shocking 20 million. Such an exorbitant bid once again dealt a heavy blow to the vast majority of bidders. Many fire ability users, who were desperately eager, even lost their composure and cried out in dismay. 21 million. Someone, unwilling to concede, gritted their teeth and raised the price. 22 million.
I am Xiao Ranchen of the Xiao family from the imperial capital.
I hope everyone can do me the favor of letting me secure these two violet spirit fire bodies.
The voice carried a hint of displeasure. From the second dark room, the young master actually revealed his identity directly.
Xiao Ranchen? The eldest young master of the Xiao family?
No wonder he dares to act so brazenly. Turns out he has the Xiao family backing him. Sigh, it seems this violet spirit flame body is out of my reach today.
I've heard that this young master has a peculiar personality, and he's into both men and women?
The auction hall was momentarily abuzz, but after Xiao Ranchen revealed his identity, almost all the bidders gave up competing.
As for the reason,
the Xiao family's influence and wealth ranked in the upper middle tier of the entire imperial capital. Being on good terms with them was the best outcome. No one would dare to antagonize them recklessly. However, Kuan Yan's eyes behind her mask suddenly flashed with a sharp, icy glint. This kind of intimidation by exploiting one's power was undoubtedly going to lower the bid significantly. So, it's young Master Xiao, Kuan Yan spoke, her voice brimming with laughter. Young Master Zhao's influence is indeed impressive, able to make all the guests here willingly submit.
I truly admire that. However,
her voice turned colder, and her tone grew increasingly hostile. The rules of the underworld are clear. At an auction, items always go to the highest bidder. Revealing your identity and using power to intimidate others is a serious violation of our regulations, young Master Xiao.
I advise you to act appropriately.
Her tone remained calm and steady, yet it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Everyone knew the consequences of breaking the underworld's rules. At best, it cost one's life. At worst, it meant the complete extermination of one's family. Even though the Xiao family was an old, established family of ability users, and their wealth and power were considerable, no one would ever question the strength or authority of the underworld.
In the second dark room, Xiao Ranchen's expression shifted repeatedly.
In his arrogance, he had completely disregarded the authority
of the underworld.
If he offended them because of this, even being forced to atone with his life would be considered lenient. Realizing the impropriety of his actions, Xiao Ranchen hurriedly apologized. I apologize, Miss Kuan Yin.
I was being impulsive and rash.
I sincerely regret my actions and promise to bid fairly from now on. His voice carried genuine remorse, which eased Kuan Yan's anger considerably. She nodded in satisfaction, her smile returning.
Good, as long as young Master Xiao understands.
I assume your impulsiveness stemmed from the sight of the violet spirit flame body. I will let this pass, but only this once. Xiao Ranchen heaved a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude.
Thank you, Miss Kuan Yin, for your forgiveness.
All of this naturally fell into Hua Qianyu's eyes, yet he remained indifferent, treating the scene as nothing more than a farcical show. Lysias, even in the underground black market, there are people like this who dare to flaunt their identity, Hua Qianyu remarked coolly. Lysias sneered, his face filled with disdain.
Ha, just a simple-minded fool.
A brat like him, unaware of the immensity of the heavens and earth, will only bring trouble to his family. There are plenty of forces more powerful than the Xiao family. If this brat gets robbed in the underground black market, the Xiao family won't have the means to seek justice.
Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement.
He personally had no interest in the violet spirit flame body, so the idea of intercepting it didn't even cross his mind. But just because he wouldn't act, didn't mean others wouldn't.
Now then, the highlight of the auction is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, do not blink. This will definitely not disappoint you.
Upon hearing this, the guests collectively held their breath, and in an instant, the stage was enveloped in a chaotic intertwining of various spiritual energies. Kuan Yin clapped her hands lightly 3 times, and as the stone platform began to rise, she introduced the item, the third auction. Item is a combat technique, and not just any combat technique, but an exceptionally rare movement skill, glowing blood shadow. As her voice fell, the stone platform fully ascended. Beneath the glass cover lay a dark red combat technique card. Kuan Yin stepped aside, lifted the glass cover, took out the technique card, and held it high above her head, declaring loudly. Some of you may not be familiar with this technique, or perhaps have never even heard of it. But there's a name associated with it that you'll all undoubtedly recognize. That's right, glowing blood shadow is none other than the signature movement skill of the glowing Phantom King. The glowing Phantom King? One person exclaimed in shock, shouting, could it be the one and only, the unrivaled master thief of China? Precisely, Kuan Yin confirmed with a smile, clearly pleased with the crowd's reaction. It is said that the glowing Phantom King's movement skills are unparalleled, allowing him to break through the encirclement of king-level ability users. Though he was one of the weakest among those at the king level, his supreme movement skill enabled him to contend with multiple opponents of the same rank. To think that even the signature skill of the glowing Phantom King could be found. The underworld is truly extraordinary, the man marveled. About a month ago, the glowing Phantom King attempted to extend his thieving hands into our underworld auction, only to be captured on the spot by our high-ranking members. This glowing blood shadow is one of the spoils of that encounter, Kuan Yin explained calmly, though her every gesture exuded pride. Even the undefeated master thief of China, in the eyes of the underworld, was nothing more than prey trapped in a jar. Now then, China's #1 movement skill, glowing blood shadow, has a starting price of 12 million. Let the bidding begin, Kuan Yin announced without delay. This is the movement technique of the illustrious flowing light king of thieves. I bid 13 million. TCH, 13 million is nothing to brag about. I bid 14 million. Heh, if you're broke, don't bother shouting. 16 million. The auction grew increasingly intense. Unlike the previous items, the bidding for the movement technique flowing light blood shadow had the entire crowd clamoring as if their lives depended on it. After all, the so-called #1 movement technique in Huaxia could potentially save one's life in a moment of crisis. Escaping, after all, was also a skill. Hua Qianyu couldn't help but feel a bit tempted. Although he didn't think he'd ever need to escape, a great movement technique could be incredibly advantageous in battle. While teleportation was excellent, its trajectory was too linear. Hua Qianyu's speed was naturally swift, but it was all too easy for others to predict his movements. If he could pair his abilities with a superior movement technique, his strength would undoubtedly reach a whole new level. Lysias, get it. Hua Qianyu's indifferent tone carried an air of undeniable authority. As you command, Your Highness. 30 million. Below, the bidding for flowing light blood shadow had soared to a staggering figure, yet the enthusiasm of the crowd showed no signs of waning. However, a sudden voice instantly doused the fervor in the room. 40 million from me. Yes, it was once again the second private chamber, the same familiar voice. Xiao Ranchen had also set his sights on the technique, raising the bid by a whopping 10 million in an instant. The air seemed to freeze, and Kuan Yan's eyes sparkled. This price had far exceeded her expectations. Young Master Xiao bids 40 million. 40 million once. Does anyone wish to raise the bid? Kuan Yan asked again. 50 million, Lysias said calmly, his voice altered to sound hoarse and unrecognizable. Oh? Guest in private chamber 6 bids 50 million. Young Master Xiao, will you raise your bid? Kuan Yan's delight was evident. A noise of disbelief escaped Xiao Ranchen in the dimly lit chamber. His roaming hands, busy teasing the maid beside him, suddenly froze. He hadn't expected anyone to dare outbid him after his identity had been revealed. 55 million. He raised the stakes once more. 65 million. Lysias's voice remained steady, as if he had just done something of no consequence, raising the bid by another 10 million. 65 million. Guest in private chamber 6 bids 65 million. Young Master Xiao, will you continue to bid? Kuan Yan's voice trembled with excitement. This price had already far exceeded the projected estimate. Xiao Ranchen's expression darkened. His previously wandering hands clenched in frustration, sinking into a soft and yielding texture. The maid let out a pained moan, her eyes instantly welling with tears. She pleaded timidly, why young master? His expression softened slightly as he took a deep breath, releasing his grip.
Calmly, he said, since this guest seems so fond of the technique, I won't spoil your enjoyment. I withdraw from the bidding.
Young Master Xiao has withdrawn from the bidding. Congratulations to the guest in Private Chamber 6 for acquiring the top-tier movement technique Flowing Light Blood Shadow.
May you train it to perfection, Kuan Yin announced with a smile. 65 million? Isn't that a bit steep? Hua Qianyu frowned slightly. After all, it was just a movement technique. While it was hailed as the best in Huaxia, its price was nearly triple that of the Purple Flame physique. By comparison, it seemed a little excessive.
Not at all, Lysias shook his head, smiling faintly.
I've said before, whatever your highness desires, this old servant will procure it for you. Rest assured, there are plenty of funds. Very well. Hua Qianyu's frown gradually relaxed. How wonderful. Who would have thought everyone would show such keen interest in our underworld's auction items?
I dare not disappoint you with what comes next. Kuan Yan's smile turned more alluring. As she spoke, a new violet combat technique card appeared on the stone platform that had yet to be cleared.
Another combat technique? Hua Qianyu muttered under his breath.
His spiritual energy, spread across the room, allowed him to sense the emotions of those around him. While the appearance of a combat technique had excited them, it hadn't caused excessive surprise. In the academy, combat techniques could only be obtained through allocation, yet they seemed remarkably commonplace in this underground black market. On the surface, the only organization known to acquire combat techniques through illicit means was Nightfall. Combat techniques sold in the black market were inherently illegal, yet the underground market seemed to have no shortage of supply.
Could it be that the underworld and Nightfall are engaged in some covert dealings? Hua Qianyu murmured softly. But, naturally, no one could answer his question. On the stage, Kuan Yin had already begun a new round of introductions. Everyone should be able to see clearly, this fourth auction item is yet another combat technique. However, this is no ordinary combat technique. In terms of rarity, it surpasses even movement techniques.
Kuan Yan's suspenseful words swiftly stirred the curiosity of the audience, drawing hundreds of pairs of eyes toward her.
Each gaze burned with fervent anticipation.
Her gaze swept lightly over the crowd like a gentle breeze and finally rested on the purple combat technique card. With a radiant smile, she said, a rare mental combat technique, there
are likely fewer than 1,000 across all of Huaxia.
What's even more thrilling is that this one is a 1 in 10,000 eye technique within the category of mental techniques.
Its name is Illusory Vision. Starting bid, 50 million. Eye technique? Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise and disbelief broke the silence. Unexpectedly, instead of eagerly bidding, the guests in the audience exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly taken aback.
This scene caught Kuan Yin slightly off guard. Beneath her mask, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, when faced with such a rare combat skill, they shouldn't be so calm.
What's going on?
Her gaze shifted to the man beside her, and a trace of coldness laced her voice as she transmitted her question. The man, however, appeared composed. He turned his head calmly and explained unhurriedly, Miss, spiritual combat techniques are indeed
rare, but by the same token, their audience is also limited. Among the hundreds present, how many truly specialize in spiritual power? Moreover, the illusory void sight eye technique is inherently advanced. Even a spiritual power practitioner may not necessarily be able to master it, so naturally, they wouldn't bid recklessly.
After pausing briefly, the man retracted his gaze and continued, I had already reminded you earlier, Miss, not to hold too much hope for this auction item.
If we're lucky and someone buys it, that would be the best outcome. If not, it's no great loss. At worst, it will just gather dust in the treasury.
As his words fell gently into her ears, Kuan Yan's fists clenched tighter. Her frustration was palpable. Noticing her reaction, the man quickly tried to console her, Miss, you are still young and need not be impatient. With these experiences of setbacks, you will one day become the finest leader of the underworld auction house. The hall remained silent.
No one placed a bid, and the atmosphere descended into an exceedingly awkward stalemate. Kuan Yin exhaled softly, dispelling her distracting thoughts.
A professional smile returned to her face.
It seems this item doesn't quite meet everyone's expectations.
It appears I was being presumptuous.
In that case, I must declare this item unsold.
Before she could finish the word unsold, Lysias seized the moment and made an offer, 50 million.
I shall humbly accept it. It's rare for Lady Kuan Yin to personally host the auction. How could I let the beauty be disappointed? Young Master Xiao from the second private chamber, wouldn't you agree?
The topic suddenly shifted to him, catching Xiao Ranshan, who had been enjoying the show, off guard. His lips twitched, and he struggled to suppress his anger. With a stiff tone, he said, Guess 6,
What boldness you have. I truly admire you. With this, Lady Kuan Yin surely won't feel disappointed. As it happens, my goals for this trip are specific, and I need to conserve my funds. So, I'll thank guest 6 for fulfilling this instead. Lysias snorted coldly, ignoring Xiao Ranshan's sarcastic flattery. Instead, he turned to Hua Qianyu and said, Your Highness, as per your request, the spiritual eye technique has been acquired for the smallest possible price. Hua Qianyu's lips curved into a faint smile as he leaned back in his chair. How smooth. Acquiring an eye technique for 50 million. It makes the movement combat skills seem even less worthwhile now. Lysias chuckled softly. Whether it was worthwhile or not is secondary. What I do feel is that this auction seems almost like it was tailored for your highness. So far, apart from the 2 purple spirit fire bodies, everything had been won by Hua Qianyu. Is that so? Hua Qianyu smiled faintly. Though these items are nice, they aren't methods that can swiftly enhance combat strength. What I truly desire has yet to appear. The auction continued. The next few items were high-tier spiritual weapons. While valuable, Hua Qianyu had no need for them. The 9-spirit blood flame sword he currently wielded suited him perfectly. Not to mention, he possessed another, even more mysterious weapon, the abyssal blood scythe. A gift from his father, its aura alone surpassed that of the 9-spirit blood flame sword by far. Previously, it had even withstood a full-force strike from the ghost-faced fire jiao during a dire moment. Although Hua Qianyu seldom used it, its power was undeniable. Lysias. Hua Qianyu spoke, seemingly casually, what kind of weapons do the Blood Clan typically use? Lysias thought for a moment before responding, weapons? Ordinary clansmen don't necessarily have a specific preference. However, members of the royal and noble families generally use scythes. Your Highness's father is no exception. Scythes? Hua Qianyu raised his brows, a trace of surprise flickering across his face. Indeed. Lysias nodded affirmatively. Our clan has 7 great bloodline sealing scythes, each named Crimson Xiong, Emperor Slayer, Sky Reversal, Burial Erosion, Soul Devourer, Abyss Doom, and Abyssal Return. Crimson Xiong is held by Her Majesty the Queen, while Emperor Slayer is wielded by the Crown Prince. As for Sky Reversal, Burial Erosion, and Soul Devourer, they are controlled by the leaders of 3 other clans. However, those 3 may have already harbored rebellious intentions, making them significant threats to Her Majesty the Queen. Lastly, Abyss Doom and Abyssal Return currently have no owners and should still be sealed within the Blood Emperor Hall. Hua Qianyu's heart trembled violently. He had never imagined that the Abyssal Blood Scythe fused with his own bloodline was actually one of the Blood Clan's 7 great bloodline sealing scythes. How are the 7 blood scythes masters chosen? Almost instinctively, Hua Qianyu blurted out the question. Bloodline compatibility, Lucius replied straightforwardly. Because of this, the inheritors of the 7 blood scythes have always been selected from the direct bloodlines of the Blood Sovereign and other clans. Only their bloodlines can command the 7 blood scythes. However, Your Highness, rest assured, among the 2 unclaimed blood scythes, one is certain to belong exclusively to you. Especially Guiyu, it has never acknowledged a master since it appeared in this world. Hua Qianyu remains silent. Naturally, Lucius could not have known that long ago. Hua Qianyu had already merged his bloodline with Guiyu. But what is your weapon? I don't think I've ever seen it, Hua Qianyu asked, shifting the topic. Lucius paused, then replied self-deprecatingly, Your Highness, this old servant is not skilled in cultivation. The only weapon I've ever owned was a short blade. But after years of wandering, that blade has long been shattered, so... He trailed off, but Hua Qianyu understood him easily. A short blade, huh? Hua Qianyu murmured. His gaze fell upon the display platform, where Kuan Yin was coincidentally holding up a silver short blade. This 9th auction item is a mysterious blade. Its blade can extend and retract according to the user's mental commands, making it incredibly versatile in use. And the material used to craft it is an extremely rare meteorite from beyond the heavens, making it exceptionally durable and resistant to damage. Its name is Qianji Blade. The starting bid is 60 million. Each increment must be no less than 1 million. Dear guests, you may now begin bidding. As Kuan Yin's gentle, orchid-like voice faded, Hua Qianyu's eyes narrowed, and his cool voice resonated throughout the hall via the sound system in the private room. 1 billion. Your Highness? Lucius was utterly stunned, standing up in shock. Not only him, but the guests in the room and even Kuan Yin, who was hosting, were dumbfounded. 1 billion, this was the highest price for a spiritual weapon so far, and also the highest bid for any auction item. In truth, the Qianji blade was far from deserving such a valuation. Ha! Is this person in room 6 an idiot?
Xiaoranchen, holding a wine glass, muttered, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Then again, this voice, it sounds much younger than the one earlier.
Guest in room 6 has bid 1 billion. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Kuan Yen, after a few seconds of being stunned, quickly recovered, her voice brimming with excitement.
This single transaction could even make up for the losses caused by the low-priced sale of the Phantom Void Mirror. Naturally, she was delighted at this outcome.
No one spoke. Kuan Yen, unwilling to wait even a moment longer, skipped any unnecessary formalities and immediately declared, "Congratulations to the guest in room 6 for acquiring the Qianji blade. Kuan Yen is deeply grateful for your patronage."
Lucius sighed heavily and sat back down with resignation. The deal was done, and there was nothing he could do to change it. Your Highness, if you wanted a short blade like this, you could have just told me. There are countless weapons available on the underground black market.
I could have found the most suitable one for you.
This isn't for me, Hua Qinyu shook his head and said faintly.
Didn't you say it yourself?
You once wielded a short blade, but now you have no weapon.
This Qianji blade is of fine quality. Acquiring it was only natural, wasn't it? But your Highness, you know my abilities. Spending 1 billion on a short blade for me is truly...
Lucius's voice was urgent. If it were something for Hua Qianyu, no amount of money would matter to him.
But spending this kind of fortune on himself? His heart ached. Enough.
Hua Qianyu raised a hand, cutting him off.
You call yourself my servant, yet you don't even have a proper weapon. I would be embarrassed if word got out.
He turned slightly, his crimson eyes locking directly onto Lucius's.
Don't misunderstand. I simply don't want the hassle of going through the trouble of finding a weapon for you. That would be far too inconvenient.
Lucius's expression froze, and he remained silent for a long time.
Then, this old servant thanks your Highness for your generosity.
In Lucius's once sinister and hollow eyes, a hint of warmth and solace appeared. Although today's auction has been somewhat eventful, we are fortunate to have successfully reached the end, thanks especially to the support of our esteemed guests.
In particular, our guest in room 6, Kuan Yen, is truly grateful. Kuan Yen smiled warmly and offered a deep bow. Now, we move on to the 10th and final item of this auction. Asterisk clap. Clap, asterisk. Kuan Yen clapped her hands lightly.
Unlike the previous items, this time the auction piece did not rise from a stone platform. Instead, it was brought forth by the silent man who had stood by her side the entire time. A tray made of sandalwood was presented before Kuan Yen. On the tray rested a small jade bottle, its opening sealed tightly with a stopper also crafted from sandalwood.
Many held their breath, their eyes fixed unblinkingly on the jade bottle. That item had finally arrived. Dark room number 2. Xiaoranchen's heart was pounding.
In his extreme nervousness, his palms were already damp with sweat.
What is this?
Hua Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she focused intently. Lixius shifted his sitting posture slightly and spoke gravely, Your Highness, you must take a careful look.
Most people at this auction are here specifically for this item. Kuan Yen smiled seductively.
She took the jade bottle in her hand, gently pulling out the wooden stopper. In an instant, an indescribable fragrance wafted through the air, accompanied by an incredibly rich and potent energy fluctuation. The Emperor's supreme immortal elixir, derived from the divine treasures of the celestial ruins.
It can bypass bottlenecks and enhance an ability user's source power without any side effects.
The first dose yields the best results. Even for ordinary individuals who are not ability users, consuming it can significantly extend their lifespan. One could say this is the most harmless and miraculous elixir in existence. This little jade bottle in my hand contains a full 9 drops.
That's more than enough to accomplish many things.
As Kuan Yin spoke, she carefully replaced the wooden stopper. The alluring fragrance in the venue gradually faded, but the excitement among the guests only intensified. The Emperor's supreme immortal elixir, starting bid, 1,500,000,000.
Each increment must be no less than 5 million. Let the bidding begin. 1,500,000,000.
Just this starting bid alone had already left 70 to 80% of the guests present sighing in dismay, unable to muster the desire to bid. Those who could attend the event were typically high-ranking individuals. While their total assets might far exceed this amount, their readily available liquid funds were not as abundant as one might imagine.
Moreover, the Netherworld auction house followed an unbreakable rule. Once a bid was successful, the bidder must settle the amount on the spot.
Failure to do so would result in being blacklisted for life.
1,800,000,000.
Xiaoranchen had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. To obtain the royal celestial nectar, he had meticulously planned and prepared an astonishing amount of funds days in advance. A confident grin spread across his face, an expression of certain victory.
2 billion.
Lixius spoke in an unhurried tone, his demeanor indicating a clear intent to oppose Xiao Ranchen.
Xiao Ranchen's heart jolted.
Even as the eldest son of the Xiao family in the imperial capital, it was impossible for him to have enough funds left to compete for the royal celestial nectar after already securing several auction items.
Who exactly was this person in the 6th VIP room? 2 billion from the 6th VIP room. Any higher bids?
If not, this royal celestial nectar will belong to the 6th VIP room.
Kuan Yan's soft voice echoed. Xiao Ranchen's expression turned grim.
Without much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and shouted, 2,100,000,000. The funds he could currently access did not exceed 4 billion, and with insufficient confidence, Xiao Ranchen's bidding increments became noticeably smaller.
3 billion.
Lixius's expression remained calm, his tone as steady as ever, as if he were tossing out scraps of paper rather than money. Every bidder's heart skipped a beat. Although the extravagance of the 6th VIP room had already left a deep impression on everyone, this level of wealth still made them gape in astonishment.
Kuan Yan's face lit up with delight. Just when she thought Xiao Ranchen wouldn't raise his bid and prepared to announce the result, a nearly deranged scream erupted from the second dark chamber. 4 billion. Xiao Ranchen's expression was chillingly cold.
Overwhelmed by fury, he stood up abruptly. Rather than testing the waters with small increments, he decided to go all in, bidding the highest amount he could manage.
He was gambling, betting that his overwhelming bid would intimidate his opponent. But such a shallow trick, how could it possibly fool someone like Lixius?
It could be said that in his lifetime, Lixius had manipulated more people than Xiao Ranchen had eaten meals.
5 billion.
His voice remained calm, utterly unperturbed. After announcing his bid, Lixius even added with a hint of mockery, "Young Master Xiao, feel free to bid higher.
If this continues, I might not be able to keep up."
Xiao Ranchen froze in place, his fists clenched tightly in frustration before finally slumping back into his seat.
"Damn it,"
he muttered bitterly, biting his thumb as his eyes flickered with a venomous glint.
5 billion. Any higher bids? The royal celestial nectar originates from the divine ruin's secret realm, which opens only once every 4 years. If you miss it now, you may have to wait until the next opening.
Kuan Yan's voice rang out in a final reminder, but no one else raised their bids. In the 6th dark chamber, Lixius let out a subtle sigh of relief. Though his earlier words carried a provocative tone, they weren't entirely untrue. If the bidding had continued, even if he liquidated all his current assets, it would have been insufficient. Fortunately, the royal celestial nectar was finally his. The hefty price was worth it. After all, compared to tangible cultivation power, money seemed far less significant. Congratulations once again to the 6th VIP room. This precious royal celestial nectar is now yours. Alright, this concludes today's auction. 6th VIP guest, young Master Xiao, and all other successful bidders, please step through the spatial gates before you to complete the final transactions with Kuan Yin. As Kuan Yin finished speaking, several spatial portals formed from condensed spatial energy appeared in designated areas of the auction hall, drawing envious and jealous gazes from hundreds of attendees. In the 6th dark chamber, a similar portal appeared before Hua Qianyu. "Your Highness, please follow me." Lixius stepped in first without hesitation. Hua Qianyu, pausing only briefly, followed closely behind. Space shifted. When their gazes met again, they were in a smaller, confined space. Kuan Yin, who had previously been on the stage, now stood gracefully before them. Hua Qianyu's gaze drifted to his right, where a man wearing a black mask was staring at him with an icy, penetrating look. "Congratulations, 6th guest," Xiao Ranchen said mockingly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Hardly. Young Master Xiao securing 2 purple spirit fire physiques will surely enhance his cultivation," Lixius interjected with a faint smile before Hua Qianyu could respond, his eyes flashing briefly in Xiao Ranchen's direction. The profound and meaningful words immediately filled Xiao Ranchen's chest with a surge of intense humiliation. Everyone knew that the source power obtained through the dual cultivation method paled in comparison to the purer and more abundant source power provided by the Emperor's supreme celestial elixir. The difference between the two wasn't just a minor gap. Though the dual cultivation method could rapidly enhance one's source power, one of its side effects was a shallow foundation. If a practitioner failed to purify and solidify their source power afterward, the consequence would be a severely shortened lifespan as an ability user. In contrast, the Emperor's supreme celestial elixir, a treasured medicine originating from the secret realm of divine ruins, not only showed remarkable effectiveness in enhancement but also caused no harm to the body. More importantly, it didn't prematurely deplete the practitioner's future cultivation potential. No side effects whatsoever. This alone was a pinnacle that countless spiritual herbs and medicines could never hope to reach.
Not to mention the purple spirit fire body. The two weren't even remotely comparable. It could be said that with just one casual remark, Lysias had completely shattered Xiao Ranchen's defenses. Ah, dear guests, please don't argue. The auction has concluded successfully today, and everyone has obtained the treasures they desire. Everyone should be pleased. Why spoil the harmony over a quarrel?
Kuan Yin mediated the situation, while taking out a gray wristband and respectfully presenting it before Lysias. Esteemed guest, your divine stones, flowing blood shadow, phantom void sight, thousand mechanism blade, and Emperor's supreme celestial elixir have all been packaged and stored inside this spatial wristband. Please verify. Lysias received it, his spiritual energy probing into it directly. After about 3 seconds, he nodded in satisfaction. Everything is in order. Thank you, Miss Kuan Yin. Not at all. Kuan Yin should be thanking you for your patronage. These 5 auction items total 716 million.
Since this seems to be your first time shopping at our underground auction and you've purchased so many items, I'll round it down for you. 700 million total. I hope you'll continue to support us in the future.
Kuan Yan's attitude was exceedingly polite and sincere, and as she spoke, she took out a card reader.
Thank you, Miss Kuan Yin. If the Netherworld auction has more good items in the future, I will surely return. Lysias retrieved the spatial wristband and took out a black card, pressing it against the reader. Beep.
The card transaction succeeded, signifying the completion of the deal.
Miss Kuan Yin, may we leave now? Lysias inquired.
Of course.
Kuan Yin nodded in acknowledgement and thoughtfully reminded him, would the esteemed guest like to use the emergency passage?
Surely you understand the principle of treasuring a jade invites trouble. It would be far too unsafe to leave just like this. Please arrange it, Lysias replied with a slight raise of his brow, not refusing the suggestion.
Kuan Yin acted decisively.
With a wave of her delicate hand, another spatial passage quietly appeared. Lysias and Hua Qianyu exchanged a glance before stepping into it one after the other. Those 2 purple spirit fire bodies, I'll trouble Miss Kuan Yin to send them to the Xiao family. Xiao Ranchen suddenly spoke up.
At the
very moment the spatial passage was about to close, he abruptly squeezed in, leaving only Kuan Yin alone in place, slightly dumbfounded. Miss, Xiao Ranchen must be going to intercept them.
Should we? The man serving beside her asked. Kuan Yin shook her head and smiled faintly. No, of course not.
This spatial passage connects to the outside world and isn't under the jurisdiction of our netherworld.
Whatever happens has nothing to do with us. Let them fight over it.
Honestly, I'm quite curious about the 2 from room 6 as well.
Xiao Ranchen, truly a useful dog. Outside, on an ordinary street. With a sudden swirling spatial vortex, Hua Qianyu and Lysias appeared out of thin air. Your Highness, the items you required have been secured.
Next, we just need to find a quiet place to refine the Emperor's supreme celestial elixir, Lysias said, handing the gray wristband to Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu accepted the wristband, his spiritual energy delving into it. The Emperor's supreme celestial elixir materialized in his hand.
Following his intent.
As he gazed at the small jade bottle in his palm, he couldn't help but recall the unforgettable, delicate fragrance. Though faint, just a whiff of it caused the pure energy contained within to resonate with his own source power, setting it into motion. He had no doubt that if he successfully refined the energy within the elixir, his source power would break through continuously, just as it had when merging with the water spirit pearl, granting him a leap in levels. Dragon Emperor, with my current strength, how many drops of the Emperor's supreme celestial elixir can I refine at most? Hua Qianyu silently inquired. 6 drops. Because you are simultaneously cultivating the 9 spirits forbidden codex and the Blood Dragon Emperor's Sutra, the energy required for breakthroughs far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. But even so, 6 drops are your absolute limit, the Blood Dragon Emperor reminded him coolly. That should be just enough, Hua Qianyu murmured softly.
Pardon? What did you say?
Lysias asked in confusion, as he was unable to participate in the soul-level communication between Hua Qianyu and the Blood Dragon Emperor.
Nothing.
Hua Qianyu retracted the Huangji Immortal Essence liquid, smiling faintly. Refining the Huangji Immortal Essence liquid might require the use of your small space, and also. His gaze suddenly shifted to Lysias, saying, I will refine it together with my friend.
Since 6 drops were his limit, the remaining 3 drops should be just enough for Lin Yi to absorb.
The strength of the imperial capital and the demon capital remained unknown, and those who could truly step forward from Jiang City were only Lin Yi, Mu Huanling, and himself. Mu Huanling's identity was shrouded in mystery, before her true identity came to light, she was fundamentally untrustworthy. Therefore, it was absolutely necessary for the one he could trust implicitly, Lin Yi, to become even stronger. Lixius was slightly startled. From Hua Qianyu's gaze, he had clearly already guessed who that friend was. However, in his current position, he had no grounds to object. The auction had ended not long ago. The sky remained dark, with the surroundings shrouded in pitch-black silence, devoid of any signs of life. The two were just about to leave. As Hua Qianyu reached for her mask, a ripple in the space behind them had yet to dissipate, and the figure of Xiao Ranchen slowly materialized from the void.
Leaving so soon after obtaining the Imperial Celestial Elixir?
Xiao Ranchen spread his hands, his tone carrying a sinister edge. Hua Qianyu turned calmly, her voice indifferent. So it's young Master Xiao.
What, do you intend to resort to robbery now?
At the same time, Lixius stepped forward slightly, positioning himself protectively in front of Hua Qianyu. Young Master Xiao, from what I observe, your source power is only at the second tier.
Who gave you the audacity to attempt a snatch?
Lixius spoke in a low voice, releasing the full might of his peak fourth tier aura without reservation.
Ha 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 ha.
Xiao Ranchen's body trembled violently under the oppressive waves of source power, yet he seemed entirely unfazed, bursting into unrestrained laughter.
Do you think I'm an idiot?
As the eldest son of the Xiao family, 20-some years of age, yet my source power stagnates at the second tier.
Of course I know, I have no talent for cultivation.
Because of that, I've pursued every method to enhance my strength, sparing no cost, just to secure my position in the Xiao family. Xiao Ranchen suddenly removed his mask, revealing a face twisted in madness and rage.
But you, for that Imperial Celestial Elixir, do you know how long I've coveted it? And yet, you dared to intervene? Tell me, how dare you? Hua Qianyu remained silent, her expression indifferent. The highest bidder wins. That is the rule of the Nether auction.
We neither stole nor robbed. We acquired this elixir through our own means, Lixius said coldly, his gaze sharp.
You're the eldest son of the Xiao family, so what?
How long you've coveted something has nothing to do with me. Young Master Xiao, I suggest you recognize your place.
In this world, not everyone revolves around you.
Young Master, let's go, Lixius said to Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianyu nodded and turned to leave.
To him, Xiao Ranchen's entitled and ridiculous behavior wasn't even worth acknowledging.
Ah! Bastards! 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 Xiao Ranchen screamed like a madman, shouting into the air, shouting, what are you still waiting for? Take them down and retrieve the Imperial Celestial Elixir for me.
As his words fell, a dense black mist suddenly appeared in front of Hua Qianyu and Lixius. When the mist dissipated, a stern-looking man stepped out. Young Master, I apologize for the delay, the man said, his tone laced with guilt. No, you're just in time.
Perfect timing.
Xiao Ranchen exclaimed, his excitement reaching a fever pitch as though clinging to a lifeline.
Xiaoing, teach them a hard lesson for me. Understood.
Xiaoing nodded at the command. He raised his right hand, and a pitch-black spear materialized silently. The source power emanating from him surged without restraint.
Fifth tier. Lixius's pupils contracted sharply, his expression turning heavy.
With his peak fourth-tier strength, he stood no chance against Xiaoing, a fifth-tier powerhouse.
What's more, combat was not Lixius's forte. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha.
Xiao Ranchen's maniacal laughter filled the air, his tone dripping with mockery. The moment you bid on the Imperial Celestial Elixir, I had already made my arrangements.
Now tell me, do you still think I'm incapable?
So what if his own strength fell short? As the eldest son of the Xiao family, he could directly summon the family's strongest combatant, a fifth-tier king-level esper. That was the source of his confidence. Kid, this is trouble, a voice laced with schadenfreude laughed within Hua Qianyu's mind. It was the Blood Dragon Emperor.
But Hua Qianyu didn't need the reminder.
The moment Xiaoing appeared, he was already prepared for battle.
Lixius, catch.
He kept his gaze fixed forward as he tossed the thousand mechanisms blade to Lixius, simultaneously summoning the Hellblood Scythe. Facing a fifth-tier opponent, there was no room for underestimation.
Oh!
Xiaoing let out a faint murmur of surprise at the sight of the enormous, uniquely designed scythe. Lixius, on the other hand, shuddered, his disbelief evident as he stared at Hua Qianyu for several seconds. Surrender the Imperial Celestial Elixir, apologize to the young master, and you may live, Xiaoing said coldly.
Go see a doctor. Hua Qianyu sneered. Lixius, go all out. No need to hold back.
With that, he teleported directly in front of Xiaoing, bringing the blade of the Hellblood Scythe down in a fierce strike.
So fast.
Xiaoing was caught off guard and barely managed to raise his spear to block the descending blade.
Clang! Crack! Under the immense force of the Hell Blood Scythe, Xiao Ying's spear twisted violently in an instant. A crisp cracking sound reverberated unmistakably through the air. At the same time, Hua Qianyu's complexion turned pale in an instant. From the very first time he wielded the Hellbound Blood Scythe, he had faintly sensed that the price for unleashing such a formidable power was the rapid depletion of his blood. At that time, he had been on the verge of fainting, so the sensation wasn't particularly distinct. But now, the feeling of weakness hit him with overwhelming intensity. If he were a pure-blood vampire, such a side effect would barely be a problem, as they could replenish their blood by feeding. But Hua Qianyu was different. He didn't drink blood. His blood, once used, was gone forever. This made it impossible for him to sustain prolonged combat. Thus, in almost the very next moment, without any pause to catch his breath, the blade of the Hellbound Blood Scythe once again aimed straight for Xiao Ying's head. What is this power? What the hell is going on? Xiao Ying's face twisted in shock. He couldn't comprehend how a mere second-tier fighter could unleash such overwhelming strength. Clenching his teeth, he gripped the already warped spear tightly, once again resisting the onslaught of the Hellbound Blood Scythe. Crack! The black spear shattered into two pieces. The scythe's blade deviated slightly but still grazed Xiao Ying's chest, leaving a glaring, blood-red gash. At the same time, Lixius silently appeared behind Xiao Ying. The blade of his thousand mechanism sword elongated and retracted in a flash, plunging viciously into Xiao Ying's waist. The excruciating pain wrung a blood-curdling scream from Xiao Ying's lips. The fifth-tier energy within his body surged violently outward, hurling both Hua Qianyu and Lixius away with great force. Boom! Hua Qianyu's body twisted in midair before landing on his knees. By the time he touched the ground, his face was deathly pale, completely devoid of color, and even his lips had turned a ghastly shade of purple. Young master! Lixius cried out in alarm, rushing to Hua Qianyu's side in an attempt to help him up. Your Highness, you must stop using the Hellbound Scythe. Without replenishing your blood, you will die. This plea echoed directly into Hua Qianyu's soul. Wait for the right moment. Open the pocket dimension. We'll escape. Hua Qianyu smiled weakly as he replied inwardly. 5 seconds. Opening the pocket dimension requires a 5-second buffer. I will buy you that time. Your Highness must escape safely. Lixius's tone was resolute, and a glint of unprecedented madness flashed in his eyes. How infuriating. 2 insignificant pests managed to wound me. Absolutely unforgivable. Xiao Ying growled coldly. The wound on his waist was relatively minor, but the gash on his chest, no matter how much energy he poured into it, would not stop bleeding. It simply refused to heal. Clutching his chest, Xiao Ying took one step after another toward the 2 fallen figures. From the distance, Xiao Ranchen, who had been observing the fight, wore a twisted, bloodthirsty grin on his grotesque face. Suddenly, Lixius stood up. Facing the ever-approaching Xiao Ying, his expression was more serene than ever, while a deep, crimson mist began to swirl around him. Blood. Pyre. Chant. Uttering these low, rasping words, Lixius's eyes turned savage. His mist-shrouded form lunged toward Xiao Ying, sinking his bloodthirsty fangs deep into Xiao Ying's neck. Xiao Ying sneered. He had never imagined that Lixius's final act would be nothing more than a pitiful, desperate attack, like that of a dying dog. Just as he prepared to fling him off, a sudden, overwhelming sense of danger surged through his very soul. Lixius's face, neck, arms, every visible inch of his pale skin suddenly cracked open with eerie, blood-red fissures. Blood poured out from these cracks, resembling a demon clawing its way out from the depths of hell. What? What are you doing? Xiao Ying's voice trembled with sudden dread. Hua Qianyu's gaze quivered as well. His soul cried out repeatedly within Lixius's mind. Lixius, what are you doing? Stop. Stop right now. He, blood dripped from his mouth, his entire body consumed by pain, yet Lixius laughed a cold, bone-chilling laugh. You, wretch, go to hell, ah. Boom. Boom boom. Arg. In an instant, Xiao Ying's blood, connected to Lixius's fangs, ignited in a violent blaze, and then erupted in a series of devastating explosions. The stillness of the night was shattered by Xiao Ying's agonized screams. Splurt. The last of his blood sprayed onto Lixius's pale face. Xiao Ying's eyes rolled back as his body twisted and swelled grotesquely, his life force dimming to near extinction. Lixius finally released his grip. His body fell backward, collapsing onto the ground. With trembling hands, he used the last of his strength to open a portal to the pocket dimension. 5 seconds later, the spatial vortex stabilized. From within Hua Qianyu's soul came Lixius's faint, almost inaudible voice, Your Highness, go, quickly, go now. Hua Qianyu was nearly speechless. Staring at Lixius's pitiful, broken form, an overwhelming sorrow welled up in his eyes. He staggered to his feet, desperately cradling Lucius's blood-soaked body. Step by step, he moved toward the still-open spatial vortex. Xiaoranchen stood frozen, as if turned to wood. His hollow eyes flickered with deep horror, his lips trembling, his legs shaking. It was the unmistakable quiver of fear. A fifth tier, a dignified king-level ability user, had actually fallen dead on the spot under the combined attack of a second tier and a fourth tier. How was this even possible? No. Xiaoranchen finally snapped out of his shock, murmuring to himself, I can't let Xiaoying die in vain, or the old man will never forgive me. Yes, capture them and beg for forgiveness from the old man. In their current state, even I should be able to. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xiaoranchen's expression improved significantly. Just as he was about to block Hua Qianyu's path, he looked up, and suddenly, a blood-soaked dragon's shadow appeared before his eyes. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the air, and Xiaoranchen was so frightened that he collapsed on his knees instantly. His pupils shrank in terror, and his facial features twitched uncontrollably. The shadow of the blood dragon coiled in midair, and beneath it stood Hua Qianyu, his body steady and unmoving. He did not turn to look back but left behind a cold, indifferent whisper. Don't move, if you value your life. With that, he paid no attention to Xiaoranchen's reaction. Holding Lucius tightly, Hua Qianyu stepped slowly into the gateway of the spatial portal. Behind him, Xiaoranchen remained collapsed on the ground. The lower half of his body was already soaked in a spreading wet patch. Within the confined space, Hua Qianyu slowly crouched down, letting Lixius lean gently against the wall, while he himself collapsed to the ground due to excessive blood loss. If possible, given Hua Qianyu's personality, he would never have spared Xiaoranchen, ensuring he paid 100-fold, 1,000-fold in retribution. But having forcibly used Return to the Abyss twice, the remaining strength in his body could barely support him to stand. Even the blood dragon's shadow was merely a mental deterrent, devoid of any offensive power. Fortunately, it was enough to leave the cowardly Xiaoranchen utterly stunned and terrified, his soul seemingly shattered. Lixius's blood, which soaked his entire body, had long stained Hua Qianyu's chest, yet he felt no disgust, no rejection. For the first time, he completely ignored his innate aversion to uncleanliness. Dragon Emperor, Hua Qianyu's eyes were closed as he weakly called out to the Blood Dragon Emperor with his thoughts. Lixius, can he still be saved? His essence blood is burned out, his meridians shattered, and his source energy is continuously dissipating. That technique just now must have been a kind of life-for-life forbidden art, typically only unleashed in moments of life and death. I didn't expect. The Blood Dragon Emperor's voice was deep and somber. Hua Qianyu's brows faintly twitched, and his voice, slow yet resolute, interrupted, I'm asking you. Can he be saved? The Blood Dragon Emperor remained silent for a few beats before replying slowly, yes. How? Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, a glimmer of hope flashing within. When the Blood Pact was signed earlier, I observed that the bloodlines of you two are of similar origin, though yours is far more superior. Therefore, take a drop of primordial immortal elixir, dilute it with your blood, and merge it into his body. The Blood Dragon Emperor paused, then added, the world knows that the primordial immortal elixir enhances source energy, but few are aware that, when paired with specific methods, it can also serve as a miraculous life-saving medicine. Hua Qianyu said no more. He couldn't afford to hesitate. He immediately retrieved a jade bottle containing the primordial immortal elixir and carefully used his source energy to draw out a single drop. With a flick of the thousand mechanisms blade, he sliced his finger, letting a large amount of blood flow out, which floated silently in midair. Guided by his source energy, the drop of primordial immortal elixir followed and slowly fused with Hua Qianyu's blood. The two liquids intertwined, soon transforming into a pale golden hue. Within Hua Qianyu's body, his already scarce blood was now nearly depleted. He focused all his strength, condensing the golden liquid at his fingertip, then lightly touched it to Lixius's chest. It blended in silently. Buzz. A pale golden radiance emanated from Lixius's body. His face, neck, arms, even the cracks across his entire body began to glow with a sacred golden light. Within that radiance, the cracks visibly shrank, miraculously restoring their pristine appearance. Lixius's fading life force began to show signs of vitality. Hua Qianyu faintly smiled. His body was weaker than ever, his eyelids too heavy to lift. Finally, he collapsed beside Lixius and fell into a deep faint. 2 hours passed. As the residual energy of the primordial immortal elixir dissipated, Lixius, who had been unconscious, found that his body's wounds had completely healed. His source energy was now brimming, gradually awakening his chaotic mind. Your Highness! A startled cry rang out. Lixius suddenly sat upright,
first looking around in confusion before realizing he was already within the confined space. He glanced at his hands, where the cracks had disappeared, and the pain in his body was completely gone. Even his source energy had astonishingly ascended to the 5th tier. Yet, Lixius felt no trace of joy in his heart. The drastic transformation of his body only left him feeling disoriented and uneasy. On his chest, a faint golden light flickered briefly, leaving behind a thin, lingering aura. Lixius sniffed lightly, and his expression instantly darkened. He exclaimed in a trembling voice, "This is the primordial immortal elixir? And the blood of His Highness." He abruptly turned his gaze and immediately saw the frail, unconscious figure of Hua Qianyu. The once distinguished and elegant face now appeared extraordinarily haggard, even stained with filthy blood. Lixius froze in place, stunned and dazed. He raised his hand, gently wiping away the stains on Hua Qianyu's face with a glow of carefully controlled source energy. A soft flow of energy entered Hua Qianyu's body, examining his internal injuries. Time passed. As the crimson source energy enveloped Hua Qianyu's entire body, Lixius's brows furrowed deeply, his gaze turning terrifyingly cold. There were no fatal injuries, and his source energy within was unusually abundant. However, his blood, there was almost none left, nearly to the point of complete depletion. Lixius withdrew his source energy and took out another jade bottle from his personal space. He hurriedly poured out dozens of crimson pills, feeding them into Hua Qianyu's mouth. Then, he carefully administered some water to help him swallow the pills. Blood-replenishing pills. I originally prepared these for extreme circumstances, but I never thought His Highness would end up using them for this old servant. Lixius muttered self-deprecatingly. The blood-nourishing pill entered her body, and Hua Qianyu's complexion visibly flushed. Her heart began to beat violently, and the once stagnant blood resumed its vigorous flow. The Shao family. Shao Ranchen. Lucius gently laid Hua Qianyu on the bed, but a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. I had calculated everything, yet the prince still fell into a perilous situation. This time, it was only a 5th-tier king-level opponent. With Bloodburn him, I could barely manage a desperate fight. But what if it were a stronger enemy? Lucius dared not imagine further. His fists clenched tightly as he growled coldly, "Monty!" In the distant castle, within a hall resembling a haunted mansion, Monty, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. "At your service, Lord Lucius. What are your orders?" Hearing the response, Lucius let out a sinister chuckle. The sole transmission of the blood pact, he hadn't only signed it with Hua Qianyu. The difference was, the pact with Monty was signed on the premise that Lucius held a portion of Monty's soul, meaning there were no distance limitations. The blood sect will mobilize the Shao family in the imperial capital. Leave not a single drop of blood. Lucius spoke, his icy voice like the judgment of hell itself. "My lord, could it be that someone from the Shao family has offended the prince?" Monty pressed for further details. "Don't ask questions. Just carry out the order," Lucius snapped coldly. His anger slightly subdued, he suddenly added, "Oh, and pass this along, kill only. No blood drinking is allowed." "Understood, my lord," Monty replied. Lucius nodded. Once his emotions settled, his mind cleared significantly, and he quickly added one more instruction: "If necessary, you may claim to be from the underworld." Halfway through his words, he changed his mind and corrected himself, "Never mind. Set out with your men immediately. I will personally ensure that this framing operation is flawless." Lucius muttered sinisterly to himself as he slowly picked up the 1000-mechanism blade from the ground. Since the mistake was his, it was only right for him to correct it personally. The Shao family in the imperial capital. Shao Ranchen knelt obediently on the ground, beside Shao Ying's grotesquely distorted corpse. Before him stood a middle-aged man with his back turned, seemingly suppressing his boiling anger with great effort. "Father!" Shao Ranchen raised his head, about to speak. Smack! With a crisp sound, Shao Changfeng suddenly turned around and slapped Shao Ranchen across the face without mercy. "You fool! Your recklessness has cost our Shao family a king-level ability user. Do you even know what that means? Do you know how many families are eyeing our Shao family's assets like hungry wolves?" Shao Changfeng cursed furiously, spittle flying as he berated Shao Ranchen. "Father, I only wanted to increase my strength. With the Royal Extreme Immortal Elixir, your son would have a chance to reach the 3rd tier and no longer be the laughingstock of the Shao family." Shao Ranchen endured the pain, crawling forward to hug Shao Changfeng's leg tightly, weeping bitterly. "A laughingstock?" Shao Changfeng kicked him away, his anger surging again as he roared, "The Shao family without a king-level ability user would be the real laughingstock. Now tell me, who was it that killed Xiaoying?" "I don't know, father.
Those two wore masks the entire time and never revealed their faces. All I know is that one of them wielded a massive scythe, and they can't be older than me. Xiao Ranchen thought for a moment before spilling everything he knew.
Young, with second-tier strength, formidable combat abilities, and casually spending 700 million.
Ranchen, among the young masters you associate with, is there anyone who fits this description?
Xiao Changfeng asked with a frown.
No, absolutely not.
In the entire imperial capital, apart from the Hua family or the Mu family, who else has such power?
And besides, Hua Qianzui, I've seen him before.
It can't possibly be him, Xiao Ranchen denied emphatically. Hearing this, Xiao Changfeng squinted his eyes.
That's odd. Could it be, they're not from the imperial capital? As if struck by a thought, he suddenly asked, Ranchen, isn't the Nine Spirits Hall currently hosting the Four Academies Friendship Tournament?
Yes.
The first 2 rounds have concluded.
The finals are in 7 days, Xiao Ranchen replied, his expression suddenly changing.
Father, are you suggesting?
Xiao Changfeng nodded slowly.
Precisely. It's possible they are students from one of the other 3 academies.
In any case, start by investigating students around 20 years old, with a second-tier source energy level or higher, and wielding a scythe as a weapon. That will narrow the scope significantly. Xiao Ranchen's eyes lit up with excitement.
As expected of father. Leave this matter to me. I will definitely find out who our family's enemy is. Report.
Just as the father and son were deep in discussion, an urgent shout suddenly rang out from outside the hall.
A man stormed in hastily, his expression anxious as he said, report to the family head.
A group of men in black has suddenly gathered outside the Xiao family estate. They don't seem to come with good intentions.
What did you say? Xiao Changfeng's face showed astonishment as he pressed further. Can you identify who they are?
The man shook his head with a bitter smile and replied, every one of them is wearing masks and cloaks, completely concealing any signs of identity.
Xiao Changfeng's expression grew darker and darker. He unsheathed the sword at his waist and said, let's go, follow me to meet them.
Boom! Just as he took 2 steps, the main hall doors were forcibly shattered open.
Dozens of masked men in black surrounded Xiao Changfeng and the 2 others completely. Patriarch Xiao, there's no need for you to go anywhere. Haven't we already come to you?
From within the crowd, a figure slowly emerged. His voice was unusually soft and unhurried. It was Lucius.
Who are you?
Xiao Changfeng asked in a deep voice.
Lucius did not answer directly.
Instead, he spoke to himself, Patriarch Xiao, your son, Xiao Ranchen, openly violated the rules of the underworld and seized possessions from other guests.
His crime warrants death. You're from the underworld?
Xiao Changfeng was initially startled, but upon reflection, he added, no.
That's not right. To my knowledge, the conflict didn't happen within the underworld's jurisdiction. Who exactly are you? Ha 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 ha.
Lucius threw his head back and laughed before looking at Xiao Changfeng with a gaze filled with pity. Patriarch Xiao, you're indeed clever, unlike that useless son of yours who only knows how to stir up trouble. But unfortunately, the Xiao family will still perish today. When you reach the yellow springs below, don't forget. The one who brought about the Xiao family's destruction is your precious son. And as for the righteous executor of this justice, it is us, the underworld.
Ha 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 ha. You madman.
Xiao Changfeng cursed furiously, shouting at the top of his lungs, guards.
Someone come. Kill these assassins.
But no matter how loudly he shouted, no one ever came.
From outside the hall, what drifted in was the increasingly nauseating stench of blood.
Cold sweat dripped from Xiao Changfeng's forehead, and his face grew even paler, ashen with dread.
Guards? What kind of dream is the Patriarch Xiao having? Lucius sneered coldly, raising his hand lightly and waving it forward. Everyone, hear my order, leave no man or beast of the Xiao family alive. Kill.
The order to kill from Lixius was issued, and hundreds of streaks of blood-colored elemental energy erupted violently, unleashing nearly obsessive hatred and murderous intent upon the trembling and panicked members of the Xiao family. Years of servitude had already twisted the minds of most Blood Clan members within the Blood Spirit sect. Toward humans, they had long accumulated boundless ferocity. If not for Hua Qinyu's title as the young emperor and the reasonable control of Lixius, they might have spared no cost to plunge the human world into an abyss of terror. Today's kill order was a perfect outlet for the chaos within their hearts. How could they not cherish such an opportunity? Whether it was the Xiao family of the imperial capital or not, even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he would have to die. With such emotions and under the unyielding decree of Lixius, the Blood Clan members were like red-eyed demons, their sharp blades mercilessly reaping the lives of the Xiao family members. After a brief moment of panic, as the once prosperous and peaceful Xiao family estate became increasingly stained with blood, the Head of the Xiao family, Xiao Changfeng, the last remaining king-level ability user of the family, finally displayed his resolve. You despicable beasts! With a blood-curdling roar, Xiao Changfeng raised his sword and leapt into the air, the terrifying flames transforming into sharp sword energy that surged outward. The fiery sword energy instantly pierced through the chests of several Blood Clan members. Yet, they seemed immune to pain, their wounds visibly healing. What followed was an even more frenzied slaughter. Father! Father, help me! Elsewhere, Xiao Ranchen was being choked by Lixius, his entire body lifted forcefully off the ground, his face turning scarlet from lack of oxygen. Not that he was a match for Lixius to begin with, let alone now that Lixius had broken through the king-level barrier with the help of the Imperial Elixir. His strength had reached an entirely new level. Shan'er! Xiao Changfeng's expression changed drastically, his voice becoming hoarse. Let him go, let him go. Let him go? Lixius hummed softly, speaking leisurely, Xiao family head, this useless son of yours is nothing but trouble in this world. How about I help you clean up your household? His 5 fingers clenched tighter, sinking deeply into Xiao Ranchen's throat. Ugh, ugh. Xiao Ranchen began to suffocate, his hands frantically slapping at the arm Lixius had used to lift him, but his struggles were futile, the strength in his blows only grew weaker. No, please, don't kill my son. I beg you. I beg you. Moments ago, Xiao Changfeng had been resolute, ready to face death. But now, his eyes suddenly grew dull, and his voice carried a trembling plea for mercy. Sighed Lixius let out a long sigh, raising his hand. The Blood Clan members who had been slaughtering with abandon instantly halted their actions. Alright, how about this, Xiao family head? Let's play a game. Lixius loosened his grip, giving Xiao Ranchen a brief moment to breathe. What game? Xiao Changfeng asked, stunned. With a mysterious smile, Lixius snapped his fingers and called out in a muffled voice, bring them in Xiao family head's beloved children. Xiao Changfeng's face, which had just shown some relief, instantly darkened again. From outside the door, 3 young children, 2 boys and 1 girl, were dragged in by a group of men clad in dark robes exuding a chilling aura. Tear stains that hadn't fully dried marked their faces, and fear still lingered in their wide eyes. Xin'er, Yanger, Xinger. Xiao Changfeng could no longer keep his composure, frantically demanding, what are you planning to do? Don't be so hasty, Xiao family head. Lixius carelessly tossed Xiao Ranchen aside, calmly wiping the blood from his hands as he spoke with a sinister smile. The game is simple. I'll let you choose between Xiao Ranchen and these 3 children. Tell me who gets to live, and I'll let them live. Why should I cooperate with you? Xiao Changfeng asked in a low voice. Lixius sneered. As long as you make a choice, no matter your answer, I'll consider sparing your Xiao family. Xiao Changfeng's eyes flickered. For the Xiao family, teetering on the brink of destruction, this offer was like a sliver of light in the darkness. But the price was his children. Yet, compared to the foundation of the Xiao family. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Changfeng looked up, staring directly at Lixius as he asked, do you swear on your word? Ha, of course, Lixius said with a laugh, spreading his hands and swaying his head as he replied, the underworld has always been fair and resolute in its dealings. We bear no deep-seated grudge against the Xiao family. If not for Xiao Ranchen, who would bother to visit your estate? Fine, remember your promise, Xiao Changfeng said heavily, taking a deep breath. So, what's the Xiao family head's choice? Lixius asked, his tone carrying an inexplicable anticipation. Xiao Changfeng had yet to utter a response when the crazed voice of Xiao Ranchen erupted from the ground. Father, save me, save me. I am the future heir of the Xiao family. Father, you won't abandon me for that worthless trash, will you? Xiao Ranchen's desperate pleas rang out one after another. Under his expectant gaze, Xiao Changfeng did not echo his words. Instead, he lowered his head in sorrow and said, Shun'er, I'm sorry. After you're gone, the Xiao family will do everything to capture our enemies and avenge you. Xiao Ranchen's face showed utter shock, unable to believe the words he was hearing. Never in his wildest imagination did he think that the father who had always spoiled and indulged him would truly resolve to abandon him. Father, no. Don't, father. Father! He cried out in despair, his arrogance as the eldest son utterly shattered as he collapsed into sobbing hysteria. Ha 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 ha! Lixius laughed with a bloodthirsty excitement, glancing down at Xiao Ranchen with mock pity. Young Master Xiao, this wretched state suits you quite well. Using your lowly life to atone for the sins you've committed seems insufficient, doesn't it? The 1,000 blades appeared soundlessly, spinning swiftly in Lixius's hand. Xiao Ranchen's eyes widened, staring dumbfounded at Lixius's figure as he stammered incoherently, You are. Schlick. The 1,000 blades pierced mercilessly through his chest, cutting off the words at their source, erasing them forever.
Lixius pulled out the blade, calmly wiping the blood from its surface. His expression was unnervingly indifferent, as though the life he had just taken was not that of a human but an insignificant beast. Xiao Changfeng, witnessing everything, trembled uncontrollably. To see his own son killed before his eyes, and to feel so utterly powerless, this was the most excruciating compromise he had made for the sake of the Xiao family. My son, Xiao Ranchen, is dead. I implore you to honor your promise, and spare the Xiao family, Xiao Changfeng said, his face devoid of all color. Of course, Lixius replied, his smile suddenly twisting into something sinister. He sneered, but who would have thought the head of the Xiao family would be so decisive? Sacrificing your own son's life for the future of the Xiao family, truly extraordinary. Such ruthlessness, Xiao family head, you truly have the makings of a tyrant. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Xiao Changfeng could hear the mockery laced within Lixius's words. The corners of his lips began to bleed blood forced from his body by the sheer fury consuming him. You overpraise me, he uttered through gritted teeth, his chest heaving violently. Since the matter is resolved, I ask that you now leave the Xiao residence. Leave? Of course, we'll leave right after the Xiao family is utterly annihilated, Lixius said, his smile turning even more menacing. His tone dropped to ice-cold cruelty as he shouted his next command. Kill! Swish! The moment the word left his mouth, 3 crimson flashes of blade light streaked toward the direction of Xiao Changfeng's remaining 3 children. Their throats were slashed in an instant, leaving no time even to scream. Thud! All 3 collapsed simultaneously, blood pooling rapidly across the hall. Meanwhile, the bloodkin who had been silently standing by erupted into action once more, transforming into demons hellbent on harvesting lives. The entire Xiao estate became shrouded in cries of despair and hopelessness. Xiao Changfeng stood petrified, his sword slipping limply from his hand. Blood and tears blurred his vision, and his heart felt as though it had been pierced by countless arrows, while his very soul seemed to writhe with the venom of 1,000 serpents. The pain, though his body bore no wounds, was as though he were suffering the cruelest punishment imaginable. The cries around him did not cease, but Xiao Changfeng struggled to focus his blurred vision, forcing himself to question, why, dare you, defy the underworld, he began, but halfway through his sentence, Xiao Changfeng abruptly realized the so-called underworld was merely a name his enemies had claimed for themselves. Their true identity was entirely unknown. His mind spun with dizziness as he shakily pointed at Lixius, his voice filled with hatred as he roared, You dare break your promise? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Changfeng's powerless accusations elicited only Lixius's wild, unrestrained laughter. There was not a trace of guilt in his eyes, only deepening mockery and disdain. A promise? What nonsense promise? What's that worth? His laughter faded, replaced by a light, disdainful tone. I had thought the head of the Xiao family was a clever man. Turns out, you're as naive and laughable as your son. A promise? For someone of your stature to believe in the most ridiculous thing in this world, utterly foolish. I said from the beginning, the imperial Xiao family, not a man nor beast shall remain. Sparing you all would have been the true betrayal of my word, and my heart. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Changfeng's body trembled uncontrollably, his emotions spiraling out of control like never before. He picked up his sword once more and charged at Lixius with all his might. Boom! A massive, pitch-black axe intercepted him, blocking his path. Its handle was held firmly by Monty's thick, muscular arm. Finish him, Lixius ordered indifferently. Monty received the command, and his massive body seemed to face no resistance as he instantly appeared above Xiao Changfeng's head. The abyssal giant axe was raised high before crashing down with unstoppable force. Make it quick, Lucius's voice, amplified by source energy, echoed throughout every corner of the Xiao residence. As a result, his Blood Clan underlings grew even more ferocious in their assault. Though a small portion of the Xiao clan's members attempted to resist, they were quickly overwhelmed by the sheer disparity in strength. The battle unfolded as a one-sided massacre. Lucius scanned his surroundings. With Xiao Changfeng, the most powerful family head, tightly restrained by Monty, the rest of the slaughter became all the more effortless. He grabbed hold of the summoner, who was already paralyzed with fear, and quietly made his way to the gates of the Xiao residence. What is your position in the Xiao family? Lucius cast a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. The man, terrified out of his wits, dared not lie and hurriedly confessed, replying to my lord. I'm just an ordinary guard of the Xiao family. A guard? Lucius mused aloud, his expression contemplative. Suddenly, he smiled warmly. So, you don't actually have any meaningful ties to the Xiao family, do you? And no, I don't, the man stammered, nodding in confusion. A glint of cunning flashed in Lucius's eyes as he spoke gently. In that case, you may leave.
My netherworld palace does not take pleasure in unnecessary killing, nor do we wish to involve the innocent.
What?
The man froze, but soon snapped out of it and hastily kowtowed in gratitude.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you for sparing my life. Lucius nodded and asked with a faint smile, now that you've been spared, do you know what you must do?
Yes, of course. Don't worry, my lord, I wouldn't dare reveal a single thing about today's events, the man swore earnestly. Lucius frowned, his expression turning displeased.
No, that's not what I meant.
What I'm saying is, you must spread word of today's events far and wide.
What?
The man was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had encountered someone who, after committing murder and arson, didn't silence witnesses but instead demanded publicity. Lucius clasped his hands behind his back and said, lately, many have been testing the authority of my netherworld palace, to
varying degrees. Today's events are meant as a warning, a demonstration to show the world that the rules of the netherworld palace are not to be defied. Do you understand?
The man's thoughts raced as he quickly bowed his head repeatedly.
I understand. I understand completely.
Don't worry, my lord, I'll make sure the netherworld palace's might resounds throughout the entire imperial capital.
Good.
You may go, Lucius said, clearly satisfied.
Granted permission, the man didn't dare linger a moment longer.
He scrambled away, fleeing as fast as he could.
Lucius turned back with a cold sneer.
The thick stench of blood in the air filled his nostrils, yet it didn't repulse him. On the contrary, it evoked a sense of deep, soul-stirring ecstasy. In the distance, Monty's giant axe had already pierced through Xiao Chongfeng's chest. The head of the Xiao family, a fifth-tier king-level powerhouse, had breathed his last.
Beneath his mask, Lucius couldn't resist letting out a twisted grin. The final task was complete.
The blood spilled by the prince would now be repaid with the blood of the Xiao family's entire clan. Inside the confined space of a secret chamber, Hua Qianyu lay unconscious on a bed. Strands of blood-colored energy surrounded him, slowly strengthening his life force. After an unknown period of time, he finally opened his eyes. His vision was hazy, and even the faint light in this dim space pricked his eyes with pain. Closing his eyes again, Hua Qianyu sat upright and weakly called out, "Lixius." There was no response. His eyes remained shut, but his brows furrowed slightly in confusion. "He left, about 2 hours ago," Blood Dragon Emperor said calmly.
"Did he?" Hua Qianyu murmured softly. Pressing his throbbing forehead, he asked, "Am I still alive?" Blood Dragon Emperor was momentarily speechless. What kind of question was that? Dead people don't just talk like nothing happened.
But considering that Hua Qianyu had just woken up and his mind wasn't entirely clear, Blood Dragon Emperor refrained from voicing his inner complaints. Instead, he patiently explained, "That old guy fed you quite a lot of blood-replenishing pills. Besides, with Dragon Emperor's source blood in your veins, you won't die from blood loss." "I see." Hua Qianyu finally opened his eyes again. Looking down, he noticed the bloodstains on his chest had been wiped clean. If not for the lingering scent of blood, it would have been hard to believe he had been on the brink of death earlier. "The Xiao family," he muttered, his gaze darkening with an unprecedented heaviness. That sudden attack by a king-level ability user had nearly pushed them into a fatal situation. It even forced Lixius to fight to the death. And yet, they hadn't done anything wrong. Still, there would always be those damned flies coming to provoke them. Was this the inevitable result of power being enough to override rules? Hua Qianyu's eyes grew darker, and his source energy began to leak uncontrollably, mirroring his chaotic emotions. Zhang Junlong had said more than once, "The world of ability users isn't as easy as you think." Only now did Hua Qianyu begin to grasp the deeper meaning behind those words. One could say that the emergence of abilities had reverted the world back to a time when violence dictated order.
"Kid, your killing intent is strong. What now? Planning to kill someone?" Blood Dragon Emperor suddenly asked. Hua Qianyu reined in his aura and said lightly, "I don't have the strength for that right now. But I'll remember this grudge. If they provoke me, why should I let them off easy?" "Good. It's a fine mindset to repay grievances in kind. This world is cruel. Those who harbor kind hearts often have compassion and pity, they despise evil, like to stand up for justice, and even meddle in matters unrelated to themselves. But in the end, they gain nothing and even hurt themselves and those around them." Blood Dragon Emperor sighed softly, praising him, "But you are not such a person. No, fortunately, you are not such a person. Otherwise, this emperor wouldn't get along with you so well." "You flatter me," Hua Qianyu replied with a faint smile. He took out the imperial elixir of immortality again. 8 drops remained, each worth its weight in gold. Channeling his source energy cautiously, he drew out 5 drops, which hovered quietly around his fingers.
Hua Qianyu stared at the 5 golden drops before him, lost in brief contemplation. Though Blood Dragon Emperor had mentioned his limit was 6 drops, if he truly absorbed 6, he wondered what level Lin Yi could advance to with the remaining 2 drops. Take 6 drops, Blood Dragon Emperor interjected, seemingly reading Hua Qianyu's thoughts. Given Lin Yi's current source energy strength, 2 drops will be more than enough. More than enough? What do you mean? Hua Qianyu asked with a slight frown. Blood Dragon Emperor explained, if he's lucky, he might break through to the peak of the 2nd tier, which is level 29. At worst, he'll reach level 28. Hua Qianyu's brow twitched slightly as he murmured, then if I absorb 6 drops, could I reach the 3rd tier? If that were the case, neither Hua Qianzue nor Moe Yuan would stand a chance against him. Blood Dragon Emperor remained silent for a moment before cruelly responding, are you dreaming? Hua Qianyu's face was full of question marks. Blood Dragon Emperor questioned, what level are you at now? Level 21, Hua Qianyu replied. Exactly. Because you don't train properly, you're only at level 21 right now. With 6 drops of the Imperial Elixir of Immortality. Excluding the portion devoured by Dragon Emperor's source blood, the remainder will simultaneously nourish 2 major techniques. Blood Dragon Emperor paused before continuing, in other words, you might not even reach level 28. Hua Qianyu rolled his eyes and scoffed, so, according to you, practicing 2 techniques at the same time actually slows down my advancement? You could put it that way, Blood Dragon Emperor said seriously. Before Hua Qianyu's expression could darken further, he quickly changed his tone, but, your source power quality is very high, which means your combat strength is stronger. You're not losing out, in fact, you've gained. Hua Qianyu remained silent. At this moment, he didn't want to pay any attention to the Blood Dragon Emperor. Instead, he silently drew out another drop of the Imperial Celestial Elixir and, along with the previous 5 drops, simultaneously infused them into his chest. Buzz. The moment the Imperial Celestial Elixir entered his body, the dormant Dragon Emperor source blood within Hua Qianyu instantly became active. In just a brief instant, 2 drops of the elixir were directly absorbed and devoured by the Dragon Emperor source blood, causing the aura of dragon power within him to intensify significantly. The remaining 4 drops of the Imperial Celestial Elixir flowed along Hua Qianyu's meridians, guided by the 9-spirit prohibited canon and the Blood Dragon Emperor's techniques. A divine golden light enveloped his entire body. The Blood Dragon Emperor's spiritual energy had been fixed on Hua Qianyu all along, never leaving for even a moment. As Hua Qianyu gradually entered a meditative state, a pair of enormous blood dragon eyes flickered within his spiritual sea. My source blood constantly devours energy to grow stronger. At this rate, this boy's advancement will only slow down more and more. If this energy-starved world could still yield a trace of dragon marrow, or if his bone marrow could be transformed into dragon marrow, that would be ideal. Note, bone marrow is responsible for blood generation. The underground black market. In a dimly lit room within the underground auction house, Kuan Yen was meticulously reviewing the overall profits from the auction. As a capable auction host, reconciling accounts was a skill she naturally possessed. Report, miss, something major has happened. An urgent shout came from outside the door. Kuan Yen paused her movements slightly and said calmly, come in. The person who entered was a man, the same one who had been closely following Kuan Yen throughout the auction. What's the matter? Seeing the man's flustered expression, Kuan Yen couldn't help but frown. The man took several deep breaths before speaking heavily, miss, the Shao family has been exterminated. What did you say? Kuan Yen's voice broke as disbelief filled her face. Who did it? She asked, immediately following up with another question. Could it have been the former VIP of room 6? No, I don't know. The man shook his head repeatedly, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he stammered, the perpetrators, they called themselves the underworld. Kuan Yan's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. She spoke in a low voice, impossible. Could someone be deliberately trying to smear us? What about Shao Ranch? Did he have any conflicts with the VIP from room 6? The man nodded, then quickly shook his head, hesitating before saying, rumor has it that the incident stemmed from Shao Ranch. It's said that he sent Shaoing of the Shao family to ambush 2 people. Not long after, the Shao family was surrounded and annihilated by a group of black-clad individuals claiming to be from the underworld. The reason they gave was violating the rules of the underworld. Violating the rules? Kuan Yin muttered softly, her tone carrying a hint of mockery. Ha! How considerate of them to embellish our reputation. Her gaze shifted coldly as she asked, are the rumors credible? It's said that a Shao family guard who narrowly escaped confirmed the story. It seems quite trustworthy, the man nodded slowly. Kuan Yen fell silent. She withdrew her gaze and suddenly pinched her delicate chin, pacing back and forth in thought. After a long pause, her eyes lit up with a sharp gleam as she abruptly raised her head. Investigate the card used by the previous guest in room 6. See if you can uncover any information. It's impossible, the man sighed lightly and said. That card was encrypted, leaving almost no trace. Miss, should we issue a public clarification about this matter? Do you think it would help? Kuan Yan's voice was calm, exuding a level of composure unbefitting her age. Xiao Ranch tried to seize auction items, and the Xiao family, possessing 2 king-level ability users, was wiped out. Who else but the underworld would have the audacity and capability to do this? That's what the world will think, isn't it? The man hesitated, his expression uncertain. The blame has already been pinned on us. Even if we could clear our name, it would inevitably leave behind a foul stench. It's better to simply admit it. At least, in the eyes of outsiders, the underworld can still be considered bold and accountable. Kuan Yin spoke evenly, though her clear eyes glimmered with an icy light. But we didn't do it. There's no need. Rumors are piercing. Kuan Yin interrupted immediately, asking rhetorically, does it matter whether we did it or not? The ignorant masses will only believe what they see with their own eyes. To them, it doesn't matter who committed the act. What truly matters is that it happened, and now they have something to discuss over meals, nothing more. Kuan Yin exhaled softly and said faintly, so, even if this is an exceptionally filthy scapegoat, we can only carry it obediently. In the end, at least in the eyes of outsiders, this incident was to uphold the authority of the underworld. Though it invites criticism, it undeniably stabilizes the order of the auction house. However, having someone falsely accuse me is truly an unpleasant experience. Kuan Yin narrowed her beautiful eyes and said lightly, guest number 6, you'd better pray that I don't catch anything against you. The golden light surrounding Hua Qinyu soon faded. The energy of the Imperial Celestial Elixir was incredibly gentle, so refining it didn't consume much time. By the time the clock struck 9 in the morning, the entire refining process was nearing its conclusion. Hua Qinyu's source energy aura had made a terrifying leap forward. Level 27. The energy provided by 4 drops of the Imperial Celestial Elixir, after thorough refinement through 2 major cultivation techniques, had propelled him 6 whole sublevels upward. Although he still hadn't reached the 29th level like Hua Qianzue and the others, Hua Qianyu now had absolute confidence in standing undefeated. A gap of 2 sublevels? What of it? Even if the gap was larger, Hua Qianyu was confident he could still fight on equal footing. The space rippled slightly. Without any warning, Lixius appeared before him. His demeanor was radiant, and his entire presence seemed even better than it had been before. Your Highness, you're awake? Lixius spoke warmly, his face brimming with relief. Hua Qianyu nodded, his gaze sweeping over Lixius as he couldn't help but comment, you seem fine as well, and in quite a good mood. Your Highness truly has an astute mind. Lixius smiled faintly and said, in fact, this old servant happened to overhear a piece of extremely satisfying news. Oh? Hua Qianyu's interest was piqued as he asked, what is it? The Xiao family has been exterminated. Is this true? Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, who did it? His desire for revenge had just begun to rise, yet someone had beaten into it. The underworld, Lucius replied, his expression unchanging. Hua Qianyu let out a faint hum, his gaze shifting involuntarily as he asked suspiciously, are you certain? Of course, Lucius responded calmly and with great composure. This matter has already spread like wildfire across the imperial capital. Your Highness can inquire anywhere. Lucius's unwavering demeanor slightly eased the doubts in Hua Qianyu's eyes, but he still asked in confusion, just because Xiao Ranchan dared to covet what belongs to us, the underworld annihilated the entire Xiao family. He lowered his head slightly and murmured, TCH, since when does the underworld engage in profitless actions that tarnish their reputation? I don't think we're more important than the entire Xiao family. After all, the last time the underworld carried out a large-scale extermination was several years ago. Lucius's eyes flickered with a dark glint as he quickly explained, Your Highness may not be aware, but various factions have been secretly stirring lately. The underworld likely seized this opportunity to bolster their own prestige. In the imperial capital, the Xiao family's strength is middling, not too high, not too low, making them the perfect target to set an example. The so-called breaking of rules is merely a lofty pretense. Lucius's explanation was logical and systematic. Although Hua Qianyu still found it unsettling, he chose not to delve into the details. The annihilation of the Xiao family coincidentally aligned with his desires, even if he wasn't the one to personally carry it out. Well then, we don't have to keep worrying about it.
Hua Qianyu remarked with a casual smile. He got up lazily, stretching his body slightly stiff from sitting too long. Suddenly, something crossed his mind. He turned his head and looked at Lucius, asking, "By the way, how's the investigation into Mu Huanling going?"
Hearing this, Lucius stepped forward a couple of steps, his expression solemn as he said, "As your highness predicted, that woman indeed has some issues."
Hua Qianyu's brows twitched as he said, "Speak, and be as detailed as possible." Mu Huanling graduated from the Imperial Capital Supernatural University-affiliated high school. She achieved remarkable results in her college entrance exams, ranking first
in the Imperial Capital's academic tests and awakening a rare ice element ability during the combat tests. She was admitted early to Jiangcheng Supernatural University. Moreover, she is the daughter of Mu Chunfeng from the Imperial Capital's Mu family. Lucius's tone grew heavier as he spoke. The deeper he delved into the investigation, the more it made cold sweat break out on his back. The Mu family was no mere small fry like the Xiao family. Compared to the current scale of the blood spirit sect, they were utterly unmatched.
Mu Chunfeng?
Hua Qianyu said with slight surprise, stunned for a moment.
The vice principal of the Imperial Capital Supernatural University.
During the drawing lots ceremony, the team leader Zhang Junlong had introduced him briefly.
Though it was a fleeting mention, Hua Qianyu had remembered it. That's correct. But Mu Chunfeng isn't just the vice principal of the Imperial Capital Supernatural University, he's also the younger brother of the current head of the Mu family.
His status in the Mu family is very high, Lucius added. The Mu family is on par with the Hua family in the Imperial Capital. Speaking of which, the Hua family has quite a profound connection with your highness. Investigating the Hua family had been something Lucius did out of convenience, and it had unexpectedly confirmed his suspicions. Hua Qianyu seemed uninterested, merely responding coldly, "Leave the Hua family aside for now. Can you tell me why someone as sensitive as Mu Huanling was admitted by Zhang Junlong? Though he seems careless on the surface, his mind is quite meticulous.
He shouldn't have overlooked something that concerns the school's interests."
Lucius first gave a wry smile, then spoke with a mysterious air. "That's because, starting from when Mu Huanling was 3 years old, all records about her seemed to vanish into thin air.
It wasn't until she entered high school at 15 that she reappeared in the public eye. So it's highly likely that Zhang Junlong doesn't even know Mu Huanling is Mu Chunfeng's daughter.
After all, as the admissions director, he couldn't possibly investigate her background like a criminal investigator."
Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed deeply as he asked in a low voice, "Are you saying that Mu Huanling hasn't been with the Mu family since she was 3? At such a young age, where could she have gone?"
The reasons behind it are hard to uncover, but based on subtle clues and this old servant's speculations.
Lucius paused, then suddenly said, word by word,
Mu Huanling's 12-year disappearance was likely spent in the Beilan Divine Temple.
The Beilan Divine Temple. Hua Qianyu's face showed a flash of shock, his mind momentarily blank. But he quickly regained his composure and pressed further, "Is this the limit of what can be uncovered?"
Lucius hesitated for a moment, as if unsure whether to reveal certain details.
Hua Qianyu noticed immediately and let out a light sigh. "Speak.
Leave nothing behind, no matter how trivial it may seem." After a brief internal struggle, Lucius gritted his teeth and said, "There's a rumor, your highness, just take it as a joke.
It's said that the current master of the Northern Lan Temple was also taken in by the temple at a very young age. This old servant was just wondering, perhaps there's some kind of connection." "Just a rumor? Ha!" Hua Qianyu sneered inwardly. He certainly didn't believe it was that simple.
"There's no smoke without fire, every cause has its effect."
"The successor of the temple master, huh?" Hua Qianyu half squinted his eyes, murmuring softly, "Forget it. At the very least, Mu Huanling has zero sense of belonging, and that's an undeniable fact. Since there's no sense of belonging, then there's no need for trust."
Although he himself might not have much of a sense of belonging either, at the very least, he would choose to keep winning. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered briefly before he finally asked the most pressing question, "Between the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital, who won the match?" Lucius chuckled, deliberately teasing, and asked in return, "Your Highness, what do you think?" "The Imperial Capital." Hua Qianyu replied coldly, spitting out 2 words. In terms of strength, Hua Qianzue was clearly above Moe Yuan. Even a trivial lottery ceremony could unintentionally reveal a lot.
Lucius didn't argue. He nodded, his smile fading. "Just as I thought." Hua Qianyu immediately felt validated, thinking his intuition was spot on. "I'm going back for a bit."
Leaving behind these words, Hua Qianyu signaled Lucius to open the exit. His figure slowly disappeared into the spatial vortex.
In the basement of the hotel, Zhang Junlong was overseeing everyone's training.
After witnessing the overwhelming strength of the imperial capital, he couldn't bear to waste even a single moment, trying every possible way to improve the students' abilities. But those who had been present at the competition seemed to have been in a prolonged state of mental daze since returning, as if they couldn't muster the energy to do anything. This left Zhang Junlong deeply troubled. With barely any competitive participants to begin with, and over half having lost their fighting spirit due to the opponent's absolute strength, the situation was exceedingly dire.
How much longer does Hua Qianyu plan to wander outside? Zhang Junlong asked gloomily.
This question was, of course, directed at Lin Yi, as he had the closest relationship with Hua Qianyu among the group.
I don't know.
He hasn't said, Lin Yi replied calmly, shaking his head.
His overall demeanor was quite positive.
The day he fought multiple matches, exhausting his source energy, had instead loosened the bottleneck of his cultivation. During the recovery of his energy, he had even advanced to level 23. It had to be said, Lin Yi's attitude toward cultivation was far more serious than Hua Qianyu's. If their natural talents were swapped, their respective strengths would undoubtedly be on entirely different levels.
I don't know why, but with Hua Qianyu not around, I just can't feel at ease, Zhang Junlong sighed deeply, looking up at the ceiling.
Unbeknownst to him, Hua Qianyu had already become the spiritual anchor of this young team in his heart.
As he was lamenting, the training room door suddenly stirred. A familiar figure walked in leisurely.
Zhang Junlong raised his head. And there he was, the very Hua Qianyu he had been thinking about.
Good morning.
Hua Qianyu lazily raised his hand in a casual greeting.
You brat. You're actually willing to come back?
This principal thought you'd died somewhere out there. Zhang Junlong scolded, though the smile on his face was impossible to hide.
Qianyu.
Lin Yi paused his actions, smiling and waving.
Hua
Qianyu nodded in response, his gaze sweeping across the room. Everyone was engrossed in their respective training plans. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes fixed on him.
Hua Qianyu turned slightly and immediately locked gazes with Mu Huanling, whose expression was ambiguous.
Among everyone, she seemed the most nonchalant and casual.
But thinking about her identity, Hua Qianyu was somewhat at ease.
Although he didn't know why she had come to Jiangchang, her motives were unlikely to be simple. After discreetly withdrawing his gaze, Hua Qianyu called out to Lin Yi, Lin Yi, come with me.
Hua Qianyu, what are you scheming now? Zhang Junlong couldn't help but ask. Hua Qianyu didn't respond to him. Instead, he pointed to a distant area and asked on his own terms, Principal Zhang, is the private training room next door available?
It's available, but... Zhang Junlong started to reply, but his words were cut off by the loud sound of a door slamming shut.
Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi had disappeared. Zhang Junlong's mind was instantly thrown into chaos.
The moment Hua Qianyu entered the room, he habitually scanned the corners and found no surveillance equipment. In fact, private training rooms like this typically wouldn't have any recording devices.
What's up?
Lin Yi chuckled, asking. Hua Qianyu remained silent as a small jade bottle containing the Huangji Immortal Elixir appeared in his hand. He removed the wooden stopper, and under the guidance of his source energy, the last 2 drops of the golden elixir floated out.
What is this? Lin Yi asked instinctively, staring at the 2 golden droplets in front of him.
Something good, Hua Qianyu replied with a faint smile. In a flash, so swift it was almost imperceptible, he pressed the last 2 drops of the Huangji Immortal Elixir into Lin Yi's chest. Sit down and activate your cultivation technique, Hua Qianyu said softly. Lin Yi was initially bewildered, but he soon sensed the surge of vast and pure energy flowing into his body. Without further questioning, he quickly sat down as instructed, focusing on refining the source energy within the Huangji Immortal Elixir. After completing this task, Hua Qianyu did not pause. He raised his hand, and a purple combat skill card materialized between his 2 fingers, gently brushing across the energy ring on his arm.
Ding! Combat skill card detected, beginning analysis. Ding! Analysis successful. Combat skill details as follows. Combat skill, Illusory Void Sight.
High-grade rare tier mental combat skill, categorized under ocular techniques within the realm of mental abilities. Cannot be practiced by those unable to manifest spiritual force, insufficient cultivation will result in failure. Illusory Void Sight, offensive capabilities include creating mental illusions, with the possibility of spiritual damage to the target reflecting onto their physical body.
To a certain extent.
Defensive capabilities include perceiving illusions, immunity to low-level mental damage, and 100% counter-reflection of specific mental attacks. The detailed cultivation method is as follows. Hua Qianyu's lips curved slightly. Ever since he had obtained the Blood Dragon Emperor's soul, his spiritual strength had never ceased to grow. Even without deliberate training, it continued to strengthen endlessly.
Now, this extraordinary spiritual power finally had a purpose.
The entire day, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi each occupied opposite corners of the cultivation chamber, quietly engaging in their own practices without disturbing one another. Compared to Hua Qianyu, who was mastering two supreme techniques simultaneously, Lin Yi's current cultivation method, Burning Heaven Flame God technique, seemed much weaker in both refinement intensity and energy conversion efficiency. Hua Qianyu could perfectly refine 6 drops of the Imperial Celestial Elixir in just 3 hours, whereas Lin Yi struggled to refine even 2 drops within the same timeframe. The only difference was that the immense energy contained within those 2 drops, entirely refined and absorbed through a single technique, was almost fully integrated into Lin Yi's own being. Time quickly reached the 4th hour, and the golden radiance surrounding Lin Yi's body began to gradually subside. Between his clasped hands, streams of source energy continued to surge and swirl, while the blazing phoenix flame seemed far less docile than usual.
Clang! A crisp and piercing sound rang out. Above Lin Yi's head, a platinum phoenix flame projection shot into the sky, scattering countless golden sparks madly in all directions. Level 28.
This was Lin Yi's current source energy strength. However, his face showed no trace of joy. Instead, his brows furrowed deeply. The leap of 5 minor levels was far too abrupt. This kind of transformation wasn't gradual, making it difficult for Lin Yi to adapt in a short period of time. The unrest of the phoenix flame undoubtedly highlighted this exact issue. The sparks had already spread throughout the entire cultivation chamber, and even Hua Qianyu, who was situated in a corner, couldn't avoid being caught in it. At that moment, Hua Qianyu slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, and a profound violet light flashed across his blood-red pupils. With a casual glance, he raised his hand slightly. In his palm, a vortex-like airflow seemed to form, drawing the scattered phoenix sparks in the air toward him. Soon, the dispersed sparks completely vanished, leaving a small cluster of platinum flames quietly flickering in Hua Qianyu's hand. The temperature in the chamber dropped significantly in response. Lin Yi's flames really are getting stronger, Hua Qianyu remarked with a genuine smile as he gazed at the flame in his palm. He still remembered the first time he touched Lin Yi's flames. There was barely any heat, and it felt as if his entire hand was merely wrapped in air. But now, the intensity of the phoenix flame was enough to astonish even someone like him. Compared to this emperor, the phoenix is indeed a failure. However, it's still a divine beast. Its phoenix flame can at least be considered one of the higher-tier flames, the Blood Dragon Emperor suddenly interjected. Hua Qianyu offered no comment. Feeling a slight heat in his palm, he instinctively released his crimson flame to isolate it. The crimson flame quietly flared, enveloping the platinum flame entirely. The foreign nature of the crimson flame triggered an instinctive rejection from the phoenix flame, causing it to flicker violently in Hua Qianyu's hand. Hua Qianyu's eyelid twitched as he stared in shock at the strange scene before him. Suddenly seized by a playful curiosity, Hua Qianyu unconsciously increased the output of his flame. The crimson flame and the platinum flame soon reached a state of equilibrium. What was even more peculiar was that the crimson flame continually wrapped around the platinum flame, while the platinum flame fiercely flickered, attempting to break free. The mutual rejection between the two flames didn't last long before they surprisingly began to intertwine and merge. The two flames infiltrated and permeated each other, and in the end, they completely fused into one. Both the crimson flame and the platinum flame vanished simultaneously, replaced by a peculiar fire that was neither entirely gray nor entirely pink. What is this? Hua Qianyu asked in astonishment, his voice betraying his rare loss of composure. Even with his level of mental fortitude, it was difficult to remain calm. Yet this strange flame didn't seem intent on giving him much time for observation. Mere seconds after taking form, it began to expand wildly. The suppressed energy within it leaked out uncontrollably, as if desperately seeking a weak point to vent through. Hua Qianyu's expression changed drastically. Clasping his hands together, he firmly suppressed the strange flame between his palms, striving to stabilize its chaotic energy. However, when chaotic energy is unable to find an outlet, the greater the force of suppression, the more violent the turmoil within the strange flame becomes. Crack! From Hua Qianyu's chest, where his clasped hands struggled to restrain the flame, came the sound of bones dislocating. Several fingers visibly twisted into unnatural shapes. Let go now! A deep and urgent growl echoed in Hua Qianyu's mind, the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor. Hua Qianyu, though his expression was heavy, remained calm and composed. Without hesitation, he flung the flame toward a distant corner. However, the flame, which should have been under his control, clung to his hand like glue. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it off. In desperation, Hua Qianyu released his ice elemental source energy, forming a wall of frost between his palm and the flame. The flames left his hand, and Hua Qianyu swung his arm fiercely. The icy wall carried the ash-like flames far into the distance. However, that mysterious ice, which could freeze even thunder with ease, persisted for only 2 seconds in the air, before it transformed into a misty, white vapor.
Run quickly! The energy is out of control.
It was the Blood Dragon Emperor's warning again, his voice revealing an urgency far beyond before.
Bang! Boom 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 boom.
No sooner had the Blood Dragon Emperor finished speaking than the strange, droplet-shaped flame suddenly exploded like a deflated balloon. It unleashed a surge of bizarre, colorful flames.
Crack crack crack. Bang bang bang. The walls of the training chamber were instantly covered with countless cracks resembling spiderwebs under the raging blaze. The fractures spread everywhere, and the wild, rampaging flames showed no mercy, surging toward Hua Qianyu and his companion. At that very moment, Lin Yi happened to awaken from his meditative state. But the scene that greeted his newly opened eyes left him utterly dumbfounded on the spot. What kind of hellfire inferno is this?
Almost instinctively, Hua Qianyu dashed toward Lin Yi, grabbed the still bewildered young man, and sprinted madly toward the exit.
Boom! The deafening explosions continued as the flames accelerated their spread. The speed at which the energy expanded made Hua Qianyu, who had always prided himself on his swiftness, break into a cold sweat. At this moment, he even regretting that he hadn't cultivated the flowing light blood shadow technique earlier. Just as the two were about to cross the threshold, the rebellious flames mercilessly slammed into their backs. Zhang Junlong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, intently observing the training of a few students. Since Hua Qianyu had returned, much of the worry on his face had been replaced by a deep sense of relief. With the pressure diminished, Zhang Junlong was feeling particularly at ease. He was just about to light a cigarette, but before it could touch his lips, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly resounded behind him. Boom!
Startled, Zhang Junlong shuddered, and the cigarette between his fingers fell straight to the ground.
He spun around abruptly, only to see that the entire wall behind him had collapsed in response to the blast. In an instant, dust and debris filled the air.
Zhang Junlong stood frozen, utterly dumbstruck, his mind a blank as he struggled to process what had just happened. Through the swirling dust and smoke, 2 shadowy figures shot out like bullets, landing squarely at his feet.
Zhang Junlong. What the hell is this?
Looking down carefully, he finally realized that the 2 charred, coal-like objects at his feet seemed to be 2 living, breathing humans. His expression changed drastically.
Who else could have flown out of the training chamber but Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi? What the? Hua Qianyu? Lin Yi? Are you guys alright?
Zhang Junlong crouched halfway down, his arm extending only to retract again, unsure whether to help them up or not. His flustered and awkward demeanor was almost comical.
Cough, cough.
Hua Qianyu slowly got to his feet, each cough accompanied by puffs of ash. His entire face was pitch black. And this black wasn't just descriptive, it was a literal state.
Lin Yi was equally disheveled.
He got up with a face full of soot, his mind still hazy and confused.
He hadn't even figured out why he looked so miserable.
Their clothes were in tatters, and the final fiery blast had slammed solidly into their backs, leaving their entire backs bright red.
Qianyu, what did you do? Lin Yi asked helplessly, patting the dust off his body. Hua Qianyu didn't know how to explain.
He conjured a shimmering water light in his hand, quickly wiping the soot off his face, and replied just as helplessly, I accidentally merged our flames together, and then?
And then? Lin Yi asked suspiciously.
Hua Qianyu glanced back at the now ruined training chamber, looking a little embarrassed.
And then the energy went out of control and exploded. Lin Yi. Zhang Junlong. An actual explosion.
As long as you're both okay, Zhang Junlong sighed with relief, surprisingly refraining from his usual outbursts of fury.
But, Master, we destroyed the training chamber. Won't we have to pay for it? Luo Yin interjected with an innocent question.
His expression was as pure as could be, as if he was genuinely curious and had no ulterior motives.
Yet that single remark stabbed Zhang Junlong deeply in the heart.
His face darkened instantly, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Of all people, it had to be his own disciple to rub salt into the wound.
Luo Yin had truly mastered the art of adding insult to injury.
This wasn't just damage, this was utter destruction.
No worries, it's just a small matter. Don't worry about it.
The headmaster will cover it, Zhang Junlong forced out a response, his smile painfully strained.
Master, you're amazing as always.
Luo Yin said with a bright smile, even giving Zhang Junlong a big thumbs up. Zhang Junlong maintained a calm facade, but inwardly he was grinding his teeth so hard his molars were nearly crushed.
Amazing, my ass.
Never did I expect that I would still have the chance to witness oblivion in this world, the Blood Dragon Emperor sighed wistfully.
What is that? Hua Qianyu asked casually.
As she stood up, the minor injuries on her body had already mostly healed.
A terrifying energy formed by the fusion of multiple special flames.
In ancient times, the power of oblivion unleashed by deities could even annihilate gods.
However, the power of oblivion is exceedingly difficult to control perfectly.
A single moment of carelessness can lead to self-destruction, just like what happened just now.
Hua Qianyu felt a bit uneasy and forced a bitter smile. This isn't as simple as backlash anymore, is it?
The energy released from the fusion of the two flames even faintly surpassed the power of scorching moon without a trace. The saying playing with fire will burn oneself seemed to perfectly describe the reckless usage of the power of oblivion embers. In Hua Qianyu's eyes, this was no different from Lixius's burning blood chant. Indeed, the power of oblivion embers usually only appears in desperate situations. Even gods wouldn't use it lightly, said the Blood Dragon Emperor.
I just hope you never find yourself in a situation where you have to use it. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered. To be honest, he was quite intrigued by Lixius's burning blood chant and had even entertained the idea of asking about its training method. But in the end, he didn't bring it up. The reasons?
Besides the steep price of using it, the casting also seemed to require connecting one's fangs to the opponent's blood vessels.
No matter how you looked at it, it just wasn't very graceful.
Still, Qianyu, kid, why do I feel like trouble follows you wherever you go? Zhang Junlong asked with some frustration. It hadn't even been long since they returned, and they had already blown up a training room.
The worst part?
It wasn't even their own room, and now they'd have to compensate for it.
Zhang Junlong was utterly speechless.
Linny stepped forward to defend him, saying, Principal Zhang, this can't be entirely Qianyu's fault. It was mostly my flames overflowing during training that caused the explosion.
Fine.
Seeing Lin Yi's earnest expression, Zhang Junlong sighed and decided to drop the matter, changing the subject. Qianyu, kid, do you even know who our next opponent is?
Aren't you curious?
Not curious, Hua Qianyu replied coldly, brushing past Zhang Junlong as he headed toward the exit of the training room. Zhang Junlong turned around, blocking Hua Qianyu's path with his burly frame.
Looking expectant, he asked again, are you really not curious about who your biggest rival is?
Zhang Junlong leaned in close, his face nearly touching Hua Qianyu's. Hua Qianyu leaned back, a look of disdain on his face, and replied just as coldly, not curious.
With that, he sidestepped Zhang Junlong once again and walked away.
Zhang Junlong froze, his expression stiffening. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly pulled out a camcorder from who knows where and quickly stepped in front of Hua Qianyu once more. As the principal, I recorded the entire competition.
Aren't you even a little curious about your opponent's elemental type and attack methods?
Zhang Junlong waved the camcorder in his hand, looking immensely proud.
What was this ancient relic?
Hua Qianyu stared at the camcorder, feeling utterly speechless. Pressing his fingers against his forehead, his tone grew impatient. I've already said I'm not curious.
I'm going to take a bath. At that moment, he looked like a beggar, his entire body dirty and grimy, comparable to the state Lixius had once been in. It was thoroughly uncomfortable. Zhang Junlong could only watch as Hua Qianyu walked away.
From beginning to end, there wasn't even the slightest hint of curiosity in Hua Qianyu's gaze, leaving Zhang Junlong feeling rather dejected. Soon, his attention shifted to Lin Yi. Smiling, he said, fine, if Hua Qianyu doesn't want to watch, then let's watch it ourselves. Lin Yi, also covered in soot and grime, shook his head for once and decisively refused. Sorry, Principal Zhang, I'm going to take a bath too.
You can watch it on your own.
Zhang Junlong watched helplessly as Lin Yi walked away as well. In the end, the video he had painstakingly recorded found no audience and served no purpose whatsoever. At the Nine Spirits Hall, the excited crowd gathered once again, signaling that the 7-day buffer period had ended and the finals of the 4 Academies Friendship Tournament were about to commence as scheduled.
In midair, 9 chairs of differing colors appeared, suspended in the void.
The 9 Hall Masters had already taken their seats early on.
It's finally happening, the Southern Radiance Hall Master remarked with a faint smile.
You seem rather eager, the Northern Ripple Hall Master commented, casting him a cold glance. The Southern Radiance Hall Master ignored her. Talking to this woman was pointless. 9 out of 10 things she said were barbs. He wasn't about to inflict misery on himself. Humph, the Northern Ripple Hall Master snorted, withdrawing her gaze, seemingly displeased.
What do you all think? Which side has the better chance of winning?
The Eastern Ridge Hall Master asked gently. The Western Abyss Hall Master deliberated for a moment before replying objectively, I'm betting on the Imperial capital. In terms of overall strength, the gap between the two sides is just too vast.
Indeed. And this disparity is evident in every aspect.
It's going to be very, very difficult for Jiangcheng to win, the Thunder Mist Hall Master agreed, emphasizing very twice. I don't disagree, the Immortal Hall Master said succinctly, though his stance was clear. The gap between the Imperial capital and Jiangcheng was enormous, and it wasn't just reflected in the average participants, it was especially apparent in the top-tier fighters capable of turning the tide.
What's this? Is that the extent of your vision?
The Southern Radiance Hall Master suddenly sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. I, for one, have high hopes for Jiangcheng and am quite looking forward to seeing the performance of the Phoenix Divine Body. Nan Huang, while having a special physique is indeed important, in the face of an overwhelming disparity in strength, it is still but a
lone tree unable to prop up the sky. Surely, you wouldn't fail to understand this?
The Lord of Thunderstorm Palace retorted with a sneer.
Ha ha ha.
The Lord of Nanhuang Palace threw his head back and laughed wildly, the curve of his lips even more mocking.
A lone tree unable to prop up the sky?
Thunderstorm, tell this. Lord, within 7 days, advancing from the early stage of Tier 2 to the late stage of Tier 2, and breaking through from late Tier 2 to Tier 3, which do you think is easier?
Do you really think these children are fools who would just sit there and await their doom?
The crazy demeanor of the Lord of Nanhuang Palace fell into the eyes of the Lord of Balan Palace, only to elicit a disdainful scoff. A madman, losing all reason over a phoenix divine physique. The Lord of Thunderstorm Palace frowned slightly and said indifferently, power gained through shortcuts will only make one's foundation hollow. If they truly act in such a manner, that would be the pinnacle of foolishness. If they dare to take bold actions, this Lord has plenty of methods to purify their source energy. The Lord of Nanhuang Palace sneered disdainfully, then cast a cold and piercing gaze across the gathered lords.
Since you all have so many opinions, why not simply give up the competition? Those children, the Nanhuang Divine Palace will gladly accept them.
You, the Lord of Thunderstorm Palace, enraged, extended a hand, but was left speechless. He. The Lord of Dark Knight Palace chuckled hoarsely, his voice dry as he echoed, the Lord of Nanhuang Palace speaks with reason. While this Lord holds high regard for Hua Qianzue, I dare not predict the outcome of the competition.
Let us not quarrel, everyone.
The results of the competition will naturally be revealed after it concludes. From the light, a celestial voice still resonated with a melodious tone. The Lord of Saint Radiance Palace acted as a mediator.
Changing the subject. Lord of Dark Knight Palace, I've heard of a recent bloodshed incident involving the underworld, is this true?
Oh?
What bloodshed? Why does this lord feel somewhat at a loss?
The Lord of Dark Knight Palace chuckled lowly, his expression concealed beneath the swirling black mist.
Could it be the extermination of the Shao family?
Even this old one has heard of its connection to the underworld. The Lord of Immortal Palace chimed in. Indeed, the event has caused a negative public outcry, and many citizens have begun pressuring the divine palaces, the Lord of Saint Radiance Palace said slowly. The black mist trembled slightly, and the Lord of Dark Knight Palace laughed again, as if one could sense the upward curve of his lips beneath the shadowy veil.
Such a trivial matter, why? The need for such seriousness?
The divine palaces and the underworld serve their respective roles, one in the light and one in the dark.
As for the specifics of how things are handled, the Dark Knight Palace has numerous affairs. How could this lord possibly oversee every single one personally?
The Lord of Nanhuang Palace interjected with a cold remark. This lord, on the contrary, believes that the timing of this bloodshed is quite
opportune. In recent years, various families have flourished to the point of nearly forgetting the divine might of the 9 palaces.
Without causing some commotion, some people might forget who their true protectors are.
Humph.
The light rippled gently, and the voice of the Lord of Saint Radiance Palace carried a tone of helplessness.
This concerns human lives. I hope that before taking any actions, everyone thinks more deeply. Lord of Illusory Void Palace, is the spatial passage to the divine ruins ready to be opened at any time?
As soon as the Lord of Saint Radiance Palace spoke, the gathered lords' gazes simultaneously sharpened. In a relatively secluded corner, the Lord of Illusory Void Palace slowly lifted their eyes, responding with a single word, cold and clear, yes.
Then that's good.
Below, Hua Qianyu sat quietly in their side's viewing area. Directly opposite him sat the contestants from the Imperial capital.
To his left and right were the eliminated teams from Magic City and Northern Liang.
According to competition rules, those who lost were not allowed to leave early. All contestants had to await the final decision of the divine palaces. In the center of the arena, the body of the venerable Jingyuan descended slowly, his authoritative voice carrying clearly to every corner of the venue.
Good morning, honored guests. This venerable shall keep it brief.
Today marks the final match of the Four Academies Friendship Tournament, held as scheduled. Contestants from both the Imperial Capital and River City are all present. I believe all of you are eagerly anticipating this clash of titans. Therefore, this venerable will not dampen your spirits with excessive words. Without further ado, the Four Academies Friendship Tournament, now, common.
Wait a moment. A voice suddenly emerged, strikingly out of place at this critical moment.
The venerable Jingyuan frowned, his gaze immediately locking onto the source of the voice.
Principal Mu, is there something you wish to address? He asked in puzzlement. Zhang Juanlong's brows furrowed deeply, and he murmured under his breath, Mu Chunfeng? What is he up to?
Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered, becoming ever so profound.
So, it's finally happening.
Under the watchful eyes of all, Mu Chunfeng slowly stepped forward, speaking neither servilely nor arrogantly. Honorable Venerable, I have something to address. Regarding River City's contestants, we on this side believe there are some issues.
Mu Chunfeng, what do you mean by this? Zhang Junlong roared, slamming the table as he stood up, pointing at Mu Chunfeng and cursing. What gives you the right to criticize River City's contestants?
Principal Zhang, please remain calm. Venerable Jingyuan placated Zhang Juanlong's agitation. Then, turning a deep gaze toward Mu Chunfeng, he asked with thinly veiled dissatisfaction, Principal Mu, words carry weight. I hope you can provide a clear explanation. Though his tone was relatively gentle, there was an unmistakable hint of warning. After all, no one enjoys being interrupted mid-speech. Mu Chunfeng cast a brief glance at Zhang Junlong, choosing not to address him, and instead kept his focus on Venerable Jingyuan. With respectful composure, he said, here's the situation. A student from Jiangcheng recently submitted a transfer request to my Imperial Capital Academy. Given this, I believe that individual should no longer be eligible to represent Jiangcheng in the competition, correct? The room erupted in astonishment, and Venerable Jingyuan's brows furrowed deeply.
Zhang Juanlong's face darkened abruptly.
He shouted in disbelief, You say, what?
Who is it? Mu Chunfeng's expression remained indifferent.
He raised his hand and gestured gently towards someone behind Zhang Junlong.
In a calm voice, he said, Linger, come here.
Under the watchful gaze of hundreds, Mu Huanling rose slowly to her feet. With an air of grace, she began walking step by step toward Mu Chunfeng. Zhang Juanlong's eyes widened with fury, his throat tightening.
For a long moment, he was utterly silent.
Lin Yi's gaze froze as he swiftly turned to look at Hua Qianyu's profile, only to find that the latter's expression remained composed, as if none of this came as a surprise.
Everyone was utterly stunned.
Among them, Lin Shangxian, who had once harbored feelings of admiration for Mu Huanling, was left standing in a daze.
He could never have imagined that the goddess he idolized would ultimately choose betrayal.
When Mu Huanling reached Hua Qianyu's side, her steps paused briefly.
Without looking at him, she continued to stare ahead and asked in a soft voice, Are you surprised? Hua Qianyu didn't turn his gaze either.
Instead, he rested his chin lightly on his hands, sitting in an almost leisurely posture. Not surprised, he replied evenly, his tone so calm that it irked Mu Huanling. Hua Qianyu, from this moment onward, you will come to know the true meaning of despair. Her voice was serene as she turned and walked away. Hua Qianyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing beneath his lids. I hope you're truly capable of that, he murmured. Watching Mu Huanling walk towards the imperial capital, Zhang Junlong could no longer suppress the fury in his heart.
Mu Huanling, why are you betraying us at the last moment? You applied for a transfer, why didn't you seek my permission?
Before Mu Huanling could respond, Mu Chunfeng stepped in protectively.
Principal Zhang, what's done is done. Getting angry now is pointless. Don't disgrace Jiangcheng in front of everyone.
Disgrace? Zhang Junlong laughed angrily.
Your imperial capital shamelessly poached my student midway through the competition, and now you dare speak of disgrace? Mu Chunfeng, you're just as cunning as ever. Mu Chunfeng chuckled lightly. Principal Zhang, you're exaggerating. The transfer process was entirely transparent. I did nothing to coerce or threaten anyone.
His smile deepened as he continued, besides, I only wish to keep my daughter by my side.
Is that so wrong? Daughter? She's your daughter?
Zhang Junlong froze, his eyes wide in shock, and a chill swept over him.
Yes, that's correct.
Mu Chunfeng nodded, his grin turning sly. It seems Principal Zhang hasn't done a thorough enough job of investigating his students' backgrounds. You. Zhang Junlong felt a wave of powerlessness crash over him. His anger surged, but he was utterly helpless. He could only glare at Mu Chunfeng, his frustration palpable.
How could this happen? How could this happen?
Lin Shengxian murmured, shaking his head stiffly. His face was pale, devoid of any color. Luoying muttered under his breath, "Damn, I always thought that woman wasn't trustworthy."
Truly, the most venomous thing in the world is a woman's heart.
He glanced at Zhang Juanlong's trembling back, his body shaking with fury. Luoyin opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, concern flickering in his eyes.
At that moment, the long-silent revered Jingyuan finally broke his silence. According to regulations, a transfer between ability academies requires the mutual agreement of both academies and the individual involved. Principal Mu's actions seemed to violate those rules.
Hua Qianyu looked surprised, her gaze lingering on revered Jingyuan for a moment. As expected of someone from the sacred Radiance Temple, imbued with the divine power of light, he adhered to principles of absolute fairness at all times.
Mu Chenfeng showed no fear, responding lightly, "Revered Jingyuan, your statement is correct.
However, I can assure you that the entire transfer process was conducted in strict compliance with the rules, with no abuses of power." His tone paused briefly, then he tilted his head upward. "In fact, the Northern Mist Temple Master can vouch for me on this matter." Above, the Northern Mist Temple Master's serene face remained unchanging. She simply nodded indifferently. "Jingyuan, the matter of Linger's transfer has already received this temple's approval.
There is no room for dissent."
As her words fell, the crowd present was visibly astonished.
Because this absurd last-minute betrayal had been directly authorized by a temple master herself? With such an endorsement, who would dare voice any objections? Zhang Junlong trembled, his face turning ashen in an instant. In the face of the vast temple's power, he was no more than an ant. Upon hearing this, revered Jingyuan's brows furrowed deeply. Lifting his head, he spoke with restrained respect. "Temple Master of Northern Mist, to act unjustly under the guise of your title may make it difficult to earn the people's trust." If revered Jingyuan's earlier defense had surprised Hua Qianyu, this scene left her utterly stunned. This revered ability user from the Sacred Radiance Temple dared to directly challenge the Northern Mist Temple Master, even hinting at veiled threats in his words?
And yet, the Radiance Temple Master, shrouded in divine light, made no move to intervene, as if entirely detached from the situation. The Northern Mist Temple Master's cold gaze swept over to Jingyuan. She spoke with an icy tone. "If that is the case, let me make this perfectly clear. Mu Huanling is the divine maiden of my Northern Mist Temple and the future successor to the Temple Master.
Her belonging is a matter for my temple to decide. No further procedures are necessary."
"So, she's the Northern Mist Divine Maiden. That would explain it," remarked the Thundercloud Temple Master, narrowing his eyes with a hint of emotion. The Undying Temple Master stroked his beard with a faint smile. "I've heard of the Northern Mist Temple's joy at finding their Divine Maiden. It seems the rumors were true. Congratulations, Temple Master of Northern Mist. Ha ha ha, the appearance of the Northern Mist Divine Maiden is indeed cause for celebration. It's merely a transfer process, no need to take it so seriously," said the Western Plains Temple Master with a smile. The Eastern Ridge Temple Master nodded slightly.
"Indeed.
Besides, since the Divine Maiden is also Principal Mu's biological daughter, representing the imperial capital seems perfectly reasonable." The various temple masters voiced their opinions, leaving revered Jingyuan visibly unsettled. His composure faltered, and he turned his gaze towards the misty radiance ahead.
"Master, this..."
Revered Jingyuan hesitated, but the light remained silent for a long time. The Radiance Temple Master did not speak, or perhaps, she didn't know how to respond. The Northern Mist Temple Master glanced towards Jiangcheng, her voice light but unyielding.
"So, do any of you still have objections?"
Zhang Junlong remained motionless, his head lowered, his eyes reflecting deep humiliation. His fists clenched tightly, and his trembling lips failed to utter a single word. The trainees behind him also lowered their heads one after another, their hearts shrouded in an unprecedented gloom. Hua Qianyu's gaze grew colder and colder. Although he had anticipated today's situation long ago, the current scene, however, was unprecedentedly dire. Almost everyone had taken a stance against them, including even the Temple Lord himself. It was truly difficult to accept. Hua Qianyu's face darkened as he slowly stood up. Just as his body was about to leave his seat, a wild and piercing laugh echoed throughout the hall.
Ha 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 ha.
From the seating area of the Temple Lords, the Southern Radiance Temple Lord suddenly leaned back in his chair, laughing unrestrainedly. His laughter, so loud and penetrating, reverberated through the hall, causing a ringing in everyone's ears. The other Temple Lords turned to look at him, each wearing a face of confusion. "What are you laughing at?" the Northern Ripple Temple Lord asked with a slight frown.
Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The Southern Radiance Temple Lord did not answer.
He continued laughing as if no one else was present. His chest heaved violently, and he laughed so hard that he was gasping for breath, as though he had just witnessed something utterly ridiculous.
Hua Qianyu looked bewildered, unable to comprehend the scene before him.
His body instinctively sat back down. After what felt like an eternity, the Southern Radiance Temple Lord finally stopped laughing. He raised his hand and pointed at the Northern Ripple Temple Lord, mocking her. Northern Ripple, you have truly opened my eyes. I used to think of you as a noble, pure, and virtuous woman, but it turns out you're nothing more than a filthy, double-standard stray dog.
Ha 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 ha. The entire Nine Spirits Temple competition arena fell silent in an instant.
The Northern Ripple Temple Lord's beautiful eyes widened in shock, and for a moment, she was frozen in place. When she finally regained her senses, she was seething with fury.
Southern Radiance, what did you just say?
The Northern Ripple Temple Lord's voice was icy, dripping with killing intent.
I have always shown you some respect, and yet you dare to insult me so openly? Insult you?
The Southern Radiance Temple Lord's laughter faded, replaced by a cold sneer.
Is it not your own actions, Northern Ripple, that are the true insult to yourself?
Jiangcheng, despite the overwhelming disparity between the two sides, faced his formidable foes with courage and fought valiantly.
And
yet you, working in secret with Mu Chenfeng to pull off these underhanded tricks, still managed to act so self-righteous.
How laughable.
If you were the weaker side, employing such tactics, I might have praised you as a clever strategist. But as the stronger party, you stabbed the weaker side in the back.
TCH, tell me this, just how afraid of losing are you?
The Northern Ripple Temple Lord's face turned ashen, yet for a moment, she found herself unable to refute his words.
Mu Chenfeng's expression shifted erratically.
He had never imagined that such a foolproof plan would suddenly be disrupted by this troublemaker.
And you lot.
The Southern Radiance Temple Lord's gaze shifted, locking onto the other Temple Lords with icy derision.
The Northern Ripple Saintess? How impressive. Yet all of you, as Temple Lords, grovel before an inexperienced young girl. TSK, the way you shamelessly fawn over her, how disgraceful.
And to think you share the same rank as me as Temple Lords.
Bah! Mu Wanling's delicate face flushed with a hint of embarrassment.
Being publicly humiliated like this was something that had never happened to her since becoming the Northern Ripple Saintess. But the one speaking was the Southern Radiance Temple Lord, leaving her with no grounds to argue back. Southern Radiance, how dare you? The Thunderstorm Temple Lord's face darkened with anger, prepared to berate him, only to be directly interrupted by the Southern Radiance Temple Lord. Thunderstorm, shut your mouth, the Southern Radiance Temple Lord snapped.
What about it? Am I not speaking the truth? He adjusted his posture slightly and, with a commanding voice, declared,
One-sided battles are dull to begin with. But even so, I had hoped that Jiangcheng might create a miracle.
And yet, what did you all do? You made an already lopsided match even more uneven. Now someone tell me, what is the point of us 9 temples hosting such competitions? Is it just to witness such uninspiring, monotonous, trashy matches? Are my precious time and energy so easily squandered by your whims?
The Southern Radiance Temple Lord unleashed his tirade, verbally lambasting the other Temple Lords.
And yet, strangely enough, no one dared to retort. The entire arena of the Nine Spirits Temple fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly into the air.
To the vast majority of them, each Temple Lord was supreme, a true pinnacle of strength in the world. But this man, with his complete lack of decorum and his behavior akin to a street brawler, was this truly a Temple Lord? Hua Qianyu looked up at the man in red robes floating above. His mind was in utter chaos. What was this all about? In Hua Qianyu's eyes, the Southern Radiance Temple Lord was less like a Temple Lord and more like a raving lunatic. Master of the Southern Radiance Hall, please calm down.
Everything can be discussed.
The Master of the Nether Night Hall finally spoke, doing his utmost to ease the tense and oppressive atmosphere.
However, the Master of the Southern Radiance Hall showed no intention of giving him any face and continued to curse, discuss.
Northern Ripple has no regard for rules, turning this already imbalanced competition into one entirely devoid of fairness.
Tell me, how should we discuss this? How should we resolve it? Then tell us, what do you propose?
The Master of the Northern Ripple Hall suppressed the anger surging in his chest, speaking in a tone that surprisingly carried a hint of compromise.
Simple.
The Master of the Southern Radiance Hall waved his hand, smiling slyly. The Imperial Capital and your Northern Ripple Shrine broke the rules first.
But the fact that Mu Chenfeng's
daughter, Mu Huanling, is also the Northern Ripple Goddess is an undeniable truth. At this point, allowing her to continue representing Jiang City in the competition serves no purpose at all.
How about this? Since Jiang City has abandoned your northern ripple goddess, shouldn't the imperial capital also abandon something equivalent to ensure fairness in the competition?
As the master of the Southern Radiance Hall spoke, his gaze shifted to Mu Chunfeng. The latter was already drenched in sweat, and under the weight of the Southern Radiance Hall master's gaze, his pressure only intensified. Mu Chunfeng bent forward respectfully and said, "Master of the Southern Radiance Hall, the imperial capital is willing to follow your instructions and abandon one."
Excellent.
Before Mu Chunfeng could finish, the master of the Southern Radiance Hall ruthlessly interrupted, his domineering voice crashing down on everyone's hearts and souls in the arena. "Then let this decision be made by me." He raised his finger lightly, pointing toward the direction of the imperial capital's preparation seats.
"The Northern Ripple Goddess returns, and the price is that the imperial capital must forfeit 5 contestants.
Furthermore, the competition shall be changed to
a team melee." The master of the Northern Lawn Palace frowned and said coldly, "Nanhuang, conducting a team battle after sacrificing 5 people, isn't that going too far?" This essentially meant that the imperial capital could only send 4 fighters, while Jiang City, despite losing Mu Huanling, could still field 8 combatants, a disparity in numbers by a factor of 2.
In such a situation, calling it a team battle would be generous, it was more like a siege.
Upon hearing this arrangement, Hua Qianyu couldn't help but smile faintly.
This Nanhuang Palace master seemed rather interesting.
Too far? Nanhuang Palace master's eyes widened, a fiery gleam flickering within them.
He lightly flicked his finger and spoke slowly, "When you were stabbing
others in the back, did you not consider whether it was too far?
All of this is the result of your Northern Lawn and Imperial Capital's own actions." After venting his anger, the Nanhuang Palace master's voice gradually lowered, but it still carried a suffocating authority and chill.
"This is the greatest tolerance and concession from my palace. If this cannot be implemented, then this final match might as well be cancelled sooner rather than later. To think such an ugly scandal could occur under the supervision of my 9 palaces.
TSK, if word spreads, the disgrace won't just fall upon your Northern Lawn Palace.
Because of your Northern Land's reckless arrogance, you've nailed all of us in the 9 palaces to the pillar of shame?"
Head, Northern Lawn Palace Master, I have always respected you, but don't let me lose that respect. The Northern Lawn Palace Master was speechless. Since ascending to her position as Palace Master, her mind had never been as chaotic as it was today. For years, Nanhuang and Northern Lawn, the 2 great palaces, had competed openly and covertly. Never did she expect that today, over a trivial matter, the other side would seize the upper hand.
And even worse, she was now accused of abusing power to oppress others. "All right, let's stop this argument between you two. Then, according to the Nanhuang Palace Master's request, Mu Chunfeng of the Imperial Capital, immediately select 4 contestants for the battle."
In the misty light, the long-silent Shangyao Palace Master finally found a moment to intervene and mediate. Seizing the opportunity, Venerable Jingyuan promptly announced, "As decreed by the Palace Masters, Mu Chunfeng, please select 4 contestants to represent your side immediately."
Mu Chunfeng clenched his fists tightly, seemingly unwilling.
His meticulous scheming had led to the opposite outcome, reducing his team's combat strength by 20%. But with the situation as it was, he could only sigh helplessly and respond, "Chunfeng obeys the order.
The 4 contestants we will send."
Mu Chunfeng turned around, his gaze sweeping over the preparation area.
They are
Hua Qianzui, Mu Huanling, Feng Yun, and Cheng Xian.
The Northern Lawn Palace Master exhaled and said in a low tone, "Nanhuang, is this acceptable?" "Not bad." The Nanhuang Palace Master narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction, lowering his voice as he said, "Now this is proper. The match can begin."
Venerable Jingyuan took the order and shouted, "Contestants from both sides, please come forward."
Hua Qianyu rose slowly, his face expressionless as he spoke softly, "Let's go."
He took the lead, with Lin Yi, Luo Oyin, and the other team members following closely behind. Zhang Junlong passed by them, his emotions already stabilized after Nanhuang Palace Master's assertive stance. He patted Hua Qianyu on the shoulder and silently returned to the spectators' stand. On the other side, Hua Qianzui also stood up. The earlier commotion hadn't stirred his emotions in the slightest, his expression remained as calm as ever. To him, whether it was 9 opponents or 4, it made no difference. In fact, he would have preferred to fight alone, it would have kept him from being constrained.
"Linger, leave that one to me."
Hua Qianzui pointed at Hua Qianyu in the distance and said calmly. Mu Huanling's gaze lingered on his profile for a moment. Her lips curved ever so slightly as she replied, "As you wish." Above, with a slight wave of the Shangyao Palace Master's arm, a soundproof barrier far stronger than the previous one enveloped the combatants. As for the earlier barrier, it had long been shattered by the intentional release of source energy from the Nanhuang Palace Master. Humph! The Tingni Palace Master snorted coldly, casting a warning glance at the Nanhuang Palace Master. Nanhuang, if you dare to act like a rabid dog biting indiscriminately again, this palace will not compromise. Then by all means, let the Tingni Palace Master come forward.
The Nanhuang Palace Master leaned lazily against his seat.
His gaze was indifferent, and his tone was languid.
My Nanhuang Palace is always ready to welcome guests.
He tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting as he added, for guests, my palace will host a banquet in their honor.
But for enemies, everyone in Nanhuang is ready to die for this palace.
As he spoke, the Nanhuang Palace Master turned fully, his eyes gleaming with a strange light as he fixed a piercing stare on the Tingni
Palace Master.
You should know that this palace always acts according to its heart. As for the foundation of the palace, humph. If this palace lives comfortably, the 9 palaces will endure, and Huaxiao will thrive. But if you truly push this palace to the brink, even if it means shattering Nanhuang to pieces, I will not stop until death. The Lord of the Southern Radiance Palace sneered with a sinister smile, his face glowing with madness. By then, the 9 halls will
turn into 7.
This vast land will likely be divided among jackals and wolves, and you all won't escape the label of traitors. Seeing the increasingly grim expression on the Lord of the Thunderstorm Palace's face, the Southern Radiance Palace Lord withdrew his cold aura and chuckled lowly. Or, if you think the 7 divine halls are sufficient to shelter our divine nation, then just treat this hall's words as a mere fart. The Lord of the Thunderstorm Palace's face turned ashen. Faced with such childish threats concerning the survival of the nation, he should have responded indifferently, as no true believer of the Chinese spirit would treat matters of national importance as a joke. But the Southern Radiance Palace Lord was different. Forget national sentiment, he even treated the Southern Radiance Divine Hall, his most direct subordinate force, as a disposable pawn.
What was a madman like this incapable of doing?
He couldn't even comprehend how such a lunatic had inherited the esteemed position of Lord of the Southern Radiance Palace. The Lord of the Thunderstorm Palace glared in fury but remained silent for a long time.
In fact, all the hall masters fell into silence. They dared not rebut him, nor risk the foundations of the divine halls and the fate of the nation in a gamble with a madman. On the dueling platform, the 2 contestants stood facing each other. Hua Qianyu gazed ahead. A frivolous face entered his pupil's view. It was his second time closely observing Hua Qianzui's features. Can you tell me your name?
Hua Qianzui asked with a smile lingering at the corner of his lips, repeating the question. Hua Qianyu chuckled softly at the sound, his tone suddenly shifting.
Shouldn't you introduce yourself first before asking someone else's name?
Hua Qianzui's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled faintly.
Then forget it. I'll ask again after the match is over. He lifted his gaze, glancing at the crowd behind Hua Qianyu with a meaningful look. Twice as many people as us. Not bad, though a bit of an eyesore. What are you boasting about? Luoyin instantly fumed, cursing aloud. We're an eyesore? Well, I don't like the look of you either. Leaving your hair long just to get attention, what are you trying to prove?
Hua Qianyu also shifted his gaze. Hua Qianzui's long hair was indeed quite striking, giving off the vibe of a classic, handsome gentleman.
Not handsome?
Hua Qianzui frowned and tilted his head in genuine confusion. His serious expression left Luoyin speechless. But looking closely, it seemed, he was indeed quite handsome. Of course, Luoyin would never admit it. He patted Hua Qianyu's shoulder with pride and declared, I think he's better looking than you.
Hua Qianyu.
I don't believe it. Hua Qianzui frowned deeply, but his eyes couldn't help but shift toward Hua Qianyu, silently comparing him to himself. After a few seconds, he suddenly turned his head, glaring at Luoyin with a cold stare.
You really are annoying. If you're so annoying, then you'd better get out of here.
As his words fell, the light around Hua Qianzui abruptly dimmed. In an instant, everyone on the dueling platform seemed to be plunged into a dark abyss. A chilling, oppressive aura swept out, and the surrounding light was devoured by endless darkness. Hua Qianyu's vision sharpened as he sensed the world around him growing pitch black, his senses dulled by the encroaching void. Be careful, he warned in a grave tone. The 9-spirit blood flame sword materialized in his hand, its blade quickly shrouded in a crimson flame. Yet the firelight failed to pierce the darkness, appearing small and forlorn amidst the black mist.
Hua
Qianyu's pupils contracted sharply. Within the reach of his spiritual senses, he suddenly detected a shadow darting past him. Before he could turn, a piercing scream echoed.
Aha! It was Luo Yin's scream. Through Hua Qianyu's spiritual perception, Luo Yin's body was sent flying backward at incredible speed, directly off the platform. And it was far from over. After Luo Yin was knocked off the platform, several more agonized screams rang out in succession. Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed. Judging by the voices, Lin Shangxian, Li Qian, Xiaomuyue, Shi Zichuan, and Yili from his side had all been eliminated one after another. The culprit behind all this chaos was Hua Qianzue, who roamed freely in the darkness. Though unseen by the naked eye, the eerily distinct shadow was fully exposed under Hua Qianyu's dragon soul detection. Hua Qianzue's final target was Lin Yi, positioned diagonally behind Hua Qianyu. Besides Hua Qianyu himself, Lin Yi was the only one from Jiangcheng still capable of fighting. The nine-spirit blood flame sword was gripped tightly in Hua Qianyu's hand and swiftly raised before his chest. Relying on his instincts, he slashed fiercely toward the abnormal shadow. Clang! A deafening metallic clang rang out. The nine-spirit blood flame sword struck what felt like an impenetrable iron wall. Not only did it fail to shake the opponent, but the force displayed by Hua Qianzue was something Hua Qianyu couldn't ignore. Clang! Another fierce clash of metal resounded. Lin Yi, wielding the white glaze blade and locking onto Hua Qianzue's movements with the Phoenix Divine Soul, unleashed a powerful strike with all his might. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi, combining their terrifying strength, instantly broke through the opponent's defense. As Hua Qianzue lost his balance and staggered backward, he quickly flipped over to stabilize his posture. At this moment, the black mist dissipated slowly, and the scene on the arena reappeared. On Jiangqing's side, only Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi remained standing. The other contestants were all lying unconscious outside the arena in rather miserable states. On the chest of each fallen participant, there was a ferocious and horrifying sword wound. Hua Qianzue stood proudly, gripping a pitch-black giant sword. The blade was thrust straight into the ground, while his right hand rested lightly on the hilt. "TSK, the eyesores are gone. Now the real show can begin," Hua Qianzue said in a light, drifting tone that sent chills down everyone's spine. The absolute disparity in power left the audience utterly stunned. "Brother Zue is so strong," Feng Yun flattered, clapping his hands. They thought they could win with numbers, and look, Brother Zue took care of them in an instant. Exactly, Cheng Xin nodded repeatedly, chiming in, they even dared to provoke Brother Zue. That guy really overestimated himself. Ha! Hua Qianzue sneered coldly. Suddenly, he turned around and walked step by step toward the two sycophants who had been fawning over him. Under their puzzled gazes, Hua Qianzue's palms abruptly gathered two terrifying streaks of dark radiance, and with a thunderous momentum, he struck both of them on the chest. Crack! Their chest bones shattered as blood spewed wildly from their mouths. Like birds with broken wings, they plummeted harshly to the ground outside the arena. In the suffocatingly silent atmosphere, Hua Qianzue casually dusted off his hands, his indifferent gaze looking down on them as if they were insignificant ants. "You two are eyesores as well. Get lost together." The entire audience erupted in an uproar. They could never have imagined that the imperial capital's top seed, Hua Qianzue, would even turn against his own teammates. Even more horrifying was the reason behind his actions. It was merely because they were an eyesore. How insane! How childish and laughable! Yet this scene played out vividly before everyone's eyes, leaving them stunned and gasping in disbelief. First, there was the frenzied rebuke from the Southern Phoenix Hallmaster, followed by Hua Qianzue's indiscriminate actions. Such bizarre events unfolded in mere moments, one after another. They couldn't comprehend what had become of this world. Could it be that those with talent and power were also lawless? Or perhaps, this was the prerequisite for standing at the top? Mu Qinfeng's expression darkened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. He gestured for the observing contestants behind him to help the two injured individuals back. Reverend Jingyuan furrowed his brows and cast another wave of his light force, instantly healing the injuries of the eliminated contestants from both Jiangcheng and the imperial capital. "How are you?" Zhang Junlong helped Luo Yin up, his face filled with concern. "I'm fine," Luo Yin replied, his complexion pale, his voice heavy with lingering fear. "That person is incredibly strong. His source energy is on an entirely different level than ours. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi, they..." His voice abruptly cut off, his head lowered as an unprecedented gloom darkened his eyes. Perhaps they were no match. The brutal truth of those words churned in his throat for several seconds, but he still couldn't bring himself to say them out loud. Zhang Junlong said nothing. He patted Luo Yin on the back, his gaze toward the arena filled with 70% solemnity and 30% helplessness. "Believe in them," Zhang Junlong muttered softly, his eyes distant, his voice carrying a faint sigh. This was their last hope, the only glimmer of light they could look towards.
Hua Qianyu narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone seemingly approving.
How impressive. It seems this competition platform of the Nine Spirits Hall isn't quite big enough. Quite considerate of you to clean up your own teammates along the way. Ha 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 ha.
Hua Qianzui burst into wild laughter, completely oblivious to the sarcasm in the remark. His deep, dark pupils suddenly contracted. Those pieces of trash would only get in the way if they stayed.
Clearing them out early might actually be better for them, who knows?
Mid-sentence, his tone suddenly carried a deep sense of doubt.
However, you two, 7 days ago, you didn't have this level of power, did you? Late second stage, not bad. You've certainly given this young master a surprise.
Truth be told, he had not anticipated even the slightest possibility of failure earlier. It wasn't until Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi launched their ferocious attack that he realized, today's match might actually be worth some effort.
But he wasn't afraid.
On the contrary, an unprecedented bloodthirsty excitement surged within his chest, making every drop of blood in his body shudder with exhilaration.
Just a surprise?
Hua Qianyu's fingers lightly traced the nine-spirit bloodflame sword, his gaze turning chillingly cold in an instant.
It seems you've never experienced fear.
The nine-spirit bloodflame sword swung out lightly, a seemingly ordinary strike, yet its sword momentum was torrential. Scarlet flames filled the sky, whipping up a chaotic whirlwind of searing heat.
Mu Huanling's jade-green eyes slightly narrowed.
The intensity of Hua Qianyu's strike was entirely different from the level demonstrated in the match a few days ago, surpassing it by more than a single tier. Moreover, the source energy isn't hollow, she murmured softly, a glint of cold light flashing in her gaze. As the scarlet flames surged toward him, Hua Qianzui pulled his massive sword from the ground and swung it forward against the searing,
fiery sword shadow.
Black light swallowed the sky like a dark sun, coalescing into a blade of shadow that shot straight for Hua Qianyu.
Boom!
The scarlet flames sweeping across the sky were split by a deep fissure of darkness at their center. The two sword shadows collided with a deafening clash. Scarlet fire and darkness, two distinctly contrasting forces, intertwined as their gazes locked through the chaotic elemental sword energy. In this clash, neither side emerged victorious. But soon, the fleeting balance was quietly shattered as Hua Qianyu unleashed his extreme frost energy. Countless sharp and frigid ice pillars erupted from the ground without warning.
Hua Qianyu's crimson pupils gleamed with icy blue light.
His expression remained emotionless. With a light lift of his hands, countless ice pillars surrounded Hua Qianzui, firmly sealing his body in the extreme cold of the ice. Hua Qianyu's wrist turned, gripping the nine-spirit bloodflame sword tightly in a reverse hold. Using his left foot as the axis, he spun his body with explosive force. The overwhelming centrifugal force carried the nine-spirit bloodflame sword and its nearly eruptive scarlet flames hurtling toward the ice pillars. Bang! 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 Crack! 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 The sounds of explosive forces and shattering ice echoed simultaneously. The ice pillars shattered one after another, and Hua Qianzui's body, unable to evade, was sent flying under the fierce fiery sword shadow. Meanwhile, the fragmented shards of ice scattered into countless tiny crystals, piercing Hua Qianzui's body until it was riddled with blood. His clothing was soaked in the deepest crimson of his own blood. Hua Qianzui landed steadily, showing no fear, and certainly no screams of pain.
The light in his eyes grew even more excited and frenzied.
Ignoring the blood gushing from his body, he pressed forward without pause, launching an even more ferocious assault.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
The clash between the dark greatsword and the nine spirits bloodflame sword sounded like the heavens collapsing. From the spectator's viewpoint above, it looked like two energy spheres, one red and one black, colliding violently.
What an astonishing sight!
The confrontation between Hua Qianyu and Hua Qianzui, the strongest forces of each side, was undoubtedly the most visually impactful. Every clash of sword shadows caused extreme spatial turbulence. Even more terrifying was the fact that the two seemed to grow more exhilarated as they fought, without a single moment to catch their breath. On the vast arena, there remained only the red and black glimmers of light, along with faint flashes of icy blue.
Hua Qianyu's source energy aura has actually reached the late stage of the second tier? Zhang Junlong muttered in disbelief under his breath.
Only now did he notice the sudden shift in Hua Qianyu's strength.
What? What are you saying? Late stage of the second tier?
Luo Yin's eyes widened, half skeptical as he asked. Zheng Junlong said no more, nodding slowly and solemnly.
We'd better help him. At this rate, who knows when this will end?
On the other side, Mu Huanling murmured softly. Following Hua Qianzui's instructions, she had been observing from the sidelines for a long time without taking any action.
A metallic ice blue umbrella slowly materialized.
Mu Huanling's gaze turned cold as she raised the umbrella in her hand. Thousands of ice needles shot out from the tip of the umbrella, aiming straight for the raging sea of flames in the distance.
Clang! A blade's shadow flashed.
Platinum flames carved out a crescent-shaped blade arc in midair, severing the countless ice needles and instantly melting them into nothingness. Emerging from the firelight, Linny advanced slowly. His white-written blade pointed unceremoniously at Mu Huanling's face as he spoke calmly, "You shall not pass."
Ha!
Just a lackey by Hua Qianyu's side, and yet you speak so arrogantly. Mu Huanling sneered, retorting with contempt as she looked at Linny with disdain.
I said, "You shall not pass."
Linny repeated in a low murmur.
Above his head, a phantom of a divine phoenix suddenly appeared.
His eyes turned golden, his hair fluttering as if engulfed in strands of crimson gold fire.
A faint golden sigil emerged between his brows. Phoenix flame melding the sky. Under the abnormal heat, the air distorted effortlessly.
Linny raised his gaze slightly, the sudden surge of source energy in him making his expression appear divinely majestic. In Mu Huanling's slightly shifting gaze, the written blade pierced through the air, aimed mercilessly at her face.
Boom! The ice-blue umbrella barely parried this fierce blow.
Mu Huanling's expression grew grave, and she dared not show the slightest negligence. Just as she prepared to counterattack, Lin Yi's figure closed in immediately. He gripped the blade again, unleashing source energy several times more potent than before. In an instant, the phoenix flame erupted with catastrophic force, carrying an overwhelming might that exploded fully in a blink. Mu Huanling lost her balance, retreating repeatedly. Ice elements spread lightly beneath her feet, instantly forming ice that anchored her to the ground. Yet before she could catch her breath, Linny was already within arm's reach, his platinum flames soaring skyward, showing no sign of diminishing.
Clang, clang, clang.
The clash between the Nine Spirits' blood flame sword and the dark greatsword continued unabated. Blood dripped from the corner of Hua Qianyu's mouth, and his arms and cheeks bore numerous cuts from sword energy.
Hua Qianzui was equally disheveled.
The wounds from the earlier ice crystals still lingered, now joined by several new and ghastly sword gashes. His hair was in utter disarray, yet his smile was disturbingly bloodthirsty and exhilarated.
He. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent.
It was worth waiting so long.
You really are a formidable opponent.
Hua Qianzui's laughter was eerie, the black light in his eyes like a malevolent spirit struggling to escape its cage. He swung his greatsword diagonally, aiming at Hua Qianyu's waist. The black sword energy flared, forming a jagged crescent of light.
Hua Qianyu neither dodged nor flinched.
The Nine Spirits' blood flame sword swung upward at a perilous angle, targeting Hua Qianzui's head. Scarlet flames surged, forming a fiery blade shadow 3 times wider than before, exuding an endless killing intent. Each strike from the two aimed straight for vital points, showing no trace of mercy. This was nothing like the casual matches meant for entertainment.
SHHHK.
The dark greatsword sliced across Hua Qianyu's waist, producing a grotesque spray of blood. Hua Qianyu's brow furrowed slightly, yet his movements did not falter for even a moment. Whoosh! The Nine Spirits' blood flame sword slashed mercilessly. Hua Qianzui deftly ducked, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow as it skimmed his scalp.
However, his hair, blown upright by the shockwave, was not so fortunate.
The hair tie snapped, and his long hair was severed by the blade, leaving Hua Qianzui's once meticulously kept locks utterly destroyed. Black strands of hair slowly drifted down from midair.
Hua Qianzui's gaze momentarily froze.
Staring at the strands falling steadily, he stood there, stunned and motionless.
I'll give you a free haircut. No need to thank me.
Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, the pain radiating from his waist and ribs still present.
Yet, compared to cutting off Hua Qianzui's hair, it seemed hardly worth mentioning. You.
Hua Qianzui gently raised his hand, catching a strand of the fallen hair. Then, his gaze grew colder and colder, as if the surrounding light was eerily vanishing into nothingness. Black energy surged wildly, spreading at a maddening speed. Hua Qianzui suddenly lifted his head, his pitch-black pupils locking on sharply.
Boom! The muffled roar echoed like heavenly thunder descending upon the world.
The dark aura surrounding Hua Qianzui exploded abruptly, forming a terrifying pressure so suffocating it defied description. His black hair stood on end, every strand radiating an unfathomably deep and dark glow. On his bewitching, handsome face, streaks of jet-black patterns quietly emerged, forming a sinister mark between his brows. Could this be the fallen nether demonic body? The South Huang Palace Master leaned forward, his voice heavy with astonishment. Indeed, the Nether Knight Palace Master nodded, a smile playing on his lips. A talent with an exceptionally high affinity for darkness. Our Nether Knight Divine Palace has never seen one of his kind before. The South Huang Palace Master's gaze flickered lightly as he murmured in realization, 7 days ago, I had my suspicions, but I couldn't be certain.
This kid hides himself quite well.
The Nether Knight Palace Master turned his eyes sideways and said, I too observed him for a long time before finally confirming it.
Heh, things are about to get interesting.
Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows deeply.
Hua Qianzui's aura suddenly surged once more. Their earlier confrontation had clearly not even scratched the surface of his limits.
Gripping the nine-spirit blood ember sword tightly, Hua Qianyu focused all his mental energy ahead with unwavering intensity.
Hua Qianzui's pupils dilated, reflecting an ever-deepening black light.
The colossal dark sword descended, as if pressing endless, boundless darkness upon the very souls of the world.
You are beyond redemption. Hua Qianzui's furious roar echoed through the heavens and earth, the resentment surging through the soul. An endless force of darkness suddenly coalesced into a ferocious, bloodthirsty ancient demonic shadow. You wa! Hiya ha 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 ha! Woo! Ha ha ha!
From within the shadow, sharp and eerie sounds reverberated, blending laughter and tears, joy and sorrow. It was like the wailing of malevolent spirits, yet also resembled the cries of infants. Underneath the demonic shadow stood Hua Qianzui, his figure shrouded by the extreme black aura that dyed his pupils into dark, star-like orbs of the night, cold and devoid of vitality, without even the slightest hint of emotion.
Die!
A cold whisper slipped from his lips as his speed abruptly surged.
The dark greatsword, enveloped in an overwhelming black radiance, shot directly toward Hua Qianyu's head.
Wherever it passed, the space itself shook violently. Blinding black light engulfed everything before Hua Qianyu's eyes, leaving no other colors, only the oppressive, soul-crushing terror of darkness. The fiery glow of the nine-spirit blood flame sword dimmed significantly, even pitifully, like an inconspicuous star in the vast cosmos. Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows and concentrated, activating the flowing light blood shadow technique in an instant.
The unique battle
technique enveloped his entire body in a shroud of blood energy, transforming him into countless indistinguishable crimson afterimages. The flowing light blood shadow originated from the signature movement technique of the flowing light thief king. After perfecting his illusory vision, Hua Qianyu had spent countless hours in the training chambers, grasping its essence. Though it seemed simple to master, the technique held countless intricacies. Every release of energy, every step taken, every
turn, each movement had to achieve absolute precision and balance. Without perfection, the desired effect would remain unattainable. Thanks to the augmentation of the Blood Dragon Emperor soul, what would have otherwise been an unmanageable mental technique came effortlessly to Hua Qianyu. In less than a day, he could attempt its activation. Yet even with his near-demonic aptitude, it took him 3 full days to progress from initiation to proficiency in the flowing light blood shadow, a testament to its difficulty. Despite this, even with the technique enhancing him, Hua Qianyu barely managed to match the speed of Hua Qianzui, whose physical abilities had surged in every aspect. The dark greatsword tore through the air, and the sheer force of its oncoming gale stung Hua Qianyu's cheeks. As the blood shadows converged, a crimson sword arc swept outward. Boom, crack, crack, crack.
The fiery sword energy, which had previously held its own against the dark radiance, suddenly crumbled like a breached dam.
Overwhelmed
by the immense force, Hua Qianyu's body abruptly sank by half a torso, his legs plunging deep into the shattered arena floor.
Bang bang bang.
The sound of collapsing stones resembled the sky falling. The solid stone platform beneath Hua Qianyu's legs fractured into countless shards, creating an enormous, shocking crater that split the arena in two.
Hua Qianyu's body fell toward the center of the pit.
His pants were shredded beyond recognition, and his legs were covered in blood-red wounds. His raised palms were forced to grip the sharp blade of the nine-spirit blood flame sword, struggling to block the descending dark greatsword.
Drip, drip, drip.
Scarlet blood seeped from his lacerated hands, trickling down his arms and pooling into a chilling fountain of blood at his feet. Hua Qianyu lifted his head slightly, his scattered gaze reflecting Hua Qianzui's murky, shadowed eyes and the sinister, devil-like grin curling at his lips.
Ha, he, ha ha ha, die. Black radiance erupted once more.
The dense black fog enveloping the dark greatsword seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and as it pressed downward, Hua Qianyu felt as if the heavens themselves were collapsing. His already faltering body instantly lost balance and was violently slammed onto the ground with his back first.
Boom, crack.
The terrifying sound of bones fracturing echoed sharply. Hua Qianyu distinctly felt the vertebrae in his back dislocating and twisting. The crystal and blood glow in his eyes no longer shone like stars.
Unprecedented weakness surged through him.
Hua Qianyu struggled to lift his body, but the oppressive demonic aura descended once more.
A shadowy foot stomped on his chest, slamming him back down. Thud!
The back of his head struck a protruding stone with a harsh impact. The foot on his chest ground down repeatedly, forcing the clotted blood to surge backward. A mist of blood sprayed faintly from his lips. Through his blurred vision, Hua Qianyu saw Hua Qianzui's body bending closer, his ferocious eyes growing larger, and his lips twisted into an ecstatic, hoarse, and sinister grin.
He. Ha 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 ha. I am the strongest. Ha 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 ha.
The Southern Desolation Hall Master narrowed his gaze, his voice heavy with severity. The fallen Nether demonic body, its terror is unimaginable. The Nether Night Hall Master's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam as he murmured, once the fallen Nether demonic body is activated, speed, strength, source energy, reflexes, all the body's functions will surge exponentially.
However,
the Master of the Southern Radiance Palace stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing into slits. This fallen Nether demon body seems somewhat deranged, with its power completely out of control. Exactly so, replied the Master of the Nether Night Palace with a nod, his tone solemn. When the fallen Nether demon body is activated, the host is
subjected to the negative erosion of dark power, far exceeding what their strength can bear. As a result, their personality becomes bloodthirsty and savage. I see. That is indeed quite dangerous.
The Master of the Southern Radiance Palace lowered his gaze slightly, muttering ambiguously. No wonder everyone from your Nether Night Palace looks like a raving lunatic. This dark power is practically a chronic poison. That's not incorrect, the Master of the Nether Night Palace admitted, his hoarse voice carrying a trace of gravity. It seems that Hua Qianzui still needs some serious training. After all, among the 9 elemental forces, the dark element undoubtedly ranks near the top in overall power but is also widely acknowledged as the most difficult to control and the most prone to violent instability.
The scene turned gruesome, making many spectators feel queasy.
Some opted to shut their eyes, while even the well-experienced Zhang Junlong found his scalp tingling.
He stood up stiffly, muttering under his breath, Hua Qianyu. Lin Yi, who had been entangled with Mu Huanling, suddenly had his pupils constrict at the sight of the distant abyssal pit.
The blazing phoenix flames from his Baili Tangdao flared as he swiftly broke away from the countless icy shadows coming at him. He abruptly turned, dashing toward Hua Qianyu's direction. His phoenix eyes, usually commanding and calm, now emitted chaotic and distorted fiery light.
SSSHHH.
A thick ice wall rose abruptly before him, sealing his path entirely. Baili slashed out violently, the erupting platinum flames causing the ice wall to tremble fiercely, but it showed no signs of breaking.
Trying to leave? Did I say you could?
Mu Huanling approached him leisurely, her fingers twirling her long hair. That exquisite, pale face wore a particularly chilling smile. She flicked her jade-like hand, and in midair, a dense, white frost mist appeared, condensing in an instant into hundreds of icy blades. Under her command, they locked onto every possible escape route around Lin Yi.
The freezing cold mirrored Lin Yi's sealed vitality.
Mu Huanling's finger pointed downward lightly, and the hundreds of ice blades, filled with merciless killing intent, descended violently. Lin Yi had no time to spare. He clenched his teeth, the flames of the Baili Tangdao flashing brilliantly. The 100 strikes returned to origin combined with the phoenix flames activated silently.
Hua Qianzui's face was twisted with madness.
Even as Hua Qianyu was barely clinging to life, his foot pressed mercilessly against her chest, showing no sign of relenting. You've lost. He chuckled lowly, his gaze lowering to savor Hua Qianyu's pathetic, defeated posture up close. But at that moment, Hua Qianyu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened without warning. A deep and mysterious purple light erupted, shooting directly into the abyss-like depths of Hua Qianzui's eyes.
Phantom. Void. Gaze.
The words escaped her lips in a whisper, and under the purple glow, Hua Qianzui's ferocious gaze turned vacant in an instant. His mental sea blanked out, overtaken by an indescribable, terrifying dizziness. At the same time, the black aura enveloping Hua Qianyu's body retracted wildly. A layer of fiercely burning crimson flames engulfed her entire body, and the sudden eruption of primordial energy blasted Hua Qianzui's immobilized body far into the distance. The purple light ceased, and Hua Qianzui's vision cleared again, but before he could fully react, the tip of the Nine Spirits' blood-flame sword was already gathering a massive concentration of fire element.
Hua Qianyu's expression was icy.
The Nine Spirits' blood-flame sword pointed forward, and the enormous crimson flame gathered at its tip compressed to the size of a thumb before shooting out in a thin, concentrated beam of fire.
100 strikes returned to origin. Boom!
The beam pierced through layers of space, carving a hideous, gory hole through Hua Qianzui's left shoulder.
Blood gushed out like a fountain.
But it was far from over. With a flash of blood-red light, Hua Qianyu appeared instantly before the still-dazed Hua Qianzui. His palm reached out, grabbing the face of the sinister man with tightly clenched fingers.
He lifted Hua Qianzue effortlessly, then slammed him viciously into the ground. Bang! Bang! Crack, crack, crack.
The cracks spread once more across the arena floor, and Hua Qianzue's body crashed into yet another pit, his battered form mirroring the earlier state of Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianyu's expression was icy cold.
He was never one to let a grudge go unanswered, and he always settled scores immediately.
How could he possibly allow Hua Qianzue to continue flaunting his arrogance?
Lifting his foot lightly, he prepared to stomp on Hua Qianzue's chest in the same manner. But suddenly, a stiff arm shot up, grabbing his lower leg tightly. Hua Qianyu's gaze lowered in confusion, a suffocating and chilling sense of oppression suddenly blanketing his very soul.
Flower Qianzue's consciousness had somehow awakened, staring at him with an eerie posture and letting out a low, sinister laugh. He, ah, ha 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 ha.
Crack! That slender, bone-defined hand suddenly plunged completely into Hua Qianyu's lower leg. The terrifying wave of dark energy resurrected once more, and with a shudder of Flower Qianzue's arm, Hua Qianyu was flung 100 meters away.
Buzz!
A strange sound reverberated as Flower Qianzue slowly rose to his feet. In his lightly raised palm, a pitch-black vortex began to form, drawing the distant dark greatsword back into his grasp. A sinister smirk played on his lips, his slightly open pupils still brimming with flowing black light. Raising the dark greatsword high, a shadowy demonic phantom coalesced above his head, devouring all light within this space.
I will make you fall into eternal darkness.
As Flower Qianzue's deep voice faded, the demonic phantom folded in upon itself, entirely merging with the dark greatsword.
In an instant, it was cloaked in a nightmarish, desolate black glow. Fallen. Emperor. Doom. God. Boom.
In the midair above the arena, a colossal, ominous sword shadow suddenly appeared. The moment it condensed, everyone's pupils reflected its terrifying darkness, filling them with dread.
Thump. 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 Light was engulfed and devoured by an endless darkness.
The terrifying aura radiating outward extended beyond the arena, pulling the already panicked spectators into a swamp of despair. The Thunderstorm Hall Master furrowed his brows deeply. With his palm lowered, a flash of divine purple lightning formed a sturdy barrier of thunder, perfectly isolating the arena from the outside world.
Should we intervene?
The Eternal Hall Master spoke, his voice resonating like an ancient, solemn chant. If this continues, the losses might outweigh the gains. No, the Dark Knight Hall Master shook his head, his voice particularly low and calm.
Let's wait a little longer.
The Eternal Hall Master looked slightly startled, but his withered palms gently opened, and a vibrant, glowing green sprout sprouted forth, emanating an intense aura of life.
Boom! Hua Qianzue's eyes filled with ferocity as his arms swung fiercely.
The massive dark sword slashed down, and the long-condensed shadow of the ominous sword erupted forth. Screech! The sound of the sword shadow tearing through the air reverberated across the heavens and the earth. In midair, it transformed into the image of a demon with gaping, bloodied fangs, bombarding Hua Qianyu at a speed impossible to track with mere spiritual perception.
Wherever it passed, sand and stones disintegrated into nothingness.
The competition arena of the Nine Spirits Hall had already been reduced to ruins. Amidst the howling waves of energy, Hua Qianyu's silver hair billowed wildly, her robes fluttering in chaos, and a piercing, soul-shaking flame glimmered in her blood-red eyes. Above her head, a shadow of a blood moon, chaotic and overwhelming, illuminated the sky. Leaping into the air, Hua Qianyu's body pierced through the fiery shadow of the blood moon.
Clang!
The fiery mirror shattered on impact, fracturing into countless tiny fragments of flame.
Hua Qianyu's silhouette emerged from the shimmering light.
Her radiant silver hair extending rapidly, cascading down to her waist. At the center of her forehead, a strange, glimmering half-moon mark appeared. The lingering fragments of flame, yet to dissipate, were drawn to the slowly unsheathing Nine Spirits Bloodfire sword, converging madly into a blazing shadow of inferno.
Destroying the heavens and scorching the moon, merciless and traceless. Fallen Emperor, descending God, scorching moon's trace. Is this the lingering end of darkness, or the radiant rise of crimson flames?
At this moment, all of Hua Qianyu's fire elemental energy burned with unrestrained intensity. Her eyes, noble like those of a deity, carried an overwhelming might of flame as they locked onto Hua Qianzue's body. The world abruptly fell silent. On the entire arena, only the all-encompassing shadow of darkness and the radiant crimson blaze remained.
Even Lin Yi's phoenix flame and Mu Huanling's azure ice were completely overshadowed. Ah! This is... What? What in the world is this? Terrifying. Is this really just a friendly match?
Beyond the arena, countless spectators murmured in a dazed stupor, their souls shaken.
Boom 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 bang bang bang, thud, 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 crash, crash, crash. Two distinct energies collided ferociously under the watchful eyes of thousands, erupting into an explosion of thunderous destruction. The once indestructible arena, forged by the Nine Spirits Hall, was now crisscrossed with countless terrifying fissures. Sand and stone swept up in chaos, obliterating any semblance of its original form. Buzz. Amid the swirling dust and smoke, two black silhouettes were flung out almost simultaneously, crashing into the thunder-forged barrier that isolated the arena. Sizzle. The accompanying entanglement of lightning left the two figures, already in a wretched state, even more battered. Thud. Hua Qianyu and Hua Qianzui's bodies hit the ground simultaneously. For a long time, neither of them could rise. The Eternal Hall Master raised his hand, releasing a surge of vibrant green energy infused with immense vitality. But it was abruptly stopped by a surge of black mist released by the Dark Knight Hall Master. What is the meaning of this? The Eternal Hall Master frowned deeply. Not yet, the Dark Knight Hall Master shook his head, his hoarse voice sounding particularly strange. The two of them have not yet reached their limits. This match must continue until Hua Qianzui regains his composure, only then will it end. The residual energy waves lifted Mu Huanling's long hair high into the air. She glanced at the two figures fallen in the distance, then immediately turned her gaze downward, her expression indifferent as she looked at Lin Yi, who also lay motionless at her feet. Mu Huanling's attacks seemed plain and unremarkable. Given Lin Yi's current strength and his mastery of Phoenix Flame, he initially held an overwhelming advantage. But as time passed, he felt his movements growing slower, his entire body colder. His blood and elemental energy seemed to freeze, rendering him unable to exert any strength. In the end, the cold seemed to have invaded his very soul. His physical body trembled uncontrollably, his spirit shuddering endlessly. His face was coated with a layer of frosty white ice, leaving him utterly immobile. Faced with this abnormal scene, the expressions of the Hall Masters varied. Among them, the Northern Wave Hall Master appeared the least surprised. The corners of her lips curved slightly upward, her expression proud as she said, "Well, allow me to inform everyone Linger possesses both the Snow Soul Heart and the Ice Spirit Body. With such a talent, her position as the North Lan Divine Maiden is unquestionably deserved." The Eastern Lan Hall Master displayed a look of shock and asked, "Is it truly the Snow Soul Heart that perceives all things and the Ice Spirit Body that is said to freeze souls?" The Snow Soul Heart and Ice Spirit Body, the most mysterious innate constitutions recorded in the annals of the North Lan Temple, were the glory every North Lan Hall Master aspired to forge. To some extent, the unique Divine Maiden selection mechanism of the North Lan Temple was established precisely because of the Snow Soul Heart and Ice Spirit Body. At last, not disappointing the expectations of many, this perfect divine miracle was realized in the current North Lan Divine Maiden. Looking at the priceless treasure she had personally nurtured radiating brilliance, how could she not feel a surge of pride? In the future, under the leadership of this generation's North Lan Divine Maiden, the North Lan Temple would undoubtedly reach unprecedented heights. Indeed, the North Lan Hall Master nodded with a smile, then turned her gaze to the Southern Huang Hall Master, whose brows were furrowed, and mockingly said, "It seems that the Phoenix God Body, which the Southern Huang Hall Master had placed such high hopes on, is nothing more than a joke in front of my North Lan Divine Maiden." For the Southern Huang Hall Master to have insulted her so publicly in front of so many people had been the greatest disgrace of her life. Using this opportunity to disgust her opponent a little was a small way to reclaim some dignity. But her smile had barely appeared when it froze abruptly. The Southern Huang Hall Master turned slightly, casting a sidelong glance with a sneer. "Ha! What a so-called North Lan Divine Maiden! Taken in by the North Lan Temple at the age of 3, her body altered with all sorts of rare medicinal baths for 12 whole years, and only then did she awaken the Snow Soul Heart and Ice Spirit Body. Yet she's still stuck below the 3rd stage. Tell me, what are you so proud of? Such a petty, robe-like method of cultivation. Aside from your North Lan Temple, none of the other Hall Masters, myself included, would even bother stooping to such tactics." The North Lan Hall Master's willow brows furrowed, her silver teeth clenched as she rebuked, "And so what? The outcome of this competition is decided. Even if you, Southern Huang, interfere, it won't change a thing." "Humph." The Southern Huang Hall Master snorted disdainfully, her blazing sun-like eyes gazing down without a trace of emotion. "It seems your end has come. Hua Qianyu can no longer protect herself, there's no one left to save you." Mu Huanling cast a cold glance, her voice laced with derision. "How laughable it is that the spot he once fought so selflessly to secure for you has, in the end, amounted to nothing but waste." "Ha ha." Lin Yi let out a bitter laugh. Staring at Hua Qianyu's fallen figure, a faint platinum flame flickered to life on his chest.
Mu Huanling's eyes reflected the bright flames of the phoenix fire, but this final act of defiance only deepened her disdain and scorn. Her expression turned contemptuous, and she sneered, "Ha! What phoenix god body? This feeble flame isn't even as strong as firewood, it's utterly pathetic." Lin Yi closed his eyes. The icy aura around his body seemed to calm his inner being. He opened his mouth slightly, murmuring as if to himself, "Fire is everything to me. It is warm and fierce, yet so simple and pure. And I am merely the most ordinary among all fire wielders." He slowly raised his gaze, looking at the platinum flame flickering in his palm. "Phoenix god body? Phoenix fire? Heh, such grandeur was never something I dared dream of. But there was one person who personally infused this power into my body." Lin Yi chuckled softly, his voice tinged with an array of complex emotions. The platinum flame began to burn brighter. It was but a small wisp, yet it was extraordinarily dense and dazzling as it pushed back the frost that reached into his soul. On his face, streaks resembling platinum lava began to emerge. Golden flames danced wildly in his eyes. Mu Huanling's expression shifted drastically. This sudden, extraordinary transformation stirred deep unease in her heart. "This is the only power I can rely on," Lin Yi murmured, standing upright as his body became engulfed in phoenix fire, rendering his figure indistinct and inscrutable. Even if he had to exhaust everything, even if he had to burn himself to ashes, he would ensure the might of the phoenix illuminated this arena. The phoenix origin blood gifted by Hua Qianyu carried all of Lin Yi's pride and fighting spirit. At this very moment, it burned completely. On the blade of Bai Li, the phoenix fire surged wildly. It poured forth Lin Yi's boiling blood, radiating the most brilliant phoenix flames ever seen. "Burn the phoenix divine blood, gather all the power of the phoenix, this strike will defeat you. 100 strikes. Return to origin." Clang! 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 The phoenix let out a sorrowful cry. A divine phoenix apparition emerged in response, its presence shrouding the heavens and dimming even the sun. Within the grand Nine Spirits Hall, all heads turned skyward. Within their eyes, a pair of platinum wings spread wide, a phoenix soared high, cutting through the sky with a trail of platinum flames, hurtling down toward Mu Huanling. Buzz! 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 Mu Huanling stared blankly upwards. The descending phoenix's shadow intensified layer by layer, radiating an unbearable and terrifying fiery might, a force beyond her capacity to withstand a shadow capable of incinerating the heavens. It was a power clearly surpassing the limits of the second tier, reaching the realm of the third, which she had yet to attain. Mu Huanling's body remained motionless, allowing the platinum shadow to release an increasingly scorching breath of flames. "Linger!" The Northern Lawn Palace master suddenly rose to her feet, panic-stricken, disregarding her status as she lunged forward. Boom! Beside her, golden flames erupted, crashing down like divine judgment, forcibly slamming the Northern Lawn Palace master back into her seat just as she attempted to rise. It was none other than the Southern Huang Palace master, who had been readying her power for some time. "Nan Huang, you!" The Northern Lawn Palace master's face paled, her eyes filled with shock and fury. The Tingni Palace master exclaimed in alarm, "Nan Huang, what are you doing? Stay put, and nobody makes a move." The Southern Huang Palace master's expression was ominously grim, and her voice carried a suffocating chill. "Lin Yi has already ignited his divine body. This strike, even if it's the Northern Lawn goddess, must be endured. I want to see who dares to interfere." The last sentence was practically a roar, and the fire in her downward gaze did not waver in the slightest. Boom! The phoenix fell, exploding into an enormous golden sea of flames, mercilessly swallowing both Mu Huanling and Lin Yi. Only then did the Southern Huang Palace master slowly rise. With a wave of her hand, the terrifying sea of fire vanished without a trace, revealing two unconscious and exhausted figures. Lin Yi and Mu Huanling both had been critically injured by this devastating strike. Bang! The space quaked as the Southern Huang Palace master instantly appeared on the competition platform, grabbing Lin Yi by the shoulder, before returning to her seat just as swiftly. "Immortal, Shang Yao, your turn." The Southern Huang Palace master muttered gravely. No further explanation was needed, the two immediately understood her intent. The Immortal Palace master clenched her hand, and a stream of emerald life energy began pouring into Lin Yi's body. At the same time, the sacred light within the luminous mist gently enveloped him. With the combined power of these two forces, Lin Yi's wounds rapidly healed, and his nearly extinguished life force quickly revived. Ha! What a lunatic! To win, he didn't even hesitate to ignite his divine body. Though the words were laced with reproach, the Southern Huang Palace master spoke them with an unusual excitement, even a faint trace of admiration. A cluster of extraordinarily pure emerald flames emerged in the palm of the southern Huang Palace master. The instant it appeared, the previously dissipating phoenix power within Ling Yi's body stabilized and began to flow back.
This is the purifying flame?
The Tingyi Palace master exclaimed in shock, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on the flames in the southern Huang Palace master's hand. The purifying flame, one of the rare fire sources of the southern Huang God Palace. While not outstanding in raw power, it had the unique ability to cleanse impurities and purify divine bodies. Because of this special trait, the southern Huang Palace master had always treasured it, guarding it as an invaluable treasure that even outsiders rarely glimpsed.
But now, unexpectedly. Ha! The southern Huang Palace master's eyes narrowed as she gently pressed the emerald flame into Ling Yi's chest.
As the emerald light flickered, the phoenix bloodline within Ling Yi's body, which had been incinerated and silenced, suddenly awakened and began to quietly grow stronger. The other palace masters were visibly stunned, and even the Minji Palace master chuckled. The southern Huang Palace master is truly generous, giving away the purifying flame just like that. The southern Huang Palace master's gaze remained calm and commanding. Supporting the still unconscious Lin Yi, she suddenly let out a low laugh.
This little one is a madman. And what I admire most is madmen. Her laughter ceased, and her words were delivered with the weight of divine authority. From this moment forth, Lin Yi shall be the southern Huang God Palace's southern Huang divine son. The Lord of Thunderstorm Palace narrowed her violet eyes and asked gravely, Nanhang, the divine sun symbolizes the future of the divine temple. This is not a matter to be taken lightly. Do I look like I'm joking?
The Lord of Nanhang Palace raised her eyebrows sharply and said coldly, every word I speak represents the will of Nanhang.
Outsiders have no right to comment.
The Lord of Thunderstorm Palace remains silent. In that case, allow this old one to congratulate the Lord of Nanhang Palace, the immortal palace lord said with a gentle smile.
This young one has exceptional talent, remaining calm even in adversity. Indeed, a worthy successor for Nanhang.
Thank you for your kind words, immortal palace lord, the Lord of Nanhang replied with a faint smile.
With the immortal palace lord setting the example, the other palace lords followed suit, offering their congratulations one after another.
In response, the Lord of Nanhang Palace acknowledged them symbolically but did not take these words of congratulation to heart. Looking across the entire world, the 9 divine palaces indeed formed a solid alliance, working together to safeguard the Huaxia divine kingdom. However, within the borders of the kingdom, conflicts, both overt and covert, among the 9 divine palaces were all too common.
Today, succumbing to the authority of the Lord of Nanhang Palace, the other palace lords dared not jeopardize their surface-level relations. Yet, if Nanhang were ever to decline, these so-called allies, once respectful and cooperative, would turn into enemies eager to kick them while they're down.
The Lord of Nanhang Palace sneered internally. From his lofty position and extensive experience, he could see through the filth of human nature. What he could do was ensure that the divine palace of Nanhang would never fear any threat, regardless of the circumstances. On the arena, water rippled gently, forming a cascading curtain. The Lord of Beilan Palace slowly emerged. She did not offer congratulations to the Lord of Nanhang Palace but instead headed directly to Mu Huanling. Her face was full of worry. After probing with her spiritual energy, her deeply furrowed brows finally relaxed slightly.
Mu Huanling was not seriously hurt. Her internal injuries were minimal, thanks to the robust body cultivated through 12 years of medicinal baths in the divine palace of Beilan.
However, her external injuries made her look utterly wretched. Blood stained her body, and her clothes had been shredded by the residual energy, faintly revealing her bare skin. The Lord of Beilan Palace frowned slightly. With a wave of icy energy, she restored Mu Huanling's tattered clothing, then draped a turquoise cloak over her shoulders. The water curtain swirled again as the Lord of Beilan Palace gently carried Mu Huanling back to her seat in silence. Without a word, emerald and golden lights simultaneously emerged and slowly infused into Mu Huanling's body. Her wounds gradually healed, but the icy expression of the Lord of Beilan Palace did not soften in the slightest. Below the arena, Zheng Junlong was utterly bewildered. He had seen it clearly. Lin Yi had used some self-harming technique to severely injure Mu Huanling, causing both of them to be engulfed in the platinum sea of fire. But before he could react, the Lord of Nanhang Palace, clad in red robes, suddenly appeared and took Lin Yi away. Immediately after, the unconscious Mu Huanling was also carried off by the Lord of Beilan Palace, dressed in green. Zhang Junlong was dumbfounded, but what shocked him wasn't the fact that the lords of Nanhang and Beilan had personally intervened to save people. What stunned him was why, despite also being left incapacitated, Hua Qianyu and Hua Qianzui, lying amid the ruins, were entirely ignored. What was going on here? Wasn't this blatant discrimination?
Could it be that the palace lords were jealous of those two for being too handsome?
As Zhang Junlong wildly speculated, a figure slowly rose from the rubble in the distance. He was covered in dust, his silver hair dulled by grime, no longer radiant. His chest heaved violently, and he let out labored breaths. Hua Qianyu. After the clash of their ultimate attacks, his source energy was nearly depleted. However, his spiritual power and the Blood Dragon Emperor's soul still allowed him to sense the energy fluctuations around him. What the dragon's soul transmitted to his mental sea was an unusually turbulent phoenix force, so powerful that it left him in awe. What happened just now? He asked himself quietly. The Blood Dragon Emperor hesitated briefly before responding. Lin Yi incinerated his phoenix source blood, forcibly elevating his source energy aura to the third tier and defeating that young girl. Lin Yi burned his phoenix source blood. No wonder the phoenix force earlier exceeded the limits of the second tier.
Are there any after effects?
Hua Qianyu raised his head, his tone exceptionally calm. None, the Blood Dragon Emperor replied, but the phoenix source blood will enter dormancy. To recover it, alternative methods will be required. The Blood Dragon Emperor naturally didn't know that the Lord of Nanhang Palace had already used the purifying fire to revive Lin Yi's phoenix source blood moments earlier.
I see. Hua Qianyu took a deep breath, steadying his still chaotic source energy aura.
As long as there was no threat to his life, anything else was merely trivial. He scanned the surroundings, but his gaze did not find Lin Yi, nor did he see Mu Huanling. Presumably, they were outside the arena, tending to their injuries. Shifting his focus forward, about 100 meters away, Hua Qianzui sat with eyes closed, deeply entrenched among the chaotic rubble. Referee. Hua Qianyu suddenly raised her eyes and looked at the revered Jingyuan sovereign.
Can the result of the match be announced now?
Hearing this, Jingyuan sovereign first glanced in the direction of Hua Qianzui, confirming that the opponent had not yet regained full
consciousness.
Then he spoke decisively. In that case, I hereby announce, the winner of the match between the imperial capital and Jiangcheng is.
Wait a moment.
A hoarse and deep voice interrupted him.
Directly in front of Hua Qianyu, the once silent figure finally stood up. Crack, crack, crack.
Several bent fingers were forcibly straightened by Hua Qianzui, yet he did not even blink. Instead, he let out a low chuckle. Sovereign Lord, I can still fight. His eyes still glimmered with black light, and the cold, dark aura around Hua Qianzui had not diminished. Only the black mist enveloping his body had thinned considerably. It was evident that Hua Qianzui's source energy was also nearly depleted.
Jingyuan sovereign's gaze deepened as he warned, Hua Qianzui, are you sure? Both of you are already out of source energy. No need for source energy. Even in hand-to-hand combat, I will crush him under my feet, Hua Qianzui sneered arrogantly. Jingyuan sovereign turned his gaze to Hua Qianyu. And you? Do you choose to concede?
No need, Hua Qianyu slowly shook her head, her smile growing more playful.
In fact, I couldn't ask for anything better. Hand-to-hand combat? He had never seen anyone make such an audacious demand in front of him. How could he not grant it? Very well, Jingyuan sovereign nodded.
He did not press further and spoke calmly, if that's the case, then continue.
Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. Even without source energy, Hua Qianzui's momentum remained imposing.
He let out a wild laugh and instantly stepped forward several times, his fist, shrouded in black mist, directly launching a frontal strike. At this point in the battle, neither had the energy to execute combat techniques, nor did they need any flashy moves. I never thought they'd continue fighting, the East Lan Palace master remarked, his voice tinged with helplessness.
Both of them have already exhausted their source energy, yet they're still thinking about hand-to-hand combat. TSK, are these two battle maniacs?
The Ming Knight Palace master chuckled faintly and responded, the fallen nether demon physique can forge an indestructible demonic body for its host. Even without source energy, Hua Qianzui's combat strength is at least at the early second tier. Moreover, the Ming Knight Palace master paused briefly before continuing, he has not yet awakened from the dark negative erosion.
You mean to say, the current fallen nether demon physique actually has an overwhelming advantage? The South Huang Palace master blinked slowly and spoke leisurely.
The Ming Knight Palace master did not deny it, murmuring, precisely.
Jiangqing's side might suffer a bit.
His words were abruptly cut off. The black mist around the Ming Knight Palace master suddenly churned incessantly. This sudden anomaly caused all the palace masters to focus their attention, their spiritual senses extending downward.
In their sight appeared two motionless figures.
One maintained a posture of lunging forward with a punch, while the other simply extended a single hand, firmly locking the opponent's fist in his palm.
Hua Qianzui's pupils contracted.
He had never imagined that a punch he had gathered all his physical strength to execute would be so easily neutralized. And it was done with such ease. If one looked closely, Hua Qianyu's arm was entwined with spirals of blood-red energy. But it was not the source energy of fire. It was power cultivated from the Blood Dragon Emperor Cannon, a force only the dragon race could perfectly wield, dragon power. How is this possible? The Ming Knight Palace Master's gaze froze, his lips spilling a low, absent-minded murmur.
The South Huang Palace Master's observation was the most meticulous.
His eyes narrowed as he spoke slowly. That boy's source energy aura has changed.
That is definitely not fire.
Others might be deceived by the similar colors of the source energy, but who was the South Huang Palace Master? When it came to understanding the fire element, no one in this world surpassed him.
Not fire?
The Thunder Mist Palace Master exclaimed in astonishment.
Then, what exactly is it? Have none of you noticed? The South Huang Palace Master's brows furrowed as he murmured, that is not elemental energy at all. It seems more like
legendary dragon power. The Saint Radiance Palace Master suddenly interjected. Her usually gentle and calm voice sounded unusually unsettled at this moment.
Exactly. The South Huang Palace Master nodded, his radiant eyes widening significantly.
The other Palace Masters all displayed expressions of lingering shock. Even the perpetually indifferent Phantom Void Palace Master was no exception.
You. The black light in Hua Qianzui's eyes dissipated.
No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't break free from Hua Qianyu's grasp, as if trapped in an insurmountable cage.
Hua Qianyu's expression remained indifferent.
With a slight twist of his arm, the power of the dragon lightly flowed, and Hua Qianzui's arm was effortlessly twisted and rotated, forcibly dislocating with a harsh motion. Hua Qianzui's face contorted in pain, cold sweat streaming down his face from the excruciating agony. Yet, even so, he clenched his teeth tightly, desperately keeping himself from crying out. Though he knew he was no match, he never once showed any intention of admitting defeat. In his dark, shadowed eyes, a terrifying ferocity gleamed.
Hua Qianyu sighed inwardly.
The opponent's mind was clearly clouded, and continuing further would be utterly meaningless. Activating the illusory void vision, Hua Qianyu's blood-red eyes turned purple. Using the power of the dragon soul, he conjured the image of the Blood Dragon Emperor within Hua Qianzui's mental sea. Roar! The Blood Shadow Dragon's roar resounded within Hua Qianzui's pitch-black mental sea, dispersing the swirling dark mist in an instant. In that moment, the eerie black gleam in Hua Qianzui's eyes, which had been flickering for so long, vanished completely. At the same time, the bloodthirsty savagery that had accumulated in his soul dissipated entirely.
The demonic nether physique was forcibly sealed, and with an unconscious groan of pain, Hua Qianzui's eyelids drooped weakly.
His entire body collapsed straight to the ground.
Hua Qianyu looked down at the figure at his feet and let out a faint sigh. Was it really necessary to fight me over a haircut? Hua Qianzui has lost the ability to fight.
The final victor of the 4 Academies Friendship Tournament is
Jiang Cheng.
With the solemn announcement from Sage Jingyuan, the grand finale of the tournament came to a perfect close.
The audience, snapping out of their daze, erupted into waves of applause and exclamations of amazement.
Zhang Juanlong's gaze was hazy. He looked upwards in a daze, the ceaseless fervent cheers around him making him feel as if he were in a dream.
He extended his hand and gave Luo Yin's arm a hard pinch.
Ow! Luo Yin hissed sharply, his brows twisting in pain.
He glared at Zhang Junlong and demanded, "Master, what are you doing? It seems it's not a dream." Zhang Juanlong's gaze remained fixed ahead, his voice murmuring as if in a trance.
Up until the very last moment of the match, he never would have imagined that such a miracle could truly occur. Though deep in his heart, there had always been a sliver of an unwarranted hope. But when that hope turned into reality, the shock it brought was so overwhelming that it left his heart choked with emotion.
Luo Yin didn't know what to say.
He withdrew his slightly reddened arm and silently rubbed it, unusually refraining from rebuking Zhang Juanlong's shameless act. On the other side, Mu Qinfeng's expression remained particularly calm, consistent with the composed and steady aura he always projected. Yet little did anyone know, a tempest had already erupted within his heart.
The imperial capital had lost.
His own daughter, the Northern Divine Maiden, a peerless prodigy among her generation, had regretfully been forced to withdraw after a desperate counterattack from the so-called Phoenix Divine Physique. Hua Qianzui, the imperial capital's top seed, even with the nearly invincible Netherworld Fiend physique and unmatched affinity for darkness, could only achieve parity in the clash of source energy techniques. But in the physical combat phase, Hua Qianzui had no ability to retaliate whatsoever.
Was Jiangcheng truly strong?
No, the reality was far from that. Aside from Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi, the other team members could only be described as ordinary, even feeble. However, after the Southern Phoenix Hall Master forcefully balanced the battlefield's power dynamics, Hua Qianyu and Lin, just the two of them, managed to tilt the scales entirely in their favor with their own strength.
Zhang Junlong.
Mu Qinfeng's face was filled with indignation as he muttered, "This time, you can only count yourself lucky to have such outstanding students like Hua Qianyu." He would never admit that his ability to educate students was inferior to that of a mere Zhang Junlong. In the Hall Master's seats, the expressions of the various Hall Masters were particularly intriguing. "What a marvel," the Southern Phoenix Hall Master remarked without hesitation. "That boy has brought so many surprises to this competition.
He even gives me an air of mystery."
The inheritor of the 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex, simultaneously mastering water and fire elements, able to switch between them freely without interference.
Mental strength, physical prowess, combat awareness.
In every aspect, Hua Qianyu was nearly unrivaled among his peers.
What was even more unfathomable was the sudden emergence of that blood-red dragon power at the climax of the match. Even in the sacred texts of the Divine Halls, references to dragon power were few and far between. Yet it appeared within a human. Why would draconic source energy manifest in a human?
At this moment, an unconcealed gleam of intrigue flashed in the eyes of all the Hall Masters.
He.
The Thunderstorm Hall Master chuckled softly and remarked, "Indeed, with such talent, he deserves to be nurtured with all our resources."
Speaking of cultivation resources, few in the 9 Divine Halls can rival my Thunderstorm Hall. To ensure such talent isn't wasted, he should join my Thunderstorm Hall. The intent to recruit was now blatantly evident in the conversation. Ha 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 ha. A deep, raspy laughter echoed, emanating from the Underworld Night Hall Master.
The voice emerging from the black mist carried a tone of utter mockery. "As far as cultivation resources go, my Underworld Night Hall is no worse than your Thunderstorm Hall.
Besides, wasn't that Sky Thunder physique from earlier enough to satisfy you, Thunderstorm Hall Master? Ha ha ha."
The Thunderstorm Hall Master chuckled lightly and responded, "For a genius of this caliber, the more, the better.
And I, Thunderstorm, am confident in providing them with the best opportunities for growth."
"Thunderstorm, don't make me laugh so hard my teeth fall out," the Southern Phoenix Hall Master suddenly sneered, speaking bluntly. "If you think the Thunderstorm Hall alone can monopolize 2 prodigies, you're simply daydreaming."
"Oh?
It seems the Phoenix Divine Physique isn't enough to satisfy the Southern Phoenix Hall Master's ambitions either. I, for one, am greatly looking forward to seeing your performance," the Thunderstorm Hall Master replied sarcastically.
"Humph."
The Southern Phoenix Hall Master gave a cold snort, her tone heavy yet soft. "Then I will trouble the Thunderstorm Hall Master to watch closely." The competition concluded successfully, and the 9 Spirits Hall's self-repair mechanisms activated. In less than a moment, the arena, previously reduced to ruins, was restored to its original state, leaving no trace of damage.
This sight left many secretly astonished.
Under the organization of Venerable Jingyuan, all the participants from the 4 major academies, totaling 36 competitors, gathered on the arena. Lin Yi and Mu Huanling had already awakened and were teleported down by the 2 palace lords. As for Hua Qianzui, with the help of the Immortal and Shangyao palace lords, he was once again
lively and energetic.
However, his current hair length barely reached his shoulders, appearing extremely disheveled. This led him to cast resentful glances at Hua Qianyu more than once. Lin Yi turned his face slightly and chuckled, "Qianyu, that Hua Qianzui seems to have a big issue with you." "Ignore him," Hua Qianyu replied irritably, sighing helplessly. "Losing a bit of hair is like losing half his life.
It's not like it won't grow back." "But, Qianyu, if someone cut your hair, what would you do?" Lin Yi asked curiously. "Kill them."
Without hesitation, Hua Qianyu's expression turned extremely serious, and his tone even carried a hint of coldness.
Lin Yi.
Seeing Hua Qianyu speak such contradictory words with complete justification, Lin Yi could only silently feel sympathy for Hua Qianzui in his heart.
How is Lin Yi's condition? Hua Qianyu's thoughts probed into his soul.
"Better than ever," replied the Blood Dragon Emperor, his voice filled with amazement. "Moreover, the Phoenix origin blood within him has already awakened, and there's even a special flame growing inside him." As the dragon soul delved further, the Blood Dragon Emperor grew even more astonished.
"It's actually the cleansing flame. No wonder it has the ability to purify and cleanse filth. This kid Lin Yi is truly fortunate."
Thinking about it, it must be the handiwork of the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord. Southern Phoenix Palace Lord, Hua Qianyu murmured the name in his heart. The act of righteous defense earlier had already left Hua Qianyu with a favorable impression of the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord. At this moment, that impression soared to its peak. 9 radiant lights flickered, and the 9 palace lords appeared simultaneously. Their arrival instantly intensified the pressure in the space. The students wore various expressions, but seeing the 9 supreme figures of the world appear so close to them, their faces were brimming with profound excitement. The Southern Phoenix Palace Lord swept his gaze across the gathered students. His eyes landed on Linny, and he was the first to speak. First of all, congratulations to the students of Jiangcheng Ability University. Your performance in this competition was outstanding, and you claimed the championship despite the odds. This palace won't waste words. Linny of Jiangcheng, I hope you will join my Southern Phoenix Temple. This palace intends to appoint you as the Southern Phoenix Divine Son. What is your choice? As his words fell, the spectators were left with their mouths agape, and each word they heard struck them with shock. Divine Son? The Southern Phoenix Palace Lord actually wanted to designate a Southern Phoenix Divine Son? This was a concept entirely different from merely joining the Southern Phoenix Temple. If Linny truly became the Southern Phoenix Divine Son, then in the hierarchy of the Southern Phoenix Temple, his status would be second only to the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord. Even someone as revered as Venerable Jingyuan would have to respectfully address him as Southern Phoenix Divine Son. Linny himself was taken aback, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, unsure of how to react. Zhang Juanlong's mind raced as he hurriedly stepped forward, speaking earnestly. Linny, why haven't you agreed yet? Your reckless self-sacrifice earlier was only salvaged thanks to the intervention of the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord. Linny's brow twitched as he turned his gaze to Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu slowly nodded. For someone willing to use such a rare flame to help Linny recover, it seemed unlikely they would treat him poorly. Receiving the signal, Lin Yi's expression grew resolute, and he immediately knelt. I am willing. Excellent, the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord nodded in satisfaction. He raised his hand, conjured a golden flame, and gently touched it to Lin Yi's brow, engraving it deeply into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, an obscure and profound cultivation technique appeared in Lin Yi's mind. This is the Huang Tian record, the divine technique I personally cultivated. Since you are now the Southern Phoenix Divine Son, the resources you enjoy will naturally be second to none, the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord said warmly. The faces of the other Palace Lords flashed with surprise, while the remaining students looked at Linny with envy. A divine technique personally cultivated by the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord was undoubtedly one of the most supreme fire attribute techniques. Linny was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Palace Lord. The Southern Phoenix Palace Lord's expression turned displeased as he reprimanded, from this day forth, you are my direct disciple. Addressing me as Palace Lord is unnecessary. Simply call me Master. Master, Linny immediately corrected himself, his tone filled with sincerity. Good. The Southern Phoenix Palace Lord smiled faintly, then turned his gaze to Hua Qianyu. Hua Qianyu, would you be willing to join my Southern Phoenix Temple? Among the divine temples, there has never been a precedent for appointing dual divine sons, but I do not mind starting one with you. The arena fell into utter silence. If the earlier scene had left people astonished, then the current moment was utterly shaking their nerves with every word the Southern Phoenix Palace Lord spoke. Nan Huang, are you insane? The master of the Thunder Radiance Palace was the first to speak out, shouting sternly, this behavior is utterly against the rules of the Divine Palace. The twin divine sons? Such a crazy notion, it was impressive he could even come up with it. Rules? The master of Nanhuan Palace cast him a sidelong glance and scoffed lightly. What rules? Your palace has no say here. In the Nanhuan Divine Palace, I am the absolute rule. The master of the Thunder Radiance Palace was left speechless. He turned his head to look at Hua Qianyu and said righteously, Hua Qianyu, if you join the Thunder Radiance Divine Palace, not only will the position of Thunder Radiance Divine Son be yours, but I will also spare no effort to ensure that within 100 years, you achieve the rank of Saint Sovereign. Achieving Saint Sovereign within a century. The final 8 words were succinct yet shook the hearts and souls of everyone present. A Saint Sovereign and 8th rank Saint-level ability user was a superpower even greater than the pure Abyss Lord. Within 100 years? Such a time frame could almost be described as a wild fantasy. Perhaps, if the entire Divine Palace exerted all its effort, it could barely be achieved. But Hua Qianyu's mental sea suddenly echoed with the Blood Dragon Emperor's disdainful sneer. Qianyu, never join him. 100 years just to reach the 8th rank of Saint Sovereign? What a joke. That old coot must be planning to ruin you. Hua Qianyu. Faced with the Thunder Radiance Palace Master's extravagant offer, Hua Qianyu felt nothing. But after hearing the Blood Dragon Emperor's remark, he even felt a faint sense of disappointment. At that moment, the master of the Nether Night Palace, shrouded in black mist, suddenly spoke. Hua Qianyu, join my Nether Night Divine Palace.
Not only will you
become the Nether Night Divine Son, but I will also help you aim for the 9th rank of Emperor Lord within a century, stepping onto the threshold of a palace master.
Madness. Absolute madness. This was the deepest thought in everyone's hearts. The 9th rank of Emperor Lord? In a century.
The Nether Night Palace Master's statement was so outrageous that it left many people's minds reeling on the spot.
That old coot doesn't have good intentions either. If you follow them, your natural talents will probably be completely wasted. The Blood Dragon Emperor continued to sneer.
Hua Qianyu remained silent for a long time, but all eyes were fixed on him, some envious, some jealous, and others filled with complex emotions.
Does anyone else wish to vie for this young man?
The master of Nanhuang Palace spoke again, his tone commanding. If so, state your terms quickly. The master of Donglan Palace was the first to shake his head, smiling apologetically. My Donglan Divine Palace acknowledges its lack of strength compared to you all and will not participate in the competition. My Shiyuan Divine Palace also withdraws, the master of Shiyuan Palace said somberly. The master of the Eternal Palace smiled faintly and said slowly, Hua Qianyu is indeed exceptional, but he and I are not fated.
I will not compete with you all.
The same goes for me, the master of Balan Palace said coldly. Not to mention that Mu Huanling was her northern Miss Divine Maiden, her relationship with Hua Qianyu and others made successful recruitment highly unlikely. Furthermore, even if she were to compete, with the current foundation of the Balan Divine Palace, she might not be able to outmatch Nanhuang, Thunder Radiance, or Nether Knight. To join the Holy Radiance Divine Palace, one must possess a heart of compassion.
Hua Qianyu's soul is cold and filled with murderous intent. He does not even meet the basic requirements.
The ethereal voice within the light mist remained melodious yet firm in its stance. The master of the illusory void palace raised his gaze lightly, then slowly shook his head.
His indifferent expression unmistakably conveyed his answer. Very well.
The master of Nanhuang Palace nodded slightly. He opened his palm, and with a flash of golden flame, a delicate golden bell quietly appeared. Amid the drastically changing expressions of the other palace masters, the master of Nanhuang Palace spoke in a low voice. This is the Nanhuang Bell, the divine artifact of the Nanhuang Divine Palace, a symbol of the palace master's authority. He paused slightly, flames surging in his eyes. If you join the Nanhuang Divine Palace, I won't hesitate to bestow it upon you in advance. When your strength surpasses mine in the future, the position of master of Nanhuang Palace will be yours.
The Nanhuang Bell?
The master of Thunder Radiance Palace was deeply astonished. He stared into the eyes of the master of Nanhuang
Palace and warned gravely, Nanhuang, there's a limit to madness. A divine palace's artifact, how can it be treated so frivolously? Even the master of Nether Night Palace's voice carried a hint of mockery. Nanhuang, you truly are a madman. The purifying flame earlier was one thing, but now you're even bringing out the Nanhuang Bell? TCH, should I call you clever or outright foolish? Ha ha ha.
The master of Nanhuang Palace chuckled lowly, his tone laced with mockery. The divine palace's artifact symbolizes the position of palace master. You've all sat in your seats for so long that, of course, you can't bear to part with it. But just because you can't bear it doesn't mean I share the same sentiment. Call me a madman or a fool if you like, today's offer will not be altered in the slightest. As his low voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire space grew tense.
Ha! He sneered coldly, his gaze once again turning to Hua Qianyu. What do you say? Hua Qianyu was deeply moved.
Although he didn't fully understand the significance of the divine palace artifact, judging by the reactions of the other palace masters, it was undoubtedly something extraordinary. The Lord of the Southern Radiance Palace was willing to recruit him at such a cost, which could be described as a gesture of utmost sincerity. Moreover, with Lin Yi having joined the Southern Radiance Divine Palace, if Hua Qianyu hesitated even slightly at this moment, it would be tantamount to disrespecting himself. Just as he was about to agree, a ripple of spatial energy silently emerged. Without any warning, a hunched figure appeared between the disciples and the palace lords. The figure faced Hua Qianyu but stood with a notably disrespectful posture, turning his back to the 9 palace lords. Hua Qianyu's expression changed instantly, for the hunched old man who now stood before him was unmistakably the very one who had bestowed upon him the 9 spirit wheel.
An ancient being. Ancient one?
Hua Qianyu looked at him in astonishment, her gaze carrying a rare hint of respect. Without his help, he might still be struggling against the instincts of his own body. Or perhaps, he might have already lost himself amidst those instincts. It could be said that the 9 spirits will bestowed by the Ancient One had given Hua Qianyu the chance to emerge from the cold and lonely abyss. The Ancient One's face was full of smiles, his tone still benevolent. Hua Qianyu, it has been such a long time.
How are you here? Hua Qianyu asked repeatedly in surprise, caught off guard by the Ancient One's sudden appearance.
The Ancient One shook his head and, smiling kindly, said, catching up can wait.
Let me first handle the matter of your belonging.
With that, the Ancient One slowly turned around and faced the 9 palace lords. However, the moment the 9 formidable palace lords, whose reputation shook the world, saw the Ancient One turn towards them, they all instinctively bowed their heads in unison and respectfully greeted.
Ancient Palace Master.
Even the ever-arrogant Palace Lord of Nanhuan was among them. This bizarre scene nearly caused the onlookers, who were unaware of the situation, to pop their eyes out in disbelief.
What was going on?
The 9 palace lords, who stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia, were actually bowing and saluting to this seemingly ordinary old man. The crowd held their breath, then quietly gasped, their hearts shaken.
Simultaneously, they couldn't help but speculate about the old man's identity.
Hua Qianyu was equally shocked. His puzzled gaze instinctively fixated on the hunched silhouette before him, lingering there for a long time. The Ancient One nodded slightly, his cloudy eyes sweeping over the 9 palace lords. Regarding Hua Qianyu, he will not enter the 9 great divine palaces. As for his belonging, this palace has its own arrangements. The crowd's hearts thundered, as if struck by countless bolts of lightning.
Not entering the 9 great divine palaces? Everyone present was well aware of Hua Qianyu's extraordinary talent and terrifying strength.
The fact that the palace lords of Nanhuang, Tingni, and Minji were simultaneously vying for him left no doubt about this. But this old man before them had actually uttered the words Hua Qianyu will not enter the divine palaces in such a light and casual tone, right in front of the palace lords. Many people swallowed hard, their throats constricting, as they looked at the Ancient One with a gaze that was both heavy and complex. The palace lord of Nanhuang stepped forward, bowing deeply to the Ancient One. Ancient Palace Master, your decision is, of course, respected by this palace.
However, there is one matter I don't understand. Might the Palace Master offer some clarity? Speak.
The Ancient One slightly raised his eyes, his voice calm. The palace lord of Nanhuang finally let out a sigh of relief before continuing. With Hua Qianyu's talent and strength, entering the divine palaces would naturally offer the best opportunities for development. Across the entire divine kingdom, apart from our 9 great divine palaces, what other force could possibly be qualified? The other palace lords simultaneously shifted their gazes, all casting puzzled looks at the Ancient One. Under the weight of their gazes, the Ancient One smiled faintly, his tone serene as a cloud. Nanhuang, you are correct. Across the entire divine kingdom, apart from the 9 great divine palaces, no other force holds such qualifications. However, the Ancient One's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression carrying profound meaning as he continued, have you all perhaps forgotten that there is one exceptional place?
An exceptional place?
The palace lord of Nanhuang murmured softly, his expression contemplative. After a brief moment of thought, his face suddenly changed dramatically. Could it be? Could it possibly be? The majestic palace lord could hardly form a coherent sentence in his shock.
Indeed. The Ancient One nodded slightly, his tone unhurried. This palace intends for Hua Qianyu to reside in the 9 spirits' divine palace.
The moment these words fell, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Yet there were many who were left utterly baffled, their faces vividly reflecting their confusion.
The 9 spirits' divine palace?
What kind of place was that?
The 9 spirits' divine palace, it's actually the 9 spirits' divine palace.
A spectator privy to the secret couldn't help but exclaim, his expression as though he had just uncovered an earth-shattering secret. That is the operational hub of the 9 Spirits Hall, a massive palace situated at its center. It is the sole organization capable of commanding the divine palaces, wielding supreme authority to oversee them, another informed individual called out. I've heard that the 9 Spirits Divine Palace has always been inhabited by only one Palace Master. The Palace Lords addressed that elder as Palace Master.
Could it be?
He's the legendary Palace Master of the 9 Spirits.
Speculations resounded endlessly, and the crowd boiled over with excitement.
The Palace Master of the 9 Spirits, the one and only individual capable of issuing commands within the domain of the 9 Spirits Hall.
Even the Palace Lords could not defy any of his decisions within its confines.
Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that this legendary figure would turn out to be such an unassuming old man. And even more inconceivably, that the Palace Master's appearance was solely to resolve the matter of Hua Qianyu's belonging.
Yet, rather than resolving it, one might say, it was another form of recruitment?
The way everyone looked at Hua Qianyu had changed. If before, their gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration, a complex weave of emotions, then now, there was clearly an added layer of respect, and even trepidation.
The master of the Thunderstorm Palace was stunned for several seconds, then forced an awkward smile. Master Gu, you must be joking. This Grand Nine Spirits Palace has only ever been your residence for countless years. How could it possibly serve as a place to teach students? Master Gu's face darkened with displeasure, and he cast a sideways glance. Thunderstorm, are you implying that I lack the capability to teach students? As his words fell, the atmosphere instantly turned icy.
The Thunderstorm Palace master froze slightly, squeezing out a wry smile.
Of course not. I would never dare to question Master Gu's abilities.
It's just that the Nine Spirits Palace doesn't appear to have the resources to train students. The Thunderstorm Palace master wasn't exaggerating. The Nine Spirits Palace, as the operational hub of the Nine Spirits Hall, had long served merely as Master Gu's residence and as a venue for the Lords of the Divine Halls to convene. Where would training resources even come from? Master Gu shook his head, his voice aged yet brimming with pride.
Thunderstorm, your view is too narrow. The Nine Spirits Palace holds the entirety of the Divine
Kingdom's techniques and battle skills. Calling it the largest library in all of Huaxia would not be an overstatement. How can you claim it has no resources? As for divine pills and treasured herbs for cultivation, truly outstanding prodigies will naturally obtain them with their own hands. Why would they need to rely on the resources of the divine halls? The Thunderstorm Palace master had no rebuttal and silently stepped back half a step. He had no way to refute this. The Nine Spirits Palace indeed housed all the techniques and battle skills of the Divine Kingdom, and even included backups of some texts from the 9 divine halls, excluding, of course, the taboo core records. Seeing this, Master Gu added leisurely, moreover, as per the rules of my palace, those who activate the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex must become the successor of the Nine Spirits Palace. Therefore, Hua Qianyu will not be a divine child of the halls, but rather, the young master of the Nine Spirits Palace. The final statement struck like a thunderclap, leaving the gathered palace masters visibly shocked, their hearts surging with waves of astonishment.
Master Gu, are you serious about this decision?
The Nanhuang Palace master asked gravely, having already withdrawn the Nanhuang bell resting in his palm.
Of course, Master Gu replied without hesitation, his gaze calm and unwavering.
From this day forward, Hua Qianyu is the young master of the Nine Spirits Palace. Once I step down, he will inherit the position of palace master.
Wonderful!
The Nanhuang Palace master smiled, immediately offering his congratulations.
Then I won't insist further.
Congratulations, Master Gu, on finding such a perfect successor. With that, he turned toward Hua Qianyu, his eyes still brimming with approval, and spoke in an unusually amicable tone.
Young master of the Nine Spirits, I greatly look forward to your growth. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have reached even greater heights.
Having previously been willing to use the Nanhuang bell to recruit Hua Qianyu, the Nanhuang Palace master now offered his congratulations. With complete composure. Even his manner of addressing Hua Qianyu had unconsciously shifted to young master of the Nine Spirits.
Hua Qianyu, still somewhat bewildered, snapped back to reality when directly addressed by the Nanhuang Palace master.
He replied with neither arrogance nor subservience, "You are too kind, Nanhuang Palace master."
Alas, it seems that my Underworld Night Hall and Hua Qianyu are fated to part ways, sighed the Underworld Night Palace master. Congratulations to Master Gu on finding an heir.
Well, since there's nothing more, I shall take Hua Qianyu into the Nine Spirits Palace for discussions. The other palace masters may continue selecting candidates, Master Gu said, his tone dismissive. As his words fell, he gently grasped Hua Qianyu's shoulder, preparing to leave. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he turned his gaze toward the detached Phantom Void Palace master.
Phantom Void, is the entrance to the Divine Ruins ready to be opened?
The Phantom Void Palace master lifted his head, his tone slightly softened.
It can be opened at any time. Good.
Master Gu's eyes gleamed faintly as he said, then informed the Divine Kingdom immediately, those interested in entering the
Divine Ruins should prepare quickly. In 3 days, the entrance to the Divine Ruins secret realm will open at the Nine Spirits Hall.
The number of participants is limited to 10,000. The cultivation levels allowed will range from Tier 2 to Tier 5, with stronger candidates given priority.
Additionally, reserve some spots to select suitable candidates from the participants in this friendship competition to join the expedition into the Divine Ruins. Having swiftly issued these instructions, Master Gu's figure shimmered with spatial light, and together with Hua Qianyu, he vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of their presence. The arena fell into prolonged silence. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to react. Ordinarily, the announcement of the Divine Ruins opening would have provoked excitement and exhilaration.
Yet, the crowd now held their breaths, afraid to make even the slightest sound. Sigh, the Nanhuang Palace master let out a long sigh, lamenting, just a little more, and my Nanhuang Hall might have broken the established rules and achieved the unprecedented feat of having 2 divine children. Who could have predicted that the reclusive Master Gu would suddenly decide to appoint a young master for the Nine Spirits Palace? The Thunderstorm Palace master wore a melancholic expression, seemingly unwilling to accept the outcome.
What's done is done. There's no use dwelling on it, the Nanhuang Palace master said with a faint sigh, his tone cooling. Let us quickly see to Master Gu's instructions. The opening of the Divine Ruins is one of the rare great events for the Divine Kingdom.
He paused briefly, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Some preparations indeed need to be made in advance.
The master of the Phantom Void Palace shifted his gaze and suddenly said, then this time, the cleanup task will trouble the master of the Southern Radiance Palace. Humph. The master of the Southern Radiance Palace let out a cold snort. He did not refute, which could be taken as tacit agreement. What a pity. Sensing the lingering spatial ripples, the master of the Nether Night Palace sighed inwardly. Within the black mist, his pitch-black pupils fell upon another figure.
Hua Qianzue, are you willing to become the divine son of Nether Night? A silent palace.
Silver spatial light quietly illuminated the surroundings. When Hua Qianyu's vision refocused, he found himself within a grand and resplendent palace.
How is it? Not a bad place, right?
The elder beside him smiled warmly. His demeanor was entirely different from the imposing authority he displayed before the other palace masters. Now, he seemed more like a kind and gentle elder in front of Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianyu glanced around, then frankly admitted, not bad, it's quite beautiful.
This praise was not insincere, it was the most genuine feeling in his heart. True to its status as the central palace of the Nine Spirits Hall, every wall, every pillar, every decoration here was utterly magnificent. It was a level of opulence that surpassed even the outer hall's luxury taken to the extreme. After all these years, this place has only been occupied by me. But perhaps that's a good thing, it's quite peaceful, the elder sighed with emotion, then suddenly declared with conviction, you'll definitely grow to love this place.
And why do you say that?
Hua Qianyu remained non-committal, responding with a question of his own. The elder chuckled warmly and said, the 9 great divine halls are fine, but they inevitably have too many people, and one has to deal with all sorts of relationships. This Nine Spirits Divine Palace, on the other hand, is like a quiet library rarely disturbed by outsiders. As he spoke, the elder glanced at the side of Hua Qianyu's face, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen straight through him.
With your personality, once you move in, I'd bet you wouldn't want to leave.
Hua Qianyu's brows twitched slightly. Initially, he had dismissed the elder's assertion with great skepticism.
But after hearing the explanation, somehow, he found himself quite tempted.
In the center of the Grand Palace, Hua Qianyu and Gu Lao sat face to face across a shimmering golden table. To the north of the hall, above the steps, stood an immense throne forged entirely from gold. It faced directly south, exuding a majestic and commanding presence. Evidently, this was the exclusive seat of the Nine Spirits Palace Master.
However, Gu Lao did not sit there.
His demeanor was calm and unassuming, devoid of the grandeur befitting a palace master. On the golden table before them, an array of exquisite tea sets was neatly arranged. Gu Lao was fully engrossed in brewing tea, while Hua Qianyu patiently observed, the two sharing a tacit understanding without speaking a single word. They seemed to enjoy the serenity of the moment.
Soon, a faint tea fragrance wafted into Hua Qianyu's nose.
He inhaled gently, feeling an instant sense of clarity and refreshment.
Gu Lao poured a cup of tea for Hua Qianyu, gently pushing it toward him as he spoke slowly. The first time we met, you couldn't drink the tea I brewed. But now that your hidden dangers are gone, would you grant me the honor this time?
The steam rose, enveloping Hua Qianyu's face in a thin mist. He lifted the teacup, took a small sip, and carefully savored the aftertaste of the tea.
A warmth spread through his heart, and an unintentional smile appeared on his face.
Delicious, Hua Qianyu said with a soft chuckle. The remark was straightforward and brief, but Gu Lao smiled with satisfaction upon hearing it.
Ha, after all these years, you're the first person who's been able to sit down and share a cup of tea with me,
Gu Lao said with laughter. Though spoken with a smile, his tone carried a faint sense of melancholy, a loneliness that seemed to pierce the soul.
Hua Qianyu's hand, holding the teacup, paused slightly. He blurted out, that's because no one else is qualified to sit with you, right?
Even the masters of the divine halls look up to you alone.
Not qualified? Humph, indeed, they are not. Gu Lao downed the tea in one gulp. Though it was tea, his action bore the unmistakable air of drinking strong liquor.
He set the cup down and suddenly fixed his gaze on Hua Qianyu. Only you barely qualify, he said. Hua Qianyu sipped his tea silently, then curiously asked, so, since you're the palace master of the 9 spirits, you must have known from the start that I'm not purely human.
Why, then, did you still choose to act as you did?
He struggled to understand. If the truth of his identity had been exposed to the Divine Hall Masters, he might have long since met a tragic end.
Oh? Gu Lao's eyes flashed with a peculiar light.
Instead of answering Hua Qianyu's question, he remarked with interest, your attitude seems to have changed. In the past, you despised the bloodline you carry. Now, as Hua Qianyu spoke of not being human, his expression and tone were calm, even tranquil. His breath was steady and composed. Compared to the overt disdain he once displayed, he was like a completely different person. Ever since the appearance of Lixius, this change had been happening subtly, without Hua Qianyu even realizing anything unusual. When Gu Lao pointed it out, however, Hua Qianyu's eyes grew slightly uneasy. He replied in a low voice, I've been through some things and come to understand certain truths.
Gu Lao withdrew his gaze and poured 2 more cups of tea.
His tone remained as serene as ever.
Since you've come to terms with it, you shouldn't ask me such a question. The 9 spirits can only merge with advanced Huaxia bloodlines.
The fact that it remains stable within your body leaves no room to doubt your identity. As Hua Qianyu's expression shifted, Gu Lao pushed the cup of tea toward him unhurriedly and spoke softly, whether or not you carry the blood of another race, the
9 spirits wheel is the most authoritative proof.
Besides, only half of your blood is of another race.
I wouldn't be so narrow-minded as to let that bother me. Drink your tea.
After saying this, Gu Lao slowly lifted his cup and took a long drink. Hua Qianyu, his expression complicated, imitated Gu Lao's actions. Holding the cup as if it were liquor, he drained the still warm tea in one gulp. Setting down the teacup, Gu Lao continued, I had once worried that the 7 deadly sins brought by the 9 spirits would affect you far more negatively than the bloodline's vampiric influence.
But I didn't expect.
Your body has long been free of the aura of the 7 deadly sins. Instead, it now contains a powerful essence of draconic origin. Even more surprising, the water spirit pearl, which I sought for so long, returned miraculously in less than half a year. Everything that happened within the 9 spirits hall could be transmitted to the 9 spirits divine palace through its extensive
projection system.
Even if Gu Lao hadn't been present at the beginning, he could silently observe Hua Qianyu from the shadows. 7 days ago, when the projection showed a blue ice crystal blooming above Hua Qianyu's head, Gu Lao had been so shocked that he instinctively stood up. Later, when the crimson draconic energy appeared, he could no longer sit idly by. He personally emerged to stop the Divine Hall Masters from vying over it. The ancient elder raised his head, his gaze toward Hua Qianyu carrying a hint of peculiarity. Slowly, he said, your luck, young man, is truly absurdly good.
Even I cannot help but feel a tinge of envy.
Hua Qianyu remained silent. This concept of luck, something so intangible and elusive, was not something he placed much stock in. Yet, as the elder said, there were indeed certain things that defied explanation by common logic.
It's fine.
Those are your secrets, and you don't need to explain them to me, the elder said, seemingly sensing Hua Qianyu's unease. Proactively, he shifted the topic. The reason I brought you here, aside from acquainting you with the 9-spirit divine palace, is primarily to tell you a few crucial things before the divine ruins open. He raised his eyes, his tone gaining a measure of gravity.
These matters concern the 9-spirit wheel, the 9-spirit forbidden codex, and the secrets linking the 9 elemental spirit orbs.
At these words, Hua Qianyu suddenly sat up straight, adopting the posture of a serious and attentive student. First, regarding the 9-spirit wheel, I believe you have already thoroughly understood its functions. Indeed, it is an artifact artificially created specifically to house the spirit orbs, the elder
explained, his gaze now settling on Hua Qianyu's chest. Its primary material is a rare and unnamed type of stone.
I theorize it may originate from beyond the blue star.
Its sole purpose is containment.
And this extraordinary capacity for containment is precisely what makes it capable of holding the spirit orbs.
Hua Qianyu nodded.
During his earlier interactions with the Phoenix's shadow, he had already vaguely pieced together some of these truths. To perfectly master the elemental spirit orbs, one must possess the 9-spirit divine vein. The 9-spirit wheel was merely an artificial, inferior substitute. Because of this, side effects like those of the 7 deadly sins came into existence. The elder paused briefly before continuing. As for the 9 elemental spirit orbs, even without me delving too deeply, you should already be able to tell that each one represents the pinnacle of one of the 9 elemental forces of Huaxia.
Notably, mastering the 9 elemental spirit orbs is the absolute key to unlocking the 9-spirit forbidden codex.
Here, the elder spoke in a tone of certainty. Hua Qianyu, if my guess is correct, you should have already unlocked the water and fire techniques of the Nine Spirit Forbidden Codex. That's correct, Hua Qianyu admitted directly.
Each time an elemental spirit orb was fused, the corresponding seal would be undone.
In other words, only by gathering all the elemental spirit orbs could he cultivate the complete Nine Spirit Forbidden Codex. As I expected, the elder marveled, speaking in a tone of astonished admiration. Even with just partial mastery of the techniques, your strength already makes you unmatched among your peers. If the day ever comes when the seals of the Nine Spirit Forbidden Codex are fully lifted, how much further could you grow? Even Hua Qianyu himself could not dare to envision such a possibility. To possess the power of all 9 elemental forces within a single body, calling him the new Nine-Spirit Ancient God might not even be an exaggeration. Moreover, as someone who also inherited the power of the Blood Dragon Emperor, Hua Qianyu's strength would likely surpass even that of the true Nine-Spirit Ancient God.
However, the elder said, his voice turning heavy, the Nine-Spirit Wheel, the Nine-Spirit Forbidden Codex, and the Elemental Spirit
orbs you possess, while they bestow upon you immense power, they also plant a colossal hidden danger within your path of growth. The elder's somber words were like a cold bucket of water poured over Hua Qianyu, jolting him from his contemplations.
What do you mean?
Hua Qianyu frowned, puzzled. The elder let out a deep sigh, his tone grave. The Nine Spirit Forbidden Codex, as a forbidden technique of our divine nation, is known to exist by more than just myself. Even the high-ranking officials of the Divine Hall, including the 9 Palace Lords, have some knowledge of it. Not only that, but in the records of the 9 Divine Halls, the 9 elemental spirit orbs are regarded as the most supreme sacred relics objects they have tirelessly sought to obtain. And as for the 9 Spirit Wheel, the treasure of our 9 Spirit Divine Palace, it is no secret to them either.
Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed, though the confusion on his face did not dissipate.
So, how does this affect me? The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. In a deliberate tone, he said, they are aware of the existence of these 3 elements, but they do not understand their connection.
In their current understanding, your power comes entirely from the Nine Spirit Forbidden Codex.
Thus, only someone who has comprehended the Codex, such as yourself, could wield such strength. What they do not know, the elder continued, is that the Nine Spirit Forbidden Codex is not impossible to cultivate. The true reason it cannot be fully activated is that the 3 elements must all be present. If they were to discover this truth, given the ambition of some of the Palace Lords, the ownership of the 9 Spirit Wheel and the 9 Spirit Forbidden Codex may no longer be something I can decide.
The atmosphere grew oppressively heavy.
As the elder's words fell, even the very air seemed to thicken with tension. Hua Qianyu lowered her head, silently sorting through her somewhat chaotic thoughts, and then summarized in plain and simple words, to put it bluntly, if the truth were to be revealed, would I go from being a genius in the eyes of the palace masters to an irresistible treasure? Genius and treasure, both are coveted, but their natures are completely different. The former would be revered like an ancestor, whereas the latter, well, being sliced and dissected might be considered mild. Exactly so, the ancient elder nodded gravely, cautioning, therefore, the connection between these 3 must never be known to anyone.
Better yet, don't let anyone know that the 9 Spirit Wheel is in your possession. I understand.
Hua Qianyu exhaled deeply, feeling significantly more at ease. As for his secrets, he never had the desire to share them with others. Even Lini Hua Qianyu had never disclosed the existence of the 9 Spirit Wheel to him. The ancient elder nodded, his expression softening slightly.
In this regard, I am relatively reassured about you. You're not someone who would put yourself in a disadvantageous position.
The tea in the teapot had cooled slightly. Noticing this, the ancient elder's withered hand suddenly ignited a layer of flickering flames, which he gently pressed against the teapot. As the tea was being reheated, it seemed the elder felt his earlier warning had missed something. His brows furrowed as he went over everything carefully in his mind, over and over again. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. His expression turned solemn as he added, one more thing, under no circumstances can your identity as a bloodline descendant be discovered by the temple masters. The repeated under no circumstances underscored the elder's gravity. While Hua Qianyu was alarmed, he nodded slowly. But why? For someone able to command such respect from the temple masters, the elder's strength must surely surpass theirs by a significant margin. Why, then, did his words seem to reveal such wariness and dread toward the temple masters? Could it be? Hua Qianyu lifted the tea that the elder had reheated. Reflected in the pale green liquid was a pair of deep, blood-red pupils. Had the elder's power diminished after losing the fire spirit pearl? Dragon Emperor, is there anything unusual about the Ancient One's body? Hua Qianyu asked solemnly, calming his mind.
This old man's strength is too overwhelming.
I can't fully release my dragon soul's power to probe deeply, only a rough investigation. His aura does seem a bit off, the Blood Dragon Emperor remarked, his tone suddenly turning peculiar. His source energy is continuously leaking, though the leakage is extremely subtle.
If it weren't for the dragon soul's power, I might not have even noticed it, the Blood Dragon Emperor added. Leaking? Hua Qianyu's heart sank.
Exactly, the Blood Dragon Emperor spoke gravely. Over time, this old man's strength may significantly decline. However, this leakage has a limit. While his realm won't drop, his foundation will suffer severe damage.
Hua Qianyu kept his expression neutral, but inwardly couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What do you mean?"
The Blood Dragon Emperor pondered briefly before explaining. For someone of his level, even within the same realm, the combat strength among individuals can vary greatly. What determines this variance is their foundation. Among ultimate emperors of the same realm, those with a stronger foundation are more powerful.
This old man, however, is slowly losing the
foundation he's built over a lifetime.
When it's completely gone, he will become the most ordinary existence among ultimate emperors.
Hua Qianyu furrowed his brows ever so slightly, his grip on the cup tightening unconsciously. But you don't need to worry too much, the Blood Dragon Emperor's tone softened, offering reassurance.
This old man's foundation is quite robust.
At the current rate of leakage, even in 2 or 3 years, his strength will still surpass that so-called Southern Sovereign Palace Lord. The Blood Dragon Emperor then added with a note of curiosity, "What's strange is that this old man, like you, possesses multiple elemental auras."
Multiple elemental auras? Hua Qianyu was taken aback, his astonishment showing plainly on his face, which drew the Ancient One's attention.
"Why did you stop drinking tea?" the Ancient One asked, fixing his gaze on him with a smile. Hua Qianyu snapped out of it and smiled faintly. "As expected of the Nine Spirits Palace Lord.
The overwhelming heat of your flames has made this tea a bit too hot."
"Hot?" The Ancient One was briefly stunned, then smiled meaningfully, a hint of playfulness in his tone.
"I see.
No need to rush, take your time with the tea. I still have matters to discuss with you." Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze, calming himself once more.
What's going on here? Could it be that the Ancient One also cultivated the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex? The Blood Dragon Emperor denied it.
"No, the Nine Spirits Forbidden Codex is unique to you. Judging by his elemental strength, it's likely he forcefully cultivated multiple techniques using elemental artifacts. Fire, earth, wind, and space, these are the 4 elemental auras emanating from him. Among them, fire is the dominant one, and it is the fire element that is steadily leaking." Hua Qianyu's brow twitched slightly, his mind unable to settle. According to the Blood Dragon Emperor, the most probable cause of the Ancient One's source energy leakage was the loss of the Fire Spirit Pearl, resulting in the gradual disappearance of the foundation of his dominant fire element. In other words, for the so-called growth of this Nine Spirits young lord, the Ancient One had willingly sacrificed part of his strength? Hua Qianyu's face remained expressionless, but his heart was stewing in an indescribable mix of emotions. He picked up the teacup and downed the so-called too-hot tea in one gulp.
"Not too hot anymore?" the Ancient One asked, watching him with a smile.
Hua Qianyu nodded lightly, looking at the Ancient One.
"Not anymore."
"Good," the Ancient One smiled knowingly and said slowly, "Now, I shall tell you what the Divine Ruin's secret realm truly is."
Hua Qianyu's pupils flickered, and his mind rippled with unease. The Divine Ruin's secret realm, this was the first time he'd heard those 4 words, back during the underground black market auction.
Whether it was the rare stones used to forge the Nine Spirits Wheel or the potent Emperor's heavenly immortal elixir, they all originated from this legendary Divine Ruin's secret realm.
It was as though the Divine Ruin's secret realm was a treasure trove teeming with countless celestial stones and spiritual herbs.
The Ancient One cleared his throat and began in a heavy tone, "To our divine nation, the Divine Ruins is both an unparalleled treasure trove and a prison-like abyss." This seemingly paradoxical statement made Hua Qianyu's ears perk up instantly. In his understanding, the Divine Ruins had nothing to do with the word prison.
The Divine Ruins operates under its own unique laws. It is a continent entirely isolated from the current world.
The source energy within is thousands, even tens of thousands of times more abundant than that of Blue Star. It is home to countless celestial herbs, treasures, and ancient divine relics.
Compared to the energy-deprived outside world, the Divine Ruins secret realm is practically a paradise for the gifted.
Speaking of the Divine Ruins, the ancient voice became particularly exalted, carrying even a sense of devout faith. The Divine Ruins are the only means by which our divine nation can rapidly cultivate strong warriors.
And the spatial
passage connecting to it has always been under the control of the illusory void shrine of our nation. Each successive shrine master of the illusory void has borne the mission of safeguarding the passage to this secret realm.
Hua Qianyu listened quietly, deeply thoughtful. Suddenly, he asked an odd question, Ancient One, were the 9 divine shrines established before the resurgence of elemental energies? The phrase successive was remarkably precise. Over the course of nearly 100 years, how could there have been changes in the shrine masters?
Combining this with the earlier remarks from the shrine masters of Thunderstorm and Nightshade, within a century, it might be barely possible to produce a 9th-tier emperor-level master.
But to cultivate a shrine master within the same time frame? That would be utterly inconceivable.
This was a flaw, a rather subtle one, but Hua Qianyu keenly caught it.
Sure enough, a look of deep astonishment flashed across the Ancient One's face, though he quickly regained his composure.
With a faint laugh, he remarked, Hua Qianyu, you are indeed very clever.
You guessed right.
The 9 divine shrines were actually established 3,000 years ago. In fact, all the ruling powers in the current world essentially emerged around that time. The Ancient One made no attempt to conceal this, nodding straightforwardly in admission, although, according to the original plan, he had no intention of disclosing details about the shrines to Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianyu pondered briefly and ventured a guess. So, before energy revived on Blue Star, the 9 divine shrines relied entirely on the Divine Ruins' secret realm for their development?
Since the Divine Ruins possessed independent laws, it meant that for at least a long period of time, the Divine Ruins remained constant, unchanged in the past and likely the same in the present. A glimmer of light appeared in the Ancient One's eyes as he praised, exactly. In truth, the initial leaders of the 9 divine shrines were not of this world but came from the Divine Ruins.
Living beings exist within the Divine Ruins' secret realm?
Hua Qianyu was momentarily stunned. The Ancient One's expression turned solemn as he revealed an astonishingly obscure truth. Indeed, I mentioned at the beginning, it is an independent world, so it naturally harbors native beings. 3,000 years ago, several pioneers of the Divine Ruins jointly sought a passage connecting to the outside world.
Fortune favored the persistent, and they eventually discovered a rift at the border of the Divine Ruins.
Through this rift, they arrived in this energy-deprived world.
Blue Star.
One of them, a great master adept in spatial manipulation, the first shrine master of the illusory void, used an immense amount of spatial power to transform the rift into a spatial passage, which became the only entrance to the Divine Ruins.
Hua Qianyu's gaze grew vacant and distant.
Each word he heard struck a heavy blow to his understanding of the world. At this point, the Ancient One suddenly sighed and continued, but these pioneers of the New World did not share this world with the beings of the Divine Ruins. Instead, they chose to claim it as their own. Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted sharply, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart.
He muttered, so, Blue Star as it exists today is actually occupied by outsiders? The Ancient One shook his head, refuting, no. These first-generation shrine masters cannot be considered outsiders. In terms of their
bloodlines, they share the same roots as the ancestors of Huaxia. The only difference lies in the mystical source power they possess. Hua Qianyu calmed down slightly, but his tangled thoughts remained unresolved. He asked in confusion, logically speaking, the energy levels of the Divine Ruins' secret
realm far exceed those of Blue Star. Why, then, would the first-generation shrine masters choose to stay? And why would they prevent others from entering Blue Star?
There are 2 reasons for your first question, the Ancient One replied. First, the Ancient One raised one finger and said gravely, the Divine Ruins' secret realm has a major flaw. Within its boundaries, it is permanently impossible to break through to the 8th-tier sovereign realm. Due to this restriction, while cultivators in the Divine Ruins greatly surpass Blue Star's ability users in terms of lower limits, their upper limits are capped indefinitely.
Many who pursue higher realms of cultivation are forced to remain at the pinnacle of the 7th tier.
As for the second reason, the Ancient One extended a second finger and continued, when the first-generation shrine masters arrived on Blue Star, they sensed energy fluctuations on territories outside Huaxia that were comparable to their own.
This indicates that similar outsiders were not limited to just their group.
Under such circumstances, without their protection, the divine nation would have been plunged into chaos and devastation.
Hua Qianyu froze.
These intertwined pieces of information suddenly gave him a peculiar sense of unease. The Divine Ruins held abundant energy but imposed restrictions on realms, capping the upper limits of high-level cultivators. On the other hand, Blue Star lacked such restrictions, but its scarce energy meant that ability users could never flourish widely. In other words, on both sides, the development of abilities was significantly constrained only in different ways.
Could this be a coincidence?
Hua Qianyu slowly shook his head.
If it were a coincidence, it would be far too bizarre.
In Hua Qianyu's spiritual sea, the consciousness of the Blood Dragon Emperor had already awakened and was attentively listening to the
ancient being's account.
Those blood-shadowed dragon eyes appeared particularly dim, as if recalling something from a distant past. Yet, the being who had always spoken freely with Hua Qianyu remained uncharacteristically silent this time. As for the second question, the Ancient One's voice interrupted Hua Qianyu's thoughts, his low tone resonating. The first-generation palace master chose to seal off the divine ruins because, at that time, the power disparity between the divine ruins and Blue Star was simply too vast. Once opened, it would have been nearly impossible to maintain a balance of power among the living beings of both worlds, inevitably plunging everything into chaos.
Moreover, the first-generation palace master was still human.
And as long as one is human, one cannot escape the stirrings of personal desire.
Their plan back then
was to elevate their own strength to an entirely new level. Only when they held sufficient authority would they consider the prospect of opening the divine ruins. But, alas, the Ancient One suddenly let out a long sigh, lowering his gaze as he continued. Even up until the first-generation palace master's death, they never figured out how to address the hidden dangers that arose from the interaction between the two worlds. As time passed and the palace masters were replaced one after another, the successors gradually forgot the original purpose. To this very day, the Divine Ruins secret realm has become nothing more than a stepping stone for the development of the Divine Nation, a cage manipulated by the God's Palace Masters. Every year, countless fresh blood from the Divine Nation is sent to the Divine Ruins for training, ensuring there is no gap in the ranks of the high-level powerhouses.
After finishing his explanation, the Ancient One fell silent.
Hua Qianyu took a deep breath, his heart and soul already engulfed in tumultuous waves. He had never imagined that behind the seemingly stable and peaceful world lay so many hidden secrets. Even less had he ever considered that the Divine Ruins secret realm, which appeared to be a treasure trove, stood in opposition to the Divine Nation. The Ancient One quietly sipped his tea, not rushing to continue. Instead, he silently observed Hua Qianyu, giving him ample time to process the information.
After about 3 to 5 minutes, the Ancient One spoke again.
I have told you all this only to ensure you are aware of the situation. With your intelligence, this knowledge may help you avoid certain risks within the Divine Ruins. After all, that place is a world far more ruthless than Blue Star. Survival of the fittest is merely the most basic rule of existence there. Do you understand? Why do you think I would be interested in entering the Divine Ruins?
Hua Qianyu's tone shifted, gradually laced with amusement.
Just because of the so-called reputation of the young Lord of the Nine Spirits? Gu Lao had said so much, his words clearly implying that Hua Qianyu would inevitably enter the secret realm of the Divine Ruins. But whether he stayed or left had always been his own decision to make.
How could the mere identity of the young Lord of the Nine Spirits bind him? Ha ha ha!
Gu Lao laughed, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, his face full of a smug expression as if saying, I've already got you figured out.
This sight made Hua Qianyu extremely irritated.
What's so funny?
Hua Qianyu asked coldly, a hint of anger in his voice. You should know that I have no interest in the title of the young Lord of the Nine Spirits. You can't use this title to burden me with any mission.
Gu Lao slowly stood up, speaking unhurriedly, I have no intention to burden you with any mission, much less force you into the Divine Ruins. It's just that your friend, the newly appointed Southern Sovereign's son, will most likely choose to go there for training.
If you don't go with him, wouldn't he be lonely and isolated?
Not to mention, if something were to happen to the Southern Sovereign's son in the Divine Ruins, if he were to perish there, who would even be around to collect his remains?
Hua Qianyu fell silent instantly, unable to refute.
And just at this moment, the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor echoed in his mind, Qianyu, you must go to the Divine Ruins.
There are matters I wish to confirm personally.
Besides, this is also a great opportunity to enhance your strength.
Hua Qianyu remained silent.
Both Gu Lao and the Blood Dragon Emperor had valid points, yet changing his mind so easily would be too much of a blow to his pride. After thinking it over, Hua Qianyu cleared his throat and said in a cold tone, It's not impossible for me to enter the Divine Ruins, but I have one condition.
I wonder if you're willing to agree to it.
Without exposing Hua Qianyu's prideful demeanor, Gu Lao smiled slightly, his interest piqued.
Oh? What condition? Let's hear it.
Given an out, Hua Qianyu immediately seized the opportunity and replied, I've never practiced any ice-based combat techniques.
You mentioned before
that the Nine Spirits Divine Palace has an abundance of techniques and combat skills.
It shouldn't be a problem for me to choose freely, right? Is that all? Gu Lao's smile widened, nodding slightly.
As the young Lord of the Nine Spirits Divine Palace, you already have the authority to access these techniques.
Why even ask whether you can or cannot? Come with me. Gu Lao turned and headed toward a corner of the palace.
Hua Qianyu set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and followed him at a steady pace.
The two reached a stone wall in the corner. Gu Lao clapped his hands lightly, and with a muffled rumbling sound, a stone door slowly slid open, revealing a narrow passageway. Gu Lao walked ahead, with Hua Qianyu following behind.
Neither of them spoke as they traversed the passage in silence. Before long, a faint light caught Hua Qianyu's eye, and an exceptionally spacious secret chamber came into view. The ceiling, floor, and surrounding walls all gleamed with golden light. In the center of the chamber stood a golden stone platform, upon which rested a transparent, spherical crystal.
"What is this?"
Hua Qianyu's gaze landed on the crystal sphere, and he asked with curiosity. "A storage crystal," Gu Lao explained. "It contains the entire database of techniques and combat skills from the Divine Kingdom. Place your hand on it and channel your spiritual energy to browse through it."
Hua Qianyu nodded slowly.
He walked to the center of the chamber, raised his hand, and placed it on the crystal sphere, releasing his spiritual energy and continuously infusing it into the sphere.
Ding! Unfamiliar spiritual energy detected. 9 Spirits Palace Master, would you like to grant browsing access? A clear yet mechanical female voice echoed.
Behind Hua Qianyu, Gu Lao closed his eyes, releasing his own spiritual energy to connect with the crystal sphere.
"Grant permanent access," he said softly, his lips curling slightly. Ding! Permanent access granted.
Establishing a profile for unfamiliar spiritual energy.
9 Spirits Palace Master, please assign a name and input identity.
9 Spirits Young Lord. Gu Lao opened his eyes, a glint flashing within them.
Ding! Identity confirmed, 9 Spirits Young Lord. Unfamiliar spiritual energy successfully recorded. Profile established.
Respected 9 Spirits Young Lord, please select the category of information you wish to search for, techniques/combat skills. In Hua Qianyu's spiritual consciousness, a string of light blue text appeared. Carefully, he guided his spiritual energy to the combat skills section.
Ding! Accessing the Divine Kingdom's combat skills database. Please specify the elemental category you require: fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, wood, space, light, darkness. 9 multicolored fonts, each corresponding to its element, appeared.
Hua Qianyu's spiritual energy once again guided itself, this time covering the icy blue color of frost.
Ding! Water element category accessed. Please provide detailed criteria for the combat skill you are searching for to enable filtering. A peculiar glimmer of light flashed through Hua Qianyu's eyes in an instant.
From the moment he proposed this condition, the shadow of the battle technique he desired had already formed vaguely in his mind. He murmured softly, "Ice attribute, domain technique."
Ding! Searching and summarizing ice attribute domain techniques. Ding! Search complete, summary as follows. Hua Qianyu's pupils reflected a faint ice blue glow as countless ice attribute domains quietly displayed themselves within his mental sea.
Even with his formidable mental strength, facing such an overwhelming number of techniques caused a brief dizziness. A quarter of an hour passed swiftly. During this time, Hua Qianyu remained motionless with his eyes tightly shut, only icy breath swirling continuously around him.
Finally, he opened his eyes and whispered faintly, "1000. Phantom. Ice. Domain. Ding! Ice attribute domain technique 1000 Phantom Ice domain successfully selected. Initiating data transmission. Ding! Data transmission complete. This service has concluded."
The storage crystal shut down, but Hua Qianyu's body remained still for a long time. The icy breath surrounding him grew denser, coalescing into faintly visible ice mirrors. Gu Lao stared at him in astonishment, his face filled with incredulity. The scene before him was unmistakably a sign of enlightenment. The process of battle technique transmission only took a few seconds, yet Hua Qianyu, who had just made contact, entered a state of enlightenment in an instant. Gu Lao gave him a deep look, then silently departed from the chamber. 3 days passed quickly. During this time, Hua Qianyu was fully immersed in the cultivation of the 1000 Phantom Ice domain. With the aid of the heaven-defying artifact, the Water Spirit Pearl, his progress from entry level to mastery was far faster than he'd imagined. Even Gu Lao couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at this speed. The Water Spirit Pearl deserved its reputation. Under its blessing, Hua Qianyu's affinity and comprehension of water elements far surpassed ordinary individuals on countless levels. As spatial light flickered, Hua Qianyu and Gu Lao appeared together on the competition arena of the 9 Spirits Hall. Standing before them were the 9 Hall Masters, who had been waiting for some time, along with several participants who had risen to prominence and were ready to venture into the divine ruins. Over the past 3 days, the 9 Hall Masters had temporarily stayed in vacant rooms within the 9 Spirits Hall alongside them. It was worth mentioning that their identities had undergone tremendous changes.
Among them were Southern Huang Divine Son Lin Yi,
Northern Lan Divine Maiden Mu Huanling,
Thunderstorm Divine Son Yun Xiangchen, Western Yuan Divine Son Mo Yuan, Nether Night Divine Son Hua Qianzue.
With their unique constitutions and monstrous talents, each of them had become the chosen successors to their respective divine halls.
Qianyu, Lin Yi called out, beckoning Hua Qianyu with a wave. Hua Qianyu responded with a slight smile and nod.
Over these 3 days, Lin Yi's aura of fire origin power had also transformed. He had apparently recultivated his techniques with the help of the Southern Huang Hall Master.
The outer edge of the arena was surrounded by an even denser crowd, roughly estimated to be nearly 10,000 people. These were ability users gathered from all over, all aiming for the Divine Ruin's secret realm. Their strength varied greatly, ranging from the 2nd to the 5th tier. Gu Lao. As Gu Lao appeared, the hall masters immediately saluted.
Hua Qianyu stood beside Gu Lao, receiving half of the salute reluctantly. For someone else, being saluted by the hall masters might be something to boast about for a lifetime. However, Hua Qianyu remained exceptionally calm and composed, showing no trace of arrogance.
You may begin,
Gu Lao said calmly. The Southern Huang Hall Master turned to face the crowd of nearly 10,000 behind him. He scanned them with a commanding gaze and spoke in a majestic tone.
Today marks the opening of the Divine Ruin's secret realm of our divine kingdom.
You are all fortunate to have earned this rare qualification through rigorous selection. I shall not waste words. The opening time of the Divine Ruin's secret realm is 1 year, calculated according to its unique time laws. Within the secret realm, you may train for approximately 3 years. During these 3 years, I hope you will make full use of your time to maximize your strength.
Of course, life comes first. If you lose your life in the Divine Ruin's secret realm, the Divine Kingdom bears no responsibility.
After 3 years, the Hall Master of Illusory Space will use a secret technique to teleport all of you back.
Do you understand?
As the Southern Huang Hall Master's imposing voice fell, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Their excitement was palpable, and their deafening cheers resounded. We shall remember the Southern Huang Hall Master's teachings. The Southern Huang Hall Master nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he looked upward and said softly, Fentian, Yanzhu, Yansoam, come forth. Prepare to initiate the cleansing operation. As his words fell, a sea of flames ignited in the sky.
3 crimson-robed figures slowly emerged, their auras overwhelmingly powerful.
The source energy fluctuations emanating from each of them were no less formidable than those of the Hall Masters. The 3 Radiant Lords, the supreme trio beneath the South Radiant Temple Master in the South Radiant Temple, hold an exalted position of absolute power, standing above all but one. They also symbolize the pinnacle of martial strength in this world. Each Radiant Lord possesses the strength of a supreme sovereign at the ultimate realm, their cultivation level even comparable to that of the Temple Masters across the Divine Temples. It is said that the mightiest among them, the Blazing Sky Radiant Lord, has a foundation that rivals even that of the Northlan Temple Master. Yet, despite their overwhelming strength, the 3 Radiant Lords still bow beneath the South Radiant Temple Master, a testament to the latter's unfathomable and terrifying depth of power. Among the 9 divine temples, excluding the 3 unique temples of the Immortal, Saint Radiance, and Illusory Void, only the Storm Arc Temple and the Nether Night Temple can match the South Radiant Temple in terms of foundation.
The remaining 3 temples fall slightly behind.
The 3 Radiant Lords descended slowly, bowing deeply before the South Radiant Temple Master.
Master.
No need for such formalities in public. As Radiant Lords, you must maintain the dignity of your station, the South Radiant Temple Master admonished.
Softly, his gaze landing on one of them.
Blazing Sky, your almost rigid loyalty truly fills this temple with mixed feelings of joy and concern. The Blazing Sky Radiant Lord bowed again, his tone firm and resolute.
To Blazing Sky, the Master's command is the divine law. Throughout the South Radiant Temple, all need only execute without question.
This declaration of loyalty drew the attention of the other Temple Masters.
For those in positions of power, the most desired attribute in subordinates is absolute loyalty.
And figures like Blazing Sky, Flame Absolute, and Flame Vast, the 3 Radiant Lords, how could they merely be described as loyal generals?
The corners of the South Radiant Temple Master's lips curved faintly,
occasionally showcasing the profound foundation of the South Radiant Temple to the outside world could serve as an effective deterrent. In this world, there is no greater deterrent than the power of a supreme sovereign at the ultimate realm. Having achieved this purpose, the South Radiant Temple Master turned his gaze to the Illusory Void Temple Master nearby. Illusory Void, this temple is ready on our end.
You may proceed.
Supreme Sovereign at the Ultimate Realm equals 9th tier Apex equals level 99. However, even among Supreme Sovereigns at the Ultimate Realm, differing foundations naturally lead to varying strengths. The Master of the Illusory Void Palace floated mid-air, his palm descending as over 10,000 rings materialized out of thin air. Uniformly pitch black, they gently fell into the hands of the ability users present. Amidst the crowd's bewildered gazes, the Master of the Illusory Void Palace began to speak slowly. These are spatial rings. Inside, you will find 2 sets of clothing suitable for the Divine Ruins Secret Realm, as well as some provisions and water supplies. Before entering the Secret Realm, I ask that each of you hand over your ability rings to the Temple of the Gods for safekeeping. Upon entering the Secret Realm, immediately change into the provided attire. After he finished speaking, several more spatial waves rippled, and rings of various colors appeared in the hands of Hua Qianyu and the others on the platform, each appearing to be uniquely customized. Hua Qianyu toyed with the silver ring in his hand, feeling a sudden sense of marvel. It was the first time he had seen the usually reticent Master of the Illusory Void Palace utter so many words. When his spiritual energy probed inside, he found the spatial capacity far exceeded his expectations. It was at least 100 times larger than his previous ability ring. However, he did not believe that all 10,000 spatial rings were of the same magnitude. After all, items related to space were often marked with a label of rarity. Rings with such vast spatial capacities were even more extraordinary. Only individuals like Hua Qianyu and his peers, heirs to future divine palaces and temples, could be granted such special treatment. So this is what it feels like to have privilege, huh? He murmured softly as he slipped the ring onto the thumb of his left hand. But it doesn't feel too bad. The Master of the Illusory Void Palace raised his palm, and a series of clicking sounds followed as the previously unremovable ability rings were unlocked. They floated weightlessly into the air as if freed from their shackles. He grasped the air, and a spatial vortex effortlessly materialized. The scattered ability rings were drawn into the vortex and collected into a silver crystal he casually conjured. After completing this, the other arm of the Master of the Illusory Void Palace lowered slightly, and a mirror with an ornate silver frame, exuding an ancient aura, quietly appeared in his palm. Hua Qianyu observed it with curiosity, while the elder beside him tilted his head slightly and explained with a smile, "That is the Mirror of Void Escape, a sacred artifact of the Illusory Void Temple. Like the Southern Radiance Bell, it is a token symbolizing the Master's authority. It was also a treasure left behind by the first-generation Master. Legend has it that with mastery over this artifact, one can travel freely across the vast worlds and infinite cosmos with a single thought. However, in this era, such claims are difficult to verify. Nowadays, the Mirror of Void Escape is primarily used as a key to open the gate of the Divine Ruins." Zhun. With a subtle movement of the Master's will, the Mirror of Void Escape rapidly expanded from the size of a palm to a towering mirror 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. The mirror faced Hua Qianyu directly, reflecting the youthful and somewhat inexperienced faces of those present. Crack! The Master of the Illusory Void Palace lightly pinched his fingers together, and the mirror's surface shattered into countless fragments. Behind the falling shards, a gathering silver-white energy began to glow. A massive spatial gate quickly took shape. Before anyone could react, a deafening roar erupted from the light, and shadows began to emerge one after another from the silver-white brilliance. A man with a grim aura and an unfamiliar face stepped out of the light first, followed by a second, a 10th, a 100th, a 1,000th. An overwhelming number of shadowy figures began to envelop the scene. "You wretched sinners, betrayers of your masters, scornful of the nurturing you received. You turned the Divine Ruins Secret Realm into a prison, treating its living beings as livestock, and now you shamelessly invade our realm to cultivate your strength. Do you truly think we will let you have your way?" The leading man's gaze was sharp and filled with fury as he faced the temple masters, his anger unrestrained. Hua Qianyu's face turned deathly pale. The sheer force carried by the man's voice alone made it difficult for him to remain standing. This man's strength was on par with that of the Nether Abyss Sovereign. Even more terrifying was the fact that behind this man stood no fewer than 1,000 experts of similar caliber. So this is the true foundation of the Divine Ruins Secret Realm. A filthy pack of traitorous remnants. Today, we shall slaughter every last one of you thieves. Even if it costs every drop of our blood, we will make sure none of you leave alive. Everyone, kill these sinners and reclaim everything that rightfully belongs to the Divine Ruins. One day, the Divine Ruins will shatter this imprisonment and repay the humiliation of these countless millennia. Temple scum, prepare your necks and wait for your end. Ha ha ha. For the Divine Ruins, all those with wolfish ambitions shall be eradicated. Every one of you deserves to die. As long as you carry the taint of the temple, you all deserve death.
Ha 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 ha.
The air was filled with nearly deranged growls, brimming with chilling hatred and murderous intent. The cries radiated a death-defying madness that sent shivers down the spine. The leading man rose into the air, and a massive golden palm materialized above, its immense force tearing through layers of space as it descended mercilessly.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
Above the Nine Spirits Hall, everyone stared blankly at the golden palm.
The scene unfolded so swiftly that they didn't even have time to feel fear. A dog of the cage dares to bark? A deep, disdainful shout echoed. The blazing heaven sovereign sneered with contempt. He raised his arm, and a vast blazing sun materialized out of thin air. Under the overwhelming radiance of the fiery light that covered the heavens, the golden palm dimmed and vanished in an instant. Insects. The blazing heaven sovereign cast a sidelong glance, his arm pressing downward.
The blazing sun tilted and fell along with his motion, crashing fiercely toward the figure in midair.
Boom! The blazing sun descended, instantly engulfing the figure.
Crimson blood splattered across the sky, only to evaporate and disappear amidst the scorching heat. With a casual strike, under the power of the blazing heaven sovereign, they had no chance to resist. Even those surging out of the void mirror retreated under the oppressive fiery might.
Ha ha ha, how many years have we heard this nonsense? Vermin of the divine ruins, why not simply enjoy the privilege of being raised by us?
The flame absolute sovereign laughed wildly, his arms slowly spreading apart.
A dark blue fire domain, 100 meters wide, quietly took shape under his control.
Within the passage, countless invading powerhouses perished within the flames. Screams filled the air, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. Hua Qianyu stood frozen, his vision growing blurry and unfocused. As for the others, they were equally stunned into silence, trembling as they witnessed the merciless slaughter with their own eyes. For the sovereigns of the divine halls, however, such slaughter was merely routine, not worth mentioning.
What's the matter?
An ancient voice chuckled faintly, eyes indifferent, as if watching a mundane performance rather than a massacre.
Hua Qianyu took a deep breath and sighed.
I thought my heart was already cold enough, but compared to the sovereigns of the divine halls, I am insignificant. From the eyes of the divine hall sovereigns, he could see nothing but apathy. To them, life was as insignificant as grass. Toward the beings of the divine ruins, they felt no remorse at all. Heh, you must understand, those who climb to the position of sovereign have all crawled out of the abyss of hell. They've experienced the cruelest malice of this world. And because of that, when they impose the same upon others, they feel no sympathy. When you're in the abyss, with no retreat, any hesitation or compassion becomes the blade you use to dig your own grave. The ancient voice carried a faint, ethereal tone, as if those cloudy eyes had long seen through everything in the world.
Hua Qianyu nodded, half understanding. Rumble.
Inside the void mirror, the blazing sun and the dark blue fire sea collided fiercely. Under the aftermath, weaker abilities around the arena swayed unsteadily, some even collapsed to the ground on the spot.
Big brother, second brother, take it easy. The flame sky sovereign called out loudly.
He then formed a barrier of purple flames, completely isolating the cataclysmic fiery energy and preventing harm to their side.
TCH.
A swarm of flies, how irritating. No matter how many of you there are, you'll always just be flies, incapable of altering the outcome of the battle. The Flame Sky Sovereign's tone was filled with utter disdain and disgust. At the same time, he raised his other arm, from which deep purple flames erupted, swiftly transforming into a terrifying flame dragon with bared fangs.
Boom! Brilliant tricolored flames descended simultaneously.
Under the combined might of the three sovereigns, thousands of invaders perished in this fiery calamity.
Not even bones remained.
The spatial passage opened by the void mirror returned to calm. In the deathly silence, the three sovereigns descended quietly, standing respectfully before the southern sovereign.
Master, the cleansing operation has been successfully completed, the blazing heaven sovereign said solemnly.
Very well, the southern sovereign nodded, his smile deepening.
Blazing heaven, flame absolute, flame sky, you three have made notable progress. With you here, what does the southern flame have to fear from any enemy?
The southern sovereign's words carried a veiled implication, seemingly directed at the divine ruins.
Yet, for some reason, they sounded particularly grating to the ears of the other sovereigns.
Thunderstorm and Nether Knight, the two grand sovereigns, exchanged sharp glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The combined strength of the three sovereigns was already a formidable threat to any force. And yet, the fact that these three individuals followed the southern sovereign's every word so obediently could not help but send chills down their spines. The atmosphere subtly shifted, but the southern sovereign, as if oblivious, spoke again. Enough. With the entrance to the divine ruins open and the wild dogs of the cage eliminated, all of you should now enter the divine ruins. Remember, adapt to the lifestyle and rules of the divine ruins.
Under no circumstances should you reveal your identity as outsiders. Upon entering, immediately change your attire and destroy anything connected to the outside world. The Lord of the Southern Radiance Palace cast his gaze downward, his tone turning cold. Don't say I didn't warn you. Every year, over 60% of people perish in the divine ruins. You must treasure your lives. The crowd solemnly bowed. Under the organization of the Lord of the Illusory Sky Palace, the 10,000 observers on the viewing platform were the first to act, moving in an orderly fashion through the spatial gateway of the void mirror. Hua Qianyu watched the departing crowd in silence, feeling an uncontainable surge of emotion, accompanied by a faint sense of emptiness. The divine ruins, an entirely unfamiliar and alien world. What kind of world could it possibly be? 1 year in the outside world equaled 3 whole years within the divine ruins. 3 years? With no support to rely on, one would have to struggle to survive in a completely foreign world. At this thought, Hua Qianyu's heartbeat inevitably quickened. Could such a thing truly be accomplished? Qianyu, let's go. Lin Yi's voice rang out beside him. Hua Qianyu's gaze refocused. Most of the crowd had already surged forward. Ahead of him, Hua Qianzue, Mu Wanling, and the others were already moving on. Lin Yi's face was alight with excitement, though his slightly trembling voice betrayed a hint of unease about the unknown. All right. Hua Qianyu took a step forward, but just 2 steps in, a steady hand rested firmly on his shoulder. He turned in confusion, and unsurprisingly, it was the ancient figure standing behind him. What is it? Hua Qianyu asked. The elder patted his shoulder heavily, his complex gaze resembling that of a parent watching their child leave home for distant lands. Above all, value your life. This palace awaits your return. Take care. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly. He did not respond, or perhaps, silence was the best response. He turned back around and walked forward slowly. His somewhat slender figure grew more distant under the watchful eyes of the elder and the other palace lords. Until finally, it vanished into the silvery glow of the spatial gateway. Imperial City, Blood Spirit Fortress. Lixius sat steadily on the throne, and below him stood a vast congregation of blood clans belonging to the Blood Spirit sect. Over time, under the leadership of Lixius, the Blood Spirit sect had grown increasingly powerful. In terms of strength and scale alone, it was no weaker than the top-tier families in the upper echelon of the Imperial City. Even so, Lixius chose to remain quietly dormant. In his vision, cultivating powerful individuals was far more critical than merely increasing numbers. Within the entire Blood Spirit sect, aside from Lixius and Mont, there was no third fifth-tier Blood King. The overall quality of the sect was mediocre, making it very difficult to achieve greater effectiveness. Suddenly, a presence connected to his soul completely disappeared. Lixius's expression changed drastically, and a sharp crimson glint flashed in his now opened eyes. His Highness's presence has disappeared? He muttered in a deep voice. That was the soul connection formed by the Blood Spirit Pact. As long as someone remained in this world, their presence would never vanish. Unless they had perished, body and soul. Or perhaps they were no longer in this world. Lixius's gaze flickered subtly, and he asked coldly, Mont, could it be that today is the day the Divine Ruins secret realm opens? Yes, Lord Lixius. Mont stepped forward and responded. The Temple of the Gods announced it to the entire Divine Kingdom 3 days ago. It's no secret. I see, Lixius muttered, deep in thought. Then, in the coming year, the Blood Spirit sect must strive to grow by any means necessary, aiming to become a formidable force by the time His Highness returns. Time was too pressing. With the time laws of the Divine Ruins secret realm, combined with Hua Qianyu's terrifying talent, it was hard to predict what kind of monstrous growth he would achieve in 3 years. By then, the Blood Spirit sect might no longer be qualified to assist Hua Qianyu. Lixius's expression grew grave as he murmured, but at the very least, we absolutely must not become a burden to His Highness. Mont's expression shifted, and he asked, My lord, do you mean? Lixius fell silent for a moment, pacing back and forth. His scarlet eyes, bearing the distinctive traits of his blood clan heritage, gleamed with unmistakable bloodthirst and desire. Since His Highness is no longer in this world, then no matter what we do, it won't implicate him. From this moment on, abolish the hunting prohibition. For us, blood is the most delicious form of energy. Silvery white light filled his entire vision, and in Hua Qianyu's sight, nothing but silver remained. Though his vision had not yet recovered, the sensation of standing firmly on solid ground came first, followed closely by waves of surging source energy pouring into his body like a flood. 10-fold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The water-fire spirit technique began to operate simultaneously, and the Blood Dragon Emperor technique was also activated.
The dragon energy within his meridians surged at an alarming speed, running entirely on its own.
Hua Qianyu was utterly shaken.
The energy in the air had suddenly become so dense that it was almost tangible, creating a noticeable pressure upon his entire body.
Crack! Crack!
The sound of bottlenecks shattering seemed to echo from the depths of his soul.
In just a brief moment, Hua Qianyu broke through 2 realms under this immense pressure, reaching the 29th level.
And all of this was merely from arriving at the divine ruins.
No wonder. Despite the considerable risks, so many people still entered the divine ruins without hesitation.
Unlike the thin energy of the outside world, the source energy within the divine ruins' secret realm was akin to a paradise from dreams.
If not for the so-called realm restrictions, with such unparalleled conditions, how could the cultivation of Temple Lord-level powerhouses ever face any difficulty?
As his vision gradually returned, what appeared before him was a vast crowd of people. Every face was brimming with extreme joy, as the benefits of the divine ruins' secret realm momentarily made them forget the unease of being in a foreign land.
Hua Qianyu gazed into the distance.
Before him lay an ancient and dense forest, each tree towering to the heavens and exuding an aura of primordial life. Behind him, there was a sheer cliff that seemed to have no summit. A magnificent waterfall cascaded from the sky, crashing against the massive rocks in the lake below with a thunderous roar. He lifted his head slightly. The sky here was an extraordinary shade of blue, and the air was filled with a white, misty haze, giving the place an ethereal and dreamlike quality. Hua Qianyu found himself momentarily entranced.
Ancient trees, waterfalls, cliffs, celestial mist. The scene before him was nothing short of a paradise.
At least in the outside world, it would be nearly impossible to find such a pristine and ancient natural landscape.
Hey! Qianyu, I've broken through to the 29th level.
Lin Yi's voice was filled with delight. Hua Qianyu looked at him and smiled faintly. As expected of the divine ruins, the source energy here is so dense that it directly pushed us through our bottlenecks.
It wasn't just them, many others had also broken through under the immense energy pressure.
Those who had just entered the divine ruins or whose realms were relatively low gained even greater rewards.
This is truly a great place.
Lin Yi exclaimed, marveling, in 3 years, we might even cultivate to the 5th-tier king level.
Hua Qianyu nodded in agreement, not refuting this statement.
Humph.
Don't get carried away.
Change your clothes quickly, a voice interjected. It was Hua Qianzue, still as carefree and nonchalant as ever, with a hint of laziness in his tone.
Hua Qianyu turned his gaze toward him and saw Hua Qianzue holding a set of black training robes.
Beside him, Mu Huanling and Moe Yuan had similar attire in their hands. The 3 of them were all at the 2nd-tier extreme boundary and had been stuck at this bottleneck for a long time. Now, unsurprisingly, they had all broken through to the 3rd tier. In terms of cultivation level, they were still ahead of him and Lin Yi. As for combat strength, it was hard to gauge. Hua Dishao really likes meddling in other people's business, Moe Yuan mocked. Perhaps driven by a competitive spirit, as someone who had been defeated by Hua Qianzue, Moe Yuan harbored no goodwill toward either Hua Qianzue or Hua Qianyu, who had defeated him.
Hua Qianzue glared at him and retorted bluntly, "A loser like you, could you stop trying to prove your existence in front of me?"
Moe Yuan's face stiffened and he coldly retorted, "Oh, so impressive, young Master Hua.
But wasn't that proud hair of yours cut off by someone with a single sword stroke?"
Hua Qianyu.
Hua Qianzue's expression darkened noticeably.
A single sentence managed to offend 2 people. It had to be said that Moe Yuan was quite bold.
Hua Qianyu didn't mind much, but Hua Qianzue's obsession with his hair was no ordinary fixation. Moe Yuan was clearly provoking him on purpose. "Can you all stop this nonsense?"
Just as tensions were about to ignite, Mu Huanling spoke coldly, her expression indifferent.
"Have you forgotten the warnings from the Hall Masters? Moreover, the natives of the divine ruins might not have been completely cleared out yet."
She pointed ahead at the ancient forest and spoke faintly, there might still be signs of human presence in that forest ahead.
"With our 3rd-tier strength, if we're exposed, isn't that just courting death?"
After saying this, she picked up her clothes and walked alone toward a more secluded part of the woods, leaving behind one last cold remark, "None of you follow me." Perhaps her words worked. Hua Qianzue didn't make a move against Moe Yuan. He merely shot him a cold glance before silently searching for a hidden spot.
"Humph." Moe Yuan snorted and turned, heading in the opposite direction from Hua Qianzue. Hua Qianyu remained silent throughout. Mu Huanling was a meticulous woman, shrewd and even a bit ruthless. Though she wasn't particularly likable, such characteristics made survival in the divine ruins far more likely. "Let's go." Hua Qianyu turned and walked toward a crack in a stone wall at the rear. Lin Yi followed closely. The dim crevice happened to block most of the light and line of sight.
With a thought, he communicated with his spatial ring, and a black training robe with red patterns appeared in his hand. Hua Qianyu stared at the clothes in his hands silently for a long time, his forehead eventually creasing with black lines as he felt a deep sense of exasperation. Why couldn't they have changed clothes before entering the divine ruins? Was changing clothes in the wilderness some sort of necessary trial? Or was this some twisted amusement by the hall masters? A quarter of an hour later, they finally completed the arduous task of changing. After Linny gathered and burned the discarded clothing, they began to explore and advance through the ancient forest. The clothing within the divine ruins' secret realm resembled the ancient attire recorded in the history of the divine nation. Though aesthetically pleasing, it was incredibly difficult to wear. It took Hua Qianyu and the others an embarrassingly long time to put the garments on properly. The hall masters really set us up. Who would have thought my brilliant reputation would be ruined by a mere piece of clothing? Hua Qianzue complained weakly. At this moment, he was dressed in a black training robe, with a belt cinching his waist tightly. His shoulder-length black hair hung loosely behind him, giving him the appearance of a carefree swordsman. Mo Yuan twitched the corner of his mouth and, for once, agreed. You're absolutely right. It almost drove me crazy. Honestly, if the natives of the divine ruins were testing us on how well we could wear these clothes, we'd be exposed immediately. His attire was similar to Hua Qianzue's, and he too exuded a handsome charm in the outfit. Let's make this clear, once we're out of this forest, we go our separate ways. No one gets in anyone else's way, Mu Huanling's cold, ethereal voice declared. Her white and blue training attire stripped away some of her aristocratic elegance and added a touch of heroic vigor. It was worth noting that her golden hair was too conspicuous. To avoid unnecessary trouble, she had Hua Qianzue use his dark energy to conceal it. That's exactly what I want, Hua Qianyu replied coldly. If the others look like wandering swordsmen, then Hua Qianyu, with his extraordinary appearance and unique temperament, managed to project the image of a noble young master even in such simple training robes. It felt like a young noble from a prestigious family setting out on a journey. Everyone, stay alert. The life aura in this ancient forest is chaotic and complex. There might be many unknown creatures here, Linny warned, his spiritual energy constantly radiating outward without pause. His training attire, interwoven with white and platinum, perfectly complemented the phoenix's flames. Compared to the others, his attire appeared somewhat extravagant. Yet, considering that the Lord of the Southern Radiance Palace was known for his unparalleled flamboyance, it seemed entirely fitting. As Linny grew increasingly attuned to the phoenix's source blood, his fiery red hair was subtly shifting toward a golden hue. Initially, it was predominantly red, but now the gold was gradually taking over. The remaining strands of red seemed almost like deliberate highlights. Hua Qianyu nodded silently. Given their current strength, traversing this uncharted ancient forest was still quite hazardous. They had no way of knowing if creatures far stronger than them lurked within. Along the way, they encountered countless peculiar flowers and plants. Yet, the stranger the plant appeared, the more they refrained from touching it. They still lacked the basic survival knowledge needed for the divine ruins' secret realm. Their fragile lives left no room for reckless actions. Are you sure we're all heading in the same direction? Hua Qianyu asked. The towering ancient trees were so massive that they almost completely blocked out the sunlight, making it impossible to determine direction based on the sun. Mu Huanling's expression remained unchanged. She replied calmly, my snow soul heart can see through all things. Basic orientation is still within my capabilities. Is that so? Hua Qianyu frowned, murmuring, then why do I feel that the further we go, the less diverse the life auras become? When they first entered the ancient forest, various chaotic life auras intertwined, and under the perception of spiritual energy, the vibrancy of the forest was palpable. But now, there are two possibilities, Mu Huanling's eyes flickered as she suddenly stopped in her tracks. First, we may be nearing the exit. If that's the case, then nothing could be better. As for the second, we might be heading toward a more powerful creature. As Mu Huanling's words landed, the air suddenly turned icy cold. A massive shadow flashed swiftly across their path. A sudden wave of vigilance swept over the group. On the trunk of a tree ahead, a peculiar multicolored python coiled itself, its vibrant patterns shimmering under the light. It flicked its forked tongue in a manner that was far from friendly. What kind of snake is that? Mo Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He had encountered countless serpents before, but never had he seen one as vividly colored as this. It was utterly unheard of. Well, this is truly an unlucky start, Hua Qianzue sighed, instinctively reaching for the energy ring on his wrist. His previously relaxed demeanor became noticeably tense. Damn it! My sword is in the energy ring, he cursed. The energy rings, being external items, had long been confiscated by the Temple of Gods. The spatial rings they currently carried held no weapons at all.
I didn't bring my Whiteley either, Linny admitted, his expression dark and grim. Me neither, Moe Ewan said, his face sinking into a deep frown, wishing he could slap himself. How could they have overlooked something as vital as their weapons before leaving? And why hadn't the Temple of Gods reminded them? Hua Qianyu and Mu Huanling remained silent.
They, too, had left their spirit weapons behind. At this point, however, complaining was futile. For Hua Qianyu, at least, he still had the blood scythe of purgatory, which was linked to his very bloodline.
As for whether to use it, that would depend on the situation.
After all, trump cards were not something to be revealed lightly. The 5 of them stood still, unmoving, as if by silent agreement.
Generally speaking, snakes wouldn't attack humans unprovoked. However, encountering humans could put them into a state of heightened sensitivity.
Now, more than ever, it was crucial to remain calm. The multicolored python continued flicking its tongue but made no other movements. It did not launch an attack on the group.
What should we do? Mu Huanling asked calmly after the standoff lasted 3 minutes.
They weren't moving, yet the snake showed no signs of leaving. If this continued, there was no telling what might happen.
Hua Qianyu hesitated, then asked internally, Dragon Emperor, what kind of snake is this?
The multicolored python, the Dragon Emperor replied. A relatively rare species of snake, known for its strong territorial instincts and cautious nature.
It can use lethal venom.
But the one in front of you is, at most, at the 2nd tier in strength. Seeing how timid you all are, this emperor can't help but laugh, ha ha ha. Hua Qianyu ignored the ridicule and spoke flatly, kill it. The others all turned their gazes toward him simultaneously, their expressions filled with disbelief. They hadn't expected such a reckless statement to come from the usually cautious Hua Qianyu.
Its level isn't high.
Just be mindful of the venom, Hua Qianyu explained briefly. His eyes flashed with a cold light as frost began spreading rapidly along the tree trunk where the multicolored python was coiled.
The speed of the frost's expansion was astonishing. The multicolored python had no time to react before it was completely encased in ice.
Burn it, Hua Qianyu decisively commanded.
Wait.
Mu Huanling raised her hand, intending to stop him, but Linny, who had always shared a deep understanding with Hua Qianyu, had already acted. A burst of phoenix fire streaked through the air.
Boom!
The moment the phoenix fire made contact with the ice, it exploded violently. The multicolored python's body shattered into pieces alongside the frozen structure.
Mu Huanling's raised arm froze midair. What's wrong? Hua Qianyu asked, puzzled. Mu Huanling snapped out of her daze. She lowered her arm, exhaled softly, and said, it's too late now. Rustle. Hisses. A much larger multicolored python emerged from the depths of the forest, dragging its enormous body into view.
Compared to the previous one, this snake was far more imposing and menacing in appearance. Its aura alone exuded an oppressive intensity that Hua Qianyu could clearly feel. Ah, boy, this is a 4th-tier peak-level source beast. The one you just killed must have been its offspring, the voice of the Blood Dragon Emperor rang out again, laced with obvious glee. But compared to the king-level ability users you faced before, it shouldn't be too much of a challenge, right? You did this on purpose? Hua Qianyu's face darkened. It was obvious the Blood Dragon Emperor had deliberately withheld critical information, only revealing the truth after he had slain the younger python, thereby enraging this 4th-tier beast.
The Blood Dragon Emperor didn't bother denying it.
Instead, he chuckled mockingly.
You asked, and I answered. I simply didn't elaborate.
Besides, you'll face many similar situations in the future.
Hua Qianyu cursed the Blood Dragon Emperor endlessly in his mind.
Without wasting another second, he turned around and shouted, run! A 4th-tier peak-level multicolored python was equivalent to an expert like Zhang Junlong in strength. Even though their abilities had improved significantly, they still had no choice but to flee. The group reacted swiftly, sprinting back along the path they came from. Even those who didn't fully understand the python's nature could sense the almost tangible danger emanating from its source energy aura. The speed of the 4th-tier multicolored serpent was incredibly fast. Even within the complex terrain of the forest, it weaved through like a flash of lightning. At the rear of the group, Moe Ewan gritted his teeth. With a slight twist of his wrist, a heavy brown glow emanated from his palm, and a massive boulder suddenly jutted up, forcibly blocking the narrow path.
Bang! A loud explosion echoed, and Moe Ewan's face, which had just begun to relax, instantly froze. The solid boulder was easily pierced by the serpent's body.
In an instant, the creature, moving as swiftly as an arrow loosed from a bow, coiled around Moe Ewan.
Its pitch-black venomous fangs mercilessly sank into his neck.
Ugh! Moe Yuan's eyes rolled back, and a pained whimper escaped his lips.
As the venom coursed through his veins, his entire face turned jet black in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Hua Qianzui's expression darkened.
Picking up a twig from the roadside, he forcefully infused it with dark source energy and hurled it backward with all his might.
Swoosh! Caught off guard, the multicolored serpent's defensive scales were easily breached by the energy-powered twig. Miraculously, the fragile branch pierced directly through the serpent's vulnerable spot, its 7-inch mark.
Hiss! The serpent let out a pained screech and instinctively loosened its grip.
Moe Yuan slumped to the ground, completely drained of strength to flee.
At this moment, Hua Qianzui abruptly turned back, grabbed the semi-conscious Moe Yuan, and continued to flee. But how could a fourth-tier peak source beast be taken down by a mere twig? Rather, Hua Qianzui's attack only further provoked the serpent's ferocity. Its speed surged again, doubling in intensity. As the distance between the serpent and the group shrank rapidly, Hua Qianyu abruptly stopped in his tracks. Slowly, he turned around and stood alone to face the serpent.
Gue! You! Hua Qianyu murmured softly.
The elegant and menacing Guiyu blood scythe materialized out of thin air, its silver chains transitioning from illusion to reality, spiraling around his arms and waist.
Its appearance brought an aura of cold-blooded menace.
The serpent's speed noticeably slowed, and an overwhelming murderous aura filled the air, triggering its primal fear. Blood surged within Hua Qianyu's body as he struggled to control its rapid depletion. His face grew paler by the second, while the blood energy surrounding the blade of the Guiyu blood scythe turned darker and more intense. Without hesitation, Hua Qianyu swung the scythe horizontally. The multicolored serpent's body was instantly engulfed in a terrifying crimson light. He didn't linger to observe the aftermath of his strike. Retrieving the Guiyu blood scythe, Hua Qianyu immediately raised an ice wall and turned to flee. Little did he know that the serpent's body had already been slashed with a massive wound. However, with Hua Qianyu's level of source energy, the attack wasn't enough to cleave the creature into two. The serpent's body remained motionless, but the seemingly ordinary wound refused to heal. Blood gushed out relentlessly, mirroring the serpent's rapidly dwindling life force. The astonishing fourth-tier peak source beast could no longer struggle. It could only quietly await the end of its life. In a secluded part of the forest, Hua Qianzui, Lin Yi, and the others leaned against a tree, sitting on the ground and gasping for air. The desperate escape had drained them entirely, both physically and mentally. This young master could command the winds and rain in the imperial capital. When has a mere exotic beast ever forced me into such a humiliating retreat? It's a disgrace. Hua Qianzui slammed his fist heavily against the tree trunk, his heart filled with frustration and anger with no outlet for release. In the end, it's our mindset that wasn't in the right place.
We were too reckless. This is the divine ruins, not Huaxia.
No one can protect us here, Mu Huanling said, catching her
breath and speaking in a low tone.
Still, encountering such an ordeal early is a good thing.
It allows us to adjust our mindset and avoid catastrophic mistakes in the future.
Lin Yi slowly closed his eyes and said weakly, I wonder how Yun Shangchen is doing. He refused to join us so decisively. With his strength, it might be hard for him to handle trouble if he runs into any. Indeed, Yun Shangchen, the godchild of Thunderclap Temple, had chosen to part ways with the group as soon as they entered the divine ruins. None of them had tried to dissuade him. However, Yun Shangchen was arguably the weakest among them.
Ha! Hua Qianzui sneered. You don't need to worry about him. With the Thunderclap Temple Lord's cautious nature, how could he possibly let his godchild fall into danger?
I heard the Thunderclap Temple sent 2 fourth-tier guardians to accompany him.
He's much safer than us. I see.
Lin Yi gently shook his head and chuckled bitterly.
Qianyu, are you all right? No response.
Lin Yi's eyes snapped open, and he looked around, but Hua Qianyu was nowhere in sight. He shot to his feet, panic overtaking him.
Where's Qianyu? Did he not keep up with us? Hua Qianzui and Mu Huanling's expressions also changed.
They exchanged glances, then both shook their heads in confusion.
Hua Qianyu had chosen to stay behind. That was the only conclusion they could come to.
Lin Yi's heart instantly sank, but just as he was about to turn back to save someone, Hua Qianyu, although walking weakly, appeared in everyone's sight completely unharmed.
Qianyu.
The weight in Lin Yi's heart lifted, and he hurried forward to support Hua Qianyu, helping him sit down by a tree.
I'm fine.
Hua Qianyu rasped, his voice hoarse, his lips visibly parched. He took out a jug of water from his spatial ring and sipped just enough to moisten his throat. This was the 3rd time he had used the infernal blood scythe. Compared to the previous 2 times where he had been utterly battered, this time he was noticeably less weakened, his body was gradually adapting to the minimal blood loss required.
What about that monstrous snake?
Hua Qianzue asked, and a faint sense of reverence for Hua Qianyu rose in his heart. Daring to face a fourth-tier peak-level mutant beast alone, just this courage alone was enough to leave countless others in awe.
I don't know, Hua Qianyu shook his head. I only stalled it. It might still be alive, but it shouldn't chase us beyond its territory.
The group let out a collective sigh of relief, their hearts settling significantly. Let's think about how to save him, Mu Huanling said as she shifted her gaze to the half-dead Moe Yuan, her expression slightly cold. Or, prepare to collect his corpse. If there were someone from the Immortal Temple or the Holy Radiance Temple, it might have been possible to attempt to cure this snake venom.
But unfortunately, among this group, not a single person possessed such an ability. I'll do it.
Lin Yisan stepped forward, and a cluster of emerald green, peculiar flames slowly emerged in his hand. This was the purifying flame personally bestowed upon him by the Southern Sovereign Palace Master. Hua Qianyu's gaze was drawn to it, and he murmured with a sense of realization, so that's it. The Blood Dragon Emperor had said that the purifying flame had the power to remove impurities, which meant it might possess an exceptionally rare effect when it came to neutralizing toxins.
Lin Yisan placed his hand over Moe Yuan's chest, letting the purifying flame steadily settle there. This flame was unique, it wasn't very hot and had almost no offensive properties, so it wouldn't cause any secondary damage to Moe Yuan. Soon, the black venom, drawn by the purifying flame, began to gather in Moe Yuan's chest. Bit by bit, it seeped out from his bloodstream and was instantly incinerated completely.
At the same time, the pallor on Moe Yuan's face gradually gave way to a healthier flush of color.
What do we do next? Mu Huanling's gaze naturally shifted to Hua Qianyu.
In this temporary small group, only Hua Qianyu's words carried enough weight to convince everyone. It wasn't about strength, it was a unique charisma and personal magnetism.
Hua Qianyu closed his eyes to ponder.
If not for the Blood Dragon Emperor intentionally setting a trap, they might have avoided this ordeal altogether. But, as the Blood Dragon Emperor had said, since they would face it eventually, experiencing it sooner would actually be more beneficial for their future paths.
With this thought, Hua Qianyu's resentment toward the Blood Dragon Emperor gradually dissipated.
He opened his eyes and calmly said, "Rest for half an hour, then continue in another direction."
Zhaoyang County, located within the bustling cities of the region.
Zhaoyang City was exceptionally lively, with various shops lining the streets, and the endless flow of people highlighting the prosperity of this city. Just outside the serene city gates, two young men dressed in fine clothes stood gazing upwards. Sharp eyes pierced through the gates, clearly observing the scene within. Behind them lay a desolate, uninhabited area, separated by just one wall from the bustling noise ahead. They were none other than Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. It had been 3 days since they escaped that ancient forest. Clearly, they had chosen not to travel together and unsurprisingly went their separate ways. Each embarked on a different journey, which, for them, was both an inevitable and the best outcome. The heirs of the various divine temples each possessed unique personalities, the pinnacle of their respective elemental attributes. Because of this, their pride ensured they would never willingly become reliant on others. Agreeing to follow Hua Qianyu's decisions was merely a temporary concession in the face of crisis, a short-term collaboration of shared interests, and indeed the most efficient way to escape danger. But it was obviously not conducive to long-term unity. In the end, the 5 of them split into 3 groups, each with its own goals and positions: Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi, Hua Qianzue and Mu Huanling, and Moe Yuan. They ventured forward, exploring completely different directions.
Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi headed south. After 3 days of trekking mountains and rivers, they finally arrived at a city inhabited by humans. The fire elemental aura here is very intense.
It seems the people here favor fire-based abilities, Lin Yi remarked as he stepped through the city gates, sensing the fire elemental energy in the air rushing wildly into his body.
Hua Qianyu stepped forward, a subtle wariness flickering in his eyes.
Lin Yi, be careful with your words.
Within the Divine Ruin's secret realm, the cultivation of source energy must have its own system and professional terminology.
He tilted his head slightly and continued to remind him, the term abilities might seem ordinary, but if it falls into the ears of the natives of the Divine Ruins, our identities could be exposed immediately. To the Divine Ruins, they were merely outsiders, or even invaders. Every word and action demanded absolute caution, the slightest negligence could lead to irreversible consequences. It was best to abandon some of their habitual terms. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a hint of alarm on his face.
So what do we do now? Learn the basics of the Divine Ruins, blend in as soon as possible? Exactly. Hua Qianyu pondered for a moment. But as for how to do that, he hesitated. Facing a completely unfamiliar environment, how could they adapt in the shortest time possible?
After a long moment of silence, a flash of inspiration appeared in Hua Qianyu's mind, accompanied by a helpless sigh.
Indeed, the only place to quickly acquire knowledge is a school. A school? You're kidding, right? Lin Yi's mouth twitched violently. Hua Qianyu nodded slightly, stroking his chin.
It would be best to find a place like a library.
However, what's the issue? Lin Yi asked, puzzled.
Not exactly an issue, Hua Qianyu shook his head, his eyes showing slight concern. It's just that, given the strength we're displaying at our current age, we may not be comparable to Divine Ruins natives of the same age. After all, the restrictions of the Divine Ruins prison only lock the upper limits of cultivation, never exceeding the 8th tier Holy Sovereign level. In other words, based on the higher level energy metrics of the Divine Ruins, under equivalent conditions, its natives would inevitably surpass the ability users of Blue Star.
Lin Yi instantly understood Hua Qianyu's implication, cautiously asking, Qianyu, you're not worried that our strength might seem ordinary among those our age in the Divine Ruins, are you? Ordinary?
Hua Qianyu murmured the word softly, his spiritual perception scanning the surrounding crowd.
Though they appeared ordinary, the source energy aura emanating from them was noticeably strong.
This level of prevalence left him deeply shocked. He opened his mouth and said, if it's merely ordinary, that wouldn't be a problem. After all, being ordinary meant they could still blend in with the masses. I'm just afraid that we're so weak, we might not even qualify to enroll.
Zhaoyang Academy. Hua Qianyu looked up at the massive plaque above, its 4 large characters radiating an intense heat. Everything in the Divine Ruins secret realm exuded an ancient simplicity.
Even an ordinary academy carried a unique beauty distinct from the outside world.
Qianyu, this should be the only cultivation academy in Zhaoyang City. So, what do we do? Should we try our luck? Lin Yi's eyes flickered with unease, his nervousness evident.
It was no surprise. In this place, the two of them had no wealth, no power, and no connections. They could rely on nothing but themselves.
Let's go.
Hua Qianyu stepped forward, unhurriedly approaching the gatekeeper, his demeanor calm and composed.
Excuse me, brother, may I ask where the registration office for Zhaoyang Academy is?
Hua Qianyu cupped his hands and asked politely. Lin Yi quickly caught up, deeply shocked by Hua Qianyu's demeanor and way of speaking. Qianyu, how has he picked this up so quickly and so flawlessly? The gatekeeper opened his eyes, his gaze casually drifting downward.
With just one glance, the indifference and arrogance in his eyes vanished instantly. Why? Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi's appearances and temperaments were simply too striking.
Even in another world, certain qualities, such as aura, cannot be concealed. Having always lived in luxury, both of them unconsciously exuded an inexplicable air of nobility. Especially Hua Qianyu, though he feigned friendliness, the sense of distance and innate superiority in his gaze couldn't be hidden. As the gatekeeper of Zhaoyang Academy, he had seen plenty of scions of prestigious families and nobles in power.
Identifying people's basic social standings was second nature to him. Instinctively, he knew that these two must have extraordinary backgrounds and could not be treated carelessly. Are the 2 young masters here to enroll?
The gatekeeper bent forward slightly, putting on an exceedingly obsequious smile.
Hua Qianyu was momentarily taken aback. Zhaoyang Academy, was this how warmly they welcomed guests?
He blinked and, still maintaining a gentle demeanor, replied, that's correct.
Zhaoyang Academy is renowned throughout Zhaoyang County.
I've come here, drawn by its reputation, to exchange knowledge with its prodigious students. Hearing this, the gatekeeper felt a surge of admiration and patted his chest confidently.
For 2 young masters to be so passionate about the path of cultivation, you must be dragons among men.
At Zhaoyang Academy, we welcome all talented youth with open arms. Ha!
Please, follow me.
The gatekeeper turned with a cheerful smile, silently commending his own foresight. Building a good rapport with these 2 noble young men in advance certainly couldn't hurt. Though he was just a gatekeeper, he wasn't the kind who relied on bullying or causing trouble. A truly clever gatekeeper knew how to leverage his position to seek benefits, rather than recklessly jeopardizing his future out of momentary pride.
Thank you, brother. May I know your name?
Everything was progressing smoothly, and Hua Qianyu, in good spirits, struck up a conversation with the gatekeeper. Following quietly beside him, Lin Yi's expression was rather complicated. It was less surprise and more something closer to horror.
How to put it?
He had not expected Hua Qianyu to be such a convincing actor. With just a few words, he had completely won over the gatekeeper of Zhaoyang Academy. The Oscars owed him a golden statue. My surname is Yi, and my given name is Zhong, the gatekeeper replied, scratching his head somewhat bashfully.
Yi Zhong?
Hua Qianyu murmured to himself, his expression turning a bit peculiar. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Yi suddenly shouted, Yi Zhong.
The Yi's surname.
That's incredible. Yi Zhong looked utterly confused.
Young master, is there something wrong with my surname?
No, there's nothing wrong with it, Lin Yi quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile.
It's just that, among my circle of acquaintances, anyone with the surname Yi is exceptional. Yi Zhong, you must have an extraordinary relative, don't you?
Just joking around, but to his surprise, Yi Zhong was visibly startled. Trembling, he stammered, young master, you truly have sharp eyes. Lin Yi's smile froze on his face, while Hua Qianyu cast him a questioning glance.
Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi asked cautiously, Yi Zhong, you don't actually have a particularly impressive relative, do you?
To tell the truth, young masters, the person I'm taking you to meet is my uncle, one of the stewards of Jiaoyang Academy.
Yi Zhangnan.
Yi Zhong let out a bitter laugh, then suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. The abruptness of it left Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi stunned. He hurriedly explained, young masters, I am just an ordinary man unable to cultivate. This gatekeeping position was secured through my uncle's connections.
It was supposed to be a secret, but I can't seem to hide anything from your discerning eyes.
I beg your forgiveness, young masters. Please don't spread word of this matter. Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi exchanged glances, both struggling to suppress the slight trembling of their shoulders and the laughter they could barely contain.
You, may your eyes. Hua Qianyu took a deep breath, finally reining in his laughter.
Yi Zhong obediently stood, his head lowered, like a child caught doing something wrong.
Lin Yi patted his chest firmly, forcing down his amusement before replying seriously, rest assured, Yi Zhong.
I have no interest in prying into others' private affairs.
You can be at ease.
Thank you, young masters, Yi Zhong said, tears of relief welling up in his eyes.
Tentatively, he asked, may I know the names of the two young masters?
I'm Lin Yi, and as for him, he's Hua Qianyu. Lin Yi answered straightforwardly, finding Yi Zhong's genuine nature somewhat endearing.
Thank you, young master Lin. Thank you, young master Hua. Please, follow me.
Yi Zhong led the way forward, while his previously honest gaze suddenly flashed with sharpness.
He muttered inwardly, Hua, Lin, are there noble families with these surnames in Jiaoyang County? The group quickly arrived at a courtyard within the academy.
Yi Zhong bowed slightly, calling out loudly through the tightly shut gate, Uncle, your nephew has something to discuss with you.
Is that Zhonger? Come in. A deep and hoarse voice slowly came through.
Yi Zhong straightened up, giving Hua Qianyu a subtle glance, and the three of them stepped inside together. Hua Qianyu raised his gaze, and what appeared before him was an elderly man, an ordinary-looking elder who exuded no trace of source power. The old man's gaze also fell upon them, showing no surprise and maintaining an exceptionally calm demeanor throughout.
Zhonger, who are these two? Yi Zhangnan asked unhurriedly.
Yi Zhong replied sullenly, Uncle, these two gentlemen have traveled from afar, saying they wish to enroll in our Jiaoyang Academy.
Enroll in our academy?
Yi Zhangnan's tone dipped slightly, his aged eyes sweeping over Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi.
May I ask the ages of these two gentlemen?
Hua Qianyu stepped forward and replied seriously, Master Yi, I am Hua Qianyu, and this is my brother Lin Yi. We are both 19 years old.
19?
Yi Zhangnan furrowed his brows, murmuring to himself, the minimum enrollment age for all academies is 16.
At the age of the two gentlemen, it seems you could directly enter the highest institute. May I ask about your capabilities?
Hua Qianyu was momentarily at a loss, feigning hesitation as he said, Well,
Master Yi, perhaps you should check for yourself.
He was still unfamiliar with the cultivation system and terminology of the Divine Ruins realm, and answering rashly might expose him. As he spoke, Hua Qianyu extended his arm, and Lin Yi followed suit. Yi Zhangnan was a bit puzzled but did not overthink it. He lightly placed 2 fingers on Hua Qianyu's wrist. Soon, a faint trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes.
When he touched Lin Yi's wrist, that disappointment deepened further. So that's how it is, alas.
Yi Zhangnan suddenly let out a long sigh.
This abrupt reaction puzzled Yi Zhong, who couldn't help but ask, Uncle, is there a problem?
After a moment of silence, Yi Zhangnan said, Zhonger, you step out for now.
I have some matters to discuss privately with these two gentlemen. Ha!
Yi Zhong opened his mouth, stunned for a few seconds.
After confirming Yi Zhangnan's expression, he exited the room. With a clang, the door was shut tight. Hua Qianyu's eyes flickered slightly as he asked softly, Master Yi, may I ask, can we enroll?
Yi Zhangnan took a sip of tea, then suddenly stood, pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind him, as though in deep thought. After a long while, he finally spoke again, the two of you are in a very peculiar situation.
Given your age, you rightfully belong in the highest institute of our academy. However, your capabilities.
Human realm peak, yet to break through to the Earth realm, not even meeting the minimum threshold for the highest institute.
Human realm peak?
Hua Qianyu silently mused. Both he and Lin Yi were at level 29, which corresponded to a peak of the second tier.
Could the so-called human realm align with the second tier?
Seeing that the two remained silent, Yi Zhangnan seemed to understand why they had been hesitant earlier.
He continued. But your cultivation level is also unsuitable for the intermediate academy.
The primary issue is your age. This neither here nor there situation is indeed tricky.
Hua Qianyu's gaze wavered slightly, and he adopted a regretful expression. What a pity.
My brother and I consider ourselves weak in cultivation. It seems we are not fated to join Zhaoyang Academy. His tone was humble, and his demeanor was remarkably modest, completely unlike his usual self. However, to achieve his goal, he had no choice but to compromise temporarily. Yi Zhangnan cast him a glance, and Hua Qianyu's sincere expression stirred a trace of pity in his heart. May I ask where you two gentlemen hail from? He inquired. Hua Qianyu lowered his eyes slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Yi Zhangnan, and his tone softened. Master Yi, to be honest, my brother Shoei
and I are not natives of Zhaoyang County. Without innate talent for cultivation, we couldn't endure the strict discipline of our family, so, he finally lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Yi Zhangnan, we ran away from home. Looking back, it was childish and laughable. I hope Master Yi can forgive us. Not from Zhaoyang County?
Yi Zhangnan narrowed his eyes, meeting Hua Qianyu's gaze for a long while. In those ruby-like pupils, there was no sign of guilt or panic, only an unshakable composure.
Yi Zhangnan eventually averted his gaze. He couldn't discern any falsehood in Hua Qianyu's tone or demeanor.
Turning his back to them, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha.
You jest, young man.
As the saying goes, youth is reckless.
The two of you daring to leave home alone to train is far better than those idle aristocratic sons.
Hua Qianyu smiled warmly. Master Yi flatters us. Looking back now, it was nothing but childish folly, courage without wisdom, truly laughable.
Nowadays, we don't even qualify to enter the Zhaoyang Academy. It seems our cultivation is still lacking.
If that's the case, we won't trouble Steward Yi any further.
Farewell.
Hua Qianyu's tone grew despondent, and as he turned away, the unmistakable look of dejection in his sidelong glance shot straight into Yi Zhangnan's heart.
Wait!
Yi Zhangnan suddenly called after them. For some reason, that final glimmer in Hua Qianyu's eyes sent his mind into disarray, magnifying an inexplicable pang of guilt.
You two young masters are only one step away from the Earth realm.
As this steward sees it, an exception might be made to allow you entry into the highest academy.
However, you may face numerous difficulties. If you do not mind.
Really? Before Yi Zhangnan could finish his sentence, Hua Qianyu's voice, brimming with surprise, interrupted him. His crimson eyes lit up instantly. He stepped forward and clasped Yi Zhangnan's hands tightly, exclaiming with excitement, Steward Yi, can we truly enter the Zhaoyang Academy? Hua Qianyu's blood-red eyes churned violently, a storm of tension, excitement, and anticipation raging within them. Ahem! Yi Zhangnan, startled by the radiance in those eyes, cleared his throat symbolically. Hua Qianyu quickly released his hands, an apologetic expression on his face as he said, Apologies, Steward Yi.
I was just too happy.
No need for apologies. Young Master Hua is both intelligent and courageous, yet brimming with enthusiasm.
The future is bright for you.
With a smile and a nod, Yi Zhangnan spoke, and despite this being their first meeting, Hua Qianyu's every word and action seemed to resonate with him perfectly.
You two young masters should rest briefly. Later, follow me to complete the enrollment procedures. However, the challenges you face after entering will be yours to resolve. Thank you, Steward Yi. Hua Qianyu bowed slightly to express his gratitude.
As he turned away, the gentle smile on his face faded.
In its place arose a far more sinister grin.
The scarlet glow in his eyes flickered faintly. No one would have guessed that during his conversation with Steward Yi, Hua Qianyu had already quietly unleashed the Blood Dragon Emperor's soul. With every exchange of glances, the outwardly radiating spiritual power of the dragon soul pierced directly into Yi Zhangnan's heart.
In such circumstances, Yi Zhangnan was unwittingly forced to absorb Hua Qianyu's emotional fluctuations, gradually influenced by them. The results were clear. Hua Qianyu had effortlessly secured the opportunity to enter Zhaoyang Academy, by any means necessary. At least until he gained a firm foothold in the divine ruins, Hua Qianyu would relentlessly uphold this principle.
Standing to the side, Lin Yi swallowed nervously.
Hua Qianyu's adaptability was terrifyingly strong.
Even in a completely unfamiliar world, he always seemed to seize control of the situation. Especially when Hua Qianyu turned around, The faintly mocking sneer and arrogant posture on his handsome face sent chills coursing through Lin Yi's body. They were the closest of friends, yet at times, Hua Qianyu still felt so unfamiliar.
Zhao Yang Inner Court.
Under the guidance of Yi Zhangnan, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi moved unimpeded, directly entering the inner court. As they walked along, many disciples of the academy cast their gazes upon the two, their expressions peculiar, a mixture of curiosity and disdain. He Qianyu, Lin Yi, the differences between the inner and outer courts of Zhaoyang Academy are significant. The teaching methods here are also quite distinct.
Due to their age and growing abilities, most of the inner court disciples practice independently, Yi Zhangnan explained with a smile.
Since Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi had decided to join Zhaoyang Academy, his manner of address for them had also changed, no longer referring to them as young masters.
"Oh,
that suits me just fine," Hua Qianyu replied with a casual smile. From the very start, he had never expected to rely on others. Information and resources, these were the things he prioritized above all in this world. Yi Zhangnan smiled knowingly, glancing at him sideways. "Qianyu, though you seem to abide by the rules, you're more resistant to others' guidance than I imagined."
"Of course. Qianyu has always been self-reliant and never depends on others," Lin Yi interjected with a grin.
"That's a good thing," Yi Zhangnan nodded slowly. "I was initially concerned you might struggle to adapt to the atmosphere of the inner court, but it seems my worries were unfounded." Engaged in casual conversation, the three soon arrived before a grand and imposing hall.
"The library pavilion?"
Hua Qianyu murmured softly, lifting his gaze. His eyes unconsciously brightened. Newly admitted inner court disciples are allowed to select one cultivation technique and one combat technique from the library.
"Pavilion as an incentive," Yi Zhangnan explained.
He then retrieved a token from his waist and handed it to the pavilion's guard. The guard accepted the token, his expression instantly turning solemn. He respectfully returned it and said, "Greetings, Steward Yi. These two are newly admitted inner court disciples.
I've brought them to select their techniques," Yi Zhangnan said indifferently. He then turned to face Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi. "Qianyu, Lin Yi, go ahead."
The first floor of the library pavilion contains books about history, geography, culture, and various curiosities.
The second floor is where new disciples can choose cultivation and combat techniques. You both have 2 hours to make your selection. Library? Hua Qianyu's lips curved slightly upward, and he promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Steward Yi."
Entering the library pavilion, Lin Yi was immediately awestruck by the hundreds of neatly arranged bookshelves. Beholding the vast array of books, his eyes widened in astonishment.
"Wow, I've never seen so many books in my entire life. And this is just one academy within the Divine Ruins?"
Lin Yi didn't fully understand, but his shock was evident. Just in time," Hua Qianyu remarked, his gaze settling on a particular bookshelf.
"Geography."
He walked straight to the shelf, closed his eyes, and extended his spiritual sense outward, striving to perceive the entirety of the books before him. Soon, he opened his eyes, extended his arm, and lightly curled his fingers. A worn, yellowed book fell into his hand.
"Atlas of the 5 Regions."
He dusted off the book and quietly opened to the first page. The Divine Ruins, also known as the Ancient Divine Ruins Realm, are divided into 5 regions: the Eastern Region, Western Region, Southern Region, Northern Region, and Central Region. Hua Qianyu's gaze paused briefly, and at this moment, Lin Yi leaned in close to take a look.
Hua Qianyu didn't mind.
His eyes shifted downward. The first page contained only a single paragraph, followed by a somewhat rudimentary map of the regions. The entire continent was divided into 5 roughly equal sections, each named according to its cardinal direction. Committing it to memory, Hua Qianyu quickly turned to the second page. The Eastern Region is most renowned for its mastery of wind and spatial energies.
Core powers, the Windling Empire and the Void Realm.
The Western Region excels in earth and wood energies.
Core powers, the Ancient Wild Gate and the Eternal Immortal Valley.
The Southern Region is dominant in fire and light energies. Core powers, the Blazing Holy Sect and the Radiant Divine Church. The Northern Region specializes in water and dark energies.
Core powers, the Ice Abyss Divine Palace and the Dark Abyss Demon Hall. The Central Region is unparalleled in its command of lightning energy. Core power, the Divine Thunder Pavilion of Creation. Hua Qianyu raised an eyebrow.
The power distribution of the Divine Ruins Secret Realm was vastly different from that of the Divine Kingdom, yet both were categorized by the 9 elemental forces into 9 major factions. In terms of top-tier strength, however, it still fell far short of the 9 divine halls.
Hua Qianyu turned to the third page.
The content of the Atlas of the 5 regions beyond this point leaned heavily on illustrations and more detailed explanations, appearing somewhat scattered and not immediately worth delving into.
Who would have thought the power distribution of the divine ruins would be so similar to that of China? Linny remarked in surprise. Hua Qianyu closed the book and replied in a calm, matter-of-fact tone, "Of course." "Why?" Linny asked, puzzled. Hua Qianyu shook his head, offering no further explanation.
The 9 divine temples, in some sense, were branches of the divine ruins' power. These secrets he had learned from the ancient ones, but naturally, Linny would not know of them. With a faint release of source energy, the 5-domain compendium returned to its original position. Meanwhile, on the bookshelf behind Hua Qianyu, marked with the word history, another yellowed book was drawn into his hand.
Secret History of the Divine Ruins.
Hua Qianyu opened the pages, focused his mind slightly, and concentrated all of his mental energy on it. For 100,000 years, the divine continent flourished as one. Across the Mother Star, ancient gods reigned supreme, divine beasts roamed free. For a time, within the vast solar starfield, there were no equals. However, our savage growth eventually drew the envy of the outer realms. Countless powerhouses from thousands of starfields gathered around the Mother Star. Through forbidden powers, they sought to strip away all divine energy from the Mother Star. The ancient gods and primeval divine beasts feared not strong enemies, sacrificed themselves in battle, but outnumbered and outmatched, the defeat was inevitable. In the face of despair, the ancient gods gathered their divine powers, splitting sections of the continent into independent fragments, isolating them eternally with dimensional forces, thus surviving the apocalyptic calamity. According to records, the Mother Star, which originally had a 50-50 division between land and ocean, saw a full 20% of its land fragments sealed away in an instant, scattered across dimensional spaces forged by the ancient gods.
The ancient divine ruins realm is one of these fragmented lands. Hua Qianyu's heart quivered in shock. So the so-called divine ruins were born out of a forced necessity during a catastrophe?
Linny, on the other hand, was already too stunned to speak. Seeing these myth-like accounts with his own eyes, his heart was filled with nothing but confusion and bewilderment.
Qianyu, these can't really be true, right? Linny asked weakly.
Hua Qianyu did not respond, his gaze continuing downward. The Mother Star's divine energies were stripped and dispersed, but the dimensional spaces forged by ancient gods through their own sacrifice
could not be eradicated. Thus, the Outer Realm Raiders, at the cost of expending their divine powers, laid down an extremely insidious curse.
Under this curse, the descendants of the ancient gods remaining on the fragmented lands within the dimensional spaces would be eternally barred from ascending to the Saint Sovereign Realm. Thus, the only hope for the revival of the Mother Star was completely severed. Upon reading this, Hua Qianyu took a deep breath, his eyes subtly rippling with emotion. Up to this point, the historical records and the ancient descriptions essentially complemented each other in detail. However, the truth of reality was far more astonishing than he had imagined. This process of peeling back the layers of fog, step by step, to glimpse the truth, he could not help but feel his heart race. 3,000 years ago, the energy aura of the ancient divine ruins realm suddenly began to visibly overflow. This change signified that the dimensional space was no longer completely isolated from the outside world. The 9 revered ones, standing atop the divine ruins, speculated that as the power of the ancient gods gradually dissipated, the stability of the dimensional space had weakened significantly, thus creating fragile fissures connecting it to the outside. This fissure, Hua Qianyu murmured to herself, must be the spatial channel governed by the master of the illusory void palace, connecting the divine ruins and the outside world.
Linny nodded heavily.
He could feel that he was approaching a shocking secret. Following Hua Qianyu's gaze, even his breathing unconsciously paused. Once this news broke, the 9 revered ones, who had long been resigned and indifferent, seemed to see a glimmer of hope to re-emerge into the light. If the cage of confinement could be broken, the divine continent would surely shine in glory once more. Heaven helps those who persevere. Under the guidance of the divine artifact, the Mirror of Void Escape, the 9 revered ones finally located the spatial fissure.
The return of the ancient divine ruins realm was within reach. Out of caution, the 9 revered ones resolved to take the lead, becoming pioneers for the restoration of the divine ruins.
Resolutely, they stepped into the spatial fissure. 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, 10 entire days had passed since the 9 revered ones left the divine ruins, yet there was no movement from the fissure. It was as silent as death itself.
Could it be, the 9 revered ones have perished?
Suddenly, unrest gripped the factions under the 9 revered ones. However, the revered ones' commands still held sway, and none dared to act rashly or impulsively. Finally, after an entire month, the Void Escape revered one suddenly reappeared from the spatial fissure. The entire Void Escape realm was overjoyed, and everyone in the Divine Ruins bowed in welcome. However, rather than expanding the connection between the two realms, the Void Escape revered one used the divine power of the Mirror of Void Escape to completely seal the spatial fissure. The ancient Divine Ruins realm once again became a cage, and the reasons for this decision remain unknown. Since then, every time the passage was opened, strange young ones claiming to belong to the Divine Halls would arrive in the Divine Ruins. They would swiftly grow stronger by leveraging the resources of the Divine Ruins. Astonishingly, the cultivation techniques they practiced were personally bestowed by the revered ones? Why? Why on earth? Why would the 9 revered ones betray their sects? Why would they betray the entire ancient Divine Ruins realm? Was there some unspeakable secret? Or had their hearts been consumed by ambition and desire? In the end, the faint ray of light that appeared did not dispel the darkness. Instead, it pushed the ancient Divine Ruins realm into another abyss devoid of light. Whatever the cause and effect may be, the 9 Divine Halls, which seek to imprison us, are the eternal enemies of the ancient Divine Ruins realm. In the final few passages, the recorder's complex emotions could be felt between the lines. Confusion, puzzlement, grief, anger. But above all, confusion and puzzlement were the most prominent. It was evident that they had never considered the possibility of the 9 revered ones betraying them. What the hell? What even is all this? Lin Yi's expression was exceptionally colorful. If these records are true, then these so-called 9 revered ones wouldn't happen to be the founding hall masters of the 9 divine halls, Hua Qianyu affirmed. How is that possible? Lin Yi furrowed his brows deeply, muttering repeatedly, the founding hall masters came from the Divine Ruins? Then why would they betray the Divine Ruins? The reason remains unknown. These 8 words lingered in Hua Qianyu's mind for a long time before he slowly closed the book. An overwhelming sense of incongruity filled him. Hua Qianyu shook his head and closed his eyes. I don't know. It seems there's more to the story. Lin Yi snapped back to reality, gradually becoming aware of the passage of time. Ah, it's already been half an hour. I didn't realize time could pass so quickly when seriously reading a book. Qianyu, shouldn't we head to the 2nd floor by now? No need. It's just a school's collection of cultivation techniques and combat skills. We'll just grab a couple of random ones. There are still books on culture and humanities left unread, and those are crucial for us to blend into life in the Divine Ruins. Hua Qianyu waved his hand, heading toward the deepest rows of bookshelves on the 1st floor. Lin Yi stood stunned for a few seconds before smiling and following behind. You're right. Not to mention Hua Qianyu's 9 Spirits Forbidden Codex, even Lin Yi's current cultivation technique was the Huang Tian record, a divine skill personally cultivated by the palace master of the Southern Radiance Hall. A school's minor techniques weren't even worthy of carrying their shoes. As for combat skills, there was plenty of time in the future, opportunities would present themselves. Thus, over the next hour or so, Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi focused on studying the culture and knowledge of the Divine Ruins, as well as the unique terminology that differed greatly from the outside world. For instance, the so-called 1st to 9th tier Awakened were equivalent to the Divine Ruins levels: Origin Realm, Human Realm, Earth Realm, Sky Realm, King Realm, Emperor Realm, Revered Realm, Saint Realm, and Sovereign Realm. Another example was the source crystals used as currency in the Divine Ruins, said to be precious crystals rich in source energy. Such common knowledge was far more critical to Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi at this moment than cultivation techniques or combat skills. Finally done. Lin Yi closed his eyes in exhaustion and pressed his forehead. His mental energy was utterly drained. He had never imagined that reading books could leave him so tired that he could barely stand. Have you memorized it? Hua Qianyu pushed the book in his hand back onto the shelf. Gathering such a vast amount of information at once, even for him, was mentally taxing. Don't worry, these are spiritual imprints. I couldn't forget them even if I wanted to, Lin Yi said confidently. With the augmentation of the Phoenix Soul, his spiritual power was almost on par with Hua Qianyu's. Good. Then let's go. Hua Qianyu turned, his gaze fixed on the staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Time is short. Just pick 2 techniques and leave. From this moment on, the information imprinted deeply within their spiritual seas would become the foundation for their true integration into the ancient God Ruins realm. In the pavilion outside the library, Yi Zhangnan was leisurely sipping tea. As long as there were no major incidents within the academy, his role as a steward allowed him to enjoy a rather peaceful life. It's about time. Qianyu and Lin Yi should be coming out soon.
As soon as he finished speaking, two spirited young men emerged from the library entrance. It was Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi.
Yi Zhangnan stood up and walked towards them with a cheerful smile.
How was it? Have you made your selections? Let me see what techniques and skills you've chosen. Hua Qianyu smiled faintly, lifting two dusty, worn-out books. He replied calmly, "Thank you, Steward Yi. We've made our choices." Dust flew into the air, and Yi Zhangnan was momentarily stunned. He couldn't help but ask, "Qianyu, why are the techniques and skills you chose in such a dilapidated state?"
Puzzled, he took the books in his hands for a closer look.
His expression darkened as he flipped through them, noting even the absence of titles. "There's not even a title on these."
"Are you sure you carefully selected these?" "Absolutely," Hua Qianyu replied without hesitation, nodding earnestly.
"It took a full 2 hours." 2 hours, and you ended up with these two tattered books?"
Yi Zhangnan felt a wave of dizziness, his heart sinking. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. But when his gaze shifted to the two equally shabby old books in Lin Yi's hands, as the Academy's steward, even his composure faltered, and his mouth began to twitch uncontrollably. Lin Yi, however, saw nothing amiss. Instead, he shook the worn-out books in his hands with sincerity and said, "Steward Yi, I also spent 2 hours choosing these." Yi Zhangnan made a great effort to calm the turmoil in his heart, forcing a smile.
Ahem, since these are your own choices, the steward won't interfere too much. Come along, I'll show you where you'll be staying."
They soon arrived at a courtyard exclusively designated for the cultivation of inner court disciples. Unlike the outer court, the atmosphere of cultivation in the inner court was far more intense, with significantly higher levels of competition. The long-term tension drove the vast majority of disciples to be particularly motivated. For this reason, most inner court disciples would not waste their precious time traveling back and forth between the academy and their homes. Thus, this spacious courtyard became their only place of rest.
"How is it?"
"Say what you will, but the accommodations in our Zhaoyang Academy are absolutely first class. There are plenty of vacant rooms as well."
"Each of you will have an independent courtyard," Yi Zhangnan said proudly.
"Indeed," Hua Qianyu initially praised but quickly revealed his sharp tongue.
"But there's too little greenery. There aren't even decent flowers or plants."
"Such a waste of empty space." Yi Zhangnan was instantly petrified.
Deacon Yi, don't take it to heart.
Qianyu has always spoken rather bluntly. "You'll get used to it," Lin Yi apologized on his behalf while nudging
Hua Qianyu's arm.
He leaned closer and whispered, "Hey, Qianyu, if you're going to act, commit to the part.
Don't let your true nature show so quickly."
"Oh, Deacon Yi, I didn't mean to offend. Overall, these courtyards are still quite nice," Hua Qianyu complimented.
Qianyu does have a point.
"I'll make sure to bring up your suggestion to the Academy Master when I get the chance," Yi Zhangnan replied with a hearty laugh. True to his role as a deacon of the Academy, Yi Zhangnan displayed remarkable composure, not angered in the slightest by Hua Qianyu's seemingly offensive words. But, he suddenly changed his tone, speaking with a stern warning, "Qianyu, Lin Yi, although I've made an exception to allow you into the inner court, you must break through to the Earth realm as quickly as possible. Otherwise, with your current cultivation level, it's inevitable that other disciples will criticize you in the inner court." "I understand," Hua Qianyu nodded obediently, his tone calm.
"Don't worry. That kind of thing shouldn't happen."
Hua Qianyu's inexplicable confidence was in stark contrast to the tattered manuals and techniques in his hands, which looked as if they might crumble with the slightest breeze. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkwardly silent. Yi Zhangnan fell silent, then said somewhat irritably, "If only you had chosen 2 more reliable techniques, maybe I'd believe you."
"Hua Qianyu. Lin Yi, ahem."
Entering the room, Hua Qianyu said nothing and fell straight onto the soft bed. It had been over 3 days since arriving in the Divine Ruins. During these 3 days, Hua Qianyu's nerves had been tightly wound. This kind of relaxation was something he hadn't felt in a long time.
"Dragon Emperor."
Hua Qianyu turned over, lying on his back on the bed, and called out softly with his eyes closed.
"What is it?"
The Blood Dragon Emperor's deep voice, as usual, echoed in his mind.
"What's your take on those historical records from before?" "My take? How else would I view them?"
"Naturally, through your eyes," the Blood Dragon Emperor retorted impatiently. Hua Qianyu opened his eyes, speaking with a slightly annoyed tone. "You know what I mean.
Regarding the Divine Ruins, you must know more than I do, right? After all, you're a top-tier divine beast. What do you want to hear? Details about how our home planet was defeated by an external star domain?"
The Blood Dragon Emperor's reply was still impatient, as if unwilling to delve into the past.
"Ha!" Hua Qianyu raised an arm to cover his eyes, letting out a mocking laugh. "What's this? That catastrophe must have been the one and only defeat in the illustrious life of the great Dragon Emperor, right? No wonder you're so unwilling to recall it. Blood Dragon Emperor. Oh wait, maybe it wasn't the only one.
Hua Qianyu sat up, continuing his taunts. After all, the legendary nine-spirit ancient god was also someone the mighty Dragon Emperor couldn't handle, wasn't it?
The Blood Dragon Emperor's dragon soul trembled violently, yet surprisingly, he didn't retort.
Instead, he displayed an unprecedented calm and depth. Qianyu, with your current strength, you're not qualified to delve into these matters.
When your abilities are sufficient, I will naturally tell you everything, the Blood Dragon Emperor said.
Hua Qianyu's mocking smile faded, and he responded faintly, why so serious all of a sudden?
Forget it. These things have nothing to do with me anyway. A peaceful life suits me better. The Blood Dragon Emperor countered, if that's the case, then why did you come to the Divine Ruins? Wouldn't it be better to leisurely enjoy your life as the young palace master?
Hua Qianyu chuckled, once again lying back on the bed.
Just a bit of seasoning, that's all.
Being as salted fish for too long makes
one lose passion.
After dealing with these troublesome matters, you come to appreciate how precious a tranquil life really is.
The Blood Dragon Emperor seemed slightly moved, not responding immediately.
After a long pause, a heavy whisper emerged.
Is that so? Heh, what a pity.
Ever since you inherited both the Nine-Spirit Forbidden Canon and the Blood Dragon Emperor's Codex, a peaceful life has become nothing more than a dream.
A strange silence loomed in the spiritual sea. Contrary to expectations, Hua Qianyu didn't respond with his usual disdainful mockery.
The Blood Dragon Emperor was taken aback, and the power of the dragon soul enveloped Hua Qianyu's entire body, radiating a blood-red glow around him. However, the blood-red light quickly faded, as if it had been a fleeting illusion born of a trance.
Asleep? Knock, knock, knock.
When Hua Qianyu's consciousness stirred once more, he vaguely heard a knocking sound from outside.
Groggy, he got up and opened the door. Standing there was none other than Linny. Qianyu, stop sleeping. Let's go make some money. Linny said enthusiastically. Make money?
Hua Qianyu rubbed his eyes, a question echoing from the depths of his soul.
Make money? Why did those two words feel so foreign? That's right. Linny nodded. Make money. The lords of the Pantheon didn't prepare any currency for us to use in the Divine Ruins. We're flat broke right now.
No matter the world, it's impossible to get by without money. Yet in the past, the concept of making money had never existed in Hua Qianyu's vocabulary.
How do we make money?
Hua Qianyu asked, his usually sharp eyes now reflecting a rare and innocent naivety.
Linny patted his chest with confidence, saying, I already asked Deacon Yi.
In the Zhaoyang Academy, there's a place called the Merit Hall. They post various missions every day, and as long as you complete them, you get rewarded.
Ha! Hua Qianyu twitched the corner of his mouth. Isn't that just working a job?
Exactly, it's like working a job,
Linny confirmed with a nod. Not interested.
Hua Qianyu rejected the idea outright without hesitation, his words punctuated by the cold, decisive action of shutting the door in Linny's face.
Bang!
Linny quickly reached out, stopping the door just before it closed, and pleaded in a more persuasive tone, come on. Think about it, we have nothing right now, not even weapons. We need to earn some money to buy new gear. Linny's words seemed to strike a chord with Hua Qianyu, who was suddenly reminded of the tragedy of losing his nine-spirit blood ember sword in the outside world. Although he still had the infernal blood scythe in his possession, its immense burden and energy consumption made it unsuitable as a regular weapon. Moreover, when it came to the materials of spiritual weapons, there were inherent differences between those from the Divine Ruins and those from the outside world. Whether it was safe to reveal the infernal blood scythe in public remained uncertain.
Fine.
After mulling it over, Hua Qianyu finally relented.
Accepting missions to earn merit, it must be a common practice in the Divine Ruins, right? There was no shame in it.
Hua Qianyu reassured himself with this line of reasoning.
Linny was overjoyed, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Coordinates, Merit Hall. Time to embark on our first ever journey to make money. Northern region of the Divine Ruins.
A world resembling an icy snowfield, with snowflakes swirling in the air, leaving nothing but a vast expanse of white.
The atmosphere was thick with a bone-chilling cold that made hearts tremble. The sunlight was dim and meager, its rays barely penetrating the gloom of this snow-laden domain.
The northern region was a world of ice and darkness. Hua Qianzue trudged through the snow, each step leaving a deep imprint in the ground. The cold wind lashed against his face, biting like 1,000 icy blades. Squinting his eyes, Hua Qianzue gritted his teeth and complained, Linger, are you sure we're heading in the right direction? This path feels endless. Compared to Hua Qianzui's discomfort, Mu Huanling, who bore the power of ice elements, appeared much more composed.
She crossed her arms and retorted mercilessly, "What? Can't hold on anymore? No, Linger, you know my strength."
"But this northern region, it's just too cold," Hua Qianzui tried to defend himself. Mu Huanling glanced at him coldly, her eyes sharp. "It is cold, but there's no place to rest for miles around.
Endure it."
Hua Qianzui's expression darkened, his already pale face becoming even whiter under the harsh cold, with frost forming on his temples. This sight made Mu Huanling furrow her brows.
Although she had some resistance to the frigid environment, Hua Qianzui did not. No matter how she looked at it, their current situation was unfavorable. Just as she was pondering a solution, a strange singing voice echoed from afar.
"In such cold weather,
don't stay so far away from me. Come a little closer."
"But the snow blows into my eyes. I can't see through the lies of your facade."
Willingly trapped in the abyss. Licking wounds and blades alike.
Mu Huanling turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, her expression growing increasingly peculiar. These lyrics. Why did they sound so familiar?
Hua Qianzui's face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. He blurted out, "This indistinct singing voice, this melody, why is this song appearing in the divine ruins?
Perhaps, like us,
they're not from this world?"
Mu Huanling muttered softly, her eyes gradually filling with vigilance. As the singing drew closer, a peculiar white stag with enormous antlers came into view, pulling a sled behind it.
Seated on the sled was a man with an effortlessly cheeky smile.
The strange stag came to a steady halt in front of Hua Qianzui and Mu Huanling. Under their wary gazes, the man slowly descended from the sled.
Ignoring their hostility, he gently stroked the stag's snow-white fur. "Well done, Snowy." Little did they know, this casual remark deepened Mu Huanling's suspicions about his identity.
It also convinced Hua Qianzui that this unfamiliar man came from the same world as them and likely shared the same stance. Just as Hua Qianzui was about to speak, Mu Huanling stepped forward, blocking him. She curved her lips into a soft, graceful smile.
"Good sir, might I trouble you to point us in the right direction?"
"That's easy enough," the man replied with a dismissive wave of his hand, his tone nonchalant.
"But I have a question for the lady first. What did you think of the song I was just singing?" A glint flickered in Mu Huanling's eyes as she feigned hesitation. "Forgive my ignorance, sir. The lyrics, melody, and unique
singing style of your song are also novel, unlike anything I've ever encountered.
I truly cannot offer any meaningful critique."
Behind her, Hua Qianzui was puzzled. It was clearly a popular song from Huaxia, why pretend not to recognize it?
Ha 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 ha.
But upon hearing Mu Huanling's response, the man's demeanor shifted entirely. He burst into hearty laughter, as though a heavy burden had been lifted.
"What's so amusing, sir?" Mu Huanling asked.
"Your answer, though not flattering, is exactly the perfect response I was hoping for," the man said, his tone suddenly becoming
cool and enigmatic.
"After all, if a beauty like you were truly an outsider thief, I would find it quite difficult to bear." For a moment, Mu Huanling's smile faltered, replaced by a look of profound confusion.
"I'm afraid I don't understand. Please, enlighten me."
The man turned away, his voice faint as he spoke. "In recent days, the spatial passages connecting to the outside world have reopened.
As always, none of the warriors sent to confront the invaders have returned alive.
Yet the remnants of the divine temple have successfully smuggled in those so-called young prodigies.
The song I just sang originates from the outside world.
For newcomers to the divine ruins, who have yet to fully adapt, hearing it would inevitably expose a fatal flaw."
"But your reaction tells me you're not among them."
"My apologies for the suspicion, but these are unusual times."
"I hope you'll understand." Mu Huanling remained silent.
Hua Qianzui said nothing, either. The biting cold still enveloped them, yet now, his back was drenched in sweat. If it weren't for Mu Huanling promptly stopping his words and actions, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
"All right, to make it up to you two, I'll directly send you to the place you wish to go. Southern Region, Zhaoyang County. Zhaoyang Academy, Merit Hall."
The main hall was far from quiet. The number of disciples coming to take on tasks was far greater than Hua Qianyu had imagined. This scene gradually helped him forget the shame lingering in his heart.
"Look, isn't this Merit Hall quite lively?"
Linny said with a smile.
Hua Qianyu nodded lightly.
The appearance of the two drew the attention and side glances of many disciples.
Their unfamiliar faces seemed to attract more curiosity and discussion. "Who are they? New disciples in the Inner Academy? I've never seen them before. New Inner Academy disciples? The admission ceremony was ages ago. When have you ever seen anyone join the Inner Academy halfway through?"
To be fair, they do look rather handsome.
What's the use of being handsome? You can't eat looks for food. In the inner academy, strength is the real authority. And how do you know they're not strong?
Linny sighed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, Jinyu, as expected, disciples like us who entered the academy in such an inexplicable manner are bound to stand in the spotlight.
Well, there's nothing we can do about that.
Hua Qianyu was indifferent, speaking lightly. Anyway, just get stronger quickly. Then they'll naturally shut up. The two walked up to the front desk and looked at the tasks displayed publicly. These tasks were roughly divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D, with A being the highest and D the lowest. The rewards for tasks varied according to their levels. The rewards for A and B level tasks are source crystals, while C and D level tasks offer source coins. Hua Qianyu murmured softly, analyzing, given our current situation, both source crystals and source coins are equally important to us. However, A-level tasks have higher requirements for ability, so we'll set them aside for now. How about we take on one B-level task and one C-level task, earning both source crystals and source coins at the same time?
What do you think?
Linny shook his head, speaking mysteriously, no.
I already asked Deacon Yi.
Source crystals and source coins can be exchanged for each other, but source crystals are worth far more than source coins. Instead of taking on 2 tasks at once, we might as well accept a high-value B-level task, or even an A-level one. Lin Yi's words surprised Hua Qianyu. Compared to his previous tendency to follow orders blindly, Lin Yi now clearly demonstrated a greater capacity for independent thought.
You make a good point. But for now, we should only take on a B-level task.
We're newcomers, there's no need to be overly conspicuous. Besides, A-level tasks are too challenging. Hua Qianyu opted against being overly ambitious, preferring to test and measure the results and consequences beforehand.
Alright, then it's decided, we'll go with a B-level task.
Lin Yi wasn't stubborn and immediately turned his gaze to the B-level task board.
Let me see, the ones with better value are
collecting Firelingji, reward, 50 source crystals per plant, 10 merit points upon completion. Finding Scarlet Flame Tiger Cubs, reward, 200 source crystals per cub, 20 merit points upon completion. Slaying the Scarlet Flame Tiger King, reward, 1,500 source crystals, 100 merit points upon completion. Lin Yi rubbed his chin after reading, muttering to himself, I think the third one is pretty good. The rewards and merit points are substantial, and we do have experience in killing source beasts. Back when they were still first-tier novices, they had worked together to kill a second-tier early-stage Azure Wind Wolf King. Although they didn't know the cultivation level of the Scarlet Flame Tiger King, with their current strength, handling source beasts below the 4th tier shouldn't be an issue.
Hua Qianyu didn't respond immediately.
He raised his head, his gaze lingering on the task board for a long time before he finally spoke slowly.
I actually think the 3 tasks you mentioned might be completed simultaneously. Alright then, but can one person accept 3 missions at once?
Lin Yi murmured with doubt.
He walked straight to the counter and politely inquired of the attendant responsible for issuing missions, Excuse me, sister, can I take on these 3 missions?
The attendant did not look up but instead took out a pen and paper, smiling faintly. Such sweet talk for someone so young.
Tell me your name, I need to register it. Lin Yi and Hua Qianyu. We are new disciples of the inner court. This unfamiliar yet oddly familiar name quickly caught the attendant's attention.
She raised her head gently, and as her gaze fell upon Lin Yi, a trace of amazement appeared in her eyes.
You're the newcomers personally brought in by Steward Yi?
But her eyes quickly lowered. Lin Yi's golden eyes were so clear and pure that she instinctively avoided them, her heart involuntarily racing.
Good looks were one thing, but being such a smooth talker too, how was anyone supposed to handle that?
She lightly patted her chest, trying to calm her flustered emotions. When she looked up again, her expression had returned to calm composure.
Are you sure you want to accept 3 missions at once?
It's a matter of life and death, so please consider your abilities carefully, the attendant asked, feigning calm. Lin Yi nodded and pointed to Hua Qianyu, who stood slightly behind him. I'll be completing them with him. The attendant followed the direction of his finger and found herself meeting a pair of eyes completely different from Lin Yi's. Deep, aloof, mysterious, like an endless sea of blood, as if they could pull one's very soul into their depths. She quickly dropped her head, her heartbeat seeming to skip a beat not from shyness, but from an inexplicable fear that surged up within her. This strange reaction left Hua Qianyu confused, making him wonder if something odd had gotten on his face.
He pointed to his face and asked, Is there a problem? Ah, no. Nothing. The attendant snapped out of her daze, hastily scribbling their names onto the paper.
She stammered as she added, the time.
Limit for completing these missions is 7 days. If you exceed that, it will be considered a failure. Please keep that in mind. On the way out of the Hall of Merit,
Linny occasionally glanced sideways, uncharacteristically staring at Hua Qianyu's eyes repeatedly, nodding slowly as if in sudden realization.
"What's the matter?" Hua Qianyu's tone was cold.
Lin Yi's gaze made him uncomfortable. "Something's wrong," Lin Yi nodded, his tone serious.
"And it's quite significant."
"Just say it," Hua Qianyu said icily, his cold eyes narrowing.
"Did you not notice?
That young lady who made eye contact with you earlier, she was scared."
Lin Yi spread his hands, reprimanding. "What does that tell you? It means your gaze is terrifying." "What does that have to do with me?
I've always been like this," Hua Qianyu scoffed dismissively.
"Not true."
Lin Yi shook his head slowly. "Your gaze used to be simply cold, but now it's completely different."
Hua Qianyu frowned, pausing mid-step. "How is it different?"
The low voice paired with his indifferent stare sent a chill down Lin Yi's spine.
"Let me think."
Lin Yi lowered his head in thought and murmured, "How should I put it? There's a sense of superiority, like looking down on everything, but also an indifference toward life itself.
In short, there's an ominous aura about it. You get what I mean?
Ridiculous." Hua Qianyu was completely unconvinced and raised a hand to lightly smack the back of Lin Yi's head.
"Your imagination is really something." Lin Yi winced, rubbing his head in pain and protesting. "What imagination?"
"I'm being serious, seeing is believing."
"Get lost."
Outside Zhaoyang County, the Fiery Cloud Mountain Range. As the largest source beast mountain range in Zhaoyang County, the Fiery Cloud Mountain Range was rich with spiritual herbs and source beasts. It was the ideal location for most Academy disciples to complete their missions.
Among its treasures, the mountain range was especially abundant in fire element source beasts and spiritual herbs.
The 3 missions Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi had chosen all happened to revolve around fire. Whether it was the Fire Ganoderma or the Crimson Flame Tiger, they both relied on fire element environments to survive. To complete all 3 tasks within 7 days, venturing deep into the Fiery Cloud Mountain Range was practically the only option. As the two traversed the mountain range, the dense forest became increasingly tangled and obstructive. The further they ventured, the more difficult their progress became. Generally speaking, tigers are solitary creatures. The Crimson Flame Tiger may be a source beast, but it shouldn't be much different, Hua Qianyu remarked, holding an extremely ordinary iron sword. The sword was not only made of common material but also lacked any elemental enhancements.
It couldn't even handle the infusion of powerful elemental energy.
In front of him, bushes and vines were slashed aside. This low-grade weapon, provided for free by Zhaoyang Academy, was now being used as a makeshift tool for clearing their path.
"And what about the Fire Ganoderma?"
Lin Yi spread his arms, and the vegetation piling up before them was instantly consumed in a sea of platinum flames.
"I don't know. We'll just have to rely on luck."
Hua Qianyu replied nonchalantly, but his brow furrowed slightly. Ahead, within the range of his spiritual perception, it seemed a fierce battle was underway. "There's the scent of blood." His voice was low and hoarse. Even though he exerted all his strength to suppress his instincts, his sense of smell for blood was still 100 times sharper than an average person's.
Lin Yi's relaxed expression immediately vanished, replaced by vigilance. He never doubted Hua Qianyu's spiritual perception.
As they continued forward, the once narrow and uneven path began to widen, revealing the distant scene in full view. The scent of blood grew thicker, and the sound of fierce clashes, accompanied by human roars and beastly growls, slowly reached their ears. "Senior Brother Meng, it's almost done for, kill it quickly."
"No, its ferocity has been triggered. We can't fight it head-on. Sister Shin, step back."
"Junior Brother Zhou, flank it from the left and distract it,"
Hua Qianyu observed indifferently.
Ahead of him, 3 young people were attempting to encircle and kill a massive, terrifying red-furred bear. The gigantic bear was already covered with countless horrifying wounds, both large and small. Even though it appeared to be on the brink of death, the fierce light in its eyes remained, its aura undiminished. In contrast, the 2 young men and 1 woman were equally battered, pushed to the brink of exhausting their source energy. The sudden intrusion of Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi clearly caught both sides off guard, halting the battle momentarily. In terms of strength and authority, the man addressed as Senior Brother Meng was obviously the leader of the 3. However, his condition was dire. Blood at the corner of his mouth had already dried dark, indicating severe internal injuries. Realizing the newcomers were human, he felt slightly relieved and quickly pleaded, "Brothers, would you be willing to help us deal with this crimson gold bear? We can share the spoils with you." Hua Qianyu's gaze remained cold, offering no response. He simply bypassed the battlefield and continued moving forward. He treated the trio as if they were mere air. Linny glanced at them, a flicker of hesitation crossing his heart, but he ultimately followed Hua Qianyu in silence. Given their position and their current strength, they had no qualifications to act as saints. Even if they did, with Hua Qianyu's personality, he would never meddle in such matters. The air grew unbearably tense. Watching the pair's retreating figures, senior brother Meng felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Enraged, he shouted, "We are inner disciples of Zhaoyang Academy. Lending us a hand could forge a favorable connection." Hua Qianyu's steps briefly paused. The words inner disciples carried a certain weight, but that was all. To him, they were still insignificant passers-by. Besides, those within the Divine Ruin's secret realm were potential enemies. Receiving no response, senior brother Meng gritted his teeth, glaring as Hua Qianyu's figure disappeared from sight. Damn it! How could someone be so cold and heartless? Senior brother Meng, we can handle this crimson gold bear ourselves. We don't need anyone's charity. Junior brother Zhou's tone was resolute as the blade in his hand reignited with searing flames. He leapt into the air, his flaming attack targeting the bear's head. Roar! The crimson gold bear let out a furious roar, its iron-hard golden claws slamming down on junior brother Zhou's blade. Clang! Crack! In junior brother Zhou's trembling pupils, his blade split in half. The bear's golden claws rapidly expanded in his vision, mercilessly piercing through his chest. Bright red blood soaked the bear's claws, dripping down its fur drop by drop. Junior brother Zhou's trembling lips opened and closed, but in the end, only silent whimpers escaped. Senior brother Meng's eyes turned bloodshot. With a despairing growl, he shoved junior sister Shin away, shouting, "Junior sister Shin, run!" Using the last of his strength, he transformed into a brilliant blaze, charging recklessly at the beast that had killed his junior brother. Is this really the right thing to do? Linny couldn't help but ask softly. Perhaps it was the act of leaving them to die that caused him to question his actions. What's wrong with it? They're strangers to us. I'm not some great benefactor, and I don't have the energy to waste on such trivial matters, Hua Qianyu replied, crouching down as he spoke. Placing his hand on the ground, he carefully sensed the energy ahead. Sigh, after all, it's human lives we're talking about. It would have been such a small effort, Linny said with a sigh. Ha, you're the divine son of Nanhuang. You'll inherit the demeanor of the Nanhuang Palace master one day. He wouldn't be so indecisive, Hua Qianyu sneered. Linny was at a loss for words. Besides, the Divine Ruins realm is vast. Situations like this must be countless. Hua Qianyu stood up and casually smelled a handful of dirt he picked up. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. If we stopped to help every time, wouldn't we be exhausted to death? Let's go. The medicinal properties in this soil are strong, our target should be close. Hua Qianyu and Linny quickened their pace, continuing deeper into the mountains. Before long, the ground ahead seemed to vanish from sight, as if they had reached the end of the path. Hua Qianyu approached the edge and was astonished to find a bizarre and enormous pit at her feet. The pit was at least 10 meters deep, with an area comparable to a football field. Linny followed closely behind and looked down, exclaiming, "What the heck? This terrain is ridiculous, it doesn't look like a natural depression at all." From this height, his legs couldn't help but feel weak. "We're going down." Hua Qianyu's words were crisp, and her actions were even more decisive. Without blinking, she leaped into the over 10-meter deep pit. Hey! Lin Yi's eyelids twitched wildly. His brain hadn't even processed what was happening when his body instinctively followed her and jumped down as well. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds echoed, accompanied by a surge of intense energy. The moment Hua Qianyu and Linny touched the ground, the earth beneath them cracked. The scene in the pit was unexpected. In Hua Qianyu's field of vision, vibrant flowers and grasses were everywhere, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Along with the aroma came an incredibly pure source energy. She smiled faintly and said, "Such a concentration of spiritual herbs, we're in luck. Whose herb garden is this? So many rare spiritual herbs." Linny looked around, dazzled by the sight. "No way," Hua Qianyu shook her head in denial. The Huayan mountain range is a habitat for countless source beasts and a favorite training ground for adventurers. Who would be crazy enough to set up an herb garden here? That's true, Linny admitted, lowering his head to scrutinize the petals nearby. I just wonder if there's any fire lingji here. Hua Qianyu gently closed her eyes, silently releasing her blood dragon imperial soul. With its extreme spiritual power, she began exploring the herb-filled area. But soon, she realized that this approach was futile. The main characteristic of fire lingji was its abundance of fire elements. However, in this area, the majority of the spiritual herbs were fire attributed. Their overly similar properties rendered it impossible to differentiate them using spiritual power.
Lin Yi suggested, let's split up and search. The sooner we find the fire Lingji, the better.
After a moment of thought, Hua Qianyu suddenly chuckled.
No need for that. Let's just harvest all the herbs. Lin Yi was taken aback, shocked by Hua Qianyu's outright bandit-like statement.
Then, with righteous determination, he replied, all right, I agree. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly.
Their actions were remarkably efficient.
Within half an hour, every herb in the pit had been looted, leaving not even a single leaf behind. Just as they thought their mission was complete, an issue arose during the final tally.
Qianyu, do you have any fire Lingji? No. I don't have any either.
Both of them checked their respective spatial rings in silence.
Could it be that there's no fire Lingji in the Huayun mountain range? Lin Yi was utterly baffled.
In the Zhaoyang County region, the Huayun mountain range was undoubtedly the most suitable environment for fire Lingji to grow.
Its geographical location and elemental attributes were ideal.
Yet, despite collecting hundreds of types of spiritual herbs, not a single fire Lingji was among them.
This didn't make sense at all.
The herbs we collected seem to be low-grade ones. They might be beneficial to the body, but they're far from being useful for cultivation, Hua Qianyu said with a slight frown. Having read extensively in the library, she had gained a basic understanding of spiritual herbs. It was clear that the herbs they had gathered were quite ordinary, nowhere near the rarity of fire Lingji. This area is suitable for herb growth, but the absence of fire Lingji suggests that the energy intensity here isn't sufficient.
Moreover,
Hua Qianyu paused before continuing. The books mentioned that treasures like fire Lingji are usually guarded by source beasts and are not easily obtained.
This analysis brought sudden clarity to Lin Yi.
His eyes lit up as he activated his Phoenix Divine Soul without hesitation. With all the herbs already in their possession, this was the perfect time to search for a higher energy source without any distractions or obstacles. Lin Yi's forehead glowed with the Phoenix Divine Mark, and an ethereal phoenix, formed from platinum flames, appeared above his head. The phoenix, a supreme divine beast that commanded ultimate fire, granted Lin Yi an unparalleled sensitivity to fire elements as it channeled its core divine power. Before long, Lin Yi's spiritual power locked onto a spot on the stone wall behind them. He turned around and said solemnly, Qianyu, the fire elements behind this stone wall are even stronger. Hearing this, Hua Qianyu turned as well. With just a glance, she immediately noticed something unusual, a barely noticeable crack on the stone wall. The light within the crack was dim, but upon closer inspection, it was evident that it led to an empty space, seemingly a cave.
Hua Qianyu's finger ignited a small flame, which he gently flicked into the crevice. After a moment of silence, there was no reaction. No flammable or explosive gases. It's safe.
He spoke calmly, then pressed his entire palm against the stone wall, which instantly erupted into a terrifying crimson blaze.
Rumble.
Debris scattered as Hua Qianyu used the most violent of methods to obliterate the obstruction, carving out a wide enough passage for entry.
Whoa, I didn't even have time to react.
Lin Yi clicked his tongue in amazement, stunned, as he lightly brushed off the dust and small stones that had accidentally landed on his head.
The two slowly stepped inside.
Contrary to expectations, the cave was not damp and cold. It was pitch black within, and the path ahead extended into unfathomable depths. A chill flowed from Hua Qianyu's palm, emitting a delicate blue light. As wisps of white mist rose, the entrance behind them was once again sealed. Since mastering the power of two elements, Hua Qianyu had become adept at seamlessly coordinating fire and ice depending on the situation. Unlike the explosive, destructive nature of fire, Hua Qianyu's use of the ice elemental power leaned towards control and restraint, a perfect utilization of the unique traits of each element. Meanwhile, Lin Yi quickly understood and conjured a golden fireball to illuminate the dark cave completely.
Let's go. Stay alert for source beasts.
Lin Yi led the way, while Hua Qianyu followed unhurriedly behind him. Both remained on high alert, ready for any sudden danger. As they proceeded, countless blood-red-eyed bats hung upside down from the stone ceiling above. Strangely, none of them attacked. However, their grotesque appearance still sent chills down Lin Yi's spine.
Qianyu, I've heard some bats drink blood. Do you think these ones do? Drink blood?
Hua Qianyu sneered, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes that surpassed even the bats in menace.
They dare?
Ha ha ha,
the souls of these white-winged blood bats are trembling.
I can sense it, they fear your bloodline, the Blood Dragon Emperor chuckled.
Is that supposed to be self-praise? Hua Qianyu replied indifferently, calming his mind. After all, absorbing the Dragon Emperor's source blood means a divine beast's bloodline inherently suppresses any source beast, doesn't it? The Blood Dragon Emperor did not deny this but added, that's only part of it. Your vampiric bloodline is also quite interesting. Perhaps because of the shared predatory nature of blood drinking, the white-winged bloodbat's abilities are clearly suppressed by your superior bloodline. Moreover, I've always had my doubts.
Though my memory isn't entirely clear, it seems that in ancient times, a bloodline like yours originated from the western continent of your home star. Hua Qianyu rolled his eyes and chose to ignore him. Most of what the Blood Dragon Emperor said was little more than empty words. Swish, swish. As they ventured deeper, the silent cave was suddenly filled with the sound of flowing water.
Hua Qianyu's vision broadened, revealing ahead of them a clear pool of water.
And surrounding the pool, growing along the stone walls, were vibrant fire spirit mushrooms swaying like flames. The crimson glow emitted by the fire Ganoderma illuminated this previously pitch-black space with exceptional brightness.
Found it. Linny smiled faintly but did not rush to harvest the fire Ganoderma.
Instead, he quickly walked to the edge of a pool of water to wash the mud off his face. The water was much warmer than he had anticipated, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, as expected of a place where fire Ganoderma grows. Hua Qianyu stood still for a long time, a trace of almost imperceptible doubt flashing in his eyes. Based on his assumptions, a place where fire Ganoderma grew should have been guarded by a high-level primordial beast, preventing them from obtaining it so easily.
Could it be that he was overthinking? Hua Qianyu lowered his gaze in contemplation and walked over to the nearest stone wall. He gently plucked a fire Ganoderma and examined it closely. The fire element was abundant and pure, indeed, a rare and exceptional spiritual herb.
Beyond that, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Letting go of his doubts, Hua Qianyu began harvesting the fire Ganoderma in large quantities from the stone wall.
Ah!
At that moment, a startled cry came from Lin Yi. He stumbled backward in what seemed to be a panic, falling flat on the ground in a comical mess.
What happened?
Hua Qianyu turned sharply, ready for any danger, but his expression shifted to one of perplexity as he took in the scene. Lin Yi was sprawled on the ground, and perched on his face was a fluffy white creature, looking utterly ridiculous.
Qianyu, help me, Lin Yi groaned in distress.
Hua Qianyu stepped closer, and with the reduced distance, he got a clear view of the white creature. Its snowy fur was marked with black stripes, and its icy blue eyes stared intently at him. Two small front paws clung tightly to Lin Yi's hair.
Is this a cat? Hua Qianyu murmured in confusion.
But soon, the faintly visible character on the creature's forehead caught his attention.
Hua Qianyu's expression changed drastically as he muttered, "Could it be a white tiger? Forget what it is, just get it off me."
Lin Yi's face was ashen, and because the white creature was covering his face, his voice sounded muffled. Hearing Lin Yi's plea, Hua Qianyu belatedly crouched down, grabbed the white creature by its ear, and lifted it unceremoniously. The white creature, now held by its ear, bared its teeth and growled softly at Hua Qianyu, occasionally letting out low snarls. However, its small and adorable demeanor made it more endearing than threatening. Hua Qianyu looked down at Lin Yi and asked, "Where did this cat come from?" Lin Yi, looking disheveled, spat out some fur from his mouth and replied, "How should I know? It just suddenly appeared, I didn't even see it coming. This little one carries the aura of a divine beast." "Your suspicions might not be wrong," the Blood Dragon Emperor remarked, seemingly indifferent. "A white tiger, for real?" Hua Qianyu was inwardly startled, glancing again at the tiny creature in his hand, which looked nothing like a tiger. "It's not one yet, but it could become one," the Blood Dragon Emperor gave a deliberately ambiguous answer. Hua Qianyu understood immediately, this white creature likely carried white tiger bloodline. Its current form was probably because its bloodline had not fully awakened. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to keep it by his side. A divine beast bloodline was a rare and powerful asset. Given time, it might truly grow into the legendary white tiger. "Is there some kind of contract for this?" Hua Qianyu asked, his tone calm and focused. "So, you're planning to keep it?" The Blood Dragon Emperor wasn't surprised and replied, "Very well. There are beast taming techniques in the Blood Dragon Emperor Codex. You can try them and see if they work on the white tiger bloodline. If necessary, you can use the dragon soul." With that guidance, the words of the Blood Dragon Emperor Codex appeared swiftly in Hua Qianyu's mental sea. His focus was clear as his spiritual energy zeroed in on the beast taming techniques. After 10 breaths, Hua Qianyu had a solid grasp of the technique. Scarlet dragon energy flowed from his hands into the white creature's body, beginning the process of forging a beast taming contract. This peculiar act quickly drew Lin Yi's curiosity. "Qianyu, what are you doing?" Hua Qianyu had no time to respond. Both his spiritual energy and the dragon energy were concentrated on the white creature. Before long, he felt an intense resistance emanating from the creature's bloodline and soul. The white creature's body began to shine with a radiant white glow, engaging in a fierce struggle against Hua Qianyu's scarlet dragon energy.
How could a divine beast bloodline submit so easily?
In the depths of Hua Qianyu's mental sea, a deafening and earth-shaking beastly roar suddenly erupted, and the phantom of a white tiger appeared. Hua Qianyu remained composed. Almost simultaneously, he summoned the Dragon Emperor's soul. As a dragon's imperial roar filled the air, its overwhelming majesty shattered the white tiger's phantom into nothingness. The icy blue light in the white creature's eyes froze for a brief moment, and a strange, blood-red gleam flickered across the character on its forehead. "Master!" A tender voice echoed in Hua Qianyu's mind. It was evidently from this seemingly harmless white cat. After the perfect signing of the contract, its hostility towards Hua Qianyu completely vanished, and it could even engage in constant soul communication with him.
In terms of effect, it seemed not much different from Lucius's blood-spirit pact. "From today onwards, your name is Baiyu." Hua Qianyu responded, naturally placing Baiyu on his head. Baiyu's size wasn't large, so lying on his head didn't feel out of place at all. It appeared harmonious and natural. Watching the once extremely aggressive white cat now become so docile and obedient, Linny was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but ask, "Qianyu, did you just tame it?" "Yes, its name is Baiyu," Hua Qianyu replied with a smile. Linny was left speechless. He couldn't understand why Hua Qianyu would tame a little cat when there were far stronger source beasts to choose from. Perhaps noticing what Linny was thinking, Hua Qianyu explained, "Don't underestimate it just because it's small now. It will be very useful in the future." "Useful?" Linny stared at the white cat, now licking its paw and acting cute, and fell into deep thought. "Master, in the southeastern corner, there are other source beasts besides me," Baiyu said in a soft, childlike voice. Hua Qianyu turned his gaze to the southeast and indeed found a blind spot in their field of vision. A section of the stone wall seemed to have shifted, forming a discontinuous right angle. Considering the possibility that some source beast might be hiding there, he exchanged a glance with Linny and decisively approached. When they arrived at the spot Baiyu had indicated, two small red and black kittens quickly caught their attention. Their size was about the same as Baiyu's, but their colors were vastly different. "These are red flame tiger cubs. What incredible luck!" Linny exclaimed with delight. With the Firelingji and red flame tiger cubs both in hand, they were now just one step away from completing their mission, killing a red flame tiger king. And with 5 days remaining, there was plenty of time to accomplish this. The two red flame tiger cubs looked terrified, timidly huddling in the corner. Even when Linny picked them up, one in each arm, they didn't resist in the slightest. Their behavior prompted Baiyu, perched atop Hua Qianyu's head, to display a rather intelligent expression of disdain. "Let's finish harvesting the Firelingji and leave as soon as possible," Hua Qianyu said gravely. They had lingered in this cave for far too long, and it was clearly not a good sign. Although the origins of Baiyu were unclear, the presence of the abundant Firelingji and the red flame tiger cubs strongly suggested that this cave was likely the lair of a red flame tiger king, and they had merely stumbled in by chance while the tiger king was out hunting for food. If the tiger king returned, their situation would become exceedingly precarious. Roar! Suddenly, a deep, guttural roar filled with unbridled fury echoed in the distance. Slowly, it grew closer. The wall in front of them began to reflect a massive shadow. Boom, boom. The ground beneath their feet started to quake, the walls began to tremble, and soon the entire cave shook violently as the shadow grew larger and larger. When they turned around, they were already completely engulfed by the pitch-black shadow. Hua Qianyu raised his head in a daze, and an enormous creature, far beyond his imagination, silently occupied his entire field of vision. In terms of height alone, this scarlet flame tiger king stood a full 5 meters tall, surpassing any tiger he had ever known. Its robust body was covered in crimson mane, blazing like a wildfire, exuding an aura of weight and pressure more formidable than a mountain. Its eyes resembled molten lava, and under its scorching gaze, Hua Qianyu and Linny felt as though they were facing the blistering heat of the sun god. "This is bad, its aura." Hua Qianyu's expression momentarily lost control, suffocated by the sheer pressure emanating from the scarlet flame tiger king. A 5th-tier source beast? Lin Yi's face showed sheer terror. No matter how many source beasts they had faced before, none had ever brought such an overwhelming sense of oppression as the Scarlet Flame Tiger King. Hua Qianyu's expression grew tense. In his subconscious understanding, the title of Scarlet Flame Tiger King referred to the leader of the Scarlet Flame Tiger Pack, no different from the Azure Wind Wolf King they had first encountered. But the creature before him was undeniably a true 5th-tier source beast, equivalent to humanity's royal realm, a beast king in every sense of the term, with power worlds apart from what they had faced before. "Damn humans, how dare you trespass into my territory and even dream of stealing my children? Such audacity! The Scarlet Flame Tiger King spoke in human tongue, its voice icy cold.
Its molten tiger eyes swept menacingly toward Lin Yi, who was holding the Scarlet Flame tiger cubs. Hua Qianyu was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the Scarlet Flame Tiger King before him to be capable of speaking human language. But in truth, for source beasts that had reached the royal realm, this was no difficult feat. Just as he was contemplating their next move, the white-feathered creature perched on his head unexpectedly ignored the imposing aura of the superior source beast and began displaying blatant hostility toward the Scarlet Flame Tiger King. The Tiger King's eyes were filled with pity as it mocked, "Foolish, insignificant creature.
If not for your enticing bloodline, I would have killed you long ago."
White Feather's fur instantly bristled, as if ready to leap out and fight to the death in the very next moment. Fortunately, Hua Qianyu acted quickly, pressing it back down firmly.
"Scarlet Flame Tiger King, we had no intention of intruding into your territory."
"This is likely just a misunderstanding," Hua Qianyu said, outwardly calm, though his heart was pounding in his chest. However, perhaps because the two Scarlet Flame Tiger cubs were still in their hands, the Tiger King refrained from acting rashly. This gave Hua Qianyu a glimmer of hope amidst the peril.
"Misunderstanding?"
The Scarlet Flame Tiger King's eyes flashed with a fierce light, its killing intent palpable.
"You intruded into my territory and took my children. How could this be a misunderstanding?"
"Hand over my children, and I will grant you a swift death."
"Ha!"
Hua Qianyu sneered coldly, his gaze toward the Tiger King growing increasingly derisive.
"Is that your way of negotiating?
But I can promise you this: if we must die, your children will die before we do." As Hua Qianyu's words fell, he immediately cast a glance at Lin Yi.
Lin Yi nodded in understanding, gripping the necks of the two Scarlet Flame Tiger cubs firmly.
As he applied pressure, he began to slowly release the phoenix flame. The platinum-colored firelight encircled the cubs' fur, eliciting pained whimpers from them.
The light of fury in the Tiger King's eyes intensified as it roared, "You dare threaten me? We acknowledge the vast disparity in power between us."
"We simply have no other choice," Hua Qianyu replied, locking eyes with the Tiger King, his expression utterly composed.
A long silence ensued, the atmosphere remaining frigid. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." The Scarlet Flame Tiger King's wild laughter shattered the stalemate. It stepped forward, its massive form growing larger and larger in Hua Qianyu's eyes.
Hua Qianyu's brows furrowed tightly, an unshakable sense of unease creeping into his heart.
"What is the meaning of this?"
The Tiger King did not respond. Its front paw rose high, gathering two scarlet whirlwinds in its palm, which it then slammed heavily into the ground.
Boom! Boom!
The ground trembled violently as the Tiger King's power spread rapidly across the terrain, reaching Hua Qianyu's feet in no time.
But its true target wasn't Hua Qianyu, it was Lin Yi behind him.
The moment Hua Qianyu whirled around, the ground beneath Lin Yi had already shattered into fragments. Scorching lava erupted from the fissures, surging skyward. Whoosh! Lin Yi's body was swallowed by the lava, and he was violently thrown backward by the searing blast, crashing hard against a rear stone wall, embedding himself entirely within it. Along with him, the two Scarlet Flame Tiger cubs he held were also engulfed. Under this merciless blow, they were left hanging by a thread. The Scarlet Flame Tiger King had mercilessly turned its deadly attack on its own offspring. The calm on Hua Qianyu's face vanished, replaced by an icy chill that spread over his entire body. They say even tigers do not eat their cubs, yet the harsh reality was so cruel. The Tiger King would rather personally eliminate the flaw that bound it so tightly. "You?" Hua Qianyu's pupils shrank, his voice trembling with difficulty. He, foolish humans, attempting to threaten this king with my children? A commendable fantasy. But those without any use, even if discarded, so what?" The Scarlet Flame Tiger King sneered at Hua Qianyu's naivety and ignorance. Its killing intent radiated as its massive tiger claw slowly rose, mercilessly slamming down toward Hua Qianyu's head.
Hua Qianyu hurriedly used an instant movement skill, narrowly evading the strike.
However, the tiger claw that missed its target landed on a nearby stone pillar, shattering the solid rock into fine powder. Such terrifying power, if it truly struck Hua Qianyu, it would have been enough to sever his head from his body. Fortunately, he possessed unparalleled speed that saved his life.
Hua Qianyu let out a breath of relief.
Without a sound, he activated flowing light blood shadow and quickly retreated to Lin Yi's side.
"Are you all right?" Hua Qianyu sensed Lin Yi's condition and asked with concern. "Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. With the purifying fire, its fire poison doesn't affect me. It's just a bit hot."
Lin Yi pushed himself off the wall. Other than blood marks left by jagged rocks, he was relatively unscathed. As a master of fire elements, coupled with his phoenix bloodline and the purifying fire's protection, fire-based damage was insignificant to him.
What now? Lin Yi asked weakly.
After experiencing the Scarlet Flame Tiger King's power firsthand, he realized they were utterly outmatched. Hua Qianyu's gaze flickered as he spoke in a low and somber tone. The Scarlet Flame Tiger King's strength far surpasses ours. There's almost no chance of escaping unscathed.
So, I'll stay behind to hold it off. You need to leave.
The resolute words exploded in Lin Yi's mind like thunder.
He stared at Hua Qianyu in disbelief and shouted, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly leave you behind alone?"
There's no time to argue. You must leave, return to the Zhaoyang Academy, and seek help from Steward Yi.
Even at the fastest, it takes 3 hours to travel back and forth to Zhaoyang Academy. Can you last 3 hours against the Scarlet Flame Tiger King? That's not something you need to worry about.
As the two argued, the massive form of the Scarlet Flame Tiger King was already approaching silently. Its tiger head bowed slightly, and an endless fiery radiance began to gather at the character on its forehead. The dazzling light exuded a chilling killing intent. You two share such a deep brotherly bond. Then let this king fulfill your wish. Don't worry, neither of you will leave here alive.
Boom!
The fiery radiance burst forth, distorting and warping the very space it passed through. The scarlet light engulfed the two of them entirely, as if in the next moment, they would be vaporized from existence. Hua Qianyu's gaze turned grave. His instinctive sense of danger caused a flash of icy blue light to cross his eyes. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in white mist.
*1000 Illusion Ice Domain, *.
The white mist condensed into blue profound ice, and the air temperature within the cave plummeted dramatically. In just an instant, it reached a balance with the fiery aura of the Scarlet Flame Tiger King.
This ice domain skill, created using Hua Qianyu's ice element, was the only skill of its kind he could unleash.
With the divine support of the Water Spirit Pearl, this ice domain could produce a control effect that defied natural laws. Sizzle, sizzle. In midair, the raging fire pillar that was about to descend was gradually sealed by spreading ice crystals. Under the bizarre domain's influence, the pillar of fire was frozen above Hua Qianyu and Lin Yi's heads. A flicker of surprise passed through the Scarlet Flame Tiger King's eyes, but it was nothing more than that. As expected, the freezing effect of the 1000 Illusion Ice Domain lasted only 5 short breaths before.
Crack, 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 crack. Under the overwhelming power disparity, Hua Qianyu's ice domain ultimately couldn't withstand the attack of a 5th-tier king-level source beast. From its formation to its shattering, it took but an instant. Boom!
The momentarily restrained fire pillar crashed down once more. Hua Qianyu's pupils contracted as he shoved Lin Yi aside and forcefully hurled the white feather above them into the air, allowing himself to be consumed by the raging sea of flames. Deep within the Fire Cloud Mountain range, a divine white light suddenly illuminated the area without warning, and from within it emerged a slender, snow-white figure. A veil woven of pure white, like a curtain of light, obscured the lower half of her face. Only her eyes were visible, glistening with a dazzling, crystalline brilliance. It was difficult to imagine what kind of breathtaking beauty might lie concealed beneath that veil. Golden hair, like a dream spun from starlight, cascaded down her back, flowing past her hips, adding an air of transcendent purity to her presence. From the radiance, 3 figures in white robes followed closely behind her, never straying from her side, guarding her every step.
Granny Sushin, is this the Zhaoyang Prefecture? One of the fabled borderlands of the Huangwu Holy Sect's domain?
The woman's voice was ethereal and soft, like the melodic tones of a celestial being who should not exist in the mortal realm.
Indeed, my lady.
The descendant of the White Tiger has fled into the Fire Cloud Mountain range. We must capture it before the Huangwu Holy Sect discovers its presence, one of the white-robed figures behind her said respectfully, bowing slightly. The woman furrowed her brows ever so slightly, her tone carrying a trace of wistfulness.
It has been 3 days since I left the Xian Divine Sect. We've finally arrived in the Land of Fire.
This is my first time stepping into the outside world. I truly wish I could see more of it. The white-robed figure called Granny Sushin stepped forward and gently reminded her, Saintess, you are the cherished treasure upon whom the Divine Master has placed great hope. You must not take any risks. Moreover, the appearance of the White Tiger's descendant, a divine beast carrying the bloodline of the gods, may hold the key to breaking the Great Seal.
For both the Divine Ruins and the Xian Divine Sect, this is an opportunity that must not be missed.
Granny Sushin paused, her tone becoming more emphatic. The Divine Master has decreed that this advantage must belong to our sect. I understand, the woman said, her brows relaxing as she smiled radiantly. With the power of light, taming the White Tiger's descendant will surely yield twice the results with half the effort. The white-robed figures nodded, but there was a trace of wariness in the voice of one cloaked figure.
However, this land belongs to the Huangwu sect. It will not be as simple as it seems.
No sooner had the words been spoken than another white-robed figure suddenly reported, Granny Sushin, we've detected the aura of a fifth-tier flame origin beast.
Judging by its volatile energy, it appears to be engaged in battle.
Avoid it, Granny Sushin commanded without hesitation. Their mission was to capture the white tiger. She had no intention of delaying their progress for any other distractions, even if, in her eyes, a fifth-tier origin beast was no more significant than an ant by the roadside. Granny Sushin, the woman suddenly spoke amidst the silence, the white tiger's aura is in that direction. Her gaze sharpened as sacred white light began to gather in her eyes and at her chest, radiating outward. The light pierced through space, as though her perception extended to a distant, unseen realm. The white-robed figures exchanged glances, each seeing the astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. Linny landed heavily on the ground, dazed, while Bayu rolled several times before coming to a stop. The once pristine luster of his pure white fur was now dulled by dust and grime. The crimson flame tiger king lifted its massive head slightly, appearing rather satisfied with the scene before it. But this demeanor evaporated entirely the moment Hua Qianyu stepped out from the sea of flames.
Impossible! You, a mere ant?
The crimson flame tiger king roared in disbelief, its voice trembling with the shock and despair of a shattered reality.
Hua Qianyu emerged unscathed.
The flames, though brimming with devastating power, were an energy form so pure that, paradoxically, they inflicted minimal harm upon him. In truth, the tiger's claws and fangs posed a far greater threat to Hua Qianyu than the flames themselves. But Hua Qianyu had no intention of giving the beast any further opportunity to explore this fact. Linny, he called out, murmuring softly as if chanting an incantation, the fire of the phoenix. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Without the resolve to risk everything, they were left with no option but to await their demise.
Only one path remained. A path Hua Qianyu himself could barely control. The chaotic fusion of two opposing flames, annihilation incarnate. Lin Yi's eyes widened as he immediately grasped Hua Qianyu's intention. Yet, a trace of hesitation flickered across his gaze. This was undeniably a gamble with their lives. Any misstep would lead to their complete annihilation. But Lin Yi also knew that this was their sole option in this desperate moment. Meeting Hua Qianyu's determined gaze, Lin Yi gritted his teeth. In his palm, platinum flames ignited and burned fiercely, forming into a sphere under his focused will. The orb drifted slowly toward Hua Qianyu. The platinum flame's movement was unhurried, its aura lofty, though the energy it contained appeared feeble and fragile. For this reason, the Crimson Flame Tiger King made no effort to stop it, simply watching as the flame floated to Hua Qianyu's side. Though it could not fathom why this platinum flame carried an aura that compelled its blood to submit, the sheer weakness of its energy made the idea of it posing a threat laughable. Ha! Is this your final, pathetic struggle?
The Crimson Flame Tiger King mocked, its voice dripping with scorn. Like a spectator enjoying a trivial play, it gazed down at Hua Qianyu's diminutive form, its eyes filled with disdain and derision.
Hua Qianyu did not utter a single word.
He gently clasped the phoenix flame against his chest, a streak of frenzied, bloodthirsty light flashing through his eyes.
Buzz!
In the silent space, crimson flames rose soundlessly in his right palm. Though the aura was not intense, it caused the Scarlet Flame Tiger King's heart to thump heavily.
Its tiger eyes narrowed.
Just as it was staring at the peculiar flames with suspicion, Hua Qianyu's arm suddenly swung, and the phoenix flame was firmly grasped in his left hand. In an instant, his palms clapped together forcefully, and the two flames of different hues compressed and intertwined before him. As the crimson flame and platinum flame came into contact, a deafening explosion suddenly resounded within the cave. At the center of the converging flames, a surging shockwave caused the space to quake violently. The Scarlet Flame Tiger King's massive body abruptly sank.
Lin Yi and Baiyu were flung dozens of meters away by the impact.
What is? No longer exuding a shred of disdain, the Tiger King's wide, focused eyes shrank with dread as they fixated on the grayish-pink flame formed by the fusion. At this moment, it became acutely aware that it was staring death in the face. The fear of death is innate in all living creatures. And when faced with the brink of death, every sense of any creature becomes infinitely heightened. The Scarlet Flame Tiger King wanted to retreat, but its once mighty limbs now felt unbearably weak, trembling under the oppressive weight of annihilation.
Ha, ha, ha. A cold, sinister laugh rang out.
Hua Qianyu, standing at the center of the flames, bore the brunt of the immense pressure. Blood dripped from the corner of his lips, and the pain of backlash rippled through his entire body. Yet his gaze was unusually exhilarated, even vicious.
Destruction shall come.
With a low murmur, the grayish-pink flame detached itself from Hua Qianyu's palms and slowly drifted toward the scarlet flame Tiger King's massive form.
The Tiger King's body continued to tremble. Its flesh, its soul, every cell in its being screamed at it to dodge. But faced with the flame that approached so slowly, its body remained frozen, incapable of movement.
The grayish-pink glow, like a force from the netherworld, relentlessly drained the vitality from every inch of its form.
Asterisk boom. Asterisk.
A deafening roar shattered the Tiger King's fragmented consciousness. In a daze, it looked down, only to see that enigmatic flame, like nothing it had ever encountered, piercing through its chest and cruelly consuming its internal organs. Roar! The searing agony tore a guttural howl from its throat, but it could do nothing to halt the ebb of its life.
In its eyes, countless stars seemed to fall, one by one, until they dimmed into total darkness. Asterisk sizzle. Sizzle, asterisk. The sound of flames devouring flesh did not cease. In the next moment, the annihilation flame burst out from the Tiger King's back, leaving only a gaping, bloodied void in its wake. Hua Qianyu collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Merely directing the annihilation flame along such a simple path had drained all of his source energy. But before he could catch his breath, the next second, the uncontrolled annihilation flame began to careen wildly within the enclosed space. The compressed fire rapidly expanded, soon reaching the threshold of its energy release. Boom, rumble, rumble. Endless fiery radiance surged and ascended. Hua Qianyu's vision was instantly swallowed by blinding white light.
Amidst the earth-shattering chaos around him, his body was buried beneath the collapsing cave. His sight blurred in a fleeting instant, then faded entirely back into darkness.